After the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, it seemed as if some kind of restriction was lifted. Countless spiritual energy suddenly emerged from all over the blue planet, and these spiritual energies quickly covered the entire blue planet. However, these newly emerged spiritual energies all carried a hint of decay. Eventually, the spiritual energy penetrated into the bodies of all creatures on Blue Star. Some people did not have any abnormalities, but most of them had physical mutations. Their eyes turned blood red, their bodies began to rot, and even their consciousness was swallowed up. They eventually became the walking dead, zombies who only knew how to devour. There are also a very small number of people who have gained special abilities, and most of these people are those who have been directly illuminated by the red stars. Yangbin was awakened by screams from downstairs. He rubbed his head, which was still a little aching, got up from the ground in a daze, and then walked to the edge of the roof and looked down. I saw mutilated corpses everywhere on the open space in front of the dormitory below. The whole floor was stained red with blood. Bloody figures were holding broken limbs and gnawing on them. Their mouths full of blood, bloodshot eyes, and rotten skin were creepy to look at. Yangbin quickly retried. Even a man as strong-minded as him was still in shock. I must not have woken up yet. Yangbin shook his head and pinched his thigh hard. Ah! A scream came out, and Chen Hao was awakened by the pain. Brother Bin, why are you pinching me? Chen Hao said with a look of resentment. Does it hurt? Nonsense. Pinch it yourself and try it. Isn't this a dream? Yangbin frowned, forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, and stuck his head out again. The scene that caught his eyes was still the same one from before. The purgatory-like scene stimulated his eyes. Yangbin quickly retreated again, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. What's wrong? Chen Hao asked in confusion when he saw Yangbin's expression. Take a look for yourself. Yangbin said weakly. So mysterious. Chen Hao shook his head and then walked to the edge and stuck his head out to look down. Seeing this, Chen Hao was so scared that he sat down on the ground, his face as pale as paper. Ugh. Then he lay on the ground and vomited continuously. Yangbin ignored Chen Hao and immediately took out his mobile phone to call the police. However, he called again and again, but still couldn't get through. Yangbin finally realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly opened Weibo, where he found countless posts asking for help. When they opened these posts, the pictures and videos inside were exactly the same as the situation before their eyes. There were these zombie-like people everywhere. These people were usually their friends and relatives, but they suddenly became like this and bit anyone they saw. This situation spread all over the world overnight, and for a time, the entire internet exploded. Many people speculated that it might be the end of the world, and these were zombies. After all, this situation was too similar to a doomsday movie. This speculation has been recognized by most people, and so far, there has been no official statement to refute the rumor, which has instead confirmed this point of view. Yangbin looked at the pictures and videos on the post. The photographers basically took the photos secretly while hiding at home or in a corner. The angles were not very good, but one could still clearly see the horrifying scenes. After reading several posts, Yangbin's mood sank. He also agreed with the idea of zombies. Perhaps the end of the world really was coming. As for why this situation suddenly occurred, no one knew. After a while, Chen Hao raised his head after he had vomited everything out. He said in horror, Brother Bin, what's going on? The end is coming. Yangbin sighed. The end? Chen Hao's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Just look online. Chen Hao quickly took out his cell phone, checked for a while, and his face turned pale again. Then, Brother Bin, what should we do? Chen Hao said in a panic. Let's find something to hold up the iron door to prevent the zombies from getting in here. After all, Yangbin has been living alone since he was a child. He has experienced a lot, and his mind is still clear. After searching for a while, the two finally found a long ladder placed by a maintenance worker in the corner of the rooftop. The two men brought the ladder over and placed one end against the iron gate and the other against the base of the wall at the edge of the roof. It was quite tight. Usually, few people come up to the rooftop, so the zombies shouldn't discover this place so quickly. They're safe here for the time being. Brother Bin, what should we do next? Just hide here and wait for rescue. Chen Hao asked. Waiting for rescue is definitely not an option. Judging from the information on the internet, the whole world is in chaos right now. The authorities are unable to take care of themselves right now, and there is no way they can provide rescue in a short period of time. If we keep waiting, we will probably starve to death. Yangbin said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Let's observe the situation of these zombies first, understand them clearly, and then think of a solution. We are in a good position here, so we can observe the situation below. Then we can also look online to see if anyone has found a way to deal with the zombies. Yeah. At this time, the screams downstairs became less and less. It was estimated that the people who were screaming were already dead. These zombies seemed to be particularly sensitive to sound. Screaming had no meaning except to accelerate one's own death. In addition to their dormitory building, the nearby dormitory buildings are in the same situation. From the shouting in the beginning, it has gradually become quiet now, with only the roar of zombies left. Brother Ben, where do these zombies come from? So many people down there have turned into zombies, but how come the two of us are fine? Do we have special physiques? Chen Hao asked curiously. I don't know either. Maybe we were just lucky. After all, although many people have turned into zombies, there are still many who are still normal. There are only two of us, so the probability is not low. After Yang Bin finished speaking, for some reason, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper and the Scarlet Star that he had vaguely seen last night suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be related to this? He looked up at the sky again, but there was no trace of those things. He could only shake his head and put the idea aside for the time being. That's right. Then Brother Ben, do you think Lu Bo and the others will? Chen Hao said with some concern. There are 4 people in the dormitory. Although he has the best relationship with Yang Bin, he also has a good relationship with the other 2. When encountering such a thing, he is naturally worried. I don't know. Yang Bin shook his head and said, at this time, we can only rely on their luck. Without the 2 of us, there are only 2 of them in the dormitory. Compared with other dormitories, the risk factor is still smaller. But if one of them turns into a zombie, the other one will be in trouble too. After hearing what Yang Bin said, Chen Hao fell silent and could only pray in his heart. Then he suddenly thought of something and quickly picked up the phone to dial. Yang Bin quickly stopped him and asked, are you going to call that woman or call home? Of course I called home. I'm worried about my parents and want to ask about their situation. Chen Hao said, oh, then don't call. Why? You've seen what's happening. This is happening all over the world. If your parents are fine and you call them, the ringing of the phone will likely attract all the zombies nearby. Then, anything will become a problem. Huh? Chen Hao was startled and quickly put away his phone. He said with some lingering fear, fortunately, Brother Ben, you are rational. If you really want to make a phone call, you can call that woman to show your concern. Well, forget it. Even though she did do something wrong to me, I won't hurt her. Since we've broken up, let's just be strangers. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. Well, I was just joking. I hope you can come out of this. Yang Bin smiled. Don't worry, Brother Ben. I'm not that bad. Yeah, that's good. Brother Ben, do you think your cell phone will be without signal later? On the rooftop, Yang Bin and Chen Hao were observing the surroundings while browsing the latest online news. Suddenly, Chen Hao pointed at his phone excitedly and said, Brother Ben, look, there's a video of a zombie fight here. Yang Bin hurried over to take a look. The video was posted on Bilibili and was shot from the window with a good angle. In the video, a man in a security uniform, holding an anti-explosion baton, is fighting a zombie fiercely. The man is tall and obviously exercises regularly. Every time he hits the zombie with the anti-explosion baton, a dull sound is made, which shows that he has considerable strength. However, the zombies seem to have no feeling. No matter how the man attacked, it still rushed at him frantically. Fortunately, the man was agile and was able to avoid the attack every time and fight back again. The 2 sides continued for 2 minutes, but at this time, the surrounding zombies heard the fighting and rushed over. The man immediately realized that the situation was not good and decided to abandon the current zombie and turn around to run away. However, because he was too nervous, he reacted a little slowly and was knocked down by the zombie, and his ankle was bitten. The man screamed and fell to the ground. Soon after, other zombies surrounded him. The person who filmed the video seemed too frightened to continue filming, but the ending was obvious. After watching the video, Yang Bin and Chen Hao fell silent. The danger outside was far beyond their imagination. After a long while, Yang Bin said in a deep voice, from the video, the zombie strength is roughly the same as that of ordinary people, but they are not afraid of pain, like indestructible cockroaches. This is very troublesome. Brother Ben, do we have to fight zombies too? Chen Hao asked worriedly. What do you think? If we want to survive, we have to face them. If we don't kill them, they will eat us. Yang Bin responded directly. But I don't dare. Chen Hao whispered. Yang Bin sighed. Don't talk about you. I don't dare either. We're all ordinary people. We have never killed anyone. Who dares to kill zombies? But since the world has become like this, We have no choice but to face it. He patted Chen Hao on the shoulder and continued. Our location is not bad, and it's not too late, but we have to overcome the fear in our hearts during this time. Otherwise, when we really face the zombies, fear will cause us to lose our lives. Chen Hao nodded with a pale face. Yang Bin was actually not much better than him. He was also an ordinary student. It was just that he had more experience, so his mind was naturally calmer than Chen Hao. Yang Bin knew that if they could not overcome their fear, their end would be death. He looked out the window. There are no living people downstairs, only zombies wandering around. Most of the people who were still alive were hiding and didn't dare to show their heads. Yang Bin frowned and thought. He couldn't leave the dormitory building at the moment, but the food in the dormitory was limited. If he didn't find a solution quickly, he would starve to death sooner or later. We must find a solution. Yang Bin thought to himself. He looked up at the girls' dormitory across the street and suddenly saw some movement over there, as if there was a fight. The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory were far apart, and Yang Bin couldn't see the specific situation clearly, but he guessed that someone might be fighting zombies, which made him curious about the situation over there. Yang Bin focused his eyes, trying to see more clearly. Suddenly, the surrounding scene began to blur, and then the picture of the girls' dormitory began to zoom in, like a telescope focusing, becoming clearer and clearer. Soon, he saw 4 tall women in the corridor on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory desperately fighting zombies with various things, such as benches, clotheslines, bedboards, etc. Judging from their figures, they should be from the sports department. They were obviously from the same dormitory, but strangely, none of them turned into zombies. This made Yang Bin feel that these people were really lucky. Faced with this situation, they dared to go out. I have to say, they were really brave. They were all strong and sturdy, which was a clear advantage over the other girls. The zombies in front of them were shorter than them. The corridor was narrow, and they used their weapons to attack the zombies, seemingly trying to break through to a dormitory. Yang Bin shook his head, feeling somewhat unconvinced. Although these people had some advantages, their actions might attract more zombies, and it would be too late to regret it then. Sure enough, not long after, the zombies in other dormitories heard the noise and rushed out. Seeing this, the 4 women turned pale instantly and hurriedly retreated to the dormitory and locked the door. The zombies rushed towards the dormitory door frantically, and a violent impact made the door begin to shake. If there was nothing to support it, the door would not last long. Yang Bin looked away and suddenly felt dizzy and unwell and almost fell down. Fortunately, Chen Hao supported him in time. Brother Bin, what's wrong with you? Chen Hao asked with concern. Yang Bin shook his head and pointed to the girls' dormitory in the distance and said, Haozi, can you see clearly what is happening over there? What a joke. How can I see clearly? Chen Hao said helplessly. Yang Bin nodded thoughtfully, but he was full of doubts in his heart. I am nearsighted with a degree of more than 100. Even without glasses, my vision is not very good. How can I see so far and so clearly? Could it be a special ability? Yang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. But why haven't I discovered it before? He thought to himself. Could it be that the Doomsday can not only turn people into zombies, but also give them special abilities? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Although this kind of thing has never happened in reality, who in the 21st century has not seen similar movies? Zombies have already appeared, and special abilities are no longer incredible. In order to verify this, Yang Bin focused his attention on Chen Hao again. Chen Hao felt Yang Bin's gaze and suddenly felt a little flustered, as if he was being seen through, and subconsciously covered his lower body with his hands. Yang Bin smiled and said, Don't cover it. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Yang Bin was secretly surprised. He originally just wanted to verify it, but he didn't expect to find that he had the ability of perspective. This was an ability that countless men dreamed of, and it actually appeared in him. Even though he was always steady, he couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. He continued to observe, trying to see what he could see. Suddenly, Yang Bin's expression became extremely surprised, as if he had discovered something unbelievable. Brother Bin, what's wrong? Chen Hao couldn't help asking when he saw Yang Bin's expression. Haozi, if you can become invisible, show me how. Yang Bin suddenly made a request. Chen Hao was stunned and asked doubtfully, Are you a little abnormal? If I could become invisible, I would have sneaked into the girls' bathhouse a long time ago. Yang Bin looked at him seriously and said, Try to concentrate and silently recite invisible. Although Chen Hao felt it was a bit absurd, he still did it. Soon, Chen Hao's figure began to blur, and soon, he disappeared completely. Brother Bin, I seem to have really become invisible. Chen Hao's voice echoed in the air, but his figure could not be seen. Yangbin was also surprised. He didn't expect that he could see this ability. So he focused his attention on Chen Hao's disappearing point again. After a moment, Chen Hao's figure reappeared. Haha, I can become invisible. No one can stop me from going to the girls' bathhouse from now on. Chen Hao said excitedly. Yangbin rolled his eyes and said with a wry smile, Can't you be a little more promising? What do you mean by promising? Don't you think it's exciting to peek at beautiful women taking a bath? Chen Hao teased. It's the end of the world now. There are no more beauties in the girls' bathhouse. Only zombies are waiting for you, Yangbin said seriously. After hearing this, Chen Hao quickly changed his words. Well, forget it then. He lowered his head in embarrassment. By the way, Brother Bin, what's going on? How did I suddenly have this ability? Chen Hao asked curiously. Yangbin glanced at him and nodded. Maybe this doomsday brought you here. Although I don't know whether it's good or bad, at least now we have more hope of survival. Well, what about you? What special abilities do you have? Chen Hao continued to ask. I can see things that others can't see. Yangbin replied. For example, Chen Hao couldn't help asking. Like your invisibility just now. Yangbin said simply. Chen Hao smiled helplessly. It seems that I am destined to never be able to turn over in front of you in this life. Yangbin smiled. Why? Do you want to call you brother? No, no. Chen Hao waved his hands to explain. But since we all have the ability, do you think we can do something big in this doomsday? Chen Hao excitedly suggested. Yangbin shook his head. It's too early to talk about this now. Let's survive first. Our current abilities are not suitable for fighting at all. That's right, but I can turn invisible and steal some food. At least I won't starve to death. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. Yangbin said seriously. Don't be too optimistic. Zombies have super good hearing. If you make a sound while invisible, they will be able to hear it. Then I have to practice more and try to move quietly. Then we can find a zombie and see if we can succeed in not being discovered. Chen Hao said. Yangbin nodded. I believe you can do it. By the way, Haozi, when you become invisible, it seems that even your clothes and the things in your hands can disappear together. Will the things you are holding also become invisible? Yangbin suddenly asked. You'll know after you try it. Chen Hao picked up a brick and activated the invisibility function again. Sure enough, the brick disappeared along with his body. That's great, Chen Hao said excitedly. Yangbin nodded and continued to ask. What if you pull me? Will you make me invisible as well? Chen Hao tried it immediately. As a result, he failed to become invisible while pulling Yangbin, and even he himself became visible. It doesn't seem to work. Chen Hao frowned. Yangbin smiled slightly. It should be that you can't bring living things. Then if I touch a living thing, will the invisibility disappear? Chen Hao continued to test. He became invisible again, patted Yangbin's shoulder, and instantly became visible. It seems that as long as you touch a living thing, your invisibility will fail. Chen Hao concluded helplessly. Yangbin nodded. Be careful next time. Invisibility is not omnipotent. You will appear if you encounter any living thing. Got it. Chen Hao nodded seriously. At this moment, there was a sudden and violent knock on the iron door of the rooftop. Who's in there? Open the door. An anxious shout came from outside. Open the door quickly. There are zombies. The knocking became more and more urgent. Yangbin and Chen Hao were both startled by the sudden sound. What should we do, Brother Bin? Should we open the door? Chen Hao asked anxiously. Yangbin carefully observed the situation outside the door. Through the crack in the door, he saw 3 men banging on the door anxiously. Open it, or else we'll attract more zombies if we keep knocking. Yangbin said helplessly. But remember, one of the 3 of them is holding a steel pipe, so we have to be careful. Yangbin reminded. Chen Hao nodded and prepared to open the door. Soon, the door opened and 3 men rushed in quickly. The door was immediately closed, and Yangbin pushed the ladder up again. There was a sound of zombies hitting the door outside, but due to the support of the ladder, the zombies could not break through the door. The 3 of them collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, obviously frightened. One of the thin men looked at Yangbin and Chen Hao with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Why did you take so long to open the door? I was almost eaten by zombies. Chen Hao couldn't help but feel displeased after hearing this. We saved your lives. Why are you blaming us? The rooftop is a public area. Anyone can come up here, and you blocked the door privately. Don't you think it's immoral? The man holding the steel pipe said dissatisfiedly. Yes, our dormitory was damaged by zombies, and we planned to take shelter here, but you blocked the door and almost got us eaten by zombies. Another man added. Chen Hao wanted to argue, but was stopped by Yangbin. You are right. We really shouldn't block the door. Yangbin nodded and admitted his mistake. Hey, brother, don't be angry, we could talk it out. The man holding the steel pipe hurriedly explained. Yangbin replied thoughtfully, Oh, that's good. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, and then Yangbin began to move the ladder away, saying, What if there is someone behind? The three of them became nervous again. No problem. There's no one upstairs. No one else will come. The tall man explained quickly. That's a relief. Yangbin answered easily, and then shook the ladder. This ladder is not very stable. We need to find something to plug it. Okay, do it quickly. The man was anxious, fearing that the zombies would rush in again. Yangbin looked at the steel pipe and took it with a smile. Thank you, brother. It can be used to block the ladder. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, but did not realize that their steel pipes had changed hands. Yangbin got the steel pipe with a smile on his face. Although he knew that this was a necessary measure, he also knew that in this special period, all threats must be nipped in the bud in order to survive longer. We are from dormitory 308. My name is Yangbin. He is Chen Hao. What are your names? Yangbin took the initiative to introduce himself. We are from dormitory 716. My name is Zhao Kun, and these two are Shou Ho and Lao He. The tall man responded. Are there only 3 people in your dormitory? Yangbin was a little confused. There was another one, but he turned into a zombie. Fortunately, we discovered it early this morning, otherwise several of us would have died. Zhao Kun said, looking a little nervous. It's not bad that he escaped from the zombies. Yangbin said with emotion. It's not really an escape. He fell from the upper bunk, and we tied him up with a sheet to save his life. Zhao Kun explained. That's really lucky. Yangbin nodded. What about you? Why are you here? Zhao Kun asked. We were drinking and chatting here last night, and didn't go back to the dormitory. Yangbin replied. What good luck? Zhao Kun said helplessly. Everyone chatted harmoniously. After all, we were all classmates, and, especially in this doomsday environment, it was easier for everyone to get closer. Until noon, I heard a few rumblings sound from my stomach. The skinny monkey held his stomach and said awkwardly, Do you have anything to eat? We haven't eaten since this morning. We are starving. Yangbin spread his hands. Do you think there is anything to eat here? He himself had not eaten anything since last night. He was just holding in. What should we do? Without food, we will starve to death sooner or later. The skinny monkey was somewhat helpless. Just bear with it. Maybe official rescue will come soon. Lao Hai Gom fought. What if he doesn't come for a few days? Chen Hao interrupted. This is impossible. Lao Hai was a little unconvinced. Nothing is impossible. We can't pin our hopes on others. We have to find a way to get food for ourselves, said Chen Hao. What should we do? There are 2 zombies guarding the door. We can't get out at all. Zhao Kun was puzzled. We can lure them in, kill them, and then go downstairs to find food. Yangbin suggested. Are you crazy? If we let the zombies in, we'll all die. Shou Ho and his men were shocked. There are only 2 zombies outside. The 5 of us still have a chance. If there are more zombies, it will be even more difficult to get out. Yangbin said calmly. You've never fought zombies, so you don't know how scary they are. These things are not afraid of pain, and they won't react at all when you hit them. If you get bitten, you're done for. Zhao Kun kurunet. Yes, letting the zombies in is courting death. You don't want to live, but we do. The skinny monkey also shook his head. Chen Hao looked at Yangbin and asked worriedly, Brother Bin, are you sure? We have to try it whether we are sure or not. There is no escape route on the rooftop, and the zombies have no intelligence. As long as we push them down, the problem will be solved. If we can't even do this, then we can forget about getting out. Yangbin said firmly. Yes, Brother Bin, I support you. Chen Hao also nodded. The 3 of them looked serious. No, we don't agree to let the zombies in. We were here first. When did we need your consent? Yangbin was a little angry. You dare to let the zombies in? Zhao Kun said angrily, preparing to take the steel pipe. But he found that the steel pipe had been taken away by Yangbin at some point, and he was stunned. Give me back the steel pipe. Do you think it's possible? Yangbin sneered in response. It was originally mine. It's mine now, Yangbin said calmly. Without the steel pipe, I will never let you let the zombies in. It's not up to you to decide. Yangbin looked at him coldly and suddenly kicked over the ladder. Fuck. Zhao Kun and the other 2 were shocked and quickly held the iron door. Madman, you are a madman. You will kill all of us. Zhao Kun was furious. Instead of staying here and waiting to die, you might as well give it a try. If you don't dare to fight, then just bear with it and see how long you can hold on. Yangbin said in a cold voice. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Bang! Bang! The zombies outside the iron gate banged again. Hearing the noise outside the door, they began to bang the iron gate violently again. The three of them held the door tightly, and when they saw that Yongbin did not come up to help, their faces became even uglier. "What should we do, Brother Cohen?" the skinny monkey asked anxiously. Zhao Kun's face changed, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "You can fight, but you have to have a plan. What are you doing? You make sense." Yongbin nodded, then moved the ladder back and placed it against the iron gate. The three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally thought the rooftop was safe, but they hadn't expected everything to become so tense. Zhao Kun finally spoke. "How do we fight?" Yongbin looked around. "When the zombies come in, Shoho and Laohei will move the ladder and use it to hold one zombie against the wall, while Chen Hao and I will deal with the other. Try to get rid of them in the shortest time possible. The zombies are very fast, and the ladder is heavy. It's impossible to protect myself with it," Zhao Kun said dissatisfiedly. "Zombies' bodies are almost the same as ordinary people's. The only advantage is that they're not afraid of pain, but they have no IQ and cannot avoid attacks at all. As soon as the zombies come in, use a ladder to block one of them immediately, and you won't give them a chance to get close." Yongbin explained it. "Okay, then what about the rest? How can I fight the zombies without any weapons?" Zhao Kun looked at the steel pipe in Yongbin's hand and felt unhappy. "There are a lot of bricks on the ground. Take two, and you can use them as weapons," Yongbin said calmly. "Bricks? Just use the bricks to fight." Zhao Kun was a little helpless. "I have a steel pipe, so it's not necessary." Yongbin smiled. "Are you ready?" Yongbin looked at them seriously. They nodded nervously. Although Zhao Kun and the other two were somewhat dissatisfied, they had no choice but to compromise in the face of Yongbin's strength. "I'll count to 3. Laohei, Shoho, move the ladder away," Yongbin commanded. "Okay." Laohei and Shoho's hands were already covered in sweat, and they were obviously a little nervous. 1, 2, 3. As Yongbin finished speaking, Laohei and Shoho suddenly moved the ladder away. Bang! The iron door opened, and then 2 zombies covered in blood suddenly rushed in. This was the first time that Yongbin and Chen Hao faced zombies. Their bloodshot eyes were chilling, and the smell of blood almost made them want to vomit. Fortunately, they had prepared themselves mentally, and although they felt uncomfortable, they were not scared. The 2 zombies quickly locked onto their target and pounced on them. Laohei and Shoho quickly lifted a ladder to hold one of the zombies and pushed it against the wall. Although the zombies struggled frantically, the 2 men's strength was enough to hold it firmly in place, preventing it from breaking free. Yongbin and the other 2 did not hesitate and rushed towards another zombie. Roar! The zombie roared and pounced on Yongbin, who was in the front. Yongbin dodged quickly and smashed the zombie's head with the steel pipe in his hand. Bang! With a dull impact, the steel pipe hit the zombie's head. Yongbin even felt his arm go numb, but the zombie rushed towards him again as if nothing had happened. Fuck, didn't the TV say that the zombie's weakness is the head? How come it's so hard and can't be killed? Yongbin complained and quickly backed away. At this time, Chen Hao rushed over, picked up a brick, and hit the zombie hard on the head. Bang! The brick shattered and dark red smelly blood began to flow from the zombie's head. This blow was obviously heavier than Yongbin's steel pipe. The zombie's attention was successfully shifted to Chen Hao. Chen Hao didn't dare to stay and decisively turned around and ran away. The zombie immediately gave up Yongbin and chased after Chen Hao. Seeing this, Zhao Kun rushed out from the side, picked up a brick and hit the zombie, but did not hit the head but the shoulder. The zombie still ignored Zhao Kun and chased after him, their eyes fixed on Chen Hao. The space on the rooftop was limited, and Chen Hao was soon pushed to the edge. Just as the zombies were about to catch up, Chen Hao's figure suddenly disappeared. Zhao Kun was stunned. Where is the person? Yongbin was not surprised and immediately chased to the place where Chen Hao disappeared. The zombies lost their target and turned their attention to Yongbin. Yongbin held the steel pipe, feeling a little relieved, and continued to swing the steel pipe to force the zombies back. At this time, Zhao Kun also rushed over, his eyes full of shock. Where is Chen Hao? I'm here. Chen Hao's figure suddenly appeared. Zhao Kun looked at Chen Hao in surprise. How did you disappear just now? Look how scared you are. Haven't you seen magic before? Chen Hao answered easily. This isn't magic. Zhao Kun's eyes widened. What else could it be? Can I be invisible? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. You 2 stop talking and quickly find a way to get rid of the zombies. I can't stand it any longer, Yongbin said anxiously. Zhao Kun suppressed his doubts and picked up a brick to help. No need to come over. We are at the edge now. You just need to kick the zombie and kick it down. Yang Bin said. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun looked at each other, and finally Chen Hao took the initiative to step forward. Let me do it. Chen Hao stared at the zombie, quickly took off, and kicked it. With a powerful kick, the zombie was kicked directly out of the fence and fell off the roof. Beautiful, Yang Bin exclaimed. The three of them quickly moved to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Bang! The zombie's body hit the ground hard, and blood splattered. Just when they thought the zombie should be completely dead, the zombie actually stood up shakily, looked around in confusion, and then began to look for new prey like other zombies. They're not dead yet. The three of them stared in amazement. These zombies are too disgusting. Zhao Kun couldn't help but complain. Stop complaining. Hurry up and get the other one down. Yang Bin Urget. On the other side, Lao He and Shou Ho were using a ladder to hold down the zombies. The zombies struggled desperately, but could not escape. When Yang Bin and his men arrived, Lao He and Shou Ho were already sweating profusely. Let go, and then we will work together to push it out with the ladder. Yang Bin commanded. Okay. The five people worked together to deal with the zombie, and it was finally much easier. When the ladder was loosened, the zombie rushed towards everyone frantically. They quickly used the ladder to hold the zombie, and finally pushed it off the roof. Bang! Another muffled sound. The three of them quickly ran to the rooftop and watched the zombie fall in a pool of blood, and finally didn't get up again. Hey, why is this guy dead? Zhao Kun was a little confused. How can he not die if his head is smashed? Chen Hao said helplessly. That's right. Zhao Kun nodded. Yang Bin thought for a moment. It seems that what they saw on TV is true. If you want to kill zombies, you really have to hit them in the head. Close the door and take a break. Yang Bin said. They used the ladder to prop up the door again and then sat down on the ground. Although the battle didn't last long, everyone felt a huge pressure. After all, they were just ordinary college students, and being able to fight against zombies was a test of their psychological quality. Suddenly, Chen Hao covered his feet and inhaled painfully. What's wrong? Yang Bin hurried over. Chen Hao unzipped his trouser legs, revealing 3 long bloodstains. What happened? Yang Bin asked nervously. It should be because he was scratched by the zombie when he kicked it just now. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. The air around them suddenly solidified, and Zhao Kun and the other two retreated. Yang Bin frowned and looked at Chen Hao's wound with a serious look. Chen Hao realized something, and his face turned pale in an instant. He said in a trembling voice, Brother Bin, will I become a zombie? No, don't think too much, you'll be fine. Yang Bin comforted. Of course not. It said on the internet that bites or scratches from zombies can be infected. Skinny Monkey said anxiously. Shut up. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Yang Bin said angrily. That's the fact. Shouldn't people speak? Zhao Kun retorted. This is my business. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will make sure you never speak again. Yang Bin picked up the steel pipe and looked at them coldly. What? You want to fight 3 people alone? Zhao Kun showed no sign of weakness. He had been upset with Yang Bin for a long time. You can try, Yang Bin said coldly. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. At this moment, Chen Hao patted Yang Bin on the shoulder and whispered, Brother Bin, don't be so nervous. I know what I should do. Yang Bin retracted his cold gaze and looked at Chen Hao with a trace of guilt in his eyes. Howsy, I'm sorry, if I hadn't asked you to kick that zombie, this wouldn't have happened. Brother Bin, don't blame yourself. It's all because of me being too careless. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin, his eyes full of gratitude. Brother Bin, you're the person I admire most in my life. I feel extremely proud to be your brother. If I really become a zombie, can you kill me in advance? I don't want to hurt others. Chen Hao's eyes were already moist as he spoke. No, don't think too much, there must be a way. Yang Bin comforted him. Yang Bin activated his special ability and stared at Chen Hao's wound. Soon, he found a ray of gray energy eroding the wound, but Chen Hao also seemed to have an energy in his body resisting this erosion, and the two sides were deadlocked for a moment. Seeing this scene, Yang Bin showed a surprised expression on his face. Although he didn't understand why Chen Hao could resist this gray energy, he knew that maybe Chen Hao would not become a zombie. Brother Bin, can you promise me one thing? Chen Hao continued to talk to himself. After I die, can you go look for my parents? They haven't replied to my messages, and I'm a little worried. Yang Bin didn't want to listen to Chen Hao's nagging at the moment. He found that the gray energy in Chen Hao's wound was slowly decreasing. He finally let go of his worry. He knew that Chen Hao should be fine. Brother Bin, Chen Hao's voice interrupted Yang Bin's thoughts. Okay, stop wasting time. You should be fine now. Yang Bin patted Chen Hao's shoulder and comforted him. Really? Chen Hao showed surprise on his face. Obviously, no one wants to die if they can survive. Yes, believe me. Yang Bin responded firmly. Okay. Chen Hao nodded. Suddenly, Zhao Kun interrupted with a sneer. You are too happy too early. It is only a matter of time before he is fine. If you don't let him leave, we can only push him down. I can't risk our lives. You try. Yang Bin responded coldly. You? Zhao Kun was so angry that he wanted to go over and fight Yang Bin, but he hesitated because of the steel pipe in Yang Bin's hand. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, you are cruel, but remember, you are closest to him. If he turns into a zombie, you will be the first to be eaten. Zhao Kun finished speaking and walked away with the two of them. Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin with some concern. Brother Bin, why don't you stay away from me too? I'm afraid that. There's no such thing as a chance of an accident. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Sit tight. I'll bandage it for you. The wound isn't deep, but the weather is hot, so we still have to prevent it from getting infected. Yang Bin comforted Chen Hao softly and began to bandage Chen Hao's wound. The gray energy on the wound had basically dissipated, and Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, take a good rest. You should be fine. Yang Bin clapped his hands and stood up. Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin with red eyes. Brother Bin, my feet are fine, just a few scratches. As long as I don't turn into a zombie, it's fine. It won't affect me. Yang Bin nodded. Then you have to rest more. There will be battles later. Half an hour later, Zhao Kun and his team saw that Chen Hao's condition had not changed and began to doubt. Didn't the internet say that if you're scratched by a zombie for a few minutes, you will turn into a zombie? How come he is fine? Zhao Kun said in confusion. Yes, it's unscientific. Are all the things on the internet fake? Skinny Monkey also said, I have a video that records the entire process of a normal person turning into a zombie. It can't be fake. Another man added. What's wrong with him? Asked the Skinny Monkey. I don't know, go ask. Zhao Kun suggested. I won't go. Yang Bin is too fierce. I'm a little afraid of him. The Skinny Monkey didn't dare to go. Forget it. Maybe he didn't catch deep enough. Or Chen Hao has a special physique. Zhao Kun said casually. I suddenly remembered that there was something wrong with Chen Hao. Zhao Kun suddenly recalled the scene just now. What? Shouho asked curiously. Just now the zombies almost caught up with Chen Hao, but he suddenly disappeared, and the zombies turned around to chase Yang Bin. Zhao Kun said, Is it true? Why does it sound so mysterious? Skinny Monkey said doubtfully. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. That guy said it was a magic trick, but I knew it couldn't be a magic trick, Zhao Kun continued. Can he become invisible? The Skinny Monkey asked in surprise. I don't know, but he is a bit evil. We need to be more careful. Zhao Kun reminded. At this moment, Yang Bin came over and said directly, I'm going to open the door to lure the zombies up to kill me. What do you think? Come again. The three asked in astonishment. What else? Do you want to starve to death here? Yang Bin asked coldly. No. Shouho and Laohei shook their heads immediately. Who will lead them? Zhao Kun asked with a frown. I'll go. As long as we can lure the zombies on the 7th floor up, we can go there to find food. Yang Bin replied. Zhao Kun was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. Can you do it? If not, I can go. I'm familiar with the 7th floor. Okay, then you go. Yang Bin did not hesitate. Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth to speak, but had nothing to say. He could only take the stone and walk downstairs with his head down. Zhao Kun walked down the stairs carefully, feeling uneasy, fearing that he would encounter zombies around the corner. The task of attracting zombies was extremely dangerous, but he was merciless, so he could only grit his teeth and do it. When he walked to the corner of the stairs and found no zombies, he was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly saw 2 pairs of blood-red eyes staring at him. Fuck! Zhao Kun cursed and quickly turned around and ran back. Roar! The 2 zombies chased after Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun hurried back to the rooftop entrance. How many? Yang Bin asked immediately. 2. Zhao Kun answered tristeously. Fuck! Didn't I tell you to lead them one by one? Yang Bin frowned. How can I control this? Zhao Kun complained. The old way, Shouho and Laohei hold one with a ladder, and we deal with the other one. Yang Bin quickly arranged the tactics. With the experience of the first time, this time it seemed much easier. The 2 zombies were blocked by the ladder as soon as they entered the door, and the other zombie was hit by several bricks and steel pipes before he could react, all of which hit the zombie's head. The zombies roared and rushed towards the three people, but they quickly led the zombies to the edge of the rooftop. Yang Bin waved a steel pipe to fight the zombies, while Zhao Kun and Chen Hao used a high stool to hold down another one. The stool hit the zombie hard, causing it to fly and fall. Then, everyone used the ladder to hold up the remaining zombies and take care of them all. The whole process took less than a minute. Happy cooperation. Yang Bin walked towards Zhao Kun and took the initiative to extend his hand. Although there were some conflicts between them, Zhao Kun and the other two did not make any small moves when facing the zombies. Everyone went all out. Yang Bin had a better impression of them. Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment, but still stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yang Bin. Happy cooperation. But can we take turns to attract the zombies? This is too dangerous. Okay, I'll lead the next one. Yang Bin didn't hesitate at all. Zhao Kun immediately looked at Yang Bin with new eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yang Bin's vision and pattern were indeed bigger than his. After everyone took a short break, Yang Bin picked up a few stones and prepared to go downstairs to lure the zombies. When he reached the corner of the stairs, Yang Bin activated his special ability, True Vision Eye, to see the zombies hidden in front of him. He found that there were two zombies wandering around in the dormitory on the left, and no one was in the dormitory on the right. In the corridor, there were three zombies near the staircase, and one on the right. If these zombies were accidentally discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. Yang Bin quickly used stones to attract the zombies' attention. He carefully hid back at the corner of the stairs. The sound of the stones made several zombies alert. The zombie on the left took a look and lost interest, while the zombie on the right walked towards the stones. Yang Bin took the opportunity to throw another stone to attract the zombies to move downwards. Then, he gently poked his head out from the corner and said, "Hi." When the zombies saw the stranger, they immediately rushed overexcitedly. Yang Bin immediately turned around and quickly ran back to the rooftop. Zhao Kun and others were waiting nervously, and when they saw Yang Bin coming up, they quickly asked, "How many?" "One," Yang Bin answered concisely. Soon, the zombie followed Yang Bin to the rooftop. As soon as it entered the door, it was greeted by a ladder that swept across. The zombie was knocked several meters away and fell to the edge of the rooftop. The ladder hit the zombie again, and this time it was pushed directly off the roof. Bang! The zombie fell to the ground on the first floor. Three zombies fell directly from the sky. This is too scary. The three teenagers in the dormitory on the first floor watched the zombies fall and discussed in horror. They are not afraid of pain. Jumping off a building is nothing to them. One of them said helplessly, "It seems that we not only have to guard against zombies, but also have to be careful of them jumping down from above." Another teenager frowned. "We're lucky to be alive. There's still some bread in the dormitory. If we save it, we can last for 2 days. Maybe help will come." Another person said optimistically. On the rooftop, Yang Bin looked at Zhao Kun and said, "It's my turn." Zhao Kun was ready to go downstairs. He was the kind of man who dared to take responsibility, and he would never shirk a task if it was given to him. "I'll go," Yang Bin said. There were 3 zombies at the stairs, which Zhao Kun couldn't see. If he went down rashly, he would probably be besieged. Zhao Kun took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay." Yang Bin went downstairs again and used stones to lure the zombies, but found that the 3 zombies appeared at the stairs together. Yang Bin had no choice but to finally decide to lead them away together. As soon as the 3 zombies saw Yang Bin, they immediately rushed towards him. Yang Bin led them to the rooftop quickly. "Be careful, 3 of you," Yang Bin showed that. Several people were shocked when they saw this. "Fuck, so cruel." The old method, Shouho and Lao He used the ladder to hold one. Zhao Kun and Chen Hao used the stool to hold one, and leave the rest to me. Yang Bin quickly made tactical adjustments. After the 3 zombies rushed onto the rooftop, they were quickly separated. Yang Bin fought with one of the zombies with a steel pipe, and finally hit the zombie's head hard with a stick. Bang! The zombie's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Then, several people worked together to push it off the roof. Perfect, Yang Bin nodded. Yang Bin kept hitting the zombie's head with the steel pipe in his hand. Hitting other parts was useless, and he had to concentrate his firepower on the hardest part. With each blow, the blood on the zombie's head flowed more and more, and its movements gradually became sluggish. Finally, after a crazy smash, the zombie's head was smashed by Yang Bin, and it stopped struggling and fell to the ground. Ugh! Even if Yang Bin was brave, he couldn't help but lie on the ground and dry heave. He didn't think much when he smashed it just now. He only had one goal, to get rid of the zombies as soon as possible. But when he saw the red and white things all over the ground, he felt nauseous, his stomach was empty, and he almost vomited out the bitter bile. Ugh. Although the other people were far away, they also turned pale and started vomiting when they saw this scene. They were all ordinary college students and had never seen such a scene before, especially since everyone had to continue to hold the zombies with all their strength. Otherwise, they would be dead if the zombies broke free. After a while, Yangbin finally got up from the ground. He didn't dare to look at the fallen zombie anymore, and quickly walked towards Chen Hao and Zhao Kun. Looking at the zombie they were holding back, Yangbin said weakly, "Let's get rid of this one." Yeah. Zhao Kun and Chen Hao nodded quickly, fearing that Yangbin would smash the zombie's head. At this moment, Zhao Kun looked at Yangbin with some fear. After all, smashing a person's head was something he couldn't do. Even though it was a zombie, it was a human after all. Yangbin didn't waste any words and asked the two to release the zombie and then took it to the edge of the rooftop. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun used a high stool to do the same and successfully knocked the zombie out. Then, several people worked together to push another zombie down. The whole process was very smooth, and several people soon fell to the ground as if exhausted. It was not that they were more tired than before, but seeing the corpse with a broken head next to them, they felt nauseous. After a while, Yangbin got up from the ground and walked towards the corpse, although he felt very uncomfortable. He knew that if he wanted to survive in the apocalypse, he had to adapt to this situation as soon as possible and overcome his inner fear. If I want to survive in this apocalypse, this kind of situation will definitely happen more often in the future. I must overcome this psychological barrier as soon as possible, Yangbin said to himself. When he came to the corpse of the zombie, Yangbin suppressed his nausea and stared at the corpse. Seeing Yangbin like this, Chen Hao hesitated for a while and finally gritted his teeth and walked over. Zhao Kun and his companions were shocked at their actions, especially Zhao Kun. He understood the purpose of their actions, but he still did not have the courage to go over. After a while, Yangbin looked at Chen Hao and nodded slightly. "How's he? Good job. Brother Bin, no matter what you do, I will follow you," Chen Hao said firmly. "Good brother." Yangbin smiled. "Let's throw it down." "Okay." The two of them worked together to lift the body and threw it off the roof, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, they did not know that after this incident, Yangbin and Chen Hao had far surpassed them in some aspects. "Take a half-hour break, and then continue," Yangbin said. "Okay." Zhao Kun and the others did not object. At this moment, Zhao Kun was beginning to be a little afraid of Yangbin, and even his usually unruly character was somewhat shaken. "Can you attract fewer zombies next time? I really can't take it anymore," Zhao Kun said in a low voice. "I don't want to either, but the three of them won't separate. I have no choice but to bring them all up here," Yangbin said helplessly. "How about I lead them next time?" Zhao Kun suggested. "No, we'll have to go down to the 7th floor if we lure them next time. I'm afraid you'll lure all the zombies on the 7th floor up," Yangbin replied. "Then how can you be sure you won't?" Zhao Kun asked curiously. "I have my own way. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. But I have to tell you that there are at least 30 or 40 zombies in the corridor on the 7th floor. If they rush over, you'll be finished," Yangbin said seriously. Zhao Kun couldn't help but shudder and nodded awkwardly. "Forget it then." Half an hour later, Yangbin went downstairs again. The next task was relatively smooth. Although there were many zombies in the corridor on the 7th floor, they were scattered and wandered around, not gathering together. Yangbin hid at the stairs, opened the eye of true vision to observe the movements of the zombies, and found that several zombies were approaching the stairs. He carefully used stones to lead them to the stairs, then brought them to the roof, and finally pushed them down together. This method successfully attracted more than 10 zombies, but problems finally occurred with the 17th zombie. Yangbin continued to observe with his true eyes. The 17th zombie was much faster than the previous ones. When the zombie rushed to the rooftop, several people immediately used ladders to hold it back, but the speed of the zombie was far beyond expectations and was almost unaffected. "There's something wrong with this zombie," Yangbin exclaimed. The zombie jumped over the ladder and quickly pounced on everyone. Yangbin and the others quickly retreated and tried their best to block it with the ladder, but the zombie's attack became more fierce. The four of them had no suitable weapons and were in a very dangerous situation. Chen Hao picked up a brick and wanted to go forward to help, but was stopped by Zhao Kun. "You are committing suicide if you go up like this. Even a steel pipe can't hit its head. How can your brick be useful? Then you better think of a way," Chen Hao said anxiously. Yangbin kept hitting the zombie's head with the steel pipe in his hand. Hitting other places was useless. Only focusing on the head would be effective. With each blow, more and more blood appeared on the zombie's head, and the zombie's movements became slower and slower. Finally, under Yang Bin's crazy smash, the zombie's head was finally smashed, and it stopped struggling and fell to the ground. Although Yang Bin was brave, he couldn't help but lie on the ground and dry heave when he saw this scene. He was so focused on the battle that he didn't have time to think, but when he saw the red and white substances all over the ground, his stomach churned. Seeing this, the other people turned pale and began to vomit. Normal college students had never seen such a bloody scene, especially since they had to hold the zombie with all their strength, fearing that it would break free. It was really too difficult. After a while, Yang Bin finally got up from the ground. He didn't dare to look at the zombie lying on the ground anymore, and walked quickly towards Chen Hao and Zhao Kun. Looking at the zombie that was still struggling under their control, Yang Bin said weakly, "Let's get rid of this one." Yeah. Zhao Kun and Chen Hao nodded. They were also afraid that Yang Bin would smash the zombie's head again. Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin and began to feel a little scared. After all, someone who could smash a zombie's head was too terrifying. Yang Bin didn't waste any words and asked the two to let go of the zombie and push it to the edge of the roof. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun quickly pushed it out with a high stool, and then several people worked together to push another zombie down. The whole process was smooth and fast. This time, everyone seemed to be completely exhausted, but they were not more tired than before, but because of the nausea just now and the disgust for the corpse with a broken head. After resting for a while, Yang Bin suddenly stood up and walked towards the corpse, thinking to himself, "If I want to survive in this apocalypse, this situation will become more frequent in the days to come. I must overcome this mental hurdle as soon as possible." He stared at the corpse, suppressing his nausea. Chen Hao hesitated for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and followed. Zhao Kun and the others looked at the two of them, shocked. Zhao Kun understood their purpose, but he still didn't have the courage to go over. A few seconds later, Yang Bin looked at Chen Hao. "How's-y? Good job. Brother Bin, no matter what you do, I will follow you." Chen Hao said firmly. "Good brother." Yang Bin nodded. "Let's throw it down." The two of them lifted the body together and threw it off the roof. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't understand, Yang Bin and Chen Hao had already surpassed them in some ways. "Take a half-hour break and continue," Yang Bin said firmly. "Okay." Zhao Kun and the others were speechless, and they began to feel awe for Yang Bin unconsciously. Even the usually unruly Zhao Kun was no exception. "Can you attract fewer zombies next time? I can't handle it anymore," Zhao Kun said in a low voice. "I don't want to either, but the three zombies won't separate, so I have no choice but to bring them here." Yang Bin si get. "How about I lead them next time?" Zhao Kun suggested. "No, we have to go down to the 7th floor next. I'm afraid you will attract all the zombies in the corridor," Yang Bin replied. "Then how can you be sure that you won't?" Zhao Kun asked curiously. "I have my own way. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. But I have to tell you that there are at least 30 or 40 zombies in the corridor on the 7th floor. If they rush over, you may not even be left with a bone," Yang Bin said seriously. Zhao Kun shuddered, then nodded awkwardly. "Forget it then." Half an hour later, Yang Bin went downstairs again. Although there were many zombies in the corridor on the 7th floor, they were scattered everywhere and did not gather together. Yang Bin hid at the stairs and observed the movements of the zombies through his true vision. He found that they were walking around and did not stay in a fixed place. He used stones to gently guide the zombies, led them to the stairs, and then smoothly led them to the rooftop and pushed them down together. In this way, he successfully led more than 10 zombies, until the 17th zombie, the problem appeared. The 17th zombie was obviously faster than the previous ones. If Yang Bin had not run fast, he would have almost been caught up by it. When the zombie rushed to the rooftop, Yang Bin and several others used a ladder to hold it back as before, but the zombie's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. It quickly stabilized and was not knocked down as easily as before. "There's something wrong with this zombie," Yang Bin shouted immediately. The zombie rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the weight of the ladder was exposed, and the few people were completely unable to move quickly, and the zombies soon rushed in front of them. Without hesitation, several people threw the ladder at the zombie, but the zombie easily pushed the ladder away and continued to rush towards them. Yang Bin seized the opportunity and hit the zombie's head hard with a stick. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the steel pipe was slightly deformed, but the zombie's head was unharmed, and not even a drop of blood was shed. How could this happen? Yangbin looked at the zombie in astonishment. He had hit it with almost all his strength, but it didn't cause any damage. The zombie widened its eyes, locked onto Yangbin, and roared before lunging at him. Yangbin quickly dodged and hit it hard on the head with the steel pipe again, but the zombie remained unscathed. Everyone be careful. This zombie is not right. Yangbin showed that the zombie was very fast, and Yangbin was almost knocked down several times. The situation in front of him made him feel powerless. The steel pipe hit the zombie's head, but there was no reaction, which made it difficult for him to deal with it. You can't help. Yangbin dodged the zombie's attacks quickly, thinking to himself. Chen Hao looked at Yangbin with a complicated look in his eyes. Brother Bin, I know you are hungry, but you can't eat everything. That thing was dug out from the zombies' heads, and you dared to eat it. Yangbin smiled and whispered, This is a good thing. I'll tell you about it later. He then looked at Zhao Kun and the others and found that they were looking at him with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Yangbin said helplessly, Is it that serious? Isn't it just to fill your stomach? You aren't really going to turn into a zombie, are you? Zhao Kun asked in horror. You are surprised by what you have seen. When you are extremely hungry, you might even eat human flesh. Yangbin sneered at, How is that possible? Even if I starve to death, I will never eat human flesh. The skinny monkey said firmly, That's right. We are not as perverted as you. Lao He also said. Yangbin spread his hands. I hope you can do what you say. Although Yangbin had never eaten human flesh, he knew the feeling of being extremely hungry. At that time, he fought desperately with wild dogs for food. Take a break and then continue. Yangbin looked at the others and said, No, I don't have any strength left. I was exhausted from vomiting just now, and I can't even stand up. Lao He said weakly. Me too. If I don't eat something, I won't be able to stand. The skinny monkey said. Yangbin shook his head. Who told you to have a poor psychological endurance and vomit all the time? Several people looked at each other and complained in their hearts. Isn't it your fault? Zhao Kun smiled bitterly and said, Yangbin, let's find a way to get something to eat first. Otherwise, we won't have the energy to do anything else. Yangbin nodded. He was not hungry, probably because he had just absorbed the energy from the crystal. But looking at the others, he knew that he would not be able to continue to fight the zombies like this. Okay, let's go down and find something to eat. The zombies near the staircase have been almost cleared out. There are no zombies in the dormitory next to the staircase. Let's go in and see if there is anything to eat. Okay. When they heard about finding food, their eyes suddenly lit up and they seemed to have strength again. I'll go with Chen Hao. You guys stay up there. Too many people will easily attract zombies. The others were a little hesitant, obviously worried that the two of them would eat alone. How about I go with you? Zhao Kun suddenly suggested. Yangbin thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. He originally planned to go with Chen Hao because Chen Hao could be invisible and safer. But now there are two small teams, which is really not suitable. It was finally decided that Yangbin and Zhao Kun would go down together to find something to eat, while the others would stay on the rooftop and wait. The two of them carefully came to the stairs on the 7th floor. Yangbin opened the eye of true vision and observed carefully, confirming that there were no zombies in the dormitory and the zombies in the corridor were scattered far away. He gestured to Zhao Kun, half-crouched, and carefully moved to the dormitory door. And seeing that the door was open, he decisively went in. Zhao Kun followed closely and entered quickly. However, Zhao Kun's body was bigger than Yangbin's, and his movements were a little bigger. The two zombies in the distance looked at him in confusion, and then slowly walked towards this side. Yangbin immediately locked the dormitory door and began to search the dormitory. The dormitory was in a mess, obviously after a fierce battle, and the result was predictable. After searching for a while, they finally found 2 buckets of instant noodles, some sausages, and a bag of bread. That's all. Not even enough for me alone. Zhao Kun complained. It's good enough. It would put too much food in the dormitory. Yangbin replied. Then let's go back? Zhao Kun asked. Don't worry. We have to find a way to get some weapons. We can't do without weapons. Yangbin said. His steel pipe was almost broken, the ladder was broken, and they were now without suitable weapons. Yeah, it's really troublesome without weapons. Zhao Kun said with deep feeling. But I just looked around the dormitory and didn't see any handy weapons. Yangbin continued. Where did you get that steel pipe? Yangbin asked. I got it outside before and hid it under the bed, thinking I would use it in a fight. But I never used it and ended up using it to fight zombies. The most infuriating thing is that you took it away before I used it a few times. Zhao Kun said resentfully. Yang Bin smiled awkwardly. How can you say that? How can it be called a lie? Don't you think it will be more useful if I take it? It's so effective that the steel pipe is scrapped. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. If the steel pipe is not scrapped, we will be the ones to be scrapped. Yang Bin said helplessly. Forget it. I won't pursue the matter of you cheating me of the steel pipe. It seems that there are indeed no weapons in the dormitory. So where should we find them? Zhao Kun asked. If we don't have weapons, we can only dismantle the bed. Yang Bin looked at the iron ladder on the bed. This ladder is made of iron and is just right. After dismantling it, the horizontal bar can be removed and it should be able to be made into 2 good iron pipes. Don't look at it. This ladder is welded. You can't remove it without tools. Zhao Kun said. Yang Bin ignored him and walked over to carefully check the welding points. The ladder was fixed to the bed frame, with iron pipes welded on the top and iron pipes welded to the bed frame on the bottom. Seeing this situation, Yang Bin had a clue in his mind. If it was before, he might not be able to do it, but now that his physical fitness has greatly improved, it may not be impossible to break it. He grabbed the ladder leg and pulled it out hard, breaking the welding point. Fuck, did you take Viagra? Zhao Kun said in surprise. This welding point is just to fix the ladder. It's not very strong. It can be broken with a little force. Yang Bin said casually. Zhao Kun didn't believe it, so he walked over and imitated Yang Bin, grabbing the ladder and pulling hard, but the ladder didn't move at all. Is this what you said? That it could be pulled apart with a little force? Zhao Kun said speechlessly. Yang Bin smiled, then grabbed the upper welding point again and easily opened it. That's it. Yang Bin waved an iron ladder. Soon after, the 2 iron ladders were taken down. Yang Bin handed one to Zhao Kun and took down the other one himself. At this moment, there was a sudden bang-bang sound from outside, which scared the 2 of them. Yang Bin immediately opened his true vision eye and saw 2 zombies banging on the dormitory door. Why are there zombies coming? Yang Bin frowned and asked, did they see us? I don't know, what should we do now? Zhao Kun asked worriedly. What else can we do? Get out. Otherwise, if they keep knocking, other zombies will come over, and then we won't be able to get out. Yang Bin said seriously. Okay. Zhao Kun nodded in agreement. After this series of battles, Zhao Kun had fully recognized Yang Bin's ability and began to admire him from the bottom of his heart. I'll lead the way, and you follow me with the stuff. Yang Bin said. Okay. Zhao Kun agreed without hesitation. Chapter 12. Killed with one blow. After the 2 of them discussed it, Yang Bin tightened the ladder in his hand, then walked to the door and winked at Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun nodded and pulled the door open. Before the 2 zombies could react, Yang Bin picked up the ladder and hit the 2 zombies hard. Suddenly, the 2 zombies were knocked out. Zhao Kun on the side widened his eyes, obviously frightened by Yang Bin's strength. Seeing Yang Bin rushing out, Zhao Kun did not dare to hesitate at all and quickly followed him. The 2 zombies that fell to the ground quickly got up and rushed towards the 2 again. Yang Bin took the ladder and swung it over, and the powerful force knocked the 2 zombies to the ground again. However, the noise here quickly alarmed the zombies in the entire corridor. Suddenly, more than 20 zombies in the corridor rushed towards this side frantically. What? Yang Bin shouted, and the 2 of them quickly ran up the stairs. Behind him, more than 20 zombies chased after him, howling. Soon, the 2 arrived at the entrance of the rooftop, but Yang Bin suddenly stopped. I'll stay here. You take the things up and share them with them. We're already at the door. Why don't you go in with us? Zhao Kun Kuronet. The long ladder is broken and can't hold up the iron door. If these 20 or so zombies rush into the rooftop, we'll all be dead. The stairs here are quite narrow, and we only need to face 3 zombies at most at the same time. It is best to guard here. I will hold it first, and you can come and help after you finish eating. Yang Bin said seriously. Zhao Kun glanced at the group of zombies behind him, nodded, and without saying anything else, pushed open the iron gate and walked onto the rooftop. Soon, a group of zombies rushed up, and Yang Bin picked up the ladder and swept them hard. The zombies in front were immediately swept down by him, and the zombies behind him were also knocked to the ground. However, the zombies had no fear at all and rushed up again after falling down. Yang Bin could only keep taking pictures of them. However, as more and more zombies caught up, Yang Bin was under increasing pressure. When the zombies in front fell, they would soon be held up by the zombies behind, who would then continue to rush forward fearlessly. The people on the rooftop also saw this situation and did not dare to delay any longer, so they quickly finished their food. Zhao Kun picked up the ladder that Yang Bin had removed from the bed. Shoho picked up the high stool, while Lao He and Chen Hao broke the broken wooden ladder in the middle, and then each of them carried a section of the broken ladder and hurried over to help. It has to be said that the fact that this group of people can survive until now is extremely related to the cooperation between them. Although the relationship between the two parties is not very good, they both go all out when facing the zombies, and no one tries to cheat, which is why Yang Bin is willing to continue cooperating with them. With their arrival, Yang Bin's pressure was immediately reduced. Although there were only 5 of them, and there were more than 20 zombies below, they occupied an advantageous position, and each of them had a weapon in their hands, which prevented the zombies from coming up for a while. Brother Bin here, Chen Hao took out half a piece of bread from his pocket and handed it to Yang Bin. When the food was distributed, he took the bread directly, but he only took a few bites and left the rest. Yang Bin smiled and shook his head. You eat, I'm not hungry. He was not surprised at all that Chen Hao did this, because that was Chen Hao's character. He would always think of him when something happened since he was a child. But, haven't you eaten since last night? You fought so many battles and contributed the most. How can you not be hungry? I'm really not hungry. When have I ever been polite to you? You should eat more quickly, otherwise you won't have the strength to fight the zombies. Yang Bin said. All right. Chen Hao didn't act pretentiously anymore and just stuffed the bread into his mouth. Yang Bin, we can't keep doing this. These zombies won't get tired, but we will. Zhao Kun frowned when he saw the zombies rushing up. Yang Bin nodded, thought for a moment, and said, You guys hold it first, I'll go take care of the ladder. Good. Back on the rooftop, Yang Bin picked up a brick and knocked off the 3 horizontal bars in the middle of the ladder. Soon, 2 iron pipes appeared in his hands. Although this iron pipe is not solid, the wall is quite thick and strong enough. He returned to the stairs again, handed one of the iron pipes to Chen Hao, and said to everyone, Hold on, I'll take care of them. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he stared at the zombie in the front and instantly swung the iron pipe in his hand, stabbing it hard into the zombie's head. Under Yang Bin's powerful strength, the iron pipe directly pierced through the zombie's skull and entered its head. In an instant, the zombie stopped moving and its body slowly fell to the ground. Fuck, Brother Bin is awesome, Chen Hao exclaimed. The other people were equally shocked. Everyone knew how hard the skull was. Yang Bin actually used a not-so-sharp iron pipe to pierce through the zombie's head. How much strength did that take? Yang Bin pulled the iron pipe out of the zombie's head and said with a smile, Not bad. It's very useful. Let me try it too, Chen Hao said excitedly, and then stabbed one of the zombies hard in the head. The iron pipe hit the zombie's head accurately, but it did not pierce the brain like Yang Bin did. It just made a hole in the brain, causing a lot of blood to spurt out. Okay, just stop them and I will kill them, Yang Bin said. Okay. Chen Hao retracted the iron pipe awkwardly. Next, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Yang Bin used the iron pipe in his hand to quickly harvest one zombie after another. As more and more zombies were killed, Yang Bin's technique became more and more skilled. Every time he attacked, one zombie's head would be pierced. However, even though Yang Bin killed the zombies quickly, the number of zombies did not decrease. Because the noise was too loud, zombies kept coming over after hearing the sound. There were zombies that were originally hiding in the dormitory on the 7th floor, and there were also zombies near the stairs on the 6th floor. The stairwell is different from the rooftop. The fighting on the rooftop is almost inaudible from below. Even if you occasionally hear it, you will only look up. The zombies have no intelligence and don't know how to get to the rooftop. But fighting in the stairwell is different. The sound can easily allow the zombies to determine the location, so not only the zombies on the 7th floor, but also the zombies on the 6th floor near the stairwell came. As time went by, Yang Bin killed more and more zombies. He felt his arms becoming heavier and heavier, and he could hardly lift them. Although his physical fitness has greatly improved, he still needs a lot of strength to pierce the zombie's head with an iron pipe. Even Iron Man can't withstand this kind of high-intensity combat. Fortunately, as more and more zombies were killed, the entire stairwell was filled with zombie corpses, making it increasingly difficult for the zombies behind to come up. After a while, the stairwell was almost completely blocked by zombie corpses, and finally no more zombies came up. Yang Bin sat down on the ground. His hands were shaking, and he could hardly lift them up. Brother Bin, are you okay? Chen Hao asked worriedly. It's okay. I'm just too tired. I just need to rest for a while. Yang Bin shook his head. Perhaps it was because they had experienced too much, but even though the entire stairwell was filled with zombie corpses, no one vomited. However, their faces were as pale as paper, and it was possible that they had finally eaten something and were reluctant to vomit. so they were holding it in. Chapter 13. Cleaning up zombies. A group of people returned to the rooftop again. Except for Yang Bin, everyone else was also very tired. Stopping the zombies from coming up was also quite exhausting. Yang Bin took out his mobile phone to see if there was any latest news online, but found that the phone was out of battery. He put the phone back into his pocket helplessly. It turned out that cheap mobile phone batteries were not durable. Howzy, check if there's any news online, especially if there is any official news. It is already past 4 in the afternoon, and the end of the world has already passed for most of the day. Logically, the official should have released some news. Chen Hao quickly opened his mobile phone to check it. Soon a look of excitement appeared on his face, but then it dimmed again. What's going on? Such a rich expression. Yang Bin asked curiously. Brother Bin, the official did release the news, but it's not useful news. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. What did you say? The authorities said that zombies are not scary, and asked everyone to bravely take up weapons to fight the zombies. After the authorities have dealt with internal affairs, they will launch a rescue operation, so everyone does not need to worry. Chen Hao said. Haha, this is indeed quite official. Yang Bin smiled. It seems that we can no longer count on the authorities. Zhao Kun said helplessly, but what the authorities said is not wrong. If there are weapons, normal people should be able to deal with ordinary zombies. It's just a matter of whether they dare to do it. Well, but there is no shortage of ruthless people in this world. I guess quite a few people have fought with zombies during this period of time. Yang Bin said, Brother Bin, you are right. There are a lot of such videos on the internet now. Many people have formed small groups to fight against zombies. Chen Hao said, there are also quite a few videos on the campus internet. Several dormitory buildings have begun to spontaneously form teams to fight against the zombies, said Skinny Monkey. Don't we have one in this building? Chen Hao asked. Aren't we? Yang Bin said with a smile. Well, I still want to count on someone to help me, but it seems that there's no hope. Not necessarily. Maybe someone has already taken action on the lower floors. Let's rest for an hour, and then find a way to go down and clean up the remaining zombies on the 7th floor. See how many people are still alive on the 7th floor, and find some food and water. Yang Bin said. Good. Everyone nodded, and then laid down on the rooftop to rest. Facing dozens of zombies at once, they were already exhausted physically and mentally. An hour later, Yang Bin sat up and raised his arm. It was still a little sore, but at least he was able to fight. During this period, Zhao Kun also processed his ladder and turned it into 2 iron pipes, one for him and one for Lao He. As for the Skinny Monkey, he picked up the steel pipe that had been bent by Yang Bin before, straightened it with a brick, and managed to use it. Let's go. After saying this, Yang Bin walked towards the stairwell first. At this time, the smell of blood in the stairwell was extremely strong, and there was a nauseating smell as soon as you entered. Several people endured the unpleasant smell of blood and looked down. At the bottom of the stairs piled with corpses, 2 zombies were still persevering and climbing up, but the stairwell was blocked, and they couldn't climb up at all. How do we get down? Zhao Kun asked. Yang Bin pointed to the handrail and said, the stairwell is blocked. We can only jump down from here. Are you sure? It's almost 3 meters high. If you jump down, you will break your legs. There are 2 zombies below. Do you want us to deliver food? Look at how little you can do. Yang Bin shook his head. I'll go down first, and you can come down after I finish dealing with these 2 zombies. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he simply flipped over the guardrail with one hand and jumped down. After landing, he squatted slightly to relieve the force of falling and stood steadily on the corridor on the 7th floor. Improving physical fitness is not just about increasing strength, but an all-around improvement. The 3-meter height is not too difficult for him. When the 2 zombies saw the food suddenly appear, they rushed towards Yang Bin excitedly. Yang Bin suddenly stabbed out with the iron pipe in his hand, instantly piercing the head of one of the zombies. Then he kicked another zombie hard, knocking it to the ground. Then he pulled out the iron pipe and inserted it into the zombie's head. The set of movements was so smooth and flowing that the people above were staring in amazement. Awesome. Several people gave a thumbs up. Stop flattering us and come down. Yang Bin said to them. Several people looked at each other, all a little scared. Yang Bin shook his head, dragged the 2 zombies over, and said, is this all right now? Let me go first. Chen Hao walked out, then climbed over the guardrail, took a deep breath, and jumped down. His feet landed on the zombie's body, and with the body's cushioning, there were no problems. In fact, although a height of 3 meters seems very high for ordinary people, as long as you know how to release the force, there will basically be no problem. The key is how to overcome the fear in your heart. Howzy's courage has improved a lot. Yangbin said with a smile. That's right. I can't embarrass you. Chen Hao said with his chest puffed out. When Zhao Kun and others saw Chen Hao jump down, they looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and jumped down as well. After the poor zombies were killed, their bodies were used as footpads, and their shit was almost stepped on. There are no zombies in the corridor on the 7th floor, but there are still many in the rooms. There are 20 rooms on one floor of the dormitory, with the stairwell as the center, 10 on each side. There are 4 people living in each room, which means there are at least 80 people on one floor. They killed about 60 zombies in total, including some on the 6th floor, so there were at least 20 or 30 on the 7th floor, and there were probably some survivors among them. Let's go and clean up one room at a time. Yangbin said. Yangbin led a few people to the left and came to the door of the first dormitory. The dormitory door was open and there were no zombies inside. A few people went in and searched the place, but apart from half a bottle of mineral water and a pack of chewing gum, they didn't find any other food. The boys' dormitory is different from the girls' dormitory. After all, only a few people like stock up on snacks, so the food you can find is very limited and it all depends on luck. Yangbin picked up the mineral water, took a sip, and handed it to Chen Hao, who took a sip and handed it to Zhao Kun. There was no need to be so pretentious at this time. Everyone was extremely thirsty and naturally didn't care whether someone else had drunk water. Water was more precious than food. After a round, half a bottle of mineral water was finished. Yangbin took down the ladder in the room, processed it, and made it into 2 iron pipes. He handed one to the skinny monkey and replaced the one in his hand with the other. His penis had stabbed so many zombies that it became deformed. Then, a few of them walked slowly towards the second dormitory while chewing gum. This dormitory was also empty. After searching inside, everyone continued to move forward. I walked through several dormitories, and there were no zombies. I guess the people in the rooms near the stairs were startled by the noise in the stairwell and ran away to get killed. It wasn't until I reached the 5th room that I finally found a closed door. Yangbin opened the eye of true vision and took a look at the situation inside, and found that there were 3 zombies gnawing on a mutilated corpse. Yangbin winked at a few people, then kicked the door open. The 3 zombies who were having a meal looked at the door that suddenly opened in confusion. Before they could react, they were beaten with sticks by the people who rushed in. By the time they came to their senses from their stunned state, it was already too late. 2 of them had their heads pierced by Yangbin, and one had his neck broken by Chen Hao and Zhao Kun together. They were not as strong as Yangbin, so they couldn't smash the zombies' heads. Instead, they poked the zombies' necks. It was quite effective. It was much easier to poke the neck than the head. The few of them searched the dormitory again and continued walking inside. Finally, 4 survivors were found in the 8th room. In one dormitory, 4 people did not turn into zombies and successfully survived. When they saw Yangbin and others, the 4 of them were extremely excited, thinking that they were saved. However, Yangbin's words immediately poured a bucket of cold water on their excited hearts. Grab your weapons and come kill zombies with us. Chapter 14, Happy Birthday. No. The 4 people in dormitory 708 shook their heads in unison. They were kidding. Zombies will eat people. Why bother fighting for your life when you can just survive? Let's hide in the dormitory and wait for rescue. As long as we hide and don't make any noise, the zombies won't be able to find us, said a gentleman wearing glasses. What if rescue doesn't come for a few days? Zhao Kun frowned. It's okay. We still have a lot of food in the dormitory. We should be able to hold on for a few days, said another curly-haired man. Hearing his words, Yangbin's eyes suddenly lit up. They searched so many rooms and only found some scattered snacks. They haven't eaten enough yet. They didn't expect that these people had enough food for several days. Can we go in and sit down? If we keep standing in the corridor, we'll attract all the zombies. Yangbin said with a smile. Come in quickly, come in quickly. When they heard that it would attract zombies, the people in the dormitory immediately panicked. Yangbin led a few people into the dormitory, and what caught their eyes was a table full of snacks, including Coke, Sprite, cake, etc. Chen Hao and others drooled at the sight. Did any one of you celebrate your birthday last night? Yangbin asked. Well, it was my birthday, and they bought me a lot of things to celebrate yesterday. Curly said with a smile. Well, happy birthday, Yangbin said with a smile. Then he walked to the table naturally and started eating, looking completely familiar. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Chen Hao and his friends followed suit, congratulated Curly Mao as well, then walked to the table and started eating voraciously. Thank you, Curly said in a daze. Fuck, that's not right. They ate our food. What are we going to eat then? Looking at the way several people were wolfing down their food, the man with glasses became anxious. Shit, shut up. The other people also reacted and rushed over to grab the food. However, when they rushed over, almost all the things on the table were eaten up by these starving ghosts. These guys not only stuffed it into their mouths, but also put it in their pockets. Fuck, are you bandits? Curly said angrily. How could that be? Isn't this to celebrate your birthday? Yang Bin said vaguely, holding a Coke in his left hand and a piece of bread in his right hand. My birthday has passed. I don't need you to celebrate. Compensate us for the food. Curly glared, almost out of anger. The other three also glared at them. These people were so shameless. Speaking of which, the food has already been eaten, and I can't spit it out. Yang Bin said with a smile, but I don't eat your food for nothing. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he walked to the bed, took down the ladders beside the two beds, threw them to them, and said, This thing is much more important than food in the end times. With it, it may save your life. Several people took the ladder in a daze, not daring to speak for a moment, obviously frightened by Yang Bin's strength. Yang Bin put 2 more bags of drunkard peanuts into his pocket and left with everyone. If you don't dare to kill the zombies, then just close the door. I hope you can wait until rescue arrives. After everyone left, the few people in the dormitory dared to speak. These damn bandits ate up several days' worth of our food in one go. How can we wait for rescue? That's right. They are cutting off our retreat. Outside the corridor, several people were drinking Sprite and eating cake with happy faces. It feels so good. Yang Bin, are we going too far by doing this? Zhao Kun frowned. Too much? Haha, do you think there will really be rescue? Yang Bin asked. This, even if there is, it will take at least 10 days or half a month. Do you think this amount of food can last that long? Cannot. That's it. We ate their food, but I also gave them weapons. Relatively speaking, weapons give them a greater chance of survival. Yeah, that's right. Zhao Kun nodded, obviously agreeing with Yang Bin's words. Afterwards, they dealt with several zombies in the 2 dormitories at the back and walked to the other side. It took more than half an hour to clean all 10 dormitories on the right. While searching, I found some snacks and mineral water, as well as some clean clothes and daily necessities. Several people each carried a backpack and put all their belongings in the bag. Well, the backpack was also looted. There are no survivors in the 10 rooms on the right, which shows how low the survival rate is. There were nearly 80 people on the entire 7th floor, but in the end, only 4 people from dormitory 708 and Zhao Kun and 3 others survived. The others either turned into zombies or were eaten by zombies. The survival rate of less than 1 in 10 made everyone feel extremely heavy. But this is also the reason why there are many people living in school dormitories. Other places are probably better. After cleaning the 7th floor, the sun was about to set, so everyone decided to find a clean dormitory to stay in for the night and think about other things tomorrow. Now there is enough food and water for the time being, so there is no need to worry about being hungry. In the end, they found 2 dormitories whose doors were not damaged. Zhao Kun and his 3 companions lived in one, and Yang Bin and Chen Hao lived in another. After tidying up the room briefly, Yang Bin and Chen Hao lay down directly on the bed. They were physically and mentally exhausted that day. Yang Bin took out the charging cable he had looted and plugged in his phone, then fell into deep thought. Brother Bin, do you think we can survive the doomsday? Chen Hao whispered. Yes. Yang Bin said firmly. Yeah. Chen Hao nodded, with some hesitation in his eyes. When I watched movies before, I felt that the end of the world was very exciting, but only after experiencing it did I realize how terrifying it is to feel like you could die at any time. Don't think too much, just walk the path ahead. Come with me to the 6th floor later. Yang Bin said. Why go down to the 6th floor? Are we fine here? Chen Hao asked curiously. While I was clearing out the zombies just now, I turned on my special ability and looked at the 6th floor. I accidentally saw a special zombie in the corridor on the 6th floor. Yang Bin said. Special zombie? The one that almost killed the 5 of us. Right. Isn't it very dangerous with those zombies around? Why are we still going down? Chen Hao asked with some confusion. Why do you think my strength has suddenly increased so much? Yang Bin suddenly asked. Oh, I've always wanted to ask. How come you suddenly became so strong? Could it be that crystal? Chen Hao said with his eyes wide open. That's right. After eating that crystal, my physical fitness has been greatly improved. Yang Bin nodded. This crystal may be the key to surviving the apocalypse, so we need to get more before others discover it. Brother Bin, do you mean that this kind of crystal is only found on special zombies? Chen Hao asked. Well, we have killed so many zombies and only encountered one. This shows that special zombies should be extremely rare. It is rare to encounter one, so we naturally cannot let it go. Okay, I'll listen to you. Do we need to call them? Chen Hao pointed to the room where Zhao Kun and others lived. No, we're just in a cooperative relationship with them. It's fine if there is no conflict of interest. Once there is a conflict of interest, there will inevitably be problems. I can't give this kind of thing to them. Okay, then when are we going down? Rest for a while and then go down. Try not to alarm them. Good. Chapter 15, The Second Crystal. Another room. Brother Kun, do you feel that Yongbin seems to have become much stronger? The skinny monkey whispered. Well, I've noticed a long time ago that he is incredibly strong now. Zhao Kun Puruneth. What's going on? Although the guy was fierce at the beginning, if we really wanted to fight, the three of us could definitely beat him down. Now, I feel that even if the three of us attack together, we will be beaten to death by him. Lao He said with a dark face. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because of the red crystal he dug out of the zombie's head. Zhao Kun Gonderith. After hearing what Zhao Kun said, Shoho and Lao He also thought about it. Now that you mention it, it's possible. It seems like he became stronger after eating that thing. But how did he know that there would be that thing on the zombie's head? And he actually dared to eat it? Lao He asked, puzzled. This is also something I can't understand. I always feel that these two are a little unusual. They didn't turn into zombies even after being scratched. And did you notice that when we were cleaning up the zombies in the afternoon, Yongbin seemed to know whether there were any zombies inside, and he always made arrangements in advance. Zhao Kun said, Yeah, I noticed it too. I wanted to ask at that time, but after thinking about it, I held back. The skinny monkey nodded. Now that you mention it, it seems like they are both freaks. Should we still follow them? Lao Hai Zhao Wen. Zhao Kun pondered for a while and said, It's better to follow them before leaving the dormitory. At least our lives will be more secure if we follow them. But we have to find a way to get some crystals ourselves. I don't want to be suppressed by him all the time. Zhao Kun said, Yes, don't worry, Brother Kun. We will definitely get it for you. 6th floor stairwell. Yongbin frowned as he looked at the zombies in the corridor. Although the previous battle on the rooftop attracted some zombies on the 6th floor, there were still more than a dozen zombies in the corridor on the 6th floor, and that special zombie was among them, which gave him a headache. Although he is now confident that he can fight the special zombie alone, he definitely cannot deal with so many zombies at the same time, including one special zombie. After thinking for a while, Yongbin looked at Chen Hao and said, Haozi, that special zombie is in the middle of the zombies. He's the tall zombie in black. Do you have any way to lure him here or to a dormitory? Chen Hao stuck his head out and took a look at the zombies in the distance. After thinking for a while, he said, We can give it a try. Well, be careful. If it doesn't work, forget it. Remember, using special abilities will consume your mental energy. Once you feel dizzy, retreat quickly, otherwise your invisibility will be ineffective. Yongbin instructed. After saying that, he took out a handful of stones from his pocket and handed them to Chen Hao. These stones were collected when he was luring the zombies, and he had quite a few in his pocket. Don't worry, Brother Bin, I understand. Chen Hao took the stone, and his body quickly disappeared from the spot. Under Yongbin's true vision, Chen Hao walked over carefully and stopped 5 meters away from a group of zombies. The zombies were still wandering around and didn't notice Chen Hao. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao also breathed a sigh of relief, then took out a stone and threw it into the dormitory next door. Soon, the noise alarmed several zombies, and immediately, 2 zombies rushed directly into the dormitory. Seeing that this trick was effective, Chen Hao followed suit and threw a few more stones, successfully attracting 7 or 8 zombies. At this time, the special zombie was already exposed. Chen Hao took a few steps back and threw a stone at its feet. The special zombie looked at the stone on the ground in confusion, but did not move. It seemed that it was smarter than ordinary zombies. Chen Hao was not discouraged and kept throwing stones while retreating. The special zombie finally couldn't help but follow out of curiosity, but the 2 zombies behind it also followed. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao had a headache. He only wanted to lure the special zombie over, but he didn't want to lure 3. He tried it several times in a row and found that the 2 zombies were like followers, going wherever the special zombie went. Chen Hao looked helplessly at Yongbin in the distance. Yongbin also saw this situation and made a gesture to Chen Hao to bring him over. He then walked up the stairs and hid at the corner of the stairs. With Yongbin's permission, Chen Hao carefully threw stones along the way, slowly leading the 3 zombies over and to the corner in the middle of the stairs. At this time, Yongbin held the iron pipe tightly and was ready to go. The moment the 3 zombies came up, the iron pipe suddenly stabbed out and hit an ordinary zombie hard on the head. Suddenly, the zombie's head was pierced and it fell to the ground. It's not that Yangbin doesn't want to stab the special zombie, but he knows very well that he can't kill the special zombie with one blow, and then they will face the attack of 3 zombies. So, Yangbin simply killed one first. As Yangbin took action, the other 2 zombies also discovered him and pounced directly at him, especially the special zombie, which was extremely fast. Yangbin pulled out the iron pipe and swept it across the 2 zombies. The ordinary zombies were knocked down the stairs, but the special zombies just took a step back and pounced on them again. Yangbin thrust the iron pipe out instantly and accurately hit the opponent's head. However, this time it was not like the ordinary zombies that penetrated directly. The iron pipe made a hole in the opponent's head and could not go in anymore. Special zombies are much stronger than ordinary zombies in terms of strength, speed, and physical strength. The iron pipe in Yangbin's hand was not sharp, so it was obviously not easy to directly pierce the head of a special zombie. However, Yangbin was mentally prepared. When his first strike failed, he quickly pulled out the iron pipe and hit the zombie again, forcing it back. At this time, the zombie that rolled down also climbed up and rushed up quickly, but was stopped by Chen Hao, who suddenly appeared. 2 battlefields broke out at the same time. In this narrow stairwell, the iron pipes in the hands of the 2 men were particularly inconvenient to use. Fortunately, the zombies' fighting style is very simple. They just keep pouncing on their opponents. They rely on the length of the iron pipe, and the zombies can't get close to them at all. Yangbin forced the special zombies back again and stabbed them hard on the head again and again. Finally, after stabbing 7 or 8 times in a row, a sound of bones breaking was heard, and Yangbin's iron pipe finally pierced the opponent's head. The special zombie finally stopped moving and slowly fell to the ground. On the other side, Chen Hao also broke his opponent's neck. At this time, a roaring sound was heard from below. Obviously, the noise from their side still alarmed the zombies on the 6th floor. Yangbin quickly reached his hand into the special zombie's head and soon pulled out a red crystal. Wah! The 2 quickly went upstairs and retreated back to the dormitory before the zombies found them. Chapter 16, Chen Hao's promotion. In the dormitory, Chen Hao looked at the red crystal in Yangbin's hand and asked in surprise, "Brother Bin, can this thing really significantly improve one's strength?" "Yes." Yangbin nodded and then handed the crystal to Chen Hao and said, "You will know after you try it." Give it to me," Chen Hao said with eyes wide open. "If not you, who else should I give it to?" Yangbin rolled his eyes. "Brother Bin, I think you should eat it. If you eat another one, maybe your strength will increase. Then it will be easy to defeat these zombies." Chen Hao handed the crystal to Yangbin again. "What? You want to be a burden and let me do all the work alone?" "No, Brother Bin, that's not what I meant. I just think it would be better for you to eat it. It would be a waste to give it to me," Chen Hao whispered. Yangbin sighed, patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, and said, "Haozi, now is the end of the world. If you want to survive in the end of the world, you must have strength. You're the only person I can trust with my back, so we must make progress together. If only I improve and you stay where you are, you will end up being a burden, and you don't want that to happen, do you?" "Well, I don't want to be a burden. That's it. It's just a crystal. When your strength improves, are we still afraid that we won't be able to get it together?" "Yeah, fine. I'll eat this one." Chen Hao was not the kind of person who would hesitate. After he figured it out, he stopped hesitating. He took the crystal, rubbed it on his body, and then closed his eyes and put it directly into his mouth. Soon, the energy crystal turned into energy and merged into Chen Hao's body. After a long time, Chen Hao opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and his face was full of excitement. "It's amazing. I feel like I can kill a cow right now. Feel it and see if there is anything extra in your mind," Yangbin said. Chen Hao closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them and looked at Yangbin in disbelief. "Brother Bin, a picture of the Big Dipper appeared in my mind. It is exactly the same as the Big Dipper I saw in the sky last night." "Sure enough, they are all the same." Yangbin nodded. "What is going on? Why is there a star map in my mind that is the same as the one in the sky?" Chen Hao said in horror. "I don't know either. I've been searching for a long time, and the only thing I can think of is that it might have opened up a cultivation system." "What do you mean?" "The Big Dipper map in my mind was all dim. We swallowed an energy crystal and lit up a corner of the first star, almost doubling our strength. If I'm not mistaken, as more of this star map is lit up, our strength will become stronger and stronger, and we may be able to gain various abilities in the future." Yangbin pondered. Why does it feel so mysterious? Chen Hao said with some disbelief. Then do you think your invisibility is mysterious? Mysterious. That's it. Now that we have superpowers, isn't it normal to practice? That seems to be the case. Well, don't think too much. Have a good rest tonight. We still have to continue fighting tomorrow. Um, as night falls, a sense of fear permeates the entire globe. The sudden outbreak of zombies caught everyone off guard, and the global situation changed drastically. In just one day, the busy streets became a world of zombies, and humans could only hide in secret places to seek a glimmer of hope for survival. The situation within the official system was also in chaos. Many people in important positions had turned into zombies, and social order was almost paralyzed. The road was like a car accident scene, with cars piled up in all directions and zombies wandering among them. From time to time, suppressed crying could be heard in each house, and everyone hid themselves and dared not go out. Of course, there are also ruthless people who stand up to fight the zombies, but they are still a minority after all. Most people's legs would go weak when they saw zombies, let alone fighting them. Under such circumstances, the human population is decreasing rapidly. All industries have almost stopped, and everyone is worried about survival. On the first day of the apocalypse, the whole world is in chaos. Late at night, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper reappeared in the sky, but the brightest North Star was gone, and the mysterious Red Star did not appear again. The roars of the zombies gradually disappeared, and the world became dead quiet. Humans can't remember how long it has been since they had such a quiet night. Except for some street lamps that were still stubbornly on, the lights in thousands of homes were gone, and every household closed their doors and dared not turn on the lights. Bars, nightclubs, and other evening entertainment venues were also locked. The zombies raised their heads and looked at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. Faintly, it seemed that the power of starlight was pulling the surrounding spiritual energy slowly into their bodies. In addition to the zombies, various mutated beasts were also gazing at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky, and traces of spiritual energy slowly merged into their bodies. The next morning, Yangbin got up early. I picked up my phone and found that I had received a message. When he opened it, Yangbin's face immediately lit up with joy, because the message was actually sent by Hu Wenliang. He's still alive. Yangbin excitedly opened the message. Brother Bin, are you still alive? The doomsday has come. Lu Bo has turned into a zombie. I luckily escaped by hiding in the toilet, but it seems to have discovered me. I don't know how long I can hold on. If you're still alive, find a place to hide, and be sure to stay alive. After seeing Hu Wenliang's message, Yangbin felt a little heavy-hearted. Lu Bo had finally turned into a zombie. Fortunately, Hu Wenliang is still alive. How's he wake up? Yangbin kicked Chen Hao's bed and shouted, "What's wrong, Brother Bin?" Chen Hao climbed up in a daze. Liangzi is still alive, Yangbin said excitedly. Really? Chen Hao sat up in surprise. What about Lu Bo? He turned into a zombie. Yangbin whispered. Ooh, it's okay. At least Wenliang is still alive. Chen Hao forced a smile. Well, he is hiding in the toilet now and is in a very bad situation. We had to find a way to go down and rescue him. Yangbin said, The two of them quickly went to the bathroom, washed up briefly, and changed into a set of clean clothes that they had looted. Their clothes were already tattered and blood-stained, having been lost before they went to bed last night. They each carried their backpacks and came to the dormitory of Zhao Kun and others. I knocked on the door, and soon the skinny monkey opened it. They had already packed up and were waiting for them. What are we going to do today? Zhao Kun asked. We're going to the 3rd floor to rescue people. Do you want to go? Yangbin asked directly. Zhao Kun frowned. To get to the 3rd floor, we have to pass through floors 654. If we go down like this, we will definitely alert the zombies on these floors. If we are surrounded from top to bottom, we will be finished. Well, it's very dangerous, so I'm asking you if you want to go. If you don't want to go, then Chen Hao and I will go. This, Zhao Kun thought for a while, and finally shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't take this risk with you. I have to be responsible for Shouho and Lao He. I understand. Yang Bin nodded. They only have a cooperative relationship, and to be honest, the relationship is not that good, so there is naturally no need for the other party to take risks with them. Then I'll go with Chen Hao. You guys just be careful. After saying that, Yangbin took Chen Hao away. Yangbin, I hope you can survive. Zhao Kun said, looking at the 2 men's backs. Don't worry, we won't die even if you die. Yangbin waved his hand. Chapter 17, Go to the 3rd floor. Brother Bin, are you sure? Arriving at the stairwell, Chen Hao said with some concern. Who can say for sure in this situation? But both of us have improved our strength, and we have superpowers, so we should be able to give it a try, Yangbin said. How about I just go down and take a look at the situation in stealth? No, your invisibility won't last long. No one knows how many zombies there are down there. If you come into contact with a zombie by accident, you're done for. The best way is for us to cooperate with each other. All right. The two of them walked down carefully. There were no zombies in the stairwell on the 6th floor. The two went all the way to the 5th floor, but saw the scene they least wanted to see. There were 3 zombies wandering around in the stairwell on the 5th floor. With the strength of 2 people, it is easy to deal with these 3 zombies. But once you take action, it will inevitably make noise, which will attract a group of zombies and cause trouble. Even with their current strength, if they were really surrounded from both sides, they will be doomed. What should we do, Brother Bin? Chen Hao looked at Yangbin and said. Yangbin thought for a moment and said, try not to take action if you can. Try to hide and see if you can lure them away with stones. Good. Chen Hao nodded, then turned invisible and slowly walked down. Be careful, don't make any noise. Chen Hao carefully came behind the zombies, then took out a stone and threw it into the corridor, trying to attract the zombies over. As a result, several zombies in the stairwell failed to get through, but attracted the zombies in the corridor. Seeing this scene, both of them felt very helpless. Chen Hao didn't believe it and threw another one to the other side. As a result, 2 zombies came out from the other side as well, while the 3 zombies on the stairs still didn't react. Chen Hao didn't dare to throw it again, for fear that it would attract other zombies. Faced with this situation, unless Chen Hao could go down and throw stones into the corridor, it would be impossible to get these zombies to leave the stairwell. But the 3 zombies were right in the middle of the stairs. If Chen Hao wanted to get past them, he had to pass by them, which was like walking on a tightrope. Although the 3 zombies were not standing side by side, they were very close to each other and were walking around. If Chen Hao accidentally touched one of the zombies, he would be finished. Yangbin was just about to call Chen Hao back to discuss the matter, but Chen Hao just gritted his teeth and continued walking forward. Yangbin was startled, and it was too late to call him back. He could only hold the iron pipe tightly in his hand. If there was any problem, he would take action immediately. Chen Hao walked down step by step slowly. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the zombies, Yangbin's heart was in his throat. On the contrary, Chen Hao was extremely calm at this moment. The moment the first zombie passed by him, he took a step forward, past the first zombie, and slowly came to the vicinity of the second zombie. Wait patiently for the zombie to leave, then sidestep past it. But at this moment, several zombies coming from behind suddenly staggered towards Chen Hao's position. At this moment, both Chen Hao and Yangbin broke out in cold sweats. Once they came over, they would definitely run into Chen Hao. At the critical moment, Chen Hao took out a few stones and threw them behind them. Several zombies stopped, turned their heads to look behind them, and then walked over with a puzzled look on their faces. Call! Both Yangbin and Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The face of the zombie that was walking in the front was almost touching Chen Hao. If Chen Hao hadn't experienced so much, he would have vomited on the spot after seeing that scene just now. Several zombies left together with the 3rd zombie. Chen Hao quickly stuck to the wall and came to the corner. Then he took out a handful of stones and threw them into the corridor again. The attention of several zombies was successfully attracted, and even the 2 zombies still on the stairs followed curiously. Soon, all the zombies in the stairwell left. Chen Hao waved to Yangbin, and Yangbin quickly walked down. The 2 quickly came to the corner of the stairs from the 5th floor to the 4th floor. Aozi, don't take such risks next time. Yangbin scolded. Don't worry, Brother Bin. I'm sure I can do it. Chen Hao said confidently. I'm so sure. I almost kissed a zombie just now. That was purely an accident. Chen Hao said awkwardly. Next time you have to discuss this kind of thing with me. Yangbin said seriously. Yeah. Chen Hao whispered. Yangbin nodded, then opened the eye of true vision and looked down. There were no zombies on the stairs on the 4th floor, but there were a few zombies wandering around in the corridor on the 4th floor. This certainly did not pose a problem for them. Chen Hao became invisible, threw a few stones, and easily led them to a dormitory nearby. The 2 of them went downstairs quickly, and just as they reached the corridor on the 4th floor and were about to go down, Yangbin stopped. What's wrong? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. A group, Yangbin said with a dark face. In the stairwell? Yeah, I'm Ichink. Eat. Chen Hao didn't react for a moment. Well, he has long legs and fair skin. You should be the sissy in room 312. Yangbin said. Eating people. Chen Hao finally reacted. Zombies don't eat people, they can eat rice. Brother Bin, I find that you are becoming more and more perverted. What's so perverted about this? Haven't we seen this kind of scene many times? But I don't think you look at it so seriously. You can recognize a person by just one leg. It's a routine operation. If you get eaten someday, I can recognize you from a single bone. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The problem now is that those guys are eating so happily and they probably won't leave for a while. Yangbin frowned. Well, how about we wait? Chen Hao said. Wait a minute. Our position is extremely awkward. If the zombies from the fourth floor come over soon, we'll be finished. You can be invisible, but I can't. What should we do then? Rush down and fight all the way to our dormitory, said Yangbin. This is too risky. What if there are a bunch of zombies down there? Wouldn't that be a tragedy for us? We can't help it. If we are blocked from top to bottom in the corridor, then we will be helpless. Okay, I'll listen to you. Well, follow me closely. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to rush over. Good. Yangbin tightly gripped the iron pipe and stared at the zombies below who were eating with relish. Seeing that they didn't look up, Yangbin rushed down directly, then jumped up, stepped on a zombie's head, and directly past a group of zombies squatting in the stairwell to eat. Chen Hao followed closely, and before the zombie could come to his senses, he also kicked its shoulder and jumped over. Roar! When a group of zombies saw two living people, they immediately stopped eating and chased after them frantically. Chapter 18, Huanyang. The two rushed all the way to the corridor on the third floor. However, when they saw the zombies in the corridor, they suddenly felt their scalps tingling. The entire corridor was full of zombies. A conservative estimate was that there were definitely 30 or 40 of them, with nearly 20 in the left corridor alone. Howsy, let's fight hard. I'll be in charge of the front, and you'll be in charge of the back. Yangbin said seriously. Yeah. Chen Hao nodded seriously. Yangbin tightened the iron pipe in his hand and then rushed forward. Roar! The zombies in front quickly pounced over. The iron pipe in Yangbin's hand suddenly stabbed out, instantly piercing the first zombie's head. However, Yangbin's face darkened. He felt that the resistance to piercing the zombie seemed to be greater than that of the previous zombie. However, there was no time to think at this time. He just kicked the zombie out and knocked down several zombies behind him to the ground. The two of them rushed forward quickly. Soon, the zombies quickly climbed up and pounced on the two again. The zombies behind him quickly caught up. Chen Hao imitated Yangbin and attacked quickly with the iron pipe. Although he was not as skilled as Yangbin, his physical fitness improved and he had enough strength. The zombie that was rushing in the front was pierced through the head by him. Chen Hao also kicked him out. The two men used their hands and feet, continuously attacking with iron pipes and kicking away the zombies that rushed up. After killing several zombies in a row, Yangbin was basically certain that these zombies were definitely stronger than yesterday's. Both physical strength, power, and speed are stronger than yesterday. Are the zombies downstairs stronger? Or do zombies grow? Yangbin pondered it. Brother Bin, hurry up. I can't take it anymore. Chen Hao's anxious voice sounded. Yangbin quickly looked back and his face suddenly darkened. There are more zombies in the back than in the front. At this time, these zombies have rushed in front of Chen Hao. The iron pipe in his hand can no longer stab out, so he can only change to pushing sideways, trying to push these zombies back. But there were too many zombies, and he couldn't push the weapon forward. He could only grit his teeth and hold on. His hands were covered in blood from the zombie scratches. How's he hold on? Yangbin roared and pierced the head of a zombie with the iron pipe in his hand again. Then he jumped up and kicked the zombie several meters away. The zombies behind him fell to the ground. Wah! Yangbin had no time to finish off the zombies, so he just stepped on the zombies and ran forward quickly. Chen Hao pushed forward suddenly and then hurried to catch up. In front, Yangbin changed from stabbing to swinging the iron pipe in his hand, knocking down one zombie after another to the ground, and rushed forward quickly. Chen Hao followed closely and was about to reach dormitory 308, but at this moment, a zombie lying on the ground suddenly hugged Chen Hao's legs and then bit his ankle. This! Chen Hao took a breath, and a painful expression appeared on his face. How's he? Yangbin was shocked and used Gongguan to kill the zombie that was biting Chen Hao. Then he pulled Chen Hao up and used his shoulder to knock away the zombies in front of him. He rushed directly into the dormitory and quickly closed and locked the door. Roar! Just as the two were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly heard a roar and realized that there was also a zombie in the dormitory. Lubo! Seeing this zombie, both of them showed a look of sadness on their faces. As roommates for 3 years, They got along very well with each other. Now, seeing their former roommates turned into zombies, they feel very uncomfortable. However, at this time, Lubo didn't care whether the two were acquaintances or not. When he saw the strangers, he immediately rushed towards them excitedly. "I'm sorry, brother." Yang Bin sighed and instantly swung the iron pipe in his hand, piercing the opponent's neck with one blow. He didn't poke the other person in the head. At least he gave him some dignity. Seeing Lu Bo fall to the ground, both of them had sadness on their faces. They have killed so many zombies, but this is the first time they have killed their brothers. Bang, bang, bang. There were crazy knocks on the door, and the dormitory door was shaking. It was obvious that the zombies behind them were not going to let them go. The two of them quickly gathered their thoughts and worked together to drag the bed not far away to the back of the door to hold it up. Just as I closed the door, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind me. "Brother Ben, how's-y?" Hu Wenliang poked his head out of the toilet and was surprised to see the two people. "Liangzi." The two were also excited when they saw Hu Wenliang. The three grown men hugged each other. "I thought I would never see you again," Hu Wenliang said with red eyes. "Yeah, it's great that you're alive." Chen Hao also sighed. Soon, the three of them let go, and Hu Wenliang looked at them in confusion and asked, "There's zombies everywhere outside. How did you get back?" "What else can I say? Do you know how much we have suffered to come back and save you?" Chen Hao stretched out his leg, which was already covered in blood, and a piece of flesh had been bitten off. "How's he?" Hu Wenliang's eyes suddenly turned red when he saw the wound on Chen Hao's foot. "I'm sorry, Howsy. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have sent you messages. If you turn into a zombie, I would accompany you." "Go away. You're not a woman. Who wants you to commit suicide for love? Hurry up. Get something to bandage me. It hurts so much." "You're about to turn into a zombie. Why are you still bandaging it? You're the one who turned into a zombie." "I'm fine, but you're cursing me." Chen Hao rolled his eyes. "But, okay, Liangzi, Haozi is fine." At this time, Yangbin had already found gauze, alcohol, and some healing medicine from the cabinet and walked over. These things were all prepared by him in the past. He often went to work on construction sites, and it was inevitable that there would be bumps and bruises, so he habitually prepared some medicine. However, just as he was about to apply medicine to Chen Hao, he suddenly stopped. Because just now, when he opened the eye of true vision to observe Chen Hao's wound, he accidentally saw Hu Wenliang, and this sight made him stunned. Hu Wenliang actually has superpowers, and they are healing powers. "Fuck, is this such a coincidence?" Yangbin said with his eyes wide open. "What a coincidence, Brother Ben?" Chen Hao asked curiously. "Liangzi actually has supernatural powers. Isn't that a coincidence?" "Really?" Chen Hao was suddenly excited. "What are you talking about? What kind of superpowers?" Hu Wenliang looked at the two of them with a confused look on his face. "Liangzi, try putting your hand where Haozi is injured, and then concentrate on healing him." Yangbin said. "What is this for?" Hu Wenliang was even more confused. "Just do as I say," Yangbin said with a smile. "Oh, okay." Hu Wenliang nodded, then squatted down, stretched out his hand, and placed it on Chen Hao's hand, then concentrated on curing him. Soon, as several people looked on in amazement, a white light suddenly appeared where Hu Wenliang's hand touched Chen Hao's wound. Then, several people were shocked to find that the wound on Chen Hao's foot was healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And after a while, the wound was as good as new. "Wow, so awesome!" Chen Hao exclaimed. Even Yangbin looked at this scene in amazement. It was truly incredible. "What is going on?" Hu Wenliang was even more confused. "It's like this." Yangbin told Hu Wenliang what he knew, and he finally had some idea. "That means there will not only be zombies at the end of the world, but also supermen." Hu Wenliang said with his eyes wide open. "Well, you could say that. This is incredible. By the way, Liangzi, Lu Bo turned into a zombie. How did you survive? Did you just happen to go to the toilet?" Yangbin asked curiously. "No, I couldn't sleep that night after being woken up by your phone ringing, so I got up to play games, thinking I'd play a couple of rounds before going to sleep, but I kept losing. The more I played, the angrier I got, and I didn't want to sleep anymore. I played until about 4 o'clock before I finally won a round. Just when I was about to quit the game and go to sleep, I suddenly saw from the window that it was very bright and red outside. Out of curiosity, I opened the door and walked out. Guess what I saw?" Hu Wenliang said in shock. "Did you see the 9 stars of the Big Dipper and a red star?" Yangbin asked tentatively. "How do you know?" Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. "Is there a possibility that we also saw it?" Chen Hao said with a smile. Okay," Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. "I was so shocked by that scene that I lost all my sleepiness. I watched until the stars disappeared before I returned to the dormitory. It was already dawn. When I returned to the dormitory, I saw Lu Bo's body shaking. I kept calling him, but he wouldn't wake up. Then I watched his skin slowly fester. I was so scared that I couldn't even get through to you on the phone. Finally, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they were blood red. It felt like the zombies in the movies. I was so scared that I quickly hid in the toilet and kept calling the police, but I couldn't get through. Finally, I saw the zombie outbreak on the internet, and I hid in the toilet and didn't dare to come out. Hu Wenliang said with lingering fear. My goodness, you witnessed the formation of zombies with your own eyes. Chen Hao exclaimed. But Yangbin fell into deep thought. He had superpowers. Chen Hao had superpowers, and Hu Wenliang also had superpowers. The only thing they had in common was that they saw the 9 stars of the Big Dipper and the Scarlet Stars. Could it be that the supernatural power was related to this? Chapter 19 School Broadcast. Bang, bang, bang. The dormitory door was still being hit by the zombies outside. These zombies seemed to have identified Yangbin and his companions, and kept banging on the dormitory door relentlessly. The 3 of them looked at the shaking bed and quickly dragged the other bed over. After all, Yangbin and Chen Hao were both very strong. With 2 beds pressed against the door, the shaking finally stopped, and the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Bin, do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Hu Wenliang said somewhat embarrassedly. He hid in the toilet for a whole day and night. He didn't eat anything and didn't dare to sleep. He was extremely hungry. Have. Yangbin took off the backpack and opened it. There were a lot of food and water inside, all of which they had looted. Fuck, you went robbing? There's so many things. Hu Wenliang said in surprise. Almost. Let's eat quickly. Hu Wenliang didn't hesitate to grab a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water and started to wolf them down. Seeing Hu Wenliang looking like a starving ghost, Yangbin smiled. Hu Wenliang's special ability gave him a great surprise. With him around, at least their survival was more secure. In the end times, injuries are inevitable, and they don't know medicine, so simple bandaging is fine, but if the injury is serious, it will be troublesome. Now there is no hospital to be found. Therefore, Hu Wenliang's supernatural power was simply a magical skill at this time. After a while, Hu Wenliang finally ate his fill and said with a satisfied look on his face, "It's great to have something to eat." That's right. It's not easy to get something to eat in the end times. We found these things after searching an entire dormitory floor. Chen Hao said proudly. Awesome. Hu Wenliang gave a thumbs up. Brother Bin, what should we do next? Those zombies are blocking the door, and we can't get out even if we want to. Chen Hao said worriedly. It's okay. They can't get in anyway. Let's take a rest first. The zombies will naturally leave after a while. When there are fewer zombies, we can find a way out. Owzie, your hands seem to be badly injured. Let me help you heal them. Hu Wenliang said as he looked at Chen Hao's bloody hands. Okay. Chen Hao quickly picked up his torn sleeves, revealing wounds. Look at you. You two came here together, but Brother Bin is fine, but you are covered in injuries. Can I compare with him? If I were as good as him, I wouldn't be the one calling him brother. But to be honest, Liangzi, your ability is really great. I don't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. Chen Hao looked at his arm that was intact and said excitedly. Hu Wenliang was about to say something when he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he grabbed the table in time. What's the matter? Chen Hao asked curiously. I don't know, I just feel a little dizzy and weak. Hu Wenliang asked puzzledly. It should be caused by the continuous use of supernatural powers. Just take a rest and it will be fine. Yangbin said. Using supernatural powers can still cause this. No wonder I said I was in good health. Why did I suddenly feel dizzy? No, Liangzi, you are too short-lived. Chen Hao teased. Using superpowers consumes a lot of energy, and you can't use them for a long time in the early stages. But it seems to get better as your strength increases. Yangbin said. Yeah, I felt it too. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, everyone, take a break, especially Liangzi. You haven't slept for 2 nights, and your eyes are bloodshot. Get some sleep, and we'll call you later. But the zombies outside, it's okay. They can't get in because of the bed. Just lie on the bed, and they'll shake you. Okay, I'll get some sleep. Hu Wenliang nodded and then fell directly on the bed. He was indeed very sleepy. On the other side, on the 7th floor, Brother Kun, do you think Yangbin and the others can survive if they continue like that? Asked the skinny monkey. I don't know, but it should be possible. Yangbin is a very smart man. Zhao Kun said. Well, should we continue to search for food on the 6th floor? The food we have now can only last until tomorrow. If we don't search for more, we will be hungry tomorrow. It's definitely not possible with just a few of us. Unless we bring along the 4 guys from 708. Those cowards definitely wouldn't dare. It's okay. They don't have much food left. When they can't stand the hunger anymore, they will come to us on their own initiative. Haha, that's right. On the second day of the apocalypse, human figures could be seen moving from time to time in the school's dormitory buildings. After a day and a night, many people were finally unable to bear the hunger and had to take risks to find food. However, it is very difficult to find food in a dormitory full of zombies. If you're not careful, you will become a delivery man. Fortunately, at noon, the school radio suddenly sounded and successfully attracted most of the zombies. Zombies are particularly sensitive to sounds. After hearing the broadcast, they ran towards the place where the sound came from in large groups. Fortunately, the zombies couldn't understand the content of the broadcast, because the broadcast was made by a school leader asking the surviving students to find a way to gather in the cafeteria. There are 4 canteens of different sizes in the school, but everyone knows the big canteen, which can accommodate 3,000 people at the same time and is also the canteen closest to the dormitory building. This leader probably knew that these zombies couldn't understand words, so he dared to shout on the radio. After hearing the broadcast, all the students were surprised that the school had not given up on them. However, although the cafeteria is closest to the dormitory building, it is still quite a distance away, and it is not easy to get there. Soon, the campus forum became lively again. Students in dormitory building 16 who are still alive, please reply. Let's gather together and go to the cafeteria. For those in dormitory building 12, I have created a group. Everyone can join the group and discuss how to get there. It's the dormitory building next door. Gather downstairs later. It's safer with more people. People from each dormitory building gathered to discuss how to get to the cafeteria. Similarly, someone posted in dormitory 21. How many people are still in dormitory 21? Let's count them and gather everyone's strength to go to the cafeteria together. So many people commented. After statistics, there were only 53 people still alive in dormitory 21. Among them, Yang Bin and several others did not speak and were not counted. On average, there were only about 7 or 8 people left on each floor, which made everyone feel depressed. At this moment, someone suddenly said someone in our building has already started cleaning up the zombies. They have killed all the zombies on the 7th floor. We can let them take the lead. Is it true that there are such powerful people? It's true. There are no zombies on the 7th floor now. They just cleared it out. But those guys were very mean. They stole all our food. How can you do this? You even snatched food from your classmates. Isn't that too bad? That's right. It's the apocalypse, and everyone is short of food. How can we steal other people's food? This kind of person is so abominable. One by one, they stood on the moral high ground and began to point at Yang Bin and others, as if they had done something against the will of heaven and earth. Yang Bin and Chen Hao were also browsing their phones at this time, and were speechless when they saw this scene. I just ate a few pieces of cake. How can it become an unforgivable crime? Chen Hao said depressedly. There's no need to pay attention to these people. They're just sour grapes. If we really meet them, they would do even more extreme things than us. Yang Bin shook his head. Yeah, I think so. Then Brother Bin, are we going out? There are a lot fewer zombies outside. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to rush out. Don't be in a hurry. Too many people may not be a good thing. Let's see what happens first. Chapter 20, The Scapegoat. On the forum. Let's put this aside for now and think about how to get to the cafeteria. Finally, someone remembered the important matter. Since they can kill zombies, let them take us to the cafeteria. Yeah, I think that's fine. Who are those people upstairs? Please come out. 3 of them are Zhao Kun and Lao He, who live in room 716 on this floor. I don't know the other 2, so they probably don't live on this floor. Is that Zhao Kun here? At Zhao Kun, reply if you are here. At this time, in a dormitory on the 7th floor, Zhao Kun and the other 2 had pale faces. These guys just described us as extremely evil, and now they want us to take them to the cafeteria and take advantage of us. The skinny monkey said speechlessly, You can't say that. There's strength in numbers. If we go together and look after each other, there will be more hope, said Lao He. Brother Kun, what do you say? Don't pay attention to them. Zhao Kun said, But we have to go to the cafeteria too. Our food won't last long. Wouldn't it be better if we all go together while everyone has this idea? Lao He asked puzzledly. There is indeed strength in numbers, but the target is also bigger and the degree of danger may be higher. Zhao Kun said, But hiding like this is not a solution. The internet is going crazy. Let's take a look first. Zhao Kun said irritably. MD, these guys, why didn't they recognize Crazy Yang? How about we give him up? Lao He said. If you want to die, you can try it. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. As if they had discovered the movements of the zombies, the school leaders were smart enough to keep playing the radio at a very loud volume. More and more zombies rushed to the place where the nearby broadcast sound came from, and there were fewer and fewer zombies in the dormitory. Many students in the dormitories began to get restless. Finally, students from dormitory buildings 4, 5, and 6, which were closest to the cafeteria, began to take action. A group of students organized themselves, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, including brooms, clothes racks, benches, and fruit knives. Occasionally, you can see people holding steel pipes or even tang swords in their hands. There are always a few restless college students. Most of the zombies had already left. Occasionally, one or two were encountered, but they were quickly knocked to the ground by a group of people. Although most people didn't dare to take action, there are always a few ruthless people who, under their leadership, actually allowed them to escape into the cafeteria. Seeing someone succeed, others became even more excited, and then people from all the dormitory buildings took action. As a result, some were successful, some suffered heavy losses, and some were completely wiped out. Although zombies are attracted by the sound of the broadcast, they are not blind. When they see living people, they will definitely eat them first. In addition to the large loudspeaker on the roof of the teaching building, the school also has hidden loudspeakers on various lawns and trees. Therefore, although the zombies have left the dormitory building, they are still scattered in various places. If one is accidentally seen by the zombies, then he will be doomed. However, although the mortality rate is very high, it is still a hope for survival. So many people still take risks, especially those who can't stand hunger, and they all want to go to the cafeteria to eat. At this time, in the campus forum, under the post about Dormitory Building 21, seeing that Zhao Kun and his companions had not shown up, many people had already started cursing in the comment section. This Zhao Kun is a fucking coward. He only knows how to steal food from his classmates. If he were to fight zombies, he would be as cowardly as a grandson. That's right. They said they killed all the zombies on the 7th floor. I think it's probably a lie. I saw a lot of zombies jumping off the building yesterday. I think they jumped down on their own. MD, they're just a bunch of cowards. After seeing these words, Zhao Kun and his friends were so angry that they almost smashed their phones. No, I can't stand it. Let's go to 708 and beat those guys up first. Lao Hei's face turned completely black. That's right. It was obviously Yang Bin who started it first, but we have to take the blame. I can't swallow this, said the skinny monkey. Let's go. I want to hit someone now, too. Even Zhao Kun stood up at this time. So, several people went directly to dormitory 708. Bang, bang, bang. Lao Hei knocked on the door. Ew, what are you doing? Curly saw several angry people from the window and suddenly became a little scared. Nothing. Didn't you ask us to take you to the cafeteria? Let's go, Zhao Kun said, suppressing his anger. Really? The man with glasses said in disbelief that these guys didn't look like they were going to take them to the cafeteria. Of course. Many students from other dormitory buildings have already gone there. Do you want to go or not? If not, we will leave, said Zhao Kun. Go, of course I have to go. The 4 people in the dormitory were afraid that Zhao Kun and his friends would abandon them here, so they quickly opened the door. However, as soon as the door opened, they immediately regretted it because they saw Zhao Kun and the other 2 showing evil smiles. What are you doing? Stop messing around. Soon, screams were heard from dormitory 708. Although there were 4 people in dormitory 708, they were beaten by Zhao Kun and his 2 companions without any chance of fighting back. Zhao Kun and his 2 companions, who have fought so many battles with zombies, are naturally no match for these guys who don't even dare to fight zombies. A few minutes later, Zhao Kun and the other 2 walked out of the dormitory with relaxed looks on their faces. Behind him, 4 men with bruised faces and noses were lying on the ground, shivering. Let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria now, while there are not many zombies, Zhao Kun said. Then, should we bring other people with us? Asked the skinny monkey. Let's go our own way and leave them alone. All right. After they left, the curly-haired guys in the dormitory quickly got up. They're gone. It's probably going to the cafeteria. Let's hurry and follow. Although they were extremely angry at those who beat them, they knew very well that these people really dared to kill zombies, and it was better to follow them than to go on their own. And soon, news appeared under the post about Dormitory Building 21 on the campus forum. They went to the cafeteria. Soon, everyone who was hiding in the dormitory walked out cautiously and followed. Dormitory 308. Yangbin looked at the news on the forum and shook his head. This guy Zhao Kun still can't keep his cool. Now that the zombies are basically gone, they have weapons and experience in fighting zombies. If they're careful, there should be no problem getting to the cafeteria. Chen Hao said, if it's just a few of them, it will be no problem for them to get to the cafeteria. But if they are followed by a group of people, then that's a different situation. Yeah, that's true. More people means more targets. But they are all classmates, so it's better to take them with you if you can. After all, they will probably starve to death if they stay in the dormitory. You'd better not have such thoughts. Now is the end of the world. It's good enough that we can take care of our relatives and friends. We can't take care of others. Any bit of saintly heart may lead to one's own downfall. Okay, got it. Then, Brother Bin, when are we going over there? Yangbin glanced at Hu Wenyang, who was still sleeping, thought for a moment, and said, we still have enough food. Let's stay in the dormitory for one more night and see what happens tomorrow. Going to the cafeteria may not be a good idea. There are too many people, and the rice in the cafeteria won't last long. Well, I'll listen to you. Chapter 21 Encounter in Dormitory, Building 21. Zhao Kun and his companions went downstairs and encountered several zombies on the way, but they were easily dealt with. When he arrived at the first floor, Zhao Kun frowned at the large group of people following him, but in the end he said nothing and continued walking forward. After passing through several dormitory buildings, they soon arrived at a green belt. Not far away, a group of zombies were wandering around a hidden speaker with a puzzled look on their faces. They probably couldn't understand why they could hear human voices, but couldn't see anyone. Zhao Kun made a gesture and then walked around to the other side. The people following behind him also hurriedly followed. They also knew that the situation was dangerous, so they held their breath and dared not make a sound. However, when there are too many people, various accidents are prone to occur. Due to following too closely, someone accidentally stepped on the heel of the person in front, and the person in front immediately fell down, followed by several people falling down one after another. Damn it! Seeing this situation, Zhao Kun immediately cursed. Sure enough, more than 10 pairs of blood-red eyes looked over here at the same time, and then rushed towards this side excitedly. Seeing the zombies rushing towards them, the group of people suddenly panicked, and some even ran away in panic. Stop! Whoever runs around, I will kill him first, Zhao Kun said angrily. Draw your weapons and prepare for battle. After all, they had experienced many battles, so Zhao Kun and the other two did not panic and took out the iron pipes immediately. The others were shocked by his words, but seeing that he was ready for battle, they suppressed their fears. There are more than 50 of them here, so they should still have the advantage when facing more than 10 zombies. Soon, the zombies rushed over. Zhao Kun and the other two took action immediately and stabbed the iron pipe directly into the neck of the zombie in front of them. Their combat experience was revealed at this moment, as the three men's iron pipes accurately broke a zombie's neck. But the others did not have such good experience, and the weapons in their hands were of varying quality. The most infuriating thing is that some people did not carry weapons, but instead carried bags on their backs and laptops and other items in their hands. The zombies swarmed over. Some people tried to resist them immediately, while others were so scared that their legs went weak. When they're keyboard warriors, they're all very powerful, but when they really face the zombies, they all become cowards. Fortunately, they still had the advantage in numbers, and with the help of Zhao Kun and the other two, eventually, all the dozen or so zombies were killed. However, they were not unharmed, as 6 of them were bitten by zombies. Looking at the wounds of these people, Zhao Kun frowned and said, either you leave on your own, or I will kill you now. No, there must be a way. I won't turn into a zombie. Several people were suddenly terrified. That's right, there must be a way. Don't give up on us. However, the people who had just been standing on the same front were now quickly moving away from them. You should leave on your own. This will be more decent. No, you can't do this. We are together. Didn't we agree to go to the cafeteria together? However, others were indifferent and looked at them as if they were the plague. After a while, the faces of several people began to fester. Their expressions became extremely painful, and their eyes slowly turned blood red. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, Zhao Kun and the other two suddenly took action, and the iron pipes instantly pierced through the necks of several people, making the others terrified. However, no one else dared to say anything, for fear that the other party would do the same to them. If you want to reach the cafeteria alive, be careful. If something like that happens again, I'll stab you to death. Zhao Kun cursed angrily and walked towards the cafeteria again. The rest of the journey was peaceful, and the occasional zombies they encountered were dealt with by Zhao Kun and his two companions. However, when they were about to reach the cafeteria, they encountered a group of zombies chasing a group of people, and the number of zombies was extremely terrifying, at least hundreds of them. When seeing this scene, Zhao Kun's face suddenly changed. Withdraw. However, at this time, the group of people discovered them and immediately ran towards them quickly as if they had found a life-saving straw. Help! Students in front, please save us, there are so many zombies. Fuck! Zhao Kun cursed, and then said to Lao He and Chen Hao, run, I can't do anything about it. The three of them quickly ran away, but the others followed immediately, with a large group of zombies chasing after them. What should I do, Brother Cohen? I can't run away. Lao He was getting anxious as he watched the zombies getting closer and closer. Let's go to the library. Zhao Kun quickly turned around and ran towards the library. At this time, everyone else regarded Zhao Kun as a powerful figure and followed him wherever he went. A group of people rushed towards the library frantically. There were some scattered zombies along the way, but there were not many of them. They were knocked down by Zhao Kun and his men with iron pipes. I finally arrived at the library, but found that the door was locked. Break the door. After Zhao Kun finished speaking, he smashed the door lock frantically with the iron pipe in his hand. However, the door lock of the library was very strong and could not be opened even after several attempts. Lao He and Chen Hao also hurried over to help. Help! Soon, bursts of screams were heard from behind, and it was obvious that the zombies had caught up. Hurry up! The others suddenly became extremely anxious. What the hell are you calling for? Come and help. Zhao Kun yelled it. Oh, okay. Finally, after everyone's crazy pounding, the door lock was finally broken open. Zhao Kun quickly opened the door and a group of people rushed in. After most people came in, there were still some people who were held back by zombies. Zhao Kun decisively closed the door. Hurry up and move the table over to hold it up. Zhao Kun sotet. Oh, okay. The others were already confused at this time. After hearing what Zhao Kun said, they quickly moved the table to prop up the door. At this time, there were knocks on the door, bang, bang, bang. Open the door. You can't do this. We haven't even entered yet. You're committing murder. Open the door quickly. I don't want to die. The people outside were yelling wildly, and many of them had looks of pity on their faces, but no one wanted to open the door. At this moment, everyone chose to remain silent. Between their own safety and saving others, everyone chose the former. After a while, the screams outside gradually weakened, and it was obvious that everyone who was locked outside had lost their lives. At this time, there were only about 30 people left in the library. This trip resulted in the loss of more than 20 people, leaving despair on everyone's face. However, the most desperate thing is that so many people have been lost, and they have not yet reached the cafeteria. There is no food in the library. To be honest, it is not as comfortable as the dormitory. At this moment, many people regretted that if they had known this would happen, they would not have come out. At this time, Zhao Kun and others also looked extremely ugly. They did not expect this result. Brother Kun, what should we do next? The skinny monkey whispered. I don't know. I can only wait and see if these zombies will leave. What a damn bad luck. Lao He complained. It's not a matter of bad luck, but our own problem, said Zhao Kun. Why? If Yangbin was here, he would definitely not let these people follow him. Chapter 22, Searching for Special Zombies. Dormitory 308. It seems that those people have left. Yangbin said, looking out the window. Well, that should be the case. I guess there are only a few of us in this dormitory building. Chen Hao said, wake up Wen Liang, and let's continue to search the dormitory. Brother Bin, I guess you want to stay in the dormitory for one more day, just for this. Of course not. The main thing is that the bed is more comfortable to sleep on. Yangbin said with a smile. Besides, after the zombies left, those guys should have searched all the nearby dormitories. We won't be able to find much. But this time we're not mainly looking for food, but for daily necessities, such as clothes, power banks, lighters, and so on. Clear. Chen Hao nodded, then called Hu Wenyang, and the three of them moved the bed and walked out. There are almost no zombies in the dormitory building, but the radio is still on, playing exciting songs that are particularly attractive to zombies. However, it won't be long before those speakers are destroyed by the zombies, and then the zombies will roam everywhere. The three of them searched room by room, and occasionally encountered some zombies, but for them, this was not a problem. It took more than 2 hours to search all the dormitories on floors 1 to 6. As Yang Bin said, not much food was found, but a backpack full of daily necessities was collected. Let's put our things back in the dormitory and go out. Yang Bin said. Where are we going? Chen Hao and Huan Liang asked curiously. Looking for special zombies. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chen Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, but Huan Liang was confused. But he didn't ask any more questions, just followed. After the three of them put their things away, Yang Bin also gave Huan Liang an iron pipe, and then they went out. Everyone was hiding from the zombies, but the three of them took the initiative to kill the zombies. They were really unique, but they're the only ones who can do this. Even if others know that there are crystals in the heads of special zombies, it's still difficult for them to find special zombies. Special zombies look the same as ordinary zombies and are impossible to tell apart, but they're just stronger than ordinary zombies. But it's impossible to test the strength of every zombie. However, Yang Bin has an absolute advantage in this regard. Once his true vision eyes are opened, he can even spot special zombies hiding in a group of zombies. After the three of them left the dormitory building, they soon saw a group of zombies gathered around a loudspeaker listening to music. Yang Bin took a look and shook his head, then continued walking in another direction. I walked for a while and encountered more than a dozen waves of zombies along the way, but I didn't see any special zombies. Fortunately, Yang Bin has the eye of true vision, so he can always detect zombies in advance and avoid them in advance, reducing the risk factor to the lowest. After walking for such a long time, they only encountered a few zombies that they could not avoid, and they were dealt with by the two of them. Finally, when the three of them passed a small forest, Yang Bin suddenly stopped, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Found it, Chen Hao asked excitedly. Well, it's just not suitable for children, Yang Bin said with a smile. What's going on? A small forest, a man and a woman alone, you know what I mean? Fuck, so unrestrained, Huan Liang said with eyes wide open. I am surprised by what I have seen. Back then, Shurya and I... Stop bragging about your glorious moment. Your Shurya is with someone else, Yang Bin said mercilessly. There are two zombies. The female one is a special zombie, and the male one is an ordinary zombie. Leave the female one to me and the male one to you. Liangzi, just stay behind. Let's fight quickly and decisively, and don't attract other zombies. Yang Bin said seriously. Clear. Action. Several people quickly went into the woods. The woods were very dense, and outsiders could hardly see what was going on inside. No wonder they were so bold. If Yang Bin didn't have the eye of true vision, he would not have been able to find them. After several people rushed in, they quickly found the target, but after seeing the situation of the two zombies, Chen Hao and Huan Liang both widened their eyes. Fuck, this is definitely not suitable for children, Chen Hao exclaimed. Could it be that it turned into a corpse while we were doing it? Huan Liang also said with his eyes wide open. It's possible. Okay, stop chatting. They're coming to kill us. The two zombies had no sense of shame at all. When they saw the living people suddenly appear, they immediately rushed towards them excitedly. However, their pants were only pulled down to their ankles, not completely removed. After running a few steps, the two zombies fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, a drop of cold sweat fell on the foreheads of the three people. I finally understand why they were not attracted by the sound of the radio. It turns out they can't run. Chen Hao sighed. The two zombies fell down, got up again, ran 2 steps, and fell to the ground again. The female zombie's top was lifted up high, with her huge breasts exposed to the air, and every time she wrestled, they came into close contact with the ground. This won't break, right? Huan Liang said. No, that thing is very soft, Chen Hao said with experience. Okay, let's stop talking and solve it quickly. Other zombies will be here soon, Yang Bin said. Good. The two men attacked instantly and stabbed the two zombies in the heads. I fought so many zombies, but this is the first time I fought one so easily. The male zombie was killed by Chen Hao with 1 blow, but the female zombie was only killed after Yang Bin stabbed it 7 or 8 times. The physical strength of special zombies is much stronger than that of ordinary zombies. Moreover, Yang Bin felt that this special zombie was stronger than the 2 special zombies he killed yesterday. Women's physical strength shouldn't be stronger than men's. Can zombies really grow? Yang Bin pondered. This discovery suddenly made him feel a little anxious. Oh, what a pity, Huan Liang sighed as he looked at the female zombie lying on the ground. If you want to lose your virginity, you can do it now while it's hot, Yang Bin said with a smile. Ugh, I'm not that perverted, and I've said it many times, I'm not a virgin, Huan Liang said anxiously. You said you've never even touched a woman's hand. If you're not a virgin, Then who is? Yongbin reached into the zombie's head and fumbled around for a while, and soon pulled out a red crystal. Is this the energy crystal you mentioned? Hu Wenliang asked curiously. Well, here you go, eat it quickly. Yongbin handed the crystal to Hu Wenliang. Ah, give it to me? Hu Wenliang asked in surprise. Otherwise, you are the weakest among the three of us. Do you still want to be a burden forever? All right. Hu Wenliang also understood the importance of his crystal. He didn't say anything, but just looked at the two of them with gratitude. Then he wiped the crystal clean and swallowed it into his stomach with his eyes closed. After a while, the three powerful guys set out again to continue looking for the special zombies. Chapter 23. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The range of a school radio is getting smaller and smaller. It is obvious that many speakers have been destroyed by zombies. The students in the dormitory either went to the cafeteria or died on the way. Of course, there were also those who were afraid to go out and were still hiding in the dormitory. These people usually had some food in their hands. There are also some people like Zhao Kun and others who were forced to hide in other places. However, despite this, there were still quite a few people entering the cafeteria. At this time, the cafeteria door was locked and all the glass windows were sealed with newspapers, so no one from outside could see what was going on inside. The cafeteria was packed with people, as messy as a vegetable market, with constant sounds of crying and noise. The school leaders kept trying to maintain order, but a group of students on the brink of collapse simply wouldn't listen. Above, the principal looked at the statistical data with a grim expression. There are more than 30,000 teachers and students in the school. However, there are less than 2,000 people arriving at the cafeteria. How can he accept this? Are there any living people who have not arrived yet? Asked the principal. Of course there are, but the outside of the cafeteria is full of zombies now. Even if there are some, they can't get in. A director sighed. The principal sighed deeply. Forget it. Let's serve the students food first. They're probably starving. Good. Soon, dishes were brought to the window. When the group of people saw the food, they stopped crying and rushed forward. Students, don't push. Line up. Everyone has a seat. The principal took out a loudspeaker and shouted. However, at this time, the students were so hungry that they could not listen to the food. Some of them even climbed onto the windowsill to grab it. In desperation, the principal could only ask the cafeteria ant to take the food away. At this point, the students came to their senses a little and finally lined up obediently. The cafeteria ant brought the food again. Soon, the people in the front of the line held their plates and looked at the dishes on them with excitement. This, I want them all, and add more rice. However, the cafeteria ant did not do as he requested, but scooped a spoonful of rice and a spoonful of potatoes for him and looked at the next one. What do you mean? I have money in my meal card. You can just swipe it for a day. That's right, this amount is not enough for anyone to eat. Suddenly, the whole cafeteria became noisy again. Students, be quiet, be quiet. The principal took out the loudspeaker and shouted again. I know everyone is hungry, but as you can see, we are going through one of the most difficult and darkest times in human history, and food is scarce. We don't know when the rescue will arrive, but we must always believe that the country will never give up on us. We are eating sparingly now so that we can have more food for a few days and have a better chance of waiting for rescue. After hearing the principal's words, everyone gradually quieted down, and they obviously understood this truth. Soon, the students who received their meals sat down and began to wolf down their food. Perhaps it was the first time after being in school for so long that they felt the food was so delicious. Many people even licked their plates clean after eating, but they really weren't full. The principal looked at the students wolfing down their food and said to the cafeteria worker, "How long can the rice and vegetables in the cafeteria last based on the current number of people?" The uncle thought for a moment and said, "Rice can last for about 7 or 8 days if you save it. Vegetables spoil easily, so we usually buy what's available that day. Although the number of people has dropped significantly, many vegetables can't be kept for long. I estimate they can only last for 3 or 4 days." Hearing the uncle's words, the principal frowned. He was not sure when rescue would come. He could not imagine the consequences if the food was gone and rescue had not arrived by then. Cook less next time and try to prolong the time. All right. The uncle nodded, also frowning. It seemed that he could only cook porridge. In the library, more than 30 people sat on the ground listlessly. Although they escaped from the zombies, they still faced the problem of hunger as there was nothing to eat in the library. At this time, the zombies were still outside, and they had no way to get out in a short time. Many people felt a little regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would have stayed in the dormitory. At this moment, a swish sound was heard, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Curly was holding a bag of instant noodles in his hand. He had just opened it and was about to eat it when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. He looked up in confusion and immediately saw the fiery eyes all around him. "What are you doing?" Curly said weakly. "So you still have food? Share some with me." "That's right. We are all classmates. We should help each other." A group of people slowly approached Curly while talking. Seeing this, Curly said with some fear, This is all I have." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed over and snatched the instant noodles from his hand, and even searched his backpack and his entire body. "What are you doing? You can't do this. That's mine," Curly shouted. However, at this time, the crowd could not hear his shouting at all. Those who had initially accused others of stealing classmates' things now turned into hungry wolves and almost grabbed Curly from head to toe. The other 3 people in dormitory 708 were originally preparing to eat something, but when they saw this scene, they quickly hid themselves. However, their little action was soon noticed by others, and immediately, those who failed to grab anything rushed towards them. Soon, the 3 of them followed in Curly's footsteps and were directly plucked out. Serves them right. Seeing this scene, Lao Hei and Chen Hao felt extremely relieved. "I didn't expect they still had food to eat," Zhao Kun said with a smile. Although they didn't rush to snatch it, they didn't help either. They just watched quietly. "That's human nature," Zhao Kun sighed, then took out a piece of bread from his backpack and started eating it. His action instantly attracted those who didn't get anything. Seeing these guys approaching him, Zhao Kun picked up the blood-stained iron pipe and looked at them coldly, saying, "Try to get one step closer?" The crowd stopped suddenly, looking at the iron pipe in Zhao Kun's hand with some fear. The red blood on the iron pipe restrained their desires. They were very sure that the man in front of them would really kill someone. Seeing that they didn't dare to come forward, Zhao Kun started eating in front of everyone. Lao Hei and Chen Hao also took out some food. They were very hungry after fighting all the way. Although these people looked at the food in their hands greedily, no one dared to come up. Seeing this scene, Curly and his companions were so upset that they felt like crying. Isn't this obviously bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Chapter 24. The Way of Assassination. On the other side, Yang Bin and his companions started their journey to find special zombies again. There are a lot of people in the school, so there are naturally a lot of zombies. You can see zombies almost every step you take. Not long after, Yang Bin saw a special zombie again. "Did you see that group of zombies? There's a special zombie among them." Yang Bin pointed at a group of zombies wandering on the grass not far away. There were more than 20 zombies in this group. They should have been attracted here by the broadcast, but the speaker on the grass had been destroyed by them. There are more than 20 of them. That's a bit troublesome. Chen Hao frowned. "Well, the main reason is that there are several waves of zombies nearby. If we delay for too long, it will be easy to attract them all." "Do we still need to kill him?" Hu Wenliang asked. "Of course we have to kill them. It's not that easy to find special zombies. Howsy, try to lure some of them away. It'll be much easier to fight if there are fewer of them." "Okay, I'll try." Chen Hao turned invisible and then slowly approached. After approaching a group of zombies, he took out a few stones and threw them near them. However, this trick works well in the dormitory, but it is useless on the grass. The stone fell on the grass without making any sound, so naturally it could not attract zombies. "I tried many times in a row, but it didn't work, so I had no choice but to go back. I can't lead him away," Chen Hao said somewhat embarrassedly. "It seems that we can only kill him by force," Yang Bin said helplessly. "No rush. Maybe let me try the assassination method I researched first," Chen Hao suddenly said. "The method of assassination? What is that?" Yang Bin asked with some confusion. Let me rest for a while and replenish my energy." Chen Hao smiled, but didn't say anything. "Okay, I'm looking forward to your performance," Yang Bin said with a smile. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Hao stood up. "Okay, I'm going. Don't rush to go up. Wait for my news. Is it reliable? If not, don't try to be stubborn," Yang Bin said. "Don't worry, I've simulated this countless times in my mind." "Okay, be careful." Yang Bin nodded. Chen Hao became invisible again and soon came near a group of zombies. This time he did not stop, but walked directly to a zombie and instantly swung out the iron pipe in his hand, killing it with one blow. However, as he made the move, his body appeared directly. A group of zombies were stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and rushed towards him roaring. However, Chen Hao was well prepared. After killing the zombies, he retreated instantly. After running a few steps, his figure disappeared again. Under the gaze of Yang Bin's true vision, Chen Hao tapped his toes lightly to reduce the sound of his footsteps to the extreme. In addition, because of the grass, although he ran very fast, he did not make any sound. He didn't run in a straight line, but went around to the other side to avoid encountering the zombies rushing toward him. A group of zombies looked at the person who suddenly disappeared and were suddenly confused. Their brains, without intelligence, obviously didn't understand why this person suddenly disappeared. Soon, the zombies began to wander around in the same place again. At this time, Chen Hao once again went around another zombie, and Tieguan attacked again, killing it with one blow, then quickly retreated and disappeared again. A group of zombies were fooled by him, but they could not find him. This is the assassination method he mentioned. It's indeed quite something, Yangbin said with some surprise. Brother Hao is awesome. Hu Wenliang couldn't see Chen Hao after he became invisible. He only saw Chen Hao suddenly appear, kill the zombies, and then disappear again, and soon appear in another place. He killed with one strike, and then disappeared after killing. He looked very awesome. After killing 9 zombies in a row, Chen Hao finally couldn't hold on any longer. He felt dizzy. He knew that this was because his supernatural powers had been used to the limit, so he quickly ran back while suppressing the dizziness. As soon as he returned to the green belt where the others were hiding, Chen Hao quickly lifted his invisibility and sat down on the ground. This thing takes too much energy, Chen Hao said weakly. Well, but Haozi, you're already very powerful. You've killed almost half of them. Yangbin exclaimed. That's right, Brother Hao, you're awesome. Hu Wenliang said with admiration. It's necessary, but I probably won't be able to use my supernatural powers for at least half an hour. Chen Hao said helplessly. It's okay, there are 13 left. Wait for you to rest. Then we will kill them directly. Yangbin said. Good. Chen Hao stood up after resting for a while. Although his special powers could not be used for a short period of time, it did not affect normal combat. Then the 3 of them rushed directly towards the group of zombies with iron pipes. As they appeared, a group of zombies quickly discovered them and rushed towards them excitedly. As the 2 sides approached, the 3 men with iron pipes attacked instantly and quickly dealt with the 3 of them. At this time, the remaining 10 zombies had already pounced over. The 3 men pulled out iron pipes, changed from stabbing to sweeping, and swept fiercely at the group of zombies. Under their powerful force, the zombies in front of them were swept back one after another. At this time, the special zombie stood out because all the other zombies retreated several steps, but he only retreated 2 steps. I will deal with the special zombies and leave the rest to you, Yangbin said. Good. The 2 nodded and rushed directly towards the other zombies. The iron pipe in Yangbin's hand also stabbed the special zombie hard. The grass was relatively open, so he could use his iron pipe without any worries. Stab, swing, smash, and use all kinds of moves to attack the special zombies fiercely. After a while, the special zombie's head was stabbed into pieces by Yangbin, and its body fell directly to the ground. At this time, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang each killed 2 zombies again, leaving only 5 zombies. Yangbin quickly took out the crystal from the special zombie's head, then ran over and worked with the 2 to kill the remaining zombies. Wah! After the killing, several people quickly left and ran away. It was not safe here. Hiding in a place without zombies again, Yangbin took out the special crystal. Before he could say anything, Chen Hao said directly, Brother Bin, don't ask about this one, just eat it directly. That's right, Brother Bin. Eat quickly and see if there are any changes after eating. Hu Wenliang said. Good. Yangbin nodded without refusing. He wiped it clean and swallowed it directly. Soon, the crystals turned into energy again and flowed into his whole body. However, when all the crystal energy was integrated into his body, Yangbin frowned. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Is it not working anymore? Seeing Yangbin's expression, the 2 asked in some surprise. Yangbin shook his head and said, It does work, but it's not as good as I imagined. Originally, I thought that after eating the second crystal, the second corner of the first star would light up, but now it doesn't. But my strength has improved, just not as much as the first one. Oh, that's okay. As long as your strength improves, that's fine, Chen Hao said with a smile. Well, I guess there aren't enough crystals. The second corner may need more crystals to light up. I think it's possible. Let's keep looking. The school is so big, and there are so many zombies. Are you afraid that we won't find it? Hu Wenliang said. Well, let's go continue. Chapter 25. Zombies can swim? Outside the library. Brother Bin, are you sure this can work? Chen Hao swallowed as he looked at the hundreds of zombies in front of him. Well, we have to give it a try. It's rare to encounter a special zombie. Yangbin was unsure. The number was indeed terrifying. Howzy, how about you use your assassination skills to slowly grind him down? Hu Wenliang said. With such a large number, I have nowhere to hide even if I use assassination tactics. They will come and knock me out directly. Chen Hao said helplessly. What will we do then? Yangbin opened his true vision eye and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I have a solution. What method? They both looked at him at the same time. Yangbin pointed to the back of the library and said, Isn't that Yusin Lake over there? The arch bridge in the middle of Yusin Lake is only 2.5 meters wide. We can directly bring these zombies to the arch bridge. It will be easy to fight them on the bridge. We can just knock them into the lake. But this place is more than 1,000 meters away from the bridge. If we're stopped by other zombies on the way, won't we be doomed? Hu Wenliang frowned. I just took a look, and there aren't many zombies from the library to Yusin Lake, but I didn't see them all. It's too far away, and there are many obstacles. I can't see them all with my special ability. So, you and I will go to the front to clean up all the zombies on the road. Howzy stay here, and you can bring the zombies over when we have almost cleaned up. With your current physical condition, as long as there is no obstacle in front of you, those zombies can't catch up with you. Yangbin said. The reason why Chen Hao was asked to lead the way was naturally because he could become invisible, so even if an accident really happened, he could still escape. Okay. Chen Hao nodded without any hesitation. Well, the one on the left wearing a blue t-shirt and with a crew cut is a special zombie. You'll need to keep an eye on him. It doesn't matter if other zombies show up, but you can't miss this one. I understand. Chen Hao nodded again. After the few people discussed it, Yangbin took Hu Wenliang towards Yusin Lake. Just as Yangbin said, there were not many zombies on this road. The two of them continued forward, killing all the zombies they encountered to prevent them from turning back and causing obstacles for Chen Hao. Soon we arrived at Yusin Lake, one of the school's attractions. The scenery here is very beautiful. There are rows of willow trees planted by the lake and benches under the trees. When I was studying, many people like to come here. Reading here can make people feel relaxed and happy. This is also a dating spot for men and women, and the benches are often occupied by couples. However, at this time, the two of them obviously had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery. They walked all the way to the arch bridge and then sent a message to Chen Hao. On Chen Hao's side, after receiving the message, he picked up a stone and walked towards a group of zombies in stealth. He stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from the zombies, aimed at a special zombie, and threw a stone at it. With a bang, the stone hit the special zombie's head accurately. Although no blood was drawn, the blow was still quite heavy. Roar. The special zombie let out a loud roar, and the entire zombie group suddenly became panicked. Chen Hao showed up and greeted politely. Seeing the sudden appearance of a living person, a group of zombies immediately rushed towards Chen Hao excitedly. Especially the special zombies, their blood-red eyes stared at Chen Hao. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Chen Hao turned around and ran. A large group of zombies were chasing madly from behind, and the scene was quite spectacular. In the library. Hey, why did these zombies leave? Someone saw this scene through the crack in the door and asked in surprise. Zhao Kun hurried over and was immediately excited when he saw that the zombies had really left. It's great that they're really gone. Get ready. We'll leave once they're far away. Zhao Kun said to Lao He and Shou Ho standing beside him. Good. Chen Hao led a group of zombies all the way to Yusin Lake. The zombies on the road were cleaned up by Yangbin and his team, and no accidents occurred. After his physical fitness improved, his speed was much faster than these zombies, and he brought them to the agreed location with basically no pressure. Yangbin and Hu Wenliang were ready for battle at this time. You've worked hard. Howzy, do you want to take a rest? No need. It's just a short distance. It won't tire me out. Chen Hao said. 3 people stood at the highest point of the arch bridge holding iron pipes. The 2.5-meter width was just enough for the 3 of them to guard. Would it be helpful to insert a picture? Soon, a large group of zombies rushed over, but due to the limited width of the bridge, they were unable to rush over at once, and many zombies in the front were knocked into the lake. However, the lake nearby was not deep, and the zombies quickly ran out. One by one, the zombies rushed onto the arch bridge and pounced on the 3 people. Yangbin took the first step and swept the iron pipe across. Immediately, several zombies were swept off the bridge and into the lake. Although there were guardrails on the bridge, they were only 70 centimeters high, and Yangbin's strength was enough to sweep them down easily. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also took action together, knocking down the zombies that rushed up one by one. Haha, Brother Bin, you are really smart. This is a great idea, Chen Hao said with a smile. Yeah, it's much easier than killing zombies. Hu and Liang also laughed. It's too early for you to be happy, Yangbin said suddenly. What's the matter? Just look down, Yangbin said helplessly. The two of them quickly looked down, and suddenly their faces showed extremely wonderful expressions. What the hell? These zombies can actually swim? The zombies that fell into the water were seen paddling with their hands in the water and swimming slowly towards the shore. In fact, it can't be said that they're swimming because their heads are always immersed in the water and their hands are paddling more like instinctively. But the key is, people are not afraid of drowning, they just need to paddle. Damn, isn't all our efforts in vain? Chen Hao said speechlessly. Yangbin was also very helpless. This was also somewhat beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the zombies with no IQ would be basically dead after falling into the water. But they didn't expect that the other party would just slack off, so there was no point in them continuing to fight, as they could just crawl out and continue to attack them. Oh, it seems I can't be lazy anymore. Let's kill him, Yangbin said helplessly. All right. Chen Hao and the other man also shook their heads with a wry smile, and then changed from sweeping to stabbing. Fortunately, with the strength of 3 people and the advantage of geographical location, it is not difficult to kill these zombies. It is just a little tiring. Soon, one zombie after another fell under their iron pipes, and the bridge was immediately dyed red with blood. After killing more than 30 zombies in a row, that special zombie finally rushed up. Yangbin tightly gripped the iron pipe, exerted force suddenly, and stabbed it hard into the head of the special zombie. Although the resistance was huge, Yangbin's iron pipe still penetrated the zombie's head and killed it with one blow. After eating the second crystal, Yangbin's strength increased again. Even when he used all his strength, the special zombie could not block his attack. Chapter 26, Dormitory Conflict. After the special zombie fell down, Yangbin kicked the zombie behind it down and then dragged the body of the special zombie over to avoid having to turn over the body again. Half an hour later, all the zombies were eliminated, the bridge was full of corpses, and the lake was almost dyed red with blood. The 3 of them sat down on the ground, extremely tired. After a while, Yangbin got up, then walked to the corpse of the special zombie and skillfully took out the crystal from its head. Before he could say anything, Chen Hao said directly, Brother Bin, there's no need to ask us, just eat quickly and see if you can light up the second corner. Yes, Brother Bin, I'm curious too, Hu and Liang said. Yangbin nodded, and without any hesitation, he swallowed the crystal into his stomach. After a while, Yangbin frowned again. What's wrong, Brother Bin? It's not lit yet, Chen Hao asked. No, Yangbin shook his head. Has the strength improved? Yes, but the effect is slightly worse than the previous one, Yangbin said helplessly. It's okay, as long as it can be improved. At worst, I could just eat a few more. I can always light it up, Chen Hao said. After resting for a while, they stood up and walked towards the dormitory. By this time, it was already dark, and it was obviously impossible to continue fighting. As soon as they returned to the dormitory building, what they didn't expect was that the people in their dormitory building had returned. At this time, in front of the dormitory building, a group of people with sullen faces were preparing to go upstairs. It seemed that they had just returned. The arrival of Yangbin and others immediately attracted their attention. When Zhao Kun and others saw Yangbin, there was resentment in their eyes. Yangbin looked at Zhao Kun in surprise and asked, Why are you back? Oh, it's all tears if I talk too much. Zhao Kun smiled bitterly, and then told Yangbin about what happened along the way. There's zombies everywhere outside the cafeteria, and we can't get in at all. We can only come back, Zhao Kun said helplessly. Well, that's indeed tragic, Yangbin said sympathetically. If there wasn't a fool who led those zombies away, we would probably still be trapped in the library, Lao He said with lingering fear. Hearing his words, Chen Hao immediately became unhappy. Hey, Heizi, who are you calling stupid? I didn't say anything about you. Shit, you couldn't have led him away, Lao He said with his eyes wide open. What do you think? I saved your lives. Tell me how you want to thank me, Chen Hao said with a smile. Oh, it's really you. How did you escape from over 100 zombies? It's easy. Just kill them all, and you can escape. After hearing his words, Zhao Kun and the other 2 were speechless, but they did not doubt Chen Hao's words because they knew that with Crazy Yang around, it might really be possible. However, Zhao Kun and the others believed it, but the others obviously did not. When they heard what Chen Hao said, some of them immediately became unhappy. What are you bragging about? You killed over 100 zombies. Why don't you say you can fly? It's so funny. What you mean is that all of us are not as good as you guys. You are such a boaster. That's right. When we went out to fight, you hid in several dormitories and didn't dare to come out. Were you pretending to be now? After hearing their words, Zhao Kun and the other two suddenly felt numb, and then looked at them with sympathy. How dare these people? This time, the four people in dormitory 708 kept their mouths shut tacitly. They recognized Yang Bin and Chen Hao at first sight, but they didn't say anything. Their experience in the library made them realize the true faces of this group of people, so they naturally wouldn't remind these people. Brother Bin, my hands are itching. Chen Hao said to Yang Bin. Just do it, don't give me face. Oh, Chen Hao went straight to the two people who were shouting the loudest, raised his hand, and slapped them. Bang! A loud slap was heard, and the man fell to the ground, knocking out two of his teeth. Fuck, why are you hitting someone? Exactly. Why do you hit people? Why don't you let people say you're bragging? Seeing Chen Hao taking action, the others immediately became unhappy. Chen Hao ignored the others and slapped another person to the ground. MD, too arrogant. Everyone was immediately angry. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? Zhao Kun, what do you think? Although they were very angry, they still had to ask Zhao Kun's opinion. After all, Zhao Kun knew these people. Along the way, Zhao Kun's strength made them wary, so they had to give him face. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Zhao Kun said directly. What's the meaning? It's meaningless. I won't stop you from dying, but don't drag me into it. Zhao Kun decisively drew a clear line between himself and this group of people. MD, how dare you mess with this lunatic? He must be fed up with living. Seeing Zhao Kun's reaction, the group of people were stunned. They saw clearly how fierce Zhao Kun was along the way, and basically most of the zombies were killed by them. But Zhao Kun, who is so fierce, seems to be afraid of these people. Many people suddenly came to their senses, and even a fool could see that these people were not easy to mess with. However, they came to their senses, and the two people who were slapped were directly blinded by anger. After the two men got up, one of them picked up a fruit knife, and the other snatched the steel pipe from the hand of the person next to him and smashed it on Chen Hao's head. MD, I'm going to kill you. Chen Hao sneered and smashed the iron pipe in his hand directly at the man holding the steel pipe. With one blow, he knocked him to the ground. Then he kicked the other man with such powerful force that he was kicked several meters away. Seeing this scene, a group of people immediately gasped. It takes a lot of strength to kick someone several meters away. Zhao Kun and the other two looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. It is obvious that Chen Hao's strength has also improved. The two people lying on the ground were obviously seriously injured. They didn't get up for a long time, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Chen Hao. This time I'm just giving you a lesson. Remember, be careful with your words next time, Chen Hao said calmly. After saying that, Chen Hao returned to behind Yang Bin, and then the few of them went straight upstairs, and the people in front quickly made way. Only then did they realize that the person who attacked did not seem to be the leader. Could it be that the leader in front was more powerful? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they left. Zhao Kun looked at the two people lying on the ground, shook his head and said, "You are lucky. If Crazy Yang had taken action, you would have been dead long ago. Does he dare to kill someone? Haha, what kind of world is this now? Is it that difficult to kill someone?" Hearing his words, everyone shuddered unconsciously. Yes, the world has changed, and human life seems to be worthless. There are broken limbs everywhere outside, and you never know when your share will appear. I guess I better be careful with what I say next time. The two people who were beaten were also frightened and shut their mouths and dared not speak anymore. Chapter 27, the third day of the apocalypse. Yang Bin and his companions returned to the dormitory, took out a few packets of bread and water from their backpacks, and started eating. They went out at noon without their backpacks, so they were quite hungry now. Brother Bin, we don't have much food left. We can only last until tomorrow at best. It seems we have to go find food. Well, I need to think about where to get food. Looking at Zhao Kun and the other situation, I guess we won't be able to go to the cafeteria. It goes without saying that with so many people going to the cafeteria, it will definitely attract a large number of zombies. Now it's probably impossible to enter or exit the cafeteria. Then it seems like it's a good thing we didn't go to the cafeteria. That's for sure. It's one thing if you can't get out of the cafeteria, but with so many people in the cafeteria, how long can the food last? Yang Bin shook his head. Yes, if rescue doesn't come, those people in the cafeteria will be in trouble. This is something the school leaders should worry about. Let's think about where to get food. Yang Bin said, I can think of a place where I can get food. Chen Hao said. Where? Supermarkets. There are so many supermarkets in the school. If we occupy anyone, we can have enough food for 10 days or half a month. Yes, the supermarket is good. Okay, let's go to the supermarket tomorrow. Yangbin made the decision directly. By the way, Haozi, check the information online to see if anyone has mentioned anything about the crystal. Good. Chen Hao quickly opened his phone and checked it. After a while, he said, I haven't seen it. Now, besides people crying for help, there are videos of groups killing zombies and some videos teaching people how to fight zombies. Yangbin nodded and said, either no one has discovered it yet, or someone has discovered it, but they're not telling anyone. After all, everyone likes to make a fortune quietly. Yes, just like us. Okay, rest early and continue fighting tomorrow. Late at night, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper reappeared, and the zombies suddenly quieted down. In the zoo, the wild beasts seemed to have their blood awakened, and they easily broke through the iron bars of the zoo and completely regained their freedom. The 3rd day of the apocalypse. Early morning, Yangbin and his companions changed their clothes again, ate something simple, and then walked out of the dormitory. As soon as they walked downstairs, they found a large group of people standing there, seemingly waiting for them. Yangbin frowned and looked at Zhao Kun and asked, What's going on? Zhao Kun smiled bitterly and said, These guys were so hungry that they wanted to go out to find food early in the morning, but they were forced back by the zombies. Then they thought about waiting for you to take them out. I don't have the ability to take care of so many burdens. Yangbin said bluntly, We are not a burden. We dare to fight zombies. That's right. We are not afraid of zombies now. Haha. Then why did you go out and come back in shame? Chen Hao said with a smile. That's because those zombies have become stronger and we can't defeat them. Haha. Do you think I will believe it? Chen Hao smiled. It's true, I didn't lie to you. A group of people said anxiously. Yangbin's eyes moved and he said, Let's go and take a look. What about them? Follow us if you can, but I have to say this. It's very dangerous to follow us. Don't think I will save you. After hearing his words, the group of people hesitated. However, Zhao Kun and the other 2 followed immediately. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and followed. The radio has not been broadcast since last night. Perhaps the leaders feel that it is meaningless. After all, most of the speakers are broken and the radio sound can't travel far. Not long after Yangbin and his companions walked out of the dormitory gate, they saw 2 zombies gnawing on a corpse. After seeing a group of strangers, he rushed over excitedly. Yangbin took the first step. He smashed one of the zombies' heads with a powerful blow of the iron pipe and then stabbed another zombie, killing him with the same blow. The whole process was smooth. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Killing zombies could be so easy. Even Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes lit up. They have always killed zombies by stabbing them with iron pipes, but this is the first time I see them using smashing methods. It seems that Brother Bin's strength has improved a lot. At this time, Zhao Kun and the other 2 were looking at Yangbin in shock, and they obviously felt that Yangbin's strength had increased again. Then, the 3 of them smiled bitterly. It seemed that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Yangbin looked at the stunned people with confusion and said, I don't feel any improvement. A group of people looked at him, speechlessly. You solved it in just 2 moves. You can sense that something fishy is going on. Everyone was extremely shocked by Yangbin's strength and finally understood why he was the leader of this group. Those who were originally dissatisfied with a few people immediately put away such thoughts, for they were really afraid that they would be hit by the other party. How about, let's try the next one? Zhao Kun suddenly said. They have fought so many zombies. If the zombie's strength has increased, they will know after trying it. Well, that's fine. Yangbin nodded. The group of people had just walked out a short distance when they ran into 5 zombies again. Seeing the crowd, the zombies rushed over like crazy. Yangbin did not make a move, but Chen Hao, Hu Wenliang, and Zhao Kun made their moves at the same time. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang inserted the iron pipe directly into the zombie's head, but did not kill it with one blow. The 2 men frowned and exerted force with their hands again, piercing through the zombie's head and killing it. Zhao Kun and the other 2 were in a bit of a mess. The iron pipes in the hands of the 3 of them stabbed directly into the zombie's neck, but failed to break the zombie's neck. Instead, under the zombie's powerful strength, it was knocked back several steps. Fortunately, several of them had rich combat experience, and if they failed the first time, they stabbed again. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, Zhao Kun and the other two were repeatedly knocked back by the zombies and kept stabbing the zombies in the neck. Finally, after stabbing 5 or 6 times in a row, he finally broke the zombie's neck. After getting rid of the zombies, several people returned to the crowd. Zhao Kun said with some palpitations, "These zombies are indeed much stronger, about 50% stronger than at the beginning." Yangbin nodded. It seemed that his guess was correct. The zombies were indeed growing and seemed to be getting stronger every day. In this case, humans can't hide even if they have food, otherwise they will perish sooner or later, Yangbin said secretly. At this moment, everyone's mood became heavy. Zombies were difficult to deal with in the first place, and now they found that the zombies' strength would actually increase. How could they survive then? Let's go. Yangbin shook his head and stopped thinking too much. He just walked the path ahead. Chapter 28 cut him. With Yangbin's eye of true vision, although the group encountered many zombies along the way, there were only 3 or 5 of them. Generally, Yangbin would avoid them in advance if there were more than 10. Soon, a group of people came to a small supermarket closest to the dormitory. When they saw this supermarket, everyone was excited because it meant they finally had food to eat. It's not locked. Chen Hao asked curiously. Someone locked the door from inside. Yangbin said, "Oh, no wonder. Then should we go in? Let them in. We can go to other supermarkets and not compete with them. Bringing them here is the most we can do." Yangbin looked at Zhao Kun behind him and said, "You guys stay here. There are people inside. Just ask them to open the door. We'll go find something to eat somewhere else." Okay. Zhao Kun nodded. In fact, he really wanted to follow Yangbin and the others, but he knew in his heart that when Yangbin asked them if they wanted to go with him to rescue people, they did not agree. It was difficult for them to become teammates again. Although Yangbin didn't say anything at the time, he could feel that Yangbin was deliberately keeping his distance. Soon, Yangbin took Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang away. The others didn't care where Yangbin and the others were going. For them, there was only this supermarket in front of them. Soon, someone went up and knocked on the door. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no movement from inside. At this time, there were 7 or 8 people hiding inside the supermarket. When they heard the knock on the door, they remained quiet and did not respond. After a while, the people outside started banging on the door violently. Hearing the bang-bang sound, the people in the supermarket were immediately frightened. If they were allowed to crash down, it would attract all the zombies nearby. In desperation, they could only open the supermarket door. As the door opened, a large group of people rushed in and began to search for food excitedly. The people in the supermarket wanted to stop them, but faced with a population that was several times their number, they could only give up helplessly. Yangbin and his friends had no idea what happened next. At this time, they were already heading towards another larger supermarket. As he walked, Yangbin was looking for special zombies. He didn't know if it was because of good luck or because there were more special zombies today, but he found one after a while, and it was just a small group of 7 or 8 zombies. Without any hesitation, Yangbin took 2 people and killed the group of zombies. Soon, the 2 sides collided. Yangbin took the lead and smashed a zombie's head with a swing of the iron pipe, and then killed another one with a straight stab. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang both took action immediately and quickly dealt with the zombies in front of them. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, 4 zombies were dealt with instantly. At this time, the special zombie had already pounced towards Yangbin. Yangbin had just stabbed out the iron pipe and had no time to retract it, so he could only kick it away. He then pulled out the iron pipe and pierced the special zombie's head before it could stand firm, killing it with one blow. Although he has not yet lit up the second horn, he has already eaten 3 crystals. Naturally, his strength is much stronger than before. He does not need a second attack on a special zombie like this. At this time, Chen Hao and his companion also dealt with the remaining zombies, and the whole process took no more than a minute. Yangbin came to the special zombie's body and dug out the crystal. Then, he handed it to Chen Hao and said, "Why don't you eat another one?" However, Chen Hao shook his head and said, "Brother Bin, I feel that my strength is sufficient for now, so you don't need to give it to me yet. What we need now is high-end combat power, so that we can feel more secure, so you should eat it." "Yes, Brother Bin, you see, after your strength has increased, we are all much more relaxed. Besides, we also want to see how strong the second corner is." After hearing what they said, Yangbin thought about it and nodded. "Okay, I'll give it to you when I reach the second level." After saying that, he swallowed the crystal into his stomach. After feeling it, I found that although my strength has improved, the improvement is not much, and the effect is worse than the previous one. Yangbin frowned. If this continued, the crystal would be ineffective sooner or later. How could he light up the second corner? After thinking for a long time and still unable to figure it out, Yangbin could only shake his head. It seemed that he could only take it one step at a time. Let's go on. The few of them continued to move forward, avoiding any zombies they encountered along the way if possible, and killing them on the spot if they couldn't. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, Walmart Supermarket. This is the largest supermarket in the school. But similarly, this supermarket was also locked by someone. Yangbin opened the eye of true vision and looked inside. Soon, a strange look appeared on his face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chen Hao asked curiously. I ran into someone I know. An acquaintance? Who? Your old lover. Lu Xia. Yes, and your love rival. Haha. Then we have to go in and take a look. Hu Wenyang said, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Just the two of them? Chen Hao asked again, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. No, there are about 20 people. Yangbin said, but this does not affect your ability to beat him. Liangzi and I are your strongest backers. That's right, Haozi cut him. I'll see who dares to move. Chen Hao took a deep breath and said, go in. Several people came to the entrance of the supermarket and knocked on the door. As a result, the supermarket, which was originally noisy, suddenly became quiet, and it was obvious that it did not intend to let anyone in anymore. Yangbin smiled, then kicked the rolling door hard, immediately creating a hole in the door. He then pried the hole open with his bare hands until it was wide enough for a person to fit in before he crawled in. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also hurriedly followed. At this moment, inside the supermarket, a group of people stared at the few people with wide eyes, obviously frightened. What's wrong with you? You destroyed the door. What if zombies come? At this time, a handsome man dressed in designer clothes came over and said angrily, Oh, I'm sorry. We knocked on the door, but no one responded. I thought there was no one inside. Sorry. It seems you have to move to another place. Yangbin said with a smile. There's zombies everywhere now. There's not enough space to change. You better fix the door quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude, the man said angrily. How do you mean rude? Yangbin said calmly. Break his legs and throw him out, the man said coldly. Oh, I see. I haven't learned how to repair a door, but I can repair people. Yangbin said. What's the meaning? It means, bang. With a dull thud, the man fell several meters away, curled up into a ball. Chapter 29, Supermarket Incident. Brother Hao. The others were shocked. Several women rushed over to help the man up, while the remaining men picked up steel pipes and glared at Yangbin. Damn it. You dare to hit Brother Hao? You don't want to live, right? What? Do you want to fight? Yangbin picked up the blood-stained iron pipe and pointed it at the group of people, saying coldly. The group of people were suddenly frightened by Yangbin's momentum, and they didn't dare to go up with the steel pipes for a while. At this time, the beaten man stood up with difficulty with the help of several people and looked at Yangbin fiercely. You dare to hit me? You're looking for death. Kill him for me. Just as the two sides were about to fight, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Hao. Next to the man, there was a pure-looking woman wearing a green dress, looking at Chen Hao in surprise. No need to guess, this is Chen Hao's ex-girlfriend Lu Xia. When Chen Hao heard Lu Xia's voice, his body stiffened noticeably. Even though he had decided to let it go, he still felt heartbroken. This was the girlfriend he had loved for 3 years. How could it be so easy to let go? Who was I thinking? It turns out to be Sure Ye's ex-loser boyfriend. What? Wasn't it enough that you humiliated me last time? Now you're trying to make things difficult for me. After seeing Chen Hao, the man showed a mocking look in his eyes. Obviously, he is Wang Yue Hao, the target of Lu Xia's cheating. Chen Hao, please go away. It's impossible for us to be together. Lu Xia looked at Chen Hao coldly, obviously thinking that Chen Hao was looking for her. Chen Hao smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, I am a fool. I still fantasized that you would change your mind. What? You're still obsessed with my Xia? Haha. Xia is not someone a loser like you can match. Wang Yue Hao said with a proud look on his face, not forgetting to put his arm around Lu Xia's waist. It's just a second-hand pair of shoes. Look how proud you are of them. Yangbin smiled. Then he patted Chen Hao on the shoulder and said, Don't think about that woman. She's not clean anymore. If you feel uncomfortable, go and confiscate the tools used in the crime. I support you. Yes, Haozi, I support you too. Chen Hao shook his head and said, Forget it. We're just strangers now. There is no need to have any further relationship with each other. Come on, Brother Bin, let's go get some food. Okay. Yangbin shook his head. However, they let others go, but some people just like to seek death. Ah, losers are losers. They just know how to admit defeat. Do you think losers like you can touch the food here? Break their legs for me, MD. If you dare to hit me, I will make you leave lying down today. After hearing Wang Yuehao's words, those who were originally hesitant immediately gritted their teeth, picked up the steel pipes, and rushed towards the few people. Alas, you will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Yang Bin shook his head and swung the iron pipe in his hand, knocking the man who was in the front to the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. Immediately afterwards, the iron pipe swept again and hit the other two men directly on the chest. The two men immediately spit out blood and fell out. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also took action instantly, swinging their steel pipes and smashing them at the group of people. Anyone who was hit by them basically fell down and couldn't get up. After a while, more than a dozen people lay on the ground and wailed. Seeing this scene, the remaining people all looked at them in shock. More than a dozen people were knocked down in just a few moves. What kind of monsters are these guys? Chen Hao raised his foot and walked towards Wang Yuehao. What do you want to do? I'm the son of Wang Group. If you dare to mess around, you'll be dead. Wang Yuehao was a little panicked at this time, and he retreated while talking. Yes, Chen Hao, don't be impulsive. Lu Xia said a little nervously. Do you care about him a lot? Chen Hao looked at Lu Xia and said, he's my boyfriend, don't hurt him. Haha, boyfriend. That word really hurts when it comes out of your mouth. You just like him because he's rich. It's the end of the world now. His money is useless. He is nothing but a waste now. Chen Hao said coldly, and then looked at Wang Yuehao. I didn't want to have anything to do with you guys, but you insisted on seeking death. In that case, let's settle the score. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he kicked Wang Yuehao directly below. An extremely miserable scream was heard, causing everyone to shudder unconsciously. Remember, in your next life, you should control this thing and don't let it mess around. Wang Yuehao was no longer able to answer him at this time. He kept rolling on the ground, and his pants were soon stained with blood. Chen Hao, Lu Xia stared at Chen Hao with wide eyes, obviously not expecting Chen Hao to be so cruel. What? You want to kick too? Chen Hao looked at Lu Xia coldly, and immediately scared her so much that she dared not speak. Chen Hao smiled and felt the depression in his heart was swept away. Then he turned and walked towards Yang Bin and the others. The others looked at him in horror, not daring to move. Good job, Haozi. Yang Bin patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. Chen Hao shook his head and said, let's go get some food. Soon, the three of them walked into the supermarket, leaving behind a group of panicked people. Wang Yuehao was still screaming. Lu Xia wanted to go up and comfort him, but she didn't know how. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of noisy footsteps outside. Obviously, Wang Yuehao's screams attracted all the zombies nearby. Hearing this sound, everyone was extremely terrified. Quick, block the door, a woman said in panic. Shut his mouth first, another person said anxiously. Lu Xia quickly covered Wang Yuehao's mouth, while the other three women quickly pushed a shelf not far away behind the door. Wang Yuehao widened his eyes and looked at Lu Xia angrily. I've been kicked to pieces and you won't let me scream. However, soon, there was a loud banging sound from the rolling door, which immediately made him shut his mouth. Looking at the shaky shelf, several men who were less seriously injured climbed up with difficulty and pushed another shelf over. Yang Bin and others who were getting things inside naturally saw this scene, but they didn't care. In a place like a supermarket, even if the zombies rushed in, they would be unable to do anything to them. At this time, several people kept stuffing food into their backpacks, such as bread, mineral water, biscuits, and other things, filling the backpacks up. They also need to go out to get crystals and won't stay in the supermarket all the time, so naturally they have to pack more food. Yang Bin casually took a sip of Coke and said, there are a lot of zombies outside now. It might be troublesome to go out later. I should have just told him to shut up. It's just poaching, it's not necessary to kill anyone. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. You have to be ruthless when you need to be ruthless so that you can survive longer in the apocalypse. Forget it, this kind of thing is not so easy to change, so just take your time. Chapter 30, Second Order Zombie. After eating and drinking their fill in the supermarket, the few of them put on their backpacks and stood up. The group of people not far away became nervous when they saw Yang Bin and his men standing up, fearing that they would beat them again. But it was obvious that their worries were unnecessary, as Yang Bin and his companions were too lazy to pay any attention to them. Brother Bin, how do we get out? Hu Wenliang asked. Let's go to the back and have a look. I remember this supermarket has a back door. Let's see if there are many zombies at the back door. After discussing it, They walked towards the back of the supermarket. Although it is comfortable to have food and drinks in the supermarket, they know very well that comfort is for the dead. The zombies are growing, and if they don't improve, destruction will be waiting for them. Not long after, they found the back door. Yangbin used his true vision to look outside. Although there were some zombies, there are not many. With their strength, they should have no problem rushing out. The back door was also locked. Yangbin pried the lock open and opened the door. The sound of the door opening quickly attracted several nearby zombies. The zombies roared and rushed towards them, and they took action instantly and dealt with them as quickly as possible. Hurry up! The other zombies should have heard the noise and will be here soon. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded, and then the three of them quickly ran away. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yangbin did not close the door, leaving it open. As the few people left, the group of people in the supermarket breathed a sigh of relief. Yangbin and his men put too much pressure on them. Although they had nearly 20 people, they could not withstand the other party's strong fighting skills. Moreover, these guys were really ruthless in their attack, and some of them haven't gotten up yet. Several men helped Wang Yuehao with some simple treatment on his genitals. Since this was not a pharmacy and there was no medicine for him to use, they could only simply bandage it. However, looking at the thing that was kicked into a bloody mess, several people couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. It was too tragic. Another eunuch was born in China. This situation cannot be cured, let alone now, even before the end of the world, unless you pretend to be something fake. Bang! Looking at his crippled lower body, Wang Yuehao slapped Lu Xia hard in the face. It's all your fault, bitch. You. Lu Xia covered her face and stared at Wang Yuehao in disbelief. She never expected that this man would actually blame her for everything. Pa! Another slap. Why are you glaring at me, bitch? If I become useless, you won't have an easy life either. At this moment, Wang Yuehao completely returned to his true nature and no longer pretended to be a gentleman in front of Lu Xia. My younger brother was kicked to death. What's the point of pretending? Blood was flowing from the corners of Lu Xia's mouth. It is not difficult to imagine how heavy the two slaps were. Seeing the disgust in Wang Yuehao's eyes, Lu Xia lowered her head and dared not speak anymore. At this moment, she finally felt a little regretful. She would actually give up the man who had taken care of her wholeheartedly for 3 years for such a person. Sooner or later, I will kill them, Wang Yuehao said angrily. However, at this moment, there was a sudden noise from behind, and Wang Yuehao quickly shut up, thinking that Yang Bin and the others had returned. After a while, 2 figures appeared in front of them. When they saw these 2 figures, the group of people were suddenly shocked. Zombies! How did the zombies get in? Damn it, the back door must be unlocked. When the zombies saw the crowd, they became excited and rushed towards them frantically. A group of people quickly took out steel pipes to fight the zombies. However, soon, more and more zombies came running in, and the already injured people were slowly drowned in the zombie horde. Yang Bin and the other 2 were walking towards the cafeteria at this time. They are looking for special zombies. There are the most zombies in the cafeteria, so it will definitely be easier to find some there. Zombies kept appearing along the way, and even though Yang Bin avoided most of them, there were still many that were difficult to avoid. There are more than 30,000 people in the school, and there are at least 27,000 or 28,000 zombies. You can basically encounter them everywhere you go. If Yang Bin didn't have the eyes of true vision, he really wouldn't dare to go out casually. They soon came to a place not far from the cafeteria. When they saw the zombies surrounding the cafeteria, all 3 of them gasped. Damn, there must be at least several thousand of them. Hu Wenliang swallowed and said, Here, the people inside must be trapped to death. Chen Hao was also stunned. It seems that I should try to stay away from crowded places in the future. Yang Bin whispered, Yeah. The 2 nodded in agreement. Yang Bin opened his true vision and scanned the zombies, and immediately a look of surprise appeared on his face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chen Hao asked. There are almost 100 special zombies here, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. So many. Chen Hao and the other man widened their eyes immediately. Well, it's obvious that there are more special zombies, Yang Bin said, and there's also a very special zombie in it. What's the special method? The crystals in other special zombies' heads are only the size of rice grains, but the crystals in this zombie's head are almost the size of mung beans. Are there any special zombies that are different? This is the first time I've seen it too. If I'm not mistaken, the special zombies we encountered before were first-order zombies, and this one is most likely a second-order zombie, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. Will that make us even stronger? The two men said with their eyes wide open. Sure. Yangbin nodded, feeling a little heavy in his heart. He originally thought that his strength was enough to kill these zombies, but he didn't expect that there were even stronger zombies. It seems that these zombies are indeed constantly evolving. Ordinary zombies will slowly become first-level zombies, and first-level zombies will slowly become second-level zombies. If humans keep hiding, they will be destroyed sooner or later. Yangbin frowned. Should we make the matter of the crystal public? Chen Hao asked. Yangbin thought for a moment and said, it has to be announced. Otherwise humanity will definitely perish, but we should try not to announce it. Otherwise there will definitely be endless trouble in the future. The military should have been clearing out zombies these days. After all, with all kinds of powerful weapons, it is easy to deal with zombies. It is estimated that they may have found the crystal. Let's wait a little longer. It will be better if it is officially announced. Yeah, so are we still going to fight? What the hell? Let's go somewhere else. We can't do it here. All right. Several people left here quickly. In the cafeteria. Why is it porridge again? I won't be full with this. I want to eat. Exactly. Eating porridge every day. Are you trying to starve us to death? Many people started to make a fuss again because they were really hungry. If you don't want to give me food, what's the point of calling me? If you have the ability, go out and find food for yourself. Someone retorted. That's right. It's good enough that you have some to eat. Don't you know what's going on now? You're still thinking about your life as a young master. You're destined to eat porridge. There must be food in school, but they just won't give it to you. How can you eat enough if you don't fight for it? There's zombies everywhere outside. If you have food, you have to eat it sparingly. Who knows when help will come? If we keep eating like this, we'll starve to death before help arrives. The crowd was divided into two factions, and the argument continued, which made the principal frown. It's only the third day of the apocalypse, and it's already turned out like this. What shall I do if it continues for a few more days? I have to say that this principal is definitely a responsible principal. At least he thought of these students first at the end of the world. He was afraid that they would be hungry, so he asked them to gather in the cafeteria. But the human heart never knows satisfaction. Chapter 31 Conditions for Level 2. After leaving the cafeteria, Yangbin continued to take Chen Hao and others to search for special zombies everywhere. I have to say that there are indeed a lot more special zombies today than yesterday. After more than half an hour, they killed 2 special zombies again. Yangbin ate both crystals plus the previous 3. That is, Yangbin ate a total of 5 crystals, but still failed to light up the second corner. And as you eat more, the effect of the crystal becomes worse and worse, and the improvement of the last one is pitifully small. Yangbin frowned. He had a feeling that the next one would probably have no effect at all. Brother Bin, it's not lit yet? Chen Hao asked puzzledly. No, try another one and see. Yangbin said. Yeah, the two had no objection. To them, Yangbin's promotion was equivalent to their promotion. Several people started searching again, and soon they found another one. However, the number is quite large, as many as 40 or 50. So, Chen Hao's assassination method appeared again. After using up all his energy twice in a row, he ambushed and killed more than 20 zombies, and the remaining 20 or so were killed by several people. However, several of them also suffered some injuries, but fortunately, with Hu Wenliang there, they recovered quickly. Yangbin dug out the crystal again and swallowed it under the expectant gazes of the two men. How is it, Brother Bin? Is it lit up? Chen Hao asked quickly. Yangbin shook his head. Still not working? It's not that it's not possible, but it's ineffective, Yangbin said with a wry smile. Invalid. Well, it's barely an improvement. How could this happen? Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also frowned. Yangbin thought for a while, and suddenly thought of something and said, I roughly know what the situation is. What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, if I want to light up the second corner, I should need a second-order crystal. Yangbin said seriously. Second-order crystal? Yeah, that's the one we just saw outside the cafeteria. I think it's possible. Chen Hao agreed. Then are we going to get him? Hu Wenliang said. Let's first check if there are any second-level zombies in other places. There. Don't touch them unless it's absolutely necessary, or people will die. Yangbin said. Several people started searching again. In the following period of time, the few of them encountered several first-level zombies again. The crystals they obtained were given to Hu Wenliang and Chen Hao, which greatly improved their strength. However, they never encountered any second-level zombies. There is only one level 2 zombie among the thousands of zombies in the cafeteria. It would not be easy to encounter one in other places. Brother Bin, I don't think it's okay for us to look for it this way. We should find a higher place, which might make it easier to find it. Chen Hao said, "Oh, that's right. Let's go to the Costco building." The Costco building is the college's iconic building and also the tallest building. Students are usually not allowed to go up there. Several people carefully walked downstairs. At this time, the door of the Costco building was locked. But this naturally did not pose a problem for them. They inserted the iron pipe into the door lock and pried it open with a slight pry. Walk, close the door, and go upstairs. The Costco building has a total of 18 floors. Originally, there was an elevator, but now it is not open during opening hours, and the elevator cannot be used. So we have to climb up. Fortunately, several people have now been promoted, so climbing 18 floors is not difficult. When you reach the top of the building, you will have a broad view and can see the whole school at a glance. Damn, I didn't think of such a good place earlier. Yangbin said, a little depressed. That's because you couldn't use it before. It's not too late to find it now, Chen Hao said with a smile. Yangbin nodded, then turned on the eye of true vision and began to scan the zombies throughout the school. This position is very good, but it is also far from the ground. One can imagine the mental energy consumed in order to see the mung bean-sized crystals in the heads of distant zombies from such a high place. After watching for a while, Yangbin felt dizzy and stopped immediately. Fuck, this consumption is a bit scary, Yangbin said with a wry smile. Of course. After all, it's so high up and far away from there. Yangbin rested for more than 10 minutes, stood up again, and continued searching. In this way, after 3 consecutive times, he finally saw a second-level zombie under a dormitory. Found it, let's go and do it. Good. Several people quickly went downstairs and, under the leadership of Yangbin, soon arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building and saw the second-level zombie. It looks similar to an ordinary zombie, but I don't know if it's an illusion, but it feels like this zombie is more agile than the other zombies. There are 11 zombies in total. I will hold back the second-level zombie first. You guys can help by dealing with the other zombies as soon as possible, Yangbin said. He was really unsure about the second-level zombies. Good. Superior. Several people rushed towards a group of zombies in an instant. As soon as they appeared, the second-level zombie discovered them and rushed towards them quickly. Yangbin went straight forward and stabbed the zombie's head with the iron pipe in his hand. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly moved away and rushed towards the 10 zombies behind them. When Yangbin's iron pipe was about to pierce the zombie's head actually tilted slightly. Although it failed to dodge in the end, Yangbin was still shocked. I killed so many zombies before they had no IQ at all and didn't know how to avoid attacks, so I could stab them in any way I wanted. However, this zombie actually tilted its head, which was not a good sign. You have to know that this is only a second-level zombie. If it is a higher level, what will happen? At that time, the difficulty of killing zombies will definitely increase significantly. The iron pipe finally pierced the zombie's head, but only partially penetrated. The zombie shook its head to get rid of it, then opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Yangbin. Yangbin changed his iron pipe from stabbing to swinging and smashed it hard on the zombie's head. The zombie's head was hit and bleeding, but it didn't have much impact. Yangbin frowned, looked at the bent iron pipe in his hand, and a bitter smile appeared in his eyes. It seems that this thing should be eliminated. As his strength increased, this hollow iron pipe obviously could no longer meet his needs. The zombies won't care whether your weapon is bent or not, and will soon pounce on you again. Yangbin quickly hid to the side. The zombie failed to hit him and pounced again. Its reaction was more than twice as fast as that of a first-level zombie. Yangbin's iron pipe was already bent, so he couldn't smash it or poke it, so he could only use it to block. However, the power of the second-level zombies is extremely strong, and they can beat Yangbin back every time. For a moment, Yangbin was beaten by the second-level zombie and had almost no strength to fight back. After a while, several wounds appeared on his body. Fortunately, not long after, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang dealt with the other zombies and hurried over to help. With the help of 3 people, the situation was finally stabilized. Chapter 32, Second Stage. The 3 of them cooperated well. Yangbin and Hu Wenliang were responsible for resisting the zombies' attacks, while Chen Hao's iron pipe kept stabbing the zombies' necks. Finally, after several minutes of hard fighting, Chen Hao's iron pipe finally broke the neck of this second-level zombie. The 3 of them sat on the ground to catch their breath. This battle was too difficult. Oh, it seems we need to change weapons, Hu Wenliang said helplessly as he looked at the bent iron pipe. The iron pipe in his hand, which was used to resist the zombies' attacks, was also bent. This thing is hollow. It's pretty good that it can last that long, Chen Hao said. Then where can I get weapons? To be honest, I'm already familiar with this iron pipe. As for weapons, I just thought about it. I could get a fire axe. That should be very useful for killing zombies. You can definitely kill one by chopping its neck with the axe. The second way is to go to the gym and get a few barbells. They're very strong and will explode your head when you hit it with them. I want to get a barbell. I'm used to using iron pipes. What about you? Yang bin asket. I also think the barbell is better. When there are a lot of zombies, I can smash them all with one hit. Chen Hao said, yeah, I think so too. The fire axe is too short, and you will be covered in blood. Hu and Liang also nodded. Okay, let's go to the gym later. The three of them quickly reached an agreement. Yang Bin walked towards a zombie's body and took out a Meng bean-sized crystal from its head after a while. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang looked at the crystal in Yang Bin's hand with curiosity. Although they couldn't see anything, they still felt that this crystal was much stronger than the previous ones. Yang Bin opened the eye of true vision and looked at the crystal in his hand. They were also made up of energy, but the energy contained in this crystal was far greater than the previous ones. There was a flash of heat in Yang Bin's eyes, and then he rubbed it on his body and swallowed it directly into his stomach. After the crystal entered his body, it instantly turned into huge amounts of energy that poured into Yang Bin's limbs and bones. The second corner of the first star in the star map in Yang Bin's mind instantly lit up. As this horn lit up, even more powerful energy was fed back into the body, and Yang Bin suddenly felt extremely comfortable. It took a while for the energy to be completely absorbed. Yang Bin clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force in his body, and excitement appeared in his eyes. If the power of his punch was about 50 to 60 kilograms before he ate the crystal, then after the first horn lit up, his power directly reached more than 100 kilograms. I ate some crystals along the way, and in the end, I should have weighed about 200 kilograms. And now, after the second horn lit up, his strength increased significantly again, and now it was at least more than 300 kilograms. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Yang Bin was also a little excited. In this way, his chances of survival in the end times would be greatly improved. It seems to be just as I guessed. As more star maps are lit up, the strength will become stronger and stronger. There are 9 stars in the mind. Each star has 5 corners, and every time a corner is lit up, the strength will be greatly improved. I don't know if there will be any unexpected surprises if I completely light up one star, and what it would be like if I light up all 9 stars. Brother Bin, what's wrong? Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang looked at Yang Bin curiously. The second corner is lit. Yang Bin said with a smile. Has your strength improved a lot? Yeah, it's improved a lot. I estimate that my punch now has a force of at least 300 kilograms. That's great. Brother Bin has been promoted. Our survival is more secure. Chen Hao said with a smile. Don't be too optimistic. It will become increasingly difficult to improve in the future. Yang Bin shook his head. No matter how difficult it is, I believe we can survive. Chen Hao said firmly. Well, we should be like zombies. Lighting up one corner is level 1, and lighting up 2 corners is level 2. The next step is to get you to level 2 as well. Each of you has eaten 3 crystals now. If you eat 2 more first-order crystals, you can raise your strength to the peak of the first order. Then if you eat 1 second-order crystal, you can reach the second order. However, the first-order crystals are easy to deal with, and there are too few second-order zombies, which is a bit troublesome. Yang Bin frowned and said, It's okay, Brother Bin. The zombies are growing in strength. There aren't many level 2 zombies today, but there will probably be some tomorrow. Chen Hao said, Yeah, that's right. Yang Bin nodded and said, It's quite late today. Let's go and deal with the weapons issue first. We should go back to the dormitories soon. It's too dangerous at night. Soon, several people walked towards the gymnasium. This place was quite far away from the gymnasium. Their weapons were basically scrapped, so they did not dare to walk too fast along the way. Under the leadership of Yang Bin, it took more than half an hour to reach the gymnasium. The lock of the gymnasium was the kind with an iron chain, and it took several people a lot of effort to open it. After entering the gymnasium, they went all the way to the equipment room and pried open the door lock. Suddenly, all kinds of sports equipment appeared in front of the 3 people. However, the 3 of them had a clear goal. They directly found a few barbells, took out the barbell plates, and made 3 1.8-meter barbell bars. After weighing it in their hands, the 3 of them immediately showed a look of satisfaction. This thing is made of alloy steel and is solid. It is much heavier than the previous iron pipe and feels great. It feels really good. No need to worry about bending. Chen Hao said with a smile. Well, with this and the fact that I'm already at level 2, if I encounter a level 2 zombie again, I can definitely smash its head with one blow. Yangbin said confidently. If I had such a good weapon before, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly. It's almost dark. Let's go back to the dormitory first. Good. With weapons, the few of them were obviously more confident. They just smashed the zombies they encountered along the way. Basically, wherever the sticks went, brains splattered everywhere. This weapon is so cool and gives a strong sense of impact. Chen Hao said excitedly. These ordinary zombies are not of the first level. How dare you two first-level zombies bully those who are not of the first level? There is a first-level zombie over there. Go and try it. Yangbin pointed to a group of zombies not far away. Okay. The two of them rushed towards a group of zombies. A group of zombies with no IQ saw the two people rushing towards them and immediately pounced on them excitedly. Then, they became tragic. The two men swung up the barbell and started smashing hard. Any zombie that was hit by them had its head smashed and died on the spot. More than a dozen zombies, including special zombies, were all killed by the two in less than a minute. Which one is the special zombie? Chen Hao looked at Hu Wenliang and asked. I didn't pay attention. They just smashed everything and then everyone died. Then how do we find the crystals? I can only ask, Brother Ben. Seeing these two idiots, Yangbin shook his head helplessly and then pointed at one of the corpses. Chen Hao quickly ran over and picked out the crystal. Who of us is going to eat this? It doesn't matter who eats it. How does he eat it? You should be promoted first. If you encounter a large number of zombies at that time, you will need your assassination skills to fight against them. Yangbin said, Yeah, okay. Chen Hao didn't hesitate to wipe it and put it directly into his mouth. After Chen Hao digested the energy, several people walked towards the dormitory again. Killing zombies along the way took some time, and it was already dark when they arrived at the dormitory. At this time, the dormitory building was quiet. The others probably stayed in the supermarket and would not come back. After all, it was dangerous to come back. Not everyone was as perverted as these three people and dared to walk around freely in the end times. Of course, strength is one thing, but what really allows them to walk around freely is naturally Yangbin's eye of true vision. If you don't have the eye of true vision, it's easy to be surrounded by a large group of zombies, and then you'll be dead no matter how strong you are. Chapter 33, The Secret of Zombie Ascension. After returning to the dormitory, several people took out the food from their backpacks and had a full meal. I filled 3 large bags of food at the supermarket, enough for them to eat for 2 or 3 days. At this time, they had quite a lot of things in their dormitory, including food and daily necessities, all of which were looted. They could still live comfortably for a short period of time. Let's take a break. We'll go out and take a look later. Yangbin suddenly said, It's getting dark now. What are you going out to see? The two looked at Yangbin strangely. These zombies don't seem to improve during the day, but their strength seems to have increased a lot the next day after every night. We have to find out the reason. If we can find a way, maybe we can also improve. Yangbin said, That makes sense. We should go out and take a look. Several people lay on the bed and habitually took out their mobile phones to check their phones. Currently, the mobile phone signal is still there, which is the best news for human beings. At least they can cheer each other up. Would you like to have two? Hu Wenliang suddenly asked. What's coming? Games. I'm just bored right now. If you can match your teammates and opponents, I will admire you. Yangbin rolled his eyes. I think so. I could just play against the bots, right? Just play by yourself. Yangbin and Chen Hao both shook their heads. This guy is too addicted to games. As a result, Hu Wenliang's face turned dark as soon as he opened the game. Can't enter the game. Isn't that normal? Penguin is lucky enough to be able to ensure that the communication is usable now. All right, Brother Ben, look. At this moment, Chen Hao suddenly handed over the phone. The 3 of them gathered in front of their phones. I saw a video playing on the phone screen. A group of people were fighting zombies. Suddenly, a ball of fire flew out from the hand of the leader and instantly hit a zombie. The zombie immediately caught fire and was burned to death in a short while. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them were shocked. The comments below were even more overwhelming, with some saying it was a special effect, some saying it was magic, and some speculating that it was a supernatural power. There are all kinds of comments, but it is undeniable that this video has gone viral. In this desperate doomsday, this video is like a tranquilizer, giving desperate people some hope for fantasy. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. A person with superpowers. Chen Hao said solemnly. Yes, and it's a fire-related ability with very strong attack power. Yangbin said seriously. Damn, this is what we call superpowers. Why do I feel that the superpowers of the three of us are so low? Hu Wenliang said with his eyes wide open. Who said that? If we really have to fight, I can kill him in minutes by turning invisible. Chen Hao said unhappily. Okay, then what Brother Ben and I have is a bit low. Without my special powers, can we live such a comfortable life? Yang Bin said speechlessly. It seems so. In fact, our superpowers are not weak, and are even much rarer than his. It's just that our superpowers are not combat-oriented, and our performance in battle is not as direct as his. But in the Doomsday, our chances of survival are definitely greater than his. Yang Bin said, That's right. Do you think your superpowers are low? If they get injured on the Doomsday, when this hospital is paralyzed, what will happen to them? I dare say that as long as someone knows about your superpowers, no matter how awesome they are, they will beg you to join their team. Chen Hao said, Haha, now that you guys put it that way, I feel much more balanced. Well, but we do lack combat abilities. If we encounter them again, we have to find a way to get back at them. Yang Bin said, Yes, but people's hearts are too complicated nowadays. It's hard to find someone who has combat abilities and can guarantee that he won't stab you in the back. Take your time. With my sharp eyes, I will find it eventually. Haha, indeed. Go to sleep and go out to find out at night. At 11 o'clock at night, the three of them got up again and walked out of the dormitory. With the help of the few remaining light from the street lamps, several zombies were soon seen. The three of them hid behind the flower bed and observed several zombies, but after watching for a long time, they didn't see anything different. These zombies are just wandering around like they were during the day, and I can't see anything different. Chen Hao frowned. Let's wait and see. We must find out the reason for the zombies' improvement today. Yang Bin said, All right. So the three of them waited patiently for these zombies for an hour. As 12 o'clock in the morning arrived, the zombies that were originally wandering around suddenly stopped, and then they raised their heads one by one and looked at the sky quietly. Seeing the zombies' actions, Yang Bin and others immediately looked up at the sky. 9 stars of the Big Dipper. The three of them exclaimed in a low voice. Could it be that the 9 stars of the Big Dipper will not appear until 12 o'clock at night? Yang Bin pondered. Why can't I see the North Star? Hu Wenliang asked puzzledly. It seems to have fallen. Chen Hao said, What I vaguely saw that night seemed to be the red star that appeared after the North Star fell. Yeah, I saw it too, but now I can't see the red stars anymore. Yang Bin said, with some surprise. In ancient times, the North Star was called the Z-Way Star. When the Z-Way Star moves, something big must happen. If the Z-Way Star falls, the whole world will be in turmoil. Hu Wenliang frowned. It's the end of the world now, but the world is still in turmoil. Well, it seems so. Yang Bin looked at several zombies not far away and saw that they seemed to be immersed in a certain state. He then opened the eye of true vision and looked over again, and immediately discovered that there seemed to be wisps of transparent gas flowing into their bodies. Is this spiritual energy? Yang Bin pondered. If that's the case, then it's not hard to explain why these zombies become stronger every night. But zombies actually know how to absorb spiritual energy? Then why can't humans do the same? Yang Bin looked in their direction, but did not find any spiritual energy. Haozi, Liangzi, the two of you should concentrate on looking at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. Yang Bin suddenly said, Oh, okay. After hearing Yang Bin's words, they raised their heads and looked at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky seriously. Yang Bin opened his true vision and looked carefully around the two people. Finally, after a while, a trace of spiritual energy actually appeared around the two of them and slowly flowed into their bodies. However, the spiritual energy around them is less than that of the zombies. My neck is so sore from lifting my head up. Hu Wenliang rubbed his neck and moved his head. Under Yang Bin's gaze, as Hu Wenliang moved, the spiritual energy around him disappeared instantly. So that's it. I understand. Yang Bin's face showed surprise. Let's go to the rooftop. After saying this, Yang Bin walked toward the rooftop. Although the two had many doubts, they did not ask too many questions and quickly followed. Chapter 34, Cultivation Method. The three of them rushed all the way to the 7th floor. When they were on the rooftop, they were suddenly blinded by the stench in the stairwell. The corpses are still piled up here. After a few days of fermentation, the smell is simply deadly. Yang Bin quickly held his breath. The stairwell was blocked, and he could only climb up using the handrail. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also hurriedly followed. Arriving at the rooftop, they quickly closed the door and breathed in the fresh air. If they stayed there any longer, they would have suffocated. Brother Ben, why are we coming to the rooftop? Chen Hao asked puzzledly. Look at the stars. Look at the stars? The two were immediately confused. I just used my supernatural powers to observe those zombies. When they were looking at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky, spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. I also let you try it. When you concentrate your attention on looking at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper, spiritual energy will also flow into your surroundings. This may be a method of cultivation, so let's try it, Yangbin said seriously. Real. When they heard Yangbin's words, their eyes widened. Yeah, Yangbin nodded. Then, the three of them found a clean place to lie down and looked at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky carefully. After a while, traces of spiritual energy began to flow into the bodies of the three people. Among them, Yangbin obviously had more spiritual energy around him than the other two. I don't know if it was because of Yangbin's eye talent or because he was at the second level, or both. The three of them didn't feel anything. If they hadn't believed that Yangbin would not lie to them, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang would have given up. If you keep staring at one object, especially a glowing object, your eyes can easily become overwhelmed. Even though they were already above level 1, they still couldn't hold on for more than 20 minutes. On the other hand, Yangbin seemed to have no feeling and was still staring at the sky. The two did not disturb Yangbin. After resting for a few minutes, they looked up at the sky again. Afterwards, the two of them would take a break every 20 minutes, but Yangbin kept looking at the sky from beginning to end without taking a break once. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At first I thought Yangbin was stronger, so I could watch him for a while longer, but now it seems that it is definitely not as simple as just being strong. However, the two soon thought of Yangbin's talent and felt relieved. Since his talent is his eyes, it is understandable that his eyes are quite powerful. In this way, the three of them watched the stars on the rooftop all night. Because of frequent eye use, I almost fell asleep several times, but I kept holding on thinking that it would improve my strength. During this period, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang didn't know how many times they rested, but Yangbin didn't rest much from beginning to end, just taking a nap in the middle. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper slowly disappeared. The three of them could no longer resist their sleepiness and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. The 4th day of the apocalypse. The food problem broke out completely. Most people only had enough food for 2 or 3 days at home. By the 4th day, many people had already used up all the food at home. Without food, the next thing to face is hunger. Some people take risks and go outside to look for food, while others just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. It becomes common for them to snatch food from those around them. In the doomsday, without the constraints of law, the dark side of human nature slowly emerges. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the zombies' strength increased again. Some teams that were able to clean up the zombies had to hide after suffering serious damage. Those so-called teachers who were originally teaching people how to deal with zombies on the internet have now become obedient. Online, there are fewer and fewer videos of people fighting zombies, but more and more messages asking for help. The entire internet is filled with an atmosphere of despair. At this moment, the authorities suddenly announced a major news that would determine the fate of mankind. According to official news, some special zombies have red crystals in their heads. After swallowing these crystals, a person's physical fitness can be greatly improved, and they can easily kill ordinary zombies. The official also provided pictures of the crystals and informed that the special ones are stronger than ordinary zombies, and it takes several people working together to kill them. The authorities encourage people to stand up bravely and kill zombies, and improve their strength in order to survive the doomsday. As soon as this news was announced, the entire internet exploded. When humanity is almost in despair, this news is almost a beacon of light in the darkness. Suddenly, many people began to leave their rooms to fight the zombies, hoping to obtain a crystal that would greatly increase their strength. Some ambitious people even began to form cliques. The people lying on the rooftop were unaware of all this. The three of them slept until noon as they were too tired last night. Yangbin was the first to wake up. He stretched himself, felt his physical condition, and excitement immediately appeared on his face. As he expected, this method really can improve his strength. He could feel that his strength had increased by at least 30 kilograms in just one night. After kicking Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang to wake them up, Yangbin asked, "You two should feel it and see if your strength has improved." The two men clenched their fists and then showed excitement on their faces. "It has increased. I feel like it has increased by about 10 kilograms. Chen Hao said, "Yeah, I'm almost the same." Hu Wenliang said. Hearing what the two said, Yangbin frowned. mainly because the difference between them and him was quite large. But he felt relieved when he thought about how they both needed to rest last night, while he hardly got any rest. Let's keep practicing like this every day in the future. This way, even if the matter of the crystal is announced, we can always stay ahead. Yangbin said. Okay. The two nodded. Let's go downstairs and eat something and continue killing zombies. I'll try to get both of you to the second level today. Yangbin said. What about you, Brother Bin? I'm not in a hurry. Let's talk about it when you reach the second level. All right. The three of them then went downstairs and returned to the dormitory to brush their teeth, wash their faces, and eat. They were probably the only ones who lived so freely in the apocalypse. Brother Bin, I think we need to move to another dormitory. It's always troublesome to go to the rooftop in this dormitory. And even if the door is closed, you can still smell the stench on the rooftop. Chen Hao complained. Indeed, I smelled it too. It's very uncomfortable, said Hu Wenliang. Okay, then we'll pack up our things and find a dormitory with better conditions. Yangbin said. Why don't we just go to the graduate student dormitory? I heard that they have double rooms and complete facilities. It's much better than ours, and there's also a rooftop terrace. Chen Hao said. Okay, let's go over there. Yang Bin nodded. Then they packed their things, clothes, food, and daily necessities into several backpacks, and each person carried one in the front and one in the back. After packing up their things, they left the dormitory building and headed towards the graduate dormitory area. Chapter 35, New Residents. Along the way, there were still zombies everywhere. Although they had cleared the road to the dormitory several times, the zombies were still walking around randomly, and they would appear again after a while after clearing. Several people concluded from the zombies' running speed that the zombies' strength had increased significantly. Unless ordinary people had weapons, it would be difficult for them to defeat them. Moreover, the number of special zombies today is much greater. They have only walked for more than 20 minutes and have encountered several of them. The ratio is much higher than yesterday. The strength of both Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang has reached the limit of the first level. As long as they can get the second level crystal, they can be upgraded to the second level. Just as the few of them were passing by a group of dormitories, they unexpectedly ran into another group of people. There were more than 20 people in total. Each of them was tall, holding the iron pipes they had used before, and were fighting a group of zombies. What surprised several people the most was that two of them were extremely powerful. According to their estimation, they should have reached the first level. Could it be that they know about the crystal? Hu Wenliang asked doubtfully. How's check the internet? Yangbin said. Chen Hao quickly took out his phone and quickly raised his head and said, Brother Bin, your guess is correct. The official announcement about the crystal was made this morning. No wonder. I was wondering why these people suddenly dared to come out and kill zombies. Hu Wenliang said, interests are the basis for overcoming all difficulties. Just like us, if we didn't know that the zombies' crystals can enhance our strength, would we still run out every day? Wouldn't it be better to hide in the dormitory? Yangbin said, yes, I guess there are people everywhere killing zombies to get crystals. This is a good thing. At least humans have a chance to survive. If we keep hiding, we will perish. Well, it seems we have to work harder and make sure we don't get caught up. Chen Hao clenched his fists and said, let's go. Yangbin didn't want to have too much interaction with other people, especially in Doomsday. But just as they were about to leave, the other party discovered them. Students in front, are you here to kill zombies too? No, we're just strolling around. My classmate is such a joke. There's zombies everywhere now. Who would hang out here for no reason? I see you all have weapons in your hands. You must be out here to kill zombies, right? Why don't you come with us? We just killed 2 special zombies. 2 of them have eaten the crystals, so we can easily deal with ordinary zombies. The leading man, who was wearing a basketball uniform and was at least 1.88 meters tall, smiled and glanced unconsciously at the backpacks and barbells in the hands of Yangbin and others. If we do it together, how do we divide the crystals? Yangbin said calmly, we will distribute them equally. I believe that with our strength, everyone will have a crystal soon. The man said with a smile, well, I wish you good luck. We won't participate, otherwise we will have to allocate a few more. Yangbin said with a smile, how could that be? I see you guys are holding 20 kilograms barbells as weapons, so you must be very strong. If you join us, our team will definitely become stronger. If you're strong, we may give you priority in crystals. Thanks, but that's not necessary. Yangbin smiled and left with the 2 of them. Seeing them leave, many people in the group showed unhappy expressions on their faces. I don't know what's so cool about it. You'll know you're wrong once you're eaten by zombies. That's right. We invited them with good intentions, but they didn't appreciate it. Some of them will cry later." The leading man frowned and said to an equally tall man beside him, "Sijia, why do you think they refused?" At the moment, our team is considered strong, but they refused so decisively. I noticed that they were very calm from beginning to end, without any fear. Such people are either confident enough or they are not aware of the horror of the end of the world. Judging from their appearance, it is obviously the former. Sijia said, "Well, it looks like we have to get some more powerful weapons. I think their barbell is much stronger than our iron pipe. But this place is too far from the gym. It's too dangerous to go there. Let's be safe." On the other side, Yang Bin and his companions continued to walk towards the graduate student dormitory. The whole journey was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, without any pressure at all. "Brother Bin, that group of people just now seemed to be interested in our backpacks," Chen Hao said with a smile. "Isn't that normal? Who wouldn't be envious of all these bags? It's good enough that they can restrain themselves from taking action." Yang Bin said with a smile. "Then they should be thankful for their good sense. If they really want to fight, those 20 or so people won't be enough to defeat us." Chen Hao said, "Keep a low profile. Don't tell me the truth." "Oh, I see." Not long after, they arrived at another dormitory area, which is where graduate students usually live. Regardless of what it is like inside, at least the surrounding environment is quieter than theirs. "Just live on the 7th floor. It's convenient to go to the rooftop," Yang Bin said. A few of them found a relatively remote dormitory building and walked straight up. No one was seen in this dormitory building, but they did encounter a few zombies, which suddenly pounced down to deliver a package when they were going upstairs. We soon arrived at the 7th floor. Most of the dormitory doors had been broken, and the dormitory was filled with the smell of blood. Fortunately, I found a door at the very edge that was still intact. A few of them cleaned up the room and prepared to live there in a short time. The graduate student dormitory is much better than theirs. It is fully equipped with facilities such as a washing machine, a water heater, and even has a small balcony. After putting their things away, several people prepare to go out. Everyone started to fight zombies, so they couldn't be lazy. "Brother Bin, what should we do if someone comes and leaves our things here?" Chen Hao suddenly said. "Yes, even if the door is locked, it can be pried open." "Well, how about attracting a few little cuties to guard the gate?" "Ow, it's easy. We just need to lead them to the 2nd floor and then jump down from there. Ordinary zombies don't seem to be able to climb over walls." "Yeah, okay." Several people went downstairs and brought a few zombies nearby to the 2nd floor. Then they jumped directly from the 2nd floor and left in style. Several zombies kept roaring in the corridor, but they couldn't jump out. Next, Yang Bin and his companions began to look for special zombies to kill again. There are really a lot more special zombies today. According to several people's guess, they account for at least 1/5 of the total number. From 1% on the first day to 1/5 on the 4th day, the number of zombies increased extremely rapidly. Not long after, the few of them killed a few more first-level zombies. Yang Bin ate another one. He wanted to try if the first-level crystal would still be useful to him, since he was at the 2nd level. The result is obvious. It's useless. Chen Hao also tried one, but it also had no effect. "Brother Bin, what should we do with this thing? It seems to be of no use," Chen Hao said helplessly as he held the remaining crystals. "Let's keep it for now. Although it's useless to us, this thing is something others would risk their lives to get. It will be useful if we want to expand our team later." Yang Bin said, "Okay." Chen Hao nodded and put the crystal into his bag. "Don't kill the first-level zombies. Go straight to find the 2nd-level zombies," Yang Bin said. "Then go to the Costco building again?" Chapter 36, Betting on Human Nature. Several people climbed up to the Zhongyuan building again, and Yang Bin immediately opened his true vision eye to check. The Zhongyuan building can almost see the entire school, and with his true vision, he can clearly see every corner of the school. Unlike yesterday, zombies were no longer the only thing to be seen in school today. After he looked around, he actually saw more than a dozen groups of people fighting zombies, including boys and girls. It seems that the temptation of crystals is really great. Yang Bin sighed. Something that is related to survival, for sure. Chen Hao said, "Well, if most people weren't trapped in the cafeteria, the number would have increased several times." Yang Bin concluded, "I wonder if those trapped in the cafeteria will hate the school leaders because of this? No need to think about it. It will definitely happen. Even if the school leaders have good intentions, the result is obviously unacceptable to those students." Yang Bin said. Just as Yang Bin expected, the school cafeteria was already in chaos at this time. After the official announcement of the crystal incident, Those students who were already somewhat dissatisfied were completely furious. I thought I wouldn't have to go hungry after coming here. It turns out that eating porridge every day here is not enough to fill you up. Now there are zombies everywhere outside, and there's no way to go out and get the crystals. I saw many people posting videos online about how their strength increased after eating crystals, even on campus networks. These people suddenly felt even more uncomfortable and even began to curse the school leaders. It's all your fault. If you hadn't asked us to gather in the cafeteria, we might have had a great time outside. That's right. You let us eat porridge every day and raise pigs. These people completely forgot that they came to the cafeteria because they had nothing to eat. If it weren't for the school's porridge, they would probably have starved to death. The principal looked at these furious students and felt sad. Was I wrong? Maybe. If I hadn't been so worried about them, this situation wouldn't have happened. The end of the world is really scary. Costco Tower. It didn't take Yongbin long to lock on his several targets. As they expected, there were a lot more level 2 zombies today. Just a moment ago, Yongbin saw more than a dozen of them, but some of them were in the zombie group, and he couldn't take action. The ones he had his eyes on all had ways to be killed. Target confirmed. Let's go. The 3 of them quickly went downstairs and headed towards the first target. When we arrived near the target, we found that a group of people were approaching the zombies. Yongbin frowned. The reason he chose this place first was because he found that there were people nearby, and he was afraid of being met by them first. He didn't expect that he was still too late. He was not afraid of being beaten to it by these people. To be honest, these 20-odd people really could not take down this second-level zombie. He was just afraid that these people would shout and attract the surrounding zombies, and then it would be difficult for them to take action. It was too late for Yongbin to stop them because those people had already rushed towards the zombies. I guess in their minds, more than 20 people against 4 or 5 zombies have the advantage. When a group of zombies saw the crowd, they immediately rushed towards them excitedly, and the one rushing in the front was a second-level zombie. The 2 leaders, one holding a fire axe and the other holding a tang sword, chopped directly at the other. I have to say that those who dare to come out and kill zombies are all capable. At least they are well prepared in terms of weapons. However, their misjudgment will cost them blood. Both of them used their weapons to chop at the zombie's head. If it was a first-level zombie, it might be possible to kill it. However, the one in front of him was a second-level zombie. Although the weapon chopped off its head, it was not fatal. The zombie instantly knocked one of them to the ground and then bit him on the neck. The powerful strength of the second-level zombie made it impossible for him to even resist. The others were horrified when they saw this scene. The man with the tang sword slashed the zombie again, leaving a cut on its back. However, it was of no use as the zombie turned around and pounced on him. This person reacted very quickly and rolled to the side in an instant, avoiding the attack. A special zombie. This must be a special zombie, with crystals. After dodging, the man said excitedly. They killed several zombies and finally encountered a special zombie. But we may not be able to defeat them, someone said worriedly. Others can beat it, so why can't we? Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't kill it. As long as we kill it, we will stand up, the man shouted. Although the others were a little scared, they overcame their fear and rushed towards the zombies when they thought about how their strength would increase greatly after eating the crystals. They came out to kill zombies and take the crystals. They finally encountered a special zombie. So how could they retreat? What they don't know is that special zombies are also divided into levels. Soon, a group of people started fighting with the zombies, using all kinds of weapons to attack the zombies. However, these attacks did not have much effect on the second-level zombies. Every time it attacked, it almost always resulted in death. Several people died in a short period of time. They couldn't kill the second-level zombies, but the other 4 ordinary zombies were hacked to death by others. Brother Bin, why don't we take action? We can get the crystal and save them at the same time. After all, we are classmates. Hu Wenliang said reluctantly. Yongbin glanced at him and suddenly said, believe it or not, if we rescue them, they will not only not be grateful, but will also try to snatch this second-order crystal from us. No way. They should know very well that they can't beat this zombie at all. If they continue to fight, they will all die. Haha, let's make a bet. If it's what I said, don't mention saving people to me again. If not, I will wash your underwear for a month. Yongbin said. Hu Wenliang was still a student after all. He had too little experience and did not see many things thoroughly. He thought that saving these people was just a piece of cake for them, but he ignored the human heart. He is not like Chen Hao. Chen Hao basically believes what he says, and no one ever doubts what he says. Hu Wenliang was not so blind, so Yangbin took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. From the crazy looks in these people's eyes, he knew how obsessed they were with the crystals. If they took action, the other party would never think that they were saving them, but would only think that they were stealing their crystals. Okay. Hu Wenliang nodded. It wasn't that he didn't believe what Yangbin said, but some things really had to be seen with one's own eyes to be believed. On the battlefield, half of the more than 20 people have been killed and several are injured. It is obvious what the fate of these injured people will be. They will soon become zombies. At this point, the group of people finally panicked and no longer care about the crystals and started to flee frantically. However, the zombies had no intention of letting them go and chased after the crowd. Chapter 37, Is It Possible That This Is a Cat? The speed of the second-level zombies was beyond the reach of these people, and it seemed that the leader was about to be knocked down by the zombies. At this moment, a barbell suddenly flew over and hit the zombie directly in the chest. The powerful force immediately knocked the zombie back a few steps. Then 3 people rushed out from behind a wall not far away. Yangbin ran over and picked up the barbell. At this time, the zombie climbed up again and pounced directly towards Yangbin. Yangbin snorted coldly and smashed the zombie's head hard with the barbell in his hand. Bang! A sound of bones breaking was heard, and the zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon by Yangbin's stick. A group of people stared at the scene in amazement, their faces full of disbelief. The zombie that more than 20 of them couldn't defeat was actually smashed to death by this person with just one stick? Yangbin carried the barbell on his shoulder as if he had done something insignificant, walked to the zombie's body, took out the crystal, put it in his pocket, and then prepared to take the 2 away. Brother, do we have a share of this crystal? Seeing Yangbin's actions, the leader holding the Tang sword suddenly became anxious. We lost so many people for this crystal. It's inappropriate for you to take it away as soon as you get here. Yangbin didn't say anything, but looked at Hu Wenliang with a smile. Hearing what the other party said, Hu Wenliang was so angry that his face turned blue. He looked at the other party and said, "If it weren't for us, you would have all been killed by zombies. We saved your lives, and you didn't say thank you. But you actually want the crystal? You can't say that. If we hadn't crippled this zombie, would you have been able to kill it so easily? No matter what, we should have a share of this crystal," said another person in the group. "How can a zombie be crippled?" Hu Wenliang was speechless. "Look at the wounds all over its body. We beat it. You just hit it with a stick. It's obvious that you took advantage of it." After hearing what they said, Hu Wenliang was so angry that he was speechless. Now everyone knows that zombies can only be defeated by hitting their heads, and hitting other parts of the body is useless to zombies. How could these people even argue with him and cripple the zombies? Seeing Hu Wenliang's expression, Yangbin smiled and shook his head, then patted Hu Wenliang on the shoulder and asked, "How do you feel?" "It feels like eating a piece of shit," Hu Wenliang said with a wry smile. He was really disgusted by these shameless people. "Do you know how to deal with such people?" Yangbin said with a smile. Hu Wenliang shook his head numbly. "I'll teach you, watch out." Yangbin walked toward the crowd in front with a smile on his face and said, "Do you want to share this crystal?" "Yes, we have contributed a lot to this. Take it out quickly and we will discuss how to divide it," said the leading man. "Haha, okay, I'll show you." After Yangbin finished speaking, he actually took out the crystal. When the leader saw the crystal, a fiery look suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he quickly reached out to take it. Bang! The shadow of the stick flashed by. A scream was heard, and the man's outstretched hand suddenly dropped in the middle. One could tell without even looking that the bone was completely broken. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that this person would actually take action directly and so cruelly. Fuck you. The man was also a ruthless person. He grabbed the Tang sword with his other hand and slashed at Yangbin. Bang! Another blow came over, and the man's head exploded like a watermelon, with blood splattering everywhere. Then, the headless corpse fell straight to the ground. This scene made everyone stand there in a daze. No one expected that Yangbin would dare to kill someone in the street. Although it is the end of the world now, it has only been a few days, and most people still stick to their original ideas. Killing people is still something that is difficult to accept. You! The others pointed at Yangbin, their faces full of horror, and they were speechless for a moment. "Get out," Yangbin said coldly. The others wanted to say something, but when they saw Yangbin raise the barbell in his hand again, they were frightened and ran away. Yangbin shook his head, turned around, and saw Chen Hao and the other man looking at him in a daze. Yangbin sighed. looked at the two of them seriously, and said, "If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you must be ruthless. Only by being ruthless will others be afraid of you, and you can survive longer. Do you understand?" "Understand." Chen Hao quickly adjusted his mentality. Hu Wenliang thought for a while and nodded. "I understand. I understand. Well, let's leave first. A large number of zombies are coming here." Yangbin said. "Good." After they arrived at a safe place, Yangbin handed the crystal to Chen Hao and said, "Haozi, you go to the second level first." "Okay." Chen Hao took the crystal and swallowed it without hesitation. After a while, Chen Hao also reached the second level. Two of the three of them had reached the second level. "Let's go, next one." Without delay, the few of them quickly ran towards the second target, mainly because they were afraid that this situation would happen again. Although it's not a threat to them, it's pretty disgusting. Fortunately, there was no one at the second target. Among more than 10 zombies, there was one second-level zombie and two first-level zombies. It can be seen how large the proportion of special zombies is now. Fortunately, such a lineup did not pose much of a threat to the three of them. They were all dealt with in a few minutes, and they harvested a second-order crystal and two first-order crystals. Hu Wenliang also successfully advanced to the second level, and all three of them were at the second level. "Let's go to the next one." Several people walked towards another target again. The target is under the willow tree near Yusen Lake, and there are only two zombies, making it the easiest one to kill. However, just as the three were about to reach Yusen Lake, a dark shadow suddenly jumped down from a tree and instantly grabbed Yang Bin, who was walking in front. The sudden change prevented the three from reacting. At the critical moment, Yang Bin only had time to use his arms to block forward. The intense pain made Yang Bin gasp, and 4 wounds deep enough to see the bones suddenly appeared on Yang Bin's arm. Yang Bin didn't have time to look at the wound, and the first thing he looked at was the thing that attacked him. This sight immediately shocked them all. "Fuck, how could there be a tiger in school?" Chen Hao exclaimed. "Is there a possibility that this is a cat?" Hu Wenliang asked. "Your cat is so big," Chen Hao said with his eyes wide open. "But this is a cat, an orange cat." "Liangzi is right. This is really a cat," Yang Bin said. "But this cat is too big. I've never even seen or heard of it. It's obvious that this cat has mutated," Yang Bin said in a deep voice as he looked at the orange cat with a pair of blood-red eyes. "Be careful. This cat is not easy to deal with." Chapter 38, Become a Spirit. The two men wanted to say something, but the cat did not give them a chance to speak. It quickly launched an attack again, and its figure quickly grabbed Chen Hao on the other side, at a speed that was almost invisible. Chen Hao smashed the barbell in his hand hard in the direction where the orange cat was rushing towards, but it hit nothing. Severe pain came from his shoulder, and Chen Hao also had 4 wounds on his shoulder. "I can't hit him, this guy is too fast," Chen Hao said in pain. "Cats are fast to begin with, and they must be even faster after the mutation." Hu Wenliang frowned. Yang Bin also frowned. In terms of strength, this cat was at most level 2, but the key point was that this cat was too fast. This is when the disadvantages of the barbell come into play. It's really cool to hit zombies with such a heavy barbell. One hit will directly blow their heads off. But when encountering this kind of fast-moving mutant beast, the barbell is basically useless, and it is almost impossible to hit it. "Put down the barbell and hit with your fists," Yang Bin said. "Yeah." The two nodded, threw the barbell aside, then clenched their fists and stared at the orange cat in front of them. The cat was more than 60 centimeters tall and almost 1 meter long. It was no wonder that Chen Hao thought it was a tiger at first. He had never seen a cat that big. At this moment, the orange cat saw the actions of several people, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. "Fuck, this cat is mocking us," Chen Hao said unhappily. "How can this be tolerated? This is unbearable. Do it." The three of them attacked instantly and pounced directly on the orange cat on the ground. However, the orange cat just kicked its legs and dodged in an instant, and even left a few wounds on Hu Wenliang. Why does this thing hurt so much when it grabs someone?" Hu Wenliang frowned. It seems that this cat still has some conscience and knows how to share the love and kindness equally, Chen Hao said with a smile. "You still have a mind to laugh? You should think about how to fight it. If this goes on, all of us will be killed by it." Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes. At this time, Yang Bin was looking at the orange cat in front of him with a serious face. The other party was too fast, and he couldn't touch it at all. It would be interesting if 3 second-level warriors were killed by a cat. Yang Bin immediately activated the Eye of True Vision, hoping that this ability would allow him to capture the opponent's trajectory Otherwise, he would really be killed. Soon, the orange cat moved again, kicked its legs, and pounced towards Yang Bin in an instant. Under Yang Bin's true vision, the opponent's speed was still very fast, but it was not without a trace. Seeing that the orange cat was about to grab Yang Bin's face, Yang Bin suddenly punched out. Before the opponent could react, he punched the opponent in the stomach and knocked him away. Brother Bin is awesome. Seeing this scene, both Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were delighted, as they finally beat each other. The orange cat got up instantly after falling to the ground and looked at Yang Bin with some shock. It obviously didn't expect that the other party could actually hit it. At this time, it finally began to be cautious, pacing not far from the few people, looking for an opportunity. Yang Bin did not dare to relax at all and continued to stare at it, waiting for its next attack. As for taking the initiative to attack, don't even think about it. You won't be able to touch a hair. Brother Bin, how did you hit it just now? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. He has activated his superpowers. Yang Bin said helplessly. No wonder. Chen Hao nodded. He thought Yang Bin had some secret, but it turned out he was cheating. He couldn't imitate this trick. The two sides fought for several minutes, and Yang Bin felt that he could not hold on any longer, but the opponent suddenly launched another attack. This time it did not pounce directly at Yang Bin, but suddenly jumped onto a tree, then kicked its legs on the tree, accelerated again, and pounced directly at Yang Bin. Yang Bin opened his true vision to the extreme and captured all of the opponent's movements clearly. Then he clenched his fist, and the moment its claws touched him, he smashed toward the opponent fiercely. The orange cat's hair stood up and it tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! A low voice was heard, and Yang Bin's punch hit the orange cat's waist again. This punch was much heavier than the previous one. The orange cat fell to the ground and rolled several times before climbing up with difficulty. As soon as he got up, the orange cat's hair stood up again. He instinctively sensed danger and quickly dodged to the side. But it was too slow after all. A person suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind it and punched it directly on the head the moment it bounced up. Bang! The orange cat's body fell to the ground again and slid several meters away. The person who made the move was Chen Hao. When the orange cat wasn't paying attention, he secretly hit himself. After falling to the ground, the orange cat wanted to get up, but was stepped on by Hu Wenliang, who had been waiting for an opportunity. Immediately afterwards, Yang Bin and Chen Hao also ran over and stepped on the orange cat with their 3 big feet, making it unable to move. MD, you dare to arrest me? Let's see if you can still be so arrogant now. Chen Hao said excitedly. This thing is much more difficult to deal with than zombies. Yang Bin said with a wry smile. Indeed, if you weren't here, Brother Bin, we probably wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Hu Wenliang sighed. Meow. Being stepped on by 3 people, the orange cat immediately struggled frantically. However, its strength was not as great as the 3 of them, and it was unable to break free. How to deal with this? Kill him, Chen Hao asked. You want to let it go without killing it? Aren't you afraid that it will scratch you? Hu Wenliang said with a smile. Kill him. This guy also has crystals on his head, and they seem to be different from those of zombies. Yang Bin said. Good. Chen Hao nodded, then picked up the barbell and smashed it towards the orange cat's head. The orange cat seemed to know its fate. There was no fear or pleading. There seemed to be a hint of relief and a hint of nostalgia in its eyes. It's hard to imagine that a cat can have so many emotions. When Chen Hao's barbell was about to hit the orange cat's head, Yang Bin suddenly said, etc. Chen Hao quickly pulled it back, but it was a 20 kilograms barbell, so it was impossible to pull it back easily. Chen Hao had to quickly change direction and hit the ground next to the orange cat's head. With a bang, dust and sand rose up, which showed how heavy the blow was. The orange cat's whole body was stiff, and it was obviously frightened. Ouch, my old waist. Brother Bin, could you tell me earlier next time? I almost broke my waist. Chen Hao complained while holding his waist. Sorry, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, Yang Bin said awkwardly. Then he looked at the orange cat under his feet. This guy seems to be different from other cats. It seems to be very intelligent. Do you think it is possible to keep it as a pet? Brother Bin, you are really bold. I dare say that as long as we relax our feet, this thing will definitely disappear, Chen Hao said with certainty. Yeah, never mind, let's just kill him. Chen Hao lifted the barbell again. Meow, meow. At this moment, the orange cat, who had originally accepted his fate, suddenly called out anxiously, as if he had something to say. What does it mean? Who knows? Could it be that he understood what we said? Impossible. However, to the 3's shock, the cat actually nodded its eyes filled with anxiety. Fuck, this thing can't be a spirit. Chapter 39, Little Orange. This cat was probably raised by humans before. It must have spent a long time with humans, and the mutation made its brain developed, so it can understand some human language, Hu Wenliang guessed. Yangbin nodded, agreeing with Hu Wenliang's words, then squatted down and stared at the orange cat below and asked, "What do you mean? Do you want us to let you go and become our pet?" The orange cat nodded quickly. "Why should I trust you? What if I let you go and you run away?" To be honest, Yangbin really wants such a pet. It would be a great help, but if its loyalty cannot be guaranteed, it would be better not to have it. The orange cat thought about it, then raised its neck. Only then did they discover that there was a small bell hanging around its neck. Because of its increased size, the bell was tied very tightly and hidden in the hair, so they hadn't noticed it before. "You want me to take down this bell?" Yangbin asked with some confusion. The orange cat nodded, and its eyes looked as if it was giving away something extremely precious. Yangbin grabbed the bell out of curiosity and pulled it off. He held it in his hand, and it seemed like there was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary bell. However, the orange cat looked at the bell in Yangbin's hand with reluctance. This was hung on it by its owner himself, and it was also its favorite thing. Even though it hurt a lot, it never thought of taking it off. Although most cats are wild and difficult to tame, there are also docile cats. It has been with its owner for 8 years. The man and the cat depend on each other and have a very good relationship. Unfortunately, when the doomsday came, the owner suddenly turned into a zombie, so it became ferocious and violent and took the initiative to attack Yangbin and others. But because of its master, deep down it does not reject humans and even longs for a master. It originally thought it was doomed to die, but after hearing the other party's words, it eagerly stated its position. In its mind, giving away one's favorite thing should be considered as being sincere. But Yangbin was confused. "How can I trust you with this?" However, when Yangbin saw the way the orange cat looked at Lingling, he became interested again. Then he looked at Chen Hao and the other man and said, "Can you guys loosen your legs and see?" "Brother Bin, you don't really believe it. Let's give it a try. If it dares to try its tricks, we'll kill it. If we can catch it once, we can catch it twice," Yangbin said confidently. Although the opponent was fast, he still couldn't escape his eyes. All right. The two men took their feet away and were ready to attack at any time. As the two men let go, the orange cat rolled over and stood up, but did not attack them or run away. Instead, it looked at the bell in Yangbin's hand and then lay obediently at Yangbin's feet. Seeing this scene, several people felt a little surprised. Yangbin tried to touch the orange cat's head with his hand. The orange cat did not dodge and seemed to enjoy it. Yangbin was delighted and said, "I'll call you Little Orange from now on." "Brother Bin, you picked this name." "What's wrong?" "That's great," Hu Wenliang said against his will. "Hey, it's a must." "Brother Bin, is this really okay?" Chen Hao still asked with some concern. "It's not certain yet. Let's observe for a while." Yangbin was also a little worried. "Well, if we really have such a pet, it will be a huge improvement for us. Of course, otherwise I would have killed him directly. Let's go find that zombie." The three of them walked towards Yusin Lake again, and Ziajuzi quickly followed. Soon, they found a second-level zombie who was dating by Yusin Lake. "Little Orange, come on," Yangbin said directly. He wanted to try out whether this pet was useful. If not, he would kill it as soon as possible. The orange cat seemed to know what Yangbin was thinking and instantly pounced towards the zombies. Soon, the orange cat rushed to the two zombies and grabbed the second-level zombie's neck with one claw, causing blood to splatter all over the place. The second-level zombie roared and grabbed the orange cat. However, the orange cat was extremely fast, and the zombies could not touch it no matter how hard they tried. The orange cat grabbed the other's neck every time. After a while, the zombie's neck was broken by the orange cat, and then it fell straight to the ground. "It's quite fierce," Chen Hao exclaimed. Yangbin nodded and said, "It's really powerful. Let's go and dig for crystals." When they walked over, the orange cat had already dealt with another ordinary zombie. Seeing Yangbin and his companions coming, the orange cat instantly jumped in front of Yangbin and looked at him as if asking for credit. "Good job, Little Orange." Yangbin touched the orange cat's head and said with a smile. Chen Hao walked directly to the zombie's body, smashed the zombie's head with a stick, and then picked out the crystal inside. "Let's give this crystal to Brother Bin first." Chen Hao looked at Hu Wenliang and said, "Of course." Hu Wenliang nodded. "Brother Bin, here you go." Chen Hao handed the crystal to Yangbin. Yangbin did not refuse. Both of them were at level 2, so it was time for him to upgrade as well. After swallowing the crystal into his stomach, the energy soon flowed into every part of his body. Feeling the improvement in strength, Yang Bin sighed. Sure enough, after reaching the second level, I still need the second level crystal to improve. The next second stage zombie is over at the girls' dormitory. This is the last one that can be fought. The others are in large groups and cannot be fought at all. Brother Bin, we have almost dealt with this second level zombie today. I guess there will be new second level zombies tomorrow. Well, let's go. Several people walked towards the girls' dormitory. As soon as they arrived there, their eyes suddenly lit up. Although they are all zombies, these zombies wearing pajamas with their chests jumping up and down are obviously more pleasing to the eye than the zombies in the boys' dormitory. Hey, we should have come here to kill zombies a long time ago. Hu Wenliang said, do you really want to kill zombies? Yang Bin looked at him with suspicion. He probably wants to see if there's any corrosion under his pajamas. Chen Hao said with a smile. I can tell you this, no. Yang Bin said, how do you know? I can see that. Brother Bin, let's exchange our superpowers. I will never say that your superpower is low again. How can it be low? It's simply a divine skill. Hu Wenliang said with an eager look on his face. Haha, it's a pity that I can't change it. Let's go find the second level zombies. Yang Bin thought about the location of this second level zombie, and then took the two of them to a dormitory. However, when they looked forward, they were stunned. Bin, Brother Bin, are you sure this can work? Chen Hao swallowed and said, can I say that there were only more than 20 when I saw them? Yang Bin also swallowed. At this time, in front of them, the entire open space was full of zombies. A conservative estimate was that there were as many as 400 or 500 of them. Maybe someone brought it here. Hu Wenliang said, yeah, there's some fresh blood in the middle. It must be some idiot who yelled and attracted all the zombies around. Can we still fight? How can we fight them? There are 400 or 500 of them, and there are almost 100 first-level zombies among them. If we are surrounded, we have to be able to fly. Well, it seems we can only wait and see tomorrow. Why don't we let Little Orange give it a try? He's fast. Maybe he can kill that second-level zombie in the zombie swarm. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Little Orange immediately arched his body and looked at him vigilantly. Obviously, it understood this. Forget it. It's too dangerous. Yang Bin shook his head and said, it doesn't matter if there's only one more. Go back and have some sleep. There should be a lot of second-level zombies tomorrow. After discussing it, several people were preparing to go back. At this moment, countless noisy footsteps suddenly came from behind. Several people quickly looked behind them, and their faces suddenly changed. I saw a group of girls running towards them frantically, and behind them, there was a large group of zombies. At this time, the group of girls also saw them, and immediately ran towards them even harder, shouting for help. Grass! The three of them said in unison. Soon, the 400 or 500 zombies in front of them also heard the sound, and then ran towards this side with excitement. All of a sudden, the three of them were inexplicably caught in a pincer attack from both sides. MD, we shouldn't have come to this place called the girls' dormitory. Hu Wenliang complained. Chapter 40, A Difficult Battle. Brother Bin, what should we do? Chen Hao finally panicked as he looked at the nearly thousands of zombies in front and behind him. The reason why they have been so comfortable is because Yang Bin's eye of true vision allows them to avoid large numbers of zombies in advance, so they have basically never been surrounded by zombies. But there are as many as 27,000 or 28,000 zombies in the school. How could there not be a large number of zombies? Being surrounded and killed by zombies is the most normal phenomenon at the end of the world. It's a miracle that they can still survive today after hanging out outside every day. At this moment, Yang Bin's heart was extremely heavy. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation when he came to the girls' dormitory. Their current position is very awkward, with 400 or 500 zombies blocking the way in front of them, and behind them, those women are still running towards this side with a large group of zombies. There are dormitory buildings on both sides. The right side is the back of the dormitory building with no place to go. The left side is the front, but the gate is in the middle of the group of zombies in front. The group of women probably wanted to escape back to the dormitory, but they didn't expect that there were a large number of zombies in the dormitory. Haozi, Liangzi, get ready for battle. We must rush to that gate. We will be safe as long as we enter the dormitory building. Yang Bin said seriously. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang glanced at the gate in the distance with solemn expressions. There were 400 or 500 zombies in front of them. However, they also knew that this was their only way. Once the zombies from both sides gathered together, they would basically have no hope of escape. Get ready, charge. After Yang Bin finished speaking, He rushed out first, and Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly followed. Soon, the two sides collided, and Yang Bin smashed the barbell in his hand at the zombies in front. Suddenly, his head exploded, and the three zombies rushing in front of him had their heads smashed by him. However, there were too many zombies, and before the first three were completely defeated, the zombies behind them pounced on them. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also attacked instantly and smashed the zombies that were rushing towards them. The three of them smashed the objects and rushed forward, and soon they were completely surrounded. The three of them stood back to back, each responsible for one direction, and madly attacked the zombies that pounced on them. As for Little Orange, he had already climbed up the wall. It is obviously impossible to trap a cat in an area with buildings. Looking at the other party, squatting leisurely on the second-floor window looking at them, the three of them could only show envy. The species advantage is incomparable. As for asking it to come down to help, that is meaningless. In this situation, the Little Orange can't help at all. The zombies pounced on the three men frantically, and they could only swing the barbell wildly to kill them. Every time the barbell is thrown out, it can kill several zombies, but more zombies will immediately pounce on them. These zombies had no idea of fear and kept coming one after another. Among them were some first-level zombies, which made the three of them feel a huge pressure. The barbell is a powerful weapon that has terrifying power when subjected to strong force, but it also consumes a lot of energy. Especially when there are so many zombies, each attack requires a huge amount of energy. Moreover, the barbell is not flexible enough, so it would be very uncomfortable if a zombie pounced on you. If there were only a few dozen zombies, they wouldn't be able to get close to the three of them, but with hundreds of zombies coming one after another, they couldn't stop them at all. Once the zombies get close to you, you'll have some injuries on your body. Yang Bin, who was leading the way in front, was under great pressure. It was not easy to fight his way through the densely packed zombies in front of him. As soon as he killed the zombies in front, more zombies would immediately appear. The three of them could only move forward little by little. The group of women behind him had also noticed the situation here, but they still ran towards this side. They had no way to retreat. "Classmates, please help me. We hope to make it bigger together," shouted the leading girl in sportswear. "I'm afraid they will die even faster." Chen Hao looked speechlessly at the horrific group of zombies behind the women. Conservatively estimated, there were at least 500 or 600 of them. This time, even Hu Wenliang didn't think about saving people, because he knew that if he still thought about saving people in this situation, he would only get himself involved. After seeing the three people, some of the zombies surrounding them rushed towards them directly, which helped relieve some of the pressure on them. But this is only temporary. When the zombies behind a group of women come over, they will face an even more terrifying attack. Yang Bin was very aware of the situation and was even more anxious. They were only 5 or 6 meters away from the gate. But this distance made him feel extremely far away, because every step he took was extremely difficult. Soon, the group of women were completely submerged by the swarm of zombies, and soon there was no sound. The result was self-evident. This is the cruelty of doomsday. This kind of scene is happening anytime and anywhere around the world. Crystals are not that easy to dig. If you want to hit the crystal, you must be prepared to lose your life at any time. The few of them no longer had the energy to watch what happened to the group of women, because the zombies chasing the women were already rushing towards them. The pressure on Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang behind him suddenly increased dramatically. Seeing this scene, Yang Bin gritted his teeth, grabbed the barbell, and pressed it directly against the zombie in front of him, then pushed forward with frantic force. Under his tremendous strength, the zombies were pushed backwards continuously, and he did not stop even when he bumped into the zombies behind him. The zombies behind were piled up one after another, and finally, after there were more than 20 of them, Yang Bin couldn't push them anymore. This time, he was pushed more than 3 meters forward, but the price was also quite high. Because he was holding the barbell with both hands to push the zombies in front of him, he had no hands free to deal with the zombies on both sides. The zombies on both sides seized the opportunity to bite him madly. In just a short while, Yang Bin was already covered in wounds from being bitten. Brother Bin, switch positions. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao's eyes turned red, and he quickly pulled Yang Bin behind him. He stood in Yang Bin's position to block the zombies that were rushing over. "Brother Bin, let me treat you first," Hu Wenliang said anxiously. "No, Russian first. I can still hold on," Yang Bin said with clenched teeth. At this time, they were less than 2 meters away from the gate, but the zombies in front of them were basically crowded together, making it difficult to move forward. "Meow." At this moment, Little Orange, who had been watching the show from above, suddenly pounced down and grabbed the heads of several zombies in front of them. Then he jumped around on the heads of the zombies, scratching and biting them frantically. Its action successfully attracted the attention of the zombies in front, and many zombies shifted their targets and pounced on Zaijuzi. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. He seized the opportunity and rushed forward, knocking away several zombies in front of him and rushing to the gate. Yang Bin and Hu Wenliang followed instantly. The three of them quickly rushed into the gate, closed the iron door, and then rushed directly to the stairs. Chapter 41. No Way Back. There were still quite a few zombies inside the gate, but far fewer than outside. Several people quickly killed the zombies blocking the way in front of them, successfully rushed into the stairwell, and went all the way up to the 4th floor. At this time, Yang Bin finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. Liangzi quickly helped Brother Bin to the dormitory next door for treatment. I'll guard the stairs, Chen Hao said anxiously. Good. Hu Wenliang nodded, helped Yang Bin up, and walked into the dormitory next door. Looking at Yang Bin's body covered with wounds, Hu Wenliang didn't know how to start for a moment. But soon, he saw a huge wound on Yang Bin's shoulder. It was bitten by a zombie. The zombie bit off a large piece of flesh from his shoulder. If it was a little further, it would have bitten his neck. Hu Wenliang quickly put his hand on it, and soon, white light appeared in his hand, and Yang Bin's wound was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After reaching the 2nd level, Hu Wenliang's healing ability improved significantly. After a while, the wound on Yang Bin's shoulder healed. Hu Wenliang then began to treat Yang Bin's other bite wounds. The injuries caused by zombie bites are obviously much more serious than those caused by scratches. Basically, every bite will take away a piece of flesh, and the bleeding cannot be stopped. It is necessary to receive treatment as soon as possible, otherwise it will be dangerous. If Yang Bin wasn't so strong, he would have collapsed long ago with all the wounds on his body. But Yang Bin was also holding on, gritting his teeth to prevent himself from fainting. If Hu Wenliang hadn't been there, he would definitely have gone to see the King of Hell. The iron gate downstairs didn't last long before it was rushed open by a large group of zombies. Then a large group of zombies rushed upstairs frantically. Chen Hao stood at the stairs holding the barbell tightly, with the momentum of a lone man blocking 1,000. Soon, some zombies rushed to the 4th floor. Chen Hao picked up the barbell and smashed their heads directly. Then he kicked them down, and immediately the zombies below fell down. The stairs have the advantage of terrain, and with Chen Hao's 2nd level strength, it should not be a big problem for him to guard the stairs. However, he was also seriously injured, and after fighting for so long, he was already exhausted. Every swing of the 20 kilograms barbell consumes a lot of physical strength. My hands are already sore that it is difficult to lift them. However, thinking of Yang Bin, who was seriously injured in the dormitory, Chen Hao gritted his teeth and persevered. As more and more corpses appeared in the stairwell, the zombies' momentum was finally slowed down. However, many of the zombies below were 1st level zombies. They already knew how to climb up through the handrails, and Chen Hao's pressure remained unabated. In the dormitory, the bite wounds on Yang Bin's body were basically healed, but Hu Wenliang also collapsed due to excessive consumption. Yang Bin didn't rest. He quickly got up and went to the stairwell. Seeing Chen Hao struggling to guard the stairs alone, he quickly picked up the barbell and walked over. How's he go? And have a rest, Yang Bin said. Brother Bin, are you okay? Chen Hao was pleasantly surprised when he saw Yang Bin. Well, Liangzi is here, so I won't die. You're in very bad condition. Go and rest. Leave this to me. Chen Hao did not try to be brave. He nodded and walked towards the dormitory. He was indeed very tired. After Chen Hao left, Yang Bin took over Chen Hao's position and blocked a group of zombies in the stairwell. With his strength, these zombies naturally cannot break through. It wasn't long before the stairwell was completely blocked by zombie corpses. Seeing that finally no zombies came up, Yang Bin sat down on the ground. This battle is definitely the toughest one they have had in these days. It was more difficult than the last time to rescue Hu Wenliang, and even he almost died. After crawling back to the dormitory with difficulty, I saw Hu Wenliang helping Chen Hao treat his wounds. However, because treating Yang Bin consumed too much energy, he had to rest for a while after treating each wound of Chen Hao. Brother Bin, is it done? Chen Hao asked. Well, the staircase is completely blocked. The zombies won't be able to come up in a short time, but it will be very troublesome for us to go down. It's okay. The most important thing is that we all survived. Chen Hao said happily. Yeah, I almost thought I had to confess. Hu Wenliang smiled bitterly. This time it's really all thanks to Zaijuzi. If it hadn't led the zombies in front away in the end, we might really be dead. Chen Hao sighed. Yeah, by the way, where's Little Orange? Only then did they realize that Little Orange didn't seem to be catching up. Nothing will happen, right? Several people looked outside with some concern. If their attitude towards the Little Orange before was that if it was useful, they would keep it, and if it was not useful, they would kill it. After this incident, their attitude changed completely. The other party saved their lives. Meow. Just then, a weak cat cry was heard, and a moment later, a huge orange cat stumbled in. Little Orange. The three of them looked at the orange cat that walked in with surprise. At this time, Zaijuzi was covered in blood and had wounds all over his body, which made people tremble with fear. His injuries were no less serious than Yangbin's. Liangzi quickly gives Zaijuzi some treatment. Yangbin said anxiously, Hu Wenliang quickly put his hands on the Little Orange and started treating it. Yangbin took out a crystal from his pocket and fed it to Zaijuzi. Mutated beasts seem to be different from humans. Little Orange is already at the second level, but can still eat first-level crystals. Although it cannot improve its strength, it seems to be able to absorb the energy of the crystals to replenish the body's consumption. So Little Orange likes crystals very much. I didn't expect that Zaijuzi was so fast, but he was injured so badly. Chen Hao sighed. Jumping on the heads of zombies is like dancing on a tightrope. With so many zombies raising their hands and baring their fangs, it has no place to land at all. It's lucky enough that it's not caught and bitten to death. Yangbin said. 2. Not long after, Hu Wenliang had treated most of Zaijuzi's injuries. Only then did he have time to treat himself, as he had also suffered a lot of injuries. After treating himself, Hu Wenliang fell headfirst onto the bed and fainted. Luckily, Liangzi is here. Chen Hao sighed as he looked at Hu Wenliang lying on the bed. Yes, if it weren't for him, I would have no choice but to wait for death after suffering such a serious injury. Yangbin said with a wry smile. This damn doomsday is really going to cost lives. It's over, Brother Bin. We didn't bring any things with us, so we won't have anything to eat at night. Chen Hao suddenly said. Yangbin's face also changed. Because carrying a backpack was inconvenient, they put all their things in the dormitory. I didn't expect that I was fine when I came out, and I can't go back. There are thousands of zombies waiting below, so it is impossible for them to go back in a short time. Oh, I didn't expect that I would have to experience the feeling of hunger, even though I'm already at the second level. Chen Hao said helplessly. How about this? You stay here to guard Liangzi, and I'll go search these dormitories to see if I can find anything. Yangbin said. Good. Chapter 42, There are people in the dormitory. After coming out of the dormitory, Yangbin began to search each dormitory one by one. I used to be very curious about what the girls' dormitory looked like, and always wanted to go up and take a look, but never had the chance. I didn't expect that I would still have the chance to go to the girls' dormitory, even at the end of the world. I originally thought that the girls' dormitory would be cleaner and tidier than the boys' dormitory. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. The girls' dormitory was even more messy than the boys' dormitory. Of course, it could also be the work of zombies. But the bras and panties all over the floor are a bit eye-catching. Moreover, this style also refreshes his cognition. Are girls so open-minded nowadays? Yangbin looked at the dormitory in front of him with a wry smile, but he had to look for food in the dormitory where underwear was flying everywhere. As a result, after searching for a long time, there was nothing to eat. Just as he expected, there was no way there was any food left in the dormitory. Any food that was available would have been looted by others long ago. Yangbin searched several dormitories in a row, and it was the same thing. He found everything, even a birth control pill, but nothing to eat. Yangbin sighed helplessly. Under the current circumstances, they would probably really go hungry. After searching the entire 4th floor and finding nothing, Yangbin went to the 5th floor and searched room by room as well. Finally, he found a pack of chewing gum, which he found in the pocket of a piece of clothing by using his supernatural powers. Damn, how come these people searched so thoroughly? Yangbin complained. When he reached the 6th floor, Yangbin was about to continue searching, but he unexpectedly discovered that one of the doors was locked. Yangbin opened his true vision and looked inside, and found 4 girls holding iron pipes in their hands and looking at the door vigilantly. Obviously, they had heard his footsteps. There were blood stains on the iron pipes in the hands of the 4 men, probably because they had killed zombies. Their dormitory was relatively tidy, with a lot of snacks on the bed. If I was not mistaken, all the food in this dormitory building was looted by them. Seeing the situation, Yangbin knew that there was no need to go up to the 7th floor, as he would not be able to find anything there. Yangbin thought about it and didn't go over. It was enough for him to know that there was food here. They had eaten at noon, so they weren't too hungry now. With their current physical condition, not eating for a night wouldn't have any impact. If I still can't think of a way to leave tomorrow, I can come here and borrow some food from them then. It shouldn't be a problem. After remembering this dormitory, Yangbin turned around and went downstairs. Inside the dormitory, the 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief when they heard footsteps in the distance. Not a zombie? Probably not. Could it be someone? But there's no one in our building. It can't be those people just below. Impossible. How could those people still be alive? Nothing is impossible. They were able to rush into the dormitory building under the siege of hundreds of zombies, so it's not surprising that they survived. What if it really is them? It's okay. If it were them, even if they wanted to rape you, you have to open your legs obediently. We don't even have the qualifications to resist them. Don't think I'm kidding. Without the constraints of the law, anything can happen. Okay, but since he didn't come over, did he not notice us? The doors of the dormitories next to us are all open, but our door is closed. Do you think he's discovered us? Well, why did he leave? I don't know either. Anyway, be careful and hide everything. Sister Ching Ching, how come they're so powerful? If I'm not mistaken, they should be what the official said are the 2nd level evolvers. Level 2. Well, the only person who can survive under the siege of hundreds of zombies is a level 2 evolver. I didn't expect that 3 2nd level evolvers would appear in our school so quickly. Those guys in the Taekwondo club on the campus forum still boast that they're the strongest team in the school. If we really run into the 3 of them, we'll probably be wiped out in a few moves. Remember, if they come again, don't resist. Save your life. Yangbin returned to the dormitory on the 4th floor again. Hu Wenliang was still in a coma. Chen Hao was sitting on the bed browsing his phone, and Ziajuzi was lying on the bed sleeping. Brother Bin, how is it? Did you gain anything? Chen Hao asked hurriedly when he saw Yangbin coming back. I guess so. There are 4 girls on the 6th floor. They have food. If we are really hungry, we can borrow some from them. Yangbin said, in this end times, food is so scarce, who would lend food out? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. I feel they will lend it. Yangbin said as he wiped the barbell. Yeah, I think so too. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, let's take a rest. We still have to go to the rooftop to look at the stars tonight. By the way, Brother Bin, the authorities just released a document about the zombies' strength and the classification of human levels online. Oh, how is it divided? Yangbin asked curiously. Just like you said before, the strength of zombies and humans are defined by level 1 and level 2. So far, most of the zombies are 1st and 2nd level zombies, and we haven't found 3rd level zombies yet. According to official data, the 1st order strength is about 100 to 200 kilograms. The 2nd order is about 300 to 500 kilograms, and the 3rd order is still unclear. In other words, the official now has a peak of the 2nd level. Yangbin frowned. Of course, we use iron bars to smash, while they use machine guns and cannons to bombard. How can we compare? Yes, the government has an absolute advantage in this regard. Well, now the internet is full of posts about crystals. Many people have obtained crystals and improved their strength, but many more have lost their lives because of them. It's normal. It feels like this doomsday is a purge. I don't know how many people will survive in the end. Young Bin Siget. Yes. By the way, Brother Bin, the campus forum is quite lively right now, and we have become one of the topics. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. Looking at your expression, it doesn't seem like it's a good thing. Well, it should be those guys who spread the rumor this afternoon, saying that we killed people to steal the crystals. Now the campus network is full of condemnation. Haha, if I had known earlier, I should have solved all of their problems. Yangbin said coldly. There is no information about us. It's true. They described our appearance, and then the enthusiastic monitor of our class gave us away. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. That guy's always been unhappy with us. Forget it, never mind. Let them say whatever they want. These people haven't really experienced the cruelty of the end of the world. When they do, they will know how gentle we are. Chapter 43, Cooperation. Several people slept from the evening until 11:50 at night. At this time, Hu Wenliang also recovered. The 3 people and the cat walked all the way to the rooftop. The iron door on the roof of this dormitory is still locked, so no one has ever been up there. Several people used a barbell to pry open the lock and then close the door. After finding a clean place, the 3 of them lay down and waited for the 9 stars of the Big Dipper to appear. When midnight arrived, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper appeared in the sky on time. After the first experience, everyone quickly got into the state this time. Little Orange, standing by, also raised his head and looked intently at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. A trace of spiritual power slowly flowed into the bodies of several people. Below, thousands of zombies raised their heads and looked at the sky at the same time, and the night slowly became quiet. Most of the humans who were still alive fell asleep exhausted. After several days of exploration, humans also discovered a pattern of zombies. After the second half of the night, the zombies will calm down and will not look for humans everywhere. This is the time for humans to rest. Just like last night, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang both watched for a while and then took a break, but Yangbin continued to stare from beginning to end. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper disappeared. Yangbin increased his strength by more than 30 kilograms again, and Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also increased by more than 10 kilograms. The three of them and the cat went downstairs to the dormitory, locked the door, and lay down on the bed to sleep. This time, several people woke up at around 9 o'clock because they had important things to do today and had to find a way to leave here. Brother Ben, those zombies below haven't left yet. How can we leave? Chen Hao still felt a little scalp tingling when he looked at the densely packed zombies below. If they don't leave, then kill them all and use the stairwell to grind them down bit by bit. Yangbin said in a deep voice. They can't be trapped here forever. They need to go out and improve their strength. But the stairwell is too small. It's completely blocked with less than 100 bodies. How long will it take? Let's divide the work. One person will be responsible for killing the zombies in the stairwell, and 2 people will be responsible for dragging the corpses to the dormitory next door. Take your time, and we will kill them all. Okay. The 2 nodded. By the way, Brother Ben, didn't you say there were 4 girls upstairs? How about calling them down to help carry the bodies? The 3 of us will be responsible for killing, and the 4 of them will be responsible for carrying. Wouldn't it be faster this way? Yes, this is possible. Yangbin's eyes lit up. How dare you let those delicate girls carry the corpse? It would be weird if they agreed. Hu Wenliang said speechlessly. Haha, if you give them a few crystals, they will be able to carry corpses, not to mention dissect them. Believe it or not. Fuck, yeah. How could I have forgotten this? Let's go, Little Orange. You stay in the dormitory or go play by yourself. Try not to come out if there are other people around. Meow. Little Orange called out, then climbed up the corridor and disappeared from everyone's sight after a few long jumps. Brother Ben, it won't run away, right? Chen Hao said worriedly. Probably not. If it was so dangerous yesterday, they wouldn't have come down to save us. 2. The 3 of them walked all the way to the locked dormitory on the 6th floor, and Yangbin walked over and knocked on the door. Who? The 4 girls in the dormitory were startled and looked at the door nervously. We came into this dormitory yesterday. Open the door. We want to discuss something with you, Yangbin said. When the girls in the dormitory heard Yangbin's words, they looked at each other and saw understanding and nervousness in each other's eyes. What should I do, Sister Qingqing? They are really here and I don't want to open my legs obediently, a cute girl said with a sad face. The woman named Qingqing took a deep breath. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Open the door. This door can't stop them. All right. A short girl came to the door cautiously and opened it. I was shocked to see 3 men covered in blood standing outside the door. This is the girls' dormitory. Yangbin and the others couldn't find any clothes to wear, so they continued to wear their clothes from yesterday. As the dormitory door opened, Chen Hao and the other man's eyes suddenly lit up. These girls were all good-looking, especially the tall girl. Judging from her looks, she should be at least a class beauty. At this time, the tall woman, Qingqing, came over and said politely, Hello, what can I do for you? It's like this. We're going to clean up the zombies downstairs. If you have nothing to do, come down with us to move the bodies. Yangbin was not moved by the beauty and went straight to the point. After hearing what Yangbin said, the 4 people in the dormitory were speechless. How could they let the girls move the corpse right away? If they didn't know that these people were not easy to deal with, they would have wanted to curse them. Qingqing resisted the urge to curse and said with a smile, Well, I guess we can't help you. Oh, that's a pity. I was thinking of giving each of you 2 crystals if you wanted to go. Since you don't want to, we can only move them ourselves. Yangbin said regretfully, and then he prepared to leave with Chen Hao and the others, etc. The few people who were originally reluctant suddenly widened their eyes and asked excitedly, Are you serious? Of course. There is no need for me to lie to you. Yangbin said. Okay, let's move, the girl said excitedly. Well, let's go. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he walked straight down. Looking at their backs, another girl asked in a low voice, Sister Ching Ching, can we trust them? There's no need for them to lie to us. Let's go. This might be our chance. Ching Ching said excitedly, and then quickly followed with a few others. When they arrived at the fourth floor, they saw the stairs filled with zombies. The women were so scared that their faces turned pale, but they did not vomit. It had been so many days since the apocalypse, and they had seen many scenes, and their ability to withstand it had become stronger. Yang Bin casually took out 4 crystals from his pocket and handed them to the women, saying, These 4 are considered a deposit. After eating these crystals, you'll be stronger and can move the bodies faster. He dug these crystals out from the corpses in front of him yesterday. Although they cannot be used for the time being, they cannot be wasted. Several girls stared at Yang Bin's casual look with wide eyes and didn't know what to say for a moment. This was something that countless people dreamed of, and he just gave it to them so casually. As expected, the rich are inhumane. The girls quickly took the crystals and said in trembling voices, Thank you. Thank you. This thing may be of no use to Yang Bin and his companions, but for them, it is their hope to survive. Special zombies are not so easy to kill. Plus, the zombies come in groups, and if there aren't enough people, they can't be killed at all. As zombies become stronger, the hope of survival for ordinary people will become increasingly slim. The crystal in front of them is almost like a life-saving medicine for them. Okay, stop sighing, eat quickly, and move the body. Yang Bin Urget. Good. Several people quickly wiped the crystals and put them into their mouths. As the crystal energy was absorbed, several people also reached the first level. Then, several women ran to move the body consciously. Although moving corpses was a huge challenge for them, it was nothing with the temptation of crystals. Yang Bin and his companions were also not idle. They moved the body to the next room. As the bodies were moved away, the stairs below were revealed, and soon zombies rushed up. So, Yang Bin and his 2 companions were responsible for killing the zombies, while the 4 women were responsible for moving the bodies away. The cooperation between the 2 sides was quite pleasant. Chapter 44. Cell phone signal lost. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, more than half of the zombies turned into first-order zombies, and the proportion of second-order zombies also increased significantly. The destructive power of zombies has increased sharply. Ordinary doors can no longer withstand the impact of zombies, and the living environment for humans has become even worse. The chance of obtaining crystals seems to have increased, but in fact it has become more difficult. In any group of zombies, more than half are first-level zombies, which are simply impossible for an ordinary team to deal with. What's even more fatal is that on the 5th day of the apocalypse, the cell phone signal was cut off. I don't know about other cities, but the signal in Star City is cut off. Without mobile phone signals, people cannot get information from the outside world, cannot contact family and friends, and cannot even comfort each other, which makes the already desperate people even worse. The food shortage problem has once again intensified, and as mobile phone signals disappear, the darkness of human nature is accelerating. After becoming unable to bear the hunger anymore, those who did not dare to attack the zombies turned their eyes to the people around them. And for some people whose strength was enhanced after obtaining the crystal, their inner desires began to expand. Canteen. As the mobile phone signal disappeared, the emotions of the students in the cafeteria completely exploded. They're no longer satisfied with just eating porridge every day. They want to eat their fill. They rushed into the kitchen to grab food and fought over it. At this moment, all teachers and school leaders have been forgotten. For a moment, the entire cafeteria was in chaos. The principal sighed helplessly as he watched this scene. He knew very well that if this continued, it would only accelerate their demise. But he also knew that he could no longer control these students. There are still many zombies outside the cafeteria, and as time goes by, the zombies are getting stronger and stronger, and their hope of escape is getting slimmer and slimmer. Without rescue, they would eventually be trapped and die in the cafeteria. The principal can only pray that rescue will arrive soon. Outside, the number of zombie-killing teams in the school has dropped sharply from more than 10 yesterday to only 4 teams. The rest were basically wiped out yesterday. One of these 4 teams is the people from the sports department that Yang Bin and his team met yesterday. Their number has increased from more than 20 to more than 30, and nearly 20 of them are already first-level evolvers. One group is made up of people from the Taekwondo club. They have more than 20 people in their team, but most of them have already reached the first level. One is a team led by a group of girls from the sports department. This team has the largest number of people, with as many as 70 or 80 people, and many of them have already reached the first level. Another group is the people in Dormitory 21, led by Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun and his companions were the first people besides Yang Bin and his companions to know about the crystals, and they were also the first people who could kill the zombies. That day, after Yang Bin and his team took them to the supermarket, after the group had their fill in the supermarket, Zhao Kun and the other two took a few people who had weapons and dared to fight zombies and went out to kill the zombies. On that trip, they killed 2 special zombies, and Zhao Kun and Lao He were promoted to the first level. The next day, the official announcement of the crystal incident occurred, and the people in Dormitory 21 clung to Zhao Kun, so this team was formed. At this time, the 4 teams were cautiously hiding in the corner waiting for the zombies to appear. After the bloody lesson, they no longer dared to walk around and instead hid and waited for the zombies to come. On the other side, in Building 12 of the girls' dormitory, Yang Bin and his men and Lu Qingqing and the other girls were still killing the zombies in an orderly manner. With Yang Bin and the other 2 guarding the stairs together, not only could the first-level zombies, but even the second-level zombies not be able to rush up. Lu Qingqing and the other girls were already very familiar with carrying corpses. Perhaps they never dreamed that one day they would do such a thing. But at this moment, they're enjoying it because, as Lu Qingqing said, this is their chance. The strength of Yang Bin and the other 2 completely shocked them. These horrible zombies were like chickens and dogs in front of them and could be killed with ease. Following a person like this, would you still be afraid of not having crystals? In just a few hours, they have killed more than 200 zombies. Among them, there should be some zombies with crystals. What they didn't know was that more than half of the bodies they dragged into the dormitory contained crystals. Hey, here comes a big one. As several people were killing, Yang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. Level 2. Do it. I saw a plump female zombie pushing aside the zombies beside her and rushing towards the 3 people. However, just as she pounced on her, 3 barbell bars hit her directly on the head. Bang! A deep voice sounded, and the head burst open. This second-level zombie received his lunchbox before he could even make a move. Yang Bin dragged the zombie's body up and skillfully took out the crystal from its head. He wiped on his body and put it into his mouth. They had already discussed that Yang Bin's strength would be improved first, and after the second-level crystal became ineffective for him, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang's strength would be improved, so Yang Bin did not ask any more questions. It was the first time for several girls to see Yang Bin and his team removing crystals, and they were all a little surprised. They killed so many zombies but never took any crystals from them, but they took this one, so this one must be special. Especially when they saw this crystal, which was a circle larger than the picture on the internet. They looked at each other in shock. Second-order crystal. After the crystal entered his body, it turned into energy and merged into his body, and Yang Bin's strength was improved again. Yang Bin clenched his fist and felt it, and found that it had a force of almost 400 kilograms. Good. Yang Bin smiled and continued to kill the zombies. The few of them kept fighting until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when they finally couldn't hold on any longer, as they were tired and hungry. Don't move the body yet. Block the stairs and take a rest. Yang Bin said. Good. The women stopped obediently. Not long after, the stairwell was blocked by zombie corpses again, and Yang Bin and the other 2 sat down on the ground. This barbell is convenient to use, but it's too heavy. It's too tiring to use it for a long time. Hu Wenliang said breathlessly. I feel the same way. I can't even lift my arms. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. Well, it's okay. Just wait until you are stronger. Yang Bin said with a smile. He was not as tired as the other 2. After all, his strength was there. Brother Bin, why don't you ask them to get us some food? I'm really hungry. Chen Hao whispered in Yang Bin's ear. They just had something to eat yesterday at noon and haven't eaten anything since. If you lie still, you won't feel hungry even if you don't eat for a day. But they have been exercising excessively all the time, so naturally they can't stand it. Yang Bin nodded, then looked at the girls and said, Do you have anything to eat? Can you get us something to eat? No. A girl was about to speak, but Lu Qingqing quickly pulled her behind her and said with a smile, Yes, we'll get it for you. After saying that, he pulled the girls upstairs. This woman named Lu Qingqing is quite smart. Chen Hao said with a smile. Yeah, that's really smart. Yang Bin nodded. Chapter 45 Short Movie. Upstairs, the short-haired girl who had just been pulled over said in confusion. Sister Qingqing, we have finally found these foods. If we give them to them, what will we eat? Yes, Sister Qingqing. They probably haven't seen our food. Even if we don't tell them, they won't know, said another quiet girl wearing glasses. You guys are thinking too simply. What will happen if we tell them we don't have it and they come up and search for it? This, I'm sure they searched the other rooms, so they must have noticed that these rooms have been searched. Do you think they would have thought that it was us who searched them? Meeting. That's it. Even though we hid the food, they must have guessed that we had food in the dormitory. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked us. Their finding it themselves is completely different from our giving it to you. Do you understand? I understand. The other 3 women nodded. Don't worry. Even if we share the food with them, we won't starve to death. After they clean up the zombies below, we can go out and find food. Don't forget, we are also first-level evolvers now. Besides, didn't you notice? They don't even seem to like ordinary crystals. As long as we work hard and perform well, maybe they will give us a few more crystals. Then our strength will be enhanced again. Why should we still be afraid of not being able to find food? Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Yes, Sister Qingqing, I'll listen to you. Well, but remember, don't be clever. If they give it to us, we take it. If they don't give it to us, don't ask for it. Do you understand? Lu Qingqing said seriously. Clear. Soon, several people took down most of the food and water in the dormitory, which were basically bread, biscuits, melon seeds, and the like. Yangbin looked at the pile of things in front of him, smiled, and looked at Lu Qingqing and said, You are very smart. Don't worry, we won't eat your food for free. We will give each of you an extra crystal as the meal fee. How about it? Really? The 4 of them suddenly widened their eyes and were extremely excited. Of course. Yangbin nodded. To them, nothing is too much except crystals. They have killed more than 300 zombies in the morning, and there are at least 100 first-level zombies among them. It will probably be difficult to dig out the crystals later. That's great, thank you. The girls' faces flushed with excitement. Sure enough, Sister Qingqing was right. A few of them ate something, rested for a while, and then continued to kill zombies. This time, the 3 of them took turns killing until after 6 in the evening, when they stopped only when it got dark. In one day, they killed more than 700 zombies and their hands were numb from killing. Among the more than 700 zombies, at least half were first-level zombies. We also encountered 3 second-level zombies, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Yangbin ate all the second-level crystals, including the one he ate yesterday. Yangbin has eaten 4 second-level crystals since he reached the second level. Just like the first stage, the effect becomes smaller as time goes by. When taking the 4th pill, the strength is only increased by about 30 kilograms. But at this time, Yangbin became confused. According to official data, the peak strength of the second stage should be around 500 kilograms. But he felt that his current strength had reached 500 kilograms. Although there is no precise data, it should be about the same. Is it true that the second level only needs to consume 4 crystals to reach its limit? Or is it because of my practice? Yangbin pondered. That shouldn't be the case. I feel like the second-order crystal should still be effective. Could it be due to my cultivation? No matter what, we'll find out after practicing tonight. Yangbin took out 4 crystals again and handed them to the girls. This was the money he promised them for their meal. You guys go back and continue tomorrow. Yeah, thank you. The girls immediately expressed their gratitude. No need to thank me. We just get what we need. Yangbin smiled. After Lu Qingqing and others left, Yangbin and others looked at the rooms where the zombie corpses were piled up and suddenly felt their scalps tingling. Brother Bin, shall we touch it ourselves? Otherwise, why don't you ask them to touch it together? I don't think they would dare to embezzle. That's not necessary. They don't know how many crystals are inside. If they see so many crystals, they will feel a little unbalanced and won't work as hard. Besides, crystals are still a scarce commodity now, so it's better not to let people know that we have so many crystals. Yangbin said. But why do we need so many first-order crystals? Hu and Liang asked puzzled. Little Orange needs to be eaten, and if we want to expand our team in the future, the more of this stuff the better. Yangbin said, Okay, touch it. I'll be in charge. You two can do the touching. Why? I know which corpses have crystals. Do you want to touch each one? Several people worked together, and it took more than an hour to find all the crystals, a total of 368 crystals, which made both of them very tired. Okay. Put away the crystals and go back to rest. We still need to get up to look at the stars at night. The 3 of them moved to a new dormitory, as the previous dormitory near the stairs had been used to house zombies. I lay down on a bed and took out my cell phone out of habit, but found that there was no signal. Well, now this thing can only be used as a flashlight. Chen Hao said helplessly, Didn't I ask you to download more movies? Have you downloaded them yet? No, There's no time for that. Oh, what a pity. Yangbin sighed. His cell phone was too bad, and its memory was almost full. He couldn't download anything even if he wanted to. You don't have it, but I do. Hu and Liang said proudly. Haha, it's you. Come on, take it out and let us see. The two of them hurried over. Good. Hu and Liang was not stingy and turned on the player. Do you want to watch foreign movies or domestic movies? From the island country, they said in unison. Okay. Hu and Liang quickly found a Japanese movie. But when Sadako's figure appeared on the screen, cut. Yang Bin and the other man immediately lost interest. What's wrong? This horror movie is so appropriate. Don't you have that kind of romantic action movie? Chen Hao said with his eyes wide open. Oh, the kind you're talking about. You should have said so earlier. Hey, is there? No. Brother Bin, I want to hit someone. So do I. Afterwards, bursts of screams were heard in the dormitory, scaring the girls upstairs so much that they hid in the dormitory and trembled. At 23:50 in the evening, the three people and the cat went to the rooftop again to watch the stars and stayed there until 5 in the morning. Yangbin felt the power in his body and became even more confused. He also gained more than 30 kilograms of strength today. His strength now exceeds 500 kilograms, but the third horn is not lit, which means he is still at the second level. Could it be that cultivation can allow one's strength to exceed the upper limit? Yangbin's eyes showed surprise. If that's the case, then their strength will be far beyond that of their peers. Chapter 46. Give you an opportunity. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, there were very few ordinary zombies outside. Most of them were first-level zombies. For those who did not obtain crystal upgrades in the early stages, it is basically impossible to obtain crystals on their own now. Ordinary people can't even defeat a first-level zombie, let alone a group of them. Of course, if you have a gun, that's a different story. However, China has very strict gun control, and the chances of ordinary people owning guns are slim. Moreover, even if they're guns, ordinary pistols have too few bullets and the sound of gunfire is too loud, so people dare not use them indiscriminately. Therefore, those who were too timid to go out and kill zombies in the early stage can now only hide in the corner and wait for rescue helplessly. But is rescue really that easy? In a meeting room in Star City, several Star City executives were having a heated discussion. No. Rescue must be carried out as soon as possible. Every day that passes, countless people will die. We can't delay any longer. A young man in military uniform shouted. Star City has a population of more than 10 million. No one is sure how many people are still alive, but what is certain is that the number of zombies will not be less than 8 million. With our current ammunition, we can't do anything. Another middle-aged man shook his head. If we don't have enough ammunition, the worst that can happen is that we have the brothers fight in close combat. I can't just watch those people get killed by zombies. Close combat? Do you want to kill all the soldiers? Once we are surrounded by zombies, none of you will be able to come back, the middle-aged man said angrily. If I weren't afraid of death, I wouldn't have joined the army. I'm a rough guy, not as smart as you. I only know that the purpose of my joining the army is to serve the people. Now that the people need us, I must stand up, the man said firmly. Zhao Hu, don't get excited. I understand how you feel. We feel the same way. But the more this happens, the more we need to stay calm. Let's not talk about whether or not to save them. Even if you can save them, how will you place them? With so many people eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and living, we have to consider all these. It's not enough to just rescue them, said a middle-aged man in the lead. So what do you say we should do? The most urgent task now is to build a large enough survival base so that the people can have a safe place, and then notify the people to come through the radio. You mean to let them do it themselves? Yes, of course, rescue is necessary, but it needs to be done in batches. It is impossible to rescue everyone at once. Our current troops and weapons are simply not enough to do that, so it would be best if they could come on their own. Do you think ordinary people have the ability to come here? Zhao Hu said coldly. If they can't come, I hope they can hold on until help arrives. Seeing that Zhao Hu was about to say something, the leader said directly, Okay, it's settled. The next step is to discuss the establishment of a survival base. Good. School. Girls' dormitory. Yangbin stood in the corridor and looked at the zombies below with a serious look on his face. What's wrong? Brother Bin, there are only first-level zombies down there, and there are 7 or 8 second-level zombies. The growth rate of the zombies is a bit terrifying. Yeah, it looks like we have to speed up as well. Well, go call those girls down and keep killing. Good. After the women came down, the men started their killing spree again. There were only about 300 zombies left. After a whole morning, the group finally managed to eliminate all of them. When no more zombies rushed over, the three of them felt like they had survived a disaster. Ah, finally I don't have to be trapped here. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, now I realize that female zombies are the same as male zombies. I want to vomit after seeing them too much. Just as Yang Bin observed, there were 8 second-level zombies among the more than 300 zombies. After Yang Bin ate 2 crystals again, there was no effect after taking them again. That is to say, the second level needs to consume 6 second-level crystals to reach the limit. After reaching the limit, Yang Bin's strength was almost 600 kilograms, a full 100 kilograms more than the officially announced 500 kilograms. And he practiced for 3 nights, and it seemed to be exactly this number. It seems that the power increase gained from practicing is really extra, Yang Bin said secretly. If that's the case, then I'm going to start to become a pervert. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang shared the remaining second-level crystals, and their strength was greatly improved again. After dealing with the zombies, Yang Bin took out 12 crystals from his pocket and handed them to the women, saying, "You performed well. I'll give you more. I hope you can survive in the apocalypse." However, the girls who were always excited when they saw the crystals did not take them immediately this time. Lu Qingqing looked at Yang Bin seriously and asked, "Can we follow you?" Yang Bin was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why do you want to follow us?" "Because we want to survive," Lu Qingqing said firmly. Yang Bin looked at the determined eyes of Lu Qingqing and the other women, thought about it, and shook his head. "We don't want too many people right now. With your current strength, as long as you dare to kill zombies, it shouldn't be difficult to survive. Next time we meet, if your strength has improved and you still want to follow us, I will consider it." Hearing Yang Bin's words, the girls all showed disappointment in their eyes. "It's okay. I believe we can survive. I won't let you down next time we meet." Lu Qingqing quickly adjusted her mentality and smiled at Yang Bin. Looking at Lu Qingqing in front of him, Yang Bin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman is quite an important figure. After thinking for a while, Yang Bin suddenly said, "How about this? I will give you an opportunity. There should be quite a few crystals from the zombies we killed today. We are leaving and don't have time to dig them up, so I'll give them to you. I hope you can grow up." "Ah, give it to us." The girl's eyes widened immediately. With so many corpses, there should be dozens of crystals, not to mention too many. "Well, take your time digging. I hope I won't be disappointed next time I see you." After Yang Bin finished speaking, he took Chen Hao and the other person downstairs. The first-level crystals are no longer necessary for them. Since they can leave, there is no need to waste time digging for crystals. It is better to quickly find second-level zombies to kill and improve their strength as soon as possible. The women looked at the 3 men's backs with mixed feelings. "They are really nice." The cute girl murmured to herself. "Yeah, but why didn't they let us follow? Obviously, they think we are too weak." Lu Qingqing looked at the backs of the 3 people and swore at her heart. "I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes." "Okay, touch the crystal quickly." After moving corpses for 2 days, the few people developed their courage and no longer felt uncomfortable touching the crystals. However, the more they touched, the more shocked they looked. Why are there crystals everywhere? Didn't the authorities say that only a few zombies have crystals? Did they kill all the special zombies? Several people looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. This is truly a huge opportunity. Chapter 47, Are You at Level 2? On the other side, Brother Bin, I feel like they're pretty good. They're efficient, don't ask too many questions, and are beautiful. Why don't you want them? Chen Hao asked with some confusion. It's not appropriate to bring too many people now. The more people there are, the more resources we need. It won't do us any good. Unless you are a superpower, it's unnecessary. In that case, why did you give them those crystals? If we don't give them to them, do we have to dig them up one by one? Now they're all available. If we have the time, wouldn't it be better to kill a few more second-level zombies? Well, it seems so. There are first-order zombies everywhere now. We don't lack first-order crystals at all. There's no need to waste time. We might as well do a favor. Lu Qingqing is a very smart woman. As long as nothing unexpected happens, they might be able to surprise us. So this favor is still very meaningful. Aren't you afraid that they will rise up and repay you with revenge? She is a smart person. There is no major conflict of interest between them, and she will not go against us. They may surprise us, but they can never surpass us. I still have confidence in this, Yang Bin said with a smile. Brother Bin, sometimes I feel that you don't look like a man in his 20s. Hu Wenliang sighed. Liangzi, you have known Brother Bin for 3 years. Why do you still treat him as your peer? He just looks like he is in his 20s. Chen Hao said with a smile. Okay, stop scolding me. There's a small store in front. Let's go find something to eat and then go to the Zhongyuan building. We won't go back to the dormitory at noon. Today, we will try to get you all to reach the peak of the second level. And by the way, look for any third-level zombies. Yangbin said. A few people came to the store, but found that it was occupied again. There were 4 people inside, and no matter how hard the 3 of them knocked, the door just wouldn't open. In desperation, Yangbin kicked the door open. What are you doing? The people inside were suddenly startled. Don't be nervous. We'll just grab some things and go. Yangbin said with a smile. No, everything here belongs to us. You can't take it. A thin man stopped the 3 people and said, Get out of the way. Don't force me to do it. Yangbin said coldly. Don't let. Bang. A figure flew out. Yangbin walked straight to the shelf and started taking things as if nothing had happened. You were just a bunch of bandits. The other 3 glared at them. You guys want to fly too? Yangbin gave a cold look to the few people, and they immediately shut their mouths. The 3 of them took some food and a few bottles of water and left without getting too entangled with these people as they were in a hurry. After eating, we came to the Costco building. What made them depressed was that the door of the Costco building was closed. It was obvious that someone was inside. There's nothing to eat here. Why are these people coming here? Chen Hao said speechlessly. They probably want to go up and observe the distribution of zombies. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely a team killing zombies. Yangbin said, except for the zombie killing team, ordinary people would never come here. Okay, should we wait for them to come down or just kick the door down? Just kick the door. We don't know when they'll be coming down. Good. Chen Hao nodded, then kicked the door hard, but it didn't open. Fuck, what are these guys using to support themselves? Why are they so strong? It's possible to replace the bolt with an iron pipe. That's pretty prudent. Let me do it. After Yangbin finished speaking, he kicked the door hard, and a crack appeared in the door. From the crack, 4 iron pipes could be seen across the middle. As Yangbin expected, these guys really replaced the wooden door bolts with iron pipes. But under Yangbin's huge force, all 4 iron pipes bent. Yangbin kicked the door open with several kicks. Then they went straight upstairs, and when they reached the roof, they saw a group of people discussing something. There were more than 20 people in this group, and each of them was holding a weapon, including iron pipes, fire axes, tang swords, steel pipes, etc. The most important thing was that everyone was covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had killed a lot of zombies. When they saw Yangbin and his companions, their eyes widened immediately. They obviously didn't expect anyone to come up. How did you get up here? The muscular man in the lead frowned. I opened the door and came up. Yangbin said casually. Impossible. I even changed the door bolt. How could the door be opened? The man said in disbelief. There are 4 iron pipes there, and even a second-level zombie can't break them open. Then how do you think we got up here? Yangbin asked with a smile. I'm asking you questions now. Just answer honestly. Don't give me a frivolous smile, the man said coldly. What if I don't? You probably haven't realized the danger of the end of the world. I tell you, even if we kill you, it would be in vain. No one will stand up for you. Don't think it's still the end of the world. The man sneered. Kill us? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Yangbin's tone also turned cold. Wow, that's pretty cool. It seems you're also evolvers. But what if we are evolvers? There are more than 20 of us here, and none of them is not an evolver. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us? I'm afraid you don't understand the situation clearly. Second brother, teach them a lesson and let them know that there are strong and weak evolvers. Okay. Another burly man walked out from behind the man, holding a steel pipe in his hand. He walked up to Yangbin and the other 2 with a sneer on his face. Kneel down. The man shouted coldly and smashed the steel pipe directly at Yangbin's feet. Bang! With a dull thud, the second brother's figure suddenly fell back and landed heavily in front of a group of people. MD, you dare to attack. Come on together and kill them, the leading man said angrily. Suddenly, more than 20 people behind them rushed towards the 3 people with weapons. Yangbin and the other 2 snorted coldly, then picked up the barbell and smashed it towards the group of people. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, screams were heard. These people might have some strength, but the strongest one is only at the peak of the first level, which is a huge gap from their strength. Under the barbell of several people, they couldn't hold on at all. With one hit from the bar, several people were knocked to the ground. Especially Yangbin, with a force of 600 kilograms, any hit from the barbell would at least seriously injure someone if not kill them, and they would basically be unable to get up after falling to the ground. Although it is indeed tiring to use a 20 kilograms barbell for a long time, I have to say that barbell fighting is really fun. An inch longer is an inch stronger, and with the weight of the barbell, these people basically didn't even have their clothes touched, and soon they were all knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. The leading man stared at the scene with wide eyes. He never expected that these 3 people would be so strong. You're already at level 2? Chapter 48, Level 3 Zombie. Impossible. We have killed so many zombies and still haven't reached level 2. How come you have reached level 2? The leading man seemed unwilling to accept the reality. Yangbin smiled and didn't explain. Compared to them, how many zombies have been killed? Not to mention before, they have killed thousands of zombies in the past 2 days. How can these people compare? Moreover, the second level is not determined by who kills more zombies, but by whether you can kill any second-level zombies. In this regard, no one can compare with Yangbin and his team. After all, they conduct precise searches while others basically rely on luck. Obviously, this group of people did not have such good luck, or they did not kill enough zombies. Howsy, others want to teach us how to be human. So you should teach him too, and let him know that evolvers also have strong and weak ones. Yangbin said lightly. Okay. Chen Hao smiled, walked over, raised his foot, and kicked the other person. However, the opponent's reaction was not slow. He quickly took 2 steps back and dodged the kick. So what if you're at level 2? I'm a Sonda practitioner. I'm not afraid of you. The man grabbed the fire axe on the ground and chopped at Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled coldly and raised a barbell in his hand, colliding with the opponent's fire axe. Bite! A sharp sound was heard, and the fire axe was knocked away. Sonda, huh? Chen Hao snorted coldly, dropped the barbell in his hand, and kicked the opponent again. The man quickly crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! Chen Hao kicked the opponent hard on the arm. The powerful force kicked the opponent several meters away and hit him against the wall. His blood immediately surged, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can he be so strong? The man stared at Chen Hao with eyes wide open. He had already reached the peak of the first level, and he thought that even if the second level was stronger than him, he couldn't be much stronger. His years of practicing Sonda were enough to make up for the gap. However, when they actually faced each other, they found that the opponent's strength was actually so strong. What he didn't know was that Chen Hao was not as simple as the second level. Aren't you practicing Sonda? Keep going. Chen Hao sneered. MD, I don't believe there is such a big difference. The man suppressed the surging blood and energy in his body, rushed towards Chen Hao again, jumped up, and punched Chen Hao's head hard. Chen Hao raised his arm to block the punch easily, then kicked the opponent in the stomach. The man was kicked out, rolled on the ground for several times, and spit out blood several times. So weak. Chen Hao shook his head. If we're both at the second level, I will kill you like butchering a dog, the man said coldly. Yeah. Chen Hao sneered, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the man's figure flew out again and hit the wall hard. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the man's eyes widened, staring at Chen Hao. Superpower! After saying that, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Even if we are both at the second level, how many seconds can you last in my hands? Chen Hao said proudly. Looking at Chen Hao's expression, Yangbin was speechless and said, He's just a first-level warrior, and you even used your supernatural powers. This guy's words are so irritating. He must be taught a lesson. Forget it, just use it. No one will know about it anyway. Don't they already know? Hu Wenliang asked doubtfully. But the dead cannot be spread out. Yangbin said lightly. Brother Bin, if they want to kill us, then there is no need for us to keep them. Remember, since we have made enemies, we should not leave any trouble for them. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will bring disaster to us. But there are more than 20 people here. Hu Wenliang was a little confused. Remember what I said before? Remember, Doomsday must be ruthless, said Chen Hao. That's it. You have killed a lot of zombies, but you haven't killed any humans yet. I'll leave these people to you. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, and then walked directly towards the group of people. He almost always obeyed Yangbin's words and never doubted Yangbin's decision. Hu Wenliang struggled for a while and finally followed him. Don't kill us. We know we are wrong. Please, we are all classmates. Please don't kill us. A group of people knelt on the ground and begged. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao took a deep breath, raised the barbell in his hand, and smashed it down. A hint of reluctance flashed across Hu Wenliang's eyes, but he finally gritted his teeth and lifted the barbell. Suddenly, a scream was heard. After a while, the sound completely quieted down. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang returned to Yangbin covered in blood. There was not much change on Chen Hao's face, but Hu Wenliang's face looked a little heavy. Yangbin patted Hu Wenliang on the shoulder and said, "Liangzi, I hope you can understand that in the end of the world, if you want to live long, you must be ruthless. Otherwise, no matter how strong we are, we will be killed by others one day. Brother Bin, I understand, but I just can't get over it mentally. I will adjust myself," Hu Wenliang said firmly. "Yeah, that's good." Yangbin nodded, then walked to the window, opened the eye of true vision, and looked down. They came here not to kill people, but to find zombies. After exhausting his energy several times in a row, Yangbin withdrew his gaze with a strange look on his face. "What's wrong, Brother Bin?" Chen Hao asked in a low voice. "I saw a third-level zombie," Yangbin said. "Level 3? Chen Hao and the other's eyes suddenly lit up. "Is there any way to do it?" Yangbin shook his head and said, "No, it's a bit strange. I saw 3 level 3 zombies in the whole school, but each of them had at least hundreds or thousands of zombies around them. What's so strange about this? Large numbers of zombies are more likely to give birth to high-level zombies." Chen Hao asked, puzzled. "Maybe, but I don't think it's that simple." Yangbin frowned. "What do you mean?" "I suspect that the third-level zombies have the ability to summon nearby zombies," Yangbin said solemnly. "This can't be." Chen Hao and the other man looked at Yangbin with some disbelief. "Aren't zombies stupid? How could they possibly summon their own kind?" "Maybe I'm overthinking it, but if it's true, it will be very difficult to kill a third-level zombie." Yangbin sighed. "It should be a coincidence. Since we can't defeat these few, let's not fight them for now. There should be new third-level zombies born tomorrow. We will know when we see them. Well, let's go. Kill the second-level ones first, and then improve your strength to the peak of the second level." "Good." After discussing, they left the Costco building. Yangbin selected 10 second-level zombies that could be killed upstairs. After going downstairs, he took the 2 of them and killed them one by one. After killing all 10 second-level zombies, Chen Hao and his companion's strength finally reached the peak of the second level. Like Yangbin, after they reached the peak of the second level, their strength also exceeded 500 kilograms, an increase of more than 30 kilograms, which was the result of their practice. After killing the zombies, the 3 returned to the dormitory. There is no way to kill the third-level zombies yet, so I might as well come back early to rest and see what happens tomorrow. Chapter 49, Killing the Level 3 Zombie. The 3 of them returned to the dormitory, ate something, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went to bed early. The graduate dormitory is a double dormitory with only 2 beds, a desk underneath, and the bed above. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang slept in one bed, and Yangbin slept alone in another. As for Little Orange, no one knew where he went during the day, but he was found at night. Yangbin gave it a quilt and let it sleep behind the door. Animals are much more alert than humans. With it around, even if something really happens, it will be able to detect it in the first time. The 3 of them got up at 11:50 p.m., went to the rooftop to look at the stars, and stayed there until 5 in the morning before returning to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. As Yangbin expected, although they could no longer improve by eating crystals, their cultivation was not restricted and they could still improve. Yangbin is not sure whether there will be an upper limit to this improvement, but at present, there is still room for improvement. "I sleep until around 9 o'clock and then get up to wash up. This regular life doesn't feel like the end of the world at all." After washing up, the 3 of them went straight to the Zhongyuan building. They had only one goal today, which was to find a third-level zombie that they could attack. When he reached the roof, Yangbin immediately turned on the eye of true vision and began to check the zombies below. After a long time, Yangbin withdrew his gaze and his face became serious. "Brother Bin, how is it? Today, there are 5 more level 3 zombies. However, just like yesterday, basically every level 3 zombie is surrounded by at least hundreds of zombies. I noticed that some of the zombies that were scattered yesterday have gathered around the third-level zombies today. So, I can conclude that the third-level zombies definitely have the ability to summon nearby zombies, or the nearby zombies will consciously move closer to the third-level zombies," Yangbin said solemnly. After hearing Yangbin's words, Chen Hao and the others' faces turned serious. In this case, it will be very difficult to kill a third-level zombie. "Yeah, it's very troublesome. But we have to do it now, otherwise the longer we delay, the more trouble we will have. This is the case with level 3 zombies. If level 4 zombies are born, I really can't imagine what they will be like. I wouldn't be surprised even if they have the ability to command zombies. If that time really comes and our strength hasn't improved, it will be very uncomfortable. Brother Ben, tell me, how do we fight? I just observed that the zombies around the third level zombie in the laboratory are the least, only about 300. Let's start with it. More than 300 only? The two men stare at Yongbin with wide eyes. Don't look at me like that. This is the least. The others are all over 500. Okay. Are there any second-level zombies among the more than 300? Yes, about a dozen second-level zombies. Can this really be fought? Find a way to get into the lab. There are many tables and experimental equipment in the lab. We can prevent them from surrounding us. We should be able to defeat them this way. It's just that we can't be sure how strong the third-level zombies are right now. This will be an uncertain factor. So, my focus will be on the third-level zombies, and the other zombies will have to be left to you. Okay. The two nodded seriously. After confirming the target, several people went downstairs again. Under the leadership of Yongbin, they soon arrived at the laboratory. There was no obstruction in front of the laboratory, so as soon as the few people appeared, they were quickly discovered by the group of zombies. As roars rang out, the zombies rushed towards them frantically. Don't fight anymore. Advanced laboratory. 3 people and 1 cat rushed quickly toward the laboratory door. These zombies are not at the door of the laboratory, so they don't have to face them directly. However, before they rushed the gate, the zombies had already pounced on them from the side. The 3 men swung the barbells in their hands wildly, quickly dealing with the zombies that were rushing towards them. After killing more than 20 zombies, they finally rushed to the gate. The door of the laboratory was made of aluminum alloy, and it was a disgusting outward opening door. Yongbin even tore the handle off, but still couldn't open the door. The zombies were already rushing over. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang immediately stood in front of them and blocked the rushing zombies. Yongbin grabbed one end of the barbell and smashed it hard into the crack between the 2 doors. After hitting it several times, the crack was finally opened. Yongbin inserted the barbell inside and pried the door open with great force. Wah! Pulling the door open, 3 people and a cat rushed into the laboratory in an instant. The zombies behind him followed closely and entered one after another. A few people still wanted to guard the gate, but seeing that they could not do so in this situation, they quickly ran inside. The laboratory is very large, with tables and experimental equipment everywhere. Yongbin and his companions moved quickly between the tables and chairs. A group of zombies rushed around rampaging, knocking over the table and various experimental equipment to the ground, and the zombies' momentum also slowed down. The 3 of them used obstacles and smashed back with sticks from time to time, constantly reducing the number of zombies. At this moment, a zombie suddenly jumped up, stepped on the table, and pounced towards the 3 people. Level 3 zombie. Yongbin's eyes narrowed, and he smashed the barbell in his hand hard at the opponent. Bang! The barbell hit the zombie directly, successfully repelling it, but Yongbin also took a few steps back. What a strong power! Yongbin whispered. Brother Ben, can you do it? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. It's okay, leave this to me, you kill the other zombies. Good. After being repelled, the 3rd-level zombie rushed towards Yongbin again. Yongbin quickly retreated and ran to the other side with it. There are too many zombies here. It's hard to fight them. Soon, Yongbin ran to the innermost part of the laboratory, and the zombies followed closely and pounced on him when they got close to Yongbin. Yongbin quickly turned around and stabbed the other person's head hard with the barbell in his hand. Just when he was about to stab him, the opponent's head suddenly tilted, causing Yongbin's attack to miss. The zombie did not slow down at all. Before Yongbin could react, it knocked him to the ground and started biting his neck with its mouth. At the critical moment, Yongbin quickly put the barbell against the opponent's mouth, then pushed him away with force and rolled over to get rid of the opponent's restraints. Fuck, I killed so many zombies, but I'm still being crushed by them. Yongbin complained, his eyes becoming even more serious. He didn't expect that the 3rd-level zombies really knew how to avoid attacks. The difficulty of killing them increased sharply. The zombies didn't give Yongbin time to think and quickly pounced on him again. Yongbin rolled again to avoid the attack, then grabbed the barbell and smashed it hard on the opponent's head. At the critical moment, the opponent actually used his arms to block his head. Bang! With one blow, the arm was instantly shattered, but the remaining force still hit the zombie's head, knocking it back a few steps. Yongbin's strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary 2nd-level person. The zombie had one of its arms broken, But he didn't care at all and quickly pounced on him again. Yangbin swung the barbell and smashed it hard again. Bang! Another arm was smashed, and the zombie's body was knocked back again. See how you can stop me this time. Yangbin seized the opportunity and took the initiative to attack, smashing the opponent's head with the barbell in his hand again. Bang! This time, the zombie failed to dodge, and the barbell landed accurately on his head, instantly bursting his brain and splattering blood. Yangbin's strength combined with a hard barbell is so strong that even a third-level head can't withstand it. Chapter 50, Level 3. Level 3 zombies are much stronger than Level 2 zombies in terms of physical strength, power, and speed. Most importantly, Level 3 zombies actually know how to protect their heads, and they are much more difficult to kill than Level 2 zombies. Yangbin sighed. I took a look at Chen Hao and the others and saw that Chen Hao, Wen Liang, and Zaijuzi were killing the zombies little by little with the help of obstacles, so there would be no problem in the short term. Yangbin walked to the corpse of the third-level zombie and took out the crystal from its head. The third-order crystals are larger than the second-order crystals and slightly larger than soybeans. Holding it in your hand, you can feel the energy in it even without using the eye of true vision. Yangbin wiped the crystal and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Soon, a huge amount of power surged into his body, and the third corner of the first star in Yangbin's mind lit up directly. More massive energy was fed back into the body, continuously strengthening Yangbin's body. It took a long time for the energy to be completely absorbed by the body. Yangbin clenched his fists, a look of excitement on his face. His strength is definitely over 800 kilograms. It feels so good to have my strength improved. Yangbin sighed, then grabbed the barbell and walked towards Chen Hao and the others. Brother Bin, is it done? Seeing Yangbin coming, Chen Hao was immediately surprised. Yangbin nodded, swept the barbell across, and smashed the heads of several zombies that were rushing towards him. Level 3? That's really awesome. Wen Liang exclaimed. Stop sighing, kill quickly. It took the three of them more than an hour to kill all the zombies and then take out all the crystals. Brother Bin, are we going to continue killing the third level next? Chen Hao asked. Yeah, but the other third level ones aren't that easy to kill. Yangbin thought for a while and said, let's go to the back of the teaching building to see if there is any chance. The three of them left the laboratory and walked towards the teaching building. However, just halfway through, I suddenly felt the ground trembling slightly, and countless roars came from the distance. The three of them were all startled. Yangbin quickly opened his true vision eye and looked over there. His expression suddenly changed. What's wrong, Brother Bin? The zombies in the cafeteria are rioting. Thousands of them are running wildly. Let's find a place to hide first. Good. The three of them quickly hid in a nearby multimedia classroom. Who is so brave as to mess with the zombies in the cafeteria? Wen Liang asked in surprise. Rats. A group of rats bigger than cats. Yangbin said with a wry smile. Mouse? Isn't that Zaijuzi's favorite? Chen Hao looked at Zaijuzi standing aside. At this time, the little orange licked his lips and seemed eager to try. Yangbin dunked on little orange's head. Behave yourself. There are hundreds of mice there. If you dare to go over there, they will gnaw you till there is nothing left. Don't think that mice today are afraid of cats. Meow. Little Orange cried out in grievance, but then calmed down. Why would these rats come into conflict with zombies? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. These rats seemed to want to change place, but as soon as they came out, they were chased by these zombies. Yangbin smiled. It seems that mutant beasts and zombies are also natural enemies. In this case, it seems that humans are not attacked from all sides. Wen Liang said, You're overthinking it. The three parties are enemies of each other, but at the moment, humans are the easiest to bully. Okay. The riot lasted for more than 10 minutes and ended when all the rats burrowed underground again. Yangbin opened the eye of true vision and looked towards the cafeteria, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Good opportunity. What opportunity? Chen Hao and the other man came over quickly. The zombies on the cafeteria side close to the teaching building all ran after the rats, but the third-level zombies didn't go after them. So he is alone at the third level? It can't be considered alone, but there are only a few dozen zombies over there. What are you waiting for? Let's do it, Chen Hao said excitedly. Let's go quick and decisive. Kill them all and run away. I'm afraid those zombies will come back. Good. Several people quickly ran towards the cafeteria. On the other side, 70 or 80 people hid in a classroom, secretly observing this side. Sister Wei Wei, those zombies are gone. There are only a few dozen zombies here. Should we take action? Get started. The woman in the lead gave a decisive order. Immediately, 70 or 80 people sneaked out of the classroom and walked towards the group of zombies cautiously. After a while, both parties arrived at the same time. Yang Bin and the other two were somewhat surprised to see a large group of people suddenly appearing. The other party was also surprised to see Yang Bin and the other two. At this time, dozens of zombies near the cafeteria saw the crowd and immediately rushed towards the large group of people, completely ignoring Yang Bin and the other two. Prepare for battle, the leading woman who looked like a Barbie doll shouted, and then 70 or 80 people directly faced the group of zombies. This group of people included both men and women. All of them were evolvers, and none of them had eaten more than one crystal. 2 of them had even reached the second level of evolvers. 70 or 80 evolvers dealt with 40 or 50 zombies, forcing the zombies to retreat step by step. Brother Bin, what should we do? Seeing the situation, Chen Hao said anxiously, we will also take action. Don't care about the others. Just kill the third level one. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he rushed over there. This team is very powerful, and they can definitely kill this third level zombie at a cost. As a classmate, how could he bear to see them suffer losses? So he prepared to help them kill the third level zombies. At this time, the third level zombie had already fought with the King Kong Barbie who was leading the group. What shocked Yang Bin was that the King Kong Barbie could actually fight on equal terms with the third level zombies. Something's wrong. Yang Bin opened the eye of true vision and looked at the other party, and soon a look of understanding appeared on his face. He's actually a power-type mutant. No wonder. Seeing the zombies falling one by one and the other side about to come to help, Yang Bin no longer hesitated and attacked decisively. When the zombie was fighting with the opponent, he hit it with a stick from behind. Bang! The brain was ruptured and blood splattered everywhere. The sudden scene stunned King Kong Barbie. However, Yang Bin took advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned and quickly took out the crystal and put it in his pocket. You, King Kong Barbie pointed at Yang Bin with an angry look on her face. How could you do this? What's wrong? I'm helping you, Yang Bin said with an innocent look. Who wants your help? Hurry and get the crystal out. I killed the zombies, so it's only natural for me to take the crystal, Yang Bin said as a matter of course. What's wrong? Sister Wei Wei. At this time, the others had already cleared out the rest of the zombies and gathered around. He stole my crystal, said Barbie, pointing at Yang Bin. As soon as she finished speaking, the others quickly surrounded Yang Bin and the other two. Chapter 51. Incident in the Canteen. Classmate, it's not good for you to grab the crystals like this. A handsome man looked at Yang Bin and the other two and said, Robbed? I killed the zombies and took the crystals. How can it be called robbery? Yang Bin said calmly. This. The man frowned, then looked at King Kong Barbie and asked, Did he kill this zombie? If he killed her, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with him taking the crystal. This is a third-level zombie, King Kong Barbie whispered. Fuck, this is a big problem. The man suddenly had an idea and looked at Yang Bin again and said, No matter what, without us holding back the other zombies, you wouldn't be able to kill this zombie. And Wei Wei also made a great contribution in killing the zombie. So no matter what, you definitely can't keep this crystal for yourself. Yang Bin shook his head. To be honest, without you, we would probably kill them faster. What are you bragging about, Sister Wei Wei? Why are you being so polite to them? Can't you just snatch it away directly? Another man in the team said unhappily. The King Kong Barbie, named Tang Wei Wei, frowned, looked at Yang Bin and said, That crystal is very important to us. So, I'll give you all the ones on the ground, and I only want that one. What do you think? Not very good. I'm a principled person. I only take the ones I kill myself. You can keep the ones you killed for yourself. Yang Bin said lightly. Tell your people to get out of the way. Don't force me to do it. MD, who do you think you are? How dare 3 of you be so arrogant? Jin Xiong, shut up. Tang Wei Wei scolded, then looked at Yang Bin again and asked, What do you want in exchange for giving me this crystal? Don't even think about it. This crystal can't be given to you. Of course, you can also ask your people to snatch it, but I hope you can bear the consequences. Yang Bin's voice also turned cold. Tang Wei Wei stared at Yang Bin closely, and after a while she sighed and said to the others, Get out of the way. Sister Wei Wei, get out of the way. Seeing that Tang Wei Wei was angry, the others could only reluctantly make way for her. Yang Bin smiled, then left with Chen Hao and the others. Wei Wei, why let them go? That's a 3rd-level crystal. If you can reach the 3rd level, then our chances of survival will be much greater. The handsome man who spoke at the beginning frowned. Do you think I don't want it? But if we really fight, we may not be their match. Tang Weiwei said helplessly. How is that possible? There are only 3 of them. How is it possible that 70 or 80 of us can't defeat them? The man said in disbelief. The leader is at least level 3. Even if I go against him, my chance of winning is less than 10%. Tang Weiwei said solemnly. Impossible? Did you see it wrong? How is it possible that someone has reached level 3 so quickly? The man widened his eyes. I can't be wrong. He smashed the head of a 3rd-level zombie with a stick. I can't do that, and I didn't see that he used his full strength. So this man is at least 3rd level. Tang Weiwei said in a deep voice. There are only 3 of them in total, and he's already at level 3. Do you think the other 2 will be any worse? The man found it difficult to accept for a moment. You know, Tang Weiwei is a mutant with enhanced power. She could easily kill 1st-level zombies before she evolved. How could the other party be stronger than them? Tang Weiwei looked at the backs of the people walking away and murmured to herself, We will meet again. I will let you know when the time comes. However, before she finished her words, the people who were walking away suddenly turned around and ran towards this side frantically. A group of people looked at them in bewilderment. Hurry up and ask the people in the cafeteria to open the door. The zombies are back. Yang Bin showed that. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the group of people were suddenly frightened, and soon they saw the dense group of zombies behind them rushing towards them. Fuck! A group of people's faces changed drastically, and then they quickly rushed to the side door of the cafeteria and banged on the door frantically. Open the door. Open the door quickly. In the cafeteria, when a group of people who were originally in despair heard someone knocking on the door, they showed surprise on their faces, and soon someone went to open the door. Don't open the door. Whoever dares to open the door, I will chop him into pieces, said a man holding a kitchen knife viciously. Suddenly, those who wanted to open the door squatted down obediently. At this time, the situation in the cafeteria has completely changed. The last time they fought for food, it turned into a battle involving thousands of people. The zombies hadn't come in yet, but the interior had already collapsed. This war caused extremely serious consequences, with dozens of deaths and hundreds of injuries. In the end, a group of students who usually liked to fight and compete united and became the overlords in the cafeteria. Some of them were carrying weapons, and some snatched kitchen knives from the kitchen. After hacking dozens of people to death, they completely frightened the others. After that, they took over the kitchen and ate a lot of food. Originally, they were not going to give the porridge to other people, but they were afraid of backlash from the crowd, so they finally let the chef continue to give the porridge to other people. Anyone who expressed dissent would be beaten or even have their hands and feet chopped off. Finally, the others calmed down and dared not complain anymore. Anyway, they had eaten porridge before, and they still eat porridge now, so they quickly accepted the reality. However, after they accepted it, this group of people became more and more unscrupulous, beating and kicking anyone they disliked. Some teachers who had scolded them or spoken ill of them were also beaten by them. In the end, he even started to make physical advances towards some female classmates. The principal stepped forward to stop it, but was beaten half to death. In the end, the girl he was protecting was dragged to the back in front of him. Everyone can imagine what will happen to him in the end. The principal shouted at everyone to help, but everyone lowered their heads and chose to remain silent. Finally, the principal fell to the ground in anger and never got up again. Since then, this group of people has become even more lawless, and the evil thoughts suppressed in their hearts have been completely released. From time to time, girls were dragged into the kitchen by them, but no one dared to stand up for them. Anyone who showed up was either beaten to death or crippled. In the end, no one dared to show up, and everyone chose to protect themselves. I originally thought that I could only wait for rescue to arrive to escape this predicament, but I didn't expect that someone would knock on the door today. Someone knocking on the door meant that the zombies outside might have left, which made countless people excited. However, seeing the fierce looks in the group of people's eyes, the people inside finally did not dare to open the door. Chapter 52, He is Anxious. Outside, Yang Bin and the other 2 have returned to the cafeteria. The door isn't open yet. Yang Bin asked anxiously. No, the people inside didn't respond. Tang Weiwei shook her head. You are so strong. Don't you know how to kick the door? Yang Bin said speechlessly. I'm afraid if I kick it hard, I won't be able to stop the zombies later. Tang Weiwei said embarrassedly. Fuck. You're still thinking about turning back. If you don't kick again, the zombies will help you turn back twice. Yangbin complained and kicked the door. Bang! Yangbin was a little surprised that, even with a force of more than 800 kilograms, he couldn't kick the door open with just one kick. He then opened the eye of true vision and looked inside, only to find that the door was filled with tables, chairs, and other heavy objects. Damn it, do you have to be so cruel? Yangbin said speechlessly, but it is understandable. If it weren't for these things, the zombies might have gone in long ago. Yangbin thought about it and suddenly shouted inside, "Open the door quickly, we are here to rescue. Now that the zombies are gone, everyone can come out from here." Tang Weiwei and others stared at Yangbin with wide eyes. This was too much. However, what surprised them even more was that as soon as Yangbin finished speaking, the sounds of various tables and chairs being moved were heard from inside. The word rescue is enough to make the people inside forget their fear. Aren't they holding on all this time just to wait for rescue? The group of ruthless people were also shocked when they heard about the rescue workers and wanted to stop them, but most of the people had already taken action at this time, and they could not stop them at all. Yangbin watched the actions of the people inside, then looked at the group of zombies that were getting closer and closer, and felt extremely anxious. The zombies were about to catch up, but some of the tables and chairs inside had not been moved away. Yangbin couldn't wait any longer and kicked the door hard again. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open and the tables and chairs at the back were scattered all over the floor. Everyone rushed into the cafeteria and quickly closed the door. "Hurry up and move the tables and chairs over here," several people behind the door shouted. However, the people inside looked at the group of people who broke in with confusion. "Didn't you say that all the zombies here are gone? You opened the door too slowly. The zombies are back again," Yangbin said calmly. "Can we still go out then? I can't get out for now." Fortunately, Tang Weiwei's team had many people, and they quickly moved the tables and chairs over again to block the door. Call! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For 5,000 zombies was no joke. Then, a group of people looked at the situation in the cafeteria and frowned. The cafeteria was filled with the smell of blood, and there was a pile of corpses in a corner. This was totally different from what they had imagined. Moreover, everyone present had a numb expression, and many of them were injured. What happened here? Tang Weiwei frowned. However, no one answered her, and everyone lowered their heads. Tang Weiwei walked directly to a girl who was crying quietly and asked, "What's going on?" The girl wanted to say something, but suddenly looked in one direction, then lowered her head and dared not speak. Tang Weiwei followed the girl's gaze and saw a group of people standing there looking at everyone with cold eyes. When they saw Tang Weiwei looking over, they quickly put on a smiling face. "You did it." Tang Weiwei pointed to the pile of corpses in the corner. "How is that possible? There was a big battle here 2 days ago over food, and these people were affected by the war." The leading man said with a smile. Each of these newcomers held a blood-stained weapon in his hand, which made him feel cautious. "Is that so?" Tang Weiwei looked at the person next to her and said, "Ah, yes, yes." The man nodded quickly. Tang Weiwei frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. "Weiwei, there are more than 1,000 people in the cafeteria. It is inevitable that a war will break out over food. We can't do anything about it," said the man on the side. Tang Weiwei frowned and nodded. On the other side, "Brother Bin, what do you think? I always feel that there is something fishy here." Chen Hao looked at Yangbin and said, "There's a big trick going on." Yangbin said coldly. Then he looked at Tang Weiwei and said, "Fat woman, do you want to go to the back of the kitchen and take a look?" Hearing Yangbin's words, the group of people's faces suddenly changed, and they stared at Yangbin fiercely. "How am I fat? I'm strong." Tang Weiwei glutted at Yangbin. Okay, strong woman. "I have a name. My name is Tang Weiwei." Tang Weiwei said angrily. Okay, Tang Weiwei, right? Do you want to go into the kitchen and take a look? What's there?" "You'll know when you go in and take a look." "Good." Tang Weiwei nodded, and then led her people to the kitchen. At this moment, the group of people who had just greeted them with smiles suddenly stood in front of them. "Now that you are here, just stay outside. There'll be food for you. Don't worry about anything else." The leading man changed his previous smile and said coldly, "What if I insist on interfering?" Tang Weiwei said coldly, "I'm just afraid that it won't be good for anyone." "Just you." Tang Weiwei snorted coldly, then kicked the other person out. "MD, you dare to do it?" A large group of people behind the man immediately pulled out their weapons and glared at Tang Weiwei. The people behind Tang Weiwei also took out their weapons and pointed them at the other party. The two sides were immediately on edge. However, although the number of people in that group is larger than that of Tang Weiwei and her group, their momentum is incomparable. Tang Weiwei's entire team is at the first level, and most of them have reached the peak of the first level. There are also two at the second level. On the other side, they can only be said to be a group of ferocious, ordinary people. They are not at the same level at all. Get out of the way, Tang Weiwei said coldly. Although the group of people in front were a little scared, they did not move away. Get started, Tang Weiwei said directly. The people behind him rushed towards each other instantly, and the two sides soon started fighting. However, although it was called a battle, it was completely one-sided. In front of Tang Weiwei's team, this group of people were completely beaten without any chance to fight back. In less than 2 minutes, they were all knocked to the ground. Tang Weiwei stepped over them and entered the kitchen. I suddenly realized that a team with more people is quite impressive. Chen Hao suddenly said, Yeah, Yang Bin no det. We also need to find a way to expand the team, but we can't do it recklessly. It's better to have less than enough. My requirements are simple. They must have superpowers. You call this simple? After all, we want to take the high-end route. Well, since you're here, we won't have any trouble finding someone with special abilities. Well, it's a pity that this fat woman has a team. Otherwise, it would be pretty good. Yang Bin said. How can I be fat? I am healthy, said Hu Wenliang. Do you like this one? Yang Bin said to Hu Wenliang with a smile. No, no way, Hu Wenliang said in a panic. If you like her, just admit it boldly. Don't be shy. But to be honest, this woman is really good looking, but her body is a bit strong. But she is quite suitable for your skinny body. Liangzi, it's okay. I'll teach you some tricks to pick up girls later. I guarantee you'll get her. Chen Hao patted Hu Wenliang on the shoulder. No, that's not a skill for picking up girls. That's a skill for licking a dog. In the end, you'll end up with nothing. I don't want to learn that. If you dare to say this again, I will fight you to death. Yes, he is anxious. Chapter 53, Crazy Woman. After a long while, Tang Weiwei and her group walked out from the kitchen with extremely gloomy faces. You deserve to die. Tang Weiwei looked at that group of people and was shaking with anger. The other teammates also had grim faces. It's doomsday. We're all going to die anyway, so why should we suppress ourselves? I dare say that many men here want to do the same, but they just don't dare to take this step. The leading man said crazily. We admit defeat today when we meet you, but can you escape? There's not much food left in the cafeteria, and there are zombies everywhere outside. We are all going to starve to death. Waiting for rescue? Is it possible? Even if there is rescue, you won't be able to survive until that day. This is not what you should care about. Imoyu, kill him, Tang Weiwei said coldly. As she finished her words, the handsome man next to her walked over and chopped at the other person with the fire axe in his hand. A huge human head flew high up, scaring many people to scream. Brother Ben, what's inside? What makes this woman so angry? Chen Hao asked curiously. A group of naked women who have been tortured beyond recognition. Yang Bin sighed. Then these people really deserve to die. After a while, several girls from Tang Weiwei's team came out with a dozen women with numb expressions. These women had empty eyes and pale faces. However, when they saw the group of people lying on the ground, the women's expressions suddenly became crazy, and they pounced directly on these people and started biting them. Ah! Get lost! Screams were heard in the cafeteria. After a while, the men who were bitten managed to escape. However, each of them was bleeding, and some even had their flesh bitten off. After venting their anger, the women suddenly fell to the ground and burst into tears. Alas, in the end times, if a woman has no strength, being beautiful will be a disaster. Yang Bin shook his head. Yeah. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also nodded in agreement. The women in front of them had good looks and figures. What a pity. Ding bang. Several Tang swords were thrown in front of the group of women, and Tang Weiwei's cold voice was heard. What's the use of crying? Take your weapons and kill those who insult you. The group of women were startled. They looked at Tang Weiwei, then at the knife on the ground, and were a little at a loss for a moment. But soon, several women climbed up, picked up the Tang swords on the ground, and started slashing at the group of men frantically. At this moment, they forgot their fear and their eyes were filled with hatred. They will never forget the atrocities these people committed against them. The scars on their chests and the pain in their lower bodies are constant reminders of the humiliation they suffered. Blood splattered and screams continued. After a while, several people were hacked to pieces and died without a sound. Several women were covered in blood, but they still did not stop and continued to hack wildly. Everyone else was frightened by this scene and quickly stepped back, fearing that they would be affected. It was really scary when women went crazy. Before long, those men were almost chopped into meat paste. Only then did the women stop. The madness on their faces slowly faded away, and when they saw their own masterpieces, they immediately vomited. Most of the people in the cafeteria were lying on the ground and vomiting. This scene was really beyond the tolerance of normal people. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. The remaining group of ruthless people, who had just looked fearless, were finally afraid at this moment. Death is not scary, but being chopped in a meat sauce is scary. These people knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and repented continuously. Several women picked up Tang's swords, but ultimately did not dare to take action. Tang Weiwei shook her head and said to the women who had just taken action, "Follow us from now on." "Okay. Thank you, thank you." These women have truly experienced the cruelty of doomsday and understand the importance of a strong team. The other girls also looked at Tang Weiwei expectantly, but Tang Weiwei did not look at them anymore. Instead, she looked at Yangbin, who was watching the show on the side. "What do you think we should do with the remaining people?" Yangbin didn't expect that the other party would suddenly come to ask for his opinion, but judging by the woman's style, she was most likely trying to test him. "Kill him, or keep him for the new year." Yangbin rolled his eyes. "Good." Tang Weiwei nodded, and then said to the people behind her, "Kill them all." "Good." The person behind him walked directly towards the group of people. Soon, screams and pleas for mercy were heard. Tang Weiwei's teammates did not show any mercy. It has been so many days since the end of the world, and I have long passed the period of being lenient. Otherwise, I would not have been able to survive outside for so long. Killing people is the same as killing zombies. The only difference is that people are easier to kill than zombies, but zombies are not necessarily scarier than people. Sometimes, people are scarier than zombies. After a while, the screams gradually stopped, and that group of people finally paid for the crimes they committed. More than 1,000 people in the cafeteria watched this scene. Some were happy, some were scared, and some were numb. After killing these people, Tang Weiwei looked at Yangbin again and said, "What should we do next? There's zombies everywhere outside, and it seems we can't get out. We just checked the kitchen, and there really isn't much food left. There's still more than 1,000 people in the cafeteria. Even if they eat porridge every day, they can only last 3 days at most. If it's just us, can we eat for a few more days?" Yangbin said with a smile. "You." Everyone present stared at Yangbin with wide eyes. "Haha, just a joke, don't be so nervous." Yangbin smiled. "However, with so many people, it's really a waste of food." "How can you talk like that? What do you mean by wasting food?" "That's right. I think you are no better than those people. You actually want to take all the food for yourself." The people nearby were shocked when they heard Yangbin's words. "Haha, am I wrong? Giving you these foods can only keep you alive for 3 more days at most. What about after 3 days? If rescue doesn't come, won't you all starve to death in 3 days? Why waste all this food? If we eat all this food ourselves, it will last us at least a month, and we can at least hold on until help arrives. How can you be so selfish? Why should I give you food?" "Exactly why. We have strong fists," Yangbin said coldly. "You're a bunch of bullies. What were you doing when those people were doing whatever they wanted? Now you're jumping out one by one. What? Do you think we're easier to talk to than those people?" "You." After hearing what Yangbin said, some people opened their mouths but didn't know what to say, and their faces turned red with anger. They were not the victims before, so naturally they had to remain silent. But now that their own interests are involved, how can they not speak out? Chapter 54, The Last Meal. You're not really going to monopolize the food and not give them any, are you? Tang Weiwei stared at Yangbin with wide eyes. I don't even bother to do this kind of thing, but these people are too comfortable. We need to give them a sense of crisis. What's the meaning? We can't stay in the cafeteria forever. We have to go out. But there are thousands of zombies guarding outside. We definitely can't get out by ourselves. We must get everyone to act together. But they know they still have food. They will never fight to the death until they run out of ammunition and food. But you should know that the zombies are improving every day. If we really wait until 3 days later, all the zombies outside might be level 2 zombies. It will be impossible to get out by then. I understand. Tang Weiwei nodded. But even if we all rush out now, the losses will be huge. At least half of them will die. If these people don't dare to take action, the entire army may be wiped out. Yangbin sighed. If it were the past 2 days, most of them were ordinary zombies, but now they're basically all first-level zombies. He has no confidence in these people. But they had to call everyone together. With more than 1,000 people, if each person killed one, there would be more than 1,000 people. And if they had to kill more than 1,000 people by themselves, who knows how long it would take. And even if these people don't dare to kill the zombies, it would be good to contain them a little so that their pressure will be greatly reduced. After hearing what Yang Bin said, Tang Weiwei fell silent. The loss of half of her life in the war made her feel extremely heavy. But she also knew that what Yang Bin said was right. With every passing day, the hope of escape would decrease, and in the end, everyone would die. After a long while, Tang Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, "What do you think we should do? You have a lot of people, so have your people go in and cook. Cook all the rice today. This will cut off their escape route, and also give them a full meal, so they will have enough energy to kill the zombies later." Good. But you need weapons to kill zombies, right? Where will we get the weapons with so many people? The legs of the tables in the cafeteria are made of iron. Can't we just take them down after dinner? It seems so. Hey, you are so stupid. Why don't you pair up with our Liangzi? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive the doomsday. Yang Bin Si Get. I am stupid. Tang Weiwei pointed at herself and said with wide eyes. She has always been the core of the team, and almost all the ideas come from her, which is why their team has developed to its current level in Doomsday. Now that someone says she is stupid, how can she accept it? But she had to admit that the man in front of her seemed to be smarter than her, so much so that she didn't even know how to refute him. After hearing Yang Bin's words, the handsome man next to Tang Weiwei stared at Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang with a vigilant look. He didn't know which one was Liangzi, but it was definitely one of the two. But he soon found out who it was, because after hearing Yang Bin's words, the thin man actually blushed. Damn you, how can I be a couple with you? The man thought to himself. Tang Weiwei suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Even without a man, I, Tang Weiwei, can survive the doomsday. Don't be so absolute. My Liangzi is very capable. You never know when you will need his help. Yang Bin said with a smile. Let's talk about it if he really has that ability. After Tang Weiwei finished speaking, she took her people away. Brother Bin, how could you do this? Isn't this just a random matchmaking? Hu Wenliang said, feeling helpless. Just tell me if you have any feelings for her. Yes, there is, but you can't do this recklessly. Wouldn't it be counterproductive? You know nothing. If Brother Bin didn't say this, people wouldn't know who you are. Now, that Brother Bin mentioned it. At least people just took a look at you. Chen Hao said from the side. I would rather she didn't see me. Hu Wenliang said with a wry smile. Liangzi, I have thought of a way to help you pursue her. Yang Bin suddenly said. What method? Chen Hao asked excitedly before Hu Wenliang could speak. I will beat that woman to a cripple, and then Liangzi will help her heal. Maybe she will marry me. Yang Bin said wisely. What kind of method is this? You might as well just let Liangzi use force. Forget about using force. Liangzi may not be her opponent. That woman is very strong. Come on, stop giving us bad advice. It's the end of the world now. Try to survive first and stop discussing these trivial things. Hu Wenliang said speechlessly. Okay, but let me tell you, Liangzi, the pretty boy next to that woman, has feelings for her. He has the upper hand, and you have no advantage at all. Chen Hao said. No advantage, then no advantage. It's just the first time we met. I'm not in love with you like you are with Lu Xia. Why are you dragging me into this again? We're talking about this now. Okay, let's not talk about this topic anymore. I actually understand what Brother Bin means. You wanted to catch up with her and let her follow us. Then we will have a strong teammate, but this can't be rushed. We can only wait and see. Okay, whatever you want. Yang Bin shrugged and stopped discussing the matter. Instead, he turned on his true vision eye and began to scan the more than 1,000 people in the cafeteria. After a long time, Yang Bin withdrew his gaze and shook his head helplessly. There are more than 1,000 people, but not a single person with superpowers. Is the probability of this happening so low? Originally, 3 people in their dormitory had superpowers, and he thought the probability of one of them being a superpower should be quite high. Only now did they realize that they were just lucky, or rather, they should thank Chen Hao. His phone call created 3 people with special abilities. If it weren't for his phone call, they would have all fallen asleep and might have turned into zombies in their sleep. Even if he didn't turn into a zombie, he would probably have been assimilated by Lu Bo. Thinking of this, Yang Bin suddenly wanted to thank Lu Xia. She was so good at being green. After a long time, Tang Weiwei and others brought several large buckets of rice and a large plate of potatoes from the back. Smelling the fragrance of the food, everyone in the cafeteria looked at Tang Weiwei and the others with wide eyes. Everyone must be hungry. We will provide you with a full meal today, Tang Weiwei said loudly. Really? Very good. Everyone was trembling with excitement. After so many days, they could finally have a full meal. Everyone looked at Tang Weiwei and the others with gratitude, but they didn't know that this might be their last meal. But even if they know, they still have to eat it because it is their only chance. Chapter 55, Cutting Off the Retreat. In the cafeteria. At this time, except for those who were still queuing for food, most people were already holding a large bowl of rice and a small plate of potatoes and eating contentedly. This meal was definitely the most delicious one I had in all these days. Potatoes, which were so disgusting before the end of the world, are now comparable to delicacies from land and sea. At this time, Yang Bin and his companions each took a bowl of rice and a plate of potatoes and sat at the table to eat. It was not that they did not want to be special, but that there were only potatoes in the kitchen. You know what? After eating bread and biscuits for a few days, I realized that rice is so delicious, Chen Hao said with emotion. Well, the potatoes smell good too. It seems that there's a cooking expert in their team. Hu Wenliang said vaguely. You haven't eaten vegetables for a long time, so everything tastes delicious. These potatoes are just stewed in a big pot without any oil or salt. How can you tell that you are a cooking expert? Yang Bin said speechlessly. Well, it seems like you know how to cook, Brother Bin. Brother Bin has been cooking for himself since he was 10 years old, and he also worked part-time in a hotel kitchen. Do you think he knows how to cook? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Okay, forget about it. Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. It's good to have more people. Food for so many people can be prepared so quickly. Chen Hao sighed. Well, this woman Tang Weiwei is quite good at managing a team. The people in her team have strong execution capabilities. Yang Bin said seriously. I think so too, but I believe that you, Brother Bin, are definitely stronger than her. Chen Hao said firmly. He never doubted Yang Bin's ability. I believe this too, Hu Wenliang said. Stop flattering me and eat quickly. After dinner, Haozi, eat this crystal. We will probably have to clear the way ahead. Even if there are more people, the pressure ahead will be great, so you should upgrade to level 3 as soon as possible. Good. Chen Hao nodded, quickly finished the rice in front of him, then took the crystal handed to him by Yang Bin and swallowed it without hesitation. After a long time, Chen Hao finally absorbed the crystal energy completely and became a 3rd level evolver. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a team with 2 level 3 players would definitely crush 99% of the teams. After more than an hour, most people in the cafeteria had finished their meals, leaving the place clean and tidy. At this time, Tang Weiwei stood up again and asked loudly, Is everyone full? I'm full. Thank you, Miss Tang. Everyone responded loudly. During this period of time, everyone also knew Tang Weiwei's name. After all, they were all from the same school, so there was always someone they knew. Because she killed the bad guy, saved the group of women, and now cooks for everyone and feeds everyone, Tang Weiwei has a very good image in everyone's mind at this time. It's good to be full, but I need to tell you all some bad news. The meal just now was made with all the remaining rice in the kitchen, which means there is no food left in the kitchen now. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although they had doubts at first, when they saw the fragrant rice, they threw all their thoughts out of their minds. Now hearing Tang Weiwei's words, he felt like being struck by lightning. If you don't believe it, you can go into the kitchen and take a look, Tang Weiwei said again. As soon as she finished speaking, quite a few people rushed into the kitchen. After a long time, these people came out one by one with grim expressions. There was no rice in the kitchen, not even a vegetable leaf could be found. The floor was cleaner than their faces. Why do you do this? Many people began to question Tang Weiwei. The food in there can only last for 3 days at most, even if you eat porridge every day. Instead of living 3 more days hungry, it's better to have a full meal. What do you think? Tang Weiwei said with a smile. If you can live 3 more days, maybe rescue will come. You are effectively cutting off everyone's escape route. The people who had just been grateful were now glaring at Tang Weiwei and the others. Rescue. You think about rescue every day. Don't you know how to save yourself? Are you just going to wait for death if no rescue comes? Tang Weiwei said angrily. We're leaving soon. If you want to leave, find a way to remove the table legs and use them as weapons, and then rush out with us. If you want to stay here and die, that's fine. After saying that, Tang Weiwei no longer cared about others and returned to the team to discuss. As she finished speaking, the expressions of the people present kept changing. To be honest, after so many days, they no longer had much hope for rescue deep down in their hearts, but they just didn't want to face it. People are like this. Unless it is the last moment, they will not think of fighting for their life. Although they only have porridge to eat in the cafeteria every day, at least they won't starve to death. They live one day at a time, and who knows when rescue will come. However, now that there is no food, staying here will only result in starvation to death. At this time, these people finally began to face reality, and they also knew that they had to get out to survive. Now someone is taking them out. This is the only chance. If they fail to catch them this time, they will just have to wait for death. No one wanted to wait to die, so soon someone started removing the table legs. Turn the table over and kick it hard. It may break if you kick it a few more times. If it doesn't work, get a few more people to help. Soon, the table legs were removed one by one. Although they were not very strong, they were at least good weapons. After picking up their weapons, a group of people looked at Tang Weiwei. Very good. It seems that none of you want to stay here and wait for death. In that case, let's rush out together later. But I'll be frank with you. It's very dangerous to rush out this time. Be prepared. If you don't dare to kill zombies, just stay here. Otherwise, you'll die if you go out. Is there anyone who doesn't dare to kill zombies? Tang Weiwei shouted. No. The people below showed a determined look. Since you have chosen to give it a try, you must overcome this difficulty. Tang Weiwei nodded and then walked towards Yangbin. It was only then that everyone realized that this powerful woman seemed to have been seeking that man's opinion. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been this guy's idea to cook all the rice. After all, this guy said he wanted to keep all the food for himself. Many people looked at Yangbin with unfriendly eyes. I really can't understand why Tang Weiwei, who is 70 or 80 people, would seek the opinions of a team of only 3 people. The same is true for Tang Weiwei's teammates. They also found that Sister Weiwei, who used to act calmly and decisively, seemed to be less confident in doing anything since she met this guy. It seems like I have to get away from these guys as soon as possible. The handsome man named Mou said to himself. Chapter 56, Rushing Out of the Cafeteria. No matter what others think, Tang Weiwei has already come to Yangbin. When does it begin? Yangbin opened the eye of true vision and looked in all 4 directions. He found that there were the fewest zombies on the side where they had just come in. Moreover, there were no level 3 zombies on this side, while there were on the other 2 sides. Therefore, this side was the best breakthrough point. Give them 10 minutes to prepare, and then rush out through the side door in 10 minutes. I will lead my men to clear the way in front, and your men will be in charge of the sides and the rear. It's extremely difficult to clear the way ahead. Are you sure you 3 can do it? Tang Weiwei asked with some doubt. If you doubt our ability, I can let you lead the way. I have no objection. Yangbin waved his hand. If other people didn't have the ability, he wouldn't want to take on this job. I don't mean to doubt your ability. I just think that the 3 of you are a bit too few. After all, the danger ahead is too great. Then you should come to the front too. It will be better with more people. Yangbin said. Okay. Tang Weiwei nodded. Okay, that's settled. Remember, this time it's mainly for escape. Tell them clearly that no one is allowed to take the crystal. Anyone who stops to take the crystal will be killed. Yangbin said coldly. Why don't you say it? You have greater prestige. Yangbin said with a smile. Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes. She always felt like she was being treated like an assistant. 10 minutes later, are you ready? Yangbin shouted to the large group of people behind him. Everyone nodded solemnly. Yangbin glanced at Tang Weiwei, who nodded and waved her hand. Soon, her teammates quickly moved the tables and chairs away. Then, Chen Hao pulled the door open. Yangbin rushed out instantly, swept the barbell, killed all the zombies at the door who had not yet reacted, and then rushed forward. Behind, Chen Hao, Hu Wenliang, and Tang Weiwei followed instantly. Soon after, others followed quickly. Roar! The sudden appearance of a large group of people made all the zombies excited, and they immediately pounced on the crowd frantically. The group formed a triangle formation, with Yangbin leading the way. He smashed the zombies wildly with the barbell in his hand, quickly killing them one by one. On both sides, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly dealt with the zombies rushing from both sides. Tang Weiwei, who was holding a fire axe, suddenly felt insignificant. In the end, he could only step back a little and kill the zombies on the side and rear with other team members. As Yangbin went deeper and deeper, the others soon came into close combat with the zombies. Perhaps the previous ideological work was done well, or perhaps these people have figured it out. At this time, everyone was holding table legs and smashing them at the zombies that were rushing towards them. Although the attack was somewhat disorganized, it prevented the zombies from getting close for a while. At this time, the advantage of strength in numbers is reflected. If 4,000 or 5,000 zombies all attacked Yangbin and his companions, they would be exhausted to death. But now that there are so many people sharing the pressure, at least they don't have to be attacked from all sides. However, the zombies nowadays are no longer ordinary zombies. Faced with the endless stream of first-level zombies, how can these ordinary people withstand it? After a while, casualties began to appear in the crowd. One after another, people were knocked down and bitten to death by zombies, which made the people around them feel heartbroken. However, as more and more people were killed by zombies, these people seemed to be stimulated and went from being afraid at the beginning to becoming crazy. There is no turning back now. If we don't fight, we will die. Everyone threw away their fear and madly attacked the zombies that were rushing towards them. In front, Yangbin had no idea how many zombies he had killed, but there was still no end in sight. As soon as he killed one of these zombies, another would immediately pounce on him, making his forward movement extremely slow. Fortunately, Yangbin has reached the 3rd level. His strength of more than 800 kilograms makes him unshakable like a god of war among the zombies. No matter how many zombies rushed over, he could hold on without taking a step back. Although his advance was slow, he still led everyone forward with determination. Many people were shocked by Yangbin's strength. They finally understood why even a strong woman like Tang Weiwei had to listen to him. Tang Weiwei was also shocked at this time. She was closest to him and could feel Yangbin's power more clearly. Although she guessed that the other party was already at the 3rd level, she felt that she had special abilities and believed that she would not be too far behind. But now it seems that the difference between her and that person is really not a little bit. If they really fight, the other party probably won't be able to withstand a single blow. What shocked her the most was that the other 2 people beside him were also incredibly strong. There are 3 people, 2 at the 3rd level and 1 at the peak of the 2nd level. How terrifying. The other members of Tang Weiwei's team also shut up at this time. Tang Weiwei had said before that their team might not be a match for the other team, and they were not convinced at that time. Now they feel scared when they think about it. If Tang Weiwei hadn't stopped them, they would have been half dead. The battle continued. The number of people kept decreasing, and the entire team was breaking out little by little. Judging from the situation, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be absolutely no problem in rushing out. Perhaps the losses will be smaller than Yangbin expected, because Yangbin did not expect these people to go completely crazy. However, just when everything was going well, a person who was knocked to the ground by a zombie accidentally touched a crystal. The desire to survive made him forget the rules before leaving, and he swallowed the crystal directly into his stomach. Soon, the crystal turned into energy and merged into his body. He was about to be bitten to death by the zombies, but suddenly he burst out with powerful strength and pushed the zombies away. Then he stood up instantly and smashed the zombies to death with an iron pillar. This scene made many people's eyes light up, and then their eyes began to look around. Not long after, a man who was bitten by a zombie and was about to become a zombie, with the mentality of trying everything possible, took out a crystal from the head of a zombie and quickly swallowed it. Soon, under everyone's surprised gaze, his body slowly returned to normal, and he was completely free from the crisis of turning into a zombie. Someone has said on the internet before that 1st-level evolvers can withstand the energy erosion of 1st-level zombies, but I didn't expect it to be true. At this point, the crowd could no longer sit still. The ground was littered with zombie corpses. As long as they got one, not only would their strength increase greatly, but they would also not have to worry about getting injured and turning into a zombie. At this moment, the rules set by Tang Weiwei had been completely forgotten. In their minds, as long as they became stronger, they would have a better chance of breaking out. So these people began to take the crystals secretly, and later they started to snatch them. When Yangbin and others discovered this situation, it was already out of control. Damn, Yangbin kurset angrily. The thing he was most worried about happened. Why don't you keep an eye on your people? Everyone is busy dealing with zombies. Who has so much time to watch them? Tang Weiwei said helplessly. At this time, as everyone was scrambling for the crystal, the formation was in chaos, and under the impact of the zombies, the team was quickly divided into several pieces. Without Yangbin paving the way, these people who were separated could already be declared dead. If you don't want to die, follow me. If you want to die, go dig crystals. Yangbin shouted angrily, and then he ignored everyone else and quickened his movements again. Follow me, don't worry about those people. Tang Weiwei shouted to her teammates, and then quickly followed Yangbin's footsteps. Some people who were still sober quickly followed. When those who finally managed to grab the crystal looked up, they were surrounded by zombies. Chapter 57 Escape. As the number of people dropped significantly, the pressure of the crowd increased. Chen Hao also came to Yang Bin's side, and both of them gave up on defense and madly attacked the group of zombies. Under the desperate attack of the two third-level evolvers, the group of people moved forward much faster. A few minutes later, Yang Bin kicked the 7 or 8 zombies in front of him to the ground with a fierce kick, and then stepped on them to rush out of the zombies' encirclement. The people behind him also followed immediately and rushed out before the zombies could surround them again. However, out of the original 1,800 people, there were only less than 500 left, a direct loss of more than 2/3. "Run to the teaching building," Yang Bin shouted loudly, then swept the barbell across, knocking back the group of zombies that surrounded him. The group of people who were still alive were relatively smart. After hearing what Yang Bin said, they did not dare to stay for a moment and ran madly towards the teaching building. Yang Bin and a few others, as well as Tang Weiwei and others, also ran in that direction, killing the zombies that were chasing them as they fled. After a while, a group of people rushed into the teaching building, quickly went upstairs, and then began to guard the stairwell. Killing zombies in the stairwell was a piece of cake for Yang Bin and his companions. The stairwell in the teaching building is much larger than that in the dormitory, but fortunately there are many people here now. Yang Bin and his two companions, together with Tang Weiwei and MOU, two second-level evolvers, are enough to guard the stairwell firmly. 5 people dragged their tired bodies to guard the stairs, while the others quickly hid in the classroom. Yang Bin shook his head. He originally wanted to lower his standards and find some teammates from these people, but now it seems that there is no need. Half an hour later, the stairwell was completely blocked and the 5 people collapsed to the ground. This time, they were so exhausted that even Yang Bin felt he couldn't lift the barbell anymore. After a while, they finally recovered. Tang Weiwei looked at Yang Bin and said sincerely, "Thank you. It's all thanks to you this time." "Don't thank me. We just wanted to escape on our own. You guys are just along for the ride." Yang Bin waved his hand. "No matter what, without you, we would never have been able to escape this time," Tang Weiwei said seriously. She was well aware of how difficult this trip was. Their team had been reduced from 70 or 80 people to more than 40, almost half. They were all like this at the back, so one could imagine how difficult it was for Yang Bin and the others who had been leading the way in the front. If it were her, she would definitely not be able to break out. "I'm very curious. How did you 3 manage to improve your strength to such a high level in such a short time? I don't see that you have any special abilities," Tang Weiwei asked puzzledly. "It's not convenient to tell you this. You are not Liangzi's wife." "I spoke too much," Tang Weiwei said speechlessly. Yang Bin smiled and said nothing more. Several people sat on the ground and rested. Almost all of them suffered a lot of injuries, but with outsiders present, Yang Bin couldn't let Hu Wenliang treat them. Hu Wenliang's special ability is quite special. If others knew about it, he would be in a lot of trouble, so he could only return to the dormitory for treatment. After resting for more than half an hour, Yang Bin got up from the ground. "Well, it's getting dark, we should leave. I don't want to spend the night in the classroom. The stairwell is blocked. How are you going to get there?" "Jump out of the second-floor window. The teaching building isn't as closed as the cafeteria. There's nowhere you can't go. You don't care about them anymore. I'm not their parents. Why should I care about them? It's good enough that I brought them out." Yang Bin rolled his eyes. "Okay, then you won't dig these crystals either?" Tang Weiwei pointed at the corpse in the stairwell. "I'm giving it to you." Yang Bin smiled, and then took Chen Hao and the others to another classroom. They no longer care about the first-order crystals, and now they just want to return to the dormitory to heal their injuries as soon as possible. "Weiwei, let's try to stay away from them in the future," MOU whispered as he watched them leave. "Why? I think they are too dangerous," MOU whispered. He didn't dare to say that he was afraid that Tang Weiwei would be abducted by them. It's actually not that bad. Although Yang Bin looks cold and heartless, he is not completely heartless. At least he still brought the person out. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that this person is stronger than me in terms of strength and ability. If I can make friends with him, I'll try my best. In the last days, more allies mean a greater chance of survival," Tang Weiwei said seriously. "Okay, having said that, MOU couldn't refute it. He could only be more careful in the future and not let anyone abduct him." Yang Bin and his companions came to the window of a classroom and looked down. The teaching building is higher than the dormitory, and the distance from the second floor to the bottom is about 3.5 meters. Although this height is a bit scary, it is nothing for them who are at the second and third levels. There are more than 10 zombies downstairs, so it's not a big problem. Yang Bin jumped down first. After more than a dozen zombies discovered him, they quickly pounced on him. Yang Bin swung the barbell a few times and solved them all. Soon, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also jumped down, and then they walked carefully towards the dormitory. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, the three of them fell directly on the bed and didn't want to move. It took a while before Hu Wenliang got up and treated everyone. Although none of them had fatal injuries, they had a lot of major and minor injuries and needed to be treated quickly. It took more than an hour, with several breaks in between, but Hu Wenliang finally healed the wounds of several people. He was so exhausted that he collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Yang Bin and Chen Hao were quite energetic. Fortunately, Liang Zi is here. What do you think we should do if other people are injured? Chen Hao suddenly said. In fact, as the physical fitness of the evolvers improves, their recovery ability will also improve. As long as they are not fatally injured, minor injuries can be healed in a few days. However, it is definitely better if they can be treated. So try not to expose Liangzi's abilities casually, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. Brother Bin, what should we do next? Continue to improve our strength. I see that others are expanding their teams. They obviously want to make a big difference in the end times. Should we also? Don't worry. You should know that the authorities will definitely not allow someone to declare himself king. Although the official control capabilities have been greatly reduced now, the official strength is definitely the strongest. Not to mention hot weapons, the official number of evolvers alone is definitely the largest. So don't touch the official bottom line now. Let's see how the situation develops. Let's first improve our own strength, and when there is a complete chaos one day, we will have the capital to fight for it. Well, Brother Bin, I'll listen to you. No matter what you want to do, I will follow you. Chen Hao said firmly. Good brother. Chapter 58, 3 Bandits. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the three people and the cat climbed to the rooftop again to watch the stars. No matter how tired they are, they must persist in looking at the stars every day. This is the key to their leading position, among others. I watched until 5 in the morning and then went back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Over the next few days, they went out to kill zombies during the day and returned to the dormitory to sleep and watch the stars at night. After the cafeteria incident, Yang Bin became more cautious and would repeatedly confirm that there was no danger before taking any action. Fortunately, the number of third-level zombies is increasing, although there are many other zombies around each third-level zombie. As the number increases, it is easier to find a target to attack. In 3 days, Yang Bin and his companions killed 8 third-level zombies in succession. After Hu Wenliang was promoted to the 3rd level, the remaining 3rd-level crystals were eaten by Yang Bin, allowing his strength to reach the 3rd-level limit. After the 3rd level, you need to eat 7 3rd-level crystals to reach the limit. The crystals required for each stage are increasing, and it becomes more difficult to upgrade as time goes by. After reaching the peak of the 3rd level, Yang Bin's strength exceeded 1,000 kilograms, reaching more than 1,100 kilograms, which has exceeded the limit of the human body. According to Yang Bin's guess, the strength of the 3rd stage should be around 700 to 900 kilograms. The fact that he can exceed 1,000 kilograms is naturally due to the extra strength gained from practice. He can gain more than 30 kilograms of strength every day through practice, which means he can gain 100 kilograms in about 3 days. Now he's been practicing for 7 or 8 days and has gained an additional 200 kilograms of strength. This extra strength is enough for him to crush the 3rd-level strongmen of the same realm. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang have also gained an additional 80 kilograms. Although it doesn't seem like a lot, it is accumulated over time. Over time, the advantage will be huge. There are less than 1,000 people still alive in the school. There are more than 30,000 people in the entire school, but now there are less than 1,000 people left. This ratio is terribly low. This includes the 500 people who escaped from the cafeteria last time. With the help of Tang Weiwei, they also successfully escaped from the teaching building. Now, many powerful teams have appeared in the school again. Many people in these teams have reached the 2nd level and can deal with normal groups of zombies. As their strength increased, the ambitions of many people began to emerge. In addition, there was a shortage of food in the school, and there was constant friction between the teams in order to grab resources. Even Yang Bin and his friends encountered a few people who forced them to join the team because they were few in number. In the end, they were beaten by them and cried for their parents. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, in the graduate student dormitory, Brother Bin, we are out of food. We have to go find some food today. Chen Hao said helplessly as he rummaged through his backpack. I guess there isn't much food left in the entire school right now. The larger supermarkets have all been occupied by those powerful teams, so it's hard to find food. Hu Wenliang frowned. It seems like it's about time to leave school. Yangbin also sighed. To be honest, I am still a little reluctant to leave school. Although the school is also dangerous, it is closed and the zombies outside cannot get in. Relatively speaking, it is definitely much better than the outside world. In addition, they are familiar with the school, and if they go out, the difficulty of survival will be greatly increased. But there is no other way. There is only so much food in school, and it is impossible to stay here all the time. Let's go find a big supermarket and buy some food for today, then we'll leave school tomorrow. Good. The three of them put on their backpacks, walked out of the dormitory, and headed towards one of the larger supermarkets. When I arrived at the supermarket entrance, I saw that the door was closed. Yangbin opened his eyes of true vision and took a look and saw that there were actually about 40 or 50 people inside. But this is not what Yangbin cares about. What Yangbin cares about is whether there is any food inside. After looking around, I found that the things on the shelves outside were almost clear, but there were still quite a few things in the storage room inside. Just have something. Yangbin smiled and then walked up and knocked on the door. Oh, the person inside exclaimed. Classmate, open the door. Let's go in and get some food. Yangbin said politely. There's no food here. You should go somewhere else, said the person inside. We'll know if there's anything to eat once we go in and take a look. You better open the door. This door isn't very sturdy. It would be bad if it gets broken. Just say you don't have it, then you don't have it. Get out of here. If you dare to break the door, I'll kill you, one person said angrily. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a big hole appeared in the middle of the rolling door, and a foot appeared inside the door. Immediately, a pair of hands tore open the rolling door, and then 3 figures walked in. Fuck, how dare you break our door? Do you want to die? The leading man with dyed brown hair was furious when he saw this scene. At this moment, a man behind him quickly tugged at the man's clothes and said in horror, Brotherly, it's those 3 people. I don't care who he is. Fuck. The man instantly became scared after seeing the appearance of the 3 people. Captain Yang, I didn't know it was you, I'm sorry. The man quickly apologized. Do you know me? Yangbin asked doubtfully. Everyone in school knows you now. The man said with a wry smile. What's going on? I'm so famous. You may not know that our teams counted the least provocative teams in the school, and you 3 are at the top of the list. The man whispered. There is such a ranking? Why don't I know about it? You have always been alone and have little contact with other teams. It is normal that you don't know. Moreover, this is information we need to know, but you may not need it. Okay, forget it. I don't care about these things. Is there anything to eat? The man hesitated for a while, but finally did not dare to hide it and said, There is still some. Then he looked at the people behind him and said, Go to the storage room and move the food out. This. Go now. Oh, okay. The people behind him walked back helplessly. Food is the basis of survival. They don't have much food left, and no one wants to give it to others. But since we encountered these 3 bandits, we had to take it. After a while, a few people carried out 2 boxes, 1 box of biscuits and 1 box of bread. Look, is it enough? The man asked cautiously. Yangbin threw the 3 people's backpacks over. Help us load it up and bring us a few bottles of mineral water. Okay. The man didn't dare to refuse. After a while, the 3 backpacks were full. The man handed the backpack and several bottles of mineral water to Yangbin, hesitated for a while, and said, Captain Yang, with your strength, why don't you recruit more teammates? Now each team is dissatisfied with each other. I think with your strength, you can completely integrate the school's teams. Not interested. After Yangbin finished speaking, he took the 2 of them away without any delay. Brotherly, they took away so many things. The boss and his men will definitely beat us to death when they come back. A younger brother said with a sad face, What can I do when I encounter these 3 bandits? I just need to tell the truth when the boss asks. If he has the ability, he can ask them for it. Chapter 59, 4th Order Zombie. After Yangbin and his companions left the supermarket, they took Zaijuzi and went looking for the 3rd-level zombies to kill again. Because of its size, Little Orange easily attracts strange looks from others, so Yangbin tells it not to follow others when there are people around and to go play by itself. Today's Little Orange has reached level 3. It did not get the upgrade by eating level 3 crystals, but it upgraded itself. Mutated beasts and zombies seem to have their own unique ways of advancement. Only humans have not yet figured out a way to advance, and can only rely on eating crystals to improve. However, Yang Bin had a feeling that perhaps they could achieve a breakthrough if they reached a certain level of practice. The school is closed, and the zombies outside cannot get in. After so many days of killing, the number of zombies has decreased a lot. It is no longer like before, where there's zombies everywhere as soon as you go out. However, zombies are becoming increasingly difficult to kill nowadays. Most of them gather around third-level zombies, and it is rare to see single zombies. There are at least dozens of level 3 zombies in the entire school now. Basically, whenever you see a large group of zombies, there are definitely level 3 zombies among them. So now the third-level zombies are easy to find, but difficult to kill. With their current strength, they can handle 100 or 200 zombies without any problems and can fight them head-on. But if there are more, they will not be able to withstand it. Now, second-level zombies almost account for half of the number, so it is not so easy to kill them. With Yang Bin around, it didn't take long for the few of them to find a target to attack. There was a group of more than 200 zombies, including a third-level zombie, which was just within their tolerance range. The three were just about to take action when a roar suddenly came from not far away, and then they saw the group of zombies in front of them running towards that side quickly. What's going on? The three of them were all confused. Maybe there are companions summoning them. Chen Hao said uncertainly. But in all this time, we haven't seen any zombie summon its companions. The zombies around the third-level zombie all came closer on their own accord, and they weren't summoned by it. Hu Wenliang asked with some doubts. Could it be? Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look. The three people and the cat quickly followed the group of zombies and ran towards the place where the zombie sounds came from. After a while, a few people came to the outside of the playground and saw thousands of zombies gathered together in the playground. Ever since the people in the cafeteria left, the zombies surrounding the cafeteria gradually dispersed, and such a large group of zombies have never been seen since then. I didn't expect them to appear again, and this time was not because of humans, but just because of the very ordinary zombie in the center of the playground. At this time, all the zombies were looking at the zombie in the middle, as if waiting for it to give orders. Yang Bin opened his true vision and looked over. Sure enough, he saw that the crystal in the other party's head was even bigger than that of a third-level zombie, and was almost as big as a peanut. There is no doubt that this is definitely a fourth-level zombie. A hint of excitement flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. It was a fourth-level zombie. As long as he killed it, he could be promoted to the fourth level. However, when he saw the thousands of zombies, Yang Bin felt a little overwhelmed. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to kill a fourth-level zombie in such a large group of zombies. Moreover, among this group of zombies, there are 4 third-level zombies, which increases the difficulty a lot. However, after finally encountering a fourth-level zombie, I feel reluctant to give up. If they can be promoted to the 4th level before leaving school, their safety factor will be much higher when they leave school. Brother Bin, is it a 4th-level zombie? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. Yeah, Yang Bin nodded. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes suddenly brightened, but they were also a little distressed when they saw such a huge group of zombies. Brother Bin, do you want to do it? Yang Bin opened the eye of true vision and observed the situation around him. It seemed that the 4th-level zombie summoned all the nearby zombies with a shout, and there were no zombies around. Yang Bin thought about it, nodded vigorously, and said, Do it. Zaijuzi, go over first and see if you can lead some of the zombies away. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Zaijuzi looked at him with wide eyes, as if to say, Are you asking me to die? Go quickly. You are fast and they can't catch up with you. Lead them to the grove. Once you get there, just climb up a tree, right? Meow. Little Orange let out a low cry, but still rushed over. Soon, a group of zombies discovered it, and in an instant, a group of zombies rushed towards it. The Little Orange just ran away, running very fast. Hundreds of zombies chased after them. However, just when Yang Bin thought this method was feasible, the 4th-level zombie suddenly roared again, and then the zombies that had chased out actually ran back. Fuck, this guy's so smart. Chen Hao widened his eyes. It's obvious that the 4th-level zombies already have a certain level of intelligence. Yang Bin said solemnly. After a while, Little Orange came back again and glanced at Yang Bin, as if to say, It's not that I don't want to attract them, but that they don't come. What should we do now? Hu Wenliang asked. Let's take a look first. This guy is gathering the zombies around. He must be trying to cause trouble. 3 people and a cat hid in the distance and quietly observed the group of zombies. Sure enough, not long after, a group of zombies, led by a 4th-level zombie, began to sweep around the school. Several people quickly followed. At this time, at the entrance of a supermarket, two teams were on the verge of a fight. We occupied this place first. You should move to another place, Zhao Kun said, looking at the group of people who came with ill intentions. In today's world, the strong are respected. We have set our eyes on this place, so get out of here. Zhou Xiong, the boss of the Taekwondo club, said coldly. You're not much stronger than us. If you really fight, even if you can win, you will at least lose half of your people. Zhao Kun said coldly. Really? Zhou Xiong sneered, then looked at the people behind Zhao Kun and said, I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to die, join our team. Anyone who joins our team will get a second-level crystal. If you continue to stay in that team, don't blame me for being ruthless later. As his words fell, the eyes of the people behind Zhao Kun suddenly became uncertain. These people are a group of people who follow the wind. Before, they saw that Zhao Kun and his three were strong, and they just followed them. Now, they see a stronger team, and they are immediately attracted. After all, we had obtained the second-order crystal in the past, and if we stayed here, we might even lose our lives. I'm sorry, Brother Kun, I don't want to die yet. Soon someone came out and joined Zhou Xiong's team. With this beginning, more and more people left Zhao Kun's team and walked toward Zhou Xiong. Soon, except for Lao He and Shou Ho, almost everyone else had passed by. Haha, now let's see how you can fight me. Zhou Xiong laughed. Zhao Kun's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally had to grit his teeth and said, I'll leave the supermarket to you. Lao He monkey, let's go. After saying that, he prepared to leave with the two of them. Did I tell you to leave? Zhou Xiong said coldly. Chapter 60. Battle against the fourth-order zombies. What else do you want? Zhao Kun stared at Zhou Xiong. Since they have all joined my team, why don't you join too? Zhou Xiong said with a smile. Dream on, Zhao Kun said coldly. Then don't blame me. In the end times, I don't want to leave myself in trouble. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people behind him instantly surrounded Zhao Kun and the other two. Just as the two sides were about to fight, they suddenly felt the floor shaking. A group of people were startled and quickly looked into the distance. Not far ahead, I saw a large group of zombies rushing towards this side. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they no longer cared about killing anyone. They quickly hid in the supermarket and closed the shutter door. Hurry, drag all the shelves over and block the door, Zhou Xiong said anxiously. A group of people acted quickly, and rows of shelves were dragged behind the door, blocking it tightly. Soon, a group of zombies rushed to the entrance of the supermarket and started banging on the door frantically. Looking at the door that kept shaking, everyone's heart was in their throat. Why are there so many zombies? Zhou Xiong said with an extremely serious expression. Who knows? There must be thousands of them. It's so scary. Outside, a group of zombies tried to push the door open for a long time without success. At this time, a fourth-level zombie suddenly roared, and then four third-level zombies walked over and slammed the door hard. Bang! The door made a loud noise. A pile of dust fell from above, and several shelves at the back collapsed one after another, scaring everyone so much that their faces turned pale. Hurry up, hold on, Zhou Xiong shouted, and then a group of people held on to the shelves behind the door. Bang! Bang! The four third-level zombies kept hitting the rolling door, causing it to become deformed. However, with dozens of second-level evolvers behind holding the door, these zombies were unable to break it open. At this moment, the fourth-level zombie suddenly walked over, then squatted down, grabbed the bottom of the rolling door, and lifted it up. What the hell? Not far away, Yang Bin and others' eyes widened. This zombie actually knows how to open the rolling door. Until now, zombies have only known how to bang on doors and can't even open them. This fourth-level zombie actually knows how to open rolling doors. This scene shocked the three of them so much that their scalps went numb. If this is the case, how can we survive? The people hiding in the supermarket obviously did not expect this scene. When they saw the rolling shutter suddenly rising, their jaws dropped in shock. It's over. There was despair on everyone's face. As the rolling door rose, the zombies rushed inside quickly and knocked over the shelves at the door. Pick up your weapons and kill them. Zhou Xiong shouted loudly and chopped the zombie in front of him in the head with an axe. The others quickly came to their senses and quickly picked up their weapons to kill the zombies that rushed in. The two teams together had more than 100 people, all of whom had killed many zombies. Although they were desperate, they still wanted to struggle. However, as the rolling door was completely opened, more and more zombies rushed in, and their defense line was quickly broken. The two sides fought a fierce battle in the supermarket. Fortunately, The space in the supermarket was limited and too many zombies could not enter at one time, so the people inside could still hold on. Not far away, Yongbin's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Let's go. Let's stab them from behind. After saying that, he picked up the barbell and rushed forward, and the two people and the cat behind him quickly followed. The three of them quickly rushed behind the zombies, swinging the barbells in their hands wildly, and quickly killing the zombies behind them. Little Orange's figure was also moving among the zombies, breaking their necks one by one. Little Orange's advantage is speed. Strength is not his strong point. Level 1 and 2 zombies are okay, but level 3 zombies are very difficult to kill. The zombies soon discover these guys. With a roar from the 4th level zombie, the zombies behind them turned around and rushed towards them. The three men were not afraid at all. They swung the barbells wildly and quickly killed the zombies that were rushing towards them. Someone helped them attract the main force, so these little karami were naturally not a problem for them. As they killed more and more, the 4th level zombies in front finally realized something was wrong. It felt that these 4 things were more difficult to deal with than the large group inside. With a loud roar from it, hundreds of zombies that did not rush into the supermarket turned around and pounced on them. Fuck, can't afford to play. Yongbin cursed and decisively led his men to retreat quickly. If you want to play like this, then I won't accompany you. A group of zombies chased them madly. According to conservative estimates, there were at least 600 or 700 of them. Brother Bin, what should we do? Run to the library, bring them to the library, and then we will jump out of the 2nd floor window. Yongbin said, Brother Bin, do you want to? Hey, our goal is always the 4th level. Clear. The 3 of them quickly ran to the library, and a large group of zombies followed them instantly. The library was very large. Several people led a large group of zombies around the library, knocking down rows of bookshelves and crushing as many as possible. Then, several people quickly ran to the 2nd floor and jumped out of the window without hesitation. Yongbin went over and closed the library door immediately. Wah! Several people quickly returned along the same route. After a while, I returned to the supermarket entrance again. At this time, except for the zombies inside the supermarket, there were less than 100 zombies outside. Go. Leave the 4th stage to me. You guys hold off the others. Good. The 3 people and the cat rushed towards the group of zombies without hesitation. When the 4th level zombies saw the people coming back again, they showed a look of confusion in their eyes. What about my large group of subordinates? However, Yongbin did not give it time to think. He swung the barbell and hit it on the head. Roar. The 4th level zombie roared, clapped his hands, and directly knocked Yongbin's barbell away, then pounced on Yongbin in an instant. Yongbin was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could actually break his stick. However, Yongbin was a man who had experienced many battles. Although he was shocked, he remained calm. When the opponent was about to pounce on him, he kicked the opponent hard in the stomach. Bang! The force of more than 1 ton instantly kicked the opponent away. The zombie rolled on the ground and quickly got up. With a roar, the zombie next to it actually gave up on Chen Hao and the other man and turned around to pounce on Yongbin. Fuck, that's not martial ethics. Yongbin complained and swept with his stick, directly killing several zombies that rushed over. But at this moment, the 4th level zombie hiding in the back suddenly pounced over. Yongbin's eyes narrowed, and as he had just used up all his strength, he had to quickly dodge to the side. Although he dodged the attack, Yongbin's shoulder was covered in blood. This old 6. Hurry up and take the other zombies away. Yongbin shouted to Chen Hao and the others, then looked at the 4th level zombie in front of him with a serious look. This guy is indeed much more difficult to deal with in the 3rd level. Chapter 61, New Team Member. Chen Hao and Hu Wenyang quickly stopped the zombies that were rushing towards Yongbin, allowing Yongbin to deal with the 4th level zombies with peace of mind. Yongbin touched his scratched shoulder and his face looked a little ugly. This claw injured the bone, making it difficult for him to use strength in his left hand. But at this moment, the zombie suddenly jumped up again and pounced towards Yongbin in an instant. Yongbin grabbed the barbell and swept it across. Bang! The zombies could not dodge such an attack, and the blow hit the opponent right in the chest. With Yongbin's powerful strength, it was unknown how many ribs were broken, and he was thrown several meters away. However, the broken ribs did not have much effect on the zombie, and it quickly got up again. However, it did not rush towards Yongbin immediately, but looked at Yongbin cautiously. Yongbin didn't move either, just looked at the other person. In the end, The zombie couldn't hold back and pounced on Yang Bin when he deliberately looked away. Yang Bin raised the corner of his mouth, and when the opponent was about to pounce on him, he hit the opponent's head with his backhand. The fourth level zombie has a strong sense of protection for its head and directly reached out to grab the barbell. Fortunately, Yang Bin was strong enough, and not only did the animal fail to grab the barbell, but its hand was also broken. However, the zombie did not feel anything. It grabbed Yang Bin's chest with its other hand. Its sharp nails instantly left several bloody marks on Yang Bin's chest that were deep enough to see the bone. Yang Bin ignored the pain and kicked him away, then smashed the barbell in his hand toward his head again. Bang! The blow that was originally intended for the head hit the opponent's shoulder instead because he tilted his head at the critical moment. However, Yang Bin's strength was so great that although the blow hit him on the shoulder, it knocked him to the ground directly. Yang Bin did not give the opponent any chance. The moment the opponent got up, the barbell hit the opponent's head again. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Even if the fourth level zombie's head was hard, it couldn't withstand Yang Bin's force of more than 1,000 kilograms and was smashed directly. Call! Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief and then quickly took out the crystal. Looking at the peanut-sized fourth-order crystal in his hand, Yang Bin finally smiled. At this time, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also killed the last few zombies outside and came to Yang Bin. Looking at the crystal in Yang Bin's hand, both of them were delighted. Brother Bin, eat quickly and see how powerful the fourth level is, Chen Hao said with a smile. Yang Bin nodded and then swallowed the crystal directly into his stomach. Soon, a huge amount of energy instantly merged into his body, and the fourth corner of the first star in Yang Bin's mind finally lit up. The greater power was fed back into his body, making Yang Bin feel refreshed. After a while, Yang Bin finally absorbed all the energy. He clenched his fists and a smile appeared on his face. About 1,500 kilograms, Yang Bin said with a smile. Awesome. With this power, it can probably lift a car. Hu Wenliang said with a smile. That's about it. Let's go in and see what's going on. When several people walked in, they saw an extremely tragic scene. There were zombies and human corpses everywhere. There were originally more than 100 people, but now only a dozen were left struggling. If it weren't for Yang Bin and the others, these people would have died long ago. There are still 60 or 70 zombies in the supermarket, including 2 third-level zombies. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why more than 100 people died so quickly and only more than a dozen were left was most likely because of these 2 third-level zombies. Seeing someone coming in, the rest of the people were immediately surprised. However, after seeing that it was Yang Bin and his companions, he felt a little disappointed. He wanted to ask for help, but he didn't know how to start. These 3 people are known as bandits, and it is probably impossible to ask them for help. Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin and the other 2, a lonely look on his face. They were once the earliest teammates, and they followed each other to kill many zombies. After leaving the other party, he also believed that he would not be weaker than the other party. However, now, any team can force them into a desperate situation, and the opponent has only 3 people, but they can make any team fearful. That's the difference. Originally, he didn't want to ask for help, but seeing the seriously injured Lao He and Shou Ho, Zhao Kun gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Bin and said, Boss Yang Bin, can you save our lives? As long as you save us, our lives will be yours from now on. After hearing what Zhao Kun said, Yang Bin realized that there was an acquaintance among the people here. I was so focused on seeing the zombies that I didn't notice who they were. Let's go and get the 2 ready-made third-order crystals first. Soon, the 3 of them pounced towards a group of zombies in front of them. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, every swing of the barbell in his hand can take away several zombies. Yang Bin was even more terrifying. Wherever he passed, there was no intact corpse within 2 meters around him, which made other people stare with their eyes wide open. Soon, a third-level zombie gave up the dozen or so people in front and pounced on Yang Bin and his 2 companions. As a result, as soon as he pounced over, he was hit to death by Yang Bin with a stick, and Chen Hao took out the crystal. In a short while, the 60 or 70 zombies in the supermarket were all cleared out. Yang Bin and his companions collected the third-order and second-order crystals, but ignored the first-order ones as there were too many of them. Everyone present looked at the crystals that the few people had put away with envy on their faces. That was a crystal that could directly send 2 people to the 3rd level. Who wouldn't want it? So far, there are only 2 or 3 team captains who are known to be level 3 strong men in the entire school, and most of the others are stuck at the peak of level 2. Level 3 zombies are too difficult to kill. It's not just because the 3rd level zombies are strong. The most important thing is that there will always be a group of zombies around them. Without a strong team, they cannot be killed at all. However, now, in front of them, they watched helplessly as 2 3rd-level crystals were taken away by someone. They felt extremely uncomfortable. They will take risks even if there is a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, these 3 are too strong, so strong that they don't even have the slightest hope. At this time, Zhao Kun, who was covered in wounds, dragged his tired body to Yang Bin and others. "Boss Yang Bin, thank you," Zhao Kun said sincerely. "If you don't mind, my life will be yours from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do, without any second thoughts." Yang Bin looked at Zhao Kun with a thoughtful look on his face. He didn't need teammates, but his initial thought was that non-superpowers were not wanted. However, after so many days, he also faced the reality that there are not so many people with superpowers. Moreover, even if there really are people with special powers, they may not be suitable to be teammates, and those who are suitable may not be willing to follow them. If they are not people with special abilities, Zhao Kun and the other 2 are obviously the most suitable. They have cooperated before, and apart from anything else, the 3 of them never flinched when facing zombies. Their relationship was a little strained at the time, but they didn't do anything sneaky and their character was pretty good. After thinking it through, Yang Bin smiled at Zhao Kun and extended his hand. "Welcome, we are brothers from now on." Chapter 62, Eat Something to Replenish Your Energy. After hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhao Kun finally felt relieved. "I never thought that one day I would be worried that others would not want me even if I worked hard for them. But after so many days in the apocalypse, he has also faced the reality and knows that he can only survive by following the strong." On the other side, Zhou Xiong saw Zhao Kun hugging Yang Bin's thigh, and his face suddenly darkened. Although he was insolent in front of Zhao Kun and others, he knew very well that against those 3 perverts, he would have no chance of winning even if the team was fully staffed, let alone with such a small number of people. He just saw that the other party killed the 3rd-level zombies like slaughtering dogs, and it is very likely that he has already reached the 4th level. It's only been a few days, and he's already at level 4. It's really terrifying. The people in their Taekwondo club only recognized strong strength, but he still knew his own limitations. Facing the 4th level, he had no hope at all. They originally thought that they could act as if they were invisible and the other party wouldn't necessarily notice them. But now that he saw that Zhao Kun had hooked up with the other party, he could no longer be transparent. He almost killed the other party just now. If the other party used these 3 people to retaliate, then he would be finished. Behind Zhou Xiong were 7 or 8 people from the Taekwondo club and 2 people from dormitories 21. The 2 people from dormitory number 21 hesitated for a while, then walked out from behind Zhou Xiong, came in front of Yang Bin and the others and smiled. "Boss Yang Bin, what a coincidence. We are together with Boss Zhao Kun. Why don't we follow you in the future?" When Zhao Kun saw these 2 people, his face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he wished he could kill these 2 guys who took advantage of the situation. However, he did not do anything. He knew very well that since he chose to follow Yang Bin would have the final say on everything. If he took over the reins, it would definitely make the other party feel uncomfortable. Yang Bin saw that Zhao Kun looked unhappy and asked, "What's going on with these 2 people?" A look of disgust appeared on Zhao Kun's face, and then he recounted everything that had just happened. After listening, a cold light flashed across Yang Bin's eyes. What he hated most was betrayal. "Boss Yang Bin, don't listen to Zhao Kun's one-sided story. We were just taking a temporary measure at the time and had no intention of betraying him," the 2 men hurriedly explained. Yang Bin ignored them and looked at Zhao Kun and asked, "How are you going to deal with this?" Zhao Kun looked at the 2 men and tightened the steel pipe in his hand, which immediately scared the 2 men. "Boss Zhao Kun, you're not going to kill us, are you?" someone said with a horrified look on his face. "Boss Zhao Kun, we have followed you for so long after all. It's not worth it to just do this," said another person. Zhao Kun raised the steel pipe in his hand and finally put it down. "Go away. Don't let me see you again." "Okay, let's go now." The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, no longer mentioned joining, and hurried towards the door. Bang, bang. The 2 heads were shattered, and the headless body slowly fell to the ground. Yang Bin took back the barbell and said coldly, "Shouldn't we kill this kind of person and keep it for the new year?" Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect Yang Bin to be so cruel. Zhao Kun's heart trembled. He understood that Yang Bin was not only trying to kill the other party, but was also expressing an attitude towards the betrayer. After killing the two men, Yang Bin turned and looked at Zhou Xiong and others. I heard you guys are pretty arrogant. No, absolutely not. You've even bullied my brother, and you still say you're not arrogant? But they were not your brothers just now. Zhou Xiong said with a sad face. No matter what, he is my brother now. If you bully my brother, you should give an explanation for this. What explanation do you want? Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice. He knew that, judging from the other party's expression, this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Well, since this is your business, you can solve it yourselves. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You fight with Zhao Kun. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, you all stay. Are you sure? Hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhou Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he and Zhao Kun were both at the peak of the second level, he was a black belt in Taekwondo, so it was naturally impossible for him to lose to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun, who was standing by, was also startled and quickly said, Brother Bin, do you want to reconsider this matter? Are you scared? I'm not afraid. It's just that I may not be his match. Zhao Kun said awkwardly. I'm afraid of embarrassing you. Just tell me whether you dare to fight or not. Dare, Zhao Kun said seriously. He knew that this was a test given to him by Yang Bin. Even if he knew he couldn't win, he couldn't retreat. The worst that could happen was that he would fight to the death. Good job. Yang Bin patted the other person's shoulder, then looked at Zhou Xiong and asked, What do you say? Agree. You must agree. Zhou Xiong said quickly. But how do I know if you'll go back on your word? What if you can't afford to lose, or if the others intervene? Don't worry. I guarantee with my personality that there are only two of you in this match, and it will be absolutely fair and just. If you win, you can just leave, and my people won't touch you at all. Yang Bin said seriously. Okay, I hope you can keep your promise and not let others embarrass you. Don't worry, my integrity is guaranteed. Yang Bin said with a smile. Since you agree, then it's settled. You're all seriously injured. Rest for 5 minutes to heal your injuries before starting again. Good. Both parties nodded at the same time, and then quickly sat on the ground to rest. Zhou Xiong sneered at Zhao Kun and said, Humph, you want to fight me? I don't know where you get the courage from. Zhao Kun didn't say anything, but just closed his eyes and tried to recover more strength as soon as possible. Liangzi, help Zhao Kun heal his wounds. Yang Bin said with a smile. Good. Hu Wenliang nodded, then walked to Zhao Kun and reached out to touch Zhao Kun's wound. Although Zhao Kun was confused, he did not resist and let Hu Wenliang touch him. Soon, a white light lit up where they touched, and Zhao Kun's wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. A person with superpowers? Or a person with healing powers? Zhou Xiong exclaimed. You cheated. What do you mean by cheating? Didn't I tell you to take a 5-minute break and heal your wounds? You agreed to that too. I am, but... Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. The other party did ask them to rest for 5 minutes to heal their injuries, but he didn't expect this to be the treatment. 5 minutes. He thought he could just rest and recover some strength. But if they continued to play like this, the opponent would soon be full of energy, while he would still be seriously injured. However, he had no way to refute it. He did agree to it, and the other party didn't seem to have violated any rules. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Even if I'm seriously injured, I'm not afraid of you. Zhou Xiong snorted coldly. It took Hu Wenliang 2 minutes to treat most of Zhao Kun's serious wounds. Then, Yang Bin took out a level 3 crystal from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Kun, saying, Come, eat something to replenish your energy. Exclamation point. Chapter 63, Fair? You cheated, Zhou Xiong yelled, breaking his voice. This time, he really couldn't hold it anymore. If it was just a seriously injured person against a person in his prime, he could still grit his teeth and bear it. But if it was a seriously injured second-level person against a third-level person in his prime, there was no point in fighting. Cheating? No, I just need to rest and replenish my energy. Yang Bin said with a smile. Is this what you call replenishing your energy? Zhou Xiong said with his eyes wide open. Yes, you can eat it too. I have no objection. Zhou Xiong was choked and speechless. If he had a third-order crystal, why would he still be at a second-order one? It doesn't count. This is not fair, Zhou Xiong shouted. Fair? Haha, this thing didn't exist before the apocalypse, let alone after the apocalypse. I'm giving you a one-on-one chance, which is the greatest fairness to you. Whether it counts or not is not up to you. In 5 minutes, you can also find a way to improve. If you can't improve, that's your problem. You can't blame others. Yang Bin said coldly. I. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. Zhao Kun felt mixed emotions as he looked at the crystal in front of him. The thing that they tried their best to get but failed was given to him so casually by the other party, making him not know whether to cry or laugh. Eat him quickly. If you still can't beat him, then don't follow me, Yang Bin said. Zhao Kun did not refuse. He took the crystal and said seriously, if I still lose, you can just chop me down. Then he swallowed the crystal into his stomach. After a while, his strength also increased to the 3rd level. Okay, it's almost time, let's start, Yang Bin said. Can we not fight? Zhou Xiong said with a bitter face. Okay, then I'll just sentence you to admit defeat and you all stay, Yang Bin said calmly. Don't, I'll hit you. Zhou Xiong was shocked. Can you change someone else? Okay, there are 3 of us, you choose one. Yang Bin pointed at himself and Chen Hao. Then I'll fight him. Zhou Xiong was almost crying. He never thought that such a day would come for him, who had always been so domineering. Soon, both sides came on the court. Chen Hao handed the barbell in his hand to Zhao Kun and said, your thing doesn't work, use mine. Zhou Xiong's mouth twitched. He looked at the fire axe in his hand, then looked at the other party's 1.8-meter-long barbell, and endless despair rose in his heart. But he did not protest anymore, because he knew that protest was useless with that man. The decision-making power is in other people's hands, and he can only accept it passively. Soon, both sides stood still, and before Yang Bin shouted start, Zhou Xiong rushed toward Zhao Kun and chopped directly at Zhao Kun's neck with the fire axe in his hand. Yang Bin frowned, but did not stop. This is not a duel, but a battle of life and death. If Zhao Kun does not know how to adapt to circumstances, it will be difficult for him to live long in the future. Fortunately, Zhao Kun did not let him down. When the fire axe was about to fall on his neck, the barbell in his hand had already hit Zhou Xiong's chest. Bang! The powerful force directly knocked Zhou Xiong away, but he was just about to hit him, but he still failed to do so. Perhaps if Zhao Kun was still at the 2nd level, Zhou Xiong could withstand the blow and chop off Zhao Kun's head. However, the 3rd level Zhao Kun was too strong, and he couldn't withstand the blow of the stick. Zhou Xiong fell to the ground and rolled over and quickly got up. However, Zhao Kun did not give him a chance to breathe. He rushed over in an instant and smashed the barbell in his hand at him again. At the critical moment, Zhou Xiong raised the fire axe to block it. Bite! A sharp sound was heard, and Zhou Xiong's palm was broken, and the fire axe flew out of his hand. Zhao Kun took advantage of the situation and lifted the barbell to hit Zhou Xiong's head again. Zhou Xiong rolled away instantly to avoid the blow, then jumped high and kicked Zhao Kun's head fiercely with a whip kick. Zhao Kun grabbed the barbell and blocked it. Zhou Xiong kicked the barbell directly, and his face turned green in pain. Zhao Kun seized the opportunity and kicked his opponent in the waist with a side kick, knocking him to the ground again. He then followed up instantly and smashed the barbell down again. Zhou Xiong, who had no weapon, had to raise his arms to block it. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhou Xiong's arm was broken. However, before Zhou Xiong could scream, Zhao Kun hit him again with the stick. No! Zhou Xiong shouted in horror, but was powerless to do anything as Zhao Kun's attack landed accurately on his head. Bang! Zhou Xiong's head shattered like a watermelon. When he died, he finally felt regretful and wondered why he had troubled this person in the first place. The end of the battle surprised Yang Bin. It must be said that Zhao Kun was really fierce in the battle. He never let the opponent have a chance to turn the tables as long as he had an advantage. Both Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were shocked. This guy is quite cruel. The 7 or 8 members behind Zhou Xiong were all terrified, looking at the headless Zhou Xiong with horror. Then, 7 or 8 people knelt down instantly and kowtowed to Yang Bin and his companions. Please don't kill us. We didn't want to do this. He made us do this. Seeing them like this, Zhao Kun hesitated a little, then looked at Yang Bin. Yang Bin sighed and said, when cutting grass, the worst thing to do is to leave the roots. Either don't kill it, or if you kill it, don't leave any trouble behind. Understood. Zhao Kun nodded. He also knew that these people could not be kept. Since they were enjoying the benefits brought by the team by following Zhou Xiong, they should also bear the risks brought by the team. Given Zhou Xiong's personality, they probably did a lot of bullying. Haozi Liangzi, come and help. Good. This time, Hu Wenliang did not hesitate too much. Some things, once you start, you will slowly get used to them. Following a burst of curses and screams, The remaining people were all eliminated in a short while. In fact, when Yang Bin asked Hu Wenliang to treat Zhao Kun, it was destined that these people would not leave alive. It was impossible for him to expose Hu Wenliang's special ability so quickly. Yang Bin is not a murderer, but he knows very well that once he offends some people, he must deal with them cleanly. Otherwise, even an insignificant little person can bring him huge trouble. Hu Wenliang and his peers were still students and not mature enough, but he had experienced the evil of human nature and naturally would not be as naive as them. As the captain of the team, he must be responsible for the team. Chapter 64, Crazy Killing. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Zhao Kun quickly dragged out Lao He and Chen Hao, who were hiding under the corpse. Brother Bin, can you let Brother Liang save Lao He and Monkey? Zhao Kun pleaded. Both were seriously injured and are still in coma. If Zhao Kun hadn't risked his life to protect him, he would have been eaten to pieces by the zombies. Yang Bin was a little shocked when he saw the state of the two. He had to say that Zhao Kun treated his brothers very well. Ryoko, help. Good. Hu Wenliang hurried over, put one hand on one person's wound, and began to treat him. It took several minutes to heal the serious wounds on Lao He and Chen Hao, and the remaining minor wounds were left to heal on their own. Hu Wenliang was really exhausted, and if he had not reached the 3rd level, he would have collapsed long ago. After a while, the two slowly woke up and looked around in confusion. Great, you finally woke up, Zhao Kun said excitedly. Brother Kun, we are still alive, the two said in disbelief. In that situation, they thought it was all over. Yes, we're alive. Brother Bin saved us. Zhao Kun briefly recounted what had just happened. The two of them quickly got up and knelt on one knee towards Yang Bin. Thank you, Brother Bin. Brother Kun's decision is our decision. From now on, our lives belong to you, the two said seriously. What are you talking about? We are brothers from now on. Let's support each other and try to survive in this damn apocalypse. Yang Bin said with a smile. Yeah. Several people nodded heavily. Now that we have more people, many of the 3rd level zombies that we couldn't defeat before should be able to be defeated now. Yang Bin said with a smile. Brother Bin, can you see the level of the zombies? Zhao Kun suddenly asked. Well, I can see through things. I can judge the level of zombies by the size of the crystals inside their heads. Yang Bin nodded. Since we are already one of us, there's no need to hide anything. No wonder. Zhao Kun nodded in understanding. He had suspected this before. Yang Bin actually knew how to dig out the crystal from the head of that special zombie on the first day. If he couldn't see it, no one would have thought of it. This ability is simply a magical skill in the end times. You know, you can't tell the zombie's strength from their appearance. Every zombie looks the same, and you can only know after you fight them. However, once they start, it is not so easy to escape, which has caused many teams to suffer heavy losses due to misjudgment. However, some teams that wanted to obtain high-level crystals only to find out after each kill that they did not have the crystals they wanted, so their efforts were in vain. Therefore, being able to see the level of zombies in advance is a dream come true for any team. I didn't expect that this team of only 3 people not only has the ability to heal, but also has the ability of clairvoyance. It would be strange if their ability didn't improve quickly. Zhao Kun and his friends were extremely excited. Who doesn't want to follow a strong team? Brother Hao, your special ability is invisibility? Zhao Kun suddenly looked at Chen Hao and said, That's right. Chen Hao smiled. The other party had seen him become invisible, so it was not surprising that he could make the connection. You 3 are all people with superpowers, Lao He said in shock. Brother Bin, is there any secret? Can we become superpowers? Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin with anticipation. Don't look at me. You have no hope. People with superpowers should be born on the night of the end of the world. If they exist on that day, they exist. If they don't exist on that day, they don't exist. As for whether there will be other ways to obtain them in the future, I don't know. Yang Bin shook his head. Okay. The 3 nodded somewhat disappointedly. It's okay. Superpowers are just a means. As long as you have the strength, you can still be powerful without superpowers. Yang Bin comforted. Yeah. The 3 nodded. Aozi, give the remaining 3rd level crystal to Lao He. With one more 3rd level crystal, we will have a better chance of dealing with the zombies later. Yang Bin said. Okay. Chen Hao didn't hesitate and directly handed the 3rd level crystal from his pocket to Lao He. Thank you, Brother Hao. Lao He took the crystal with excitement. In fact, all 3 of them have reached the peak of the 2nd level, but they have never killed the 3rd level zombies, so they have been stuck at the peak of the 2nd level. I didn't expect that I would be promoted to the third level directly after joining this team. This benefit is really great. Lao He quickly swallowed the crystal into his stomach. Soon, Lao He's strength also increased to the third level. There are 6 people in a team, 1 at level 4, 4 at level 3, and if we add Little Orange, that makes 5 at level 3, which will definitely crush any other team. Half an hour later, everyone's condition had basically recovered, and then a group of people followed Yongbin out. It is difficult to find a zombie group of 1 or 200 or more, including third-level zombies, but if the conditions are relaxed to 300 or 400, there will be quite a few in the school. As they walked out the door, Yongbin whistled, and Little Orange jumped down from a building and followed everyone. Although Zhao Kun and others were a little surprised at Zaijuzi's size, they didn't find it strange because Yongbin had told them in advance. Under the leadership of Yongbin, the group soon found a group of zombies, about 400 in number, including a third-level zombie. Yongbin had seen this group of zombies before, but because there was no terrain nearby to help, he didn't dare to take action. But this time, because the team was stronger and he was already at level 4, he could kill the enemy even without the help of terrain. Get started. Quick and decisive battle. After Yongbin finished speaking, he rushed towards the group of zombies. The others also picked up their weapons and rushed forward immediately. When the zombies saw them, they immediately pounced towards them. Yongbin swung the barbell and swept it over, and the head of the zombie in front of him exploded directly. He was at the 4th level, and he could hardly feel the weight of the barbell. He swung the bar high up, feeling like Monkey King swinging his golden cudgel. The other people were not to be outdone. Needless to say, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang had long been accustomed to high-intensity combat. The performance of Zhao Kun and his 2 companions was just as impressive. They all changed their weapons to fire axes, and their attacks were just as fast, accurate, and ruthless. They all chopped at the zombies' heads, killing them one by one with 1 axe. The 6 people stood back to back in a circle, continuously killing the zombies that were flying towards them from all directions. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, more than 400 zombies were killed by them, including a third-level zombie. Among the 6 people, only Zhao Kun and 3 others suffered some injuries, mainly because the fire axe was too short. Even if they killed the opponent could still grab them before dying. Brother Hao, your barbell is simply a magical artifact. Lao He looked at the barbells of several people and said enviously. Of course, this is called foresight, Chen Hao said with a smile. Don't be envious. I'll get you some later. Yongbin said with a smile. Hurry up, clean up the battlefield, and get ready for the next one. Good. Afterwards, under the leadership of Yongbin, several people started a crazy killing mode, killing from noon to night, killing more than 2,000 zombies. 8 third-level crystals were harvested, which not only upgraded Skinny Monkey to the 3rd level, but also raised Chen Hao's strength to the peak of the 3rd level. This is Yongbin's decision. Those who can advance should be given priority because the benefits brought by advancement are the greatest. After everyone has advanced, they will reach the peak one by one. This way, the team will not only have high-level combat power, but also ensure that others do not fall behind. As for who gets promoted first, Yongbin has the final say, and no one else has any objections. In their team, Yongbin has absolute say. Chapter 65, Lack of Food. Several people returned to the dormitory and shared the food they had looted at noon. The food that was originally enough for 2 days was finished in 1 day because of the addition of a few people. So although there is strength in numbers, the consumption is also greater. Fortunately, Zhao Kun and his friends also brought some food, but for 6 people, it would only be enough for 1 meal tomorrow. It seems that we have to find a way to get some food before we set off tomorrow. Yongbin said, it's hard to get food in school now. Basically, every supermarket has been ransacked several times, and several cafeterias have also been ransacked. Now, there are probably only 2 large supermarkets that should still have some food, but they've been occupied by the 2 strongest teams. Zhao Kun said helplessly. The strongest team? Which 2? Yongbin asked curiously. One is led by the group of people from the sports department. The captain is called Qin Wei. They were the ones who dared to come out and fight zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. In addition, this person is good at winning people's hearts. Now the team should have almost 200 people. Most of them are 2nd-level evolvers, and he himself is already at the 3rd level. The other team is led by a woman named Tang Weiwei. She is a psychic of the power type. She is now at level 3 and extremely powerful. Moreover, this woman has some tricks. I heard that she rescued those people in the cafeteria. Many people followed her. Now the team has more than 200 people. Their two teams occupied the two largest supermarkets in the school. However, there are many of them and their consumption is high. I estimate that there will not be much food left in the supermarkets, said Zhao Kun. Hey, Liangzi, your wife is quite amazing, Yang Bin said with a smile. Brother Bin, can we not bring this up? You are such a coward. No wonder you are still a virgin in your 20s. Brother Bin has helped you so many times. If you were more proactive, maybe this would have worked. Chen Hao said. It's just that I like it more. I can't even say I like it, so don't make a fuss about it. For men, it's enough to just like them. If it were me, I would just get it done first. That's why you're cuckolded. You're going too far. Okay, stop arguing, Liangzi. Let's take care of this matter. Tomorrow we will go to Qinwei to borrow some food, and then we will leave school. Yang Bin said directly. Brother Bin, why don't you go to Liangzi's wife's place? Chen Hao asked puzzledly. It's too familiar to be touched. It seems so. Brother Bin, food is lifeline to everyone now, let alone Qinwei. He won't lend it to us. Zhao Kun concluded. I will lend it to you, Yang Bin said with a smile. Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment, but soon understood that in this world, the strong are respected. Okay, go to bed early. We have to get up and look at the stars at night. Yang Bin said. Look at the stars? What stars? Zhao Kun asked puzzledly. You will find out when you follow us. All right. Internet of Things supermarket. Sister Wei Wei, there is not much food left in the supermarket. We went out to search today, but didn't find much. If this continues, we may have to leave school. A woman came to Tang Wei Wei and whispered, we have to leave. The school has limited resources, and we can't stay in school forever. Tang Wei Wei said, let's have everyone pack up their things, and we'll leave in the next 2 days. Good. By the way, what's the situation of the other teams now? Qinwei's team is still occupying Walmart's supermarket, but I guess there's not much food left. Not to mention the other teams. They've probably already started to leave the school. Oh, Sister Wei Wei, we also found out today that Zhou Xiong's team was wiped out. Surrounded by zombies? Looking at the scene, it should be, but several people's heads were broken, but their bodies were intact, so it doesn't look like it was done by zombies. The woman said uncertainly. Broken head, Tang Wei Wei frowned, and suddenly seemed to think of something, muttering to herself. Could it be that I offended those people? Walmart supermarket. Boss, I just counted the food. If we eat sparingly, it can probably last us about 2 days. A tall man looked at the equally tall Qinwei who was in the lead and said, 2 days? That's a bit too short. There are so few zombies in the school now. It's a good time for improvement. I don't want to leave school so soon. Qinwei frowned. That can't be helped. The other teams probably don't have much food left. Maybe only Tang Wei Wei and her team can come up with some food. Forget about Tang Wei Wei and the others. That woman's superpowers are a bit fierce, and we can't beat her. Let the brothers search everywhere tomorrow. I think everyone else should have left school in the next 2 days. We can stay one more day. Good. Late at night, Yang Bin and his companions climbed up and called Zhao Kun and his companions in the next room. The 6 people and the cat came to the rooftop again and found a clean place to lie down. Brother Bin, you asked us to go to the rooftop in the middle of the night. Could it be that you really want to see the stars? Lao Hei said sleepily. Well, just look at the stars. When the 9 stars of the Big Dipper come out, concentrate on staring at them. It will improve your strength. Yang Bin said, looking at the stars to improve your strength? Why does it feel so unscientific? Said the skinny monkey with his eyes wide open. Since you believe in science so much, can you explain how zombies came about? Well, just watch carefully. We won't entertain you in the middle of the night. Chen Hao said with a smile. All right. Soon, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper appeared in the sky again. Yang Bin and the other 2 quickly got into the mood while looking at the stars. Zhao Kun and the other 2 looked at them, then looked at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky, and then looked at them with doubt. On the other side, in a dormitory, brother, you said that these zombies stare at the sky at night. What are they looking at? Who knows? There's nothing in the sky except those 9 stars. Do zombies like looking at the stars? Could this be the zombies' way of training? Otherwise, why do the zombies become stronger every night? Practice by looking at the stars? You're so smart. Even novels wouldn't dare to write about it this way. That's right. Let's go to bed early while the zombies are quiet now. We have to get up early to kill zombies tomorrow. I'll give it a try. Maybe it will work. After a while, damn it, I'm just a fool. This thing is useless except making my eyes sore and my neck hurt. The man complained. Sleep. At 5 in the morning, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper disappeared. Yang Bin and his companions got up, stretched themselves, and then looked at Zhao Kun and the other 2 and asked, how do you feel? Zhao Kun clenched his fist and said with some surprise, "It seems to have improved." Lao He and Shou Ho both looked incredulous. "Brother Ben, how did you find out?" Zhao Kun was a little shocked. "I looked at it before out of curiosity, but I didn't feel any improvement. My special ability allows me to see the flow of energy. When I concentrate on looking at the stars, energy will flow into my body. However, the energy that flows into the body is too little for humans. So if you look for too short a time, you can't feel the effect at all. You have to keep looking for at least 1 or 2 hours to feel the effect." Yang Bin said. "So that's how it is, Brother Bin. Your ability is really powerful." Zhao Kun said enviously. "Okay, let's go down and catch up on some sleep." Chapter 66. You have to swallow even if you can't. At 9 o'clock in the morning, several people got up on time, packed up what they needed, and went out directly. Walmart supermarket. Old 5, you guys guard the supermarket and don't let anyone get close. We're going out to kill the zombies. Qin Wei said, while looking at the group of people in front. "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely keep it safe. Besides, no one in the school dares to mess with us now." Lao Wu said confidently. "Well, let's go then." After Qin Wei finished speaking, he was about to leave with his men, but suddenly he noticed a few people walking towards him. Qin Wei frowned, looked over carefully, and quickly recognized the leader. His face suddenly darkened. "It's them." Soon, Yang Bin and his companions arrived in front of a group of people. Yang Bin looked at Qin Wei in front of him and asked doubtfully, "Hey, have we met somewhere before?" "Brother Bin, I have indeed seen them. We met them when we changed dormitories that day. They wanted us to join them." Chen Hao said, "Oh yes, now I remember it. No wonder it feels familiar." Qin Wei's expression changed several times, but he soon smiled again and said, "I'm sorry, Captain Yang. I didn't recognize you that day." "I don't know what's the matter with you, Captain Yang." "It's nothing. We've run out of food, so let's go to the supermarket to find something to eat," Yang Bin said with a smile. Qin Wei's smile froze, and then he smiled again. "Captain Yang may not know that this supermarket has already been occupied by us. Captain Yang, why don't you try another place? I remember this place is not owned by your family." "Captain Yang, you are joking. It's the end of the world now. Who cares who owns it? Now it belongs to whoever occupies it. Captain Yang should understand this." "I see. This means that this supermarket is yours now." "Yes, I do." "Then please lend us some food. It's not much. Just fill these backpacks." Yang Bin pointed at the backpacks of several people. The faces of the large group of people behind Qin Wei suddenly changed. They were all worried about having no food, and these people actually wanted to take their food. His uncle could tolerate it, but his aunt could not. Several people wanted to yell, but were stopped by a tall boy's gaze. Qin Wei took several deep breaths to suppress his anger, and still maintained a smile as he said, "Captain Yang is late, and we have no food left here. Look, we're just about to go out and find something to eat." "Oh, then you guys go and look for it. We'll go in and search. If it really isn't there, we'll leave," Yang Bin said casually, and then he prepared to lead people in. Qin Wei quickly stopped in front of Yang Bin, unable to keep a smile on his face, and said gloomily, "Yang Bin, don't go too far." "Excessive? I don't think so. I just asked you to borrow some food. Is it necessary to be so stingy? We still have 100 or 200 people waiting to eat. We don't have any extra food to lend you. You'd better leave. Since you won't lend it to me, I can only declare that this place is mine from now on. Like you said, whoever occupies it owns it, so you guys go. We occupy this place now." "Huh. Everyone says you're the most untouchable team in school. Today I want to see how you, with just a few of you, are untouchable. Surround them." As Qin Wei finished speaking, the people behind him instantly surrounded Yang Bin and his companions. "Hey, I can lend it, but why do you want me to rob it? I'm not a bandit." Yang Bin shook his head. "Get started." After Qin Wei finished speaking, he slashed at Yang Bin first, and the others also attacked them immediately. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Wei's body flew out, knocking down 7 or 8 people along the way. Chen Hao and others also took action immediately. When the barbell was swept, figures of people flew everywhere, and they couldn't get close at all. Level 4, Qin Wei, who had fallen to the ground, climbed up with difficulty and looked at Yang Bin in disbelief. He is already at the 3rd level, and the only person who could kick him so far away could be a 4th level evolver. However, everyone is still working hard to advance to the 3rd level. So how could anyone reach the 4th level? However, the facts were right before his eyes, and he couldn't help but believe it. Soon, he saw other people fighting, which was almost completely one-sided. Qin Wei's face was filled with even more shock. These people were all above level 3. Stop, Qin Wei shouted quickly. What the hell is this? After hearing Qin Wei shout, those who had originally planned to rush forward also retreated. They had also discovered at this time that this group of people were just a bunch of perverts and could not be defeated at all. Third brother, go and get them food, Qin Wei said in a deep voice. Yes. The third brother didn't dare to hesitate and quickly walked into the supermarket. Soon, several large boxes of bread and biscuits were brought out. Why didn't you do this earlier? Why did you have to use knives and guns? Young Bin Smilet. Qin Wei stopped talking. How could he have imagined that this group of people could be so perverted? Please help us fill them up. Put a bottle of mineral water on both sides of each backpack. Yang Bin threw a few backpacks over. The third brother did not dare to hesitate and quickly asked others to help him install it. After a while, all the backpacks were full. The third brother handed the backpack to Yang Bin and said carefully, "Is this okay?" "Thank you." Yang Bin smiled, and then several people left in a swagger, carrying their backpacks. The group of people watched them leave and breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they felt a little unwilling. There were so many of them, but they were bullied to this extent by 6 people. "One day, I will get back at you," Qin Wei said fiercely. The military advisor beside him, Sijia, glanced at him, frowned, and said, "Your idea is very dangerous. It is very likely to lead our team into an irreparable situation." "What? Do you think we are inferior to them?" Qin Wei said gloomily. "Yes, we can't compare. They can improve their strength to this level with just a few people. Not to mention us. I dare say there are few teams in the world that can compare with them. 4th level, think about it. Can you reach it in another 5 days?" Sijia said mercilessly. After hearing Sijia's words, Qin Wei also fell silent. "Forget it, it's just some food loss. In fact, they only have a few backpacks, and the loss is just enough food for a few dozen people. How big of an impact can it have? Don't sacrifice the entire team because of this. You are the captain of the team, and you have to consider the overall situation when doing anything." Sijia said seriously. "But I can't swallow this." "You have to swallow it, even if you can't." Chapter 67. Yang Bin drives. "Boss, where are we going now?" After walking out of the school gate, everyone was a little confused and didn't know where to go for a moment. "Does any one of you live nearby and need to go home to visit?" Yang Bin suddenly asked. When it comes to this, everyone fell silent. In the end times, the people who worry the most are their families, especially when communications are cut off and they don't even know what's going on with their families. Laohei and I are from Liaoning and Jilin, and Shouhou is from Bashu. They're all very far away from here. Now all the planes and high-speed trains are paralyzed. It is not easy to go back. Zhao Kun shook his head with a wry smile. "Okay, it seems that Haozi and I are closer, but it's still about 500 kilometers away, and it's also very difficult to go back. Liangzi is from Jinling, so it's even farther away." Yang Bin said helplessly. "If it's 400 to 500 kilometers, I should be able to get back by car, but I'm afraid the roads will be blocked. Traffic jams are inevitable. The highway back to our hometown is always crowded with cars at any time. If we want to go back, not to mention the zombies, the traffic on the road alone will be cleared, so it's even more unrealistic to take the national highway. It seems that we won't be able to go back anytime soon." Zhao Kun sighed. "Not necessarily. If we have official connections and use a helicopter or something, it will be easy to go home," said Laohei. "That thing is not reliable either. You have to know that now there are not only zombies, but also mutant beasts. A cat can be so powerful. I wouldn't be surprised if a mutant eagle came and destroyed the helicopter. We will be finished then." Yang Bin shook his head. "Well, that's right. It seems like it's really a luxury to go back. I can only pray that the local authorities can rescue us as soon as possible." "Well, if you want to go back, then work hard to improve your strength. Maybe when your strength reaches a certain level, you can even fly back." Brother Bin is right. Strength is the basis of everything. I now feel that I can beat Bolt when I run. Everything is possible if my strength improves. Well, let's develop in Star City first. Let's find a place to settle down first, preferably a villa. Damn, I haven't lived in a villa before the apocalypse. Now that it's the apocalypse, I have to experience it. Yang Bin said, "That's possible. I've never lived in a villa." Chen Hao agreed. "Why don't we go to Jinga Garden? I heard that it's where super rich people live. The villas there are very big, with gardens and swimming pools. It must be very comfortable to live there." Skinny Monkey said longingly. "You know this, kid? Well, I used to wander around there when I had nothing to do, and I often fantasized about living there one day." Skinny Monkey said awkwardly. You really dare to think so? Okay, then I'll make your dream come true today. Let's go there. Yangbin patted the skinny monkey's shoulder and said with a smile. That's great. Thank you, Brother Bin. I never thought that my previous dream could come true in the end times. Skinny Monkey said excitedly. But, Brother Bin, that place is a bit far from here. How far? More than 20 kilometers. You call this a bit far? What's the difference between more than 20 kilometers and the end of the world in the end times? Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. The corners of Yang Bin's mouth twitched. It was simply a dream to want to travel more than 20 kilometers in the urban area of Xingqing. Don't worry, we don't need to go through the city. We could take the outer ring road and bypass the city to get there. The skinny monkey said quickly. You've done some thorough research. Hey, it's okay. If that's the case, then we can go there. But if there's a shopping district nearby, forget it if there's nowhere to get food. Yes, there's a large Walmart supermarket about 5 kilometers away from the community. It is one of the best supermarkets in Star City. Basically, all the daily necessities we could use are available there. And there are quite a few supermarkets in that area, so there will definitely be enough food. Skinny Monkey said affirmatively. Okay, let's go there. I also want to experience the world of the rich. No one else had any objections. Who doesn't want to live in a better place? Let's go get a car. Good. After confirming it, they walked away. There is a Shenghua Avenue not far from the school. When they arrived here, they saw that the entire avenue was filled with messy cars. Most of these cars lost control and hit the greenery on the roadside or collided with other cars. At the same time, many wandering zombies were seen on the road. When they saw the few people, the zombies immediately rushed towards them excitedly. Hey, there's actually a third-level zombie, Yangbin said in surprise. That's great. The crystals are delivered to your door. Several people laughed. He easily dealt with the dozens of zombies that rushed up, then dug out the crystal and handed the third-level crystal to Hu Wenliang. It cannot be said that Yangbin is partial. They all have special abilities, and Hu Wenliang's treatment can last longer as his strength increases. Zhao Kun and the others had no objection to this. They positioned themselves very well, and as long as Yangbin didn't dislike them, it would be fine. After searching on the road for a long time, they finally found a relatively intact 7-seater SUV. The car owner had turned into a zombie, but he didn't go far. Several people killed the car owner, got the keys, and quickly got into the car. The 7-seater car is just enough for 6 people and a cat. Brother Bin, when did you get your driver's license? How come I didn't know about it? Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin, who was sitting in the driver's seat, with some confusion. Driver's license? Where'd I get the money to get a driver's license? Yang Bin said with innocent eyes. Brother Bin, have you ever driven a car? Zhao Kun asked carefully. No, but he used to work part-time at a car wash. Brother Bin, why don't you let me come? I have passed the driving test. Zhao Kun said in a low voice. Have you ever driven a car since you passed your driver's license test? No. It's the same thing, don't worry. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? I'll drive, don't worry. Yangbin comforted. The others looked at him doubtfully, but because of Yangbin's long-standing tall image, they soon believed him. Until, hey, why is this car missing a pedal? Yangbin lowered his head and looked carefully. Brother, this is automatic. There's no clutch. Zhao Kun whispered. Oh, I see. The kind that starts the engine while stepping on the brake, right? Uh-huh. Yangbin was quite smart and succeeded in lighting the fire quickly. Release the brake, press the accelerator. Not leaving? Brother, the handbrake is not released. Didn't you see the handbrake lever? This is the electronic handbrake. Zhao Kun was almost crying. When others saw this, they quickly tightened their seat belts to make sure they were fastened. Oh, I see. I pressed it once and it didn't release. I pressed the brake again and released it. Haha, it seems I am quite smart. Let's go. Release the brake. Press the accelerator. The car sped away instantly. Bang! Chapter 68 surrounded. On Shenghua Avenue, a 7-seater SUV fell to the ground, and the wheels were still spinning rapidly. After a while, 6 figures climbed out of the car window with difficulty. Ahem. Well, do you believe me if I say I didn't control the throttle well? Yangbin said embarrassedly. Let her. Then find another one and try it again. I'll definitely control it well this time. Everyone shook their heads like wave drums. Even Little Orange shook his head violently. Brother Bin, even if we are revolvers, we can't stand you doing this to us. Chen Hao said with a dark face. Yes, Brother Bin, you should just sit from behind and enjoy it. Let me be the driver. Zhao Kun said quickly. Well, it's not that I have to drive. The main thing is that I can see whether there's zombies ahead and make predictions in advance. Yangbin argued. Then you sit in the co-pilot seat and give orders. Okay, Yangbin said helplessly. Actually, he still wanted to drive, but unfortunately these guys didn't give him the chance. Everyone continued to look for the car. Fortunately, there were many cars on the road. Soon, they found another commercial vehicle. This time, Zhao Kun sat in the driver's seat first. He was really afraid that Yangbin would do it again. The car started and moved forward slowly. Although Zhao Kun had only passed the driving test and had never driven a car, at least he had practiced in the driving school. He was more stable than Yangbin, just a little slower. But it's impossible to go fast on this road, as there are overturned cars and scattered zombies everywhere. From time to time, you have to come down to clean up the zombies and move the cars blocking the road. Fortunately, they were strong enough and could move it with just 2 people. If we keep going like this, how long will we get there? Chen Hao complained. There's nothing we can do. There are so many cars in this area. We just need to get out of the city and just treat it as clearing out the zombies, said the skinny monkey. How about this? We don't take the car for this section of the road. We will just lead the way and let Zhao Kun drive behind us. We will take the car again after we are out of the city. Yangbin said. Then several people began to clean up the area. This is a road with houses on both sides that are quite far apart. The zombies on the road are scattered, and most of them are mutated people in the cars, so it is not difficult to clean them up. What they didn't know was that although the houses on both sides were far away, the noise on their side was quite loud. At this moment, in a house not far away, a zombie wearing black clothes was staring at them. However, this zombie did not pounce forward like crazy like the other zombies, but turned around and went downstairs. On the road. Brother Ben, I think this way of killing zombies is pretty good. There aren't large numbers of zombies, and we can occasionally encounter level 3 zombies. It's much more comfortable than at school where there are hundreds of zombies at any time. Chen Hao seemed to have discovered a new continent. I think so too. Why don't we just clear the area all the way there? It's only about 20 kilometers anyway. Lao He said. Well, that's fine. Yangbin said absent-mindedly. He didn't know why, but he always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Several people cleaned up the road all the way, and they cleared a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. Less than 2 kilometers ahead was the elevated road. As long as they got on the elevated road, they could turn to the outer ring road, and there would be much less traffic on that road. However, they stopped at this time because there were 700 or 800 zombies blocking their way ahead. Yangbin frowned, not because of the 700 or 800 zombies, but because those zombies seemed to be waiting for them specifically. Go run back, Yangbin said seriously. The other people were a little confused when they saw Yangbin's expression, because it was the first time they saw Yangbin with such an expression. Even though 700 or 800 zombies are troublesome, they shouldn't make him so serious. However, they did not hesitate at all and followed quickly. However, they soon stopped again because a large number of zombies appeared behind them. Immediately afterwards, a large number of zombies appeared on both sides and surrounded them from all directions. How could this happen? Why did these zombies suddenly appear? Everyone was shocked. It is obvious that there are high-level zombies in command. Yangbin said in a deep voice. Level 4 zombie? No, a 4th-level zombie doesn't have this ability. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a 5th-level zombie. Yangbin's face became extremely solemn. Level 5. Everyone's eyes widened. They hadn't even seen 2 level 4 zombies, but they actually encountered a level 5 zombie. It's only been more than 10 days since the apocalypse. How come there are already 5th-level zombies? Zhao Kun swallowed and said. Zombies are not like us who rely on eating crystals. Zombies cultivate on their own. There will always be a few with extraordinary talents. It's nothing surprising. What should we do now? Everyone's face darkened. They didn't expect to encounter such a situation just after leaving the campus. Hurry up, push a few cars over to use as cushions so that we can reduce the impact force of the zombies. Yangbin quickly made a layout. These zombies did not rush over all at once, but slowly surrounded the few people, so there was still time. Several people quickly moved the cars next to them and lined them up together, then stood directly on the roof of the car. After standing on the roof, they could see more clearly. However, because they could see more clearly, their faces became even uglier. Especially Yangbin. He saw more than others. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 zombies coming from all directions, including dozens of level 3 zombies and 2 level 4 zombies. The most important thing is that there is still a level 5 zombie that Yangbin has not seen yet. Yangbin was not sure if he could be a match for a 5th level zombie now. Most likely he was not, because he had only just been promoted to the 4th level. In the past, When he dealt with zombies of a higher level, he had already reached the peak of that level. Coupled with the power increase gained from training, he was able to fight against zombies of a higher level. He has just reached the 4th level now. He has no hope of survival if he encounters a 5th level zombie at this time. At this time, the zombies had already surrounded them. What made everyone feel most incredible was that they actually saw many zombies holding weapons. MD, why do I feel that the zombies in school are simpler than the zombies outside? Lao Hei swallowed. It should be commanded by a 5th level zombie. This is even more troublesome. Yangbin's face was extremely solemn. Everyone cheer up. This battle is very dangerous. As soon as Yangbin finished speaking, these zombies rushed towards everyone frantically as if they had suddenly received an order. Everyone stood on the roof of the car, formed a circle, and frantically attacked the zombies rushing in from all directions with their weapons. The zombies attacked very crazily, but fortunately they were standing on high place, so the impact force of the zombies could not affect them. However, the car below was constantly deformed by the impact. If it continues like this, it probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. The battle was extremely fierce from the beginning. All of them were veterans and could withstand these 1st and 2nd level zombies. But soon, with the addition of 3rd level zombies, the battle became extremely dangerous. What they didn't notice was that a black zombie in the distance sneaked into the zombie group and slowly approached them. Chapter 69 Soldiers. For a 3rd level zombie, except Yangbin and Chen Hao, no one else is 100% sure of killing it with one strike. In this situation, if you cannot kill the zombies with one strike, you will face being pounced upon by countless zombies. Soon, Skinny Monkey encountered the situation. He failed to kill the 3rd level zombie in front of him immediately, causing the zombies behind him to pounce on him directly, grab his legs, and pull him down fiercely. Fortunately, Zhao Kun on the side was quick-witted and swift, and he quickly chopped off the zombie's hands with a few axes. But because of his delay, the zombies on his side also pounced on him. He was instantly covered in blood from being scratched and bitten, and a piece of flesh was bitten off from his thigh. This, Zhao Kun took a deep breath, clenched his teeth to prevent himself from screaming, and quickly killed the zombies rushing towards him with a fire axe in his hand. Later, with the help of Chen Hao, the situation was stabilized again. The battle continued, but this situation happened from time to time, and the occasional appearance of 3rd level zombies made them unable to defend themselves. After a while, except for Yangbin, everyone else suffered injuries to varying degrees. Yangbin was fine. His strength was in front of him, and neither the 2nd level zombies nor the 3rd level zombies could get close to him. However, this situation was completely broken after a black figure appeared. When Yangbin was killing madly, a zombie in black clothes suddenly pounced on him. Yangbin didn't take it too seriously at first and still hit him with a stick. The other party raised a fire axe in his hand and chopped directly on the barbell. Bite! There was a sharp sound, and Yangbin's face changed. The huge force almost made him fall down. He finally managed to steady himself, but the other party had already jumped onto the roof of the car and swung the axe at his head again. Yangbin quickly raised the barbell to block above his head. Bite! The piercing sound rang out again, and Yangbin felt his arm go numb. His body took a few steps back and fell directly off the roof of the car. Brother Bin! The others were immediately horrified and wanted to go over to help, but they were unable to get away. Fortunately, Yangbin quickly used the barbell to support the ground, then turned his body over and landed steadily. Then he swept the barbell across, repelling all the zombies that were rushing over from all directions. Before he could take a break, the zombie attacked him again. Yangbin blocked with the barbell again, but was forced back by the opponent again. Level 5 zombie. Yangbin's face was solemn. Even without using his supernatural powers, he knew that only a 5th level zombie could force him to this extent. The zombies around him continued to pounce on him, and he had to clear them out. However, as soon as he made a move, the guy's axe would instantly chop him down, forcing him to quickly resist. For a moment, Yangbin was suppressed extremely miserably. Moreover, the opponent's strength is much stronger than his. According to conservative estimates, it is at least 2,000 kilograms. Every time he blocked the opponent's axe, he felt severe pain in his arm. He knew very well that if he continued like this, he would definitely die here. But he couldn't get out of this predicament for a while. At this time, he was already trapped in a deep encirclement of zombies, and Chen Hao and others were unable to come to help. They were also caught in a difficult battle. A 4th level zombie has already attacked them. Now only Chen Hao is holding it off, while the others are resisting other zombies. MD, It's not going to be forgotten just after it came out. Yangbin said unwillingly. Just then, gunshots suddenly rang out not far away. I saw a dozen troop carriers driving towards this side, and then more than 100 soldiers in camouflage uniforms got off the vehicles, holding assault rifles in their hands, and crazily fired at the zombies. The power of firearms is still strong. Under the rifle fire, those first and second level zombies kept falling down. These warriors had obviously fought zombies many times, and they always hit them in the head. In the cab of the first troop carrier, two men frowned as they looked at the situation ahead. "Why are there so many zombies gathered here?" asked a stern-looking middle-aged man in military uniform. "I don't know, but this is the only way to get to Zhongshan College, so we can only clear it out," said another young man in his 20s who looked determined. The middle-aged man nodded, then picked up the telescope and looked over. "Huh? There's someone in the middle," the man asked in surprise. "There's someone there? That's impossible," the young man next to him said with his eyes wide open. The middle-aged man handed the telescope directly to him. After a while, a look of disbelief appeared on the young man's face. There are actually people who can survive for so long surrounded by so many zombies. "Tell them to increase their firepower. Those guys can't hold on any longer," the young man ordered quickly. "Good." Soon, the soldiers below moved several large-caliber heavy machine guns from the vehicle. As the sound of da-da-da rang out, the zombies fell down quickly like wheat being cut. Yang Bin and his companions, who had been in despair, showed a look of surprise on their faces after hearing the gunshots. Especially after seeing those troop carriers, all the despair in my heart disappeared. In China, some officials may not be trustworthy, but you can definitely trust the soldiers. Even at Doomsday, the dark green camouflage uniforms still make people feel at ease. The fifth-level zombie, who had been hacking at Yang Bin without any ability to fight back, actually showed a look of fear on his face after seeing the flame-breathing heavy machine gun. He looked at Yang Bin, then at his men who quickly fell to the ground, and then Lao Lu actually ran away. Yang Bin looked at the fifth-level zombie that quickly disappeared in the crowd of corpses, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. A fifth-level zombie actually knows how to escape. I'll remember this account. I must take your crystal core," Yang Bin said angrily. Although he really wanted to keep the other person, unfortunately, he was in a state where he was unable to do so. If the barbell in his hands hadn't been strong, he would have been split in half. Even now, the knuckles are bleeding and the arms are still shaking. Under the crazy fire of the heavy machine gun, more than half of the zombies fell down in a short while. Afterwards, these soldiers decisively put away their guns, took out bayonets from their backs, rushed towards the remaining zombies, and started close combat. The reason for not continuing to use guns is, first, to avoid accidentally hurting people, and second, to save bullets. You know, they don't have many bullets now and can't afford to waste them. Almost all of these warriors are at the peak of level 2, and some are already at level 3. They have extremely strong combat capabilities, and with their tacit cooperation, they can kill zombies extremely quickly, which is simply unmatched by ordinary people. Soon, with the cooperation of Yang Bin and his men and more than 100 soldiers, the remaining hundreds of zombies were all killed in a short while. Among them, the fourth-level zombie that fought against Chen Hao was eventually killed by Chen Hao, and the crystal was quickly collected by him. After killing the zombies, a group of soldiers quickly began to collect crystals. Yang Bin and the others didn't say anything. This was what they deserved. At this time, two people got off the first troop carrier and walked toward them. When Yang Bin and his companions saw the badges on each other's clothes, they were all surprised. These two men were actually a lieutenant colonel and a colonel. Moreover, Yang Bin also noticed that one of them was at the peak of level 3 and the other was at level 4. Sure enough, the official is the strongest. Chapter 70 Arrival at Destination. Soon, the two of them came in front of Yang Bin and his companions. The leading colonel, the middle-aged man, looked at the others with a look of surprise on his face. "I didn't expect that there were some young guys like that. Little guy, judging from your age, you should be college students, right? Are you students from Zhongshan College?" "Yes." Yang Bin nodded. "Not bad, not bad. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. He is so young, and yet he has such strength. But how come you guys are surrounded by so many zombies?" the middle-aged man asked puzzledly. "A few of us originally wanted to escape from the school and find a safe place, but we didn't expect that a large group of zombies would suddenly appear here. Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise we would be dead," Yang Bin said with a wry smile. "You can hold out for so long under the siege of thousands of zombies. Your strength must be at least level 3. How about it? Are you interested in joining the army? The middle-aged man extended an olive branch. If it was before the end of the world, the army would not recruit people so casually, but now it is the end of the world, and the authorities are in great need of powerful evolvers. Sorry, Chief. We're used to being lazy and have no intention of joining the military for the time being. Yangbin declined tactfully. Don't rush to refuse. You can think about it. If you join the military will provide you with crystals to improve your strength. It is much safer than fighting for crystals yourself. Although you are quite capable, you are too few in number after all, and situations like today are bound to happen again in the future. Well, thank you for your kindness. We will consider it. Yangbin said politely. He had no intention of joining the military. Although joining the military might be safer, the military had too many rules, and all the crystals obtained would have to be handed in for unified distribution, and he didn't want that. Okay, think about it carefully. By the way, how many survivors are there in your school? We're preparing to go to your school to rescue them. There are probably about 600 to 700 people. Is there only these few people? A look of grief appeared in the middle-aged man's face. In a school with more than 30,000 students, there were only a few hundred left. This loss of life was really unacceptable. Come on, get in the car and go to your school to rescue people. Well, let's not go. We just escaped from school, and our injuries are not suitable for strenuous exercise now. Young Bandit, then you have to get in the car. We have medical staff on board. Let them bandage you first. When we return to the survival base, we have re-established a medical system there that can treat common external injuries. Has a survival base been established? Yangbin asked with some surprise. Well, the outer wall has been completed. It is absolutely safe inside. We have broadcasted on all channels to notify all survivors in Star City to go there. Then let's do this. You go to the school to rescue, and we go to the survival base by ourselves. There are still 10,000 or 20,000 zombies in the school, and we really can't stand it anymore. Yangbin said again. He really didn't want to follow the other person. If he really followed the other person, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This place is still more than 10 kilometers away from the survival base. Although we have cleared out the zombies along the way, we cannot guarantee that there will be no new zombies. It is too dangerous for you to go there like this. Don't worry, we still have some ability to protect ourselves. After all, we survived the siege of thousands of zombies, don't you think? Yangbin said with a smile. The middle-aged man looked at Yangbin for a while before saying, Okay, then be careful. Go up the elevated road from there and take the outer ring road. It's about 15 kilometers away. The abandoned factory building has been transformed into a survival base. Someone will pick you up there. Okay, thank you. Yangbin expressed his gratitude sincerely. If the other party had not arrived suddenly, they would have been in trouble. At this time, the warriors had almost collected all the crystals on the ground. Then be careful, we are leaving. Soon, the two men returned to the vehicle again, and then a group of soldiers also returned to the vehicle, and the troop carrier slowly moved forward. The zombies and cars along the way were cleared out by Yangbin and his companions, which made things convenient for them. In the car, Zhao Feng, what do you think of these people? The middle-aged man said to the young man next to him. He's very strong, but a little arrogant, said the young man. Haha, they're more than just arrogant. They're also very ambitious. The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm sure they will never go to the survival base. Why? Because I saw in their eyes the ambition to not be inferior to others. People like this generally don't want so-called protection. They want to develop on their own. Unfortunately, such people often die first. Yes, it's normal for young people to be a little ambitious. I hope they can face reality sooner. On the other side, Brother Bin, we're not really going to that survival base, are we? Skinny Monkey said worriedly. Why go there? Isn't a villa with a swimming pool nice? It must be still under construction there, and you will probably have to do hard labor if you go there. Yangbin said. That's good. I still want to go to the pool house. Well, let's find another car and continue on our way. They have cleared this road, so it should be easier to travel. Good. As they continued to look for the vehicle, Yangbin always felt that someone was watching them. Then he opened the eye of true vision and looked over. Sure enough, they saw a zombie in black clothes standing at the window of a house, looking at them coldly. Yangbin snorted coldly, then made a gesture of wiping his neck towards the other party. I don't know if the zombie understood it, but his expression seemed to become even gloomier. You have no men left. If you still dare to come, I will kill you. Yangbin snorted coldly. Brother Bin, what's wrong? That 5th level zombie seems to be targeting us. Yangbin said. Oh, what should we do then? Several people were suddenly shocked. It's okay. He has no subordinates now, so he probably won't dare to come over. Let's leave first and come back to kill him when we're stronger. Yangbin said. He is a vengeful person. This guy beat them so badly that he would feel unhappy if he didn't take his crystal. Soon, the few of them found another drivable car. Although it was a 5-seater, it was a large SUV and could accommodate people squatting in the back. The car slowly drove away under the cold gaze of the 5th-level zombie. In the car, Hu Wenliang began to treat everyone's injuries. In this battle, almost everyone was seriously injured. Even Yang Bin was no exception. He was able to hold on for so long only by relying on his own strength. Along the way, the area was indeed cleaned up very well. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 zombies, which should have come later, but they did not have much impact. 15 kilometers later, they saw a tall city wall in the distance. It was made of stone and cement and was 3 meters high. There should be the survival base built by the government. They saw many people rushing over there. On the roadside, official personnel were directing people there. Yang Bin and his companions did not stop and continued moving forward. Finally, after driving more than 10 kilometers, we finally arrived at our destination, Jinghe Garden. There were still no zombies along the way from the survival base to Jinghe Garden, and even the cars on the roadside had been cleared. There must have been troops here. But think about it. Since even their school went to rescue, how could they not come to Jinghe Garden to rescue? The people living here are all upper-class people in Xingqing, so they will definitely be the first batch of rescue targets. Chapter 71, Jinghe Garden. When everyone arrived at Jingyuan Community, the gate had already been opened and they entered the community easily. At this time, the community was littered with zombie corpses and traces of fighting. It was obvious that official people had already been there. Sure enough, even in the end times, there is no escape from class relations. Those who live here are either rich or noble, so they will naturally be the first targets for rescue. But this is a good deal for them, as they don't have to deal with the zombies. After searching for a long time in the community, they finally found a clean and tidy villa. The people in the villa were either not at home, or they did not turn into zombies and were rescued. But there was no sign of tidying up the house, so it was very likely that he was not at home at all. After all, it is normal for rich people to have multiple homes. In order not to damage the door lock, several people climbed directly to the 2nd floor and climbed in through the half-open window. Wow! After entering the villa and looking at the luxurious decoration, everyone exclaimed in amazement. Damn, poverty really limits our imagination. It's really luxurious. I probably can't even afford a tile here, even if I work part-time for a month. I suddenly realized that the end of the world is not bad. Otherwise, poor losers like us would never be able to live in a villa like this, even if we work hard for 10 lifetimes. Well, before the end of the world, the rich get richer and richer, while the poor remain poor. It makes me angry just thinking about how hard I work all my life, but still can't even get as much as other people's monthly pocket money. That's right, especially women. You treat them with all your heart, but they just run away with you just by beckoning you. This is the charm of money, Hu Wenliang sighed. Hu Wenliang, if you keep saying believe it or not, I will get angry with you. Chen Hao said angrily. Haha, why are you so anxious? I didn't say anything to you. It's the end of the world. Money is useless. Society will be reshuffled. Strength will be king in the future. So hurry up to improve your strength. Only if you are strong enough can you get what you want in the end of the world. Yang Bin said, Brother Bin is right. Once we become strong enough, we can let those rich people serve us in the future. Lao He said with a smile. Don't underestimate the rich. They were able to thrive before the end of the world, which shows that their vision and means are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Plus, with the resources they have, they can still thrive better than ordinary people, even in the end of the world. Indeed, but with Brother Bin here, I believe we can definitely surpass others. Chen Hao said firmly. I believe this too. Zhao Kun and others nodded. Okay, stop flattering me. Did you get any high-level crystals just now? Yang Bin asked. Yes, I have a 4th-order crystal and a 3rd-order one. Chen Hao took out 2 crystals from his pocket. I also have 2 3rd-level ones. I have one here. The other people also took out crystals. Those at level 2 and below had no time to take them, but those at level 3 still took advantage of the chaos to take them. I have a few here too. Yang Bin also took out 3 3rd-level crystals, which he found after the 5th-level zombie ran away. Several people counted the crystals and smiled. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, the harvest was also quite good, including 1 4th-order crystal and 9 3rd-order crystals. Yang Bin gave the 4th-level crystal to Chen Hao. He was already at the peak of the 3rd level, and eating this crystal would allow him to directly upgrade to the 4th level. Besides, he was the one who killed this 4th level zombie alone, so it should be given to him. Of the remaining 9 3rd level crystals, Hu Wenliang ate 3 more and reached the peak of the 3rd level, and gave the other 6 to Zhao Kun. The team's strength has been greatly improved again. Okay, each of you find a room to rest. After half an hour, we will set off for the supermarket. Yang Bin said, "Good." The villa was very big and had many rooms. They each chose a room, took a shower, changed their clothes, and then lay down on the bed. The high-end Simmons mattress is much more comfortable to sleep on than the hard bed in school. Others are struggling to survive at the end of the world, but they are living more comfortably at the end of the world than before the end of the world. It can only be said that comparison is the thief of frustrating. Of course, it was indeed dangerous, and I almost couldn't come back. This also made Yang Bin more cautious, and he must be extra careful in the future. In another villa in Jinghe Garden, 2 people were standing by the 3rd floor window looking at the villa where Yang Bin and his friends lived. Although official people came to rescue, not everyone went to the survival base. There were always some people who were unwilling to go, and these 2 people are one of them. I originally thought that everyone in this community had left and I could do what I wanted, but I didn't expect that there would be people coming here from outside. The handsome man in the lead frowned. There are probably a bunch of poor bastards who have never lived in a villa. They took advantage of the fact that the authorities have cleared out the zombies to come here and experience the life of rich people, said another young man. I hope you won't ruin my good thing. The man said coldly, Brother Kai, why don't we just kill them? The young man made a gesture of wiping his neck. Kai shook his head. From the fact that these people climbed up to the 2nd floor so easily, we can tell that they are all evolvers. Don't act rashly before you understand their strength. Brother Kai, you're a peak level 3 evolver, and you also have supernatural powers. Even if they are evolvers, what can they do? They can still be easily wiped out. Don't be blindly confident. How can you be sure that there are no 4th level evolvers among them? This is impossible. Apart from the official ones, how could there be a 4th level evolver outside? Don't rely on luck in anything, otherwise you will die miserably. Brother Kai said coldly. Yes, Brother Kai taught me that. Now is a critical moment. As long as they don't come here, try not to conflict with them. Once the 3rd level zombies in the backyard evolve to the 4th level, I can be upgraded to the 4th level. Coupled with my special abilities, I basically don't have to be afraid of anyone at this stage. Yeah, Brother Kai is awesome. By the way, did that woman Lin Yifei also go to the survival base? Let my dad find a way to control her. Her abilities are very strong, and it would be best if we could control her. Okowo, here. After resting for half an hour, Yang Bin and others went out directly, leaving Xiaojuzi at home to look after the house. They didn't drive this time. It was only 5 kilometers in total, so there was no need. There is green space around Jingyuan community, and there are no other buildings within a radius of 2 kilometers. The main feature is the beautiful environment. Therefore, there are no zombies nearby except in the community. If it weren't for the food problem, I would have been very comfortable staying there. They walked for more than 10 minutes before they began to see another residential area. Yang Bin opened his true vision and took a look over there. His face darkened. Monkey, you don't have to go through this residential area to go to Walmart, do you? Not necessarily. You can go around it from another route, but it might be farther. That's good. Let's go around it. He just took a look and saw that there were too many zombies over there, making it unrealistic to get through. The authorities went to Jinghe Garden for rescue, but simply ignored the surrounding area. So, even at the end of the world, some people still enjoy preferential treatment. Chapter 72. Catching Bullets with Bare Hands. Yang Bin and his companions went around in circles and finally arrived at Walmart supermarket. Although they took a detour, they still encountered quite a few zombies on the road. Fortunately, they were all very strong, so as long as the zombies were not in large numbers, there was basically no problem. This supermarket is truly one of the best in Star City, covering an area of at least 10,000 square meters. At this time, the doors of Walmart supermarket were also closed. Yang Bin opened the eye of true vision and looked inside. Sure enough, the place was also occupied by people, and there were quite a few of them. However, because the supermarket was too big, Yang Bin couldn't see exactly how many people were there. His ability allows him to see very far in an open area, but if there are obstacles, his ability will be greatly reduced. At present, he can only see through 4 or 5 walls. Yang Bin's face looked a little unhappy. Although he didn't see everything, he saw some things that made him angry. These people actually live a more comfortable life than them. Not only did they have no worries about food and clothing, they even captured a group of women for them to vent their sexual desires. Judging from the appearance of those women, they had obviously been tortured for a long time. Brother Ben, what's going on inside? A group of evolvers and a group of women who have been tortured beyond recognition. Yangbin's voice was a little cold. Fuck, another bunch of scum. Brother Ben, let's just break in and kill them. Chen Hao said angrily. We can't force our way in. This rolling door is burglar-proof and has a layer of iron mesh inside. Most importantly, these guys are blocking the shelves in the back. Then how do we get in? From the second-floor window. Good. Several people walked to a window. Yangbin jumped hard and grabbed the second-floor window with both hands. Then he forced the window open and easily entered the supermarket. Soon after, several others jumped up as well. They're all third and fourth level evolvers, so this height is certainly not a problem for them. After coming in, they faintly heard bursts of laughter coming from below. A group of people walked quickly downwards. When they walked downstairs and saw the scene, they were immediately furious. There were 50 or 60 shirtless men sitting below, eating and chatting happily. These people all have tattoos, and some even have scars. You can tell at a glance that they are not good people. Not far from them, more than a dozen women were lying naked on the ground, their bodies covered with bruises, with basically no healthy area to be seen. These women had dull eyes and no expression on their faces, only numbness. It was obvious that they must have been tortured to look like this. At this time, a man seemed to be full. He stood up, walked in front of a group of women, grabbed a woman, and was about to assault her. Beast! Let that woman go, Lao He said angrily. His voice instantly startled the people below, and they all looked over here in shock. How did you get in? A man with tattoos all over his body looked at them angrily. A cold look flashed across Yangbin's eyes. Kill them all. Good. Chen Hao and others simply picked up their weapons and rushed towards the enemy. Damn it, you're looking for death. Kill them, the leading man said angrily. Immediately, dozens of people quickly took out machetes from the containers at the rear and chopped at Chen Hao and others. These people are all evolvers, and they are all at the second level. The leader has even reached the third level. However, such a lineup poses no threat to Chen Hao and his team. However, the opponents were all holding machetes, which was still a bit dangerous for Zhao Kun and his friends who were holding fire axes. There was nothing they could do. Their fire axes were too short, and the other side had more people, so they couldn't defend against their knife attacks. Fortunately, Chen Hao was fierce and rushed forward. He swept the barbell fiercely, and the heads of several people in front of him exploded directly. Although they blocked in front with machetes, it was of no use at all. The fourth level Chen Hao has a strength of more than 1,000 kilograms, which is no match for these second level trash. The machete was directly broken and the head was shattered. This scene scared the group of people, but they were all desperate criminals and did not retreat. More people hacked at Chen Hao. Hu Wenliang also rushed up quickly. One of them was at the peak of level 4 and the other at level 3. They swung the barbell wildly and knocked away all the people who rushed up. It seems like it has nothing to do with us. The skinny monkey said speechlessly. I've decided. I'll go out and find a gym to get some barbells, Zhao Kun said firmly. Well, I have to. Bang. Just when Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were killing with all their might, a gunshot suddenly rang out, startling everyone. The leading man suddenly had a pistol in his hand and pointed it at Chen Hao and the others. The two men stopped and looked at the smoking pistols in each other's hands, feeling a little scared. Although their strength has greatly increased now, they still feel fear instinctively when facing guns, and they don't know if they can withstand the pistols. Kill me again if you dare, the man said coldly. I didn't expect you little brats to be so capable. But no matter how strong you are, can you block bullets? The few of them didn't say anything, but just looked at the pistols in each other's hands with some fear. I want to try it. Yangbin suddenly walked over and stood in front of Chen Hao and others. Brother Bin. Several people looked at Yangbin with some concern. What did you say? The man thought he had heard it wrong. Do you think the gun in my hand is fake? No, I know it's true. I just want to try it for real. Yangbin said, staring at the muzzle of the gun. He would have to face this thing sooner or later, and he also wanted to try whether he could withstand the bullets with his fourth level strength. Damn it, you lunatic. In that case, I'll grant your wish today. After the man finished speaking, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet instantly shot towards Yangbin's head. The speed of the bullet could not be seen clearly, but with Yang Bin's true vision, he still captured the trajectory of the bullet. Yang Bin quickly waved his hand in front of his eyes and caught the bullet directly. Although there was a burning pain in his hand, it was not a big problem. When Yang Bin opened his palm and saw the bullet lying quietly on it, everyone's eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. Catching a bullet with bare hands, what a genius. Brother Bin is awesome. Behind him, Chen Hao and others had stars in their eyes. So handsome. Damn it, the man cursed. I don't believe it. He pulled the trigger again. Bang, 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 bang. For shots were fired in quick succession. Yang Bin waved his hand quickly in front of him a few times, then stretched out his hand, palm facing down, and opened. Jingle. For bullets fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. However, this sound sounded like a devil's sound to the other party's ears, making his face turn pale in an instant. Chapter 73. Your destiny is in your own hands. After feeling the power of the pistol, Yang Bin also had a clearer understanding of ordinary pistols. He didn't waste any more time with these people. He thrust the barbell forward instantly, and before the other party could react, he directly pierced the leading man's head. Seeing this scene, the remaining people were shocked and immediately scattered in all directions trying to escape. After seeing Yang Bin catch the bullet with his bare hands, these people had lost the courage to fight. Don't leave anyone behind, Yang Bin said coldly. Chen Hao and others nodded and chased after him instantly. These people wanted to escape, but were embarrassed to find that every door of the supermarket was blocked by shelves. At this moment, they wanted to slap themselves twice. If they had known this would happen, they should have left the door. Under the pursuit of Chen Hao and others, one person after another fell to the ground. There were only a dozen people left. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the group of people knelt down immediately. Please don't kill us. This was all the boss's idea. Yeah, we just followed him. We didn't do anything bad. A group of people knelt on the ground and begged continuously. They were betting on the mercy of these young people. Unfortunately, they bet wrong. Hu Wenliang might have compassion, but Yang Bin did not. Yang Bin has given the order, and they will carry it out resolutely. Moreover, after Yang Bin's constant guidance, Hu Wenliang is now quickly adapting to the rules of survival in the Doomsday. This time, even he did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy, because what these people did has touched his bottom line. The few of them completely ignored each other's pleas for mercy and smashed the other's head with a barbell without mercy. After a while, a group of 60 or 70 people were all killed. Everyone returned to Yang Bin, and at this moment, Yang Bin was holding the man's pistol and looking at it carefully. I've seen this thing on TV many times, but this is my first time using it. Every man seems to have a special fascination with guns, and Yang Bin is no exception. Unfortunately, there were no bullets in the gun, and the guy had no bullets on him either. I don't know where this guy got the pistol. Brother Bin, is this thing a big threat to us? Chen Hao asked. The others also looked at the gun in Yang Bin's hand curiously. To be honest, they actually felt that they should be able to handle it, but deep down they had an instinctive fear of guns. Every normal person would have this kind of fear, especially when seeing the black muzzle of a gun pointing at oneself. Yang Bin smiled and said, "From what I just felt, this thing is still a big threat to the first and second level evolvers, but is not a big threat to the third level and above evolvers. With the physical strength of a third level evolver, even if he was hit, it would at most be a minor injury, not a big impact. Of course, if he was shot in the eye, that would be another matter. And a fourth level evolver doesn't need to worry too much about this kind of ordinary pistol. Even if it really hits you, it will at most break your skin and it won't hit your muscles." After Yang Bin finished speaking, he spread out his palm. There was a small hole there which was caused by him deliberately catching a bullet with the front of his palm. Seeing the wound on Yang Bin's hand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the pistol was not that big of a deal. Seeing them like this, Yang Bin immediately said seriously, "Don't take it lightly. This is just an ordinary pistol. There are many powerful weapons in the official, just like the assault rifles in the hands of the soldiers we just met, which can instantly shoot us into sieves, not to mention the large caliber heavy machine guns they brought down later. As soon as that thing came out, it scared the 5th level zombie away. So, remember, don't underestimate hot weapons. At least, we are not qualified to fight against them right now." Understood. Several people nodded. Just then, there was a noise behind me, and the group of women had climbed up without me noticing. He didn't say thank you to them, but looked at them numbly, as if he had already accepted this cruel fate. Seeing the situation, Yang Bin and others frowned. Obviously, this group of women may have experienced several changes of ownership, and perhaps they regarded them as the same as the previous people. Put on your clothes, Yangbin said. A group of women slowly raised their heads and glanced at Yangbin and his companions, then numbly picked up the tattered clothes on the ground and put them on. Go to the clothing area and choose something nice to wear, Yangbin said angrily. Damn, it's better not to wear those tattered clothes. Don't you know that these are all young and energetic guys? This time, the expressions of the group of women finally changed a little, and they seemed a little surprised. Young people really have different tastes. Soon, a group of women walked towards the clothing area. Let's go, let's get something to eat, Yangbin said. A group of people nodded, and then one of them pushed a cart towards the direction of rice, flour, grain, and oil. They planned to stock up on more rice and pasta, as there was a kitchen in the villa, so they could cook their own meals. Of course, you should also prepare more fast food such as instant noodles, biscuits, and bread, and take them with you when you go out to fight zombies. This supermarket is indeed a big supermarket. It is almost everything you could need. However, everyone's main concern is food, and daily necessities are available in the villa. Soon, all 6 carts were filled to the brim. Several people took a large mountaineering bag and then filled it up. It is estimated that it will not be long before the authorities will come to this place. There are so many people in the survival base who need food and drink, and the demand for supplies is huge. After their first rescue mission is completed, the first thing they will do is to look for supplies. This place is only more than 10 kilometers away from the survival base and will definitely be the officials' first choice. Therefore, they need to transport more, otherwise the things will probably be empty when they come next time. After everything was filled, they prepared to go back. At this time, the group of women had already dressed neatly and walked back. When they saw what they were wearing, Yangbin and the others were all dazzled. No wonder these women are so miserable. It turns out that they all have outstanding figures and looks. But what do you mean by wearing black stockings and uniforms? Are you bullying the honest people? Obviously, the other party misunderstood Yangbin's meaning. Yangbin took a deep breath and said coldly, "We will leave soon. You can continue to hide here, or pick up the machete on the ground and go out to kill zombies. Remember, in the end times, if you don't want to be humiliated again, you have to become strong yourself." After Yangbin finished speaking, he took Chen Hao and others and pushed the cart away towards the door, etc. At this time, someone from the other side finally spoke. "Aren't you guys? You think too much. In the end times, although many human natures have been extinguished, there are always people who stick to their bottom line. Congratulations on finally meeting one. So you are free. As for whether you will encounter such a thing again in the future, I can only say that your fate is in your own hands." Chapter 74, Yangbin's Past. Yangbin and his companions quickly left the supermarket. Before leaving, Yangbin still asked Chen how to leave behind a dozen first-order crystals. The zombies outside are all at the first level. If they don't evolve, even if these women have the courage to go out and kill the zombies, they will be seeking their deaths. Since you have saved him, give him another chance to survive. As for whether the other party can eventually escape the fate of becoming a plaything, it depends on themselves. At this time, on the way to Jinga Garden, everyone was pushing a cart and carrying a huge mountaineering bag, walking back carefully. Fortunately, this road had just been cleared, so there weren't too many zombies. In the end, everyone managed to transport all the supplies back home safely. However, they were pushing carts and carrying large bags, so they naturally could not escape the attention of the villa opposite. They actually got so many supplies? Brother Kai's eyes lit up as he looked at the villa not far away. Haha, Brother Kai, this group of people is great. We were almost finished with our food, and we didn't expect them to deliver supplies. Another person laughed. Well, I'll wait until I'm promoted to a 4th-level evolver and then go over deal with them. We're all neighbors, so it shouldn't be a big deal to borrow some things, Brother Kai said with a smile. Inside the villa, everyone looked at the food piled on the ground and finally showed satisfied smiles on their faces. These things are enough for them to eat for a month. Let's use this place as our base for now. From now on, we will carry a backpack every time we go out to kill zombies and try to bring back some things every day. This way, at least we won't have to worry about starving in the short term. Yangbin said, but what if we go out and someone comes? Although this security door is strong, it can't withstand high-level evolvers. Zhao Kun frowned. Let Zaijizi stay at home from now on, and don't go out with us. Little Orange's advantage is its speed. It is fine in a one-on-one fight or against a group of zombies, but it doesn't have much advantage against hordes of zombies, so Yangbin simply lets it guard the house. Meow. Little Orange cried out, obviously agreeing to this task. Orange cats are lazy by nature and can sleep at home, so naturally they don't want to go out and fight zombies. Ah, that's fine. With Little Orange's strength, even a 4th level evolver may not be its opponent, Chen Hao said with a smile. Although Little Orange has not yet reached the 4th level, he is very fast. His advantage becomes more and more obvious as time goes by. It is estimated that it will be difficult for ordinary 4th level evolvers to encounter him. Okay, it's settled. Hurry up and get some bacon out so we can have a good meal today, Yangbin said with a smile. Aha, this is possible. When they were looting, they also got a lot of cured meat, dried vegetables, and other vegetables that could be stored for a long time so that they wouldn't have to eat dry rice. The others helped out, and Yangbin took over as chef. Soon, the delicious dishes were ready. Everyone took out their bowls and chopsticks, gathered around the table, and started eating happily. In the last days, this kind of scene is quite rare. Brother Bin, your cooking skills are definitely comparable to those of a master chef. It's so delicious. Everyone ate and praised. Yeah, I can't believe I can still enjoy this kind of treatment in the end times. Okay, stop flattering me. Eat quickly, go to bed early after eating, and get up to look at the stars at night. Everyone nodded, and finally each of them drank 3 bowls of rice and finished all the dishes on the table. Only then did they put down their bowls and chopsticks with a sense of unsatisfied satisfaction. I'll leave the dishes to you guys. I'm going upstairs to bed. Okay, no problem. Everyone was very positive. Soon, Yangbin went upstairs, and several people quickly began to clean up the dishes. Howsy, what did Brother Bin experience in the past? Why do I feel that he is more mature than the rest of us? And he seems to know everything, Zhao Kun asked curiously. Before, he was the leader of a team, and he was in charge of all team affairs. Since coming to this team, he found that he was like a useless person and could not help at all. Yangbin could also think of all the problems he could think of. No matter what happens, Yangbin can quickly make the most reasonable arrangements, which makes Zhao Kun very curious about Yangbin's past. If he is a normal person, it is impossible for him to have such a mind at the age of 20. Chen Hao looked upstairs and then sighed. Brother Bin's childhood was much more miserable than ours. When Brother Bin was 11 years old, his parents died in a car accident while out and about, and he became an orphan. Fortunately, he received a considerable amount of compensation. Later, his aunt became his guardian and promised to raise him. So he went to his aunt's house. As it turned out, his aunt was just after the compensation money in his hand. At that time, Brother Bin was still young and didn't know much, so he gave the money to his aunt for safekeeping. After receiving the money, his aunt's family bought a new house, and their lives became better and better. But he has been living a nightmare life since then. He has to do all the hard and dirty work at home. His uncle beats him all the time. His cousin shows off the toys he bought with his money in front of him every day, but he can't even touch them. Chen Hao's eyes turned red when he said this. Fuck, this family is so disgusting. They squander the money that Brother Bin's parents earned with their lives, but treat him like a slave. Everyone else was extremely angry, including Huan Liang. It was also the first time he knew about Yang Bin's past. So what happened next? Later, Brother Bin left that family and never returned. He made a living by picking up trash and selling it every day and slept under bridges at night. You can't imagine what he went through. He had to fight with stray dogs for food and homeless people for territory. He was beaten up for taking a bottle of drink that someone else hadn't finished. He had no money to see a doctor, so he had to grit his teeth and get through it all. It was not until he entered junior high school, and the school had dormitories that he had a bed to sleep in. It was his primary school class teacher who handled all the formalities for him to go to junior high school. Because Brother Bin had excellent academic performance, the class teacher helped him to complete all the formalities after knowing his situation. However, Brother Bin did not ask for any additional assistance from the class teacher and continued to earn money to support himself. I also met him in junior high school. We were desk mates at that time. After I saw him picking up trash outside one day, I would secretly bring some food from home to school to eat with him every time. It was also because of my good deed that I was bullied by a group of school bullies at the school gate one day. Brother Bin happened to see it. That was the first time I saw what ruthlessness was. He beat 7 or 8 of his peers and made them flee in panic. I still remember that ruthlessness. After that, I followed him all the time. It was also with his help that I, a poor student, was admitted to a key university, which made me very proud at home. From elementary school to college, Brother Bin has been through it all by himself. How can you compare with him? After hearing what Chen Hao said, everyone fell silent. They finally understood why Yang Bin had a mind far superior to his peers. Brother Bin's childhood was simply miserable. Chapter 75, Survival Base. Late at night, a group of people lay on the large open-air balcony on the third floor and looked at the stars. There are lounge chairs in the villa, which are much more comfortable than lying on the floor. Looking at the stars is the key to their staying ahead of others. As long as this method is unknown, they will always be ahead, and with each additional day, they will be ahead a little more. Especially Yang Bin, who currently has an extra 300 kilograms of strength. Even though he is already at the 4th level, this amount of strength should not be underestimated. Under normal circumstances, the strength of an evolver who has just reached the 4th level is about 1,200 kilograms. But he starts with 1,500 kilograms, which is enough to crush those of the same level, and this advantage will become greater and greater with time. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang both have more than 100 kilograms of extra strength. Although they cannot crush their peers, they are at least much stronger than others. Zhao Kun and others are just starting out and need time to accumulate experience. After watching the stars all night, everyone took a few more hours of sleep. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, they had some breakfast and went out. They come here not just to enjoy themselves, but mainly to have a place to stay, and their main focus is to improve their strength. This time, their target is the residential building. There are more zombies there than in the school, and obviously there are also many high-level zombies. However, the buildings in this area are densely packed, and the alleys in the middle are very narrow. At this time, these alleys are already full of zombies. If you want to take action here, you really have to think twice. After a few people arrived at this area, they felt a little overwhelmed when they saw the densely packed zombies. Brother Bin, what should we do? Everyone looked at Yang Bin. The old method, find a way to rush into a building and kill using the stairwell. After Yang Bin finished speaking, he opened his true vision eye and looked around. Then he pointed to a building that looked a little newer and said, "That's it. This residential area is one of the older ones and many of the houses are very old." He didn't dare go to those old houses, for he was afraid that the buildings would collapse. You know, the zombies nowadays are quite powerful. Most of them are at level 2, and there are also quite a few level 3 zombies. Houses that are too old may not be able to withstand the impact. A group of people walked towards the building cautiously, trying not to alarm the zombies. Unfortunately, it is impossible to completely avoid the zombies' sight in this place. Soon, a zombie on the upper floor saw them. With a roar from that zombie, the other zombies looked over and a large wave of zombies rushed towards them frantically. Accelerate! The crowd was not panicked, as they had already guessed the result. As the zombies rushed towards them, they instantly accelerated and ran towards the house. Along the way, all the zombies that blocked their way were dealt with by Yang Bin with one blow. Soon, several people arrived downstairs of the house, and at this time, the downstairs of the building was already surrounded by zombies. Without any hesitation, they forced their way in. Under the powerful strength of Yang Bin and Chen Hao, 2 4th-level evolvers, these zombies could not stop them at all. After a while, several people rushed to the gate. Chen Hao suddenly exerted force and pulled the iron door open. Then several people rushed up the stairs and went directly to the 2nd floor. Divide the work. Haozi and I will guard the stairs and kill the zombies. Zhao Kun, you 3 will drag the corpses away and throw them into the room. Liangzi, you will be responsible for digging the crystals. Yang Bin quickly made a layout. Good. No one else had any objection and quickly started to implement it. With 2 4th-level evolvers guarding the stairs, these zombies naturally couldn't rush up. The 2 men swung the barbells casually, quickly killing the zombies that rushed up one after another. The old-style house had no elevator and 4 households lived on 1 floor. Zhao Kun and his 2 companions opened the doors of all 4 households one after another. Unfortunately, there was not a single living person in the 4 households. They were either full of zombies or corpses that had been bitten to pieces by zombies. After clearing out several rooms, Zhao Kun and others quickly moved the bodies from the stairwell into the room, while Hu Wenliang took out the crystals from the zombies' heads one by one in the room. The few of them worked like a production line, fast and efficient. The zombies in the entire alley were alarmed by this and rushed over here. The stairs below were already full of zombies who were queuing up and rushing up the stairs. Yang Bin and Chen Hao basically took everything in, no matter whether it was a 1st, 2nd, or 3rd-level zombie. None of them could withstand a single blow from them. With such efficiency, 3rd-order crystals were soon harvested. Hu Wenliang gave the 3rd-order crystal directly to Lao He and the others to digest on the spot, so that they could improve while fighting. Star City Survival Base. This is a large base covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, which was built by thousands of soldiers working day and night. The survival base is an irregular circle with 3-meter-high walls built of stone and cement, and the outside is covered with broken glass and spikes. There is an observation platform every few meters, where soldiers are always keeping an eye on the situation outside. It can be said that this is definitely the safest place in Star City at present. At least, when living there, you don't have to worry about zombies suddenly breaking in. However, due to the urgency of time, the soldiers only had time to build the city wall, which was filled with simple sheds that could barely provide shelter from the wind and rain. There are already tens of thousands of survivors in the survival base. Some were rescued by the troops, and many others came here on their own. At this time, these survivors were all pulled in to engage in infrastructure construction. Although there is no threat of zombies in the survival base, it does not mean that you can sit back and relax. You still need to work. Although the government distributes food every day, each meal only provides one steam bun. If you want to get more, you need to exchange it for labor. Moreover, the official promised that if you perform well, you can also receive crystals. Just this point alone makes countless people excited and work much harder than before the end of the world. However, there are also some unhappy ones. For example, a group of people were brought back from Zhongshan College by the military yesterday. At this time, they gathered together, and each of them was very depressed. I say, should we just watch like this? Qin Wei looked at Tang Weiwei and said, "What can we do? We can't go out freely now. If I had known this yesterday, I would never have come here." Tang Weiwei said, very depressed. She actually didn't want to come yesterday, but she couldn't find a reason to refuse, so she had no choice but to get in the car. "Why don't we just force our way in? It's a waste of time staying here. If you're not afraid of being shot into a sieve by the rifles in their hands, you can give it a try." Tang Weiwei sneered. "What should we do? We can't keep going like this. If we delay any further, we'll all be ruined." Qin Wei complained. "If I had known to leave school earlier, there wouldn't be so many troubles. They are all ambitious people, so naturally they don't want to waste time here like this. Going out might be very dangerous, but would improve their strength." They knew very well that in Doomsday, strength was king. The base has just been established, and many systems are not yet perfect. It is understandable that we are not allowed to enter and leave at will. Let's go to their top management and explain the interest to them. I believe they should let us leave. Chapter 76, Mahjongwa. In the survival base, in addition to the factory sheds, there's a built house in the middle, which is also the only building inside. This is the command center of the survival base, and also where the top leaders of Star City live. The sudden outbreak of Doomsday caused serious losses to the official Star City, with many department heads missing and the internal system in chaos. In addition, the mobile phone signal was interrupted and contact with Kyoto was lost, which caused many senior officials to start to have other ideas. At this time, 7 or 8 people were sitting at the conference table in the command center, discussing something. These people are all high-ranking military and political officials in Star City. The first phase of the rescue mission has been basically completed. More than 3,000 people, including students from several major universities and key communities such as Jingyuan and Kingsweewan, have been safely brought back to the base. "When will the second phase of the rescue mission begin?" asked Liu Yong, deputy division commander of the military. He is currently the highest commander of the Star City military. The division commander and political commissar both died in this disaster, so he is the one who makes the decisions on the military side. "Deputy Commander Liu, please first tell us about the difficulties and losses encountered in this rescue." Mahjongwa, the mayor of Xingqing, who was sitting in the head direction, spoke. The government also suffered heavy losses, with the deputy mayor, municipal secretary, and others killed, but fortunately the mayor survived. Xingqing is a provincial capital, and Mahjongwa, as the mayor, holds a fairly high position. In peacetime, the military and the government do not interfere with each other. But now is a special situation, and both sides must work together. At this time, a leader is necessary. As the current highest position holder in Star City, Mahjongwa naturally became the leader of Star City. The biggest difficulty is that we don't have enough ammunition. Most of the time, the soldiers are fighting in close combat. So, after this trip, the soldiers also suffered heavy losses. Liu Yong said with some sadness. "Then let's put the second phase of the rescue mission aside for now. We have 2 more urgent tasks right now. One is your ammunition problem, and the other is your daily supplies problem. There are already tens of thousands of survivors in the base. The daily consumption is very huge. The supplies we prepared are running low, so we must go out and look for supplies as soon as possible. The ammunition problem is equally urgent. I remember there's an arsenal in your garrison area. If we can find a way to transport the ammunition back, it should be able to solve the short-term problem. But there are still many survivors waiting for us to rescue them. If we arrive one day later, the death toll will double. Deputy Commander Liu, rescue is not blind. We need to solve the main problem first before we can better launch the rescue. Without supplies, they will still starve to death even if we rescue them. Another man sitting below Ma Zhong said, well, okay, then when do we leave? Gather the personnel and set off as soon as possible. Divide into two groups. One group will go to the armory to transport the ammunition, and the other group will go to the Walmart supermarket more than 10 kilometers away to transport the supplies. Good. Liu Yong nodded, then left the meeting room and went to mobilize manpower. Ma Zhongwa looked at Liu Yong's back as he left, his eyes flickering, wondering what he was thinking. Soon, everyone else arranged their work and left, leaving Ma Zhongwa alone, sitting in the meeting room. After a while, the door at the back of the conference room suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man walked in from behind the door. This middle-aged man is Wang Zhenhong, the controller of the Wang family, the largest family in Xingqing. He has always maintained a very close cooperative relationship with the mayor. Ma Zhongwa was not surprised by the other party's appearance and pointed to the chair next to him. Sit. Wang Zhenhong didn't say anything polite and sat down directly, then looked at Ma Zhongwa and said, Mayor Ma, what do you think of my previous proposal? There's no rush for this. Right now, most of the people in the military still listen to Liu Yong. We need to find a way to take control of the military. Ma Zhongwa tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if he was thinking about something. Since Liu Yong is too much of a nuisance, why not? No, it's not time yet. The battle still depends on him. All right. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Soon, there was a knock on the door. The two frowned. You hide first. Good. Wang Zhenhong nodded and entered the back room again. Come in. Ma Zhongwa shouted to the outside of the door. The door opened, and a soldier walked in and saluted Ma Zhongwa. Mayor, there's a group of college students outside clamoring to come in and see you. College student? Yes, it's the group of students from Zhongxiang University. Why are they here? Ma Zhongwa asked with some confusion. Forget it, let them in. Yes. Soon, Tang Weiwei, Qin Wei, and others walked in. Hello, Mayor Ma. I'm really sorry to bother you. Tang Weiwei said politely. Is there anything you can do for me? Ma Zhongwa looked at them strangely. It's like this, Mayor Ma. We want to go out, but the guards at the door won't let us out. Can you make some concessions? It's too dangerous outside now because there's zombies everywhere. You guys finally got into the base. Why are you still thinking about leaving? We need to go out and kill zombies to improve our strength. It's a waste of time to stay in the base. Qin Wei said. Ma Zhongwa frowned and said, without a certain level of strength, going out is no different from committing suicide. You are all pillars of the country, so you can't take risks casually. Don't worry, we have the strength. We have several level 3 zombies here, and the others are all at the peak of level 2. We will have no problem dealing with ordinary zombie groups. Qin Wei said confidently. Oh, it's true that heroes emerge from youth. Ma Zhongwa's eyes lit up, and then he thought for a moment and said, since you are so powerful, it is indeed a waste of time to stay at the base. But the rule that you cannot go out of the base cannot be broken. Otherwise, it will bring serious consequences to the safety of the base. How about this? I'll arrange for a few people to go out with you, so that the guards won't stop you. This, Tang Weiwei frowned. Don't worry. They're capable of protecting themselves. This is the only solution I can think of. Maybe in a few days we can come up with a perfect solution, and you can leave then. Then you should arrange some people to go together. Thank you, Mayor Ma. Qin Wei said quickly. When they go out again in a few days, they don't know whether they can defeat the zombies. Soon, Tang Weiwei and others left the meeting room. It seems that Mayor Ma has taken a fancy to this group of college students. The back door opened again, and Wang Zhenhong walked out slowly. In today's world, we must have more powerful evolvers on hand to survive. Ma Zhong was said with a smile. On the other side, Captain Tang, what's wrong? Qin Wei looked at Tang Weiwei, who was frowning, and asked in surprise. I'm wondering what is Mayor Ma's purpose in arranging a few people to follow us. Tang Weiwei pondered. Didn't he say that? Arrange a few people to come over, and then the guards won't stop us. Qin Wei said, are you an idiot? I really don't know how you survived until now. With his power, he can just let us out with one word. Why bother with this? Tang Weiwei left after she finished speaking, as if she was afraid that staying with Qin Wei for too long would affect her IQ. This, Qin Wei frowned. It seemed to be the case. Sijie, what do you think? Qin Wei looked at Fong Sijie, who had been silent. Fong Sijie glanced at Qin Wei and suddenly said, Brother Wei, if Mayor Ma wants to recruit you, what will you choose? Mayor Ma recruited me. Would he, the mayor, think highly of us? You don't need to worry about whether he likes it or not. Just tell me whether you will agree or not. Fong Sijie said, Of course not. We are so free. Why will we follow him? Okay then. Remember what you said today. What's wrong with you? You look so weird. You don't really think Mayor Ma will recruit us, do you? Not sure, but try not to let the brothers get too close to the people they send, and don't expose anything in front of them. It's so troublesome. Why not just not let them follow us? It's not like you can't let them go now. If you don't let them follow us, we can't get out. All right. Chapter 77. Interception. Wang Jinhong returned to his residence from the conference room, and a man who looked like a butler walked in. Master, the young master sent a message asking you to find a way to control the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yifei. Lin Yifei? That loser still refuses to give up on this woman. No, this time it's because the young master discovered that she is a superpower, so he wants to control her in his own hands. Superpower? Wang Jinhong's eyes lit up, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, The Lin family is too close to the military. Lin Yifei is under Liu Yang's protection, so it's not appropriate to move. Wait for a while. By then, you can get what kind of person you want with just one sentence. Tell a Kai not to think too much and to seize the time to improve his strength. He will be the key in the future. Okowo, residential area. Yang Bin and his companions hid in this building and killed zombies for the entire day, from morning to evening. They didn't even have a break to eat. They killed zombies while eating bread. In one day, thousands of zombies were killed. This speed is actually very slow for them, mainly because there are too many restrictions on killing zombies in the stairwell, and it is also troublesome to clean up the corpses. Fortunately, the harvest was pretty good. We obtained a 4th level zombie and more than 23rd level zombies, as well as thousands of other crystals. At this time in their team, Hu Wenliang had also reached the 4th level, and Zhao Kun and the other 2 were all at the peak of the 3rd level. With 3 at the 4th level and 3 at the peak of the 3rd level, they were still far ahead. However, Yang Bin was not very satisfied with this, mainly because there were too few 4th order crystals. It seems that we can't kill like this tomorrow. It takes one day to get a 4th level crystal. The progress is too slow. Yang Bin frowned. Well, crystals below level 4 are useless to us now, so killing them like this is indeed a waste of time. The others nodded. Let's go back first. There should be more level 4 zombies tomorrow. We can think of other solutions then. The stairs were blocked, but it didn't have much impact on the few people. They went into the room, broke the security net on the window, and then jumped down. The zombies below swarmed towards them. Unfortunately, with their current strength, these zombies could not stop them at all, and they simply forced their way out of the bloody battle. He ran all the way back to the villa, and just as he was about to enter, Yang Bin accidentally discovered that there seemed to be a figure swaying in a villa not far away. He then opened the eye of true vision and looked towards the villa, and soon discovered that there were 2 people in the villa who seemed to be looking at them. What's wrong? Brother Bin, there are still people in this community. Anyone? Well, there are 2 people in that villa. Yang Bin pointed to the luxurious villa not far away. I thought everyone in this community had been rescued, so I didn't take a good look. It seems I need to go to the rooftop to take a good look at this community. So, do we need to take care of those 2 people? Just leave them alone as long as they don't come looking for trouble. Good. Everyone returned home, had a hearty meal, and then went upstairs to rest. Yang Bin went directly to the rooftop balcony and began to check the situation in the community. After looking around, I only found someone in that villa. There was no one in the other villas. However, when Yang Bin carefully examined the building, he found something that surprised him greatly. I saw a huge iron cage placed in the middle of the yard behind the villa, and there were more than 20 zombies locked in the cage. What surprised Yang Bin even more was that these zombies were all level 3 zombies. Moreover, there are 4 third-level evolvers hiding in the yard, monitoring the iron cage at all times. Why are these people keeping so many high-level zombies? Yang Bin asked puzzledly. Then he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Could it be raising corpses? Fuck, it's possible. Why didn't I think of that? Yang Bin seemed to have suddenly discovered something interesting, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What talented guy. I'll take this thing later. Yang Bin looked at the other party's huge iron cage with greed on his face, and his bandit attribute broke out again. Late at night, Everyone came to the rooftop balcony to watch the stars again. When they were about to go downstairs after watching the stars, Yangbin looked at the villa not far away again, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Liangzi, Zhao Kun, you guys go downstairs and have a rest first. Haozi, come with me. I will take you to get the good things. Yangbin said with a smile. Good. Although everyone was confused, they didn't ask too many questions. They just did what Brother Bin said. This was the tacit understanding of their team. Yangbin took the fire axe from Zhao Kun and then quickly brought Chen Hao to the back of the villa and climbed up a tree not far away. At this time, Chen Hao also saw the huge iron cage in the middle of the yard and the zombies inside the cage, and his eyes widened immediately. Yangbin made a gesture to silence the crowd, then pointed to the inside of the iron cage and whispered, "See that zombie wearing gray plaid clothes on the side? He's a 4th level zombie that just broke through. Go down and kill him in a moment, then take the crystal and leave." Chen Hao's eyes lit up and he nodded. Yangbin handed the fire axe to Chen Hao and reminded him, "There's a level 3 evolver hiding in each of the 4 corners of the yard, but they're dozing off at the moment. When you attack a zombie, you should become invisible again. As long as you grasp the timing well, your body should not be visible, so they won't be able to find you. If they are discovered, they will all be chopped off." Clear. Chen Hao nodded and jumped down. Then he turned invisible and climbed over the wall and came to the iron cage in the yard. He gestured with the fire axe, then swung it with the axe, directly chopping the head of the 4th level zombie apart. And the moment Chen Hao chopped the zombie, his figure flashed away. There was a sudden commotion among the zombies in the iron cage. The 3rd level evolvers hiding around opened their eyes and took a look, then went back to sleep when they saw nothing was wrong. Every time a star disappears, the zombies will riot. They have long been accustomed to it. Chen Hao took out the crystal from the 4th level zombie's head and left in style. Soon, the two returned to the villa. Haha, this 4th level crystal is definitely the easiest one to obtain since the end of the world. Chen Hao smiled as he looked at the crystal in his hand. But Brother Bin, why do we have to be so sneaky? Can't we just occupy the villa? All the zombies inside will be ours. Don't be in a hurry. With so many high-level zombies, those people in the villa will definitely not be able to catch them. There must be more powerful forces behind them. Don't act rashly before you understand their strength. Yangbin said. Then if we take action today, won't that mean we have alerted them? If we don't act today, this level 4 zombie will be gone tomorrow. This is a level 4 crystal. How can we give it to others? As for alarming them, it doesn't count as alarming them for now, as long as they haven't discovered you. Besides, this zombie has just been promoted, and they themselves don't know that it is a 4th level zombie. As for what they think when they see the zombies whose heads are suddenly chopped open, that is none of our business. As if thinking of the other person's expression after seeing that scene, Yangbin curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Let's go to bed. Chapter 78, Grabbing Weapons. In the morning, in the luxurious villa, the first thing Wang Ruikai did after getting up was to call his follower Wang Yuanming and walk towards the backyard together. What he looks forward to most every day is to see if there are any 4th level zombies born. However, when they arrived at the backyard, they found that the 4 people hiding in the backyard had run out and were looking at the iron cage with confusion. What's going on? Wang Ruikai frowned. Young Master Wang, there's a zombie that's been bitten to death here. One of them pointed inside the iron cage. Bite to death? Bitten to death by what? Wang Ruikai hurried over and saw a mutilated corpse. It was bitten by zombies. When we found it this morning, we saw quite a few zombies gnawing on its corpse. That's impossible. Don't zombies eat their own kind? Wang Ruikai asked puzzledly. Maybe they're not hungry enough. If they were really hungry, they might eat their own kind. After all, they have been trapped for so long. Another person whispered. What about the crystal? It seems it was also eaten. Several people said somewhat embarrassedly. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to keep a close eye on it? Wang Ruikai said angrily. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. We didn't know zombies would eat their own kind. Several people lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Wang Ruikai. Wang Ruikai really wanted to curse, but he held back in the end. These people were the most loyal subordinates of the Wang family, and they would remain loyal to him even at the end of the world. He couldn't let them down. Then he took a deep breath and said, It's not your fault. I didn't expect this. Now that we've discovered that zombies eat their own kind, you should be extra careful next time. Don't worry, Master Wang. This won't happen again. Several people patted their chests and assured. Yeah, Wang Ruikai nodded and asked, Are there any 4th level zombies born today? Not yet. We just tested each one. Not yet? Is the fourth level so difficult? Or is it that the qualifications of the group we captured are too poor? Wang Ruikai muttered to himself. Brother Kai, the fourth level is indeed difficult, and there are not many fourth-level zombies outside. However, our group of zombies are relatively early third-level zombies. I guess we can wait another day or two to get some. All right. Wang Ruikai sighed. Although he felt something was wrong, he couldn't put his finger on it. In another villa, Akuin, this is for you. Yang Bin handed the fourth-level crystal he obtained last night to Zhao Kun. This was what they had agreed upon before. Whoever is promoted will be promoted first, and when everyone has been promoted, one will be given priority. Zhao Kun looked at the fourth-order crystal in Yang Bin's hand and asked in surprise, Brother Bin, where did you get this crystal? I picked it up nearby. Someone is helping us raise fourth-level zombies. Maybe we can collect fourth-level crystals every night in the future. Yang Bin said with a smile. He could see that many zombies in the iron cage were at the peak of the third level, and it was estimated that there would be zombies breaking through to the fourth level every night in the next few days. Is there such a good thing? The others widened their eyes. Chen Hao smiled and then recounted everything that happened last night. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this. They didn't expect there was such a thing. Come on, let's go to the gym today and get you guys a barbell, and then we'll go play in a wild jungle? Well, go to a place with fewer zombies and find fourth-order zombies to kill. There are too many zombies in residential areas. Although the probability of fourth-order zombies appearing is high, the efficiency is too low. Good. Brother Ben, do you know where there's a gym? Yes, there's a big one in that residential area. I saw it yesterday. Then hurry up. I've been wanting to change it for a long time. Zhao Kun said excitedly. Although they have a lot of weapons now, including fire axes, machetes, tang swords, etc. However, when fighting in a group, I still feel that hitting the zombies with a barbell is the most satisfying. As long as you are strong enough, the zombies cannot get within 1 meter of you. Soon, several people left the villa under the watchful eyes of Wang Ruikai and others. Brother Kai, now that they've left, should we go to their place to get some food? Wang Yueming was still thinking about the other party's carts of food. No rush. This group of people go out during the day and come back at night. They should be out killing zombies. It seems that they are quite strong. Let's not make enemies with them first. Wang Ruikai said. Then Brother Kai, should we consider recruiting them? Well, we can consider it. We can go over and contact them when they come back in the evening. Wang Ruikai nodded. Good. Yang Bin led everyone around the area with the most zombies in the residential area and came to a leisure and entertainment area in the residential area. There are indoor swimming pools, gyms, billiard rooms, KTVs, and other entertainment venues here. After arriving here, there were obviously fewer zombies, but zombie corpses could be seen everywhere on the ground, letting them know that there was definitely a group of evolvers here. Yang Bin opened his true vision and looked around. Unfortunately, the group of people were in the gym, and several of them were holding the same barbells as them. Looking at the figures of those people, it is obvious that they are from the gym or people who exercise regularly. They all have enviable inverted triangle figures. Yang Bin didn't hesitate and led everyone upstairs. They came here to look for the barbell this time, so they would not return empty-handed just because others had taken it first. Anything he liked would be his. Several people quickly went up to the second floor and knocked on the door of the gym. To his surprise, the other party actually opened the door directly, obviously having just seen them from the upstairs window. Come in, the person who opened the door said, and walked straight inside. Yang Bin and others were stunned for a moment. Is it so direct? However, several people followed. This gym is very large and has all kinds of fitness equipment. At this time, there were more than 50 people standing in the gym, looking at them with indifferent expressions. What surprised Yang Bin was that among these 50 people, there were more than 20 at the third level, and 2 of them were at the peak of the third level. As expected of a bodybuilder, he's really strong. Yang Bin thought to himself, put down your backpack and open it to let me see if there are enough things. If so, I can consider letting you follow us. The leader, a man wearing a vest and with frighteningly muscular arms, spoke. What's following you? They were all stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. It was obvious that the other party thought they were coming to join them. I'm sorry. We are not here to seek refuge with you. We are here to take things. Yang Bin said with a smile. Get something? The muscular man asked doubtfully. That's right. Yang Bin smiled, and then said to Zhao Kun and the others, go get the things and we'll leave. We're in a hurry. Okay. Zhao Kun and his 2 companions walked straight over, snatched the barbells from the hands of 3 of them while they were still confused, and then turned and left. This time, it was this group of people's turn to be confused. Fuck, take my barbell. The three people whose barbells were taken away were stunned for 2 seconds before they reacted. What do you mean? The muscular man said gloomily. Take the thing. We like this thing, so let's take it away. Yangbin smiled and prepared to leave with everyone. But it was obvious that the other party did not agree to them leaving, and a group of people surrounded them in an instant. Do you think you can get away with robbing our things? The muscular man said gloomily. We want to leave, and you can't stop us. I advise you to get out of the way. Otherwise, if we really start fighting, you'll be in big trouble. Really? I've never been bullied like this in my life. Today I'm going to see why you're so arrogant. Beat me up. Chapter 79, Who Did I Offend? Downstairs in the gym, Yangbin and several others were carrying a barbell and walking away. In the gym, more than 30 strong men fell to the ground and rolled around, unable to get up for a long time. Although they were all a group of muscular men, unfortunately, they encountered a group of perverts. After a few blows, they all fell to the ground and couldn't get up. It was only because Yangbin and his men held back, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as falling to the ground. After all, Yangbin felt embarrassed to kill someone because he had robbed someone else's things. Afterwards, Yangbin led everyone out of the residential area and went to hunt in an area with fewer zombies. Although there are fewer zombies, there will be fewer high-level zombies as well. But there's no need to waste a lot of time killing low-level zombies, so there will be more time to find 4th-level zombies. Relying on the eye of true vision, Yangbin led everyone across several streets and finally arrived at a commercial area. Because the doomsday breaks out at night, there are far fewer zombies in the commercial area than in the residential area. But because zombies are running around everywhere, there are also some zombies here. The group found the tallest building and climbed up, using the wide view from the height to search for the 4th-level zombies. With the eye of true vision, Yangbin will not have trouble finding 4th-level zombies. Not long after, Yangbin found 3 4th-level zombies in this area. Moreover, because there are not many zombies here, there are only a few zombies following these 3 4th-level zombies. Sure enough, this method is still reliable, Yangbin said with a smile. Afterwards, everyone went downstairs and, under the leadership of Yangbin, killed all 3 4th-level zombies. 2 crystals were given to Lao He and Chen Hao, and Yangbin ate the remaining one. He hasn't eaten crystals for a long time. Now that everyone is at level 4, he will be given priority to eat the next few crystals. After killing all the zombies in this area, everyone moved to another place and repeated the same procedure, finding the tallest building to climb up, first determining the location of the 4th-level zombies, and then going down to kill them. Although there are too few zombies in these places, and they often can't find a 4th-level one after looking for a long time. But no matter what, this method is much more efficient than just guarding the stairs and killing zombies. Walmart supermarket. Led by 3 troop carriers, 7 or 8 trucks rushed all the way to the entrance of the Walmart supermarket. Then teams of soldiers got off the troop carriers, broke open the supermarket door, rushed into the supermarket, and quickly moved supplies. Inside the supermarket, more than a dozen women who were eating looked at the scene in confusion. At this time, a young man in camouflage clothes and a woman in police uniform got out of the car and walked into the supermarket. The 2 men frowned as they looked at the dozens of corpses in the supermarket. These people were obviously not killed by zombies. The policewoman came up to a group of women and whispered, "Are you all right?" A group of women looked at her, then looked at the group of soldiers and nodded woodenly. "I'm glad you're okay. You are the survivors here. Do you know how these people died?" The policewoman pointed at the bodies on the ground. A group of women showed disgust on their faces, but shook their heads. The policewoman frowned at the expressions of the women and did not ask any more questions. Instead, she said, "You guys get in the car first and go back to the base with us later." When they heard about returning to the base, the women's faces finally lit up and they nodded quickly. They also went out to kill zombies, but the zombies outside were too strong. After losing 2 people, they dared not go out again and hid in the supermarket. Anyway, there was food and drink in the supermarket, so they would not starve to death. It was obvious that all the words Yangbin said to them were in vain. What a pity. It's a rare occasion that crazy Yang is kind. The fate of some people is not accidental. The soldiers moved very quickly, and before long, they had moved almost all the supplies that could be used in the Walmart supermarket, and 7 or 8 large trucks were almost full. The vehicle then returned along the same route. However, when they passed the residential area, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from the residential area and ran towards them frantically. Obviously, this group of people must have just seen them passing by here. However, this group of people was followed by a large number of zombies. Seeing this situation, the young man in military uniform frowned. Reason told him that he could not care about these people in this situation and he had to leave immediately. However, his nature as a soldier prevented him from standing by and watching someone die. Captain Song, what are you thinking about? Stop the car and save people, the policewoman said anxiously. After hearing her words, Captain Song gritted his teeth and ordered the car to stop. Afterwards, the soldiers on the troop carrier quickly got off to meet these people. However, the main task this time was to transport goods, so not many soldiers came. Faced with the densely packed zombies, the soldiers could only shoot to cover the group of people coming over. However, as the gunshots rang out here, the residential area was completely blown up. There were already many zombies in this residential area, and after hearing the gunshots, more zombies rushed over here. What was most devastating was that after hearing the gunshots, many of the people running towards this side actually fell to the ground and trembled. Seeing this scene, Captain Song's face turned dark. If you don't want to die, hurry up. If anyone lies down again, I'll kill him first. At his loud roar, these people were so scared that they quickly got up again. After a while, this group of people finally arrived here and then climbed into the troop carrier one after another. Go! Captain Song yelled. However, at this time, there were already dense swarms of zombies on the road ahead of them. Although the soldiers shot frantically, the zombies kept increasing in number. Don't go forward. Go around to the commercial district, Captain Song shouted. Then the car started to turn and headed towards the commercial district. However, it was not so easy for the 7 or 8 large trucks behind to turn around, and they were soon caught up by the zombies. Then, these zombies pounced on the trucks frantically and submerged them in an instant. Captain Song's face turned pale, and he had to temporarily abandon the supply truck and escape in the troop carrier. However, the road had not been cleared, and various scrapped vehicles blocked the road, so the troop carrier in the front had to crash through it. Although the troop carriers were sturdy, the impact greatly reduced their forward speed. The soldiers in the troop carrier at the back fired wildly at the pursuing zombies to prevent them from attacking them. However, this would consume a huge amount of bullets, and they would not be able to sustain it for long. After driving for a while, a large number of zombie corpses suddenly appeared on the road ahead. This made Captain Song want to curse. Fuck, who the hell is killing zombies here? Get off the car and run on foot. Target the building ahead. With such a large pile of zombie corpses here, the car obviously cannot move forward, and it will take a lot of time to move it away. They simply don't have that time now, so they can only hide in the building first. Then, a group of people quickly got out of the car and ran towards the nearby building under the cover of the soldiers. Here, Yang Bin and his companions were standing on the roof of the building, looking for fourth-order zombies, when they suddenly heard gunshots and saw 3 troop carriers driving towards them. These officials must be crazy to drive the car here, Yang Bin said speechlessly. Soon, he saw the dense swarm of zombies behind the car again, and his face changed suddenly. Damn it, I just want to go wild. Who am I provoking? Chapter 80, All Level 4. Yang Bin led everyone downstairs quickly, wanting to leave the building before the group of people came up. Unfortunately, their building had more than 20 floors, and they were on the roof, so the elevator could not be used. Although they ran very fast, they still collided with people rushing up from below when they were on the 5th floor. When the two sides met, they stared at each other. Yang Bin sighed. This sudden disaster was like a shit pot, directly hitting their heads, and they couldn't escape it even if they wanted to. These are not just a few hundred or a few thousand zombies, but tens of thousands of zombies. I don't know how these people got to the zombie nest. Captain Song widened his eyes when he saw Yang Bin and others running down from above. He didn't expect that there was someone up there. Before he could speak, Yang Bin said directly, "Don't run up anymore, just block the stairwell below. The higher you go, the lower your chance of escape." The policewoman next to him wanted to say something, but Captain Song understood Yang Bin's words at the first moment and shouted to the back, "Don't run up there. You're blocking the stairwell." Soon, the soldier running behind stopped, put away his rifle, and replaced it with a bayonet, guarding the stairwell tightly. Others did not stay in the stairwell any longer and quickly opened the fire door and entered the floor. This is an office building. The 5th floor is occupied by a large technology company. The entire floor belongs to this company. There were more than 400 people in total, including the soldiers. Fortunately, the floor was large enough and it was not crowded. Just when Yang Bin and his companions were feeling overwhelmed, A group of women suddenly appeared in front of them. Hello, hello. Last time I didn't have the chance to say thank you to you because you left. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Thank you for saving us. Several women said gratefully. Yongbin frowned as he looked at the group of women. He could see that these women had just reached the level of evolvers, which meant that they only ate the crystals they left behind and did not go out to obtain crystals on their own. Yongbin sighed and didn't say anything. Just like he said, you have to walk your own path. Their choices determine their future destiny. No one will always help you. Yongbin had just acted on impulse and thought of giving the other party one more chance, but he didn't expect that it would be wasted in the end. He should stop doing such things in the future. More than 10 crystals are enough for Zaijuzi to eat. Shaking his head, Yongbin looked at them and said calmly, "No need to thank me. We just happened to meet." At this moment, a policewoman with a great figure suddenly came over. "Did you kill those people in the supermarket?" It was obvious that the policewoman heard what the group of women had just said. Yongbin looked at her, did not deny it, and nodded. "That's right. It's already difficult for everyone to survive now, and you still kill people?" The policewoman said angrily. "Are you sick? Do you think this is still the same world as before?" Yongbin said speechlessly. "What's wrong with the world now? Can people do whatever they want and kill people at will?" The policewoman became a little agitated. "Comrade police, they're not killing people randomly. That group of people are a group of demons, and they deserve to be put to death." At this time, the woman on the side spoke up. "Even if that group of people did something, it is up to us police officers to deal with it. This is not a reason for them to kill people. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a little bit of strength. It is because of people like them that this damn doomsday becomes even more terrifying. You deal with them? Where were you when they needed you? There are people everywhere who need you. Why are you hiding here? Go and save them." Yongbin was also a little angry. "You, Captain Liu, that's enough." Captain Song shouted. "Captain Song, do you want to cover up these murderers?" Lu Jiao did not back down. "What period is it now? Can't you tell? What? Even you think that the end of the world can be lawless? It's unreasonable," Song Tailin said angrily. "I really don't know why the higher-ups sent such a person to carry out the mission with me. Isn't this harming others? Captain Song, I hope you understand your position. You are a soldier. Then what do you want? Kill them," Song Tailin said angrily. "At least we need to control them and take them back to the base to await trial. I'll catch you if I want to. Damn it, I won't serve you anymore." Song Tailin cursed angrily and left. Seeing Song Tailin's attitude, Lu Jiao was so angry that her chest kept heaving. She thought to herself that she must report him to her superiors when she returned. Then, Lu Jiao pulled out a pistol from her waist, pointed it at Yongbin and the others and said, "Put your hands on your heads and squat in the corner." However, Yongbin and his companions did not take any action and just looked at her with indifference. "Did you hear me? I told you to stay in the corner. What if I don't? Then don't blame me for shooting. You can try," Yongbin said coldly. Both sides refused to give in, and the crowd around them immediately dispersed, looking at Yongbin and the others as if they were fools. How dare this group of people go against the police? However, what they didn't know was, if Yongbin had not been afraid of the group of soldiers with rifles, Lu Jiao would have been a corpse by now. "Lu Jiao, have you had enough of making trouble? Put down the gun." Song Tailin, who had originally not intended to get involved in this matter, had to stand up again when he saw this situation. If this woman was a subordinate, she would have been dragged out and shot long ago. But this woman was sent by her superiors, which made him feel helpless. "Captain Song, these are a group of dangerous people. Let your men take action." "Captain Song, I advise you to keep this woman under control. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing her down to feed the zombies." Yongbin looked at Song Tailin and said, 01, 02, 03, take her gun and take her to the other side. Yes. Soon, 3 soldiers came up, snatched the gun from Lu Jiao's hand, and took her to the back. "Song Tailin, if you dare to arrest me, just wait. I will definitely report you to the mayor," Lu Jiao shouted. Soon, Lu Jiao was taken to another room by 2 soldiers. Song Tailin looked at Yongbin and the others and said, "I took the people away, but it's not because I'm compromising with you, but because this is a special moment and it's not suitable for internal fighting. But you don't take the officials seriously. Do you think the end of the world is coming and the officials are nothing to be afraid of? Captain Song, you're overthinking it. If she wasn't official, she would have been a corpse by now," Yongbin said indifferently. Song Tailin looked at Yongbin and the others for a while before saying, "You guys are too murderous. Do you think kindness can survive in this world? Song Tai-lin was silent. He did not refute Yangbin because he knew very well that what Yangbin said was right. Do you know why I've been trying to stop her from causing trouble for you? Because you know that attacking us will do you no good and may even cause you to suffer heavy losses. Yangbin said with a smile. Haha, you are too confident, but I do feel a lot of pressure from you. Some of you have reached the 4th level. Well, the 6 of us are all level 4. Chapter 81, A Safe Method. Song Tai-lin stared at Yangbin and the others with wide eyes, and huge waves rose in his heart. Even among the official ranks, there were only a few at the 4th level. This team of 6 was actually all at the 4th level, which was really hard for him to accept. At the same time, Song Tai-lin was also very grateful that he did not follow that woman. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Although they had guns, he was the only one who knew that they had almost run out of bullets along the way. This is not an open area. The other side will not be stupid enough to let them shoot. Once they run out of bullets, all of them may have to die. How did you end up provoking so many zombies? With your brain, it shouldn't be possible. It can't be that woman's problem again. Yangbin suddenly said. Not entirely. I have problems myself too. Song Tai-lin said with a wry smile. Damn, it really is her. Old Song, I think you should just throw this woman down to feed the zombies. Otherwise, she will be in big trouble when she goes back. Yangbin patted Song Tai-lin on the shoulder. Don't talk about this anymore. Soldiers have their own bottom line and principles. Oh, Yangbin sighed. He admired the principles of the military, but he knew very well that such principles were quite stupid in the end times. Shaking his head, Yangbin looked at Song Tai-lin and said, Let's discuss how to leave here. Do you have a solution? Song Tai-lin asked excitedly. No. If there is, I won't discuss it with you. You are all 4th level evolvers. Is there nothing you can do? We are human, not gods. There are tens of thousands of zombies. Unless we can fly, we will die if we fall down. Well, it seems that I can't count on you anymore. Don't you have those powerful grenades in military? Wouldn't it be solved if we throw a few dozen of them? If we had this thing, would we still have to hide here? Song Tai-lin rolled his eyes. What about bazookas, Italian cannons, and the like? No. Song Tai-lin's face turned black. This kind of weapon is usually kept in the armory. How could he carry it with him? Then it seems that I can't count on you anymore. Yangbin shook his head. Then can you call for support? Yangbin asked again with some hopelessness. Okay, but the communication equipment is in the car, and I didn't bring it with me. Song Tai-lin said embarrassedly. Then the authorities will send someone to pick you up when they see that you haven't returned for a while. That's for sure. This batch of supplies is very important to the base. How long will that be? Tomorrow at the latest. Tomorrow? Yangbin frowned. He didn't want to spend the night here. He wanted to go back to pick up crystals tonight. If he guessed correctly, at least 1 or 2 4th-level zombies would be born there tonight, and the people in that villa couldn't let them get away with it. Looking at the people around him, Yangbin suddenly said, How about I lead you out? Rush out? How can we charge away from the tens of thousands of zombies below? I'm afraid you're going to take us to see the King of Hell. Song Tai-lin is no fool. I'd better wait here for rescue. You can't just wait like this. At least one of you should go back and tell the higher-ups about the situation here. They don't know there's so many zombies. If there aren't enough people to rescue them, aren't they just sending food away? This, Song Tai-lin frowned, obviously afraid of this situation. I have a safer method. You say, we have more than 400 people here now, about 100 soldiers and more than 300 dependents. Who are you calling a burden? After hearing Yangbin's words, the group of people immediately became unhappy. Okay, since you're not a burden, then follow us and kill the zombies. In a word, these people shut up. Yangbin no longer cared about them and continued to look at Song Tai-lin and said, We don't need these encumbrances to fight, and they will only hinder us if they fight. Let them go to the roof and smash things down. There are more than 20 floors. Just smashing a table can kill a few people. At the same time, it can also attract the attention of most zombies. Then we can break out from the other side with the soldiers. After hearing what Yangbin said, Song Tai-lin's eyes lit up and he seemed to be a little tempted, but after thinking about it, he frowned and said, What if we break through? What will happen to these people? Are you stupid? Once you break through, you can go back and call for help. Once you understand the situation here, you will know how many people to call, and then you can rescue these people. Yes, this method seems feasible, but the risk is also very high. If we can't break out quickly when those zombies react, we are likely to be surrounded and wiped out. With 6 of us 4th-order evolvers here, what are you afraid of? Okay, let's do it. Song Tylin was not a man who would hesitate. After thinking about it for a while, he made the decision. Then he looked at the group of people and said, "You all heard the plan just now, right? You don't have to kill zombies. You can just drop objects from high places." "Yes, yes, yes, but Captain Song, you won't just leave and leave us here. I'm not that kind of person. Hurry up, go upstairs, and remember, throw it in one direction, don't throw it everywhere." Well, a group of people quickly ran upstairs. Then, Song Tylin looked at Yongbin and said, "How do we go down? The stairwell is full of zombies and is probably blocked now." "On which floor are they blocking the zombies?" "Third floor." "Then it seems that the only option is to jump down from the third floor." The first floor of this building is high. It's almost 5 meters high, and the third floor is more than 10 meters above the ground. It's not easy to jump down. It's difficult, but there's nothing we can do. You guys are the ones who kept climbing up. If you had just blocked the stairs, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Song Tylin lowered his head and didn't dare to answer, mainly because he didn't think of this at the time. The warriors train regularly, and they're all above the second level. It may be a little difficult, but we should be able to defeat them. "Yes," Song Tylin said firmly. "Okay, let's go down. My people will lead the way in front of us. You guys follow closely." Several people went down to the third floor. At this time, 4 or 5 soldiers were still guarding the stairs to prevent the zombies from rushing up. However, the stairs are now blocked by zombie corpses, making it difficult for the zombies to rush up. Several people entered the third floor and came to the window of a company. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the zombies below suddenly became chaotic. Obviously, the higher-ups have started taking action. Yongbin looked at the situation below and found that it was an office desk. The zombie that was hit was completely bloody. And with the first one, soon there were constant bang, bang, bang sounds, and all kinds of things fell from above. The zombies that were hit were basically turned into meat patties. At a height of more than 20 floors, even the third-level zombies could not withstand it. The zombies below were in chaos, roaring upwards. After hearing the noise, the zombies in other directions also ran over here. Seeing this situation, Yongbin's eyes lit up. The effect was better than he had imagined. But soon Yongbin was stunned again. It seemed that those who ran away were all low-level zombies, and zombies above level 3 were still there. Sure enough, zombies above level 3 are not that stupid. It seems a tough battle is inevitable. Chapter 82 Visit. Gather your people and prepare to go down. Seeing that most of the zombies below had already run away, Yongbin looked at Song Tylin and said, "Good." Song Tylin nodded, and as he gave the order, teams of soldiers in camouflage uniforms soon came in, about 100 people in total. Looking at these resolute faces, Yongbin nodded. As expected, the spirit of the soldiers is different. They're not afraid, even when facing such difficulties. However, soon, Yongbin's face darkened again because he saw that the woman had also come. Why bring this burden along? Let her stay here with those people. Yongbin did not hide the disgust on his face. "Who do you say is a burden?" "I'm a third-level evolver," Lu Jiao said proudly with her chest puffed out. "Level 3. Yongbin looked at Song Tylin. "If you take her with you, let her lead the way. I won't take this job." Song Tylin suddenly felt a headache. He knew very well that without the other people leading the way, they would never be able to get out. Just make a way. Who's afraid of who? Lu Jiao walked towards the window without fear. "You are very brave." Yongbin smiled. "I forgot to tell you, even though there are only a few zombies left on this side, these zombies are at least level 3. Lu Jiao's steps froze in place. "All level 3? Song Tylin stared at Yongbin with eyes wide open. "No, I mean the lowest is level 3, and there are also level 4s. "Captain Lu, you stay here." Song Tylin looked directly at Lu Jiao and said, "No, I want to go down and fight." "Captain Lu, I hope you can put the overall situation first." Song Tielin's tone became heavier. Seeing that the other party wanted to say something, Song Tylin gave him a look, and 01 and 02 quickly stepped forward and dragged Lu Jiao away. They were also at the third level. "Okay, those who are in the way have gone. Everyone get ready. We'll jump down first, and you should follow us quickly," Yongbin said seriously. "Okay." Song Tylin nodded seriously. Yongbin carefully observed the situation below and suddenly smashed the window glass with a stick, then jumped out. After landing, he sank slightly and then stabilized his body. As he is at the 4th level, his physical strength has greatly improved, so reaching this height is naturally no problem for him. And as he appeared, The zombies around him swarmed towards him. Yangbin swept the barbell across and quickly killed the rushing zombies. At this time, Chen Hao and others also jumped down and joined the battle. Immediately afterwards, Song Tailin also jumped down with a group of soldiers. The moment they landed, they rolled on the ground to release the force, then quickly stood up and joined the battle. I have to say that the gap between soldiers and ordinary people is really obvious. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably not dare to jump when he saw it was so high. But these soldiers did not hesitate at all. They jumped down to relieve the force and joined the battle in one go without any pause, which made Yangbin admire them in his heart. And as they joined the battle, Yangbin's eyes lit up. Most of these fighters are level 2, and only a few are level 3. However, facing zombies that were all level 3 and far outnumbered their own, they were not afraid at all. The team cooperated well with each other. One person resisted the zombie's attack, while the other took action instantly and chopped off the zombie's neck. Yangbin had fought against opponents of different levels a few times, but he could never do it as cleanly and efficiently as them. Yangbin looked at these soldiers with some heat in his eyes. These were the best teammates. Unfortunately, soldiers are loyal to their country and are difficult to trick. Although he does not necessarily have to go against the authorities, since the social order has collapsed, he does not want to be bound by the authorities anymore, and sometimes his actions may conflict with the authorities. Just like that woman, it is difficult to get along peacefully with her, so such teammates can only be thought of. The soldiers' combat capabilities exceeded Yangbin's expectations, so their breakout this time was smoother than expected. With Yangbin and his 6 companions leading the way, the group of people advanced like a whirlwind and soon fought their way out. By the time other zombies came running over, they had already broken out of the encirclement. Yangbin and his 6 companions killed 2 4th-level zombies and hundreds of 3rd-level zombies. Unfortunately, there was no time to pick up the crystals of the 3rd-level zombies, but Yangbin still found time to pick up the 4th-level crystals. Afterwards, the group of people quickly fled into the distance, turning left and right in the alleys with a large group of zombies. It took them more than 10 minutes to finally get rid of the zombies behind them. Okay, let's say goodbye now. I hope you can survive. When they arrived at an intersection, Yangbin said something to Song Tailin and then took Chen Hao and others and ran to the other side. Song Tailin wanted to say something, but the other party had already run away, so he could only sigh. It would be great if such a strong group of people could join the military. It seems that I have to report to my superiors as soon as I get back. It's so scary that there's already a team of all 4th-level people so soon. Afterwards, Song Tailin also led the soldiers and ran towards the base. Although they do not have Yangbin's eye of true vision, they have their own reconnaissance capabilities, so there's no problem going back. Yangbin and his friends went around in circles a few times before returning to the villa. Although there were some minor incidents today, overall the gains were pretty good. Not only did all members reach level 4, but Yangbin also ate 4 level 4 crystals. Together with the 2 level 4 crystals he obtained during the breakout, he has now eaten 6 level 4 crystals, which has greatly increased his strength. I estimate that if I eat 2 more 4th level crystals, I will reach the peak of the 4th level. Yangbin clenched his fists. Just when they had packed up and were preparing to cook, there was a knock on the door. Several people immediately became alert. Yangbin opened his true vision eye and took a look outside, then smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. They are just a few enemies. The people in that villa, did they find out that the crystal was stolen by us?" Chen Hao asked doubtfully. "What's stealing?" "That's taking." Yes, it's taken. From the looks of their faces, they don't look like they're here to accuse me of anything. I guess they're here to get some information. Monkey, go open the door." "Good." The skinny monkey hurried over to open the door. Soon, the door opened, and Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming appeared at the door. Behind them, there were 2 people who looked like bodyguards. Wang Ruikai was quite cautious. "Sorry to bother you. We live in Building 12. Everyone else has left, and our 2 buildings are the only ones still occupied, so we should come and say hello." Wang Ruikai said politely. "It's very rude of you to visit without bringing anything." The skinny monkey spoke honestly. "Sorry, I forgot about it in a hurry. I'll definitely do it next time," Wang Ruikai said embarrassedly. "Okay, since we've already greeted you, you can go back. It's the end of the world after all, and we don't have anything to treat you," the skinny monkey said and was about to close the door. No. We are all neighbors. We don't need to entertain you. We can just go in and sit down." "Monkey, let them in." Yangbin's voice came from inside. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. "Come in." Chapter 83. I'm attracted to the other party's superpowers. Soon, Skinny Monkey led a few people into the living room. Please sit down. Yangbin pointed to the sofa. Good. Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming sat down, and the two bodyguards still stood behind them. Yangbin opened his true vision and glanced at the few people. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. I didn't pay much attention to him before, but I didn't expect that the person in front of me is actually a psychic, and this guy's psychic power is quite strong. His ability should belong to the gold-related ability, which can metallize part of the body, greatly improving defense and attack power. This ability has a great impact on combat, and it is estimated that there will be no rival for someone of the same level. Moreover, these four people have already reached the peak of level 3, and they are probably waiting for the zombies in the backyard to break through to level 4. Then they will be able to be promoted to level 4. Sure enough, with a strong background, one can still stay ahead of others even at the end of the world. There's zombies everywhere outside now. I see you guys go out every day, so I think you should be quite strong. Wang Ruikai said casually as if he was chatting. What the hell? There's nothing we can do about it. We have to go out and find food, otherwise we'll starve to death if we hide at home. Yangbin showed a helpless expression on his face. Haha, you're such a joke. How could you be sure of food? The corners of Wang Rueikai's mouth twitched. If I hadn't seen you guys pushing back several large carts of supplies, I would have believed it. It's the end of the world. Who doesn't need food? If you don't need it, why don't you lend us some? You see, we are almost out of rice. Okay. Wang Rueikai said awkwardly. Since you are short of food, why don't you go to the survival base? I think with your strength, you should be able to go to the survival base by yourselves. The survival base is not as comfortable as living here. I have never lived in a villa before. I don't want to think about the end of the world. Come and experience what it feels like to live in a villa. Don't say that. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. This villa is so comfortable to live in. Yangbin leaned back on the sofa, a look of enjoyment on his face. Wang Yueming looked at them with disdain. As expected, he guessed right. These people were just a bunch of poor bastards who had never lived in a villa. Haha, the villa is indeed comfortable to live in, but this is only temporary. It's not as safe as a survival base. If a large number of zombies come one day, we'll be finished. Wang Rueikai said with a smile. It's okay. Just enjoy it. It's worth it even if you get eaten by zombies. I see there are only 6 of you. Have you ever thought about joining a larger force? That way, at least you'll be safer. What do you mean by a larger force? For example, a larger family would provide you with better treatment. Not only would they provide you with supplies, they would also provide you with crystals. Moreover, they would allow you to continue living in a villa and even lead a life of luxury. That sounds great. Which family are you from? We are from the Wang family, and this is Wang Rueikai, the eldest young master of our Wang family. Wang Yueming said proudly. The Wang family is the largest family in Star City. Oh, it's Master Wang. Nice to meet you. But the officials are still here. Are you planning a rebellion? Brother, you're joking. You know what kind of world we are in now. The government can no longer control it. In the doomsday, heroes will rise up and strength will be king in the future. Choosing a powerful force can make you truly superior to others in the future. Wang Rueikai seduced. So how strong is the Wang family now? My Wang family now has hundreds of third-level evolvers and thousands of second-level evolvers. There are even more first-level evolvers in countless numbers, Wang Rueikai said proudly. Well, that sounds pretty awesome. I wonder what the conditions are to join the Wang family. Yangbin asked curiously. As long as your strength reaches the 3rd level, I can directly decide to let you join the Wang family and enjoy all the resources of the Wang family. Level 3. What a pity. We don't have a level 3 here. Yangbin said helplessly. Wang Rueikai frowned. This was different from what he had imagined. In his opinion, since these people dared to go out every day, their strength should be at least at level 3. However, he did not expect that there was not even one person at level 3 among them. If the combat capability is particularly strong, peak level 2 will also do. Wang Rueikai lowered the standard again. Yangbin shook his head again and said, it seems like we have no chance. We don't even have a peak level 2. Brother, you must be joking. You are not even at the peak of the 2nd level. How dare you go out casually? Wang Rueikai obviously didn't believe it. We didn't walk far. We just wandered around looking for some food. Maybe we're lucky because we haven't encountered any powerful zombies so far. Yangbin shrugged. Wang Rueikai looked at Yangbin carefully, and seeing that he did not seem to be lying, he frowned tightly. Did I guess wrong? These people are just some low-level evolvers. Wang Rueikai thought to himself, if you're a low-level evolver, there's no need to waste time here. Thinking of this, Wang Ruikai resisted the urge to kill, forced out a smile, and said, "We have disturbed you for too long today. We will go back first and come back next time when we have time. Then can we still join the Wang family?" Yangbin looked at Wang Ruikai expectantly. Wang Ruikai's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile and said, "I'll go back and discuss it with my family." Okay. Watching them leave, Yangbin curled his lips into a sneer. "Brother Bin, it seems that the Wang family is making a big move." Zhao Kun said thoughtfully, "It's normal. These big families have been secretly making small moves before the end of the world. Now that the end of the world has come, it would be strange if they didn't make some big moves. It seems that this may really evolve into an era of war among many heroes. That's still early. At least the official one is still the strongest right now. But the authorities are now focusing on the zombies. I guess when the authorities and the zombies are almost done fighting, these people will show up. Then, Brother Bin, what should we do? We should continue with our plan and focus on improving our own strength. As long as we are strong, no matter how they fight, it will not affect us. Moreover, as zombies become stronger and smarter, the difficulty of killing them is also increasing. If we don't solve this biggest crisis, what's the point of winning the fight?" "That's right." Everyone nodded. "But this Wang Ruikai is too close to us, and there's a big possibility that he will drag us into a fight. So I'm thinking about whether we should kill him." Yangbin suddenly said, "Wouldn't that be stirring up a hornet's nest? The Wang family will definitely retaliate wildly. A family like this will definitely have hot weapons in their hands. We might be in trouble by then. I'm not afraid of that. At worst, I can just move to another place. It's just a pity to waste this guy's supernatural power. I wonder if there is any way to take it away from him. Is he a mutant?" Everyone's eyes widened immediately. Yes, and it is a very strong combat ability. It can metalize part of the body, greatly improving defense and attack power. If I am not mistaken, when the strength is improved to a certain level, the whole body can be metalized. At that time, it will definitely be a fighting machine. So cool. Yeah, he's very strong, so I'm a little reluctant to kill him. Maybe when he becomes stronger in the future, he'll be able to convert his superpowers. Should we kill him? Forget it, keep it for now. Chapter 84, Runaway. On the other side, damn, what bad luck. I thought they were a group of strong people, but they turned out to be a bunch of scum. What a waste of time. Wang Ruikai said with a gloomy face. That's right, we were so polite to them. In my opinion, we should have just killed them and robbed all the supplies. Wang Yueming said unhappily. Master, it's a good thing you didn't act impulsively just now, said a bodyguard behind him with a frown. What do you mean? Wang Ruikai looked at the other party. Everyone inside gives me a great sense of oppression. I feel I can't beat any of them, said the bodyguard with a serious expression. How was it possible? Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming both widened their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. He's right. You can't feel it, but the two of us used to be mercenaries, and we were often on the brink of life and death. So we have an instinctive sense of danger. If we had taken action just now, we would have died, said another bodyguard seriously. Didn't they say they didn't even have the third level? Brother Kai, I remember he seemed to say that there wasn't a single level 3 person there. Is it possible that they were all level 4? Wang Ruikai wanted to say it was impossible, but he couldn't say it. Even Asen and the others said they were no match for him. So what else could it be except the 4th level? However, a team of 6 people, all at level 4, was really hard to accept. At this moment, the expression on Wang Ruikai's face was extremely wonderful. What on earth did I miss? 6 4th level warriors. If they could join the Wang family, the strength of the Wang family would definitely increase exponentially. Xiao Ming, do you think we will be kicked out if we go back? Wang Ruikai whispered. Brother Kai, why don't we go visit again tomorrow with some things? Going back now feels a bit. Yeah, that's right. Let's prepare some things tomorrow. Fortunately, we didn't offend them today. Wang Ruikai said thankfully. Late at night, Yang Bin and others lay on the recliners and watched the stars all night. Although the daily improvement is not much, it depends on perseverance. As long as you keep persisting, you could be infinitely ahead. And there is good news tonight. That is, Zaijuzi has broken through to the 4th level. Zaijuzi is different from Yang Bin and others. He practices completely independently and does not need to rely on crystals to improve. Apart from occasionally requiring some crystals as food, it is pretty easy to feed. They had just accepted the little orange on a whim, but now they realized that it was a wise decision. At least with the little orange guarding their home, they didn't have to worry about someone robbing their house. Now that Zaijuzi is at level 4, his safety factor is even higher. Unless a large number of zombies or high-level evolvers come, there is basically no need to worry. Yongbin opened the eye of true vision and looked towards the backyard of the villa not far away, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, there are two. Then he looked at the others and said, "You guys go downstairs and sleep first. Howsy, and I'll go pick up some crystals." Good. Soon, Yongbin and Chen Hao came to the back of the villa again. At this time, the 4 people in the villa were still guarding the surroundings. Perhaps because of yesterday's mistakes, today the 4 of them were trying hard to keep their eyes open and not let themselves fall asleep. Yongbin took Chen Hao up the tree and pointed at the 2 zombies in the iron cage. Those 2 are level 4 zombies, but they are in different locations. It would be difficult for you to take the crystal without alerting them. Don't worry, Brother Bin. Just leave it to me. Chen Hao smiled. Then he turned invisible and crawled into the yard. Chen Hao picked up a stone in the yard and smashed it directly on the window glass. Clang! The sound of breaking glass was heard, which immediately scared the people hiding everywhere, and they hurried over to check. As the sound of breaking was heard, the zombies in the iron cage began to roar one by one. Chen Hao seized the opportunity and chopped off one of the zombies' heads with an axe, then disappeared in a flash. Then he quickly took out the crystal and put it in his pocket. The zombies roared louder, but because they were already roaring, the people didn't realize the difference and still looked at the suddenly broken glass in some surprise. Why is the quality of this glass so poor? It broke for no apparent reason. It's so scary, said one person. I guess the glass installer is using inferior products as good ones. I'll have to have a serious talk with Master Wang tomorrow. While they were commenting on the glass, Chen Hao had taken the opportunity to deal with another 4th-level zombie and then left in style. When a few people turned around and saw the scene inside the iron cage, they were immediately shocked. Fuck, how come 2 more zombies died? Could it be that these zombies know we are watching them, and they start fighting among themselves when we are not paying attention? Hurry up and dig out the crystal first, otherwise Master Wang will definitely not let us off tomorrow. Good. Several people quickly ran to the iron cage and reached into the heads of the 2 zombies with their heads chopped open. No. How could there be none? Was it eaten so quickly? Is it possible that these zombies are attacking their own kind just because of the crystals? But I haven't heard that zombies want to eat crystals. Is it possible that he wasn't killed by a zombie? The wound on his head looks a bit like it was caused by an axe. Fuck, don't scare me. There's not even a ghost in the night. Who the hell is going to chop zombies with an axe? How would I know? But this wound really looks like it was caused by an axe. MD, there really isn't a ghost. Several people suddenly felt a chill. In the middle of the night, 2 zombies' heads were chopped off for no apparent reason. Just thinking about it made people feel cold. What should we do now? Should we ask young Master Wang to get up? You want to be criticized this late at night. And how are you going to explain why you woke him up? Just tell the truth. Tell the truth? Haha, if you don't believe it yourself, how can you think you will believe it? He might even suspect that we are the ones who stole the money. With his personality, I don't need to tell you what will happen to him then. What should we do? If we don't shout now, it will be miserable if he finds us tomorrow. Several people suddenly fell into silence. Damn it, it's the doomsday, and I still have to be controlled by others. I quit. The doomsday money is useless anyway. With my strength at the peak of the 3rd level, I can survive anywhere. The worst that can happen is that I leave Star City. I don't believe that the Wang family can find me in this world. Someone suddenly said. The other people were immediately shocked. Their long-term fear of the Wang family made them dare not think about it in this way. However, they soon thought that it was the end of the world and the Wang family didn't seem to be a big deal, so the eyes of the other people also brightened. Okay, let's go together. Maybe we can accomplish something big. I don't dare to take on big business, but at least I won't live such a miserable life. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Why don't we kill all these zombies before we leave? These are all 3rd-level crystals. Forget it. If we make too much noise and wake them up, we won't be able to leave. All right. Chapter 85. Do something big. Early the next morning, in a luxurious villa in Jinghe Garden, Wang Ruikai got up early in the morning and ran excitedly to the yard to see if there were any 4th-level zombies born. As a result, what they saw were 2 more level 3 zombies that had been eaten to the point that only their limbs and arms were left. What do you think? How come 2 more zombies were eaten? Wang Ruikai said angrily. However, there was silence all around, and no one responded to him. Where are the people? Wang Yueming, who was standing by, looked around quickly and immediately came back with a grim face. Brother Kai, those people are gone. Missing? Killed? I don't think so. It's more like, ran away. Run away? Yes, there are no signs of fighting or blood around. He must have run away on his own. He probably ran away because he was afraid of your blame. Oomph. If you dare to betray the Wang family, you're done. Wang Ruikai said with a gloomy face. Brother Kai, what should we do now? No one will guard this place after they leave. I can only ask my father to send some more people. Go and see if there are any 4th level zombies. Wang Yueming gave all the zombies a strength test and finally shook his head. It doesn't make sense. Why haven't there been any 4th level zombies yet? Wang Ruikai frowned. Could it be that the dead one is a 4th level zombie and they stole the crystal and ran away? Ah, you are dead. No matter where you escape, I will find you. Wang Ruikai's roar resounded throughout the villa. In another villa, Yang Bin and his companions were leisurely eating breakfast. Brother Bin, did you hear any sound? No. Eat quickly. After that, we're going to do something big today. Big thing? What big thing? Kill that 5th level zombie. Yang Bin said, gritting his teeth. Brother Bin, isn't this a bit risky? Zhao Kun said with some concern. Last time, several people almost died there, and they still have the shadow in their hearts. We should do this as soon as possible. That guy has been promoted to the 5th level so early. He must be extremely talented. I am afraid that if we delay it any longer, he will be promoted to a higher level, and we will be unable to defeat him by then. The most important thing is to finish the 2 crystals I got yesterday. I have now reached the peak of the 4th level, and I just need a 5th level crystal. Then Brother Bin, if you face it again, how confident are you? Chen Hao asked. It's a 50-50 split. The peak strength of the 4th stage should be around 1600. With the improvement of cultivation, my strength has now reached 2000, which is about the same as it. But it's been a few days and this guy's strength should have improved a lot, so I can't say I'm completely sure now. If it doesn't work, then Haozi, you can come and help. Okay, no problem. Chen Hao nodded. That guy probably has quite a few subordinates now. The rest of you are already at the 4th level, so you can take care of his subordinates. Okay, no problem. Okay, let's go after we eat. On the other side, more than 30 troop carriers set out from the survival base to the scene of the incident yesterday. The person in charge this time was not Song Tailin, but a man named Lu Xiang who was personally appointed by the mayor. Song Tailin is naturally responsible for the loss of supplies, and this time he can only accompany them. More than 30 troop carriers and thousands of soldiers swept across the area and soon arrived at the place where the supply truck was stopped. There's still many zombies here, but this time there are enough troops. Thousands of soldiers fought hand-to-hand and quickly cleared out these zombies. The soldiers then quickly checked the supplies on the vehicle and the condition of the vehicle. After a while, a soldier ran up to the 2 of them. Reporting to the leader, most of the supplies on the vehicles are well preserved. Only a few are damaged. 2 of the 8 supply vehicles cannot be started. Although the other vehicles are seriously damaged, they can still be driven. Okay, use the tow rope to tie the 2 cars that can't be started to the troop carrier and set off back immediately. Lu Xiang said. Yes. Wait a minute. Are we going back like this? Song Tailin frowned. Captain Song, do you have any other questions? There are hundreds of people over there waiting for our rescue. Captain Song, I hope you can see the situation clearly. You also said that there are tens of thousands of zombies over there. Even if we can kill them, the consumption will be extremely huge. There is not enough ammunition in the base now. There is no need to waste so much ammunition for insignificant people. Insignificant? If it weren't for these insignificant people, we would never have been able to escape. I promised them that I would go back and call for support to rescue them. They are still waiting for me now. Song Tailin said loudly. Captain Song, I hope you can calm down and put the overall situation first. You should know what to do and when to do it. Our main task now is this batch of supplies. These people must be rescued. I, Song Tailin, will never be a person who goes back on his word. Song Tailin said firmly. What? Captain Song, are you going to disobey orders from above? Have you forgotten your duty as a soldier? Song Tailin opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a while. Go back to base. Lu Xiang gave the order directly. As Lu Xiang gave the order, the vehicles began to turn around and go back. Song Tailin looked at the building in the distance and seemed to be able to see the expectant eyes in the building. I'm sorry. I'll report to the higher-ups when I get back to the base, and they'll definitely come to rescue you. On the other side, Yang Bin and others watched the departing troop carrier and then slowly drove the car onto the road. Why don't they go and rescue those people? Zhao Kun frowned. I guess they have given up on those people. It's not easy to save tens of thousands of zombies. Yang Bin said, no way, I don't think Captain Song is that kind of person. He doesn't look like it, but he may not be able to make the decision. Don't think that the government really puts the people first. In the end times, many things will slowly be exposed. Well, it looks like that group of people is finished. Not necessarily. That woman should have some background. Maybe she could be a breakthrough. Fuck, Brother Bin, you didn't guess this result. So you asked that woman to stay there. Oh my god, how could I possibly guess? I just simply don't like that woman and don't want to take her with me. Really? Several people looked skeptical. Okay, stop guessing and hurry up. They just happened to clear the way for us. We just need to follow them from a distance. Good. Several people drove towards the place they had visited last time without any obstruction. With more than 30 troop carriers leading the way, they encountered no obstacles all the way to the survival base. There were some scattered zombies after the survival base, but they had no effect on them. Soon, everyone came back to the place where they were surrounded last time. Several people parked the car on the side and got out directly. Brother Ben, how are we going to find it? No need to look for it. We could just kill zombies here. It will probably show up soon. That guy holds a grudge even more than we do. Good. Several people killed scattered zombies as they walked. After walking for a while, I suddenly found that there were fewer and fewer zombies around, and they seem to have all hidden themselves. They're coming. Let's go to that house over there. Don't be surrounded by them in the middle of the road anymore. Chapter 86, Killing the 5th level zombie. Everyone ran quickly toward the house not far from the road. Just as they approached the house, groups of zombies suddenly jumped out from all directions and surrounded them. Get to the stairwell. Yangbin still wanted to kill through the stairs because it was the safest way. Several people swung the barbells wildly to kill the zombies blocking their way, and quickly rushed into the stairwell, then directly guarded the stairwell to kill the zombies that chased them. However, just when Yangbin thought that he could easily fight against the numerous zombies with the help of the stairwell, a huge zombie roar suddenly came from the distance. Afterwards, the zombies that were originally chasing them stopped and did not chase them anymore. Instead, they all surrounded the downstairs. The IQ of this 5th level zombie is too high. Seeing this situation, everyone's eyes widened. I don't know if this one is particularly smart or if all 5th level zombies are this smart. If all 5th level zombies are this smart, then I'll have a lot of headaches in the future. Brother Bin, what should we do now? If they don't come up, then we can only go down and kill them. Once we go down, we can fight against the wall to prevent being attacked from the front and back. When we get tired, we can retreat and rest for a while. As long as we don't get surrounded, we don't need to be afraid of them with our current strength. Good. Afterwards, everyone walked down the stairwell and began to crazily kill the zombies in front of them. Although most zombies now start at level 2, level 3 already accounts for almost 1/10. But all 6 of them are level 4. With their overwhelming strength and the long barbell in their hands, it is basically difficult for zombies to get close to them. Although it would be a bit troublesome to encounter 4th level zombies occasionally, it was not a big problem. There was a wall behind them, and they only had to face zombies in one direction. With the cooperation of 6 people, 4th level zombies could not get close to them. However, there are about 2,000 to 3,000 zombies, and it is not easy to kill them all. Yangbin attacked the zombies in front of him while looking for the location of the 5th level zombies. This guy likes to do sneaky things, so you have to be careful. When everyone killed hundreds of zombies in a row, Yangbin's eyes suddenly lit up. I found you. I saw a zombie in black clothes following a group of zombies slowly approaching this side. This zombie looks very ordinary. Among a large group of zombies, no one could guess that it would be a level 5 zombie. But this naturally could not escape Yangbin's true eyes. Yangbin winked at everyone, then continued to kill the zombies in front of him calmly. Watching the 5th level zombie slowly approaching, Yangbin calculated the best time to attack. The 2 Lao Lius were both thinking about how to launch a surprise attack on each other. Soon, the 5th level zombie was less than 2 meters away from Yangbin. Suddenly, the 5th level zombie pushed the 2 zombies in front of it over, then jumped high and chopped Yangbin's head with the axe in his hand. Umph, I'm waiting for you. Yangbin smiled coldly and ignored the 2 zombies that were pushed over. He instantly swung the barbell and hit the other party first. Bang! The 5th level zombie that had just jumped up fell to the ground at an even faster speed. Yangbin knocked away the 2 zombies in front of him, grabbed the barbell with both hands, and smashed it towards the 5th level zombie that fell to the ground again. The opponent rolled over quickly and avoided the blow. Yangbin quickly followed up, not giving the opponent time to breathe, and smashed the barbell at him again. Roar! The 5th level zombie suddenly roared. Then, the zombies around pounced on Yangbin like crazy. Yangbin's offensive was blocked, and he had to deal with the zombies that were rushing toward him first. This old six. Yangbin was speechless. Couldn't this guy just have a fair fight? As Yangbin was dragged down, the 5th level zombie quickly climbed up and then stared at Yangbin. Brother Bin, we are here. Soon, Chen Hao and others rushed over and helped Yangbin deal with the surrounding zombies, allowing Yangbin to concentrate on dealing with the 5th level zombies. Yangbin nodded to everyone, then grabbed the barbell and rushed towards the other party. I must kill it today, no matter what. When the 5th level zombie saw that his men were stopped, he knew that he could not launch a sneak attack, so he also raised his axe and chopped at Yangbin. Bite! The axe and the barbell collided with a harsh sound. The huge force from his hand caused Yangbin to take several steps back, and his arm became numb. Yangbin frowned. This guy's strength had indeed increased a lot, at least 2003 or 14. Luckily, we came early. If it was a few days later, this guy would definitely be promoted again. After a brief shock, Yangbin swung the barbell at the opponent again. In terms of weapons, Yangbin still has the advantage. After all, the barbell is much longer than the fire axe. However, in terms of physical strength, the opponent has an absolute advantage. Whenever Yangbin's barbell hit his opponent's body, the opponent didn't feel anything, but whenever he hit his barbell toward his head, the opponent would block it every time. Anyway, he just had an attitude that said you can hit anything except your head, which made Yangbin feel helpless. The opponent can do this, but he can't. If he is hit by the opponent, he will be half dead, even if he doesn't die. It seems I have to change my strategy, Yangbin said to himself. Soon, the opponent pounced on him again and chopped at his head with the axe again. This time, Yangbin did not use the barbell to block the axe. Instead, he gritted his teeth and smashed the barbell hard at the opponent's wrist. Click! With a sound of breaking bones, the zombie's wrist was broken directly by Yangbin, and the axe in his hand flew out and flew towards Yangbin's head. At the critical moment, Yangbin quickly turned his head. The fire axe hit Yangbin's shoulder right beside his ear. This! Yangbin took a breath, and his face turned pale. This time he took a risk, and although he succeeded in knocking the opponent's weapon away, he did not get any benefit. However, without weapons, it would be much easier to fight. Yangbin endured the severe pain in his shoulder, grabbed the barbell, and smashed it towards the opponent's head again. The zombies who have lost their weapons can only block with their arms. Bang! A deep sound was heard, and the barbell hit the opponent's arm hard. However, he did not directly blow them up like he did before when he dealt with the 3rd and 4th level opponents. The opponent actually used his arm to block his attack. Yangbin was not surprised. He continued to attack the opponent without stopping. Finally, with a sound of breaking bones, the opponent's arm was directly broken. At this moment, a look of fear finally appeared on the face of the 5th level zombie, and then he quickly ran towards the group of zombies. Still want to run? Yangbin sneered, then lunged forward and smashed the opponent's feet hard. Bang! The barbell hit the opponent's foot directly. Although it failed to break his leg, it made him fall to the ground. When the other party was about to get up, Yangbin hit him hard on the head with a stick. Although the blow was heavy, it did not smash his head, but simply knocked him to the ground again, causing him to bleed a lot. MD, it's so hard, Yangbin complained, but without any hesitation, he hit the other person's head again. Perhaps because it had just been hit hard, the zombie's reaction was a lot slower, and the blow hit the opponent's head again. This time the head burst directly, but the zombie was not dead yet, and was still screaming for the men to save it. When its subordinates saw its situation, they went crazy, but Chen Hao and others stood in the front and would not let them rush up even if they had to use their bodies to resist. It's over. Yangbin swung the barbell in his hand again and smashed it over. There was no accident this time, and the zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon. Chapter 87, Level 5. Yangbin quickly took out the crystal from the zombie's head, then looked at everyone and said, "Back to the stairwell." After hearing Yangbin's words, everyone retreated decisively and returned to the stairwell after a while. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun, who were less seriously injured, consciously guarded the stairwell and stopped the zombies that were chasing them, while the others collapsed to the ground. This time, in order to buy enough time for Yangbin, they all fought for their lives, and everyone was covered with wounds. Hu Wenliang started treating everyone immediately. The wound on Yangbin's shoulder was very serious, and it had cut into his shoulder blade. If it weren't for Hu Wenliang, this injury would take at least 10 days or half a month to heal. The 4th level Hu Wenliang can heal normal injuries quite quickly. After a while, the injuries of Yangbin, Lao He, and Shou Ho were almost healed. Then Lao He and Shou Ho replaced Chen Hao and Zhao Kun, and Hu Wenliang continued to treat them. After everyone's injuries were healed, Hu Wenliang was exhausted. At this time, the stairwell was blocked, and the zombies stopped rushing up. Lao He and Shou Ho also walked back and collapsed on the ground. Brother Bin, come and see what a 5th-order crystal looks like. Chen Hao looked at Yangbin curiously. The others also looked at him expectantly. Yangbin smiled and took out the crystal. It was also red, but much larger than the 4th-level crystal, almost the size of a marble. Feeling the powerful energy contained in the crystal, everyone's face showed excitement. This is a 5th-order crystal. It feels awesome even just by looking at it. Brother Bin, eat quickly. I dare say you will definitely be the first to reach the 5th level. I guess even the official one hasn't done that yet. Chen Hao said excitedly. Not necessarily. After all, the government has too many advantages. However, considering the physical strength of a 5th-level zombie, ordinary submachine guns and automatic rifles should be useless against it. I guess only large-caliber machine guns or powerful sniper rifles can kill it. So even if the official has them, there will only be 1 or 2 at most. Yangbin said with a smile. Then he wiped the crystal slightly and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Soon, an immense amount of energy surged into his body, and the last corner of the 1st star in his mind lit up directly. Immediately afterwards, even more massive energy was integrated into his body, causing his physical fitness to continuously improve. It took Yangbin a while to absorb all the energy. How is it, Brother Bin? Has your strength improved a lot? Several people looked at Yangbin with curiosity. It's okay, about 400 kilograms. The strength of a 5th-level evolver should be around 2,000 kilograms. Adding what I've gained from training, I now have a strength of almost 2,400 kilograms. Yangbin said, 2,400 kilograms. I weigh less than 13,000 kilograms now. I think Brother Bin can easily crush me to death. Lao Hei Sai. Brother Bin, is the 1st star in your mind completely lit up now? Chen Hao asked. Not yet. The 5 corners are lit, but the middle is still dark. I have a feeling that after a star is completely lit up, there should be a qualitative change, and perhaps our abilities will also change. Is this true? Everyone else stared at Yangbin with wide eyes. It's just a feeling. I'm not sure yet. I'll know when I get there. Maybe when we reach the 6th level we will also be able to possess special abilities. Zhao Kun said excitedly. He was extremely envious of the special abilities of Yangbin and others. It's not quite appropriate to call the next stage the 6th stage. The 1st star in my mind corresponds to Yaowang Star in the Big Dipper. I think it's more appropriate to call the next stage Yaowang Realm. Yeah, I think this is more appropriate. This strength system is indeed clear and concise. Yaowang, Kaiyang, Yuheng Tianquan, Tianji Tianxian, Tianshu. What about the last 2? Let's talk about the last 2 later. It's not certain whether we can achieve them. If humans continue to rely on crystals to improve, they will always be 1 level lower than zombies. It's okay to have the advantage of hot weapons in the early stage, but in the later stage, these hot weapons will definitely become less and less effective. If you can't practice independently, then it will be really dangerous. Now humans can still rely on their intelligence and weapons to fight against higher-level zombies. But as zombies become stronger and smarter, they will also use weapons, and this advantage is gradually decreasing. As for that 5th-level zombie, just now, if I hadn't practiced and increased my strength so much, there would be no way I could have defeated him. Yangbin said solemnly. Well, Brother Bin, do you think that looking at the stars every day can be considered independent practice? Zhao Kun asked. All right, but I think we still haven't grasped the key. The spiritual energy around zombies when they're training is much more than ours, so zombies can improve so much in 1 night of training, while we can only improve this little. If you want to improve your realm through practice, you probably need to master the tricks. Maybe there should be some kind of technique or something like that. I have read the mnemonics of Yi Jin Jing on the internet before. Brother Bin, do you think we could try it next time? Hu Wenliang suddenly said. I think the Sunflower Manual is more suitable for you. Chen Hao said with a smile. Okay, stop making trouble. The most urgent thing now is to improve our strength as quickly as possible. Take a rest for a while, and then continue to kill. We will try to eliminate all these zombies today. I just checked. There are more than a dozen level 4 zombies in this batch of zombies. If we take care of them all, you can at least have 2 more peak level 4 zombies. Good. Everyone nodded, then took some water and food from their backpacks and started eating. After eating and resting for half an hour, everyone moved some of the zombie corpses away and then rushed down directly. Although killing zombies in the stairwell is safer, it is too slow. What they want now is efficiency. Our boss is already level 5. Does he still need to hide in the stairwell to kill zombies? Who are you looking down on? After rushing down, Yangbin took the lead and led everyone to charge into the zombie horde. Without the command of the 5th level zombies, these zombies became a little loose and were easier to kill. Wherever Yangbin's barbell went, the zombies' heads exploded like watermelons, and he was no match for them at all. Chen Hao and others followed behind Yangbin. They only needed to kill the zombies rushing from the side. It was so easy. Finally, after more than 2 hours, all of the more than 2,000 zombies were killed by a few people. Afterwards, they began their exciting yet helpless journey of digging crystals. Brother Bin, when can we hire more people? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste for us to pick up so many crystals? Chen Hao complained. That's right. I think we should find more beautiful women. It's really boring to hang out with a bunch of grown men all day long. Lao Hei said, are you looking for a teammate or a wife? Under normal circumstances, women's physiques are weaker than men's. So if you recruit someone, they will most likely be a burden, unless they are like Liangzi's wife. Yangbin said, who is Liangzi's wife? Lao Hei asked curiously. It's Tang Weiwei from school, said Chen Hao. Oh, I think you mentioned it before. Brother Liang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call them over. If there were a few more people just now, would we have been in such a miserable situation? Hu Wenliang looked at them speechlessly. This wasn't the end of it. Chapter 88, you are level 5? With more than 2,000 zombies, collecting the crystals is a huge task for 6 people. At this time, I really felt the pain of being short of people. Just as a few people were diligently collecting crystals, a bus drove past quickly on the road. At first, no one paid much attention to it, but the car ran past and then fell back. Then, 40 or 50 people holding various weapons got out of the car and walked towards this side. Several people frowned. This seemed like they were going to cause trouble. Soon, a group of people came here. Looking at the pile of zombie corpses on the ground, there was a gleam in their eyes. Brothers, did you kill these zombies? A man in his 30s who was in the lead looked at Yangbin and others and said, if we didn't kill him, then it was you. Yangbin rolled his eyes. It seems that your team is quite large. I wonder where the others have gone. Don't try. There are only 6 of us here. Just tell me whether you like these crystals or not. Yangbin said directly. Yangbin's direct approach made it difficult for this group of people to be dealt with. For a moment, they didn't know whether to leave or stay. Since you like these crystals, go ahead and pick them up, Yangbin said with a smile. This sentence not only confused the people on the other side, but even Chen Hao and others were a little confused. However, out of trust in Yangbin, they did not interrupt. The man frowned, not understanding what Yangbin meant. Brother son, I just looked carefully and there seems to be no one else around. There are only 6 of them. A young man behind the man whispered. Zhong Yuansen nodded. Perhaps other large troops killed these zombies when they passed by and didn't have time to pick up the crystals, so they got the advantage. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never believe that the more than 2,000 zombies were the work of the 6 people in front of him. These guys must have given up the place on their own initiative after seeing so many of us were scared. Zhong Yuansen thought to himself. Thinking of this, Zhong Yuansen looked at Yangbin and smiled. Since you are so generous, we will be disrespectful to refuse. Brothers, collect the crystals. Then, a group of people behind him immediately moved excitedly towards the zombie corpses on the ground. Yangbin just watched them with a smile on his face. Although Chen Hao and others were puzzled, they just stood quietly behind Yangbin. Ah, I touched the 3rd order crystal. Suddenly, a man looked at the crystal in his hand with excitement. Brotherson no longer needs the 3rd level crystal. The team has a rule that whoever picks it up owns it. Amid the envious looks of others, the man took the crystal with an excited look on his face and wanted to swallow it. However, at this moment, a barbell suddenly hit him and his arm holding the crystal was smashed. Ah! As a scream was heard, everyone looked at Yangbin with anger on their faces who had suddenly attacked. What do you mean? Zhong Yuansen looked at Yangbin with a gloomy face. You can pick them up, but you can't eat them. Yangbin said indifferently. Whether we eat or not is our business. It's not your turn to interfere. No, you only have the right to pick it up, not the right to eat it. You don't want us to help you pick up the crystals, do you? Zhong Yuansen was not stupid, and he quickly understood. Yeah, that's pretty smart. Do you think you're qualified? Yes. Yangba nodded seriously. Fuck, they're so arrogant. Brother Sun, kill them. Brother Sun, my arm is broken. You have to avenge me. The man whose hand was broken said with a sad face. Zhong Yuansen took a deep breath and said coldly, You dare to attack my brothers. You are done today. Kill them. As Zhong Yuansen finished speaking, the already furious people on the opposite side immediately picked up their weapons and rushed towards Yang Bin and the others. Don't kill them. We still have to keep them to pick up crystals. Yang Bin looked at Chen Hao and the others and said, Okay, got it. Chen Hao and his companions went up to them with sneers on their faces. Soon, the two sides collided with each other. After a burst of screams of awe, a large number of people fell to the ground, and only Chen Hao and a few others were still standing there. Zhong Yuansen widened his eyes and looked at Chen Hao and others in disbelief. All are level 4. Haha, you can reach the 4th level, so why can't we? Yang Bin smiled. How the hell can this be the same? Our team of hundreds of people is now reduced to only half of them. After going through so much trouble to find a 4th level person like me, but all 6 of you are 4th level? Zhong Yuansen roared in his heart. Although Yang Bin did not take action, the people below were all level 4, so how could the leader be bad? This made him completely unable to understand how the other party did it. Zhong Yuansen's face kept changing. If there were only 1 or 2 4th level enemies, he would not be afraid, but 6 4th level enemies would definitely beat the shit out of him. Don't think about it. Everyone below has taken action. Let's take action too. Let me see your Earth-related abilities. Yang Bin suddenly said. How do you know I have superpowers? Zhong Yuansen asked in shock. Don't worry about this. If you're given the opportunity to make a move, just seize it. Otherwise, you will never have a chance to make a move. Yang Bin said lightly. Humph, since you want to see it, then I'll let you see it for yourself. Even if they're both at the 4th level, there's still a huge gap between psychics and ordinary people. Zhong Yuansen snorted coldly, and without making any move, Yang Bin suddenly felt something moving below him and almost instinctively dodged to the side. The moment Yang Bin dodged, a thorn of earth came out from where Yang Bin had just been. Judging from the height, if Yang Bin had dodged slower, he would probably have been anally injured. Seeing this scene, Yang Bin, Chen Hao and others took a breath of cold air. F***, I just want to play with you, but you actually want to fucking bang my ass. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. This time, Yang Bin got angry and grabbed the barbell and smashed it at the other party. However, the next second, a huge stone suddenly appeared in the air and then hit Yang Bin directly. Yang Bin's barbell hit the stone directly, and the stone was smashed into pieces, but Yang Bin also felt a huge recoil force coming from his arm. The power of the opponent's attack actually reached 2,000. The combat capability of the psychics is indeed strong. It is no problem for them to fight against opponents higher than themselves. Yang Bin thought to himself. When Zhong Yuansen saw Yang Bin smash the falling rocks he had used with one stick, his face changed drastically. He was very clear about how powerful his attack was. When he was at the 3rd level, he used the rockfall technique to directly kill a 4th level zombie, allowing him to successfully enter the 4th level. However, now that he is at the 4th level, the rockfall technique that he had spent so much energy to perform was smashed to pieces by the opponent with a stick. How could he not be shocked? Zhong Yuansen seemed to have thought of something and stared at Yang Bin with wide eyes. You're a level 5. Chapter 89 Slice Study. Congratulations, you got it right. Yang Bin smiled. When Zhong Yuansen heard Yang Bin's admission, his expression suddenly became extremely wonderful. He could never have imagined that a 5th level evolver would appear at this stage. However, whether he believed it or not, the fact was before him. Except for a 5th level cultivator, who else could break his falling rocks so easily? You've had your fun, it's my turn. Yang Bin snorted coldly, swung the barbell, and smashed it towards the opponent again. Perhaps the falling rock just now consumed too much of his mental energy. Zhong Yuansen did not use the falling rock again, but quickly built a wall of earth in front of him to block Yang Bin's iron rod. However, it's of no use. The earth wall had no effect in front of Yang Bin and was smashed to pieces by Yang Bin with a stick. Immediately afterwards, Yang Bin swung the iron rod at Zhong Yuansen again. Zhong Yuansen quickly raised the Tang sword in his hand and blocked the front. Ding bang! The Tang sword broke with a sound, and Yang Bin's barbell fell directly on Zhong Yuansen's chest, knocking him away. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground unconscious. Yang Bin did not pursue them any further. Instead, he put away the barbell and looked at the group of people lying on the ground and said, "Those who are still alive, get up and pick up the crystals. If you can't get up, I'll hit you with a stick." After hearing Yang Bin's words, those who had been knocked to the ground by Chen Hao and others and could not get up, all got up from the ground. Then, he limped to the zombie's body and touched the crystal. Are you kidding? This guy is at level 5. He hit Brother Sun so hard that he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. If they were hit by him, would they still be alive? With 40 or 50 people helping to pick up the crystals, the efficiency was greatly improved. Before long, all the crystals were picked up. Okay, hand over the crystal. Yang Bin took off the backpack, unzipped it, and put it on the ground. A group of people saw this scene and came up consciously, throwing the crystals in the bag into their backpacks. Although they were extremely reluctant, they also knew that they were just laborers and these crystals had no share for them. When the first person threw all the crystals he had picked up into his backpack and prepared to leave, Yang Bin suddenly said, "Etc. What happened?" The man was startled. "You still have 2 crystals in your left pocket. Aren't you going to take them out?" Yang Bin said coldly. "These 2 are mine." The man said with a sad face. "What do you mean by own? What does own mean? Everything here is mine. Hurry up and take it out. Do you want to eat the corn?" The man suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears because these were truly his own private goods. Exploiting labor means simply paying less wages. It would be fine if you don't pay any wages, but why are you making them pay money out of their pockets? However, facing the powerful Yang Bin, his resistance was so feeble that he could only hand it over obediently in the end. After the first one, the people who followed became much more obedient, but not all of them were obedient. There are always some people who think they are hiding well and will not be discovered. But how could they know that the man in front of them could see through things? So, all these dishonest people were caught by Yang Bin, and after he slaughtered 2 chickens as a tribute, the rest of the people finally became completely honest. After a while, all the crystals were recovered. Yang Bin put on his backpack and looked at these people. "Okay, you should be going to the survival base. Just go straight for about 10 kilometers and you will arrive." Yang Bin enthusiastically pointed the way. Thank you. A group of people said thank you with sad faces, saying that if they had known this would happen, they would never let him reverse no matter what. Now, not only did he not get the crystal, but he was also covered in wounds, and all the crystals on his body were stuck to his body. It was really a huge loss. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. The group of people could only lift Zhong Yuansen up helplessly and prepare to leave. "Wait, everyone else can go, but this person stays." Yang Bin pointed at Zhong Yuansen and said, "This." A group of people looked embarrassed. This was their boss. How could they sell him? "What's this? Whether you leave or not, stay here." "I'll go. A group of people decisively threw Zhong Yuansen to the ground and quickly ran towards the bus. What's wrong with the boss? Isn't the boss meant to be sold? Soon, the bus stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, took off, and disappeared in an instant. This time, there was no going back. "Brother Bin, are you keeping him here because you wanted to join us?" Chen Hao asked puzzledly as he looked at Zhong Yuansen lying on the ground. Yang Bin also glanced at Zhong Yuansen with a strange smile on his face. "I have this idea. This guy has pretty good abilities, but it depends on whether he knows what's interesting. If he does, keep him. If not, then slice him up and study him to see if his abilities can be converted." Except for Yang Bin, no one else noticed that as Yang Bin finished speaking, Zhong Yuansen, who was not far away, trembled slightly. "Slice research. Brother Bin, you are really ruthless." Lao He swallowed and said, "I don't know if it's cruel or not, but if I really find a way, I'm going to give you his supernatural power." "Give it to me?" "Damn it, Brother Bin, you can just ask directly when the time comes. Leave the slicing to me. I used to cut sashimi often, and I promise to cut it thinner than sashimi so that you can study it carefully." Lao Hei's attitude suddenly turned 180 degrees. As his words fell, Zhong Yuansen, who was not far away, straightened his body. Yang Bin smiled and said, "Okay, take him to the car and go back first." Although it was still early before dark, it was inconvenient to take action with an unstable person. "Okay." Lao Hei was extremely positive. He went up and lifted Zhong Yuansen up, muttering to himself, "Brother, you better be tough. This way, Brother Bin can slice you up and study you. If he can find out something, then I, Lao Hei, will also have superpowers. But he didn't know how much psychological trauma his words had caused to Zhong Yuan-san on his shoulder. Afterwards, the group of people returned to the car and drove towards Jinghe Garden. At this time, in Jinghe Garden, Wang Rueikai's villa, Akai, are you telling the truth? A middle-aged man looked at Wang Rueikai with surprise. He is the second in command of the Wang family and Wang Rueikai's uncle, Wang Zhendong. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? That's great. What we're lacking now are top masters. 6 fourth-level masters are extremely important to us. No matter what, we must bring them to our camp. Wang Zhendong said excitedly. It may be a little difficult. Those people are not easy to deal with. Wang Rueikai frowned. When he came back yesterday, he recalled the process of contact with the other party and found that he did not get any information at all, but the other party got a lot of information from him. This made Wang Rueikai, who always prided himself on being smart, very unhappy. Chapter 90, Falling Stars. Let's use courtesy first and force later. Anyway, they are still here, so there is no shortage of opportunities. Akai, you should get in touch with them more in the next 2 days and learn about their situation. It would be best if you could find out if they have any relatives in Star City. These few people must be under control. To have such strength at the beginning of the end of the world, there must be extremely powerful people among them. Okay, Wang Rueikai nodded. Your father asked me to bring this 4th-level crystal. I originally thought that since you have captured so many 3rd-level zombies, you would be the first to be promoted to the 4th level. I didn't expect a traitor to appear. But don't worry, those people can't escape. Wang Zhendong said coldly. Well, if you catch the person, you must hand him over to me. I will let them know the consequences of betraying me. Wang Rueikai's face became extremely gloomy. Because those people delayed his promotion to the 4th level by 2 days, his murderous intent towards those people reached its peak at this time. By the way, how is father doing? You don't have to worry about your father. He has reached a cooperation with Mayor Ma. It won't be long before the entire Star City will be ours. Wang Zhendong said excitedly. Didn't they say that the military is difficult to deal with? On the military side, only Liu Yong is in control of the situation now, but his position is not as high as Ma Zhonghwa's. Ma Zhonghwa should find a way to get rid of him and take control of the military. Then the situation in the entire Star City will be decided by us. That's great. It seems that our Wang family will soon rise completely in the doomsday. Wang Rueikai's eyes flashed. There is no rush now. Ma Zhonghwa is not an ordinary person either, so we must cultivate our own strength. This force does not need too many people, but they must all be top evolvers. If we find a person with superpowers, we must do everything we can to bring him over. In the future, the strongest fighting force will definitely be a person with superpowers. That Linny Fei? Big Brother is already paying attention. As long as Liu Yong is dealt with, Big Brother will control her immediately. That's good. Wang Rueikai breathed a sigh of relief. He must get that woman, no matter what the reason. I will leave Wang De and Wang Air here to assist you. They are both already at the 4th level. With you, there's no need to be afraid, even if the other 6 are all at the 4th level. Okay, thank you, Uncle. Well, the people I brought will stay here to help you guard the backyard. In a couple of days, the reinforced iron cage that can trap level 4 zombies should be ready. They will be sent over then. Next, we will consider training level 5 zombies. Great, this way, I can advance all the way to level 5. Well, I'm gonna go back first. I'll leave this to you. Don't cause any more problems. Don't worry, Uncle. Just after Wang Zhendong and others left for a while, Yang Bin and others drove back. Before entering the door, Yang Bin habitually glanced at the villa not far away and immediately frowned. There seem to be more people in that villa, and they seem to be quite powerful. It seems that the Wang family does have something. Yang Bin said secretly. Entering the living room, Lao He threw Zhong Yuan-san directly onto the sofa, then raised his hand to slap him to wake him up. As a result, the other party suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him. For a moment, the air seemed a little quiet. After a while, Lao He withdrew his hand awkwardly. When did you wake up? Just woke up. Zhong Yuan-san said carefully. I'm glad you're awake. Brother Bin has something to ask you, so you have to answer honestly. Yes, I will. Yang Bin smiled, looked at Zhong Yuan-san and asked, What did you do before? I used to work in a steel factory. Zhong Yuan-san said honestly. Where were you on the night of doom? I was upset about the bad things at home that day, so I went out to drink. I didn't return to the factory until late at night. I ended up being too drunk and slept on the street all night. Zhong Yuan-san said somewhat embarrassedly. Yangbin nodded. It seemed that this guy was not lying. What's your relationship with those people before? Some are my colleagues in the factory, and some are people I rescued along the way. Because I have special abilities, they all followed me. How does it feel to be abandoned? It was originally a team put together, so this situation is normal. Zhong Yuan-san said with a wry smile. Well, one last question. Are you willing to join our team? Yes, yes. This time, Zhong Yuan-san's answer was extremely urgent. Brother, I advise you to think it over carefully before you speak. Lao He said with a dark face. Don't think about it, I do. Think about it carefully. My team is not just for show. Once you join, you can never quit. If there is anyone who betrays me, I will kill him. Yangbin said very seriously. Besides, in my team, everything has to be done by me. Understand, in the apocalypse, who wouldn't want to find a strong team? Only by joining a strong team can you have more chances of survival. Your strength is the strongest I have ever seen, bar none. If I could become one of you, I think no one would be able to refuse. I also understand that the reason I have this opportunity is because of my special ability. Otherwise, you would definitely not look down on me, even if I were a 4th level evolver. So, I understand more clearly how rare this opportunity is. I am willing to join you. There is no need to think about it anymore. Don't worry, what I, Zhong Yuan-san, hate most of my life is betrayal, and I will never do anything to betray you. Zhong Yuan-san said firmly. Hey man, I've already thought about how to cut it in my mind, but you agreed to it directly, leaving me a loss as to what to do. Lao He said unhappily. Well, Brother He, you're my brother from now on. Apart from Brother Bin, your words are the most important. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Zhong Yuan-san said flatteringly. He was really scared. Well, this one seems pretty good too. Lao He said, touching his chin. Yangbin looked at Zhong Yuan-san seriously. Have you really thought this through? Think it over carefully. Zhong Yuan-san said firmly. Okay, welcome to join our team. Yangbin smiled and extended his hand. Zhong Yuan-san quickly reached out his hand and shook hands with Yangbin. Soon, the others also shook hands with Zhong Yuan-san one by one, agreeing to Zhong Yuan-san's joining. However, they naturally agreed unconditionally to Yangbin's decision. By the way, Brother Bin, what is the name of our team? Zhong Yuan-san suddenly asked. It seems there is no name yet. Yangbin said embarrassedly. Brother Bin, I think since there are so many people, we really need to give it a resounding name. Maybe this name will be known around the world in the future. Chen Hao said. Well, let's give a name. What do you think would be a better name? I think we should call him Black Panther. So domineering, said Lao He. Don't be so domineering. Don't bring shame to our team. Why not call them the Wolf Clan, as ferocious as wolves, said Hu Wenliang. No, not domineering enough. The group of people discussed for a long time, but couldn't come to a conclusion, and finally they all looked at Yangbin. How about calling it Xingyan? Yangbin said. Falling star. Everyone looked confused. Well, the falling of stars symbolizes death. At the same time, the word star falling sounds like lucky, so I hope it can bring us luck. Hey, this name is good. Everyone's eyes lit up. Haha. Okay, let's call ourselves Xingyan. From now on, we will be part of the Xingyun team. Chapter 91, I Am Normal. The Falling Star team was officially established, and Yangbin also indulged himself by taking out his long-treasured bacon and some dried vegetables that he had been reluctant to eat, and made a big meal to celebrate the establishment of the team. With the joining of Zhong Yuan-san, the Falling Star team now has a real combat ability. Although their team has 3 psychics, they all have auxiliary powers, and even Chen Hao's invisibility is of little use in team battles. So their fight is actually similar to that of ordinary people. The only advantage is that Yangbin can use the Eye of True Vision to accurately find the zombies they need, which allows them to always stay ahead. However, this battle against the 5th level zombies made him feel extremely pressured, so Yangbin urgently needed a combat-type psychic. Especially after fighting with Zhong Yuan-san, he became more aware of the horror of people with special powers. They could absolutely crush ordinary people of the same level, and it was not difficult for them to fight against opponents of higher levels. You know, Zhong Yuan-san has just advanced to the 4th level, and a stone he can throw can exert a force of 2,000 kilograms, which has reached the standard of the 5th level. It goes without saying that when he reaches the peak of the 4th level, he will definitely be able to fight at the 5th level. That's why Yangbin tried to find a way to bring him into the team. If the superpowers could be transferred, Yangbin would choose to transfer them. After all, he didn't know Zhong Yuan-san very well. However, it is unlikely that superpowers can be transferred. Although it is said to be sliced up for research, what can be studied after slicing it up other than being disgusting? After all, that thing is not in the flesh. Now that Zhong Yuansen has joined, it can be considered a relatively perfect ending. The only thing we need to consider is Zhong Yuansen's character. However, this thing will gradually show up in the future, and Yang Bin will observe him more. If it doesn't work, he will get rid of it without hesitation. After the meal, the group of people played for a while and then went to bed early, which made Zhong Yuansen, who had been living a thrilling life in the apocalypse, uncomfortable. He even wanted to go out and see if he had returned to the time before the end of the world. This life was so carefree. Lao's son, go to bed early. I'll take you upstairs to watch the stars at night. Lao He patted Zhong Yuansen on the shoulder. Look at the stars. Brother He, I am a normal person. Why don't you find someone else? You can go if you want. Lao He said and went back to his room. Just when Zhong Yuansen looked puzzled, Yang Bin patted him on the shoulder and said, go to bed early and go to see the stars at night. Since you're a member of the Falling Star team, there's no need to hide some things. Doing so will be counterproductive. Although they're the only ones who know this method at the moment, it will be discovered by others sooner or later. Now all they can do is try to establish more advantages. Seeing Yang Bin said so, Zhong Yuansen guessed that it should be a special code or something. Although he was a little confused, he nodded, then found an empty room and walked in. Looking at the luxurious room, Zhong Yuansen never dared to imagine that he could live in such a house in such a harsh doomsday environment. This isn't the end of the world, it's just a vacation. Survival base. With tens of thousands of people working day and night, the construction of the survival base has begun to take shape. In the past few days, more and more people have rushed to the survival base, and now the number of people in the survival base has reached more than 40,000. The authorities are also clearing out the zombies in the surrounding area and slowly expanding the walls outward to make the survival base wider. In the conference room at the center of the base, more than 1,000 soldiers who went to the armory were all killed. Liu Yong said with great sadness, how could this happen? Those more than 1,000 soldiers were all strong and well-equipped with weapons. How could they all die? Ma Zhongwu frowned. Ammunition is extremely important to them. If they have a large amount of ammunition, they can directly wipe out the surrounding zombies. Not only can they solve the surrounding zombie crisis, but they can also obtain countless crystals. I originally thought that I would be able to obtain a large amount of arms soon, but I didn't expect to hear such news. The city is more than 60 kilometers away from the arsenal. It's too far, and they almost killed their way there. But halfway through the journey, they were attacked by a group of mutant beasts, and the entire army was wiped out. Liu Yong said sadly, mutated beasts? Yes, the beasts mutated. They were born with a huge advantage. After the mutation, this advantage became more obvious. The warriors were simply unable to resist. Hearing Liu Yong's words, everyone present frowned. Zombies were already scary enough, and it seemed that mutant beasts were even scarier than zombies. Why are there so many mutant beasts suddenly appearing in the city? They should have taken Furong Road, where there is a large zoo, said a middle-aged man. Tigers and lions are already extremely powerful. Now that they have mutated, it goes without saying that they must be even more ferocious. No wonder they were completely wiped out. No matter what, we must find a way to transport the weapons back. The ammunition reserves in the base are seriously insufficient. Ma Zhonghua did not discuss the sacrifice of soldiers too much. He was still concerned about the batch of arms. As more and more people come to the base, more and more zombies are coming. Just dealing with the zombies that rush in has consumed a lot of ammunition, not to mention go to other places for rescue. Therefore, the issue of arms is extremely urgent. Liu Yong frowned, but still said seriously, I will send more people to the armory. How about you go there yourself? Bring more people with you. This batch of arms is extremely important and can't be lost. Good. In addition, I arranged for Captain Liu Jiao to go with Captain Song Tai-lin to transport supplies, but Captain Song came back and left Captain Liu there. Captain Liu is the orphan of Director Liu. We have an obligation to protect her. Captain Song is going too far. Song Tai-lin? How could he? Go back and ask about the situation. This is a special period. I hope we won't have such problems again. Good. Liu Yong nodded, but he still didn't believe it in his heart. He knew his soldiers well and knew they shouldn't do such a thing. After returning to his residence, Liu Yong immediately called Song Tai-lin over to ask about the situation at that time. Song Tai-lin did not hesitate and told the whole story in detail. So it was Liu Jiao who offended those people, and then they didn't allow her to be taken with them? Right. How confident would you be if you had attacked those guys in the first place? Before I saw them fighting, I thought I could kill them if I lost some people. But after fighting with them, I knew that if I had attacked them at that time, no one in our entire team would have survived. Song Thailand said with a wry smile. I didn't expect that there is such a strong team outside the official ones. 6 4th-level players are really strong at this stage. Liu Yong said with some surprise. Yes, Commander, those people are really strong, brave, and resourceful. They're definitely good seedlings. Do we want to? Liu Yong shook his head and said helplessly, the government may not be the same as it used to be, so don't go and cause trouble for them. Master, what do you mean? It's nothing, Tylin. Although there are reasons for Lu Jiao's incident, it is true that you abandoned her and came back by yourself. This incident has a significant impact. Go back and bring people to rescue her. Yes, Commander. Chapter 92, maybe this is what we call a team. Late at night, Zhong Yuansun followed everyone to the rooftop balcony. When Zhong Yuansun discovered that the so-called stargazing was really just stargazing, the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. Fortunately, Yangbin still explained it to him. Afterwards, Zhong Yuansun watched it more seriously than anyone else. Having survived the apocalypse for more than 10 days, he now understands the importance of strength. He had just joined the group, and they told him such a secret without reservation. This made Zhong Yuansun extremely moved, and he thought that he had made the right choice. Maybe he was scared by the slicing at first, but he really thought about joining this team all the way. During the 10 days since the end of the world, he relied on his supernatural powers to advance step by step, and kept killing zombies before he was promoted to the 4th level. He knew very well how difficult this journey was. As for them, there are only 6 people, and in the same time, there's 1 level 5 and 5 level 4. This is enough to explain a lot of problems. This team definitely has something that others can't match. In the end times, everyone dreams of joining a team like this, and so does he. He originally thought that it would take a long time for the other party to accept him. However, he didn't expect that on the first day of joining, the other party directly told him such a big secret, and it was obvious that he had already treated him as his own. This made him feel really warm in his heart. He had also led a team before, but he knew that he could never do this. From this, it can be seen that Yangbin has a bigger vision than him. After watching the stars for a whole night, everyone gained something. Of course, Yangbin gained the most. He was 20 kilograms stronger than others every day. Even if this method became popular, he would not have to worry about being caught up by others. After it was over, Yangbin immediately looked towards the backyard of the villa not far away. But when he saw the situation over there, Yangbin showed a helpless look on his face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Can't pick up crystals tonight? Chen Hao asked. Well, those guys have learned their lesson and are now checking the zombies' promotions. Then why don't you just stop stealing and rob? After hearing what Chen Hao said, Yangbin was still a little tempted. After all, they still had a big gap in 4th order crystals. More than 2,000 zombies were killed yesterday, only 17 of which were level 4 zombies. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang had already reached the peak of level 4. But Zhao Kun and his 3 companions and Zhong Yuansun still need a lot of 4th order crystals. However, if they robbed it directly, it would mean going against the Wang family directly. It's not that they are afraid of the Wang family, but now is not the right time. At least they have to wait until their strength is improved to the point where they can ignore ordinary thermal weapons. Forget it. The 4th order crystals are not very difficult for us now. Let's wait and see when they can get the iron cages that can cultivate 5th order zombies. Yangbin sighed. Well, that's a bargain for them. Brother Bin, what are you talking about? Zhong Yuansun asked puzzledly. Nothing. Someone is raising zombies over there, but they can't get them now. By the way, you are so much older than me, so don't call me Brother Bin. It makes me sound old. Yangbin said helplessly. Then I'll call you boss. Zhong Yuansun said. All right, then Brother Bin, why don't we just call me boss? I may be older than you. Zhao Kun said. You guys are welcome to do whatever you want. Let's go and catch up on some sleep. At the villa, Wang Ruikai's eyes lit up when he saw the 4th order crystals brought up by the people below. Sure enough, their method is very effective, and they can quickly reach the peak of the 4th level. When the time comes, as soon as the special iron cage arrives, we will start cultivating the 5th level zombies. Once you reach the 5th level, you will be able to move freely in the early stage. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Wang Ruikai's lips, and he found that he kind of liked this doomsday. In the next few days, Yangbin continued to lead everyone to hunt in the wild. With the joining of Zhong Yuansun, the team's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. especially when encountering a large number of zombies. Zhong Yuansen can actually build a wall on the spot to prevent them from being attacked from both sides. Although you can only persist for a few minutes each time, it is very crucial. This also made others admire Yang Bin's decision very much. It was really wise to bring Zhong Yuansen in. Zhong Yuansen also gained a deep understanding of the team in the past few days. He guessed that there might be someone with special powers in this team, but he didn't expect that there would be 3 of them. Although they are not combat abilities, both Yang Bin's ability and Hu Wenliang's ability are much more useful than combat abilities. As for Chen Hao's special abilities, he was afraid from the bottom of his heart. He originally thought that Yang Bin was the only person in the team he couldn't beat, but he didn't expect that there was such a terrifying existence. Perhaps when facing a large number of zombies, Chen Hao's supernatural powers would not be as practical as his, but he understood that if they really had to fight one-on-one, Chen Hao could easily cut his neck. His traceless invisibility is definitely everyone's nightmare. He didn't even dare to underestimate Zhao Kun and the other 2 who didn't have special powers, as they were very fierce in fighting. In 3 days, under the leadership of Yang Bin, they not only killed more than 44th level zombies, but also killed another 5th level zombie. Yang Bin accidentally discovered this 5th level zombie when he was standing on the roof of a building looking for a 4th level zombie. At that time, that guy was hiding in a building as the 6th. After being discovered by Yang Bin, they secretly led everyone around to the back of the building, then climbed into the house, and the 7 of them beat up the people. Originally, the guy wanted to jump off the building to escape, but Zhong Yuansen blocked the window, and he eventually died in frustration under the siege of everyone. This might be the most miserable death of a 5th level zombie. However, Yang Bin discovered that the 5th level zombies didn't seem to like hanging around outside, but instead liked to hide in the room and act like the boss. This situation has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that if you find the opponent first, you can just surround and beat them up like this. If it finds you first, you will most likely be killed by it. But if you want to discover the other party first, you have to have a pair of good eyes like Yang Bin, otherwise you will be ambushed. After killing this 5th level zombie, Yang Bin still gave the crystal to Chen Hao. But Chen Hao shook his head. Brother Bin, after the 5th stage is the Yaoguang realm. Didn't you say that reaching the Yaoguang realm might lead to a qualitative change? So, I think the 5th stage crystal should be given to you first, and you can give them to us when you reach the peak of the 5th stage and no longer need them. By then, if there are really Yaoguang realm crystals, you could be promoted to the Yaoguang realm first. How's he's right, boss? I think we should adjust the distribution of crystals a little bit. We must give priority to high-end combat power. I think you can only stay ahead if you give us the crystals that you can't use. If you give them to us when they're still useful to you, it will slow down your improvement. Zhao Kun said seriously. I think so too. In fact, Brother Bin, even if you reach the peak of the 5th level and distribute the crystals to us, we will still be ahead of others. But we need a top combat force, not just ahead of most people, but ahead of everyone. Hu Wenliang said. Zhong Yuansen watched these people pushing for the 5th order crystal, and then thought about how his subordinates had previously hidden the crystals in various ways. Zhong Yuansen seemed to understand. Maybe this is what we call a team. After listening to everyone's words, Yang Bin thought about it carefully, then nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll eat first." Chapter 93 Sweep. Survival Base. Dozens of military transport vehicles slowly drove into the survival base. Under the personal leadership of Lu Yong, nearly 3,000 soldiers were dispatched, and they finally successfully transported back a large amount of arms. A journey of more than 60 kilometers would have taken an hour before the end of the world. However, at the end of the world, this distance took 2 full days. In order to avoid the zoo, they took a detour of more than 10 kilometers. Moreover, the road was densely packed with zombies everywhere, and they almost fought their way out. Especially after the ammunition was used up, the soldiers fought in close combat, resulting in huge losses of soldiers. Fortunately, they finally got to the armory. With a large amount of arms, they swept through the area on the way back. Ma Zhongguo looked at so many arms, and excitement appeared on his face. With this batch of arms, he could sweep away the zombies and plunder crystals. In the meeting room, Deputy Commander Liu, thank you for your hard work. Ma Zhongguo looked at Liu Yong excitedly. Liu Yong shook his head. I'm not tired. Now that the munitions have arrived, let's start the rescue. Are you sure you don't need a break? No need. It's been almost 20 days since the apocalypse. Apart from the evolved, there are very few ordinary people left alive. We have to save as many as we can now. Well, in that case, I'll leave the rescue to you. Good. Soon, Liu Yong left the meeting room. After returning, we will immediately assemble the team. Soon, a number of troop carriers carrying a large number of weapons drove out of the survival base. With the survival base as the center, they began to sweep the surrounding areas. On this day, there was continuous gunfire. The military, with sufficient ammunition, demonstrated its strength. Wherever they passed, all the zombies were wiped out, areas were recovered one after another, and groups of people were rescued. Among them are low-level evolvers and ordinary people. Some of these ordinary people had enough supplies stored at home, while others left the soldiers at a loss as to what to do with them. The reason these people can survive until now is because they eat people. I've only heard of this kind of thing, but I didn't expect it to actually happen in front of everyone. When the soldiers rushed in and saw them eating people, even these determined warriors found it hard to accept, and for a moment they didn't know how to deal with these people. In the end, it was Liu Yong who ordered to take everyone back first. If someone is eating someone because they are too hungry to bear the death of someone around them, then this is understandable. But if someone kills and eats people just because they are hungry, then that person absolutely deserves to die. But at the moment, it is impossible to determine which type it is, so we can only take the person back first. The killing of a large number of zombies also allowed the official to harvest a large number of crystals. For a time, the official's combat power increased greatly. However, the highest level of these crystals is level 4, because level 5 zombies are all level 6, and when they see something is wrong, they run faster than rabbits. At this time, on the rooftop of a building several miles away from the battlefield, a female zombie in a black skirt was looking coldly at the battlefield in the distance. The zombie's face was not rotten at all. Except for its red eyeballs, it looked no different from a human. There are tens of thousands of zombies surrounding the building below, looking at the rooftop, waiting for their king to give orders. Roar! The zombie on the rooftop let out a roar. The countless zombies below also roared. Then, the female zombie on the roof walked downstairs. Night, Yang Bin and others returned to the villa again, and Yang Bin made a plate of shredded potatoes and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. There's no other way. Most vegetables cannot be stored for a long time, so when they took them, they only took vegetables that can be stored for a long time. Even though the dish may seem a bit simple, in the last days, it is something that countless people envy. 7 people gathered around the table and ate with gusto. Lao Sun, can you elementalists change the form of elements at will? Yang Bin suddenly asked. I don't know about other people, but as for me, I have earth-related abilities, so I can make earth spikes grow on the ground, erect earth walls on the ground, and gather earth elements in the air to turn into boulders and smash them at the target. These are the only forms I can take at the moment. Zhong Yuan-san said. Is there no other way? For example, you can create a stone stick to use as a weapon. It does work, but it's useless. It breaks if you touch it. I see. That is, the form can be changed, but there is no corresponding amplification. Only those few are truly useful. That's pretty impressive too. Why do I feel that compared to your elemental powers, my invisibility is like nothing? It's so useless, and I don't even have a skill. Chen Hao said helplessly. How can you be useless? I think your superpowers are pretty good, Brother Hao. If you can't win, you can just turn invisible and run away. If you want to kill someone, you can just turn invisible and slit their throat. How cool, said the skinny monkey. Our superpowers are special. Although we haven't seen many people with superpowers, I guess our superpowers should be extremely rare. You must have confidence in yourself. Yang Bin comforted. Well, I hope that like what you said, Brother Bin, there will be some changes when we reach the Yaowang realm. Otherwise, it will just be invisible. I think its biggest use is to peek at beautiful women taking a bath. After dinner, everyone took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Yang Bin habitually went to the rooftop balcony to watch. This is something he has to do every day. He needs to see if there are any zombies approaching so that he can prepare in advance. Although Jinga Garden is surrounded by greenery and there are not many people, there are zombies running around everywhere, and you can often encounter zombies coming over. It is also because Yang Bin observes them carefully every day that they can sleep so soundly every day. After looking around, he didn't see any zombies, but Yang Bin discovered an iron cage in Wang Rueikai's backyard. This latter cage was made entirely of steel bars welded together as thick as arms, and there were actually several level 4 zombies imprisoned inside. Are you preparing to raise it to the 5th level? Yang Bin's eyes lit up. He has no interest in the 4th level now, but if it is the 5th level, he will grab it no matter what. These days, Wang Ruikai comes here to sit almost every night. Yangbin would also practice Tai Chi with him every day. There was no other way. Every time they came, they would bring something with them, and what they brought were what they needed. Yangbin couldn't turn them away. After all, there are not many people in this world who can send you things every day. However, Yangbin felt that the other party's patience seemed to be running out, and he was probably preparing to use force. Therefore, their battle with the Wang family is bound to come sooner or later. According to this guy, the Wang family seems to have a good relationship with the person in charge of the survival base, and they probably have a lot of hot weapons in their hands. So we should be cautious. If they really want to take action, we have to leave here as soon as possible. It's a pity to waste such a good place. Chapter 94 Era. The next morning, everyone left home again. There is only one goal today, which is the 5th level zombie. Now everyone in the team has reached the peak of level 4, and the only thing that can be useful to them is the level 5 crystal. However, although other crystals are of little use to them, Yangbin always asks everyone to collect as many as possible. After all, these are all energy, they must have other uses, or there may be some way to synthesize high-level crystals. There are still very few level 5 zombies at the moment, and they have already killed all the high-level zombies nearby, so everyone plans to go further away today. A road. 7 people are riding bicycles quickly on the road. These bicycles were found on the road. They are quite useful, do not require fuel, do not make noise, and are fast. Don't think that riding a bicycle is slow. It depends on who is riding it. When you can pedal to create phantom effects like them, your speed could be as fast as lightning. Of course, riding so fast, it hurts if you fall. When a few of them were enjoying their ride, a figure suddenly jumped out from the green belt on the left and collided head-on with Chen Hao, who was riding on the left. Then, Chen Hao bumped into Yangbin, and Yangbin bumped into Hu Wenliang, and they all fell to the ground. Zhao Kun and others behind him also failed to stop their car and rear into the car, causing secondary damage to Yangbin and others. Fuck, what the hell just came over here in a flash? Chen Hao said with an unhappy look on his face, covering his butt. The others also climbed up. Although they were a little embarrassed, they were all 4th level evolvers, so naturally nothing would happen to them. Soon, everyone saw the culprit, a dog as big as a cow. Is this a husky? Zhao Kun said uncertainly. Obviously, it's Era. Hu Wenliang nodded affirmatively. You are such a big husky. You must be very capable of destroying the house. Of course. Before, maybe I could only dismantle sofas or something, but now I can probably really dismantle a house. Brother Bin, what level are you at? Level 4. Do it. We have to do it. I haven't eaten dog meat for a long time. Yangbin licked his lips and said, Aha, this is possible. So, a group of people walked towards the husky opposite with smiles on their faces. Era is looking at the few people with caution at this moment. It is silly, but that doesn't mean it is stupid. Looking at the expressions of these people, they must have ideas about him. I originally thought I'd found food, but now it seems like I have hit a wall. But my husky now is not the same husky as before, but a super invincible husky. After several people approached him, Era took the initiative to attack without hesitation and pounced directly on Yangbin, who was walking in the middle. Seeing the other party's target, everyone was speechless. This husky really has no vision and went straight for the strongest one. Dogs are stronger than cats, but not as flexible as cats. Facing the husky's attack, Yangbin kicked it away with one kick. It fell to the ground and rolled several times. Feeling the strength of the opponent, Era quickly got up and turned around and ran away. However, a wall suddenly appeared in front of the car, and the husky failed to brake in time and crashed into it. Immediately afterwards, a huge rock appeared above its head and hit it directly on the head. Suddenly, Era's head was hit and bleeding. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time, but he still grinned at everyone. Yangbin shook his head, walked over, and hit the man on the head with a stick, killing him instantly. Animals like the husky are rebellious before they mutate, and they become even more uncontrollable after the mutation. Keeping them will be a disaster. To guard the house, Little Orange is enough. There is no need for another one. Moreover, not all mutant animals can be kept as pets. At the beginning, Xiaojuzi's eyes were very human, so Yangbin had a sudden idea. But there is only ferocity in this husky's eyes, and it is obvious that it cannot become a pet. Yangbin dug out the crystal from Era's head. Unlike zombies, the crystals in the mutant beast's heads are not round, but irregular in shape. In order to test the effect, Yangbin swallowed the crystal in one gulp. The final result is similar to the effect of the zombie's crystals. In this case, it will be difficult to kill zombies in the future. You can consider killing mutant beasts, as the number of mutant beasts is greater than that of zombies. Let's go find a house in the community in front and make a dog meat dinner, Yangbin said with a smile. But didn't we just come out after breakfast? We're still full now, Zhong Yuan-san said, touching his stomach. You're full, so don't eat for a while. Boss, I'm just saying, I'm not full anymore. I used up all that energy long ago by riding my bike. The main reason is that this thing is too big. It's too troublesome to carry it. And I don't know how many zombies will be attracted by the bloody smell. So we have to deal with it as soon as possible. Let's try some first, and roast the rest in a dog jerky, and save it for later. Boss is wise. Lao Hei patted Zhong Yuansen on the shoulder and said, Lao son, remember, in a team, don't question the boss's decision. Any decision he makes is right. We just need to obey. Yeah. Zhong Yuansen nodded quickly. Yangbin rolled his eyes. I'm not that arbitrary. We are a team. We discuss things together. I'm not a god, so how can I not make mistakes? I think what Lao Hei said is right. Anyway, I feel that my brain is no longer useful since I followed you, Zhao Kun said. Soon, everyone arrived outside the community. This community is a relatively ordinary one, not too big, with only about 10 buildings of about 20 stories each. At this time, there were quite a few zombies wandering around in the community. The security guard at the door had turned into a zombie, but was still guarding the booth. It was not difficult to imagine that he was definitely a good and responsible security guard when he was alive. This number of zombies was already commonplace to everyone, so they were not afraid at all and just charged forward. He rushed all the way and soon arrived under a building. After forcing the iron door open, several people walked directly in, leaving 2 people to guard the stairs for a while the others went up to the second floor. However, when everyone went up to the second floor, they suddenly heard a sound coming from a room. Anyone? Several people looked at each other, and Yangbin directly opened the eye of true vision and looked inside. Sure enough, I saw 5 people in the room, 3 men and 2 women, who were staring at the door with nervous expressions. However, this does not look like a family of 5. The 2 women look alike, probably mother and daughter, but the 3 men are all strong men in their 20s or 30s and do not look like family members. The most important thing is that Yangbin also saw half of a human body in the kitchen. Seeing this situation, Yangbin roughly understood what was going on. It was obvious that someone had broken into the family of 3, killed the male owner, took possession of the mother and daughter, and even treated the male owner as food. Why? Yangbin sighed. This is human nature at the end of the world. This situation is estimated to occur in many communities. Most people rarely store 20 days worth of food at home. Without food and not daring to go out and kill zombies, we can only look to the neighbors around us. They were hunting in the commercial area some time ago, so we didn't encounter them. But this kind of situation is definitely not uncommon in residential areas or communities. Chapter 95, the situation of the 2 teams in the school. Yangbin no longer wanted to take care of these trivial matters. Although it was just a piece of cake, sometimes taking care of them might bring trouble to himself. Just like the group of women at Walmart, although they were not a big deal, they still made him feel a little unhappy. However, seeing the scars on the mother and daughter and their expectant yet fearful eyes, Yangbin sighed. After all, he was not a cold-blooded person. Kun, go in and kill the 3 men inside. Good. Zhao Kun nodded, then kicked the door open and walked in. Yangbin led the others to another house. The door was open. It must have been a big battle. There was a mess everywhere and blood all over the ground. You guys clean up the house. I'll go to the kitchen to stew dog meat. Good. On the other side, Zhao Kun's sudden intrusion startled the 5 people inside. What do you want to do? A man asked a little fearfully. The other party kicked the door open with 1 foot. He was obviously an evolver, which made him afraid. Zhao Kun took a look at the situation in the room and roughly understood what was going on. Then, without any hesitation, the barbell was used instantly. With 2 hits, the 3 men's heads were directly smashed. The 2 women were so scared that they hugged each other and trembled. Zhao Kun frowned as he looked at the 2 women. The boss only asked him to kill the 3 men, but did not tell him how to deal with the 2 women. But the boss didn't say anything, probably telling him not to worry about it. After thinking for a while, Zhao Kun looked at the 2 women and said, "Close the door tightly and don't let the zombies in. Wait for rescue." After saying that, Zhao Kun left, leaving the 2 women in a daze. Survival base. With the military's crazy sweep, no zombies can be seen within 5 kilometers around the survival base, and the survival base is also constantly expanding outward, becoming larger and larger in area. There are more and more people in the survival base, and everything is moving in a good direction. The elimination of zombies is a good thing for most people, but it may not be a good thing for some people. There are quite a few evolvers in the base, and they need to kill zombies to obtain crystals. However, now that the zombies have been cleared out by the military, all the crystals have gone into the official pockets, which makes them very unhappy. If they want to get crystals, they have to go further away. The further you go, the higher the danger. Of course, there is another shortcut, which is to join the official. Mayor Ma has already put forward the conditions. As long as you join the official and obey the official management, you can get the crystals you want. Therefore, many people could not resist the temptation and chose to join the official. But there are also many people who do not want to be bound or who have ambitions in their hearts and have always refused to join the official organization. Tang Weiwei and others are the most typical examples. During this period, Tang Weiwei and her teammates would go out every day to kill zombies to improve their strength. However, there will always be a member who does not belong to their team following them. Tang Weiwei couldn't get rid of this person, and she didn't dare to kill him, which made her feel helpless. And because of his existence, Ma Zhonghua also knew that Tang Weiwei was a person with superpowers. As a result, Ma Zhonghua paid more attention to Tang Weiwei. He kept expressing his intention to recruit Tang Weiwei, which made Tang Weiwei very upset. She wanted to take her team members away from the survival base, but because of this person, their whereabouts were always monitored. If they did not go back in the evening, a special car would come to pick them up. Such good treatment made Tang Weiwei want to thank his whole family. Unfortunately, although they may be strong, they cannot go against the authorities. What she could not accept the most was that many people in the team had been turned against the team. The official was very good at buying people over. In just a few days, many people in the team had begun to persuade her to join the official. At this moment, Tang Weiwei finally realized how disgusting Ma Zhonghua's move was. The same was true for Qin Wei on the other side. Although he is not psychic, their team is indeed strong. After a few days of development, all members have reached the 3rd level, and Qin Wei, Fang Xijie, and others have reached the 4th level. Ma Zhonghua naturally would not give up on such a team. Faced with this group of college students who have not experienced the harsh treatment of society, Ma Zhonghua is very confident that he can defeat them. At this time, on a road more than 20 kilometers away from the survival base, Tang Weiwei and her team were moving forward quickly. "Captain Tang, we've gone a little too far." A middle-aged man came up to her and frowned. "What? Mr. Jiang is now even going to control where our team goes?" Tang Weiwei said coldly. "No way. It's just that if we're too far away from the survival base, I'm afraid we won't be able to rescue them in time if they run into danger. I don't think I've ever needed your help. The authorities have cleared out all the zombies near the survival base. If we want to kill zombies, we can only run far away. You don't have to run that far. There's zombies everywhere along the way. You can kill them anywhere. I'm happy to. So what?" Tang Weiwei said angrily. Okay, I'm just giving you a friendly reminder," Jiang Tianming said awkwardly. "Weiwei, why don't we not leave? Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we encounter danger," Emoyu said in a low voice. Tang Weiwei glanced at him and sighed. Then he pointed to a neighborhood in the distance and said, "Let's go kill them there." "Good." Their team of 200 people are all at level 3, and Tang Weiwei is at the peak of level 4. With her special abilities, she can definitely fight at level 5. She now urgently wants to improve her strength to the point where she can face the authorities. On the other side, Qin Wei's team had just finished a great battle. In this battle, they faced thousands of zombies, including 2 4th-level zombies and dozens of 3rd-level zombies, which resulted in the loss of more than 10 people in their team. Qin Wei looked at the more than 10 dead brothers, his face full of grief. Among them are several members of his basketball team. They have known each other for several years and have always had a good relationship. These people have been following him since the beginning of the apocalypse, and it was he who took them out of the school. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't hold on to the end. Fang Xijie's face was also filled with grief. He could understand Qin Wei's feelings. "Captain Qin, I express my condolences." A pretty-looking woman walked up to the two of them. "Maybe Captain Qin would have agreed to my suggestion yesterday, and this tragedy wouldn't have happened today. Can you go away?" Fang Xijie said coldly. The woman shrugged, turned, and left. She understood that too much is as bad as too little, so it is better to stop at the right time. "Xijie, do you think that if I had agreed to join the official team yesterday, they would not have died?" Fang Xijie paused, looked into Chen Wei's eyes and said, "Don't forget what you said." "I know, so I rejected them again and again. But is freedom really more important than life? If we have official support, wouldn't the brothers be much safer? If he really just joined the official side, I wouldn't be so opposed, but he can't represent the official side." "What do you mean?" "It's nothing, Brother Wei. This water is too muddy. We must stay away from it. Once we get involved, it won't be as simple as losing our freedom. I hope you could give up this idea. If you really want to join, I will leave." After Fong Sijie finished speaking, he walked away, leaving Chen Wei alone in deep thought. Chapter 96, Delicious Dog Meat. In a residential area 5 kilometers away from the survival base, a group of soldiers were quickly clearing the zombies in the area. With enough firepower, these zombies are no longer scary. Under the coverage of firepower, zombies fell down in large numbers. While rescuing survivors, the soldiers also went into supermarkets, convenience stores, and other places to search for supplies. There are more and more people in the survival base, and more supplies are needed. The supplies previously shipped back from Walmart could not last long. Therefore, the soldiers' mission is not only to rescue, but also to search for supplies. Just when the soldiers had cleared the zombies in the supermarket and were preparing to enter to loot supplies, suddenly, tens of thousands of zombies appeared from all directions and rushed towards them frantically. A group of soldiers were startled. "Haven't we cleaned up the rear? How come so many zombies appear again?" Battalion Commander Zhao Yongjun frowned. "I don't know. It just appeared suddenly." The company commander at the side was also very puzzled. "Prepare to meet the enemy." Fortunately, they had enough ammunition with them this time, so they were not afraid at all. Soon, the soldiers set up machine guns and crazily fired at the rushing zombies. Zombies were killed one after another. However, more zombies were approaching this side quickly, stepping on the corpses of the zombies in front of them. Boom! Under the high explosive grenade, the zombies' momentum was immediately blocked. "Humph! I thought it was the time when we were short of ammunition." Zhao Yongjun sneered. The ample ammunition gave them enough confidence, so they were not afraid even when faced with a large number of zombies. However, at this moment, 5 zombies suddenly jumped down from the house behind them, pounced directly into the crowd, and then bit the crowd frantically. Suddenly, screams continued. "Level 5 zombie!" The soldiers were horrified and quickly took out their sabers and started fighting in close combat. However, the warriors were basically at level 3 or 4, and they could not withstand facing 5 level 5 zombies. For a moment, the formation was in chaos, and then the firepower weakened, and the zombies around rushed up frantically. Soon, the soldiers were drowned in the tide of zombies. On the roof of a house not far away, a female zombie in a black skirt looked at the scene coldly, and one could even see a curve at the corner of her mouth. The news quickly spread to the survival base. Liu Yong's face looked extremely heavy after receiving the news. He didn't expect that, even with sufficient firepower, he would still be wiped out. However, Liu Yong just thought that they accidentally attracted too many zombies. However, not long after, bad news came again. Another team of hundreds of soldiers was wiped out. At this point, Liu Yong could no longer sit still. The number of soldiers was already small, and they could not afford such a loss of hundreds. In the temporary military camp, "What's going on?" Liu Yong looked at the people below with a serious face. "Division Commander, I don't think this is a coincidence. These zombies seem to be attacking our soldiers in an organized and purposeful manner," said a regimental commander. "An organization and a purpose? Isn't Captain Sun thinking that the zombies are too smart?" Another one frowned. "I'm not kidding. Why don't these zombies attack large groups, but instead target small groups of a few hundred people?" And they acted swiftly and decisively, killing and running away. When we arrived, there was no zombie to be seen. You should know that zombies will stay where they are and eat the corpses after killing them. However, they didn't do that these 2 times. Doesn't that prove it? After hearing what Captain Sun said, everyone fell into deep thought. From this perspective, it was indeed an organized and purposeful raid. But are zombies really that smart? Even if it is a 5th level zombie, it only knows to hide and act like the 6th. It is impossible for it to be so smart. Could it be? Everyone suddenly looked up and looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. 6th level zombie. Liu Yong took a deep breath. His guess was consistent with everyone else's. It was very likely that it was really a 6th level zombie. According to the star map in our minds, the 6th stage is to completely light up a star, and it is very likely to cause a qualitative change. The same should be true for zombies. When they reach level 6, there will definitely be a qualitative leap. Being able to organize a zombie raid will not be a big deal. Let all teams withdraw. The team going out to carry out the rescue must be no less than 2,000 people. They must remain vigilant at all times. Also, send out scouts to find out exactly what's going on. Liu Yong said seriously. Yes. On the other side, Tang Weiwei and others arrived at the entrance of the community, only to find that the community was full of zombie corpses. Has anyone been here? Tang Weiwei frowned. The blood is still fresh, so the person must have just been killed. Perhaps he was killed by someone in the community. Moyu said, in that case, let's go to another place. She now just wants to improve her strength quickly and doesn't want to conflict with others. Do you smell the aroma of meat? A chubby woman sniffed and said with an intoxicated look on her face. It smells so good. Oh my God. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. This smell is so intoxicating. Based on my many years of experience as a foodie, this is stewed dog meat. Damn, it smells too good. I can't handle it. The people who were originally preparing to leave seemed to have their feet rooted to the ground and could not move at all. Everyone sniffed hard. 20 days after the apocalypse, it was good enough to have something to eat. Even for these evolvers, they basically only ate bread, biscuits, and the like. Sometimes you can find other snacks in the supermarket, but dog meat is a bit of a luxury. There are still people eating dog meat in the end times. Their lives are damn comfortable. Tang Weiwei also sniffed hard. It smells so good. Sister Weiwei, how about we go and take a look? The fat woman who spoke first had a look of longing on her face. There's zombies all over the building. How can we get there? Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes. The smell of dog meat attracted almost all the zombies in the community, but because the stairwell was blocked, the zombies couldn't go up and could only gather under the stairs and roar. These guys are really courting death. They dare to cook such delicious food, even on Doomsday. They won't even know how they died in the future, Jiang Tianming said coldly. But from the look in his eyes, you can tell that he is also greedy. Maybe they are not afraid at all. Dang wee wee no fear? Ha! The downstairs is full of zombies. If the authorities don't come to rescue us, we can only wait to die. Not everyone needs your rescue. Tang Weiwei snorted coldly, then looked at everyone and said, Let's go. Let's go somewhere else. However, her words did not receive a response, and everyone looked at the building not far away with longing. Sister Weiwei, why don't we just kill the zombies here? Smelling the aroma of dog meat, I feel full of strength. Yeah, let's lure those zombies over here, and then block them at the gate of the community and kill them. Looking at the looks in the team members' eyes, Tang Weiwei knew exactly what they were thinking. He just wanted to clean up the zombies downstairs and see if he could go upstairs and get some dog meat to eat. But, to be honest, it's not impossible. This dog meat is so delicious. Chapter 97 Liangzi comes to cultivate feelings. In the room, a group of people sat around the table, looking at the kitchen eagerly, their saliva dripping all over the floor. It smells so good. The fragrance spread far away, not to mention them at home. Dog meat is coming. Finally, the kitchen door opened and Yang Bin came out carrying a large pot of hot dog meat. Everyone was already getting impatient. As soon as the dog meat was served on the table, no one could sit still and they all stood up to scoop it up. Don't be in a hurry. There are plenty of them. Eat as much as you want, Yang Bin said with a smile. Well, Brother Bin, your cooking skills are truly amazing. It's so delicious. I can't believe I can eat something this delicious in the end of the world. I found that joining Xingyue is definitely the best decision I have ever made in my life. Zhong Yuan sighed. This is what life is all about. Doomsday, that is someone else's doomsday. What does it have to do with the Xingyan team? The group of people didn't care about the hot food and wolfed it down. The aroma of dog meat was so strong that the mother and daughter next door were crying with greed. But when I thought about the man opposite me, who could kill people without blinking an eye, I didn't dare to go over. Half an hour later, everyone touched their stomachs with a look of enjoyment on their faces. The husky weighed more than 300 kilograms. Although Yangbin only cooked a small half of it, it was enough to fill them up. Yangbin cut the remaining dog meat into small strips, dried it, and put in the backpacks of several people. When we get back, we'll roast it into dog jerky. It'll be much better than bread. After eating and drinking, Yangbin came to the window and suddenly found that someone was fighting below. After opening the eye of true vision and taking a look, Yangbin curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Liangzi, your wife is here to see you. Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes, but still walked over. Sure enough, even though he said no, he still wanted it in his heart. Several other people also came over curiously, but unfortunately, they were too far away to see his face clearly. Tang Weiwei and the others. Zhao Kun asked, why did they get here? Who knows? Maybe he came here because of Liangzi's scent. Are we going down? My wife Liangzi can still deal with this zombie, but there's a level 5 Laolu hiding in the zombie group below. I can't give him to her. After all, she hasn't married into the family yet. Young Bin Smilet, let's go now that we've had enough to eat and drink. It's time to get down to business. A group of people simply broke the security net on the window and jumped down. Here, Tang Weiwei and her team are killing zombies in an orderly manner. There are about 1,000 zombies in this group. Most of them are level 3, a small number are level 2. There are dozens of level 4, and there's a level 5 zombie hiding in the zombie group. Tang Weiwei's team consists of about 200 people, each of whom is at the peak of level 3, and there are a few at level 4. With their backs against the wall, there should be no problem under normal circumstances. However, the 5th level zombie suddenly attacked and killed 2 team members in an instant, leaving a gap in their formation. After all, not everyone can recognize a 5th level zombie, so this sneak attack was very successful. As the 5th level zombies took action, the other 4th level zombies also took action one after another. For a moment, the team's formation was in chaos. Fortunately, Tang Weiwei reacted well and stopped the 5th level zombie in the first time. Then she asked the 4th level combat force in the team to stop the 4th level zombie, and then stabilize the formation again. Tang Weiwei's ability greatly increases her strength. At the peak of the 4th level, she already possesses a strength of more than 2,000 kilograms, which is no match for a 5th level zombie. The man and the corpse fought evenly. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion behind the zombies, and they saw a group of people clearing the zombies at a speed that they could hardly believe. 7 people, all holding barbells, swung them, and large groups of zombies were quickly killed. It's them. Tang Weiwei stared at these people with wide eyes. The people in Tang Weiwei's team also knew Yang Bin and the others. At this moment, their expressions were full of surprise. They didn't expect to meet them here after leaving school. The only one I didn't recognize was Jiang Tianming. However, Jiang Tianming's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw how brave these people were. After a while, Yang Bin and others rushed all the way to their side. Tang Weiwei suddenly thought of something, panicked, and shouted, "This is mine!" Unfortunately, she was too slow to shout, and Yang Bin had already circled behind the 5th level zombie. As soon as she finished her words, Yang Bin's barbell had already hit the 5th level zombie's head. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and the 5th level zombie's head was smashed directly. It was a little difficult for him, who was at level 4, to kill a level 5 zombie, but since he was already at level 5, it naturally wouldn't be that difficult anymore. He could kill it with one hit from a sneak attack. As the 5th level zombie's head shattered, Yang Bin quickly reached out and took away the crystal before the zombie's body even fell. "You!" Tang Weiwei looked at Yang Bin angrily. Unexpectedly, the same situation happened again. This person stole her crystal again. "Hi, Miss Tang. Nice to meet you again. Our Liangzi misses you," Yang Bin said with a smile. "You stole my crystal again," Tang Weiwei said angrily. "What do you mean by robbing? I killed the zombies, so it's only natural for me to take the crystals." Tang Weiwei sighed. She knew that this guy was a bandit, and there was no way to get the crystal back now that it was in his hands. "Why are you here?" Tang Weiwei asked curiously. "Come here to kill zombies." I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that we also happen to come here to kill zombies. "Oh, it's just a coincidence. I thought you came here specifically to look for Liangzi. Did you stew the dog meat? Is there any more?" Tang Weiwei licked her lips. Obviously, she was also greedy. "I don't have any left, but Liangzi probably still has some." "Could you please stop talking nonsense?" Tang Weiwei said speechlessly. "No way. Who made him like you? Fisk, if he's really a man, let him chase me." "That's what you said. Liangzi, stop killing zombies and cultivate some relationships." Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes. He was surrounded by dozens of zombies now, so he had no time to cultivate feelings. Everyone else was still killing zombies. Only Yang Bin and Tang Weiwei had no zombies around them. However, with the addition of the Falling Star Squad, these zombies can no longer cause any major waves. At this time, Jiang Tianming, who was standing by, saw the two of them chatting animatedly and came over. "Captain Tang, you two know each other. How about introducing each other?" Tang Weiwei glanced at him and said nothing. Yangbin looked at Jiang Tianming with some confusion and said, I remember that your team is full of students from our school. When did you get someone this old? Chapter 98, He Won't Dislike You. Young man, how can you talk like that? I'm only in my 30s. How can I be old? Jiang Tianming said, unhappily. He is not from our team. Tang Weiwei explained. Since he's not from your team, what's the point of bringing such an old burden along? Yangbin rolled his eyes. He just took a look and saw that this guy was only a level 3 and not a psychic. He really didn't know why Tang Weiwei wanted to bring him along. Let me introduce myself. I'm the assistant to the mayor of Xingqing, Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming extended his hand towards Yangbin. Yangbin frowned and looked at Tang Weiwei. Official. Are the officials so idle? There are so many people in need of rescue. But why are you following other people's team? Yangbin looked at Jiang Tianming and said, military personnel can be used for the rescue. Mayor Ma was afraid that Captain Tang and the others would be in danger, so he sent me to stay with them. Jiang Tianming withdrew his hand angrily. Just you. I think you are the biggest danger. With your strength, if others are really in danger, it will definitely be you who holds them back. Puff. Hearing his words, Tang Weiwei almost couldn't help laughing. Seeing Jiang Tianming being humiliated in front of Yangbin, Tang Weiwei immediately felt much better. Sure enough, this kind of people still need to be dealt with by the bandit leader Yangbin. Jiang Tianming took a deep breath, still smiling, and said, What's your name, young man? It's inconvenient to tell you this. I don't want to deal with you. You're already old, so you'd better go back to the base as soon as possible. If you're eaten by zombies, we won't be able to explain to the authorities. Knowing that the other party was an official, Yangbin didn't want to deal with him anymore. The military is okay, but the political side is okay. They're all a bunch of smiling tigers. Moreover, a person close to the mayor would actually follow a group of students. It goes without saying that he must have taken a fancy to Tang Weiwei's special abilities and wanted to win her over. Young man, you should also be students of Zhongshan College. Why didn't you go to the survival base? As a veteran, Jiang Tianming would naturally not give up his goal just because of Yangbin's words. This person is most likely a 5th-level strongman, and he would find a way to win him over no matter what. I can barely survive outside, so I won't go to the survival base to waste food. After all, it's not easy for you to find food. Yangbin said with a smile. Jiang Tianming looked at Yangbin's mouth, full of grease, speechlessly. He's even eating dog meat, and you tell me you can barely survive? If he could beat him, Jiang Tianming would have wanted to give this guy a big fight because his words were so irritating. Jiang Tianming took another deep breath, with the smile on his face unchanged. Just as he was about to say something, Yangbin spoke directly. You go aside first. I want to talk to Captain Tang. Jiang Tianming's expression froze. After a while, he managed to force a smile and said, Okay, you guys chat. I'll come back later. After saying that, Jiang Tianming stepped back awkwardly, but his hand secretly pressed a communication device he carried with him. However, his action did not escape Yangbin's eyes. Yangbin's face suddenly turned cold. Why is he in your team? Yangbin looked at Tang Weiwei and said, That day the rescue workers came to the school and we followed them to the survival base, but we were not allowed to leave the base. Finally, we found Mayor Ma, and he asked this person to follow our team, saying that this would allow them to get out. And then, it has always been like this. Tang Weiwei said helplessly. That Mayor Ma wants to recruit you? Since you don't want to join the official team, why don't you just not return to the survival base? You think it's that simple? As long as he follows us, the other party will be able to grasp our movements. If we don't go back at night, the authorities will send someone to pick us up. Wow, this is a good treatment, Yangbin said with a smile. Don't laugh at me. I'm almost annoyed now. Why not just kill him? Please, he is an official. If he moves, will our team still have a chance to survive? Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes. Well, it's indeed troublesome, but that guy seems to have set his sights on me now, so I can't keep him. Yangbin said, touching his chin. Don't do anything rash. This is equivalent to going against the authorities. With our current strength, we can't beat them at all. Tang Weiwei said nervously. Hey, I don't want to confront them so soon, but I know that if I don't kill him, I will definitely be in trouble in the future. I'm sorry I caused you trouble. It has nothing to do with you. It's just a coincidence that we met here. I can only say that it's my bad luck to meet this guy. Is there anyone in your team who has turned against you by him? How do you know? It's just a common tactic used by the authorities. After following you for so long, if he can't persuade a few people to defect, then he's a complete failure. I will kill this man. You can decide what to do next. You can run away, or you can put the blame on us. After all, with so many people seeing it, the authorities won't cause any trouble for you. Of course, you can also come with us, but only you. I don't want to take anyone else with me. The Falling Stars team only accepts strong people. You, Tang Weiwei stared at the other person with wide eyes. Is this the gap? A single word determines life and death. Didn't you hesitate to kill the officials? Did she want to kill this man? She wanted to kill him very much, but she didn't dare. Once she did, she would face the official wrath, which she and her team could not bear. So, she has been enduring it for so long. But the other party wanted to kill him without any hesitation just because this person might cause him trouble. She really didn't know whether to say that the other party was decisive or reckless. Do you want to go against the authorities with just these few people? Are you sure you have thought it through? Tang Weiwei looked at Yang Bin and said, "It's you who should be considering this. Have you made up your mind whether you want to join our Falling Star team?" Tang Weiwei thought about it and shook her head. "I know that I might feel comfortable if I join your team, but everyone in your team is very strong. My joining is just icing on the cake. It doesn't make much sense. You will have to give away an extra portion of the crystals, which might even slow down your progress. Besides, I can't abandon my teammates. I brought them out of school. I promised them that I would help them survive the apocalypse. I can't abandon them and leave by myself. So, I appreciate your kindness. Okay, whatever you want. If you really can't make it, come find Liangzi. He won't despise you." Chapter 99 wanted. With the addition of the Falling Star squad, more than 1,000 zombies were dealt with in a short time. The Falling Star team seemed to have inherited Yang Bin's core purpose. 6 people snatched most of the 4th order crystals from more than 200 people, which made Team Tang Weiwei very angry. Soon, everyone returned to Yang Bin. Hu Wenliang glanced at Tang Weiwei secretly. Some things, originally nothing, become something once you talk about them too much. This is what happened to Hu Wenliang. Originally, he just had some good feelings for Tang Weiwei, but after hearing what Yang Bin and others kept saying, he really had a different feeling when he saw Tang Weiwei again. Yang Bin patted Hu Wenliang on the shoulder and said, "Liangzi, Captain Tang promised you to pursue her. She said that if you don't pursue her, you are not a man." Tang Weiwei stared at Yang Bin with wide eyes. Is this what I meant? Hu Wenliang was also stunned, but when he saw Tang Weiwei's expression, he knew that Brother Bin must be talking nonsense. After thinking for a while, Hu Wenliang faced Tang Weiwei for the first time and said, "Don't worry too much. Brother Bin is just like this. I don't really have any thoughts about you. It is the end of the world now. No one has the heart to talk about love. If one day we can survive and gain a foothold in this end of the world, if we can meet again, I will chase you to prove that I am a man." Tang Weiwei looked at Hu Wenliang seriously, then nodded. "Good, that's right." Yang Bin smiled. "Let's go, that's it." After saying this, Yang Bin led everyone away. Captain Yang, wait." Seeing Yang Bin and others were about to leave, Jiang Tianming quickly chased after them. He had already learned about Yang Bin's information from other people. Seeing that Jiang Tianming really caught up with him, Yang Bin curled his lips into a sneer. "Assistant Jiang, is there anything else?" "It's like this. Mayor Ma wants to see you. The official car will be here soon. Come back to the survival base with me." "No time." "Captain Yang, it's the mayor of Xingqing, Ma Zhonghua, who wants to see you." Jiang Tianming emphasized. "Just because he wants to see me, I have to go? Who does he think he is?" Yang Bin said coldly. After hearing what Yang Bin said, Jiang Tianming could no longer keep a smile on his face. "Captain Yang, please be careful with your words. There are some things you cannot say carelessly. Be careful of what you say." "Haha, then you know that there are some things you can't do carelessly, or you may lose your life." "Captain Yang, are you threatening me?" Jiang Tianming asked coldly. "No, I never threaten people because I prefer to use my hands." After Yang Bin finished speaking, he swung the barbell in his hand and smashed Jiang Tianming's head in front of his horrified eyes. This scene shocked the whole audience, except for Tang Weiwei, who already knew about it. Everyone else looked at Yang Bin in disbelief. This is an official. How dare he do this? Especially those people in Tang Weiwei's team who were turned against the party, they all felt dumbfounded. Yang Bin waved to Tang Weiwei and others as if he was doing something normal, and then left with the Xingyue team. Looking at their backs, Tang Weiwei sighed. She didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. They really killed without hesitation. "Weiwei, what should we do? Jiang Tianming is dead. Mayor Ma will definitely be furious," Mou said anxiously. "So we have to leave too." Tang Weiwei sighed. But if we leave, the authorities will definitely think that we killed him. Then we are doomed, right? Are you going to stay here and wait for them to catch you? He died with us. Regardless of whether we killed him or not, we cannot escape responsibility. I told you to stay away from them. Look, nothing good will happen if you meet them. Mo complained. Sister Wei Wei, I think why don't we just wait here? As long as we give out the murderer's information and agree to join the official team, everything will be fine, said another person. However, just as he finished speaking, the Tang sword in Tang Weiwei's hand suddenly attacked, and with one swing of the sword, the head was thrown high into the air. The entire team suddenly fell silent, and everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes. Anyone who dares to mention joining the official team again will end up like him, Tang Weiwei said coldly. At this moment, Tang Weiwei also displayed her thunderous methods. She knew that this was a critical moment, and she had to reorganize the team. Otherwise, she would be in an extremely passive position. Everyone was silent, not daring to speak. I know that many of you also want to join the official team. I will give you a chance now. Those who want to join the official team, please stand up. I will not make things difficult for you. When the official team arrives, you could just follow them. But if you don't stand up this time, I will show no mercy next time I know you have this idea. After hearing Tang Weiwei's words, many people's eyes kept changing, and they were obviously struggling. Sister Weiwei, I'm sorry. After a while, someone finally stood up. Jiang Tanming told him that if he followed the official, his safety would be guaranteed, he wouldn't have to worry about having no food, and he could get crystals for free. With his ability, he would definitely be reused. Between the official and Tang Weiwei, he decided to choose the official. As a person living in modern society, he still feels that the official authorities are more trustworthy. And if I continue to follow Tang Weiwei, I might end up on the run forever. With the first one, there will soon be others. One by one, those who were brainwashed by Jiang Tianming stood up. In the end, after more than 60 people stood up, no one stood up anymore. This is your last chance. You won't have another chance like this in the future. This time, no one stood up. The remaining people all had determination in their eyes. Very good. Tang Weiwei nodded, then looked at the 60 or so people who had stood out. You better take care of yourselves. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. What? Afterwards, Tang Weiwei took the remaining people and left quickly. Watching them leave, the people who stayed behind had complicated looks in their eyes. Isn't it a bad idea for us to do this? What's wrong with that? Joining the official ranks is the right path. I really don't understand why she is so against joining the official ranks. I think she's just too ambitious and wants to be the king herself. That's right. With the authorities around, these ambitious people will not have a good ending in the end. It's better for us to get out of here as soon as possible. Yes, that's it. Not long after, a troop carrier drove up quickly and stopped near them. Soon, a group of soldiers with submachine guns and two middle-aged men in formal attire got out of the car. The two men came in front of a group of people and frowned. Why are there so few people? Where's Captain Tang? A group of people hurriedly told the story in one voice. When they heard that Jiang Tianming had his head blown up by a stick, the two of them were immediately furious. How dare you kill even an official? It's simply lawless. People like this must be punished. Well, Tang Weiwei and the others are also thinking of going against the authorities. Do you really think that the authorities will be unable to do anything to you when the end of the world comes? Put these two teams on the wanted list. Once they are found, arrest them immediately. Chapter 100 Official Action. On the other side, Boss, was that someone from the government just now? Zhao Kun asked doubtfully. Then, will we get into trouble if we kill the official people? Yes, but if we don't kill him, there will be more trouble. Okay, but in this case, we have completely offended the authorities. We have to be more careful in the future. Zhong Yuan-san said. Are you scared? Yang Bin looked at Zhong Yuan-san, Zhao Kun, and others. How is that possible? Isn't just the official? It's not like before. There's nothing to be afraid of. That's fine. Remember, in Doomsday, strength is everything. As long as we are strong enough, the authorities will be wary of us. Besides, the government has a lot of things to do right now. So it's not necessary to mobilize a large force just for Jiang Tianming, unless the government has already started serving private individuals. Brother Bin, who do you mean? Chen Hao widened his eyes. Well, it's strange that Jiang Tianming showed up in Tang Weiwei's team. There are people everywhere who need rescue. How can the officials be so idle? But if this is a private act, then it's not strange. Some people want to cultivate their own personal power. Could it be? The others also widened their eyes. Okay, let's not speculate on this matter. Anyway, just be careful. Yangbin once again led everyone to another commercial area and then found the tallest office building and climbed up. Using the wide field of view from high-rise buildings to find high-level zombies is the most effective way, and it is also Yangbin's biggest advantage. This method has been tried and tested. Not long after, Yangbin found a 5th-level zombie and led everyone to kill it. Survival base. When Ma Zhongwu learned that Jiang Tianming was killed, he was furious. A wanted order was then issued directly, and portraits of Yangbin and others were pasted throughout the survival base. Anyone who found Yangbin and others and provided clues could receive an official crystal reward. This time, Yangbin guessed wrong. Ma Zhongwu really planned to mobilize a large army. He wanted to let everyone know that even if it was the end of the world, no one could challenge the authorities, so he needed to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As soon as the wanted order was issued, all the evolvers with some strength in the entire survival base were excited, thinking about when they could go out and run into that group of people. Because it shows above that if you can provide the exact location, the authorities will give you a 4th-order crystal as a reward after catching the person. The 4th-order crystal is something that most of the current evolvers cannot refuse. On the other side, Wang Jinhong's residence. Are you sure it's the group of people that Akai mentioned? Wang Jinhong said to the housekeeper below. Yeah, sure. I specifically took the picture to confirm with the young master. The butler confirmed. I didn't expect that these guys would offend the authorities so quickly. That's fine too. Let Akai go find the other party tonight and tell them that as long as they join the Wang family, they will be safe. Good. While Ma Zhongwu was thinking about how to catch Yangbin and others, Lu Yong was having a headache because of the 6th-level zombies. He has integrated the teams, and each team going out to carry out a mission has at least 2,000 people. I thought everything would be fine. However, just now, a team of 2,000 people was also attacked by zombies. Although the entire army was not wiped out, they suffered heavy losses because this time, the 6th-level zombies took action. The scene of the other side, ignoring the hail of bullets and rushing into the crowd and killing crazily, made everyone terrified. Although Lu Yong did not witness it personally, he could still feel the helplessness from the surviving soldiers. Ordinary submachine guns and rifles no longer pose any threat to the enemy. Although high-powered weapons can hurt it because the opponent is too fast and the weapons are too heavy, the effect is not great. Lu Yong thought that thermal weapons might gradually become ineffective, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. This made him feel panicked. He knew very well that once thermal weapons became ineffective, the official unshakable position would change completely. It's ridiculous that some people still claim to be official leaders and still want to control everything. Lu Yong sighed, then took out a crystal. This crystal is the biggest gain of this battle, a 5th-level crystal. According to what they had agreed before, the high-level crystals needed to be taken out to discuss how to distribute them. But this time, Lu Yong didn't plan to take it out. Because if it were to be distributed, the current top political leaders have higher positions than the military leaders, and if a decision is made by voting, the crystal is likely to fall into the hands of the political party. The ones who go out to fight to the death are all from the military, and the political people are just managing the internal affairs within the base. Why do they need such high-level crystals? However, Lu Yong did not intend to use it himself, as this crystal would not be able to play its maximum role on him. After thinking about it, Lu Yong put away the crystal and walked out of the room. On the other side, led by Yangbin, the Falling Star Squad is constantly searching for level 5 zombies. Unfortunately, there are too few level 5 zombies now. Even though Yangbin climbed up one tall building after another to search for them, his harvest was still unsatisfactory. By evening, only 3 level 5 zombies were found. 2 of them were hiding in the room, and 1 was hiding among the zombies. Jiandan in the room was blocked to death by several people. The one in the zombie group made them waste a lot of time. They killed more than 1,000 zombies before they killed him. After killing the zombie, the sky had already darkened and everyone had to go home. Night is not a good time to kill zombies. Now the street lights outside have basically been broken by zombies. It's pitch dark. The zombies can see you, but you can't see them. How can you fight them? Even Yangbin didn't dare to kill at night, unless he could keep the eye of true vision open. So, as soon as it gets dark, everyone goes home consciously. Although the power system has not been completely paralyzed, no one dares to turn on the lights at night, because that would simply be pointing the direction for the zombies. But this does not include Yangbin and others. because there were no zombies in Jinghe Garden and there were no other buildings around Jinghe Garden. It basically kept the lights on and turned them off when they went to bed. This time they went out a bit far, so everyone hurried home as soon as it got dark. By the time they got home, it was completely dark. I had just returned home and hadn't started cooking yet when there was a knock on the door. Yangbin shook his head helplessly and motioned to Skinny Monkey to open the door. Huh, you didn't mention anything again. The Skinny Monkey was still honest. Can you please stop thinking about things? This time it's an important matter. Wang Ruikai looked at the Skinny Monkey speechlessly. You have to bring something no matter how important it is. In our place, if you visit someone without bringing anything, you will be kicked out. Monkey let them in. Yangbin said with a smile. Okay, come in, and remember to bring your stuff next time. Chapter 101. Fierce. You killed the official people? As soon as he entered the door, Wang Ruikai spoke directly. Yes, kill him. Yangbin nodded calmly. Hey, why are you so impulsive? You got into big trouble. Mayor Ma is very angry about this matter and is now looking for you throughout the city. Wang Ruikai said with a look of deep sorrow. However, Yangbin could still tell from the slightly raised corners of his mouth that this guy was gloating. Just issue a wanted order, Yangbin said indifferently. However, he was also surprised by the huge fuss made by the authorities. It seemed that his guess was correct, and the authorities might have changed. This is an official wanted notice. Aren't you afraid? Yangbin's indifferent attitude immediately made Wang Ruikai look emo. They're putting me on a wanted list. What can I do? Yangbin said helplessly. You can't do it, but I do. Wang Ruikai said impatiently. Your solution is not to join your Wang family, right? Yes, as long as you join the Wang family, I will ensure that you will be safe. Wang Ruikai said, patting his chest. It seems that your Wang family has considerable power. That's a must. Okay, I'll think about it. Captain Yang, I hope you can recognize the situation. You don't have that much time to consider now. If you don't make a decision, the official people may arrive tomorrow, and then you will be finished. It's the end of the world now, and those surveillance equipment are out of service. They won't find us so quickly unless you go and tell on them. Yangbin narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Ruikai. How was that possible? I'm not that kind of person. Wang Ruikai said righteously. That's fine. You guys go back first. I will seriously consider joining your Wang family. Yangbin said. Wang Yueming wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wang Ruikai. Okay, let's go back first. I hope Captain Yang can think about it carefully, because you really don't have much time. After saying that, Wang Ruikai took his men away. He knew very well that this matter could not be pushed too hastily. Now that the other party had given in, it would be easy to deal with. Brother Bin, why don't you just kill them? Zhong Yuansun asked puzzledly. Yes, Brother Bin, if they tell the authorities, won't we be exposed? Zhao Kun also looked puzzled. Haha, you won't, at least not in the short term. Not only that, they will also find ways to cover it up for us. Yangbin smiled. They are determined to capture us. So how could they let us be captured by the authorities? That seems to be true. It seems like it would be a good idea to keep them. I didn't expect the authorities to mobilize so much. Brother Bin, what should we do next? Let's wait and see. Although we are still strong enough, we cannot ignore hot weapons. It is definitely impossible to confront the authorities head-on. But the authorities may not be able to mobilize a large force. Right now, the authorities' main task is to rescue people. If Mayor Ma wants to use force to arrest us at this time, the military may not cooperate. Judging from the strength of the military's rescue efforts, the military leaders should not be in cahoots with the government. But we can't pin our hopes on others. We should go out early tomorrow morning and bring more food. We won't come back until everyone reaches level 5. Living outside? Yes, it's time to leave your comfort zone and put some pressure on yourself. Good. On the other side, Brother Kai, do you think they will agree? Wang Yueming said in disbelief. They have no way out. There is no other option except to join the Wang family. Wang Ruikai said with a smile. I was originally worried about how to get them here, but I didn't expect such a big surprise. Tell my dad to keep an eye on the base at all times and report any signs of trouble to us immediately. We can't let them get captured by the authorities. Okowo, in a room in the survival base. Uncle Liu, can you give me this? A tall, delicate-looking woman stared at the crystal in Liu Yang's hand with wide eyes. Well, I thought about it, and this is the most suitable for you. If you can be promoted to level 5 with your special abilities, you may be able to give us a chance to kill this level 6 zombie. Liu Yong said seriously. But don't we have to discuss the distribution of high-level crystals with the government? If we discuss distribution, then this crystal will definitely go to the government. Now we have to deal with that level 6 zombie as soon as possible. So this crystal cannot be given to the government. The only way I can think of to deal with that 6 level zombie is to use your special abilities. Your father and I have been comrades in arms for many years, and I watched you grow up, so this crystal is most suitable for you. But don't say buts. Just think of it as helping your uncle. Once you reach level 5, go out with the rescue team to carry out the mission tomorrow. If we don't deal with this level 6 zombie, the rescue can't continue at all. Okay, but I'm not sure how much of a role I can play in dealing with level 6 zombies. Lin Yifei said helplessly. It's okay. As long as you can control it for a second, Snow Leopard's Barret will be able to blow its head off. Good. Lin Yifei nodded, then took the crystal from Lu Yong and swallowed it directly into her stomach. After a while, Lin Yifei was promoted to the 5th level. At dawn the next day, Yang Bin and his companions went out directly. This time, their goal is for everyone to reach level 5, and Yang Bin's goal is to reach the peak of level 5. In this case, at least 10 more 5th-order crystals will be needed, which will be a lot of pressure. However, pressure brings motivation. The playing method is still the same as the jungle strategy. Find a high-rise building in the commercial district to look for the 5th-level zombies, and then take action after finding them. However, Yang Bin plans to stop fighting in the wild and go directly to the residential area to kill the 5th-level zombies after the others reach level 5. Although it is safe to fight in the wild, there are fewer zombies and naturally fewer level 5 zombies. I couldn't find many in a day. There are many zombies in residential areas, and the probability of the 5th-level zombies appearing is also high, but they are too difficult to kill. However, if everyone is at level 5, then it is not impossible to kill a level 5 zombie among thousands of zombies. This time, because of the official wanted order, Yang Bin became very angry. Climb to the top of the building, open your eyes of true vision, and don't miss any details. After looking around and not finding it, I immediately went downstairs to the rooftop of another building to continue searching. Such non-stop operation also allowed them to harvest 6 5th-level crystals on the first day. Yang Bin directly distributed the crystals to other people, making all members of their team reach level 5. At night, everyone did not go back, but climbed directly to the roof of a building to spend the night. Chapter 1, 02 Yaowang Corpse King. The next day, Yang Bin took everyone directly to a large residential area. Perhaps it is because as time goes by, the number of level 5 zombies has increased a lot. They found 4 level 5 zombies in this small community. However, these 4 level 5 zombies are all upstairs, and there are thousands of zombies surrounding them downstairs. As soon as they approached, the zombies pounced directly on them. Yang Bin gave everyone a look, and then they formed a circle and pretended to be struggling to resist the zombies' attack. Level 5 zombies are all weak ones. If they find that you are too strong, they may not come out. So, several people pretended to be in a difficult situation in order to attract it to take action. Sure enough, after a while, the 5th-level zombie upstairs saw that his men had not killed a man for a long time. So he sneaked downstairs, mixed in with a group of zombies, and slowly approached the few people. To be honest, if Yang Bin didn't have the eye of true vision, he would not have been able to find the 5th-level zombie hiding in the crowd of corpses. This guy is too cunning. Just as the 5th-level zombie was approaching the crowd and was about to launch a sneak attack, a stone suddenly appeared out of nowhere and hit it directly on the head. The 5th-level zombie reacted quickly and quickly dodged to the side when the stone was about to hit it. However, Yang Bin's barbell hit the direction it was avoiding. Bang! Without any surprise, he was killed with one blow. Yang Bin quickly took out the crystal. Let's go, next one. Afterwards, everyone fought their way through the zombie swarm and ran toward another level 5 zombie. As all of them are at level 5, they're no longer afraid of being besieged by thousands of zombies. In this way, the group spent more than 2 hours killing all 4 level 5 zombies in the community, and then left the community and went to the next community. Yang Bin ate all 5 crystals, directly raising his strength to the peak of level 5. After the 5th level, you need to eat 9 crystals of the same level to reach the peak. When he reached his peak, Yang Bin's strength reached more than 3,000 kilograms. The normal peak strength of the 5th level should be around 2,500 kilograms. Yang Bin gained an extra 500 kilograms of strength through practice, so he directly reached more than 3,000 kilograms. What is the concept of this power? An ordinary car weighs only about 1 ton, which means Yang Bin can pick up the car and play with it as a toy. Correspondingly, speed and physical strength have also improved a lot. With my current physical strength, I should have no problem withstanding ordinary submachine guns and assault rifles. However, the authorities still have powerful weapons, so Yang Bin is still a little worried. However, he believed that if things continued like this, thermal weapons would soon become completely ineffective against him. In another community, more than 10 kilometers away from Yang Bin and others, a rescue team of more than 3,000 people is carrying out rescue operations in the community. Just when they finished the rescue and were preparing to evacuate, tens of thousands of zombies suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded the entire community. Afterwards, these zombies directly destroyed the wall of the community and rushed towards the troops. "Here it comes," Liu Yong said with a serious expression. This time, he led the team personally with the purpose of meeting this 6th-level zombie. Next to Liu Yong, Lin Yifei, who was dressed in military uniform, also had a serious expression. "Get ready for battle," Liu Yong shouted. In an instant, more than 3,000 soldiers formed a formation and fired wildly at the rushing zombies. Under the terrifying firepower, zombies fell down in large numbers. However, these zombies were fearless and continued to rush towards the team frantically. Soon, 7 or 8 level 5 zombies suddenly jumped down from the house at the back and pounced on the crowd. Under the orders from above, these old men had to transform into warriors, and each of them was extremely brave. Fortunately, the soldiers already knew the fighting style of these zombies, and soon, a group of peak level 4 soldiers directly faced these level 5 zombies. The rest of the people continued to provide fire coverage to ensure that other zombies could not get close. This time, they were well prepared. Although there were many zombies, they were not enough to break through the defense line. As more and more zombies fell, there was still no achievement. Suddenly, a black figure jumped down from another building and rushed towards the crowd in an instant. All the bullets fired at it had no effect. In the blink of an eye, the figure rushed into the crowd and began to slaughter crazily. No matter whether it was a 3rd level or 4th level warrior, they could not stop him at all. Wherever they passed, corpses were left everywhere. Anyone caught by it will have their body shattered. 6th level zombie. Liu Yong looked at the other party with a grim face as he was frantically killing people in the crowd. This zombie is really insanely strong. Liu Yong glanced at Lin Yifei beside him. Lin Yifei nodded solemnly. The 6th level zombies seemed to be targeting Liu Yong and his group and were killing them all the way. When approaching Liu Yong, the soldiers beside Liu Yong rushed towards the other side without hesitation. However, even though they were all at the peak of the 4th level, they were still too weak when facing the Corpse King at the Yaoguang realm. However, their desperate efforts were not in vain. At least they succeeded in slowing down the opponent's pace a little. At this moment, a light flashed in Lin Yifei's eyes, and the temperature around her dropped suddenly. In an instant, a thick layer of ice formed on the zombie's body, freezing it in place. At this moment, the sound of a sniper rifle was heard from the rooftop not far away. Bang! Barrett's powerful bullet pierced directly through the zombie's head. However, the zombie's head did not break open like a watermelon, but a big hole was punched in its head. Roar! The zombie roared, looked at Lin Yifei fiercely, and then quickly fled away. "Don't let it run away," Liu Yong shouted. Countless warriors rushed towards each other frantically. However, even though he was seriously injured, the Yaoguang Corpse King was not so easy to kill. After losing more than 100 soldiers, it still escaped. Seeing this scene, Liu Yong sighed deeply. If you fail to kill the opponent this time, don't even think about killing him next time if he's on guard. This time, he truly felt the horror of this zombie. This should perhaps not be called a 6th order zombie, but should be called a zombie king. Lin Yifei shook her body and looked at the other person's disappearing figure, feeling helpless. That attack just now took almost all of her energy to barely freeze the opponent for a second. She couldn't keep him anymore. The look he gave her before he left made her feel cold all over. It seems I should try to go out as little as possible before this zombie is dealt with, Lin Yifei said to herself. And with the departure of Yaoguang Zombie King, the other zombies also retreated quickly. Finally, after leaving behind tens of thousands of zombie corpses and 2 level 5 zombie corpses, the battle finally ended. Similarly, in this battle, more than 300 soldiers were lost, most of whom were killed by the Yaoguang Corpse King, and the rest were killed by the 5th level zombies. This battle also made the soldiers realize clearly that perhaps the era of hot weapons is over. Chapter 103: Overwhelming Wealth. Yang Bin and others are still killing the 5th level zombies. Although Yang Bin has reached the peak of the 5th level, everyone else is just at the 5th level, and the gap in the 5th level crystals is still very large. It takes 9 level 5 crystals to go from level 5 to level 5 peak, which means 6 people need more than 50 level 5 crystals. As expected, as the number of team members increases, more resources are needed. Therefore, Yang Bin has always adhered to the mentality of better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality. If he really wants to develop, he can recruit hundreds of people in minutes, but that would not be very meaningful. Not only does it require a lot of resources, it is also difficult to manage. With more people, there are more ideas, and internal conflicts are prone to occur, just like Tang Weiwei's team. Therefore, Yang Bin's expectation for the Falling Star team is to have less than 10 people. If they really want to establish a power in the future, the members of the Falling Star team will each form their own team, and he will just be the commander-in-chief. Right now, it's actually pretty good with just a few of them. Today, I basically searched various communities for 5th level zombies to kill. Suddenly, I realized that the community is quite suitable. The number of zombies is not as terrifying as in residential areas, but it is more than in commercial areas. They went to several residential areas in succession and encountered level 5 zombies in almost every one of them. Although it is troublesome to kill, it is much more efficient than jungle. After killing 2 level 5 zombies in a community again, Yang Bin led everyone to continue searching for the next community. After walking for more than 10 minutes and still not finding the next neighborhood, they unexpectedly saw a house surrounded by zombies. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Generally speaking, this kind of situation proves that there's a level 5 Elder 6 in the house. However, when he opened the eye of true vision and looked at the group of zombies, he was stunned because he actually found 3 level 5 zombies among the group of zombies below. The 5th level zombie is actually just guarding the gate. Could the zombies inside be? Yang Bin suddenly felt his breathing quicken and immediately looked inside the house. With his true vision, he could see everything in the room at a glance, and soon he saw a woman in a black dress lying on a bed. Woman? Yang Bin was confused. So many zombies guarding one woman? However, Yang Bin soon discovered something strange. There was a hole as thick as a thumb on the woman's head. The hole had directly pierced the woman's head and was still bleeding. Then, Yang Bin saw a red crystal the size of a cherry inside the woman's head. Yang Bin's face suddenly showed ecstasy. A 6th level zombie, or a Yaoguang realm zombie. Originally, Yang Bin thought that there were no 6th level zombies at this stage, and he thought that they would not be able to be promoted in a short period of time. However, he didn't expect that a 6th level zombie would appear in front of him, and it was a seriously injured 6th level zombie. This overwhelming wealth made Yang Bin hardly believe his eyes. I confirmed it several times before I believed it was true. However, looking at the 4,000 or 5,000 zombies below, including 3 5th level zombies and hundreds of 4th level zombies, Yang Bin's face became solemn. But no matter how difficult it is, this zombie must be killed. If you don't eat the meat that is right in front of you, you will probably be struck by lightning. Brother Bin, are there any level 5 zombies in that house? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. Level 5? The structure is too small. The zombies inside are level 6. Yang Bin said with fiery eyes. Level 6. Everyone stared at the building in the distance with wide eyes. Isn't that Yaoguang realm? At this moment, everyone lost their composure. Boss, can you do it? Needless to say, we have to do it, no matter how difficult it is. Well, boss, tell me how to fight. You guys will attract the zombies below for a while. Howsy and I'll go around to the back and find a way to climb up and kill the Yaoguang zombie. But you have to be careful. This group of zombies is quite strong. There are 3 level 5 zombies and hundreds of level 4 zombies, so this battle will be difficult. So strong. Well, so you'd better lean against the wall to avoid being attacked from both sides. You just need to hold them back. Howsy and I will come back to support you after we are done. Good. Action. As Yang Bin finished speaking, Zhao Kun and others rushed directly towards the group of zombies. Yang Bin and Chen Hao hid behind a house and did not show up. The appearance of Zhao Kun and others made a group of zombies extremely angry, and they rushed towards them without hesitation. Several people quickly came to a nearby house, leaned against the wall, and began to frantically kill the zombies that rushed up. Although there are 2 people less, they still have 5 of them. 5 level 5 fighters are still very strong, and they will be fine in short term. Yang Bin looked at the Yaoguang zombies upstairs nervously. When it heard the sound below, it just glanced at it casually and ignored it. It is seriously injured now and needs to recover. Seeing this situation, Yangbin breathed a sigh of relief, as he was afraid that the other party would just run away. Afterwards, Yangbin took Chen Hao and carefully went around to the back of the house. All the zombies here were attracted by Zhao Kun and others. The two men jumped directly onto the second-floor window, tore open the security net, and entered the room, then carefully went up to the third floor. Yangbin pointed to a room and gave Chen Hao a look. Chen Hao nodded, put down the barbell, pulled out the fire axe from his waist, and then his body disappeared from the spot. Seeing that Chen Hao was ready, Yangbin tightened the barbell in his hand, then kicked the door open and rushed in. The zombies in the room jumped up from the bed instantly and looked at Yangbin with anger. Yangbin didn't show any courtesy. He lifted the barbell and swung it towards the zombie's head. The zombie quickly reached out to block the barbell that Yangbin was throwing at him. However, it underestimated its own injuries and underestimated Yangbin's strength, and was knocked back several steps by Yangbin and hit the wall behind it. Yangbin quickly followed and was about to hit the opponent again, but the opponent kicked him first. Yangbin quickly put the barbell in front of him. Bang! With one kick, Yangbin's body flew out. Yangbin, who fell to the ground, quickly got up and looked at the other party in shock. This guy was so badly injured, but he is still so fierce. How could he be in his prime? Yangbin complained, then swung the barbell again and smashed it towards the opponent. However, this time, the zombies seemed to be prepared and directly grabbed Yangbin's barbell. Immediately afterwards, the other hand quickly grabbed Yangbin's neck. At this moment, the zombies seemed to sense the danger instinctively, quickly let go of Yangbin's barbell and dodged to the side. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Although the zombie reacted quickly, Chen Hao still left a deep wound on its neck. When the zombie looked back, Chen Hao disappeared again. The zombie frowned. It didn't expect that there was someone hiding in the room. The wounds on his head and neck made him increasingly weak. Both of these wounds are fatal, and even zombies with extremely tenacious vitality cannot withstand them. It knew very well that if it continued, it might die. Then, the zombies decisively rushed towards the window. However, Yangbin's figure had already stopped there. Umph! I knew you would want to escape. Chapter 104 Yaowang Realm. Seeing Yangbin blocking the window, the Yaowang zombie became furious and pounced directly towards Yangbin. Yangbin's face was solemn. He gripped the barbell tightly and smashed it towards the opponent's head. The zombie dodged the stick in a flash, then kicked Yangbin to the ground again, then broke the window glass and tried to escape. However, Yangbin, who was lying on the ground, was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed the zombie's thigh and pulled it back. The zombie was furious and opened its bloody mouth to bite Yangbin. At this time, Chen Hao, who had been waiting for an opportunity, attacked again and chopped the zombie's head directly with an axe. Unfortunately, he failed to split the opponent's head in half, and the axe got stuck directly on the opponent's head. The zombie was hit hard again, and with one claw it scratched Chen Hao's chest, leaving 5 deep wounds that could be seen to the bone before he could retreat. Then, he kicked Yangbin away with his other foot and jumped toward the window again. Chen Hao endured the pain and imitated Yangbin, hugged her thighs, and pulled her back again. At this moment, the zombies wanted to curse. My thighs are so nice to hug. Just as it was about to grab Chen Hao's head again, Yangbin had already pounced over and pressed directly on it. Then he pulled out the axe from its head and chopped it down on the head again. Roar! The zombie roared and tried to break free. But Yangbin and Chen Hao held it tightly, and it was seriously injured and couldn't break free at all. Then, Yangbin grabbed the axe again and chopped it down again. This time, the axe went deep into the zombie's head. The zombie's resistance finally weakened. Yangbin didn't dare to take any chances and pulled out the axe to chop again. He didn't stop until he had almost split the zombie's head in half. At this time, the zombies finally stopped moving. Call! Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. It is really difficult to kill this zombie. Fortunately, Yangbin called Chen Hao along. Otherwise, if he was alone, he might have been killed by the zombies. The gap between the 5th level and the Yaowang realm is really too big. Then, Yangbin quickly took out the crystal from the zombie's head. Looking at the purple-red crystal in his hand, Yangbin's face showed excitement. Although it is difficult, it is worth it. Is this the crystal of Yaowang realm? It is indeed different. Chen Hao is also a little excited. Brother Bin, eat quickly and see what's different about Yaowang realm. Yangbin nodded, then swallowed the crystal. Soon, a huge amount of energy merged into the body. This energy is more powerful than all the previous energies. The first shining star in Yang Bin's mind finally lit up completely. As the star lit up, Yang Bin's consciousness seemed to enter a void space. In this space, there are countless points of light, like fireflies, filling the entire space. Where is this? Yang Bin was confused. There was nothing in this space except countless spots of light. It was dark all around, a very pure black. Yang Bin dared not move, for fear that he would fall into the abyss if he moved. Looking at the light spots in front of him, Yang Bin habitually opened his eye of true vision. However, after opening it, Yang Bin's eyes widened. These light spots are actually various superpowers, or special abilities. There are all kinds of attacks, including ice cones, fireballs, lightning, wind blades, extreme speed, etc. This is at the benefit of lighting up a star. Everyone who lights up a star can randomly gain a special ability. Yang Bin was a little excited. If that was the case, then reaching the Yaowang realm would not be as simple as just improving physical fitness. Perhaps the Yaowang realm is the beginning of true evolution. The previous stages were just about strengthening the body. Only when you truly reach the Yaowang realm can you possess powerful means. People with special abilities are those who have awakened their abilities prematurely and are considered different species. When reaching the Yaowang realm, the advantage of the psychics is not that great. However, people with special abilities are born with one more ability than others, so their advantages still exist. Yang Bin closed the eye of true vision and looked again. He could only see white dots of light and could not tell what supernatural power each dot of light represented. In other words, others choose randomly, but I choose by myself. Yang Bin said excitedly. Although I have many doubts in my mind, I can't care about them at this time. I will first look for any supernatural powers that I like. Yang Bin opened the eye of true vision again and tried hard to search among the group of light spots. These abilities seem to be basic, but each one of them is a dimensionality reduction attack on ordinary evolvers. There were so many light spots that Yang Bin felt dizzy and had no idea what to choose. After a while, Yang Bin suddenly felt a pulling force coming, as if it was going to pull him out of the void space. Yang Bin's heart tightened. He knew that he didn't have much time left. He had already thought of several options in his mind. If there was no time, he would choose one from these options. Any one of these is enough to double his combat power. However, Yang Bin still felt unsatisfied. I took one last glance at the distant light, and suddenly my eyes lit up. That's it. Yang Bin stared at the light spot, but didn't know what to do next. Fortunately, at this moment, the light spot suddenly moved and then quickly flew into Yang Bin's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, he felt dizzy, and when Yang Bin opened his eyes again, he was still sitting in the same room. Chen Hao on the side looked at him anxiously. Brother Bin, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Seeing Yang Bin open his eyes, Chen Hao beside him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Has it been a long time? Yang Bin askedub fully. Not long, only about 5 minutes, but you close your eyes and didn't move, anyone would be panicked. Oh, it's only 5 minutes, that's fine. Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the time in that void space was different. If 10 days or half a month had passed, then it was estimated that even the corpses of Zhao Kun and the others below would have been eaten clean. How is it, Brother Bin? What does it feel like to be in Yaowang realm? Chen Hao asked curiously. Yaowang realm, a completely different feeling. Yang Bin sighed. I felt the situation in my mind, and sure enough, there seemed to be something extra. He knew that this was the skill he would choose later. At the same time, Yang Bin also felt that his own supernatural powers had changed. My superpowers have also improved. Yang Bin was a little surprised, but not surprised. He guessed that when he reached the Yaowang realm, his supernatural powers should change. But he didn't expect that void space. He could feel the changes in his supernatural powers, and he roughly knew what they were for. Yang Bin opened the eye of true vision and looked at the table beside him. As his mental power focused, the table slowly flew up. It's really a control thing. Yang Bin thought to himself that he would have to test it out first to know whether this ability was strong or not. Chen Hao, who was standing by, looked at the table that suddenly flew up and his eyes popped out. Bin, Brother Bin, the table flew away. Just fly, don't make a fuss. It's just an ability I upgraded for my supernatural power. Yang Bin said with a smile. Let's go and help Zhao Kun and the others first. After we deal with these zombies, I will tell you in detail. Yaowang realm has changed a lot. Good. Chapter 105. Are you going to let me survive? Below, Zhao Kun and his companions were still struggling to resist the zombies' attack. Because 3 level 5 zombies have joined the battle, their situation is now quite bad. Zhao Kun, Hu Wenliang, and Zhong Yuansen were dealing with 3 level 5 zombies, while Lao He and Chen Hao were being besieged by a large group of level 4 zombies. Several people had already been scattered, and each of them was covered with wounds. It's not that they can't defeat the 5th level zombies, but there are zombies everywhere around them. Not only do they have to deal with the 5th level zombies, but they also have to deal with the zombies around them, so now several of them are all suppressed terribly. When Yang Bin and Chen Hao saw this scene, they were immediately shocked and hurried over to help. However, they were behind the zombies, so if they wanted to rescue them, they had to kill their way over. But it's not so easy to kill 4,000 or 5,000 zombies. By the time they kill them, Zhao Kun and others would probably have collapsed long ago. At this moment, Yang Bin's figure suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a figure suddenly appeared behind the 5th level zombie who was fighting with Zhao Kun in front and smashed the zombie's head with a stick. This sudden scene left Zhao Kun dumbfounded. Looking at Yang Bin, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhao Kun was a little confused for a moment. Chen Hao in the distance also widened his eyes. Is this another new ability of Brother Bin? So handsome. Yang Bin looked at the dazed Zhao Kun and smiled. Don't be stunned. Go help Lao He and the others. Oh, okay. Zhao Kun nodded, and then rushed towards Lao He and the others. Although he had many doubts in his mind, he knew that now was not the time to ask. The zombies all around rushed towards them frantically. Yang Bin swept the barbell and swept away all the zombies that rushed up and knocked down the zombies behind him. Having reached the Yawang realm, he has a strength of more than 5,000 kilograms, and these zombies cannot get close to him at all. Picking up the crystal in the head of the 5th level zombie, Yang Bin looked towards Hu Wenliang. The situation with Hu Wenliang is also not good, but this guy should be treating himself while fighting. Anyway, Yang Bin thought that among these people, his injuries were the least serious. Yang Bin's figure disappeared again and instantly appeared next to the 5th level zombie fighting with Hu Wenliang and killed it with a stick. Brother Bin, Hu Wenliang widened his eyes. Don't ask yet. Just go to Lao He and the others. Okay. Hu Wenliang didn't hesitate and rushed over there quickly. Yang Bin took out the crystal and was about to go to Zhong Yuansen to help. But at this time, Zhong Yuansen had already dealt with his opponent. Combat-type psychics are indeed different. Afterwards, several people gathered together, and with Yang Bin's powerful strength, they led everyone out of the zombie group. Wah! Then, everyone quickly fled into the distance. The zombies chased them madly, but at this moment, a car parked on the side of the road, not far away, suddenly flew up and then hit the zombies directly. Bang! The car collided head-on with the zombies rushing in front of it, and a group of people were knocked down behind it. When they got up, the few people were gone. Inside a house, everyone collapsed on the ground, too tired to move. Hu Wenliang began to treat everyone on the side. Liangzi, I'll give you these 2 crystals first. Yang Bin handed the 2 crystals he had just harvested to Hu Wenliang. He also fought, and after the battle he had to treat everyone. He was the hardest working one among this group of people. It was the same when there were 3 of them. Hu Wenliang would cure them first before treating himself, and he would often faint from exhaustion. Therefore, Yang Bin was quite concerned about Hu Wenliang and helped him find a wife time and time again. Zhong Yuansen also took out a 5th order crystal from his pocket and handed it to Hu Wenliang, saying, Liangzi, here you go. No one would have any objection to giving priority to Hu Wenliang in the crystal, as he is the savior of almost everyone in this team. In the absence of medical facilities, Hu Wenliang was like an angel. Hu Wenliang was not polite either. If his strength was improved a little more, his healing ability would be stronger. Now it's not just 2 or 3 people, there are 6 or 7 people to treat, and the task is heavy. Except for Yang Bin, who was fine, Chen Hao was also seriously injured. The attack from a Yawang zombie almost ripped him open. For more than an hour, Hu Wenliang repeated the process of resting and treatment, and finally healed all the serious wounds of everyone. Some minor wounds can heal on their own in no time with the recovery ability of a 5th level evolver. Brother Bin, tell me quickly, what is the difference in Yawang realm? Chen Hao asked impatiently as soon as his wound was healed. Yeah, boss, what happened to you suddenly appearing behind the zombies just now? Did you gain new abilities? The others also looked at Yang Bin with curiosity. Yang Bin smiled and then told everyone what had just happened. That is to say, when we reach the Yaowang realm, we can also gain special abilities? Zhao Kun said excitedly. Well, there are all kinds of special abilities in the void space. It all depends on luck which ability you can obtain. But they seem to contain some relatively basic abilities. I guess there may be more powerful abilities when you reach the next level. Boss, how come you're so lucky to obtain such an ultimate ability as teleportation in an instant? Chen Hao asked curiously. Although this ability has no offensive power, it is very useful for escaping, chasing, and raiding. For a basic ability, it is simply perfect. You can only choose one randomly, but I'm different. I can see what kind of superpower each light spot is, so I can choose by myself, Yang Bin said with a smile. After hearing what Yang Bin said, everyone felt sick and their eyes were filled with jealousy. I now realize that your supernatural power, Brother Bin, is a bug. It's too abnormal, Chen Hao said sarcastically. The others also nodded seriously. The longer I get in touch with him, the more I feel that the boss's special ability is powerful, and it seems to be useful everywhere. Fortunately, Brother Bin's supernatural power does not have offensive power, otherwise we would have no chance of survival. Zhong Yuan sighed. It's too early for you to say that. The car that suddenly flew up when we left was Brother Bin's masterpiece. His supernatural power can now attack as well. Chen Hao said calmly. Controlling things? Yeah, Yang Bin nodded. Are we going to be able to survive? Everyone was too tired to complain. Boss, could it be that when a psychic reaches the Yaowang realm, his own abilities will change? Zhong Yuan asked excitedly. Well, a psychic will have two abilities, and their own abilities will be enhanced. So even if they reach the Yaowang realm, psychics will still be stronger. That's great. I'm really looking forward to my superpowers changing. Zhong Yuan said excitedly. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang both looked expectant. Zhao Kun and the other two looked somewhat gloomy. I originally thought that I would be as good as psychics when I reached the Yaowang realm, but I didn't expect that I'm still not as good as them. Zhao Kun shook his head helplessly. Don't be discouraged. I have a guess in my mind. If this guess comes true, it may also allow you to have supernatural powers before reaching the Yaowang realm. Yang Bin patted Zhao Kun on the shoulder and said, Really? Zhao Kun and the other two looked at Yang Bin in surprise. Of course it's true. Great, thank you, boss. Don't be too happy too soon. It's just a guess and needs to be verified. It's okay. It's better to have hope than no hope. Chapter 106. Robbed. A few people originally wanted to go back to Jinga Garden, but it was too late, so they had to stay outside for another night. I found a building with a rooftop nearby, and then climbed directly onto the rooftop to sleep. It was already quite cold in Star City at night in October, but given their physical constitutions, they were not afraid of the cold. Enjoy when you should enjoy, suffer when you should suffer. Doomsday, don't be so pretentious. I lay on the cold floor and slept until 12 o'clock in the evening. Then I opened my eyes and started looking at the stars. After watching for a while, Yang Bin suddenly discovered that his speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased significantly. Moreover, even if he didn't look at the stars, the spiritual energy around him would be absorbed automatically. I felt the Yaowang star in my mind flickering, as if it was absorbing spiritual energy. Could it be possible to automatically absorb spiritual energy after lighting up a star? Yang Bin thought to himself. After thinking about it, Yang Bin walked down the rooftop and came into the room. Observed again. Sure enough, even in the room, spiritual energy was still flowing in from all around, but not as much as on the rooftop. It should be that after the 9 stars of the Big Dipper appear, the spiritual energy of the blue planet will become active. At this time, the stars in the mind will automatically move and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. However, when the stars are not lit, it cannot be absorbed automatically. When Yang Bin and his companions were concentrating on looking at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper, they were using the power of the 9 stars of the Big Dipper to obtain the surrounding spiritual energy. This allows them to improve their strength before lighting up the stars. However, this method can only improve physical fitness, but cannot improve one's realm. It seems that after reaching the Yaowang realm, humans have truly begun to practice independently. In the future, they may not need crystals to advance. However, crystals can greatly increase the speed of advancement. After all, if you practice like this every night, it would be good to advance 1 level in 10 days or half a month. But if you have enough crystals, it would be easy to advance several levels in a day. No matter what, the Yaowang realm is the beginning of humanity's true transformation. Humanity finally no longer needs to rely entirely on zombie crystals to improve itself. Yangbin said to himself, "Come to the rooftop again." Yangbin looked at the stars in the sky, seriously. At this time, I felt more spiritual energy flowing into my body. Sure enough, lying on the rooftop and looking at the stars to practice is the fastest. Although you can absorb spiritual energy by lying on your bed at home, it will be much slower than lying on the rooftop. After looking for a while, Yangbin frowned again. He discovered that some of the spiritual energy flowed into the stars in his mind, and then improved his physical fitness through the energy feedback from the stars, but some of it still only flowed into the body and did not enter the stars in his mind. Close your eyes and feel it. Yangbin soon discovered that the spiritual energy absorbed by the stars in his mind would enter the stars in his mind, and then be fed back into the body. However, the spiritual energy he obtained by gazing at the stars in the sky and using the power of the 9 stars of the Big Dipper only entered his body and did not pass through the stars in his mind. It is equivalent to 1 inside and 1 outside. It seems that the energy I get from looking at the stars can only improve my physical fitness, but not my realm. Yangbin touched his chin and began to think. That's not bad. I think the physical fitness improved by the stars is still independent. It's equivalent to using the power of the stars to train the body. Not bad, not bad, this is good. Although my training speed may not be faster than others, my physical fitness will be better than others in the same realm. Brother Ben, what's wrong with you tonight? You're walking around and talking to yourself. Chen Hao on the side looked at the strange Yangbin and asked puzzledly, "Hey, I found a bright spot. Keep going. Once you reach the Yao Wang realm, you'll be able to practice on your own and improve your realm." Really? The others immediately perked up. Yes, but we still have to keep looking at the stars. This will be our greatest support. Okay. The next morning, Yangbin and his companions got up and walked back while looking for the 5th level zombies. I've been out for 3 days, so I have to go back and take a look. Yangbin was promoted to the Yao Wang realm, which brought their team's overall strength to a higher level. With his current strength, he can defeat even the military. With teleportation in hand, you don't have to be afraid even if the opponent attacks you with artillery. You can just teleport over and destroy it. This is also the reason why Yangbin chose the ability of teleportation. If he had other skills, perhaps his attacking means would be improved, but facing the official, it would not be very useful. At most, he could just kill a few more people. However, the ability of teleportation belongs to the space system and consumes a lot of energy. The longer the teleportation distance, the greater the consumption. With Yangbin's strength at the Yao Wang realm, he can only teleport about 300 to 400 meters at most. If he moves any farther, he will feel dizzy. For short distances, you can teleport continuously about 4 or 5 times, which is usually enough. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yangbin saw a 5th level zombie among a group of zombies. There are nearly 2,000 zombies in this group, and everyone is preparing for a big battle. Yangbin just smiled and disappeared on the spot. Then everyone saw Yangbin suddenly appear in the middle of a group of zombies. He raised the barbell and smashed a zombie's head with ease. Then he quickly took the crystal out of the other person's head, and then his figure disappeared again and returned to the crowd. Goo! Everyone swallowed their saliva, and at this moment, each of their expressions was extremely wonderful. It's that simple. What else? It's just a level 5 zombie. It could be dealt with in one blow. Yangbin Smilet. Brother Ben, you are really a bit perverted. This is what it means to take the enemy's head from among thousands of soldiers as easily as taking something out of a bag. Zhao Kun sighed. Huh. In this case, we can have as many 5th order crystals as we want in the future. Lao He said excitedly. You're overthinking it. This teleportation consumes a lot of energy. We can't use it all the time, but we can still use it when we encounter this situation. At least it can reduce the time we spend killing zombies. Let's go, it's time to go back. Because this time we were far away from home, it was already afternoon when everyone got home. However, when they returned home and saw the situation at home, their faces suddenly turned pale. Their house was ransacked. The whole living room was in a mess, and it was obvious that it had been through a war. There is no doubt that the target of the battle is Little Orange. They have always been the ones who robbed others, but they didn't expect that one day they would be robbed by others. Little Orange! Little Orange! Yangbin shouted to the surroundings. As a result, there was no response after shouting for a long time. Everyone looked for it. Everyone began to search around in the rooms. However, after searching the entire villa, there was no sign of Little Orange. Yangbin's face darkened completely. If anything happens to Little Orange, No matter who you are, I will kill you. Chapter 107. You've lost your chance to explain. Brother Bin, could it be those people over there who did it? Chen Hao suddenly said. Yang Bin nodded. He also suspected that it was done by someone over there. They hadn't returned for a few days, so the other party must have thought they had escaped, so they came to rob their supplies. Yang Bin climbed up to the balcony, opened his eye of true vision, and looked over there. Soon, Yang Bin found the little orange in a small iron cage in the backyard. At this time, it was lying in the cage, dying, and it was obvious that it had suffered a lot of abuse. It seems that the other party wants to subdue it. Very good. We have kept you here for so long. It's time to deal with it, Yang Bin said coldly. Afterwards, Yang Bin went downstairs and led everyone towards the villa. At this time, on the third floor of the villa over there, Wang Ruikai looked at the people walking towards this side with a sneer on his face. I thought you had run away, but I didn't expect you to come back. But it's better to come back. Since you guys are trying to trick me with my kind words, it seems I have no choice but to use force. Afterwards, Wang Ruikai walked down to the living room, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and waited leisurely for Yang Bin and others to arrive. Every time he went to the other party's house, he would be asked for a gift. This time it was finally the other party's turn to come to him. As for worrying about the opponent's strength, I might have been worried before today. But yesterday he finally cultivated a 5th level zombie, so he is now at level 5 and an extremely powerful 5th level mutant. According to information from the survival base, even officially, there are only a dozen or so 5th level evolvers. With his special abilities, he can be said to be invincible in his level. Therefore, he has enough confidence, and now he is not afraid of anyone. Behind him, Wang Yueming, Wang De, and Wang Er were all at the peak of the 4th level. In addition, there were more than a dozen 4th level evolvers in the room. With such a lineup, we can move sideways even in a survival base. Soon, footsteps were heard outside. A smile appeared on Wang Ruikai's face. Xiaoming, welcome guests. Remember to ask them for a door gift. Okay. Wang Yueming walked towards the door with a smile on his face. He was always asked for gifts by the other party, and the face of that skinny guy who was as thin as a monkey made him angry every time he thought about it. This time I can finally vent my anger. Wang Yueming stood behind the door, waiting for the other party to knock. He had already thought about how he would scold the other party. However, at this moment, bang! The hard security door suddenly flew out and hit Wang Yueming directly, knocking him to the ground at Wang Ruikai's feet. Then, 7 figures walked in at the door casually. Everyone in the room was confused. What was wrong with this plot? Why don't you play by the rules? Wang Yueming pointed at Yang Bin and others with an angry look on his face. Wang Ruikai's face turned from smiling to ashen. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to break in directly. Yang Bin walked directly to the sofa opposite Wang Ruikai and sat down. Chen Hao and others stood behind Yang Bin. Did you go to my house to steal things? Yang Bin looked at Wang Ruikai. His voice was very flat and emotionless. Wang Ruikai took a deep breath, put out the cigarette in his hand, looked at Yang Bin and the others and said, Every time I go to your place, I'm always polite. It's not polite for you to break in like this. That's because you're a coward. All you need to answer now is, did you go and steal from me? Captain Yang, I have always admired your strength and want you to join my Wang family. So, I am very polite to you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Wang Ruikai's face darkened. Today, you dare to kick down my door. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, you may not be able to leave this door. As Wang Ruikai finished speaking, the people behind him instantly surrounded Yang Bin and others. Yang Bin shook his head. Well, you've lost your chance to quibble. Then he pointed at Wang Ruikai and said, Except this man, kill all the others. As soon as Yang Bin finished speaking, Chen Hao and others quickly took action and hit the people surrounding them with sticks. This group of people reacted very quickly and slashed at Chen Hao and others with the tang swords in their hands. However, as soon as the two sides came into contact, the gap between them emerged. More than a dozen people were crushed to death by the barbell before they could even last a minute in front of Chen Hao and others. Level 5. All level 5. Wang Ruikai widened his eyes and almost jumped up from the sofa. Wang Yueming beside him and Wang De and others behind him also looked at them as if they had seen a ghost. Even though they had never underestimated the other side, they still hadn't thought that all the other side members were at level 5. You have to know that there are only more than 10 5th level people in the entire Star City official, and the 7 people on the other side are all 5th level. How is it possible? Unfortunately, even if they didn't believe it, the facts were before them. Except for Yang Bin, who was sitting motionless on the sofa, the other 6 were genuine 5th-level evolvers. Take the young master away, Wang, he shouted at Wang Yueming, and then he and Wang Er rushed directly towards Yang Bin. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. As long as Yang Bin is controlled, the young master will have a chance to escape. However, although the idea is good, the reality is very cruel. A Tang sword suddenly flew up from the ground and instantly slashed across the necks of the 2 men. Before the 2 men could pounce on Yang Bin, they fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Yueming was shocked. Wang Rueikai's expression also changed drastically. You really are a superpower. He had doubted this before, wondering how it was possible for his strength to increase so quickly if he was not a mutant. Afterwards, Wang Rueikai's entire right arm turned directly into a black metal arm. He looked straight at Yang Bin and said, I admit that I underestimated you, but do you think you are sure to win? As both of us are at the 5th level, I am not afraid of anyone. Since you are also a superpower, do you dare to fight me? Fight with me. Yang Bin shook his head. You are not qualified. Asen, play with him. Good. Zhong Yuansen walked out and stood in front of Wang Rueikai. You look down on me. Wang Rueikai frowned. Well, I never looked at you. In that case, I will kill him first. I want to see how long you can keep being stubborn. After Wang Rueikai finished speaking, he punched Zhong Yuansen directly. Zhong Yuansen grabbed the barbell and smashed it towards the opponent. Bite! The sound of metal collision was heard. Zhong Yuansen took a few steps back, and the barbell in his hand actually bent. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao and others widened their eyes. No wonder Brother Bin said that the other party's superpowers were very strong, and he was reluctant to kill him. Now it seems that this is not just talk, it is really strong. Who do you think you are? How dare you fight with me? Wang Rueikai said arrogantly. Zhong Yuansen dropped the barbell in his hand and twisted his neck. Your mouth is so annoying. As soon as he finished speaking, a spike of earth suddenly emerged from under Wang Rueikai's, but at an extremely fast speed. A scream was heard, and Wang Rueikai jumped 2 meters high. This can be seen from the bloodstains on the earth thorns. This is anal sex. Everyone unconsciously squeezed their buttocks together and quietly moved away from Zhong Yuansen. Chapter 108, 6th level. How is it possible? Wang Rueikai fell to the ground, holding his buttocks with his face pale. Perhaps only those who have experienced it can understand the pain. The metal right arm returned to its normal form. You are also a psychic. Wang Rueikai looked at Zhong Yuansen in horror. Are people with superpowers rare? Zhong Yuansen said indifferently. Are you still able to do it? If you can, then stand up and continue. If not, then just admit defeat. You said you were invincible at the same level, but you couldn't even withstand a casual attack from me. Wang Rueikai gritted his teeth and struggled to get up from the ground. You just sneaked up on me. Do you really think you can be my opponent? Wang Rueikai is also a man. He endured the pain of anal explosion and turned into a metal arm again to smash towards Zhong Yuansen. This time, he kept an eye on his feet to prevent himself from getting raped again. When he felt something strange under his feet, he instantly moved to the side. A thorn of earth suddenly sprang out from the original place. Do you want to use the same trick again? Wang Rueikai sneered. Brother Kai, be careful. Wang Yueming suddenly shouted. However, he was too slow after all. A huge rock suddenly appeared, and by the time Wang Rueikai reacted, the rock had already hit his back. Puff! Wang Rueikai spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and looked at Zhong Yuansen in horror. Zhong Yuansen shook his head. You are really a dish. After hearing Zhong Yuansen's words, Wang Rueikai, who had always been arrogant, vomited blood again, became so angry that he fainted. Everyone was speechless when seeing this scene. Is it so hard to bear the blow? This guy probably has never gone out to kill zombies. Yang Bin shook his head. There's no doubt that the opponent's superpowers are very strong, but the key is that this guy has almost no combat experience. If he had more combat experience, with his special abilities, he might not lose to Zhong Yuansen. This is what is called a flower in a greenhouse. The Wang family must be worried that something might happen to him, so they prepare the crystals for him and also help him to keep the zombies safe. He could improve all the way just by staying at home. But the result of this improvement is that the combat effectiveness is a mess, and such a good ability is wasted. Wang Rueikai fainted, and Wang Yueming was the only one still standing in the living room. When Yang Bin and others looked at Wang Yueming, this guy was so scared that he started crying and fell to his knees. Brothers, uncles, and grandpas, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a follower. Please forgive me. Do you think this guy looks familiar? Yang Bin asked with some confusion. I had this feeling the first time I saw him, as if I had seen him somewhere before. Hu Wenliang also asked in confusion. This guy looks a bit like Wang Yuehao. Chen Hao suddenly said, Oh, now that you mention it, it reminds me that they do look alike. Yang Bin suddenly realized. Do you know my brother? Wang Yueming asked in surprise. Judging from your age, you should be college students, right? Could you be my brother's classmate? Yeah, that's right. Yang Bin smiled. That's great. Since he's my brother's classmate, we're friends. There's no need to fight. Wang Yueming now tries to make as many connections as possible so as to increase his survival rate. Who is Wang Yuehao? Zhao Kun asked puzzledly. The one who cheated on Haozi. Hu Wenliang said with a smile. Oh, Zhao Kun and others immediately showed a look of understanding. The expression on Wang Yueming's face froze. I thought I could make some connections, but it seems like I've run into a trap. Haozi, I leave this man to you. Yang Bin said. Chen Hao nodded, said nothing, grabbed the barbell, and walked towards Wang Yueming. Don't kill me. I know a lot about the Wang family. I also know where the Wang family's secret base is. The Wang family is very powerful. If you provoke the Wang family, you will not be able to escape even if you are at the 5th level. Then you don't have to worry about it. Chen Hao said coldly, and then blew him in the head with a stick. Seeing this guy reminded him of Wang Yuehao. When he thought of Wang Yuehao, he couldn't help but think of Lu Xia and the 3 years they spent together. So, it's better to kill him as soon as possible. Brother Bin, what should we do with this guy? Zhong Yuansen looked at Wang Ruikai, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Drag him to the backyard, rescue Little Orange, and lock him up. I'm going to do an experiment tonight. Okay. When I came to the backyard, I saw 2 huge iron cages at a glance. One holds a 3rd level zombie, and the other holds a 4th level zombie. There was a smaller iron cage on the side, and Little Orange was locked inside, with wounds all over his body. When Zaijuzi saw Yang Bin and the others coming in, he immediately opened his eyes full of surprise. Everyone quickly opened the iron cage, rescued Zaijuzi, and then locked Wang Ruikai in. Hu Wenliang treated Zaijuzi's injuries as soon as possible. Yang Bin touched Little Orange's head. I've suffered. He was a little surprised, and Little Orange followed him without much effort. Why didn't he choose to surrender when being abused like this by the other party? What he didn't know was that the Little Orange was just beginning to gain intelligence. Because its previous owner had turned into a zombie, it wanted to have an owner, which was why it gave him a chance. Little Orange has his own persistence. Since he has chosen to follow them, he will not submit to others. Animals, like humans, come in all shapes and sizes. Some are fierce, and some are docile. Some animals will directly kill their owners after mutation, while others will desperately protect their owners. Little Orange was very docile before it mutated, but his owner turned into a zombie. Otherwise, he would definitely be a good cat that protects his owner. Under Hu Wenliang's treatment, Zaijuzi soon recovered. At this time, Wang Ruikai also woke up. After realizing his situation, he became furious. The eldest son of the Wang family was actually locked in a dog cage. If this gets out, the Wang family will lose all face. Let me out now, or you will all die. Shut up. If you scream again, I'll put you in a zombie cage. Yang Bin said coldly. Wang Ruikai suddenly didn't dare to shout. What do you want in exchange for letting me go? As long as you let me go, you can have anything you want. Money? Women? Supplies? Or crystals? As long as you ask, my Wang family can satisfy you. I want a 6th order crystal. Does your Wang family have it? That's why I look down on you. You only know how to brag every day, but you don't have any real ability at all. You're simply talking nonsense. Not to mention the Wang family. Even the official ones don't have a 6th level evolver. I dare say there's no 6th level evolver in the entire world. Yeah. Yang Bin smiled, then grabbed the cage that held the 4th level zombie and lifted it up along with the zombie, then moved it to the side. Wang Ruikai's eyes almost popped out his head in shock. All the iron pillars of this iron cage are solid and weigh 4 or 5 tons. It was originally carried in and assembled by a group of people. However, at this moment, the other party actually lifted it up and lifted up the zombies inside with it. Sorry, I'm only level 6. Yang Bin smiled, then took everyone away, leaving Wang Ruikai with a dazed look on his face. He was not worried that Wang Ruikai would break free. Given his current injuries, it would be good enough for him to be alive. Wang Ruikai looked at Yang Bin's back and muttered to himself. Level 6. How is that possible? Chapter 109, Seizing the Superpower. Boss, that superpower. As soon as he returned to the living room, Zhao Kun said impatiently, let's try it at night. I'm not sure if it will work. Yang Bin thought. Yeah. Zhao Kun nodded excitedly. To be honest, he really likes Wang Ruikai's supernatural powers, which are quite powerful. If the whole body can be turned into metal in the later stage, it will be an invincible killing machine. If Wang Ruikai fought with Zhong Yuansen again at that time, it would definitely be Zhong Yuansen who was abused. At 12 o'clock in the night, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper reappear. Yang Bin and others did not go to the rooftop to watch the stars, but came to the backyard. At this time, Wang Ruikai curled up in the dog cage, looking pitiful. Young Master Wang, who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth and was born at the peak of his career, never dreamed that such a day would come. Hearing the footsteps, Wang Ruikai raised his head and looked at Yang Bin and others. You locked me up instead of killing me. Maybe you're afraid of the Wang family. In that case, why don't you just state your conditions? There's no need to waste time like this. Someone from the Wang family will come tomorrow morning, and you won't be able to escape then. Haha, you're quite confident. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. The reason why I didn't kill you is because I had to keep you for experiments. Ashen, bring it out. Zhong Yuansun opened the iron cage and pulled out Wang Ruikai, who still didn't understand what was going on. Kill him. You can't kill me. I am the eldest master of the Wang family. If you kill me, you can't escape. Wang Ruikai shouted. However, no matter how loud he shouted, it was of no use. Zhao Kun took action immediately and smashed his head with a stick. Wang Ruikai's voice suddenly stopped, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Yang Bin opened the eye of true vision and stared at Wang Ruikai's body. After a while, a white light floated out from above Wang Ruikai's head and flew quickly into the air. Yang Bin reached out to grab it, but his hand went straight through the light spot. It is true, Yang Bin said to himself. Then he stared at the light spot closely, controlled it with his mind, and let it slowly fly back. It's feasible. There was some excitement in Yang Bin's eyes. At this time, everyone else looked at Yang Bin in confusion, not knowing what he was doing. However, they did not dare to make any movement, for fear of affecting Yang Bin. Zhao Kun, lie down. Oh, okay. Zhao Kun lay down on the ground without any hesitation. Yang Bin controlled the light spot and slowly flew it towards Zhao Kun's eyebrows. Soon, the light spot flew to the center of Zhao Kun's eyebrows and then directly merged into it. Seeing that the light spot did not come out again, Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He saw countless spots of light in the void, each of which represented a supernatural power. At that time, he was wondering whether every kind of supernatural power would turn into a point of light. That's why he wondered whether a person with superpowers would also turn into spots of light after his death. If so, can this light spot also be integrated into other people's minds? I didn't expect it to actually work. Boss, are you okay? Okay? Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin nervously. Well, try to concentrate and imagine your arm turning into metal. Good. Zhao Kun stood up and started testing according to Yang Bin's method. Soon, Zhao Kun's right arm turned into a glowing black metal arm, to everyone's shock. Really possible? Zhao Kun's eyes widened, his face trembling with excitement. God knows how much he wants to have superpowers. The boss told him that he could give it a try, but he didn't really hold out much hope because it was too mysterious. But I didn't expect that it would actually succeed. Brother Bin is awesome. Boss is awesome. Everyone was amazed. This time it's not flattery, but sincere admiration. What they thought was a fantasy actually worked for the boss. I really don't know what to say except that it's awesome. They couldn't see the light spots. They just saw the boss messing around for a while. And then Zhao Kun possessed Wang Ruikai's supernatural powers. It's simply a miracle. Boss, Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin and was speechless for a moment. Okay, stop saying thank you. We are in the same team. If you become stronger, we will become stronger too. Yang Bin patted Zhao Kun on the shoulder. Yes, Zhao Kun nodded firmly. Boss, then let's. Lao He and Shou Ho hurried over and looked at Yang Bin expectantly. Since this method is feasible, then our Falling Star team must be composed of people with special abilities. Yang Bin smiled. Yeah, the two of them jumped up excitedly. But before you two become superpowers, don't advance to the Yaoguang realm. I guess this method will probably not work if you reach the Yawang realm. Even if it works, your superpowers will be one level lower, because there will be a chance for superpowers to advance once you reach the Yawang realm. Boss, it's okay. As long as we can become a superpower, it doesn't matter if we get promoted later. The two of them were open-minded. After all, it was still too early to reach the Yawang realm. Well, let's go to the rooftop to look at the stars. We can't waste this. Okay. The success of this experiment made everyone extremely excited, especially Zhao Kun, who finally possessed superpowers and extremely powerful ones at that. You'll no longer have to envy others. This feeling is really great. After watching the stars on the rooftop all night, everyone gained something, but the one who gained the most was Little Orange, which was promoted to level 5 tonight. Now everyone has truly started at level 5. Just when everyone was about to go back to their homes to sleep, Yangbin unexpectedly saw a 5th-level zombie born among the group of 4th-level zombies in the yard. What a great combination of good things. This cage is great. You can take it away now. Yangbin smiled, flashed directly into the yard, kicked down the wall with one foot, then picked up the iron cage and walked towards home. Everyone looked at this scene in silence. I always feel that Brother Bin is becoming more and more like a gangster. Remember to loot all the supplies from that villa. Yangbin's voice came over. It's confirmed they are bandits. Yangbin placed the iron cage in his own yard. The reason he came back was, firstly, he was used to it, and secondly, there were corpses all over the place, and he was too lazy to clean it up. However, Yangbin also understood that they probably wouldn't stay here for long. Wang Ruikai is dead, and the Wang family is absolutely furious. I'm afraid the Wang family's revenge will come soon. Moreover, now that Wang Ruikai is dead, the Wang family will definitely tell the authorities about their whereabouts, and the authorities will take action at that time. Therefore, killing Wang Ruikai is actually equivalent to stirring up a hornet's nest. But Yangbin still killed him. It's the end of the world. There's no need to be timid in doing things. He was not so arrogant as to think he was invincible, but he was not afraid of them either. If all else failed, he could just go to another place. In a world full of zombies, what could even the official authorities do to them? Chapter 1, 10 Dispute. The next morning, when Yang Bin and others were still catching up on their sleep, the villa where Wang Ruikai was staying was in complete chaos. The eldest son of the Wang family died in his own villa. This incident would definitely shake the entire Wang family. You know, Wang Ruikai is the successor of the Wang family, and he is also a supernatural being. The Wang family had high hopes for him and did not let him go to the survival base, but let him stay in Jinghe Garden to continue living a carefree life. They even helped him build cages and capture zombies, allowing him to advance easily. However, the Wang family never imagined that Wang Ruikai would be killed in his own villa. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Wang Xian, the leader of the Wang family, felt dizzy. This was a big deal. Who on earth is it that dares to kill even the eldest son of the Wang family? Manager Wang, could it be that zombies killed him? Little Karami whispered at the side. Are you blind? How can the bodies of zombies remain so intact after killing someone? These are all smashed in the head with one blow. It's obviously man-made, and the head was smashed with a stick-like weapon. Wang Xian said angrily. Sticks? Wang Xian was suddenly stunned, and then looked at the villa not far away. No matter from which angle you look at it, the people in that villa are the most suspicious. The young master just went to their place to loot supplies yesterday, and now they have encountered this disaster. The entire opposing team used stick-type weapons, and the mutant cat that was originally captured is also gone. It is unreasonable to say that it was not their fault. Wang Xin quickly climbed to the top floor and looked towards the villa, wanted to see if the people in the villa had returned. As a result, I saw the iron cage placed in the backyard of the villa at a glance, and there was no need to doubt it at all. It's you. You dared to kill the eldest son of the Wang family. You are dead. Wang Xian said gloomily. Let's go back and inform the head of the family immediately. After Wang Xian finished speaking, he quickly left the villa with his men. Survival base. The current survival base has changed a lot. While the troops were frantically sweeping the surrounding zombies, the survival base was also constantly expanding. The length of the wall has reached several kilometers. The area has increased more than 10 times, and the number of people has exceeded 100,000. The daily consumption of more than 100,000 people is an extremely huge number. It is not like before. Now all industries and sectors have come to a halt. Except for those engaged in infrastructure construction, everyone else basically just sits and waits for food. Under such circumstances, class divisions quickly began to emerge within the survival base. The highest ones are naturally the official high-ranking officials, and some people with powerful backgrounds. They live in high-end areas every day and have no worries about food and drink. Next are the advanced evolvers. They often go out to hunt zombies and can more or less loot some food, so they basically don't have to worry about going hungry. Next are the people who can be used by the base, such as construction workers, plumbers, etc. There's a lot of work to be done in the base, and these people are needed by the authorities, so the authorities will give them some rewards, basically some food, and those who perform well can even get crystals. Next are the ordinary people, who have no strength or skills and basically live on government relief. These people have a very miserable life. Because of the food shortage, the government has cut the amount from 2 steam buns per meal to 2 steam buns per day, basically just to ensure that people don't starve to death. These people were originally extremely excited about being rescued, but they did not expect it to be such a scene. But what can they do? At least they won't starve to death in the survival base. If they leave the survival base, they will not be able to survive. They have lost the best opportunity to kill zombies. Now, most of the zombies outside are level 3, and there are very few level 2. They are just ordinary people. How can they fight them? What else can we do besides staying in the survival base? Liu Yong actually thought about getting more food for these people, because he felt that every time they went out to kill zombies, they could bring back a lot of supplies, so there was no need to do this. However, this aspect was under the jurisdiction of Ma Zhonghua, and he had raised it several times, but was rejected by Ma Zhonghua every time. Ma Zhonghua's reason was also very direct. We should not only look at the present, but also consider the future. The supplies they brought back might be enough to last for a month, but would they last for a year? As a leader, we should consider the long term. Liu Yong was speechless after being criticized, and in the end the matter was left unresolved. 2 steam buns a day will not kill you, but it will not fill you up at all, especially for people who have a big appetite. The feeling of being hungry is really uncomfortable. Many people began to take the initiative to find work. Labor became extremely cheap. As long as you had food to eat, you could ask them to help you with your work for a day. Some women have no choice but to sell their bodies for food. The people they sell their bodies to are the evolved ones because they have enough food. Moreover, if the other party takes a fancy to me, maybe he or she can stay with me, and then I will never be hungry again. Therefore, the powerful evolvers still live very comfortably in the survival base. But they made it themselves. When most people didn't dare to go out and kill zombies, they dare to take this step. This step is a life-threatening one. But if they survive, they should enjoy the treatment they deserve. Many people complain about the unfairness of fate, but they don't know that everything is due to their own choices. If they had been braver at the beginning, perhaps things would not have turned out like this. Maybe he has died a long time ago. In the living room of an independent house in the center of the survival base, Wang Zhenhong is discussing something with Ma Zhonghua. Just then, a man rushed in. Wang Zhenhong frowned. Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to come near here without my permission? Master, something big has happened. Wang Xian said anxiously. What can we talk about after we're done? The master is dead. What? Wang Zhenhong stood up suddenly and grabbed Wang Xian by the collar. What did you say? The young master is dead. He died in a villa in Jinghe Garden, including Wang De, Wang Er, and others. More than 10 people in the villa were killed. Wang Xian said with a sad face. How could it be? Wang Zhenhong staggered back 2 steps. Akai is already level 5, and those people in the villa are all level 4. How could they die? Could it be that a large number of zombies rushed into Jinghe Garden? Ma Zhonghua on the side speculated. No, it's man-made. Wang Xian affirmed. What? Wang Zhenhong grabbed Wang Xian's collar again, stared at him intently, and asked, Are you sure? I'm sure, and I already know who killed the young master. Who? It's the group of people living in Jinghe Garden. Impossible. There are only 7 of them. How could they possibly kill Akai and the others? The young master and his men all had their heads smashed in with sticks or other weapons, and those people's weapons were barbells. The young master just looted their family supplies the night before yesterday, and something happened yesterday. Moreover, I saw the young master's iron cage in their yard. 7 people, and their weapons are barbells. You are not talking about the group of people I am wanted, are you? Ma Zhong said with narrowed eyes. This? Wang Xian looked at Wang Zhenhong, not knowing whether he should say it. Yes, it's them. At this moment, Wang Zhenhong no longer concealed the fact that he wanted that group of people to die. It really is them. Master Wang, Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, maybe young Master Wang wouldn't have died. Chapter 111. The Fangs of the Falling Star Squad. It was past 9 in the morning when Yangbin got out of bed. After sleeping outdoors for a few days, I returned to the villa and slept soundly on the high-end Simmons mattress, so I slept a little longer. When I went downstairs, I found Zhong Yuan-sen and Zhao Kun were busy preparing breakfast. Hey, you two are here so early? Yangbin asked curiously. Boss, I didn't sleep much. I was too excited, Zhao Kun said embarrassedly. I would be lying if I said I wasn't excited when I suddenly obtained the powerful superpowers I had always dreamed of. Yangbin nodded to show his understanding, then looked at Zhong Yuan-sen. And you? I was woken up by someone early in the morning to spar with him. Zhong Yuan-sen said with a look of resentment. Who won? Yangbin was also a little curious. His punch is really fierce. One punch almost crippled me, Zhong Yuan-sen said helplessly, covering his chest. That Wang Ruikai is just a fool. It's a pure waste to have such a good ability on him. Lao Sen's stone can be dealt with just one punch. As long as it gets close to him, Lao San can't withstand it all, Zhao Kun said excitedly. That's because you're very familiar with Lao Sen's routine. If you don't understand, you might get stabbed in the ass as well. But in terms of combat strength, Kun's ability is indeed more pure. After his arms are transformed into metal, the power of his fists will be greatly increased. He will not be able to withstand a close attack. But Lao Sen's abilities are quite varied. He can sneak attack, and even turn into a wall of earth for defense. So we can't just talk about which ability is stronger. We can only say that each has its own advantages. Yeah, that earth thorn of his is really annoying. When fighting with him, you have to be careful down there at all times. If you're not careful, your anus will be in danger. I say, Lao San, can you please not be so sinister and stab people in the anus at every turn? Zhao Kun complementary. The purpose of fighting is to kill the opponent. There is no such thing as dark or light. As long as you can kill the opponent, it is a good method. On the contrary, if you are killed by others, what's the use of being bright? Zhong Yuan-sen saw it more clearly. What Arson said is right. He is indeed a seasoned veteran. No matter what method he uses, as long as he can kill the other party, it is a good method. Yeah, I understand. I was just complaining. Zhao Kun nodded. Call him down for breakfast. Not far from Jinga Garden, a number of large trucks stopped. Soon, groups of evolvers got off the cars. These people are forces secretly cultivated by the Wang family. Wang Ruikai's death made the Wang family completely furious. They no longer cared about hiding their strength and directly mobilized a large number of evolvers to take action. In addition to the Wang family, Ma Zhonghua also transferred some people to help. They are now in a cooperative relationship, so naturally they need to express their gratitude. After getting off the bus, a large group of people quickly rushed into the Jingyuan community and surrounded one of the villas. Inside the villa, the 7 members of the Starfall squad were sitting around the dining table, eating breakfast. Brother Ben, what are your plans for today? Chen Hao asked. Let's not go out today. There will probably be a big battle today. People from the Wang family will probably come. It's time to show the strength of our Falling Star squad. Otherwise, any Tom, Dick, and Harry will dare to come and rob our house. Yangbin said coldly. But boss, what if they have powerful thermal weapons? Zhong Yuan-san said with some concern. You are all level 5. Ordinary rifles and submachine guns are not a big threat to you. If there is a high-powered weapon, I will destroy it immediately. After all, the Wang family is just a family. It's not uncommon for them to have hot weapons, but they probably don't have high-powered weapons. These things are usually only owned by the military, so there's no need to worry too much. Okay, then I'm going to give it a try. I've just awakened my special powers, and I want to have a good fight, Zhao Kun said excitedly. I don't think you'll be happy. Don't use your superpowers to deal with the Wang family. The Wang family should know about Wang Ruikai's superpowers. If they see it, they will inevitably guess a lot of things. Some things cannot be exposed now. Yangbin said seriously. Okay. Zhao Kun nodded helplessly. Just then, there was a sudden sound of noisy footsteps outside. They are coming. Everyone looked at each other. Yangbin immediately opened the eye of true vision and looked outside. They saw 700 or 800 people outside, rushing towards their villa. Some of these people were holding cold weapons, and some were holding submachine guns. Among them, there are 2 5th-level evolvers, 2 to 300 4th-level evolvers, and the others are basically at the peak of the 3rd level. Yangbin looked around carefully and did not find any high-powered weapons, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since there are no high-powered weapons, it will be easy. At this time, outside the villa, a large group of people surrounded the villa to prevent the people inside from escaping. Wang Jindong, the head of the Wang family, and Chen Hao, Ma Zhong's second secretary, were both staring at the villa closely. "Are you sure he's still in there?" Chen Hao asked. "Sure, we have people watching. We saw people moving inside not long ago, but no one has come out yet," Wang Jindong confirmed. He didn't dare to underestimate this woman. Ma Zhonghua had several secretaries, but he only let her be promoted to the 5th level. This could explain a lot of problems. Given Ma Zhongh's personality, it is definitely not possible for him to allow a girl to advance first just because she is pretty or strong in some aspects. This woman is definitely extraordinary. Now that it's confirmed, let's not waste time and just score, Chen Hao said. Wang Jindong nodded and was about to give the order to break down the door, but at this moment, the door opened by itself. 7 figures walked out slowly. In an instant, all the guns were pointed at them. "Oh, Jing'a Garden is quite lively today." Yangbin smiled and didn't care about the hundreds of gun muzzles. When Wang Jindong saw Yangbin and the others appear, his face became completely gloomy. Chen Hao on the side frowned. This group of people are so calm. His calmness made her a little flustered. "Did you kill my nephew Wang Ruikai?" Wang Jindong asked coldly. Even though the evidence was irrefutable, he still wanted a definite answer. "Wang Ruikai? Is he the fool in that villa?" Yangbin pointed to the villa in the distance. "Yes." Wang Jindong gritted his teeth. "Oh, we did kill him. This idiot was not very smart. He actually came to my house to steal things. We had no choice but to kill him," Yangbin said lightly. When Wang Jindong heard Yangbin's admission, he was immediately furious. "Very good. In that case, then all of you should go and be buried with Kaier. Kill them for me." As soon as Wang Jindong finished speaking, those holding submachine guns pulled the trigger immediately. Da-da-da. Countless bullets poured towards the few people. At this moment, an earth wall suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking all the bullets outside. Then a huge rock fell down and killed several people directly. Superpower! Seeing this scene, Wang Jindong and Chen Hao's faces changed. However, soon, something even more shocking happened to them. Yang Bin, who was originally standing at the door, had already entered the crowd without him noticing. He swept the barbell in his hand around him, cutting off more than 10 people around him in half. Could it be another psychic? This person is definitely more than just level 5. Chen Hong's face was extremely solemn, and the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. Chapter 112, What are you doing? Yang Bin's sudden appearance in the crowd caused the group of people to panic. The people nearby had to put away their submachine guns and use cold weapons to fight against Yang Bin. But can they really fight against it? If a 5th level being beating a 4th level being is a crushing defeat, then a Yawang realm being beating a 4th level being is a pure dimensionality reduction attack. You know, the peak of the 4th level only has 1,500 kilograms of strength, while the initial level of the Yawang realm is 5,000 kilograms. There was no fancy moves, and these people could not withstand any blows from Yangbin. There is no such thing as injured people. Anyone who touches it will die. On the other side, Chen Hao's figure appeared out of nowhere next to a group of people and joined the battle immediately. He has already reached the peak of the 5th level and is equally ferocious. Immediately afterwards, Zhong Yuansen put away the earth wall and quickly rushed into the crowd with Zhao Kun and others. I was hit by some bullets along the way, but it didn't have much impact. Just as Yangbin expected, they no longer had to worry about ordinary guns at level 5. As they rushed into the crowd, the battle began. Killing zombies is different from killing humans. The zombies' attacks are relatively simple, and they basically only know how to scratch and bite. People's attacks will be more varied, and this group of people are well equipped, basically military knives, so it is not easy to fight. But at the same time, humans are afraid of pain and have more weaknesses than zombies. The barbell does not have to be hit on the head. Just hitting it on the body can make them lose their combat effectiveness. Zhao Kun and others are all experienced warriors. Relying on their powerful strength, they fought their way through the crowd. Wang Jindong and Chen Hao were so shocked that they were speechless. Actually, they're all level 5. How could this group of people be so perverted? Wang Jindong's face became extremely ugly when he saw the elites he had trained with great difficulty being killed as quickly as wheat being cut. He never expected that these people could be so strong. In this case, we can't keep them here. Secretary Shun, let's take action too. They're separated now. If two of us level 5s take action at the same time, we can definitely defeat them one by one. Wang Zhendong looked at Chen Hao, who was standing aside. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, pulled out a special dagger from his waist, and looked at the people on the battlefield with cold eyes. Wang Zhendong also took out his bayonet, and then rushed towards the skinny monkey who seemed to be the weakest. However, after he rushed out, Chen Hao, who had just looked eager to fight, quietly retreated. This is your Wang family's business. I won't go and die, Chen Hao said secretly in her heart. Indeed, if the two of them attacked at the same time and cooperated with the 4th level evolvers around them, they could indeed defeat the enemies one by one. But there's still a 6th level there. How can I defeat it? That is an unsolvable problem. It is better to retreat early, otherwise you'll die here. When Wang Zhendong rushed into the battlefield, he found that Chen Hao did not follow him. He quickly looked around, and his face suddenly turned black. MD, you bitch, you are playing tricks on me. Wang Zhendong cursed angrily, but he didn't have time to cause trouble for the other party at this time. Besides, the other party was someone close to Mayor Ma, so he didn't dare to do so. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and continue to kill the skinny monkey. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the villa like lightning, pounced directly on Wang Zhendong, and grabbed his face. Suddenly, 4 bloody claw marks appeared on Wang Zhendong's face. Wang Zhendong looked over with horror and found that it was an orange cat as big as a tiger. Fuck, a cat dares to join the fun. I'm going to kill you. At this time, Wang Zhendong was already furious. He grabbed the bayonet and slashed at Zaijuzi. However, the 5th level Little Orange had an invincible speed, so there was no way he could possibly be hit by it. Little Orange was running around in the crowd. Wang Zhendong chopped for a long time, but didn't even hit Little Orange's hair. Instead, he killed 2 of his own men. So much so that when the people from the Wang family saw him coming, they all retreated away, and the looks they gave him were filled with resentment. Mr. Wang, our situation is already difficult. Could you please stop causing trouble? It took a while for Wang Zhendong to react, and he stopped immediately. However, even if he stopped, Little Orange would not stop. They kept grabbing at him, and soon, Wang Zhendong was covered with bruises. Poor second master of the Wang family was almost on the verge of collapse because of the torture of a cat. On the other side, Yang Bin was keeping an eye on the situation on the entire battlefield while fighting. When seeing Chen Hao leaving, Yang Bin curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. Now that you're here, you want to leave. You're really not taking me seriously. He might not care much if someone else left, but this woman couldn't leave. Seeing that the others were not in any danger, Yang Bin killed 4 or 5 more people with 1 stick and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. The people around were looking at this scene in bewilderment. While they were fighting, the person disappeared. On the other side, Chen Hao quietly withdrew from the battlefield and then ran out of the community. She must go back as soon as possible to tell Mayor Ma that a 6th level evolver has appeared in Star City. This matter is extremely important. The 6th level will completely light up a star, and the strength will definitely increase significantly. It can be seen from the fact that the military has suffered repeated defeats at the hands of that 6th Order zombie, that the 6th Order is not at the same level as the 5th Order. Originally, they thought that the official was always far ahead and didn't care about these individual players at all. But unexpectedly, she actually saw a 6th level evolver today. This completely shattered Chen Hao's cognition. You know, even the official doesn't have a 6th level evolver now. Therefore, this matter must be notified to Mayor Ma as soon as possible. However, when she was about to step out of Jingyuan community, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. When Chen Hao saw this figure, her whole body tensed up. Beauty, where are you going? Since you are here, come to my house and have a cup of tea. Yang Bin looked at Chen Hao with a smile. There's no need to drink tea. I have something to do before I go back. Let's drink tea next time we come. Chen Hao said awkwardly. Don't wait for the next time, just this time, let's go. After saying this, Yang Bin was about to catch Chen Hao. Chen Hao's face darkened, but soon changed into a pitiful look. Little brother, don't be so impatient. There are 7 grown men in your place. How can a weak woman like me dare to enter casually? How about we find a place, just the 2 of us, and you can do whatever you want. What do you think? Bang! Yang Bin slapped Chen Hao to the ground. Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you being so naughty? Chen Hao covered her face and stared at Yang Bin with wide eyes. You? What do you mean by I? Your tricks don't work on me. Since you won't cooperate, I can only knock you out and drag you back. After saying this, Yangbin directly hit Chen Hong's neck. Chen Hong naturally would not compromise easily, and the dagger in her hand instantly stabbed towards Yangbin's waist. Unfortunately, her resistance was useless in front of Yangbin. Yangbin simply grabbed her wrist, then squeezed it hard, and the dagger fell to the ground. Then, Yangbin hit Chen Hong on the neck with a knife and knocked him unconscious. Then he picked it up and walked home. Chapter 113, do you want it? When Yangbin carried Chen Hong back to the battlefield, the fighting was still fierce. Chen Hao and his companions suffered a lot of injuries. After all, there were too many people on the other side, and there were also many 4th-level evolvers. Especially the dozens of peak 4th-level evolvers among them can pose a considerable threat to them. A level 5 can beat a level 4 with just the skills, but if there are enough levels of level 4, they can also kill level 5. If it weren't for the fact that they all looked at the stars every day and were much stronger than the average 5th-level evolvers, and if the barbells in their hands were not long enough to make it difficult for the opponent to get close to them, it would probably not be as simple as just getting injured. The number of people is sometimes very important. However, Yangbin has always believed that when the strength is strong enough, the advantage in numbers will become smaller and smaller. For example, when he deals with these 3rd and 4th level scum, there is basically no chance of getting hurt. It's good enough if you can get within 2 meters of him. Fortunately, everyone is used to getting injured, so as long as they are not killed, Hu Wenliang is here and can cure any serious injury. So even if they were injured, they remained brave. This was the courage that Hu Wenliang gave them. The Wang family, on the other hand, has lost 200 to 300 people, and the remaining people have begun to feel timid. They are human beings, not zombies, so they will naturally be scared when they see people around them falling to the ground one by one. After Yangbin came back, he immediately locked onto Wang Zhendong, who was fighting with Zaijuzi. As the head of the Wang family, he definitely cannot be allowed to go back. Yangbin threw Chen Hong aside, then teleported directly behind Wang Zhendong and smashed the other's head with a stick. Wang Zhendong, who was already being fooled by Zaijuzi, was sent by Yangbin to meet his nephew before he even understood what was going on. A 5th-level evolver, the second in command of the Wang family, just fell to the ground inexplicably. Perhaps he never thought until his death that this time he would be sacrificed while trying to avenge his nephew. Wang Zhendong's death made the Wang family, who had already lost their will to fight, completely panic. No one knew who led them, but these people suddenly scattered and then quickly fled away. The crowd chased them all the way to the gate of the community and stopped only after killing dozens of people again. There were hundreds of people, and they couldn't keep all of them if they wanted to run away. It's pretty good to be able to kill so many. In this battle, the Wang family directly lost half of its people, and even the second in command of the Wang family stayed here forever. It was a heavy loss. I guess Wang Zhenhong will collapse when he receives the news. He was planning to make a big splash at the end of the world, but he didn't expect to be cut short before he even started. When Chen Hao and others returned to the villa again, they saw a woman with perfect curves lying in the middle of the living room, and Yangbin was sitting on the sofa thinking about something. "Brother Bin, are you lonely?" Chen Hao looked at Yangbin with a strange expression. "What's the matter with being lonely?" Yangbin didn't react for a moment. "Don't pretend, we all understand." Hu Wenliang also showed a meaningful smile. "You're talking about this woman." Yangbin finally reacted. "This is for the monkeys. Give it to me." The skinny monkey stared at Yangbin with wide eyes. "Well, how about it?" "No, Brother Bin, this is a bit too sudden. Let me think about it." The skinny monkey looked at Chen Hong lying on the ground, his expression changing constantly. He actually prefers purer ones, but this woman is indeed pretty. Or just take it? No, this is too beastly." Just as the skinny monkey was struggling internally, Yangbin slapped him hard. "What are you thinking about? I'm asking if you want her powers." Well, everyone was stunned and realized that they had been thinking in the wrong direction. "I knew it. How could Brother Bin be that kind of person?" Brother Bin, what kind of special ability does she have?" Skinny Monkey asked excitedly. "Is it finally my turn?" "The charming kind can make people feel like they are in ecstasy," Yangbin said with a smile. "Of this." The Skinny Monkey's excited expression froze on his face, and the others also widened their eyes, looking stunned. "Boss, are you sure Skinny Monkey can use this ability?" Zhao Kun had a strange expression on his face. Although Skinny Monkey does look white and thin, he doesn't look effeminate at all. "Yeah, boss, this can only be used by women. How can a grown man like me make people feel so happy?" The Skinny Monkey's face turned black. "Who says it's impossible?" This ability has no restrictions on men and women. Maybe it will work better for men. After all, men understand men better. Let me tell you, this ability of hers can allow her to fight across levels. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Lao Hei. Lao Hei is just a little darker, so the effect may not be as good as yours. Brother Ben, don't fool me. Can this thing really fight against opponents of higher levels? Of course, as long as you can charm the other person. Why can't you do whatever you want to her? If I didn't have the eyes of true vision, I might have been tricked by her. Yangbin said frankly. Now that you mention it, it's really strong. The point is, as a grown man, I'm lucky enough not to make people vomit. How can I charm them? When you use your powers, you become a naked beauty in other people's eyes. Think about it carefully. If you want her, I'll keep her until tonight. If not, then kill her as soon as possible. This woman is on the enemy's side and can't be a teammate. After hearing what Yangbin said, Zhao fell into deep thought. No one else disturbed him. This ability would be difficult for any man to accept. However, it is not easy to meet a person with superpowers. If you miss it, who knows when you will meet the next one? And as Yangbin said, this ability is really powerful if used well, and it is not difficult to defeat the strong with the weak. The skinny monkey thought for a long time, raised his head again, and asked in a low voice, "Well, I don't need to do any posing to use this ability, right?" Puff. Upon hearing what Zhao said, Lao Hei, who had just taken a sip of water, spit it out, and the others almost laughed to death. Yangbin suppressed a smile and said, "No, of course, if you add some, the effect might be better." The skinny monkey thought about it again and again, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I want it." "Well, fine then. Let's lock this woman up and transfer her powers at night." "Good." The skinny monkey nodded, then walked over to catch Chen Hao. However, at this moment, Chen Hao suddenly opened her eyes and looked into the skinny monkey's eyes. The skinny monkey suddenly stopped moving and then stood there motionless. Chen Hao quickly turned over and hugged the skinny monkey. A dagger appeared in her hand and was pressed against the skinny monkey's neck. Don't move. Chapter 114 Leaving. Chen Hong's sudden attack was so clean and neat, so decisive that even she admired herself. However, what confused her was that when she saw her dagger against the skinny monkey's neck, no one in the room was nervous, and even their expressions did not change much. Originally, she thought that capturing a hostage would give her a chance to escape. But what is this situation? Aren't they afraid that I will kill this guy? Or is this guy so unwelcome in this family? How is it, monkey? Her ability is pretty good, right? Yangbin looked at the skinny monkey and smiled. It's really amazing. The skinny monkey nodded sincerely. Even though he was only stunned for 2 seconds, when masters fight, the outcome is often decided in just 1 or 2 seconds. No, in just 2 seconds, he became a hostage. You still have a mind to chat? You are a hostage now. Do you have any awareness of being a hostage? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Chen Hao said angrily. What's wrong with these people? Do they think I don't dare to kill anyone? What she didn't know was that Yangbin and the others didn't think that she didn't dare to kill anyone, but that she couldn't kill anyone in front of them. They have countless ways to save the skinny monkey. Whether it's Yangbin's object control, Chen Hao's invisibility, or Zhong Yuansen's ground spikes, they can make Chen Hao lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. Even if we take a step back and say that she really killed Zhao, we still have Wu Yang. Unless she could just cut off the skinny monkey's head. But obviously, Chen Hao couldn't do this. Beauty, be gentle, you hurt me. The skinny monkey frowned. Just now, Chen Hao was excited and used more force on her hands. Shut up. You are a hostage now and have no right to speak. Chen Hao said angrily. What's wrong with hostages? Don't hostages have human rights? I'm telling you, you'd better be nice to me, or I'll leave you with an intact body tonight, or I'll strip you naked and throw you into the zombie swarm. You think I can't kill you? Come on, why don't you try to kill one? Chen Hao was about to collapse. What kind of perverts did she meet? Then, Chen Hao looked at Yangbin and said, Please let me go. I am not from the Wang family. Aren't you from the Wang family? Yangbin frowned. If you're not from the Wang family, then you can't come with me. I'm Mayor Ma's secretary. Mayor Ma asked me to come here to assist the Wang family. You've already offended the Wang family, so you probably don't want to offend the government again. As long as you let me go, I will go back and tell Mayor Ma to stop interfering in this matter. How about that? Chen Hao said hopefully. Not so good. Mayor Ma has already issued a wanted order for us. It will be the same whether we kill you or not. It's different. You just killed an insignificant person before. Mayor Ma wanted you for the sake of official face. But I'm different. I'm Mayor Ma's right-hand man. If you kill me, Mayor Ma will be furious. By then, it won't be as simple as a wanted warrant. A good assistant? In terms of life, right? It doesn't matter. We've already offended him anyway. Too many lice won't itch. If he really wants to attack us, let him do it, Yangbin said lightly. Hearing Yangbin's words, Chen Hong's heart trembled. She didn't expect Yangbin to be so crazy. Then Chen Hong exerted force with her hands. Since she couldn't escape, she had to take someone with her to die with her. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Hao's figure appeared behind Chen Hong. He put away the barbell in his hand, looked at Chen Hong, who was lying on the ground, and shook his head. I admire this woman's courage. She dared to take hostages in our home. Skinny Monkey, you are a pioneer. You are definitely the first member of the Starfall squad to be kidnapped by a woman. I didn't pay attention for a moment, but her special ability is indeed a bit hard to guard against. Skinny Monkey said somewhat embarrassedly. Tisk, stop explaining, food is food. Lao Hei said disdainfully. When I learn this ability, you guys better be careful next time, or I'll make you do striptease on the street. Brother Bin, why don't I just kill her? It doesn't matter if I don't have this ability. Yeah, I think so too. Lao Hei nodded in agreement. The thought of being seduced by a skinny guy and running to the street to do a striptease makes me shudder. This power is too evil. Okay, stop making trouble. Skinny Monkey, take this woman with you and kill her at night. Good. Brother Ben, if we kill during the day, can't we transfer our superpowers? Everyone asked curiously. I'm not sure, but it's probably not possible. I feel that we should kill him under the illumination of the 9 stars of the Big Dipper, so that his supernatural power can turn into light spots and fly into the sky to be absorbed by the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. If we kill him now, his supernatural power will most likely dissipate directly. Although this is just Yangbin's guess, he thinks this possibility is very high. It's so hard to meet a person with superpowers, so naturally I won't gamble. It's just a matter of waiting for a few more hours. Okay, everyone go back and pack your things. We should leave here. Although he didn't care when he told Chen Hong, Yangbin certainly couldn't really dare to ignore the official authorities. Apart from anything else, they wouldn't be able to withstand the enemy's several long-range cannons. If Ma Zhonghua killed an insignificant person, he would have to issue a wanted order for them. If he killed this woman, it would be normal for Ma Zhonghua to use cannons to bombard them. But even so, Yangbin never thought of letting this woman go. Letting go would be equivalent to compromising with the other party. Doesn't my brother Bin have any respect? Besides, killing this woman would give their team one more psychic. So how could they let her go? Isn't it just running away? It's not like I can't run away. When everyone heard that they were leaving, they all looked reluctant. It's really comfortable to live here. But they did not hesitate and quickly started packing up. The group didn't have much stuff, so it didn't take long to pack it up. It's a pity that there was a room full of supplies and they couldn't take them away. I could only bring some dry dog meat, mineral water, bread, and the like to fill my stomach on the way back. Yangbin came to the backyard and killed all the zombies in the iron cage. He then dismantled the iron cage into pieces and tied them up. He planned to take this thing with him to the next place where he would stay and put it there. This thing is pretty good for raising zombies. He is also preparing to raise zombies. But what he wants to raise are not low-level zombies. He wants to cultivate zombies in the Yawang realm. Although this iron cage cannot trap the zombies in the Yawang realm, he can break the limbs of the 5th-level zombies and throw them in, and then kill them after they reach the Yawang realm. Although the process may be slow, it is better than having them look for it themselves. After finishing the job, Yangbin carried the iron cage and left Jinghe Garden with the Xingyue team. Being forced to leave this time also made the members of the Falling Star team feel frustrated. After all, my strength is not strong enough. Chapter 1:15 Official Action. What? Zhendong is dead too. In a room in the middle of the survival base, Wang Zhenhong suddenly stood up and looked at the people below with horror. Half of the 7 or 803rd and 4th level evolvers were killed. Didn't they say there were only 7 of them? Yes, there are only 7 people. The person below whispered. 7 people? 7 people beat you up like this? Are you all just eating dry food? At this time, Wang Zhenhong was extremely angry. The successive killings of his son and brother almost made him lose his mind. Master, there are 6 level evolvers among them. Level 6? How is that possible? Wang Zhenhong widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Even their Wang family and the official government do not have a 6 level evolver, So how could those people have a 6th-level evolver? Really, sir, those people not only have level 6 evolvers, but also several psychics. The weakest one is level 5. We are no match for them at all. Wang Zhenhong was silent. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he knew very well that the other party would not dare to lie. How could someone reach level 6 so quickly? Wang Zhenhong muttered to himself. This battle caused huge losses to the Wang family, and also gave Wang Zhenhong a resounding slap in the face. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that when they thought they were far ahead, someone had already reached the 6th level. Ma Zhonghua was equally shocked as Wang Zhenhong. At this moment, Ma Zhonghua was also furious in the room. Originally, I thought of sending Chen Hao over there to see if there was any way to find a way to get someone back. But she didn't expect that she would confess it there. Chen Hao is one of the few people with special abilities under his command, and she's extremely loyal to him. Ma Zhonghua was naturally furious at the loss of such an important and capable assistant. Okay, you really think that it's the end of the world and you can do whatever you want, right? You even ignore the authorities. Ma Zhonghua said angrily. Tell Commander Liu when he comes back. I have something to discuss with him. Yes. When Liu Yong led a large group of soldiers to escort a group of survivors back to the survival base, he heard the report from the people below and came to Ma Zhonghua's residence with some surprise. Mayor Ma, you're looking for me? Deputy Commander Liu, you're back just in time. Come and sit down. Liu Yong sat on the stool with some confusion. Deputy Commander Liu, has your recent rescue work been going smoothly? It's going pretty smoothly. Since the disappearance of the 6th-level zombie, the soldiers haven't suffered a large number of casualties. But now there are fewer and fewer survivors. Sometimes we can't find a few survivors in a whole day. Liu Yong said helplessly. This is normal. The apocalypse has been going on for so long, and it must be fewer and fewer people alive. By the way, the 6th-level zombie that you injured never showed up in the end? Ma Zhonghua asked. No. Liu Yong shook his head. We searched for several days in the direction she fled, but still had no clues. Is it possible that someone missed it? Mayor Ma, why are you so concerned about this 6th-order zombie right now? Did something happen? Well, we met a 6th-level evolver in Jinghe Garden. Ma Zhonghua said solemnly. 6th-level evolver? Liu Yong stood up in shock. He knew best how terrifying the 6th level was. A 6th-level zombie caused them heavy losses, and in the end, they even let it run away after their head was pierced. Who has such strong power that can kill even a 6th-level zombie? Liu Yong asked in surprise. A few lawless young men. Ma Zhonghua said in a deep voice, if I'm not mistaken, you guys should have severely injured that level 6 zombie, and they just happened to take advantage of it. This possibility is not small. Liu Yong nodded. Well, actually, if they were just picking up a bargain, it wouldn't be a big deal. We can only say that they were lucky. However, this group of people are extremely vicious. After they gained strength, they became lawless and killed people everywhere. Just yesterday, Wang Ruikai, the eldest son of the Wang family who lived in Jinghe Garden, and dozens of people in the villa were all killed. Today, the Wang family went to argue with them, but they were brutally killed. Hundreds of people from the Wang family were killed. Ma Zhonghua said angrily. How could he be so cruel and ruthless? Liu Yong frowned. Well, these people are a cancer. We must not let them continue to act recklessly like this. So, I would like to ask Deputy Commander Liu to take people to Jinghe Garden and bring them back. Mayor Ma, you also know that we are under great pressure to rescue people recently. There are still many survivors in Star City waiting for rescue. We really don't have any extra energy. Deputy Commander Liu, I understand your hard work, but this group of people is no less threatening than zombies. They don't take us officials seriously at all. If we let them continue to grow, we may not be able to deal with them. With their ruthless personalities, it will definitely be a disaster for Star City. Liu Yong frowned, thought for a while, and nodded. Okay, I'll take some people over to take a look, but if the other party is not a fool, he must have left by now, so we may not be able to find him. It's okay. When the time comes, you can check if they have left any clues. I believe that with your military's reconnaissance capabilities, you will be able to find them even if they really escape. All right. Liu Yong nodded helplessly, then asked for the information of several people and left the room. After returning to his residence, Liu Yong began to mobilize manpower and weapons. It is not so easy to deal with a 6th-level evolver. We must be well prepared. Commander, I feel that the group of people Mayor Ma was talking about are very likely the same group we met last time. Song Tailin walked to Liu Yong and whispered, well, I guess that. Do you think they look like people who kill indiscriminately? It doesn't seem like they would kill indiscriminately, but they're definitely not soft-hearted. If you offend them, they could really do something like killing hundreds of people. Song Tailin said solemnly. Hearing Song Tailin's words, Lu Yong nodded. Commander, to be honest, those people are not easy to catch. Do we really want to go? I know that, but there's nothing I can do. Since I've agreed, I have to do it. Okay, let's get everyone ready and leave in half an hour. Yes. Damn it, what's going on? Am I so free? Lu Yong complained. Uncle Lu, I'll go too. Lin Yifei walked to Lu Yong's side. Lu Yong thought about it and nodded. You might as well follow along. If we really encounter them, your special abilities can play a key role. Hey, I hope they run away. I really don't want to fight with the 6th level. Chapter 116, I want to kill people. You can't stop me. After leaving Jinghe Garden, Yang Bin and others walked towards the direction away from the survival base. It's not that I'm afraid of the authorities, it's just that I'm still a little wary. If it's just Yang Bin, it doesn't matter because he has the ability to teleport and the authorities can't do anything to him. But Chen Hao and others are not yet able to ignore the official authorities, so they still need to develop for a while. When Chen Hao and his team reach the Yaoguang realm and awaken their 2nd superpower, their team will have a qualitative improvement. By then, perhaps we won't have to be afraid of each other anymore. Along the way, Yang Bin carried the iron cage, Shouhou carried Chen Hao, and the others carried large and small bags to lead the way. Because the iron cage was too heavy and they couldn't drive, everyone had to walk. Fortunately, they are strong enough, and although there are zombies everywhere along the way, they do not pose much threat to them. As long as they are not surrounded by thousands of zombies, they have nothing to fear with their strength. Occasionally, when he encountered a level 5 zombie, Yang Bin would drop the iron cage, teleport over and knock it to death, then take the crystal and come back. You can kill zombies on the road at the same time. When Lu Yong and his men arrived at Jinghe Garden, they saw that the place was deserted. Lu Yong had already guessed this result. Unless the other party is a fool, he will not stay here forever. Looking at the large number of corpses lying at the door, Lu Yong squatted down to check and stood up after a while. These are all 3rd and 4th level evolvers. If I'm not mistaken, the Wang family wanted to kill them, but they were killed instead. Based on the Wang family style of doing things, it's almost certain, said a team leader. I'm so bored. This is a feud between the Wang family and the other party. Why drag us into it? Don't you think we don't have enough to do? Lu Yong complained. Then, Commander, should we still give chase? You guys go take a look around. You still have to pretend. Then you can say that the other party's anti-tracking ability is too strong and we don't know where they ran off to. Lu Yong said to his close friends. Good. Soon, several people began to look around, while others searched the room for all the supplies. After a while, several people returned to the team with speechless looks on their faces. What's wrong? They walked around in a very brazen manner. There were traces everywhere along the way. Anyone who knows a little bit about detective work could find them, not to mention us. Someone said helplessly. Don't they have any anti-reconnaissance awareness? It's also possible that they don't care at all. So, should we still chase? Damn it. Each and every one of them is a real worry. Lu Yong complained. There are many Ma Zhongwu with spies in the team. If he goes back like this, Ma Zhongwu will definitely hear the news immediately. Go after him, Lu Yong said helplessly. Afterwards, the large force chased in the direction where Yang Bin and others left. Along the way, fresh zombie corpses could be seen everywhere, and it was difficult to find an excuse that you couldn't find any. At noon, Yang Bin and others climbed to the roof of a building and ate while looking for level 5 zombies. He placed the iron cage below, blocking the stairs. You know what? It's quite useful. Just when everyone was enjoying their meal, Yang Bin's eyes suddenly narrowed. What's wrong? Brother Bin. The military is here, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. If there was anyone he was most reluctant to face, it would definitely be someone from the military. It's not just because they are strong and well-equipped. The bigger reason is that the military has been providing rescue services during this period. They're different from those official people. They're a group of people who are truly worthy of admiration. Therefore, he didn't really want to fight the military. However, their positions are different after all. The other party needs to obey orders, and he naturally does not want to be caught. Chen Hao and others' faces changed when they heard Yang Bin's words. Brother Bin, do you think they will find us? Hu Wenliang whispered. They have chased us here. Do you think they will find us? So, do you want to fight? Don't worry. They are well prepared, with mortars, large-caliber heavy machine guns, and high-powered sniper rifles. If they really want to fight, I will be fine, but you will be in great danger. Come downstairs first. You guys hide first, I'll go meet them. Good. Soon, everyone went down to the 5th floor and hid. If a fight really breaks out, they can just jump down from this floor to avoid being buried underneath by the building collapse. At this time, Lu Yong and others had already seen the iron cage below and knew that they were upstairs. Lu Yong had a conflicted look on his face, not knowing whether to fire or not. The other party are just a group of students. What's wrong with fighting back when they are attacked at their doorstep? However, the orders from above made it very difficult for him to follow. Just when Lu Yong was thinking about whether to take action, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was startled when they saw the sudden appearance of the figure, and then they pointed their weapons at him in an instant. Yangbin didn't pay much attention to these weapons. Instead, he looked at Lu Yong, who was standing in the front, and asked directly, "Are you here to arrest us?" Lu Yong looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, a look of shock on his face. The opponent was able to appear in front of him silently, which means that if the opponent had attacked him just now, he would probably have been a corpse. Thinking of this, Lu Yong broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that the other party remained calm in the face of thousands of guns, Lu Yong couldn't help but admire him. I don't know whether this guy is extremely brave or just confident. Lu Yong waved his hand, signaling the people behind him to put down their guns. "You're Captain Yang, right?" "Right. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. His strength has reached this level so quickly," Lu Yong exclaimed. "It's just luck. You guys are not bad either. To deal with a few of us students, you mobilized thousands of people and even brought mortars," Yangbin said with a smile. "Captain Yang, I'm sorry. I have no choice but to do this. I believe that you, Captain Yang, are not the kind of people who kill indiscriminately. If you go back with us, I will find out the whole story. If this is not your fault, I will ensure that you are safe," Lu Yong said seriously. Yangbin shook his head. "Go away. I don't want to take action against you. Maybe you think you are fully prepared, but if I really take action, all of you leaders will die." "How arrogant. Do you really think our military is made of mud?" A burly, dark-skinned man behind Lu Yong said angrily. "I don't mean to look down on you, but I want to kill people and you can't stop me," Yangbin said lightly. The man wanted to speak more, but was stopped by Lu Yong. He believed that what Yangbin said was true. From the fact that the other party was able to appear in front of them silently, just now, he knew that the other party wanted to kill people and they really couldn't stop him. Lu Yong looked at Yangbin with a hesitant look on his face. Then, he secretly looked at Lin Yifei beside him, wanting to know if she had any way to control the other party. However, at this time, Yangbin spoke again. "You don't have to look at her. I have countless ways to kill her before she freezes me." Chapter 117, Your Whole Family is a Criminal. "How do you know my special ability?" Lin Yifei stared at Yangbin with wide eyes. "Not only do I know about your special abilities, I also know that although you don't look fat, you're actually quite well endowed." Yangbin smiled. At this time, voices came from Lu Yong's headphones. "Sniper number 1 is in position. The target has been locked and is awaiting orders. Sniper number 2 is in position. The target has been locked and is awaiting orders. There are still people upstairs, blocking the view. The gunner is in position and can fire at any time." Hearing the voice in his ear, Lu Yong hesitated. He knew that once the order was given, it would be a fight to the death. In fact, he didn't really want to kill the other party from the beginning. The reason why he chased here was more out of curiosity about this group of people. After seeing the other party's strength, he no longer wanted to be his enemy. If the other party is really the kind of person who kills indiscriminately, he will kill him at all costs. But all signs indicate that this incident was most likely instigated by the Wang family, and the other party does not seem like a person who would kill indiscriminately. The soldiers can die at the hands of zombies, but they cannot be allowed to sacrifice their lives in vain for some people's personal grudges. Thinking of this, Lu Yong suddenly waved his hand. "Go back. Master this." The people behind him were all confused. They had finally come here, so why were they leaving before the fight even started? "Commander Lu, you may have forgotten the purpose of coming here. Now the murderer is right in front of you, but you want to go back." A young man frowned. The military was under great pressure to carry out rescue operations, but Ma Zhonghua was not idle. He arranged a number of people to go to the military side, under the pretext of assisting the military in carrying out rescue operations. However, the real purpose was unknown. This young man was the one arranged by Ma Zhonghua. His name was Su Hui, and he currently served as the political commissar. "Political commissar Su, it's not your turn to interfere in the battle. Lu Yong said coldly. Master Lu, I'm just reminding you not to forget the purpose of your visit. How are you going to explain this to Mayor Ma when you go back? I don't need to report to anyone when I do things. What? After Lu Yong finished speaking, he was about to leave with his men. Commander Lu, you are shielding a criminal, Su Hui said angrily. Fuck you. A voice suddenly rang out, and then everyone saw in horror that Su Hui's head shattered like a watermelon. Yangbin put away the barbell. You are the criminal, and your whole family is a criminal. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes. No one expected him to suddenly attack. You. Lu Yong opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Don't look at me. This guy framed me and wanted to attack me. I was acting in self-defense. Goddamn self-defense. I was originally preparing to leave, but you insisted on causing some trouble. Are you dissatisfied with my comfortable life? Lu Yong groaned in his heart. The expression on his face kept changing, but he finally gritted his teeth. What? Then he turned around and left, fearing that something unexpected would happen again. Yangbin looked at the other person's back thoughtfully, then spoke loudly. Commander Lu, I have a piece of advice for you. Things are different now. People are selfish. Don't be blindly loyal. Lu Yong paused for a moment, but soon walked forward again. He is not a fool. There are some things he knows. But the situation is now extremely bad. The military and political parties cannot launch any more attacks. Otherwise, Star City will be finished. All he wanted now was to kill as many zombies as possible and rescue as many people as possible. As for the rest, he would wait for the people above to arrive. He always believed that the country would be able to find a way to resolve this disaster. Human nature is selfish, but some things have to be done by someone. The reason why people believe in soldiers is that no matter what time, soldiers will always stand in front of the people and become the people's umbrella of protection. Ma Zhonghua might have selfish motives, but at least he managed the survival base in an orderly manner, allowing him to conduct rescue operations with peace of mind. Only through cooperation between the military and the government can more people in Star City survive this disaster. However, when Lu Yong thought about facing Ma Zhonghua soon, he started to have a headache again. This time, not only did they fail to capture the person, but Su Hui was also forced to confess here. Ma Zhonghua must be so furious. Why? Lu Yong sighed and left quickly with his men. Watching the large group leave, Chen Hao and others also jumped down and came to Yangbin. Brother Bin is awesome. He made the opponent retreat without a fight, just by his words. Chen Hao flattered him without hesitation. Yangbin shook his head. It's not that I'm good, but that Commander Lu didn't intend to fight us at all. Oh, it seems the officials are not on the same page. Boss, if a fight really breaks out, can we win? Zhao Kun asked. You can't win. Except for me, you will probably all die here. No way. Everyone looked surprised. They have been far ahead of other evolvers all along, which has made them unconsciously develop a sense of superiority. Even when facing the authorities, they were never afraid because they were confident enough in themselves. I just observed carefully. They have deployed more than 10 snipers around, and they're all using extremely powerful sniper rifles. Because you're scattered, even if I teleport, I can only take out 2 or 3 at most. As for the rest, I may shoot you in the head at any time. Add to that the large caliber heavy machine guns and mortars, and your chances of escape are slim. No wonder you came here alone first, boss, and revealed your ability of teleportation. It turns out you wanted to shock them. Zhong Yuan-sun said admiringly. On the one hand, if a fight really breaks out, I will control the leader first and make them let you go first. As for me, they can't catch me. Yang Bin smilet. The ability of teleportation gave him enough confidence. Otherwise, he would have panicked in this situation. Okay, you are worthy of being the boss. But boss, they're obviously about to leave. Why do you still want to kill people? Aren't you afraid of angering them and making them attack us directly? Lao He said carefully. That guy's words were so harsh that I couldn't help myself. Yangbin said embarrassedly. However, that guy is not in the same group as Commander Lu, so he won't fight us to death for such a person. That Commander Lu knew very well that if they really fought, even if they could win, they would definitely suffer heavy losses, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Boss, you are really thoughtful. Zhong Yuan-sun said admiringly. Okay, stop flattering me, pack up and leave. Okowo. Boss, where are we going? Find a better neighborhood and continue living in the villa. It's the end of the world, so don't treat yourself badly. Okay. Chapter 118, Another Base. Lu Yong led his troops back, and he was thinking deeply all the way. Commander, are you thinking about how to explain to Mayor Ma later? A deputy behind him whispered. Well, Su Hui's death is a bit troublesome. Lu Yong said helplessly. If you ask me, we should just start our own business instead of joining them. That's right. I always feel that Mayor Ma is very selfish. Another person also whispered. We'll talk about this later. Our mission now is to rescue as many people as possible, and his mission is to resume production as soon as possible. If there are no mistakes of principle, the military and the government should try to avoid internal strife. Okay. The deputy sighed helplessly. Uncle Lu, I think you should be careful, Mayor Ma. Not everyone thinks the same as you. Lin Yifei suddenly said. Lu Yong was stunned for a moment, but still nodded seriously. Okay, I understand. When the troops returned to the survival base, Lu Yong went to see Ma Zhonghua and explained the situation. I originally thought that Ma Zhonghua would be furious, but after hearing his words, Ma Zhonghua was surprisingly calm. Okay, I understand. You can go back first. Good. Lu Yong left Ma Zhonghua's office with some doubts. But after he left, Ma Zhonghua's face became completely gloomy. It seems that there is no need to stay. After a while, there was a knock on the door and Wang Jinhong, the head of the Wang family, walked in. Master Wang, we can now carry out what we discussed before. Ma Zhonghua said directly. It should have been done a long time ago, but the Wang family suffered heavy losses yesterday, so maybe 3 fifth-order crystals. Okay, leave it to me. There will be absolutely no problem. Wang Jinhong patted his chest and promised. Remember, don't leave any evidence behind. Don't worry, it won't affect you at all. On the other side, after several hours of travel, Yang Bin and others once again found a community surrounded by mountains and water. This is Shihu Bay, another top-level community in Xingqing, which is also filled with high-end villas. However, when they arrived at the gate of the community, they found that the community walls seemed to have been renovated and were covered with barbs. In addition, there were 4 people standing guard at the gate of the community, and there were shadows of people swaying inside the community. Yangbin opened his true vision eye and scanned the area, discovering that there were actually thousands of people inside. It was obvious that this place had been turned into a small survival base. Just when Yang Bin was hesitating whether to change place, several people guarding the door discovered them. Brothers, are you here to seek refuge? Someone shouted at them. Yang Bin was stunned for a moment, then put the iron cage on the ground and walked over with his men. Do you accept survivors here? Yang Bin asked curiously. We have to. Our captain said that the doomsday is approaching and it will be difficult for everyone. We should save as many people as possible, said another person. You have so many supplies? As for supplies, if we run out, we can go out and look for them. With the strength of our team, are we still worried about not being able to find supplies? Brother, you are really lucky to be able to escape here. As long as you enter our Shihu base, you will be completely safe. Yangbin nodded. It seemed that someone had really started to build a survival base and expand their influence. So what do we need to do to get in? Yangbin asked. You don't have to do anything. If you dare to go out and kill zombies, then follow us. There will be crystals distributed to you later. If you don't dare to kill zombies, you could do other things in the base. Anyway, you will be completely liberated once you enter the base. You don't have to worry about being eaten by zombies or starving to death. Come on, I'll take you to see the captain. Our captain is a very good person. He saved many of us. Let me tell you a secret. Our captain is a 5th-level superpower. He can wipe out any zombies. So you can rest assured here. A person with superpowers? Yangbin's eyes flashed. Yes, the lightning ability is very powerful. I saw with my own eyes that the captain killed a 5th-level zombie with a bolt of lightning. That scene was so cool. The man's face was full of admiration. Yang Bin and his companions were led by him in a daze towards a villa in the middle of the community. Along the way, we met quite a few people, both men and women, and they didn't seem surprised to see these newcomers. Apparently, this kind of thing happens often. Soon, everyone arrived at the door of the villa. The man knocked on the door and said, Captain, there are a few newcomers. Do you want to see them? The door is not locked. Come in. A voice came from inside. Okowo. The man pushed the door open and walked in with Yang Bin and others. There were 5 people sitting on the sofa in the living room discussing something. When a few people came in, they all looked at them curiously. Captain, it's them. The man whispered. Okay, you've worked hard. You can go down first, said a young man in his 20s sitting in the middle. Okowo. Soon, the man left the room and closed the door. At this time, both sides were looking at each other. The people in the room were looking at Yang Bin and others, while Yang Bin and others were also looking at the people in the room. What surprised Yangbin was that the 5 people in the room were all 5th-level evolvers, and one of them was a Thunder-type mutant. There's something there, Yangbin said secretly. The leading man stood up and came to Yangbin and others. Don't be nervous, everyone. We are brothers now. I'm a captain here, Zhao Han. What are your names? Yangbin, these are my team members. Yangbin introducet. It seems that you are also evolvers. I wonder what level of strength you have reached. I'm level 4, and they're level 3. Yangbin said casually. That's great. Where are you from? I came here from another community, but I didn't expect there was a survival base here. Ah, that's right. This place is no worse than the official survival base. You made the right decision to come here. Zhao Han said proudly. Well, but are you trying to go against the authorities by building a base in Star City? Brother, what you said is true. The official builds its own things, and we build our own things. We don't interfere with each other. There's no question of going against each other. Zhao Han said awkwardly. Look at your lack of ambition. You are so timid, but ambitious. What great things can you achieve? Brother, let's not discuss this for now. It's getting late. I'll have someone arrange accommodation for you first. Okay, we need an independent villa, preferably a bigger one. Brother Yang, you may not know that there are more than 1,000 people here. There are only so many villas in the community, and almost every one of them is full. The others can only live in temporary residences. Are you the only ones living in this building? Right. Why don't you guys go somewhere else? Chapter 119 Too Decent. Fuck, who do you think you are? Why should we make room for you? Before Zhao Han could say anything, a young man stood up and drew out his 2-meter-long sword, obviously angry at Yangbin's words. People who come here to seek refuge are all grateful, but they come and want to rob their villas as soon as they arrive. My uncle can tolerate this, but my aunt can't. Zhao Han quickly stopped the other party. Have you forgotten what I told you? We are brothers here, so don't take out a knife at every turn. Captain, we treat them as brothers, but they treat us as enemies. Sit back, Zhao Han said seriously. Seeing Zhao Han was angry, as sat back reluctantly, but he looked at Yangbin and others with an unfriendly look. The same went for several other people. They were obviously very unhappy with Yangbin and the others. I'm sorry, brother. He's not sensible, but we really can't give this place to you. How about this? You stay in the temporary residence first. If you behave well later, I will arrange for you to live in the villa. How about that? Yangbin looked at Zhao Han with some surprise. In this doomsday situation, a base leader would actually be so polite to a group of people who had just arrived at the base. You're making it hard for me to do this. Originally, when he heard that there was a person with lightning abilities here, he wanted to come in and see if there was any way to transfer the abilities to Lao He. But if you're so polite, I'll feel embarrassed to do it. After thinking for a while, Yangbin spoke again. I want it here. Fuck, you're not done yet, right? Believe it or not, I'll chop you in half with one knife. Who had just suppressed his anger, suddenly became furious again. Zhao Han scolded, then thought for a while, looked at Yangbin again and said, how about this? This villa is quite big. Let's squeeze in and leave 4 rooms for you. What do you think? Team leader, wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhao Han's eyes. Yangbin looked at Zhao Han speechlessly. Even in such a situation, this man could still keep his composure. He had such a good character. No wonder the people below admired him so much. You're a good guy. Would you consider joining our team? Zhao Han looked at Yangbin in confusion. We were discussing where to live. I can't quite follow your train of thought. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you say that we want our captain to join your crappy team? Couldn't bear it any longer and stood up again. However, just as he finished his words, a figure rushed over quickly, raised his foot and kicked him. Was also a veteran, and he quickly clenched his fist and smashed towards the opponent's foot. Bang! A low voice was heard, and fists and feet collided. Chen Hao stood still, while was kicked 4 or 5 meters away. I have tolerated you for a long time. If your captain was not a good person, you would have been dead already. Chen Hao said lightly. Level 5 peak. Everyone in the room stood up instantly and stared at Chen Hao with wide eyes. Is already at level 5. The only person who could kick, so far, could be at the peak of level 5. But he's at the peak of level 5, and their captain hasn't even reached that level yet, so why should he? Zhao Han also looked at Chen Hao in surprise and said unhappily, Everyone, I have always treated you with courtesy. It's not right for you to hit people like this. He was not worried. Although he had not reached the peak of the 5th level, he was a Thunder-type mutant with extremely strong combat power. Naturally, he was not afraid of ordinary 5th-level evolvers. Oh, I didn't want to do that, but this guy has a foul mouth, so I can only teach him a lesson for you. Chen Hao spread his hands. My people are my own, so I should be the one to teach them a lesson. It's not your turn yet. You need an apology. Xiao Han, who had been so polite just now, turned cold in his voice. Oh, you're quite protective of your son, but I am also protective of my son. It is not your turn to point fingers at my people. Yang Bin said lightly. Captain Yang, do you want to be our enemy? Be our enemy? That's not the case. Although you have some strength, it's not enough to be our enemy. Then I'd like to see Captain Yang's strength. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he assumed a fighting stance. Yang Bin shook his head, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and Xiao Han's figure flew out and fell into the corner of the wall. Team leader, you sneak attack. The others immediately glared at Yang Bin. Puff! Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yang Bin in horror. Level 6. Only he knew how powerful this kick was. The opponent obviously controlled the strength, but even with this kick, it was far beyond the 5th level. It could only be a 6th level evolver. How was it possible? Hearing Xiao Han's exclamation, the others looked at Yang Bin in disbelief. How could there be a 6th order evolver at this time? Xiao Han struggled to get up from the ground, then bowed to Yang Bin. Thank you, Captain Yang, for not killing me. He knew very well that if the opponent had used all his strength in that kick, he would have definitely met his death. He felt that he didn't even have the ability to fight back against the other party. Although he has not used his special ability yet, he knows that even if he uses it, the result will be the same. His special ability will not be able to hit the opponent. Hey, with your personality, I think I have to reconsider whether to have you join our team. Yang Bin shook his head. It's not that Xiao Han has a bad personality, but that he is too upright and doesn't match the temperament of their team. It's not clear whether it is good or bad to bring such a person in. After all, they sometimes do things in a shady way, and it would be troublesome if this guy couldn't get along with them. When Xiao Han heard that Yang Bin was still asking him to join the team, he felt helpless, but he was not as disgusted as he was at the beginning. After all, he is a 6th level evolver and has the qualifications. But he never thought about joining other teams. He was developing well here, so why should he join someone else's team? At this time, the others did not dare to speak. The 6th level was enough to suppress all their tempers. When reaching the 5th level, everyone can clearly feel that the 6th level is a completely different field, and the strength will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. The captain couldn't even hold his own against the other party, so how could they dare to say anything? Thank you, Captain Yang, for your kindness. I'm doing fine here and have no plans to join other teams at the moment. Xiao Han said in a low voice. You're talking about this place. To be honest, there's no point in you developing here. The government is expanding outwards rapidly. When they expand here, you will either be incorporated or get bombarded. In the end, you will just be making wedding clothes for others. Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. We were almost bombarded just now. Okay, pack up and move to another villa. This villa will be temporarily requisitioned for the next few days. We will return it to you when we leave. Bye. As wanted to say something, but his mouth was quickly covered by another person. Okay, I'll move right away. Xiao Han was more decisive. After discovering that the other party had a 6th level evolver, all the difficulties were no longer difficult. Soon, several people packed up their things and left the villa. Chapter 120, Kindness in the Heart. Watching them leave, Yang Bin's eyes showed a conflicted look. He is really a little undecided now. The lightning power is definitely one of the best elemental powers, and he really wants it. However, it may be a bit troublesome to get Xiao Han to join the Falling Star team, and it is not known whether Xiao Han's personality is suitable for staying in the Falling Star team. In fact, there is another way, which is to kill Xiao Han and let Lao He plunder Xiao Han's supernatural powers. But Xiao Han gave Yang Bin a very good impression, so Yang Bin was really a little hesitant to do it. He is ruthless, but not a demon who kills anyone he sees. He has his own bottom line. Forget it. Let's wait for 2 days and see. Yang Bin shook his head helplessly. On the other side, this group of people are too arrogant. Captain, let's gather all the evolvers here and let them know who is the boss here. As said with an unhappy look on his face. It's useless. Xiao Han shook his head. The opponent is not only a 6th order evolver, but also a superpower. The attack just now was definitely a space-related superpower. No matter how many people there are, it'll be useless. Then we can arrest the others, said another young man. Any one of them is at the peak of level 5. Do you think the others will be worse? Then we're just going to be kicked out like this. What else do you want? Not killing us is already a mercy on the other side. Doomsday. Haven't you seen enough ruthless people? They won't be here forever. Let's just stay at Xiaojiang's place for a few nights. All right. At night, meals were cooked in a huge factory building in the base, and people in the base lined up to get their meals. Even at Xiao Han's instruction, someone came to the villa and called Yang Bin and others to come over for dinner. Yang Bin declined the invitation. They brought a lot of food with them, so it would be enough to last them for a few days. Several people stood on the roof, looking at the peaceful scene below, and felt a little touched. I have to say that Xiao Han is a really good person, and he manages the base pretty well too. Yang Bin was sure that the living conditions of the people in this base were definitely much better than those in the official survival base. After all, there are too many people on the official side, and the material consumption is extremely terrifying, so it must be controlled. Brother Bin, why don't we let him go? Hu Wenliang whispered. He hasn't said such words in front of Yang Bin for a long time, since the last time Yang Bin said that. But this time he was really touched. From the smiles on these people's faces, it could be seen that Xiao Han really managed this base well. This time, Yang Bin did not scold Hu Wenliang because he was also touched. It has been almost a month since the end of the world. They have seen too much of the dark side of human nature, and suddenly seeing such a scene is really heartbreaking. Yang Bin thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, we'll leave tomorrow. Although he is cruel, he is not a bad person at heart. Let's keep this beauty in our hearts. Although people with special abilities are rare, you can always come across them. At night, Yang Bin asked Shouho to deal with Chen Hao, and then transferred Chen Hao's supernatural powers to Shouho. At this point, except for Lao He, all the other 7 members of the Falling Star team are people with special abilities. In terms of strength, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang have both reached the peak of the 5th level, and Zhao Kun has already eaten 4 5th level crystals. He should be able to reach the peak of the 5th level tomorrow. Now, level 5 zombies are not as rare as they were at the beginning. It is basically possible to kill a dozen of them a day. After watching the stars all night, everyone slept for another 4 hours and got up at 9 o'clock in the morning. After they packed up their things, they went out. As soon as I walked out, I ran into Xiao Han and others walking towards this side. Seeing Yang Bin and the others carrying backpacks, Xiao Han asked curiously, "Are you guys preparing to leave?" "Well, I rested here late and slept well. I won't disturb you," Yang Bin said with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Han and the people behind him were a little confused. This group of people were extremely powerful yesterday. They thought the other party wanted to take over the base for themselves. Why are they suddenly leaving today? Captain Xiao, listen to my advice. If you really want to establish a base to develop your power, don't do it in the city. You can go to a more remote place. You don't have the capital to confront the authorities now. Yang Bin patted Xiao Han on the shoulder. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Xia Nu did seriously. Well, if one day you can't make it, you can come find me. Although I don't know where I will be on that day, I believe that by then, the name of the Starfall Squad will definitely be known to everyone. The other people looked at Yang Bin speechlessly. They had seen narcissistic people before, but they had never seen anyone so narcissistic. But Xiao Han nodded seriously. I also believe that if there really comes such a day, I will go. How could someone who could reach the 6th level so quickly be so bad? He was sure that even among the official authorities, there were definitely no 6th order evolvers at this time. Captain Yang, can I ask a question? Ask. Will there be big changes after level 6? Well, the changes are huge. The strength doubles, and a new ability is randomly awakened. Therefore, the 6th level cannot be called the 6th level, but should be called the Yaoguang Realm. Yaoguang Realm. Xiao Han and the others widened their eyes. No wonder. Xiao Han sighed. No wonder he had no chance to fight back against the opponent yesterday. The gap between the 5th and 6th levels was so huge. Okay, let's go. I hope you can survive. Yang Bin waved his hand and left the base with the Falling Star team. Looking at the backs of several people, the people behind Xiao Han all looked puzzled. Captain, what do you think they mean? They were so strong yesterday, but today they are like completely different people. They didn't even mention the topic of you joining their team. Xiao Han shook his head. I don't know. Maybe they think I'm not suitable. Okay, notify everyone, pack up, and move in next 2 days. Captain, do we really have to listen to him? He's right. We don't have the capital to fight against the authorities right now. If the authorities really find us, we will either be incorporated or destroyed. The authorities will not allow a situation where many warlords rule the country. Well, moving so many people is a big project. We can't help it. It's because we are weak. Maybe one day, when everyone is no longer afraid of firearms, that will be the era of true competition among heroes. Um, Chapter 121, Liu Yong's death. After Yang Bin and his companions walked out of the base, they called Ziajuzi back, and then carried the large iron cage and continued to look for a place to live. This iron cage is heavy and in the way, but in order to be able to train Yaoguang Realm zombies, I have no choice but to carry it and treat it as a form of exercise. Yaoguang Realm is a major watershed, and it is estimated that it will be quite difficult for zombies to break through the Yaoguang Realm. It has been so long, and except for the one they killed last time, they haven't encountered any Yaoguang Realm zombies again. Now, many strong people are stuck at the 5th level and cannot advance any further, which is a good thing for Yongbin. Yaoguang Realm can start independent cultivation. The longer it takes, the greater Yongbin's lead will be. However, as time goes by, there will definitely be more and more Yaoguang Realm zombies. However, it is not easy to kill the Yaoguang Realm zombies. To put it bluntly, unless one is an extremely powerful psychic, one can only use human lives, and they have to be the lives of 5th level evolvers. Lower level evolvers are useless. Of course, if they could kill a Yaoguang Realm zombie, the entire team would be completely revived. If a team has an evolver at the Yaoguang Realm, it will be much easier to deal with the Yaoguang zombies. After all, even if you're not a psychic, once you reach the Yaoguang Realm, you will have superpowers, and it will not be difficult to deal with zombies of the same level. So far, no zombies with special powers have been seen. The zombies in the Yaoguang Realm are just physically stronger and have higher IQs, but they don't have many other advantages. I don't know if I will encounter zombies with special abilities in the future. If so, I don't know if I can gain special abilities by eating crystals. However, if zombies really have special abilities, whether they can be defeated is also a question. In a community more than 10 kilometers away from the survival base, after a fierce baptism of fire, the zombies in the community were basically eliminated, and teams of soldiers began to climb up the buildings to search for survivors and also to search for supplies. Most people turned into zombies on the first day of the apocalypse. If there were no other survivors in the room, you could still find a lot of things. After all, zombies don't eat these things. Soon, soldiers came down one by one carrying large and small bags, and then put the things on the car. Not all of these things are food. There are also many daily necessities, which are also in short supply in the base. However, many soldiers died, but there were no survivors. The further back in time they got, the fewer survivors there were. They had long been accustomed to this situation. "Commander, we found 3 survivors," several soldiers who came down from another building said with joy. Behind them, there were 3 men with messy hair and tattered clothes. This person looked no different from the survivors they usually encountered during rescue operations. "It's good to have 3. Liu Yong nodded. The 3 survivors all burst into tears of gratitude when they saw Liu Yong, and then they all knelt down. "Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. You're welcome. As soldiers, this is what we should do." Liu Yong quickly walked over and helped the 3 people up. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Just as Liu Yong reached out to help the 3 men up, the 3 men instantly pulled out daggers from their arms and stabbed Liu Yong directly. The sudden scene left everyone speechless. Although Liu Yong retreated quickly after realizing something was wrong, he was still too slow. Among these 3 people, there was actually a 5th level evolver. The moment Liu Yong stepped back, the opponent's dagger had already pierced Liu Yong's chest with such precision that it went straight into his heart. "Commander!" The people around all changed color and ran towards this side frantically. Others wanted to control the 3 people who attacked as soon as possible. However, the 3 men slit their own throats after completing their mission and were already dead when they came over. "Master, how are you?" "Quick, send the division commander back to the base. Contact the base immediately and ask them to gather all the doctors." A group of people ran over and tried to lift Liu Yong into the car as soon as possible. However, Liu Yong stopped them. "It's useless. I know my situation. I can't be saved even before the end of the world, let alone now." "No. Commander, there must be a way. Just hold on. We'll be back to the base soon. Don't waste your energy. Listen to me. After I die, Zhao Hu, you will be in charge of all military affairs. Continue the rescue. Do not conflict with the government. Wait until the people above arrive to discuss everything." "What the hell are you trying to save?" "I can guarantee that these 3 guys are definitely related to manhwa. I will take my brothers back now to destroy the survival base and kill that insidious guy, Mahjongwa." Zhao Hu was furious. Ahem. Zhao Hu, don't you even listen to me? Commander, obey orders. Yes. As for whether this matter is related to him, don't make any rash judgments before there is evidence. Let's wait until the people above us come and say everything. Okay. Zhao Hu nodded with red eyes. Everyone surrounded Lu Yong, their eyes red. Zawagao, do me a favor. Lu Yong looked at Zhao Hu weakly. Master, you said, Feifei's father is my comrade in life and death. Before he died, he gave her to me. When I'm gone, please help me take care of her. She's a girl, and it's too dangerous for her in the apocalypse. Don't worry, Master. I will never let anything happen to Miss Lin. Well, then I feel relieved. Blood flowed from Lu Yong's mouth. He felt his life slipping away, and his face showed relief, reluctance, and regret. I am sorry, Commander. I failed to liberate Star City after all. I don't know if you will scold me after I go down. Then, Lu Yong's eyelids slowly closed, and when the last ray of light disappeared, there was endless darkness. Commander! Everyone knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Lu Yong was the deputy division commander and was usually very kind to his subordinates. His death was a major blow to the military. After a long time, Zhao Hu had people move Lu Yong's body into the car and then drove back to the survival base. As soon as he came back, he saw a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the survival base, and, among them, Ma Zhonghua was standing at the front. Seeing the troops returning, Ma Zhonghua was the first to greet them, his face full of sorrow. I heard that, Commander Lu. Stop crying over the rat. Don't you know what's wrong with our commander? Zhao Hu said coldly. Captain Zhao, I just think you were talking nonsense because you were too sad, but just this once. You. Zhao Hu wanted to lose his temper, but someone behind him quickly hugged him. Captain, calm down. Have you forgotten what the division commander told you? Snort. Zhao Hu snorted coldly, bypassed Ma Zhonghua, and entered the survival base with Lu Yong's body. After everyone left, Ma Zhonghua's mouth curled up. Without Lu Yong, the survival base will gradually be under his control. Chapter 122. Encountering Yaoguang zombies again. In a room in the survival base. Captain Zhao, how did Uncle Lu die? Lin Yifei looked at Lu Yong's body with an extremely cold face. We were attacked by surprise, Zhao Hu said in a deep voice. Then he told Lin Yifei about the situation at that time. I suspect that Ma Zhonghua sent people to do this, but those 3 people committed suicide, and now there is no evidence. Zhao Hu was so angry that his teeth were itching. Have the soldiers who brought those 3 people down interrogated them. Those guys are all soldiers from the 2nd Regiment. There won't be any problems. They didn't expect these 3 to have any problems. After all, we rescue a lot of survivors every day. It's impossible for us to check every one of them carefully. Let's have a trial. Lin Yifei said. They brought the person directly to Uncle Lu. Although I'm not saying it's not possible, I still think there's something fishy going on. Given Ma Zhongua's cautiousness, he's likely to arrange someone to help him in order to ensure that nothing unexpected happens this time. After hearing Lin Yifei's words, Zhao Hu thought for a while, then nodded. You're right. I'll go call them over right now. After Zhao Hu finished speaking, he quickly left the room. Lin Yifei's eyes slowly turned red as she looked at Lu Yong's body. Why are you all so stubborn? My dad is like this, and so are you. I reminded you. Why don't you take it to heart? Not long after, Zhao Hu returned to the room again with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Those people can't be found. Lin Yifei nodded without much surprise, obviously having guessed the result. I think Ma Zhonghua did it. I'm going to kill him right now. Zhao was about to go out angrily. Don't go. If you go there, you'll play into his hands. What's the meaning? He is now the supreme leader of Star City. You don't have any evidence in your hands. If you openly attack him, even if he kills you on the spot, your death will be in vain. By then, the control of the military will soon fall into his hands. Kill me? An old bastard, I can't beat him. I can't beat him. He has already reached the peak of the 5th level. While you're out there risking your lives to rescue people, he was aggressively developing his power inside the base. No one knows how powerful he is now. If you act rashly now, you will only get yourself into trouble. Uncle Lu handed the troops over to you before he died, so you have to shoulder this responsibility. Don't act impulsively. What should we do then? Take the people away from here. We will set up our own faction and come back when we are strong enough. By then, we won't need any evidence, and no one will dare to say anything even if we kill him. Good. Zhao Hu nodded vigorously. He had wanted to leave here and start his own business a long time ago, but his teacher had always disagreed. Now is a good opportunity to get out of here. Afterwards, Zhao Hu quickly left to arrange matters. Lin Yifei was feeling a little heavy. Leaving is easy to say, but so difficult to do. Ma Zhongguo will definitely be on guard against this move of theirs and will not let them leave easily. In addition, the arms that Uncle Liu brought back were all inside the base, making it almost impossible to take them away. Even if they leave, it will be difficult to surpass the already established base in strength. It seems we need outside help. A rebellious figure flashed through Lin Yifei's mind. Maybe I can talk to him. On the other side, Yang Bin and others killed zombies as they walked. And by lunchtime, Zhao Kun and Zhong Yuansen had both reached the peak of the 5th level. Perhaps because there are more level 5 zombies now, they killed more than a dozen level 5 zombies in just the morning. These 5th level elders who were once particularly difficult to kill didn't even have a chance to escape in front of Yang Bin now. Basically, he can just teleport over and kill him with one blow, no matter how many minions are around him. Therefore, as long as Yang Bin sees it, its fate is sealed. After the few of them finished eating on the rooftop, Yang Bin habitually opened his eye of true vision and looked around, then saw what seemed to be a building on the top of a mountain not far away. Concentrating his attention and looking over there, Yang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. What the hell? The mountaintop villa. That's it. Come on, brothers, we found a place to live. Where? Several people immediately became excited. There are several large villas on the top of that mountain. It's definitely a comfortable place to live. A villa on the top of a mountain? I can have that. Everyone was very excited and quickly packed up their things and headed over there. There were very few zombies encountered along the way, which made everyone feel a little strange. But they didn't think too much about it at this time, as they were just thinking about their new home. However, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, their faces suddenly fell. Fuck, why are there so many zombies here? That's right, this is not a residential area, and there are barely 2 people here. How come there's so many zombies here? Everyone looked puzzled. Yang Bin was also a little confused, but he soon thought of something and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Brothers, we might have run into a big guy. Big guy? Could it be the Yaowang zombie? Several people suddenly widened their eyes. Yang Bin no dead. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies on this mountain. This is not a residential area, so there can't be so many zombies. They can only be gathered here. And for tens of thousands of zombies to gather here, there's no doubt that they can only be Yaowang zombies. Haha, great, let's do it. When they heard about the Yaowang realm zombies, everyone instantly became excited as if they had seen a woman without clothes. But when he saw the densely packed zombies on the mountain, he became scared again. How to fight so many zombies? Kill it slowly. We have finally encountered a Yaowang realm zombie. We have to fight it no matter how difficult it is. Yang Bin said with a smile. In fact, with the current strength of their team, except for the 5th level zombies, ordinary zombies cannot pose much threat to them. However, when people are exhausted and there are too many zombies, they could be worn down to death. Therefore, even if they are very confident in their own strength, they're still frightened when facing tens of thousands of zombies. Boss, how do we fight? Everyone looked at Yang Bin. Let's lure them down and fight. The terrain is not favorable for us to fight from above. Good. Get ready, I'll lead the way. After saying this, Yang Bin walked straight up the mountain, while the others prepared for battle. There are no buildings nearby, so we can't use the walls to help. We can only fight hard. Yang Bin walked up the ladder on the mountain, but before he had taken a few steps, the zombies above discovered him. As a roar sounded, dense swarms of zombies rushed towards Yang Bin frantically. Fuck, do you have any shame? So many of them. Chapter 123 Yaowang Realm, just awesome. On the open grassland, densely packed zombies were roaring wildly. If you look closely, you can see that in the middle of the zombies, there are 7 people swinging barbells frantically, killing the zombies around them. Under their feet, the ground was covered with zombie corpses. They stood on the thick pile of corpses and created one for themselves even though they had no terrain advantage to begin with. More and more zombies were killed, and several people's arms became numb. This time, there are just too many zombies. Fortunately, there are 7 of them now, and those who can't bear it can hide in the middle and rest for a while. Hu Wenliang basically had to hide behind and treat everyone every once in a while. In this situation, injuries were inevitable. Fortunately, Hu Wenliang is here, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat tens of thousands of zombies. Among these zombies, 10% are 2nd level zombies, 70% are 3rd level zombies, 20% are 4th level zombies, and there are a dozen 5th level zombies hiding among them. Level 2 and 3 zombies are basically no threat to the crowd, but level 4 zombies can pose a threat to them, especially when there are large numbers. As for the most dangerous 5th order zombies, they're the ones we least need to worry about. Because once a 5th level zombie approaches, Yongbin will kill it immediately. His ability to control objects allows him to easily kill 5th level zombies in a swarm of zombies. So other people basically don't have to worry about the problem of level 5 zombies. I can't hold on any longer. Lao Hei, please take my place. I'll take a break. Chen Hao, who had persisted the longest, could no longer bear it and had to retreat to the middle. Okay. Lao Hei blocked the zombies coming in Chen Hao's direction without any hesitation. Brother Bin, can't we just lure them in bit by bit? Who can withstand you luring them all in at once? Chen Hao complained. Do you think we are still on a rooftop? The zombies nowadays are all level 3 or 4. As long as one is discovered, all the others will come with a shout. How can I let you lead them one by one? Oh, okay, but there's so many zombies, I don't know how long it will take to kill them all. Even though they've been killing for such a long time, there were still endless zombies as far as the eye could see. Everyone felt powerless. Tens of thousands of zombies were not just talk. Take turns to kill them. With Liangzi here, as long as we don't die, we will eventually finish killing them all. Well, Brother Bin, you haven't had a rest yet. Do you need to take a break? I'm fine. These zombies are just a matter of waving my hands to me. They don't take much of my effort. Yaoguang Realm is so cool. Hurry up and kill them all before dark. Otherwise, it will be easy for something to go wrong in the dark. Yes, I understand. Everyone gathered their energy and attacked frantically again. Yongbin once again opened the eye of true vision and looked for the Yaoguang Realm zombies. After looking around, I still didn't see it. But just as he looked towards the top of the mountain, he found a figure on the top of the mountain who was watching here, silently. Is it finally here? Yongbin's mouth curled up slightly, and then he looked at Chen Hao and others. I'll leave this to you. I'll go kill the real boss. Have we found the Yaoguang zombie? Several people's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Bin, go ahead, we can still hold on. Yongbin nodded, then teleported away from the spot and appeared at the foot of the mountain. This place is still a bit far from the top of the mountain. With his current strength, he cannot teleport there directly. He can only go to the foot of the mountain and climb up. Fortunately, all the zombies on the mountain ran down, and Yongbin had a smooth journey and soon reached the top of the mountain. At this time, the Yaoguang Realm zombie did not leave, as if it was waiting for Yongbin. After seeing Yongbin coming up, the Yaoguang Realm zombie actually showed a scornful smile on his face, as if mocking Yongbin's overestimation of his own abilities. Damn, you zombie dare to mock me? Yongbin was immediately unhappy. The appearance of the Yaoguang Realm zombies is almost the same as that of normal people. There is no decay on their faces, but they are a little pale and bloodless. Also, the eyeballs are blood red, which should be the symbol of zombies and cannot be changed. If you want to tell whether it is a human or a zombie, just look at the eyes. The Yaoguang Realm zombie licked his lips, then instantly pounced towards Yongbin. Very arrogant. Yongbin snorted coldly, grabbed the barbell, and smashed it over. Bang! The barbell hit the opponent's arm hard, making a low sound, and directly knocked him back several steps. Yongbin's expression changed slightly because he found that the barbell was deformed. Obviously, as his strength increased, the barbell was no longer strong enough to withstand his full-strength blows. Oh, it looks like I have to change weapons again. Yongbin sighed. The last time he dealt with the Yaoguang Realm zombie, he actually felt that the barbell was not very effective. It was just that he was used to it and couldn't find a good weapon to replace it for a while, so he didn't change it. However, with his strength, it is not easy to find a suitable weapon. Yongbin helplessly threw away the barbell, and then kicked the zombie that was rushing towards him again away. Then he quickly followed and punched the opponent's head hard. His current strength is close to 6,000, which has long surpassed the average Yaoguang Realm. Although this zombie had not just been promoted to the Yaoguang Realm, his strength was only around 5,002 or 5,003, slightly lower than Yongbin's. Facing Yongbin's fist, the zombie quickly stretched out his hand to block in front. Bang! With a dull thud, the zombie was knocked back a few steps. Yongbin followed closely and kicked at the opponent's head again with a whip kick. The zombies once again stretched out their hands to resist. Yongbin's attack was like a storm, not giving the opponent a chance to breathe, and every move was aimed at the opponent's head. If you don't have weapons, then your whole body is weapons. Punches, kicks, elbows, knees, attacks come one after another. Although Yongbin has never learned Sanda, he has watched a lot of TV. Some of the difficult moves shown on TV are child's play for people with today's physical fitness. Yangbin did not learn any fancy moves. His attacks were simple and direct, just aiming at the opponent's head. Under his powerful strength, the Yaowang zombie was beaten so badly that he had no chance to fight back. Roar! The zombie roared angrily, and it also knew how to get out of this situation. When Yangbin kicked it again, it took the blow head-on, then grabbed Yangbin's foot and bit it. Yangbin was startled. He quickly raised his other foot and kicked the other person hard on the head, then quickly broke free. Of course you can resist. Yangbin snorted coldly and punched the opponent's head again. At the same time, the barbell thrown on the ground suddenly flew up and also hit the back of the opponent's head. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds were heard. The zombie blocked Yangbin's fist, but was hit hard by a club. The zombie looked behind him in confusion, but saw only a barbell lying on the ground not far away, and no one else. At this moment, its mind is full of question marks. Chapter 124: The Real Assassin. Yangbin didn't give the other party any time to think and punch him again. The zombie had no choice but to put aside his doubts and meet Yangbin's fist. Similarly, after blocking Yangbin's punch, he was hit on the back of the head again. The club was quite heavy, and it caused a brain hemorrhage after just 2 hits. The strength of superpowers is directly proportional to the strength of the user. The power exerted by Yangbin using his superpowers to control objects is no weaker than his own strength. It would be strange if there was no bleeding after being hit twice. If the barbell was not strong enough, these 2 hits would not be as simple as bleeding. This time, the zombie finally got a little scared and roared towards the ground. As his roar rang out, the zombies that were besieging Chen Hao and others below suddenly went crazy. They gave up on Chen Hao and others and rushed up the mountain frantically. It's too late to think about calling for help now. Yangbin smiled and launched another attack. He kept punching his opponent's head, while controlling the barbell to hit him repeatedly. Being attacked from both sides, the zombies simply couldn't cope with it. Soon the wounds on their heads became more and more serious, and their reactions began to become slow. Finally, Yangbin seized the opportunity and punched the opponent hard on the head. The blow was so heavy that it directly cracked the opponent's head. Immediately afterwards, a barbell fell from the sky and pierced into the zombie's head through the wound. The zombie's body froze in place, then slowly fell down. Yangbin breathed a sigh of relief. You still need a good weapon, otherwise it will be too tiring. With his strength, it wouldn't have been necessary to go through so much trouble to deal with the Yaowang zombies, but unfortunately his weapon was not effective at the critical moment. Fortunately, with the help of supernatural powers, he finally killed the opponent. Hearing the zombies below rushing up, Yangbin quickly took out the crystal from the zombie's head and then teleported down. While a large group of zombies rushed to the top of the mountain, all they saw was the cold corpse of their boss. Countless zombies screamed towards the sky, extremely angry. Then he quickly pounced on the body of the Yaowang zombie. Smells so good. When Yangbin came to Chen Hao and others again, he saw 6 people lying on the corpses motionless. If Yangbin didn't have good eyesight, he might not have been able to find it. Good fellow, I finally understand why some people pretended to be dead in ancient wars and got away with it. You guys are simply blending into the corpse. Brother Bin, you're back. How's it going? Did you kill him? Seeing Yangbin coming back, everyone quickly got up and looked at Yangbin with anticipation. Aren't you worried that I won't be able to defeat you? We only worry about how tragically that zombie died. Okay, let's go a little further away first. If the zombies go crazy, they'll probably rush down again. Good. Soon, everyone came into a building. Yangbin took out the crystal and handed it to Chen Hao. Haozi, you get promoted first. Since the Yaowang realm has changed so much, it is necessary to upgrade everyone to the Yaowang realm first. Moreover, after reaching the Yaowang realm, they will start independent cultivation, which can bring them up sooner and allow them to upgrade quickly. Good. Chen Hao did not refuse and took the crystal with some excitement. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed the crystal into his stomach. Everyone looked at Chen Hao with anticipation. Although they are envious, they're not jealous. They all know that as long as they follow the boss, they will soon have it too. The advancement to the Yaowang realm is much slower than ordinary advancement. It took Chen Hao 5 full minutes to open his eyes. How is it? What superpowers? Everyone looked at Chen Hao with curiosity. Chen Hao felt the changes in his body, then took out a dagger from his backpack. Soon, everyone saw a layer of black light attached to the dagger. Chen Hao thought about it, took the barbell next to him, and then cut it directly with a dagger. The barbell breaks silently, and the cut is smooth. Fuck, what the hell is this? Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. Even Yang Bin was shocked. Then he opened the eye of true vision and looked at Chen Hao. With his true vision, Yang Bin finally knew what Chen Hao's special ability was. This is a sharp edge that can be attached to a weapon to increase its sharpness. This ability doesn't sound that great, but after seeing the effect, even Yang Bin became a little envious. If he had such special ability just now, he wouldn't have had to fight so hard. Brother Hao, what kind of supernatural power do you have? It's amazing. Everyone looked at Chen Hao with heated expressions. I don't know either. I just know that this thing can make weapons sharper. Haozi, you have found a treasure. This ability is very powerful. Yeah, I felt it too. Chen Hao looked excited. By the way, what changes have occurred to your own abilities? I'm not sure yet, I'll try. Then, Chen Hao disappeared from everyone's sight. Yang Bin quickly opened the eye of true vision and looked at him. Afterwards, Chen Hao stood up and appeared behind Hu Wenliang in a flash. His speed was so fast that even Yang Bin was a little surprised. Bang! Chen Hao knocked Hu Wenliang directly on the head and then quickly dodged. Fuck you, dead rat. Come out here or I'll beat the shit out of you. Hu Wenliang said angrily, covering his head. Hey, don't be angry, I'll just do a test. Chen Hao showed up awkwardly. Yang Bin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. Haozi, if you hit someone now, won't you reveal your true form? Well, I think that as long as my mental strength is not used up or I'm not hit hard, I should be able to remain invisible. I also found that my speed seems to be much faster after I become invisible. Fuck, with your two superpowers working together, you can kill anyone you want. Even those who are stronger than you will have to suffer the consequences. Zhao Kun and others suddenly widened their eyes. Well, for now, except for Brother Bin, I can kill anyone I want. Chen Hao scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Could you please stop saying such arrogant things with an embarrassed expression? Nima, are you going to let me live? Sharp, Yang Bin exclaimed sincerely. He had a premonition that Chen Hao's name would bring bad news to many people in the future. Okay, everyone, take a break, eat something, and then we'll continue to kill those zombies. I just made a rough estimate. There are about 5,000 to 6,000 zombies left. Let's try to get rid of them before dark. We can sleep in the villa on the top of the mountain tonight. Good. Everyone nodded and then took out something to eat. Half an hour later, everyone set out for the mountain again. Now, with one more person in the Yaoguang realm, their strength increased a lot again, and the remaining zombies were no longer a threat. Chapter 125. Changes in the base. Back on the mountain, everyone rushed straight up the mountain. With two people in the Yaoguang realm here, there is no danger at all. Along the way, zombies kept rushing towards them, but they couldn't stop them at all. Yang Bin and Chen Hao were at the front, leading the Falling Star team and rushing towards the top of the mountain as fast as a sharp sword. Yang Bin was still holding his slightly deformed barbell, while Chen Hao held a section of the barbell that he had cut off in each hand. Not only does it not affect efficiency, it even kills faster. When the black light covered the barbell, Chen Hao's speed in killing zombies skyrocketed. His hands were flying quickly, and the zombies died when they touched them. Everyone was jealous, and even Yang Bin was no exception. Afterwards, Yang Bin also took the dagger from Chen Hao, controlling the dagger to fly quickly among the zombies, continuously stabbing into the zombies' necks. When Zhong Yuansun saw this situation, he threw huge stones into the zombie group. Zhao Kun also transformed into a metal arm and killed every kid with one punch. The rest of the people could only watch them perform awkwardly. The skinny monkey who had just gained superpowers was even more itchy, but it was impossible for him to use his charm power on the zombies. Therefore, they could only continue to hit with the barbell. In less than half an hour, everyone reached the top of the mountain. Then a fierce battle broke out on the top of the mountain. The fight lasted until after 5 in the afternoon, and except for 5 level 5 zombies whose limbs were broken, all the other zombies were eliminated. These 5 5th level zombies were left behind by Yang Bin on purpose, and their purpose was naturally to raise Yaoguang realm zombies. Let's go pick out a better villa. There are only 8 villas on the top of the mountain, each of which covers an area of more than 600 to 700 square meters and has a garden, courtyard, swimming pool, etc. Each one is worth a lot of money. The air here is good and the environment is beautiful, so it is still very popular among the wealthy. The only drawback is the inconvenient transportation. You have to go down the mountain to buy vegetables. However, people who can afford to live in such a place basically don't have to buy their own groceries. Several villas were damaged to varying degrees, and the inside was in a mess, with bloodstains everywhere. Obviously, when the doomsday broke out, there were people in these villas. In fact, the chances of survival in such places are higher than those in residential areas. But unfortunately, the people here were unlucky and a monster zombie appeared. To be able to reach the Yaoguang realm so quickly, it goes without saying that this guy must have reached the first level on the first day. This kind of zombie just kills indiscriminately in the early stages when everyone hasn't reacted yet. I guess even if there were any survivors inside, they would have been killed by this guy. A few people found a villa that was less damaged and walked in. They put down their things, cleaned up the house, and then lay down on the sofa one by one and didn't want to move. Today was an overload exercise. We killed more than 10,000 zombies, and they were all exhausted. I'll go to a few villas to see if there's any rice or something, and I'll make you a good meal tonight. Take a break and go dig up the crystals. These are all our hard-earned money. Don't waste them. Okay. Everyone nodded. Boss, we already have enough crystals now. Why do we need so many of these low-level crystals? Zhong Yuansen asked with some confusion. This stuff is all energy. It should be useful in the future. Let's dig as much as we can. Okowo, Haozi, go down and carry the iron cage up to the backyard, and throw those level 5 ones in there. Good. After completing the division of labor, Yangbin walked towards several other villas to get the ready-made resources first. These mountaintop villas are far away from the market, so they must store a lot of food. Foods that are eaten every day and are easy to store are usually not scarce. Sure enough, when Yangbin entered the first villa, he found 3 50-kilogram bags of rice, some bacon, sausages, pickled plums, etc. in a separate storage room. Next, a lot of things were found in several other villas, but 2 of them were clean, which meant that the survivors inside must have survived for quite some time. Unfortunately, after the Yaoguang realm zombies appeared, it was destined that there would be no survivors here. Judging from the freshness of the blood in the villa, the people in these 2 villas should have died 2 days ago. All the supplies were moved back to the storage room in their villa, so they didn't have to worry about food for a short time. Then Yangbin started to make a fire and cook. After it got dark, everyone came back carrying large and small bags. It took 2 or 3 hours to kill the zombies, and more than 2 hours to dig out the crystals. So, with too few people, digging for crystals is a major project. In the evening, everyone had a sumptuous dinner to celebrate moving into the new home. In the next few days, Yangbin led the members of the Falling Star team to start sweeping the surrounding areas. But in the past few days, something big happened in the survival base. The military, led by Zhao Kun, left the survival base. Ma Zhongwu was extremely angry and sent people to stop them. The 2 sides fought a fierce battle and suffered heavy losses, but in the end Zhao Kun still left the survival base with more than 3,000 soldiers. As the military left, Ma Zhongwu took complete control of the survival base and began to carry out drastic reforms. He gave an ultimatum to all the evolvers in the survival base: either join him or leave. As a result, many evolvers who were not sure they could survive outside had to choose to join. There are also many evolvers who want freedom or have ambitions and choose to leave the base. Inside a house, pack up and let's go. Fang Xijie put on his backpack and looked at Qin Wei. However, Qin Wei did not move. Xijie, I've thought about it carefully. I think it's safer for us to stay in the survival base. We have to be responsible for these more than 100 brothers. Qin Wei said seriously. Fang Xijie was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I understand. I'm leaving now. I hope my brothers can live well. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Xijie. Qin Wei quickly grabbed Fang Xijie's arm. We have been brothers for so many years. Why can't you stay with me? Fang Xijie looked at Qin Wei and said seriously. Do you remember what I said? If you join the official, I will leave. Why are you so disgusted with joining the government? What's wrong with joining the government? You'll have food and drink, and your safety will be guaranteed. In the apocalypse, isn't the purpose of our struggle to survive? Fang Xijie shook his head and then took away Qin Wei's hand. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he walked towards the door again. If you leave like this, I guarantee you won't survive more than 2 days. That's my own fate. Soon, Fang Xijie left without looking back. This fool, Qin Wei said angrily. Chapter 126: Zombies attack the city. With the changes in the survival base, Star City seems to have entered a delicate stage. Ma Zhongwu established his regime in the survival base and turned all the evolvers into his own forces. At the same time, He began to win over people's hearts and used the crystals in his hands to continue to cultivate more evolvers. Anyone with an eye can see that he has huge ambitions. Perhaps he wants to take this opportunity to completely break free from the constraints from above and become a local overlord. After the apocalypse broke out, everyone was in despair, but he saw hope. Because if it weren't the end of the world, perhaps the anti-corruption campaign would have hit him. The outbreak of the apocalypse was equivalent to indirectly saving him. Therefore, he had been planning secretly from the very beginning, taking advantage of Liu Yong's single-minded focus on saving people and constantly eliminating dissidents to develop his own strength. Now, we have finally taken complete control of the survival base. As long as he continues to expand his power, the people from above will be unable to do anything to him. After all, things are different now. The emperor is far away, and even the people in Kyoto can't control him. From now on, the entire Star City will belong to him. On the other side, Zhao, who led the military to capture a large armed force, and then used it as a base to start building the city wall. After a long journey and fighting all the way here, the soldiers started working without even having time to rest. Lin Fei looked at the enthusiastic soldiers, but her heart was heavy. Although they escaped, they were still far behind. It was almost impossible for them to overtake them. With a huge base of more than 100,000 people, Ma Zhongguo will only become stronger and stronger. It is too difficult for them to take revenge. It seems that we have no choice but to seek external help. Lin Fei sighed. In addition to the military and political parties, those high-level evolvers who left the survival bases also began to establish survival bases. In addition, some evolvers who did not go to the survival base at all have already established a base. There is no shortage of ambitious people in China, and many people want to make a career in the Doomsday. Especially some people with special powers. They think they're the chosen ones and will definitely make a difference at the end of the world. Star City is very large, with a permanent population of tens of millions. It has been nearly a month since the apocalypse, and there may be less than 1 million survivors left. Among them, in addition to the official survival base, shelters built by other psychics also took in many survivors. As for the survivors outside, they're almost negligible. Even if there is food, with the current strength of the zombies, you can't save your life by hiding at home. So, now the base has become the only place to survive. Everyone understands this principle, so any evolver with some strength will gather people to build a base. Powerful evolvers go out to hunt zombies and bring back crystals to give to ordinary people or low-level evolvers, allowing them to improve quickly, and then go out together to hunt zombies. Such a virtuous cycle also makes each base stronger and stronger. This is the law of survival in the Doomsday. But is the survival base really safe? There is a survival base more than 10 kilometers away from Xingyue Mountain. Because it was established early, it has now grown to a size of more than 10,000 people. The founder of this base, Su Ming, is a fire-type mutant and was originally a good-for-nothing young man. But I didn't expect that Doomsday would accidentally awaken his superpowers. Afterwards, he used his special powers to kill zombies and form a team. Slowly, ambitions began to emerge, and then a base was established here. However, the scene inside this base is completely different from the base where Xiao Han and his group are located. Perhaps because he was too cowardly before, Su Ming's personality became extremely domineering after establishing the base. In the base, those who obey him will live a good life. They will not only have food and drink, but also crystals to improve their strength. If you disobey him, the consequences will be terrible, and killing and chopping off of hands are common. Moreover, Su Ming himself was extremely lustful. Every pretty-looking woman who entered his base would be taken to his residence to be humiliated by him. If the opponent cooperates well, then life will be comfortable afterwards. If you make him unhappy, the consequences will be miserable. Faced with this situation, people in the base dared not speak out. Basically, those who share the same interests as him are all strong, and those who don't like his style are either beaten to death or marginalized and cannot get any resources at all. At this time, in a huge room inside the base, Su Ming was playing a multiplayer game with several top executives of the base. But at this moment, there was a violent knock on the door. "Boss, it's bad. There's so many zombies coming this way." Su Ming frowned, then pushed the woman away, put on his clothes, and walked out. "What's going on?" "There are a lot of zombies coming towards us." "How much is a lot?" "At least 20,000 or 30,000. "Fuck, get everyone together and get on the city wall." Soon, All the evolvers in the base came to the city wall, looking at the densely packed zombies rushing towards them. Each of them had an extremely ugly expression on their face. What should we do? Boss, what else can we do? Fight! Soon, the zombies fell in front of him. Su Ming threw a huge fireball directly down, and several zombies were burned to death immediately. The others also acted quickly, using bows and arrows, crossbows, and guns. It was obvious that they were well prepared, but there were not many of these things, and after killing hundreds of zombies, the zombies rushed to the corner of the wall. Then the zombies began to bang against the wall frantically. These cement walls did not hold out for long and were soon breached, allowing countless zombies to swarm in. The war broke out instantly. There were originally more than 10,000 people in the base, and they were still able to fight against 20,000 to 30,000 zombies. However, many people in the base are actually only at level 1 or 2. Because they cannot stand Su Ming style, they are marginalized and cannot obtain resources, so they cannot be promoted. This also resulted in these people becoming cannon fodder as soon as the zombies rushed in. As the battle continued, the entire base was flooded with blood and countless screams were heard throughout the base. Before long, the entire base was reduced to ruins. Su Ming and several senior members of the base relied on their peak 5th level strength to persevere to the end. Seeing that the base had been destroyed, Su Ming directly sold out several senior executives and quickly fled away. Several 5th level zombies chased after him instantly. At this time, the Falling Star Squad, who were killing zombies in the distance, heard the noise here and were rushing towards here quickly. After a while, everyone saw Su Ming running away. When Su Ming saw Yang Bin and his companions, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly led the zombies towards Yang Bin and his companions. These fools can just help me block it. Chapter 127, Is This Retribution? Yang Bin looked at the man who suddenly turned and ran towards them with a sneer on his face. This guy is here to die. Old Black, your superpowers are here. Superpowers? Boss, are you saying he is a person with superpowers? Lao He suddenly became excited. He is the only one in the entire team who does not have superpowers, and he has been eager to do so. Well, they offered it to our door voluntarily, so there is no reason for us to refuse it, don't you think? Yang Bin smiled. Of course, boss. What is his special power? Fire. Fire is good. I like fire. Lao He looked at the man running towards him with shining eyes. At this moment, Su Ming was completely unaware of his situation. Seeing that Yang Bin and others did not run away, he became even happier. Brothers, please help us. Let's deal with the zombies behind us together. Su Ming shouted to Yang Bin and others. Since these people can appear here, they must be evolvers. As long as they help to hold him back, he can escape. Okay. Yang Bin Smilet, go and help him deal with the zombies behind him. Okay. Everyone nodded and immediately rushed towards the 6 zombies that were chasing them. 6 people, 6 zombies, and it took less than a minute from the start to the end. Then he quickly dug out the crystals and gave them all to Lao He. After several days of raids, the other members of the Falling Star team have reached the peak of level 5, except for Lao He, who is still a few points short. Now these few are just enough. Brother, you are really my lucky star. Lao He looked at Su Ming and smiled. With this guy's arrival, not only did he find a place to get his supernatural powers, but his strength also increased to the peak of the 5th level. If this isn't a lucky star, then what is? Su Ming was completely dumbfounded when he saw how everyone dealt with the 5th level zombies that were chasing them so quickly. I originally thought I had run into a few enemies, but unexpectedly, I had run into a pack of wolves. Su Ming's expression changed several times, and he finally felt that he alone might not be a match for the 7 opponents. Although he is a psychic, judging from the other party's recent attacks, these people are almost all at the peak of level 5 and have extremely strong combat capabilities. If I take action, I will most likely be beaten to death. Thinking of this, Su Ming quickly put on a smiling face. Brother, it is my honor to be your lucky star. Haha, then you're really a good person. Lao He Lao Get. I don't deserve it. Thank you, brothers, for your help. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Su Ming bowed. He felt it would be better to leave early. The way these people looked at him was like a lamb to be slaughtered, which made him feel very nervous. Don't go, brother. How can you be my lucky star if you leave? Lao He quickly stood in front of Su Ming and said, Are you kidding? I finally met a person with superpowers. How could I let you go? What do you mean? Su Ming asked in confusion. Nothing, just stay still. Everyone, I really have something to do. What can a tool do? Just stay still. What do you mean? Do you think you can defeat me? Yes. Lao hai no det hon stili. Su Ming's face suddenly darkened. He has always been the one bullying others, but he didn't expect that he would be bullied like this today. Did they really think that he, Su Ming, was a soft persimmon? Su Ming stretched out his hand, and in an instant a ball of fire emerged from his palm. Su Ming changed the shape of the flame, with an arrogant look on his face. I wonder if you still think you can defeat me now. Su Ming sneered. Psychics have natural advantages, and ordinary evolvers will be afraid when they see them. However, what made him speechless was that the other party was not afraid of his ability and even started to comment on him. Boss, is this power really harmful? Why do I feel like it's difficult to even use it to grill meat? Lao He looked at the flame in Su Ming's hand with disdain. I think so. After all, fire powers are among the most damaging elemental powers. Never mind, just take it first. Winter is coming soon, and this thing should be good for warming yourself by the fire. Listening to the discussion among them, Su Ming's face turned green with anger. Okay, you look down on me, right? I'll kill you. After Su Ming finished speaking, he threw the flame in his hand. After the flame left his hand, it turned into a fireball and flew towards Lao He at an extremely fast speed. Hey, let me feel the power of the fireball. I don't want it if it's too weak. There was no fear on Lao He's face, and he hit the fireball with a stick. However, the stick passed directly through the middle of the fireball without causing any hindrance, and the fireball hit Lao He hard in the chest. Bang! Lao He fell out. The clothes on his chest turned to ashes in an instant. His body was also burned black, and a fragrant smell came out. If Lao He wasn't in strong physical condition, he would have been burned to death. The gap between ordinary evolvers and those with special powers is really huge. Although they are both at the peak of level 5, Lao He looks at the stars every day, so his strength is naturally much stronger than Su Ming. However, even so, he was almost killed by Su Ming's fireball. Hu Wenliang quickly ran over to treat Lao He, fearing that he would be cooked if he was too slow. A bunch of ignorant fellows who dare to look down on people with special powers. Now you know how powerful we are. Why don't you get out of the way? Su Ming said arrogantly. The superpower is good. Yangbin nodded with satisfaction. Haozi, break his arms and legs, don't kill him. Okay. Chen Hao walked towards Su Ming with a smile on his face. How dare you come? Su Ming snorted coldly, and a ball of flame appeared in his hand again, instantly turning into a fireball and flying towards Chen Hao. However, before the fireball got close, Chen Hao suddenly disappeared. The fireball hit the ground directly, burning a big hole. Su Ming's face suddenly changed when he saw Chen Hao suddenly disappear. Special power user. Then he kept waving the Tang sword in his hand around, trying to stop Chen Hao from approaching. However, it was all in vain. Bang! With a low muffled sound, Su Ming's arm holding the Tang sword was instantly broken by Chen Hao, and it drooped down, and the Tang sword also fell to the ground. Su Ming was sweating coldly from the pain, but he immediately threw a fireball in the direction where Chen Hao had just attacked. Unfortunately, Chen Hao had already left. Su Ming looked around with horror. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. Sure enough, people with special abilities are more terrifying than people with elemental abilities. Bang! With another muffled sound, Su Ming's leg was broken and he fell directly to the ground. Su Ming gritted his teeth and threw out another fireball, which still hit the air. Soon, there were two more muffled sounds, and Su Ming's other arm and leg were also broken. This time, Su Ming could no longer hold back and screamed in pain. Chen Hao showed up and shook his head. Vulnerable. Su Ming stared at Chen Hao intently, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Kill me if you can. Otherwise, if I escape, you will all die. Don't worry, you can't escape, Chen Hao said with a smile. At this time, Lao Hei's injuries had been healed by Hu Wenliang, and he quickly took out a set of clothes from his backpack and changed into them. Not only did he not look injured at this moment, but his face was filled with extreme excitement. Haha, this ability is great, I want it. Su Ming's face looked extremely ugly. How could he have met such a group of perverts? Is this retribution? Chapter 128, A Rich Harvest. Yang Bin ignored Su Ming and turned on his eye of true vision to look at the base in the distance. With so many zombies, it is impossible that there is no one in Yaoguang realm to command them. He came here not because of Su Ming, but because he saw a large number of zombies appearing. As for Su Ming, it was a complete accident. Yang Bin searched for a long time and finally saw two zombies, a man and a woman, above a house in the base. Seeing these two zombies, Yang Bin's eyes widened immediately. Both zombies are actually in the Yaoguang realm. No wonder so many zombies can be mobilized. Yang Bin originally thought that a 7th level zombie appeared, but he didn't expect that it was actually 2 Yaoguang zombies. This is so cool. Yang Bin was extremely happy. However, when he saw there were as many as 20,000 to 30,000 zombies over there, he felt helpless again. Even he couldn't kill 2 Yaoguang realm zombies among so many zombies. Killing him by force is basically impossible, so assassination seems to be the only option. Howzy, if I ask you to go in there and kill a Yaoguang realm zombie, can you do it? Yang Bin said to Chen Hao, who was standing aside. Chen Hao looked at the numb zombies in the distance and calculated for a long time in his mind, then said helplessly, "Maybe, but I don't think I can come back." "It seems we have to think of another way," Yang Bin said helplessly. At this time, the 2 zombies over there seemed to have discovered them, and their blood-red eyes stared at them coldly. Yang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he raised his middle finger and hooked it at the 2 zombies. "You, come here." The 2 zombies seemed to feel provoked and roared. Suddenly, 20 or 30,000 zombies rushed towards this side. "Fuck, this is unethical." Yang Bin was startled. "Carry him and run." Without any hesitation, everyone ran away. I have to say that the Starfall squad's execution ability is still very strong. Yang Bin said run, and everyone ran faster than rabbits. When the 2 zombies saw how fast these guys were running away, they knew that their men would not be able to catch up with them. So they roared again and called their men back. However, after a while, the group of guys came back again, and the leaders still made various provocative gestures towards them. The Yaoguang zombies are all proud and cannot stand such injustice. Then he personally led more than a dozen level 5 zombies and chased over here. Seeing the situation, Yang Bin smiled. Zombies are zombies. They have some intelligence, but not much. He was planning to do it a few more times, but he didn't expect the other party to lose his patience the second time. Brothers, come to life. Okay. Everyone perked up. Howzy and I will deal with the 2 Yaoguang realm zombies, and you guys will deal with the other 5th level zombies. Good. Everyone nodded seriously. However, Su Ming, who was on Lao Hei's shoulder, had a look of horror on his face. A bunch of lunatics. Even he could see that the 2 zombies running in the front were definitely above level 5. In other words, the first 2 are likely to be level 6 zombies. These lunatics actually kept provoking the 6th level zombies. They're simply risking their lives. But could you please not take me with you? You don't want to live, but I do. Although his limbs are broken now, with the physical fitness of a 5th level evolver, it is still possible for him to recover after a while. Hearing the sound from his shoulder, Lao Hei seemed to react suddenly. He threw Su Ming to the ground and knocked him unconscious with a stick. He was not sure whether the elementalist could still release his powers after his limbs were broken, but he felt it would be safer to knock him out. It would be troublesome if this guy attacked from behind. Soon, a group of zombies rushed over. Yang Bin grabbed the barbell and smashed it at the leading male zombie. At the same time, a tang sword flew out from behind him and instantly stabbed the zombie's neck. Ever since he encountered the embarrassing situation of having no weapons when dealing with the Yaoguang realm zombies last time, Yang Bin specially prepared a tang sword for emergency use. Moreover, it is much easier to control objects with sharp tools than with a barbell. On the other side, Chen Hao also hid himself as soon as possible, looking for an opportunity. Bang! Yang Bin's barbell was blocked by the opponent's arm again, causing his new barbell to be deformed. At the same time, the whistling tang sword was blocked by another female zombie. Chen Hao became invisible, and the 2 Yaoguang realm zombies targeted Yang Bin. At this time, other 5th level zombies had also rushed over. Zhao Kun and others rushed forward immediately and blocked more than a dozen 5th level zombies not far away, allowing Yang Bin and Chen Hao to deal with the 2 Yaoguang realm zombies with peace of mind. After the 2 zombies blocked Yang Bin's attack, they quickly pounced towards Yang Bin. Fighting 1 against 2, Yang Bin remained calm. He used the barbell to deal with the male zombie, and used his ability to control objects to control the tang sword to deal with the female zombie. For a while, he was not at a disadvantage. However, the IQ of the Yaoguang realm zombies is still relatively high. The female zombie was very unhappy when she saw that she was blocked by a weapon. When the tang sword stabbed at her again, she did not dodge or evade, but directly used her body to meet the tang sword. The tang sword pierced the female zombie's chest, and the powerful force made her step back a few steps, but grabbed the tang sword, making Yang Bin unable to control the tang sword anymore. However, before the female zombie had time to feel proud, a sense of crisis suddenly hit her. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. A dagger pierced directly in her neck from the back of her neck and went through her throat. Then the dagger was pulled out and disappeared in an instant. The female zombie looked behind her with difficulty, but there was nothing. Finally, he had no choice but to fall to the ground unwillingly. Beautiful, Young Bin exclaimed. Chen Hao has obviously mastered the essence of being an assassin. If he doesn't strike, it's fine. But once he strikes, it's a sure kill. The timing of this strike is very good. When a male zombie saw the female zombie fall to the ground, he roared loudly and attacked Yang Bin like crazy. But it was obvious that the two zombies could not do anything to Yang Bin. How could one zombie cause any big waves? It was just helpless and furious. After a while, Chen Hao seized the opportunity again and killed him with one blow. Sharp! Yang Bin gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. It has to be said that after reaching the Yaowang realm, Haozi's strength has made a qualitative leap. His sharp ability is so strong that he can kill a Yaowang realm zombie with one blow. Combined with his invisibility, he is simply invincible. It's okay. As long as I don't meet you, Brother Bin, I'm sure I can kill everyone else with one blow. Chen Hao said confidently. Don't be proud. You need to practice more. Some people are very sensitive to auras. They might know it as soon as you get close to them. So, you must learn to restrain your aura. The two quickly dug out the crystal. Then he helped Zhao Kun and the others to eliminate all the other 5th level zombies. At this time, the zombies from the base were already rushing towards this side. The few people did not dare to stay. They dug out the crystals, carried Su Ming on their backs, and quickly fled the scene. This time a harvest was huge, so everyone didn't go anywhere else and went straight home. Chapter 129. 2 more Yaowang realms. In the villa on the top of the mountain, Yang Bin handed 2 Yaowang realm crystals to Hu Wenliang and Zhao Kun. The two of them took it with great excitement, without any pretense. Then the two of them sat on the ground and swallowed the crystal under the expectant gaze of everyone. 5 minutes later, they both opened their eyes almost at the same time. How is it? What kind of superpower is it? Everyone came over eagerly. Zhao Kun stood up and said helplessly, Now I finally understand how cool it is for the boss to be able to choose his own superpowers. There are spots of light everywhere, and you don't know what any of them are for. It all depends on luck. Unfortunately, my luck is not very good. What kind of supernatural power is that? It's wind-based. Its function is to increase speed when used. Oh, that's it. How much can it be improved specifically? Yang Bin asked. I don't know either. I'll go out and try. After Zhao Kun finished speaking, he walked out, ran around the top of the mountain, and returned to the living room again. I felt it and found that when I used this power, I ran about 20% faster than usual. Zhao Kun said helplessly, That's not bad. You can run fast and escape, and you can chase people. What's wrong with that? Yeah, I think it's good too. What's so good about it? It's nothing compared to the boss and Haozi. You can't compete with the boss. He chose himself, but you were chosen randomly. How can you compete? As for Haozi, it was purely luck. All right, I think this ability is actually quite suitable for you. Your original ability does not lack damage, and it is just right to add acceleration. Yang Bin said, I'm more curious about what changes have taken place in your original skills. Speaking of this makes me quite satisfied. Zhao Kun swept away his previous disappointment, and his face was full of excitement. Then both arms turned into black metal arms, and then spikes grew on the metal arms. Zhao Kun clenched his fists, waved them casually a few times, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. I feel like I can smash a Yaowang zombie with one punch right now. Everyone looked at the spikes emitting cold light on Zhao Kun's arm and swallowed their saliva. If this thing gets hit, it will cry for a long time. Not bad, not bad. Your damage is off the charts now. It just so happens that the wind power can improve your flexibility. The two powers are a perfect match, so there's no such thing as a good or bad power. The best power is the one that suits you. Boss, now that you mention it, this ability is really suitable for me. I won't be depressed anymore. Well, Liangzi, what about yours? My original healing ability has changed a lot. Now I can heal you without touching you. After Hu Wenliang finished speaking, he waved his hand and a white light fell on Lao Hei's shoulder. The claw mark on Lao Hei's shoulder slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Both the treatment speed and treatment effect have been greatly improved. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up. This is great. I don't have to get goosebumps all over my body when he touches me anymore. Great. In this case, can you heal everyone during the battle? Yes, but I still need to explore. I'm not sure how much energy is needed for different degrees of injuries. It's okay. We'll find out slowly. If it doesn't work, we can use Lao Hei as a test subject. Yangbin said with a smile. Why me? Because you're the weakest right now. What is a new superpower? Yangbin asked. The new ability I acquired isn't very strong, but it's okay. It finally gives me some means of attack. Hu Wenliang smiled. Then he waved his hand, and a black light fell on the stone slab outside, and then everyone saw a whole shot through the stone slab. Dark type. Yangbin asked. Yes, the dark light of the dark system. Yes, it has strong penetrating power. I also think that it should be able to penetrate the head of a Yaoguang realm zombie, but the consumption is a bit high. It's okay, use it as a trump card. Haha. Now our Xingyan team has completely risen. With 4 Yaoguang realm masters, who dares to challenge us? Don't be proud. Have you forgotten how we got here? I feel unhappy when I talk about this. Brother Bin, when are we going to wipe out the Wang family and that Mayor Ma? Said the skinny monkey angrily. When the 3 of you reach Yaoguang realm, it will be almost time. Some accounts should indeed be settled. The Wang family is fine, but Mayor Ma represents the officialdom. If we kill him, will? Zhong Yuan-san said worriedly. Yangbin glanced at him, then said seriously, Asen, you have been a member of the Star Meteorite team for quite some time. I hope you remember that since you are a member of the Star Meteorite team, you should not be timid when doing things. Members of the Star Meteorite team do not need to be afraid of anyone. Yes, Zhong Yuan-san nodded. Okay, we've gained a lot today, so we won't go out this afternoon. Take a good rest. I'll cook some delicious dishes. Haozi, go get a few bottles of wine from the cellar, and we'll celebrate. Okay. On the other side, official survival base. Ma Zhonghua was enjoying the oral service from his secretary in the office. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door, startling the 2 of them. The secretary quickly stood up, picked up the documents, and stood aside, while Ma Zhonghua quickly straightened his clothes and then spoke. Come in. Soon, a soldier came in. Mayor, we have found out everything you asked us to investigate. Tell me about it. Captain Zhao, who led the 1st and 3rd regiments to the large armed tribe in Minghu district and has established a base. Tang Weiwei and her team left Star City, and their current whereabouts are unknown. As for the team you're focusing on, except for the older one, everyone else is a student of Zhongshan College. Captain Yang Bin should have reached the 6th level of evolution, and the others are all at the 5th level. Yang Bin should be a teleportation-type mutant. There is also an invisibility-type mutant and an earth element mutant in the team. 7 people, 3 of them are supernatural beings. No wonder they were able to reach this level in less than a month in the apocalypse. And I was lucky enough to pick up a level 6 zombie that was crippled by Lu Yong. Ma Zhonghua tapped the table with his fingers. Have you found out where they are now? I found out that their team is currently living in a villa on the top of Xingyue Mountain. Haha, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Notify Wang Zhenhong. We will provide the weapons, and they will provide the men. We cannot let them escape again this time. Yes. By the way, how's the matter with the 6th order zombie? Captain Xiao discovered a level 6 zombie in Yuelian community this morning. Minister Jiang has already gone to provide support with heavy weapons and a group of level 5 evolvers. Well, we must obtain the 6th level crystal as soon as possible. Yes. Okay, go down. Yes. Chapter 130 Lin Yifei's visit. It was a rare moment for everyone to relax, and after dinner, the 7 of them gathered together to play mahjong and landlords, having a lot of fun, as if they had returned to the time before the end of the world. Anyway, with Little Orange on guard, if any zombies come, it will give the alarm immediately, so they don't have to keep watching. And because they're in the mountains, the chances of zombies coming are low. At this time, more than a dozen people came to the foot of Xingyue Mountain and then quickly walked up the mountain. Soon, a group of people arrived at the top of the mountain and were about to walk toward the villa in front. But at this moment, an orange cat as big as a tiger suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Mutated beast. The group of people were shocked and quickly took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Put down your weapons. This should be their pet. I remember they do have an orange cat, said a very beautiful woman in the lead. After hearing her words, everyone put down their weapons, but still stared at the orange cat in front of them cautiously. They have experienced the power of mutant beasts, and they're almost invincible among those of the same level. The leading woman looked at the orange cat and said cautiously, "Don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. Is your owner home?" The orange cat looked at the people in front of it, then called out to the back. When everyone in the room heard Zaijuzi's cry, they all stood up. Yangbin opened his true vision and looked over, and immediately a strange look appeared on his face. Is it her? Not a zombie? No, they are from the military. They still don't give up. Do they really think we dare not kill them? Everyone was furious. We have moved here, but they still chased us. There are only a dozen of them. They don't look like they are here to cause trouble. Yangbin thought about it, then shouted outside, "Let them in." Hearing Yangbin's words, Zaijuzi stepped back and then disappeared from everyone's sight with a few jumps. When a group of people saw this situation, they looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. I didn't expect there would be such an obedient mutant beast. But this was not the time to think about these things. Lin Fei took a deep breath and then walked towards the villa where the sound came from. When Lin Fei arrived at the door of the villa, she was about to knock, but the door was already opened. It was the skinny monkey who opened the door. Although he was stunned for a moment by the beautiful woman in front of him, he still asked habitually, "Did you bring a gift?" Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, but she reacted quickly. She quickly took out 2 fifth-order crystals from her backpack and handed them over with some heartache. "What do you think of this?" This was the one they killed on the way here. They were reluctant to use it themselves, and were originally planning to take it back for Zhao Hu and the others to use, but since the other party asked, Lin Fei took it out without any hesitation. Lin Fei was very clear about the purpose of her visit, so she kept a low profile. The soldier behind him wanted to say something, but in the end he remained silent. When leaving, the team leader repeatedly emphasized that everything should be under Miss Lin's command. Therefore, even though they watched the other party give away the 5th-level crystal they desired so much as a gift, they did not dare to say anything in the end. However, the skinny monkey's words almost made them unable to hold back. "That's all you have? You're so embarrassed to show it off." "You." The soldiers were about to explode, but were suppressed by Lin Fei. "I'm really sorry. This is the best we can offer," Lin Fei said, somewhat embarrassedly. "Is there nothing to eat? Cigarettes, alcohol, or anything like that?" "Ah? Yes. Why didn't you say so earlier?" A soldier behind Lin Fei reacted very quickly. He immediately took out several packets of beef jerky and 2 packets of huazi from his backpack and handed them over. "That's better." The skinny monkey took the beef jerky and huazi away contentedly, but ignored the 5th-order crystal. They no longer needed this thing. Seeing this situation, the group of people's expressions became extremely strange. This person must be a fool. A group of people walked into the villa, but the scene before them left them dumbfounded. There was a mahjong machine in the hall, and 4 people were sitting in front of it playing mahjong. On the other side, at a table, 2 people were holding cards in their hands, and the person who had just opened the door quickly ran over to pick up the cards. It was obvious that they were playing landlord. "You guys sit on the sofa for a while. I'll finish this game," Yangbin said. "Good." Lin Fei nodded in a daze. For a moment, she thought she had traveled back to before the end of the world. The soldiers behind her were not in a much better condition, each with an extremely exaggerated expression. "We are on the brink of death every day in order to survive, and you're playing mahjong and landlords at home? The gap is too big." If many of them had not seen Yangbin, they would have wondered if they had made a mistake. "I won. I drew 13 by myself." Yangbin's voice suddenly sounded, bringing them back to reality. "Boss, did you use your supernatural powers?" "No, I'm a principled person. If I say no, then I won't do it." "Impossible. How can you grow a big beard every time without using your superpowers?" "Yes, I definitely used it. It's so shameless." "Okay, I'll take my place. You guys have to take care of my clothes, underwear, and socks for the next month." "Okay, a guest is coming. Let's receive the guest first." After Yangbin finished speaking, he walked towards Lin Fei and her group. At this time, Lin Fei and others were looking at them strangely. Fortunately, Lin Fei reacted well. When she saw Yangbin coming, she quickly stood up. "Captain Yang, I'm sorry to bother you." "It's okay. It's not a bother. We're just bored too. Tell me, what's the matter that brought you all the way here?" "Commander Liu, whom you met last time, is dead," Lin Fei said in a low voice. "Dead?" Yangbin raised his eyebrow, a little surprised. "He shouldn't have been killed by zombies." "No, he was ambushed and killed. We suspect it was Mayor Ma Zhonghua." "Did you kill him?" "No." Lin Fei shook her head and said helplessly, "We have no evidence, and we are not strong enough. We are no match for him in the base." "Vegetable. So, you came to me because you want me to help you get revenge?" Yangbin said calmly. "No, We have left the official base and brought our soldiers out. We have established our own base. I would like to invite you to our base. You don't have to worry about food and drink, and we will never restrict your freedom. We just hope that we can ask you to help us once in the future battle with the enemy. Lin Fei said sincerely, "Do you think your base is as comfortable as ours?" Chapter 131, All Alive. In fact, Lin Fei was quite confident before coming here. However, after seeing the lives of Yang Bin and his friends, she suddenly felt a little ashamed. But Lin Fei is not someone who gives up easily. To be honest, I can't think of anyone else who can live as carefree as you do in the end times. But you probably won't be here for long. Even we can find out where you live. I believe Ma Zhonghua can do the same. You have a big feud with him. Considering Ma Zhonghua's character, I feel he will definitely attack you again soon. This time, he will definitely be well prepared. He may not be able to do anything to you, but this place will most likely be razed to the ground. You can't move every time, right? As long as you come to our base, I will have someone arrange the best accommodation for you. It may not be comparable to here, but at least you don't have to move around so much. After hearing Lin Fei's words, Yang Bin didn't say anything, but just looked at her seriously. Yang Bin smiled only when Lin Fei seemed a little overwhelmed by his gaze. They say women with big breasts are brainless, but you don't look like that. To be honest, what you said does make sense, but unfortunately, I have no plans to go to any base. But your words do remind me. It seems I have to take precautions in advance. We can't let them destroy this place. Aren't you worried at all? I know you are very strong, but the official heavy weapons are not to be trifled with. At least for now, I don't think anything can withstand rocket launchers and cannons. And in the official survival base, more than a dozen such heavy weapons have been transported back. Lin Fei said seriously, "This thing really exists. Thanks for the reminder. However, this thing is not enough to scare us, so there's no need to mention going to your place. But you are quite courageous. You are so beautiful, yet you dared to come to me with such a small group of people. Aren't you afraid that I will do something to you?" Yang Bin narrowed his eyes. I believe Captain Yang is not such a person. TSK, I don't even believe it myself. Why should you believe it? That's pretty cruel. Everyone is carrying a powerful bomb. If I do something to you, will you detonate the bomb and die with us? Lin Fei's body stiffened, but she quickly adjusted herself. I just want to leave a way out for myself. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Captain Yang. Ah, that's cruel. What's your name? Lin Fei. Lin Fei, that's great. Are you interested in joining the Falling Star team? Yang Bin joked. Good. However, Lin Fei nodded seriously. I was just kidding, Yang Bin said awkwardly. I took it seriously. No. Why would you, a high-ranking military official, join a small team like ours? I'm not a member of the military. I have been in the military only because Commander Liu and my father are brothers, and he promised my father to take care of me. Our team is full of men. Aren't you afraid of a beautiful lady like you coming here? What are you afraid of? There are thousands of men in the military, and I'm still there. Yang Bin looked at Lin Fei seriously. You're trying to get close to us on purpose and then take us to your base. I'm telling you, the honey trap doesn't work on me. I just want to be a member of the Falling Star team. I envy your life. It's rare for Captain Yang to take the initiative to invite you. I'd be a fool not to accept. How about this? You become a substitute first. Whether you can join the Falling Star team depends on your performance. You guys go back. I can handle the matter between Ma Zhonghua and I by myself. I don't need to rely on anyone else's help. If he really dares to mess with me, I will kill him. There are more than 100,000 people in the survival base, and he has at least tens of thousands of evolvers in his hands. How can you kill him? This is my business. You don't need to worry about it. Just develop your own base well. Okay, then I'll go back first, Captain. When you want me to become a regular employee, just come to the Minghu District Armed Forces Department to find me. After Lin Fei finished speaking, she took her people away. Yang Bin looked at their backs and narrowed his eyes. This woman was much smarter than Lu Yong. Brother Bin, this girl is much prettier than the school beauty in our school. Why don't you just accept her? Yang Bin shook his head. I'm a little unsure about this woman, so let's just forget it. Then why did you invite them? She's a superpower, so I just said out of habit. I swear to God, I was just joking. Who knew she would take advantage of it and climb up the ladder? Boss, I think it's good to have a beautiful lady in our team. We grown men are a bit boring. That's right. Besides, this woman is quite smart, and she's also a superpower. She shouldn't be a drag. Let's talk about this later. I'm a little confused about this woman. Okay, let's go on and continue playing Mahjong. No use of superpowers. Okay, I promise not to. A few of them played until 12 o'clock in the evening before they came to the backyard. At this time, Su Ming had already woken up, and when he saw everyone coming over, he immediately pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'm willing to work like a slave for you. I am a superpower and will be a great help to you." TSK, you make it sound like everyone is a superpower. Lao Hei, Lao Get. Okay, Lao Hei, hurry up. We still have to go to the roof to look at the stars. Okay. Lao Hei responded, then walked directly towards Su Ming. Go to hell. At this moment, a huge fireball suddenly appeared and hit Lao Hei directly. Snort. Zhong Yuansen snorted coldly, and a wall of earth appeared in front of Lao Hei, blocking the fireball. Immediately afterwards, a spike pierced through the chest of Su Ming, who was lying on the ground. I've been on guard against you. Zhong Yuansen sneered. As someone who possessed elemental powers, he naturally knew that he could still release his powers, even if his limbs were broken. It was just a little more troublesome. Thanks, Lao Senior. Lao Hei looked at Zhong Yuansen and said, what else do we need to thank each other for? Zhong Yuansen thought to himself, as long as you don't think about my supernatural power. But he could not forget the way Lao Hei looked at him, and he wanted to slice him into pieces immediately. Even though he later joined the Falling Star team, Lao Hei still seemed to be obsessed with his superpowers. Now that he finally got the superpower he liked, Zhong Yuansen would of course give him all his help. Soon, Yang Bin transferred Su Ming's fire element to Lao Hei. From then on, all members of the Falling Star team were people with superpowers. After throwing Su Ming's body to the zombies, everyone went to the roof to look at the stars. Yang Bin had a feeling that he was about to reach the peak of the 6th level, probably in the next few days. Maybe this time I could try to cultivate on my own to improve my realm. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 132, Cultivating Yaoguang Zombies. After watching the stars, everyone was preparing to go back to rest, but at this moment, a noise suddenly came from the yard below. Then, everyone saw a figure breaking through the wall and running towards the distance at a very fast speed. What the hell? Because it was too dark, no one could see clearly what the figure was. However, Yang Bin saw it clearly, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. I didn't expect that after raising it for so long, he actually raised a Yaoguang realm zombie. That's right, the one who just ran away was one of the 5th level zombies he had locked in the iron cage. After so many days, one of them finally broke through to the 6th level. But he didn't expect that this guy's injuries would recover after breaking through the Yaoguang realm. And he even broke his iron cage. This was a bit too much. Go down and fix the cage to prevent other zombies from escaping. I'll go catch it. Boss, let me go too. I'm fast and can catch up. Zhao Kun volunteered. Having just been promoted to the Yaoguang realm, he really wants to have a big battle. Okay, I'll stop at first. You follow me quickly. Yang Bin said and disappeared in an instant. Zhao Kun jumped directly from the roof and chased in the direction the zombies were fleeing. The others shook their heads and then went downstairs to the backyard. Looking at the damaged iron cage, he looked helpless. On the other side, the zombies were running wildly, trying to leave this devilish land. When I go back, I will gather a large group of brothers and wipe out everyone here. These people are simply not human. They actually broke its hands and feet and locked it in an iron cage. This revenge must be avenged. However, just when it thought it could escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of it and blocked its way. Looking at the figure, a hint of fear appeared in the zombie's eyes. It was he who broke its limbs. But when he thought that he was now in the Yaoguang realm, he suddenly felt that he was able to do it. Then, all the anger and grievances turned into strength, and he pounced on the other party madly. Oh, you're pretty arrogant. Yang Bin raised his foot and kicked it back. How dare you, a rookie who just advanced to the Yaoguang realm. Although Yang Bin came out in a hurry and did not bring any weapons, he was close to the peak of Yaoguang realm. Coupled with his own extra strength, his strength had already surpassed the peak of Yaoguang realm. This zombie had just broken through the Yaoguang realm and was far inferior to Yang Bin in strength. He was kicked by Yang Bin and rolled on the ground for several times. However, this guy didn't seem to realize the gap. He got up and pounced on Yang Bin again. Then, Yang Bin kicked it back again. After several attempts, the zombies finally realized that they were no match for their opponent and quickly ran off in another direction. However, he had not run far when he ran into Zhao Kun, who was rushing over. Without saying a word, Zhao Kun transformed himself into a metal arm and punched directly. Bang! The zombie was knocked to the ground by a punch, with many holes on his body. The spikes on Zhao Kun's arms were no joke. Haha, cool. Zhao Kun laughed loudly, then caught the zombie and started smashing it hard, with his iron fist hitting every zombie hard. Yangbin stopped and did not take any more action. Instead, he clasped his hands and watched the scene quietly. Zhao Kun's special ability is really fierce. I guess he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single punch. The poor zombie had just broken through to the Yaowang realm and had not yet enjoyed his life as a corpse when he ran into two perverts and was beaten to death. Sharp! Yangbin gave Zhao Kun a thumbs up. Boss, stop praising me. Everything I have is given by you. If it weren't for you, we might have died in school. No matter what happens in the future, even if you want me to die, Zhao Kun, won't even frown. Zhao Kun said seriously. All right, stop talking so much. We are alive and well. Why would one die? Hurry up and dig out the crystal. Okay. Zhao Kun quickly dug out the crystal from the zombie's head and then came to Yangbin. Boss, who is this crystal for? Currently, only Lao He, Shou Ho, and Zhong Yuansen and their team have not reached the Yaowang realm. Who do you think is better to give it to? Yangbin passed the question to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun thought for a while, then said, I think we can give it to Zhong Yuansen first. His ability is actually very perfect. If he can be promoted to Yaowang realm, I think he should be able to give us a surprise. Yangbin nodded. In fact, he also had this idea in mind for Zhong Yuansen. However, Zhao Kun and the other two joined first after all. Although they might not say anything, they would inevitably have some ideas. But since Zhao Kun said so, it would be easy to deal with. Okay, go back and get it to him later. The two men returned to the yard. At this time, Chen Hao and the others were still repairing the iron cage. This iron cage is made of good material and is thick, so it could trap a level 5 zombie. Now two of them are broken, and I don't have any welding tools here, so it's still a bit troublesome. Finally, everyone had to straighten the two iron pillars and then wrap the broken parts with steel wire countless times. Although it is definitely not as solid as before, at least the level 5 zombies with broken limbs inside cannot get out. I didn't expect that guy could recover even after his limbs were broken. This zombie's recovery ability is really strong. Yeah, why don't we just chop off the limbs of the zombies inside? I don't believe they can grow back after being chopped off. If I cut him off, will he die from excessive blood loss? Do zombies also have the concept of excessive blood loss? Who knows? Even though they're zombies, they're also transformed from humans. So should we chop it down or not? If we don't, if a few more Yaowang realm cultivators appear, this iron cage will be scrapped. Okay, stop worrying about it. This thing is only useful now. When everyone reaches the Yaowang realm, they will be almost eliminated. Do you still expect this thing to be able to lock up the Yaowang zombies? Yangbin Smilet. Yeah, that's right. That's fine as long as the 5th level zombies inside can't get out. Asen, this is for you. Zhao Kun walked up to Zhong Yuansen and handed him the crystal. Give me. Zhong Yuansen was a little surprised. He was the last to join the team, so logically he should have been the last to be promoted. Well, I think it would be better to give it to you first. Your powers are very useful. Thank you. Zhong Yuansen took the crystal with some emotion. Then he sat down right there and swallowed the crystal with some excitement. Lao He and Shou Ho had no objections either. Yangbin's move of asking Zhao Kun to give it to Zhong Yuansen was very clever because Zhao Kun used to be the boss of Lao He and Shou Ho, and they had a very good relationship. So when Zhao Kun gave it to Zhong Yuansen, neither of them would have any ideas. 5 minutes later, Zhong Yuansen opened his eyes and a strange look appeared on his face. What's wrong? Everyone asked in confusion. I chose another Earth-related ability. Zhong Yuansen said with a helpless smile. After hearing what he said, everyone else looked puzzled. This was really incredible luck. You are really connected to the Earth element. No wonder you look so rustic. Lao He said with a smile. Chapter 133, Zhong Yuansen's ability. What kind of superpower? Yangbin asked. Earth armor means covering my body with a layer of Earth elemental armor, which can greatly increase my defense. Fuck. The crowd who were originally teasing Zhong Yuansen suddenly lost their composure. This superpower is awesome. Everyone knows that a defensive ability like this is equivalent to an extra layer of protection for life, and everyone likes it. How strong a force can it withstand? Yangbin asked curiously. I don't know, I have to try. Come, let me help you check it. Zhao Kun immediately became interested. Good. Zhong Yuansen stood up and then quickly covered himself with a layer of khaki armor. It's a bit ugly, Chen Hao said with some disgust. Even if it's an ugly thing that can save your life, I like it. Lao Hei's eyes lit up. I took action. Zhao Kun punched him casually. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and a layer of dust fell off the armor on Zhong Yuansen's body. There was not even a crack. Zhong Yuansen himself did not feel any pain at all. Fuck, that's quite strong, Zhao Kun said in surprise. If that's the case, I'll have to use more strength. After saying that, he punched hard again. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and more dust fell, but it still couldn't break. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. This was not just a little bit strong, it was extremely awesome. Finally, Zhao Kun's arm turned into a metal arm and smashed forward again. This time, he finally broke the armor. However, Zhong Yuansen inside was not seriously injured. Awesome, Zhao Kun exclaimed. The others also looked at Zhong Yuansen with heated expressions. What the hell? He was a human meat shield. That's right. Looking at this, ordinary Yaoguang realm masters probably can't do anything to you. Under Yaoguang, you can just stand there and let them hit you, Yangbin said with a smile. Well, I think it's a good idea too. I will help you take the damage when you fight zombies in the future, Zhong Yuansen said, patting his chest. Okay, by the way, what has improved your original ability? It seems that it can change the terrain, Zhong Yuansen said uncertainly. After saying that, Zhong Yuansen pressed his hand on the ground, and then the land under his feet suddenly rose up to form a small hill. This time it didn't seem like the previous earth walls, which would disappear if he stopped infusing energy into them. This time it seemed to be a real hillock. Zhao Kun punched the hill, and immediately dust flew up. Although a big hole was punched out, the hill was still there. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up. In this way, in some unfavorable terrain conditions, it is completely possible to artificially create favorable terrain. Haha, it turns out that letting Arson get promoted first was the right choice, Zhao Kun said with a smile. Well, Asen's special ability is very practical. Yangbin nodded pertinently. By the way, Asen, the wall was damaged by the zombie just now. Can you repair it? It's just a small matter. Zhong Yuansen walked over and pressed his hand on the ground again. Then, the damaged wall quickly recovered. That part even seemed to be stronger than other places. Awesome. Now we don't have to worry about sleeping on streets. If there really is no house, can Brother San build one on the spot? No problem. 666. Well, today is full of happy events. Go back and rest. Get up at 9:30 and continue killing zombies. Okay. The group of people returned to their respective rooms excitedly, but it was unknown whether they could sleep. The next morning, everyone had breakfast and went out to continue killing zombies. However, when they were about to go down the mountain, they found that there were many figures gathered at the foot of the mountain. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 or 2,000 people. Everyone frowned. When did this place become so lively? Just as they were guessing who these people were, a noise suddenly came from below, and then everyone saw an object dragging flames flying towards them. What the hell is this? Nima, rockets. Everyone reacted suddenly. Zhong Yuansen immediately covered his entire body with earth armor, then stood in front of everyone. He then quickly released an earth wall to protect everyone behind him. Faced with this kind of modern and powerful weapon, even though most of them have reached the Yaoguang realm, they're still afraid from the bottom of their hearts. Yangbin stared at the rocket with his eyes fixed. He knew very well that it could not be stopped at all. Once the rocket fell, except for a few people in Yaoguang realm, Lao Hei and Shoho would most likely die on the spot. Therefore, this rocket must not fall. Yangbin concentrated his energy and activated his ability to control objects to the maximum. Then, everyone discovered that the speed of the rocket was getting slower and slower, and finally stopped in midair. Then the rocket changed direction and flew downwards. What the hell? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, but they quickly guessed that it was Yangbin's masterpiece and were immediately pleasantly surprised. Boss is awesome. The people below, who were originally smiling, suddenly looked terrified. How so? Wang Hui, the head of the Wang family, changed his expression drastically. Spread. Then, the crowd fled frantically in all directions. Boom! The rocket hit the ground with a deafening sound, creating a huge crater on the ground. Anyone who didn't have time to run away was blown to pieces. This power is so strong, Chen Hao exclaimed. Luckily the boss is here, otherwise I would be in trouble. Lao Hei patted his chest with lingering fear. There are always people who like to seek death. Yangbin said coldly, Go get down. Everyone was also very angry and then quickly ran down the mountain. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle was heard, and an armor-piercing bullet instantly flew towards Yangbin in front. At the critical moment, Yangbin quickly tilted his head to the side and avoided the attack. "Sniper, be careful," Yangbin said solemnly. The opponent was too far away, and Yangbin had no way to teleport over and kill him. Fortunately, the opponent was too far away, which allowed him to react. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to dodge this sudden shot. And with the sound of the gunshot, it was like a signal. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to ring out, and extremely powerful armor-piercing bullets were fired at them. Zhong Yuanxin once again released the earth wall to protect everyone behind him. Fortunately, his strength has been improved to the Yaoguang realm, and the defense of the earth wall has been greatly enhanced, so the opponent's bullets cannot penetrate the earth wall. "Boss, what should we do?" Everyone looked at Yangbin. "Haozi, stay invisible. You go kill the enemy sniper. I will go down to destroy those high-powered weapons. Asen, you use the earth armor and the earth wall to protect everyone down. As long as they go down, it will be their death." Yangbin calmly made a battle layout. "Good." Everyone nodded. Afterwards, Chen Hao turned invisible and ran quickly downwards. Yangbin also left the earth wall and ran down quickly. Chapter 134 Collapse. When several snipers saw Yangbin appear, they pulled the trigger one after another. Yangbin reached a place more than 10 meters ahead in an instant, dodged all the bullets, and then quickly ran towards the crowd below. However, the distance was too far and he couldn't teleport directly. At this moment, the people below, unwilling to believe in evil, set up their rocket launchers again and fired another shot at the earth wall erected by Zhong Yuanxin. The rocket streaked across the sky and flew rapidly upwards. However, halfway through its flight, the rocket turned again and flew downwards again. "Nima!" Wang Hui even wanted to curse someone. "Get down!" The crowd quickly dodged and lay on the ground. Boom! There was another loud bang, and a big hole was blasted out on the ground again, and dozens of people were killed. "Shit, didn't the guy surnamed Ma give us a fake one? There's something wrong with this bazooka." Wang Hui was devastated. How could this guy even have a take a deeder? On the other side, Yangbin paused for a moment because of controlling the rocket and was instantly hit by 2 bullets. This is not an ordinary gun, but a high-powered sniper rifle, loaded with armor-piercing bullets, and even he can't withstand it. One shot hit the shoulder, and the other hit the chest. Both bullets penetrated deeply into Yangbin's body, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. But this was not the time to be pretentious. Yangbin gritted his teeth, dodged left and right, and rushed downwards for a distance again. When he was only about 100 meters away from the crowd below, he decisively teleported over. The figure appeared directly among the crowd below, and then swung the barbell wildly, quickly killing the people around him. "Come down! Kill him!" Wang Hui was not afraid when he saw Yangbin coming down. Then he brought out a heavy machine gun and fired crazily at Yangbin, completely ignoring the people around Yangbin. "How cruel!" Yangbin complained, then teleported again and appeared among the crowd using heavy machine guns. The reason why he teleported only when he had run only 100 meters was because he was afraid that extreme teleportation would consume all his mental energy, and he would not be able to use teleportation when faced with such a situation. And now, having retained some mental strength, he can use teleportation once more. After Yangbin appeared in the crowd, he instantly attacked and killed all the people holding heavy machine guns. Then he bent the long barrels of the heavy machine guns with a few blows. "Grass!" Wang Hui saw this scene and cursed angrily, then shouted behind him, "Do it!" Soon, dozens of 5th-level evolvers holding bayonets rushed towards Yangbin. It is obvious that the other party was well prepared this time. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the Falling Star Squad. Dozens of 5th-level evolvers are indeed quite terrifying, but they are facing a bandit leader whose overall strength has exceeded that of the peak of the 6th level. Yangbin swung the barbell, and several 5th-level evolvers in the front were knocked away. Then, the barbell was swung quickly, and these 5th-level evolvers could not get close at all. This is the case for the 5th level, not to mention the 4th-level evolvers around them, who will die if they touch the barbell. On the other side, Chen Hao quickly locked onto the positions of several snipers. In stealth mode, he was extremely fast and soon got behind a sniper. With a slash of his dagger, he cut the head off cleanly and neatly. Then he quickly ran towards the other sniper. One sniper after another fell at the hands of Chen Hao, dying very peacefully without any feeling or pain. As the number of snipers decreased, Zhong Yuanxin and others also rushed down quickly. This time, The Falling Star squad showed their truly terrifying side. Zhao Kun no longer hid. His arms turned into metal, and he started hammering wildly at the people around him. Blood splattered wherever he passed, and anything he hit exploded. His current ability is very different from Wang Rueikai's original ability. Even if the other party sees it, they may not recognize it. Moreover, it has been so long that even if they think it is similar, they will not think about it in that direction. On the other side, the ground suddenly collapsed, and more than a dozen people fell into the deep pit in an instant. Then a huge rock fell from the sky and covered the pit. Everyone who saw Zhong Yuansen's move called him an expert. Black light flew out from Hu Wenliang's hands at a high speed, piercing through the heads of one person after another. He has always been a nanny, but now he finally has the ability to attack and is having a lot of fun playing with it. His dark light has extremely strong penetrating power and can often penetrate several people at the same time. Lao Hei's fireballs were also flying everywhere. Having finally obtained superpowers, he had no scruples at all, and soon the area around him turned into a large fire scene. Only Skinny Monkey looked depressed, and his special ability was a little embarrassing at this time. But it's not that it can't be used. Often when the opponent holds a weapon and wants to chop him, he will be stunned when he looks at him, and then he will easily solve the problem. Wang Hui was stunned when he saw this scene. Didn't they say there were only 3 superpowers? Didn't they say there was only one level 6 evolver? What the hell is going on? All of them are psychics, and more than half of them are level 6 evolvers. Fuck, I'll beat you up. This is asking me to die. At this moment, he was very clear that the strength of this group of people was beyond their expectations, and they were simply not capable of killing them. Wang Hui greeted the entire family of the person in charge of intelligence in his mind, and then gritted his teeth. Retreat. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and then fled madly into the distance. Facing this group of people, they felt like lambs thrown into a wolf's den and were completely unable to resist. Huh, you can come and go as you please. Do you really think this is your backyard? Yangbin said coldly. Kill. Then everyone chased after him and killed him madly from behind. This time, they're not going to let the other party go so easily. Son, wait a minute. What's wrong, boss? Zhong Yuansen was enjoying the killing, and when he heard Yangbin's words, he immediately ran over. Dig a hole and bury these heavy machine guns and the 2 portable rocket launchers. We'll come back and move them back home. Okay. Zhong Yuansen nodded, then pressed his hand on the ground, and the place suddenly collapsed, and a huge, deep pit appeared before his eyes. Then, the 2 of them quickly lowered several heavy machine guns and 2 portable rocket launchers. Just then, Chen Hao ran over with a few Barrett rifles on his back. Take this too. This thing is very powerful. Good stuff. Yangbin's eyes lit up. After putting everything down, Zhong Yuansen pressed the ground again, and soon the pit was restored. Your special ability is really useful. Yangbin exclaimed. I think so too. Let's go, let's catch up. It's time to let the Wang family and Mayor Ma know that we are not so easy to mess with. Chapter 135, Total Annihilation. On a main road, a large group of people were fleeing frantically. Behind them, 7 people followed closely and quickly harvested heads. This time, Yangbin obviously did not intend to let them leave. Now that you are here, let's all stay here. 7 people chasing more than 1,000 people to kill. This scene is simply too outrageous. But that's the fact. This group of people have been scared of being killed and have long lost the courage to confront Yangbin and his men. They only want to escape from here as soon as possible. However, the noise created by the large number of people running wildly was enormous. Although this road had been cleared when they came, such a loud noise still attracted many zombies. Soon, zombies appeared from all directions and pounced on the crowd. The faces of the group of people suddenly changed. There's zombies blocking the road in front, and the King of Hell demanding your life behind. How miserable can it be? In the end, this group of people gritted their teeth and killed the zombies in front of them. Obviously, in their minds, the 7 people behind them were much more terrifying than zombies. The zombies and the crowd instantly fought each other, and the fight was extremely fierce for a while. In order to deal with Yangbin and his men, the Wang family sent people with strong strength this time, most of whom are above level 4. Although these people were beaten terribly by Yangbin and others, it does not mean that they have no fighting power. Facing a large group of zombies, they still showed their powerful strength. In the rear, Yangbin and his companion stopped and got a few bags of melon seeds from somewhere. They ate the seeds while leisurely watching the battle in front of them. It's better not to get involved at this time. Those zombies don't care which side you are from and will bite anyone they see. Although they are not afraid of these zombies were attracted by these people, so there's no need for them to help them clean up the zombies. I think the knife in the leader's hand is good, sharp and strong. I'll change it later. After reaching the Yaowang realm, I dare not use full strength on this barbell, for fear that it will bend. Zhao Kun said, while cracking melon seeds. You could just use your fist to hit me. Why do you need weapons? Using supernatural powers consumes too much energy. How dare I use it all the time? That's right. Not everyone is as strong as Lao He. He actually made himself dizzy. I couldn't help it, Lao He said embarrassedly. He had just gained the superpower and didn't think too much about it. He just did whatever he wanted. As a result, he overdosed it and fell to the ground with black eyes. Fortunately, Zhao Kun rescued him immediately, otherwise he would have been chopped to pieces. So, it's fun to use superpowers, but you still have to be moderate. Although the others were not as ruthless as him, they also consumed a lot of energy because they basically used their superpowers in battle. This time they're facing humans instead of zombies, and everyone is more or less pretending to be cool. Energy recovers very slowly, so they're all in a state of low energy now, and even Yang Bin is no exception. He didn't use his superpowers much during the fight, but controlling the rockets to turn around and continuously teleport consumed a lot of energy. Oh, it would be great if we could also recover by eating low-level crystals like Little Orange. Chen Hao sighed. Hey, maybe it works. Why don't you try it? Yang Bin suddenly said. We've tried this before, and it didn't work. Didn't you reach the Yaowang realm before? Maybe things will be different after reaching the Yaowang realm, just like self-cultivation. That seems to make sense. I'll give it a try. We don't have much of anything except crystals. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he took out a fourth-order crystal from his backpack and threw it into his mouth. However, he, who had not paid any attention to it at first, was suddenly stunned. What the hell? It's really possible. Just fool around. Try it yourself. After hearing his words, everyone took out a crystal from their backpack and threw it into their mouths with doubt. Soon, everyone's eyes lit up. Fuck, it can actually recover. Now we can use our supernatural powers with confidence and no longer have to worry about running out of mental energy. Everyone's faces suddenly showed excitement. Why didn't I feel it? Lao He said, a little depressed. It should be the Yaowang realm. Before the Yaowang realm, it's all about body training, and after the Yaowang realm, it's real cultivation. Yang Bin said thoughtfully. All right, but the recovery is not much. A fourth-order crystal can only restore half of it. It's a bit of a luxury to use crystals to recover. Hu Wenliang said with some heartache. Indeed, this thing should be useful in the future. If there is no battle, it is better to restore automatically. Yeah, but at least now that I know this thing can be restored, I feel more confident. I don't have to worry about running out of energy in a fight. While Yang Bin and others were chatting, the battle in front was coming to an end. It has to be said that this group of people was still quite powerful. They managed to kill the thousands of zombies that rushed over, but they also lost several hundred people. However, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, they saw the 7 guys who had been eating melon seeds just now walking towards them again. You really want to kill us all? Wang Hui said in despair as he looked at Yang Bin and the others. Haha, don't you think it's childish to say that? You have come to our hometown to kill us, and we are not allowed to resist. Yang Bin sneered. We were wrong in this matter. I will go back and tell the head of the family that I will never trouble you again. Since you have nothing to lose, can you please let us go? We can compensate you. Now it's not a matter of whether you come to cause trouble for us or not, but you have already annoyed me. So not only you, but also the Wang family has no need to exist. After hearing what Yang Bin said, Wang Hui wanted to retort, just you guys, but he opened his mouth and didn't say it in the end. After seeing the opponent's strength, his faith has begun to collapse. Although the Wang family is very powerful, they may not be a match for these perverts. Wang Hui sighed inwardly and pleaded, everyone is struggling to survive in the end times. There aren't many humans left. Can't we leave a way out? When we were at Jingha Garden, I had already left a way for your Wang family to survive. We have already moved so far away. If you insist on coming here to seek death, then you can't blame anyone else. Kill him. As Yang Bin finished speaking, Chen Hao and others took action. After the replenishment just now, everyone's mental strength has returned to its peak again, and they have activated their supernatural powers one after another. The remaining hundreds of people were already in poor condition, and facing the crazy attack from Chen Hao and others, they all received their lunchboxes soon. Only Wang Hui was left behind by Yang Bin on purpose. But at this moment, his face was already pale. I never dreamed that after going out with 2,000 people, even carrying heavy weapons, we would be completely wiped out in the end. Chapter 136 Royal Base. Why don't you kill me? Wang Hui looked at Yang Bin with red eyes. I still have to kill him, but I have to ask a few questions first. Yang Bin was very honest. Hee, do you think I'll tell you? I think so. You're dreaming. You're going to die sooner or later anyway. Don't even think about getting any information from me. You don't have the final say on this. Come on, monkey, charm me. The skinny monkey on the side widened his eyes, then came to Yang Bin's ear and whispered, Brother Bin, it seems that I can only control my supernatural power for a while. I'm not sure if it will work. Yes, you are stronger than him. If you increase your control, you should be able to control him for a long time. Is that so? I'll try it then. The skinny monkey walked up, stared into Wang Hui's eyes, and activated his supernatural power. Soon, a dazed look appeared on Wang Hui's face. What's your name? Yang Bin asked. Wang Hui. Who are you to the Wang family? I'm the cousin of the head of the Wang family. Several people looked at each other, and all showed feasible expressions. Where is the Wang family base? Exist. There was a look of struggle in Wang Hui's eyes, but as the skinny monkey increased his strength, he became dull again. In the Gulf town of Minghu district. Oh, that's where it is. The skinny monkey said. How do you know? I know a little bit about it. I heard that it's a favorite place for rich people. Monkey, what are you doing studying this all day long? You just want to know how rich people live. Skinny monkey said awkwardly. Just after the skinny monkey started talking, Wang Hui quickly woke up from his charm. What's wrong with me? Nothing. You cooperated very well. Brother Bin, do you need to ask anything else? Can I charm you again? Ask about the base situation. Okay. Don't even think about getting any more information from me. After Wang Hui finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a dagger and slit his own throat. I have to say, this guy is quite ruthless. Liangzi, get some treatment. Good. Hu Wan Liang nodded, waved his hand, and a white light fell on Wang Hui's neck. The wound on Wang Hui's neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was back to normal in a short while. Wang Hui was completely stunned. Are you devils? At this moment, Wang Hui felt an unprecedented fear of this group of people, a fear both physically and mentally. It is not scary to let people die, but the scariest thing is to let people want to die but cannot. Oh my God, how could the Wang family offend such a group of people? Yang Bin ignored him and looked at the skinny monkey and said, Go on. No, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please, just give me a quick death. At this time, Wang Hui completely collapsed. Wouldn't it be better if you cooperated earlier? Yang Bin smiled, then asked about the situation in the base and the Wang family, and learned how to get there, and then helped him get rid of it. Wang Hui felt relieved when he died. He had never wanted to die so much before. Zhao Kun picked up Wang Hui's oddly shaped knife and waved it casually. Not bad, not bad. This thing is probably specially made. The quality is good. The others also picked up a few weapons at random. I don't know if the Wang family has an industry in this area, but the quality of the weapons is really good. Before, everyone had been using the barbell, which was very fun to use, but after reaching the Yaowang realm, it started to feel uncomfortable. The main reason is that I don't dare to use my full strength. Otherwise, it is easy to go out of corners. It's not that these weapons are stronger than barbells, but the main reason is that barbells are blunt instruments that rely purely on force to strike, and if the force is too great, they cannot withstand it. But these weapons are different. They rely mainly on their sharpness and have small force points, so relatively speaking, they don't need to bear that much force. After putting away their weapons, everyone headed towards the Wang family base in the direction Wang Hui had indicated. I heard from Wang Yuanming before that the Wang family base is very powerful, and Wang Hui also said that there are many strong people in it, but I am not sure about the specific situation. However, being able to dispatch dozens of 5th-level evolvers at one time is indeed something. Under the leadership of Yang Bin, everyone dodged one large group of zombies after another and ran quickly towards the Wang family base. After walking for more than 2 hours, we finally arrived at the Gulf town. I have to say that the Wang family was very smart in choosing this place. This place is far away from the bustling urban area, so you don't have to face large numbers of zombie attacks and can develop slowly. Not long after entering the Gulf town, everyone saw a medium-sized base. Yang Bin opened his eyes of true vision and looked over. There are estimated to be over 10,000 people in the base, The walls are over 4 meters high and covered with spikes on the outside. There is a watchtower every few meters, with people patrolling with rifles on top. There is a heavy machine gun on each side of the wall, and no one knew where they got it from. There's something special about this Wang family base. There is no cover in front of the base, so that heavy machine gun is a bit troublesome. Zhao Kun Puronet. This thing poses a certain threat to the Yaoguang realm. It's okay to be hit by a few shots, but it will be unbearable if it is hit too many times. Not to mention those below the Yaoguang realm. This thing is nothing. I'll get rid of it later. Yangbin didn't care much about it. What he was worried about was whether there would be any uncertain dangers inside. Judging from the Wang family situation, they must have something like a high-powered sniper rifle. Once they rush in and are surrounded, it will be troublesome if the enemy sets up sniper rifles on high ground. With tens of thousands of people forming an encirclement, it will be difficult for anyone except him and Chen Hao to break out. Moreover, there might be some powerful psychics in there. There's nothing wrong with a head-on fight, but I'm afraid they will launch a sneak attack on Lao He and the others. After all, the two of them are not yet at the Yaoguang realm, and it would be very dangerous if they were to encounter a sneak attack from someone with special abilities of the same realm. Sure enough, it was not easy for just a few of them to destroy a base. But the Wang family has caused trouble for him time and time again, and they must be destroyed, otherwise there will be endless trouble in the future. After thinking for a while, Yangbin looked at Chen Hao and said, "Haozi, the two of us will go over and take out these heavy machine guns. I will attract a wave of fire first. You try to stay invisible. If you find a sniper attacking from the other side, you go and kill the sniper. No problem. Well, try not to show up before their snipers make their move. Don't worry, Brother Ben. I'm carrying a backpack full of crystals. I can stay invisible until night. You guys, wait until we destroy all the heavy machine guns before you take action. Old Black and Skinny Monkey, don't go. You haven't reached the Yaoguang realm yet, and it might be dangerous if you go in." All right. The two nodded with some regret, without any unhappiness. For such a long time, the Falling Star team has had blind trust in Yangbin. If he says there is danger, then there must be danger. Remember, you guys will be together later. Don't separate. Use your superpowers to kill them all. Don't be afraid of wasting crystals. We have plenty of them. Okay, you guys wait here. Haozi and I'll go first. Chapter 137, Attacking the Base. Chen Hao turned invisible and ran towards the main entrance of the base, while Yangbin went around to the back. The two men agreed that each of them would take down two. Soon, Yangbin arrived at the back door, and before the guards noticed him, he teleported next to the heavy machine gun. He then bent the barrel of the heavy machine gun and threw it directly off the city wall. Who is it? As Yangbin appeared, the guards quickly discovered him. Seeing that he had destroyed the heavy machine gun, they became furious and grabbed their rifles and opened fire at Yangbin. The tang sword in Yangbin's hand flew out instantly and directly pierced the opponent's neck. However, the enemy's gunfire completely broke the tranquility of the base. Soon, people nearby came running over here. Yangbin ignored them, teleported away again, and soon found another heavy machine gun. He teleported over again and destroyed the heavy machine gun, then directly killed the person who was rushing towards him. On the other side, Chen Hao also quickly came to a heavy machine gun and then bent the barrel of the heavy machine gun. The guard not far away stared at the scene with wide eyes. What's going on? Can this thing bend by itself? Chen Hao ignored him, threw the heavy machine gun down the city wall, and walked towards another heavy machine gun. What the hell? The guard wiped his eyes, his face full of disbelief. After a while, another heavy machine gun was also destroyed by Chen Hao. After destroying the machine gun, Chen Hao went directly to the rooftop of a 7th-floor building and waited there. This building is the tallest in the base. If the enemy sends out snipers, they will definitely go to a high place. He just needs to wait and see. On this side, Yangbin was already getting into a heated fight with the people of the base. It has to be said that the Wang family is developing quite fast. In a short period of time, almost all the evolvers in the base have reached the 4th level, and there are quite a few 5th-level evolvers. Unfortunately, this combat power is still not enough to deal with Yangbin. Yangbin kept swinging the barbell in his hand, quickly killing anyone who approached him. A tang sword was flying quickly in the air, continuously reaping heads. With these two combined, no one could get close to him. On the other side, Zhao Kun and his companions saw that a fight had already broken out inside and quickly rushed towards the base. Then several people quickly joined the battlefield. Zhao Kun's incarnation of Metal Arm is a complete killing machine, leading everyone to kill all the way. Zhong Yuansun continued to bury people and constantly changed the terrain to create obstacles so that these people could not form a siege. Dark rays of light shot out from Huan Liang's hands, madly killing anyone who approached. I have to say, it feels really good to use superpowers without any scruples. Although using crystals to recover is a bit of a luxury, they have so many crystals. In a luxurious room in the middle of the base, Wang Zhenhu, the third son of the Wang family and the current head of the base, was wondering why Wang Hui had not returned yet. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. "What's up?" "Master San, it's bad. Someone has rushed into the base." Wang Zhenhu's heart tightened, and then he quickly opened the door. "What's going on?" "Third Master, someone attacked us by surprise and destroyed several of our heavy machine guns. They are now killing people in the base." "Where are the people?" "Over there on the wall." "Walk." The two walked quickly towards the wall. Soon, Wang Zhenhu arrived at the battle scene and saw a young man being surrounded and killed by thousands of people. No, it should be a young man who is crazily slaughtering thousands of people. It's him. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Wang Zhenhu's face suddenly changed because this person was exactly their target this time. Since he appeared here, Wang Hui and others must have failed. Thinking of this, Wang Zhenhu's heart sank. After making such thorough preparations, did he still fail? "Third Master, besides these, there are a few others, but they have been surrounded by us. However, they are too strong. They should be all level 6. Moreover, they're all psychics. We can't do anything to them." "What? All of them are level 6. Wang Zhenhu's eyes suddenly widened. He knew that the man in front of him was at level 6 because he had been one before, but it was hard for him to accept that the others were also at level 6. "Really? They're all level 6, and they're all psychics. We level 5, evolvers can't even get close to them." It seems that Wang Hui and the others are in great danger. Wang Zhenhu sighed. "There's nothing we can do to evolvers of this average strength. Let's let the snipers take action, using heavy snipers equipped with armor-piercing bullets. I don't believe we can't kill them. If you dare to come to our base, I will make sure you never come back." Wang Zhenhu said angrily. "Yes." Soon, more than a dozen people in the base ran upstairs with sniper rifles on their backs, and there were people in every building. 2 of them went straight to the roof of the tallest building. At this time, Chen Hao, who was watching the battle below with boredom, heard footsteps and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally, something is done. Soon, the 2 reached the roof and began to assemble the sniper rifle. Looking at his skillful movements, he is obviously a professional sniper. After a while, the 2 of them assembled it, then set up the sniper rifle and began to aim. "You 2 are quite skilled at this." A voice suddenly sounded, scaring the 2 of them so much that their hands began to shake. When the 2 wanted to see who was talking, they suddenly felt a pain in their neck and then lost consciousness. After Chen Hao dealt with the 2 men, he curiously picked up the sniper rifle and began to aim seriously. Bang! With a snap of his fingers, the bullet was fired instantly. The powerful recoil almost made him fall to the ground as he was caught off guard. Fortunately, he was very strong and did not make a fool of himself. The reason why he fired a shot was, firstly, out of curiosity, but another important reason was to remind Yang Bin and others that the enemy sniper had already been dispatched. Below, an evolver was trying to leave the battlefield when suddenly a gunshot rang out and a powerful armor-piercing bullet shot through his butt, blowing it up. "Ah!" The man screamed and cursed. "That's too cruel. I just wanted to retreat a little. Do you really need to shoot me with a sniper rifle?" Hearing the sound of the sniper rifle, Yang Bin, Zhao Kun, and others became cautious. Snipers in other directions frowned after hearing the gunshots. What's going on? Isn't this alerting the enemy? A sniper's goal is to kill with one shot. How can you shoot easily without being sure? But this is not the time to complain. Several people took aim again. Bang! Soon, a man opened fire. During the battle, Zhao Kun had been observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw sparks flashing in a distant building. He felt his heart tighten, and then he put his arms directly in front of his head. Bite! There was a sharp sound of metal clashing, and the bullet hit Zhao Kun's arm, creating sparks. Zhao Kun took a step back and felt his arms numb, but fortunately he was not injured. "Be careful, this bullet is quite powerful," Zhao Kun said solemnly. Chapter 138 Chen Hao plays sniper. Zhong Yuansun, covered in earthen armor, stood in front of the 2 men. "I'll block it, you kill me." "Good." Soon, the three of them were once again engaged in battle. Only then did they understand why the boss asked them not to separate. In this situation, it would be dangerous if the three of them separated. On the rooftop, Chen Hao quickly locked onto the sniper who fired the shot. Seeing that the other party was on the opposite window, he directly set up another sniper rifle and aimed at the other party. It is difficult to hit a moving target, but Chen Hao can still try hitting a fixed target. Moreover, the distance between the two sides was not far, and the image was even clearer under the magnifying glass. Aim and shoot. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the sniper who was still aiming at Zhao Kun and the others below was instantly shot in the head. The Barrett was equipped with armor-piercing bullets, and its powerful force directly smashed his head into pieces. Yeah, headshot, Chen Hao said with some joy. It seems that I also have the potential to become a sniper. But soon he was no longer happy. He doesn't seem to be able to fire yet. Fortunately, although I had never played with a sniper rifle, I had watched it on TV. After figuring it out for a while, I finally figured it out. The gunshot once again made the other snipers angry. Who the hell fired randomly? They were all in different buildings and had no idea what was going on, nor did they know that 3 people were missing. Dispersing in various directions is to better snipe the enemy. Fortunately, they were dispersed, otherwise they would have been wiped out by Chen Hao. Now, in different directions, before firing, Chen Hao was not sure of the specific locations of these people, so he could only wait until the other party fired before taking action. In this case, Yang Bin and the others below are still in danger. At this time, Yang Bin and his men were killing people while keeping a close eye on the tall buildings around them. Fortunately, they all had their backs against the city wall, so they didn't need to worry about what was behind them. They just had to pay attention to what was ahead. The sound of a heavy sniper shot is very loud, but if you hear the sound and then dodge, it is obviously too late because the speed of the bullet exceeds the speed of sound propagation. So you can only watch it all the time and react quickly once you see sparks appear. Yang Bin was harvesting heads quickly at the moment, when suddenly he saw a light in the corner of his eye. Yang Bin instantly opened his true vision and saw a large bullet shooting toward his head at lightning speed. Yang Bin grabbed the barbell and swung it over. Bite! A crisp sound was heard, and the bullet was shot down directly by Yang Bin. At the window on the 5th floor, a man stared at the scene with wide eyes, feeling numb. Damn it, a sniper bullet can also shoot it down. However, before he could figure it out, a gunshot was heard, and he soon received his lunchbox. In Chen Hao's words, whoever dares to shoot will die. At this time, the other snipers also felt something was wrong. 1 or 2 shots are fine, but if you fire 3 shots randomly, then there is a problem. Is there a spy? These snipers were a little worried, but they still had to do what they had to do. Bang! Another heavy sniper shot sounded, and this shot successfully hit Zhong Yuansen's head. I have to say that these snipers from the Wang family are quite capable, as they basically shoot at the head. Zhong Yuansen was moving all the time, but the opponent was able to hit his head accurately. This could not be done without some equipment. The earthen armor on Zhong Yuansen's head was broken, but the power of the bullet was also weakened, leaving only a shallow wound on his head. Hu Wenliang waved his hand and treated him immediately. This bullet is really powerful, Zhong Yuansen said with lingering fear. Well, the main thing is that we don't know which direction they are shooting from. Otherwise, we can still dodge it with our strength. We can only wait until Haozi has dealt with these snipers. You guys try to stand behind me. I can still hold on. After Zhong Yuansen finished speaking, his head was covered with earth armor again. Before the sniper who fired the shot had time to be surprised at the other party's stubbornness, another gunshot rang out and his head exploded. Chen Hao's position is the highest point in the entire base, with a very good view. As long as the other party opens fire, he can quickly find the other party's position. Another one has been taken down. I don't know how many snipers are there. Chen Hao muttered to himself. This sniper rifle is becoming more and more convenient to use. At this moment, the scalps of the remaining snipers were numb. They all saw that the sniper who had just fired the shot was suddenly shot in the head, and when they looked toward the place where the gunshot came from, they found that there were only 2 sniper rifles and no human figure. This caused a sense of fear in their hearts, and they dared not shoot randomly. Suddenly, the gunfire stopped. Wang Zhenhu below was immediately furious. What are these snipers doing? They fired so many shots, but didn't kill anyone. I don't know. I guess I missed it. After all, a level 6 evolver is not that easy to kill. Tell them to speed up, or all our people will be killed. Third Master, why don't we let a Wang take action? The steward at the side suddenly spoke. Wang Zhenhu frowned. Although Wang's ability is strong, he is only at the peak of level 5. These people are all level 6. If they go up, they will probably die. We cultivated the 6th level zombies last night, but we haven't used the crystals yet, right? How about? Wang Jinhu glanced at him coldly and said, "This crystal is to be left to Big Brother. Even I dare not touch it. And you actually want to take it?" "I dare not. But this seems to be the only way to deal with this situation. Otherwise, our base will be destroyed by the enemy." "Humph. They need to be able to do this. We have more than 10,000 evolvers in our base, so we can outlast them." "Okay." The manager shook his head helplessly. "Send someone to check on the snipers and tell them to take action immediately." Yes. After a while, gunshots continued to ring out. The order came down from above, and they had to open fire. However, whether it was Zhao Kun and his friends or Yang Bin, they were all always alert to their surroundings. Basically, we reacted the moment the other party opened fire. Except for a bullet that hit Zhao Kun's thigh, all other bullets were blocked by Zhong Yuansen. Not to mention Yang Bin, his eyes are like radar. As long as the other party is not shooting behind him, he can basically detect it quickly and knock out the bullet directly. As these snipers took action, their positions were exposed. Chen Hao shot and killed several snipers in succession, and the remaining sniper decisively put away his sniper rifle and left quickly. Unfortunately, their figures had been locked onto by Chen Hao, who then turned invisible and chased after them. Before long, almost all the remaining snipers were killed by Chen Hao's dagger. Chen Hao collected all the sniper rifles of these people and took them to the roof. Then he started lying on the roof and sniping people. He found that he liked the feeling of sniping. Chapter 139, An Unexpected Surprise. Almost all the snipers were wiped out, which made Wang Jinhu look extremely ugly. I didn't expect that the other party actually had another person hiding in the dark. He also guessed who it was. There was a person with the ability to become invisible among this team. But what could he do even if he guessed it? The other party was invisible the whole time, and he had no way to do anything to him. Don't talk about him. He can't do anything about these things that are visible. This group of people are like the indestructible cockroaches. They cannot be killed, even when surrounded by thousands of people. What was most difficult for him to accept was that the other party could actually keep using his supernatural powers as if they were inexhaustible. He had also come into contact with 2 people with special powers, and both of them used up their special powers after just a few uses. These guys actually keep using it. It's too much. Is it just because they're level 6? Wang Jinhu's face was uncertain, but he finally gritted his teeth. "Call a Wang." "Yes." The steward nodded and left quickly. After a while, a young man with a pale face came over. "Third Master." "Well, a Wang, if I let you reach level 6, are you sure you can kill them by surprise?" When a Wang heard the word 6th level, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Third Master, as long as I reach the 6th level, I can kill them head-on, not to mention sneak attacks. I don't need you to fight them head-on. You just need to be able to sneak up on them and kill them." "No problem," a Wang assured, patting his chest. "Okay, follow me in." After Wang Zhenhu finished speaking, he walked into the house behind him. The manager and a Wang quickly followed him. On the rooftop, Chen Hao aimed at Wang Zhenhu for a long time, but couldn't find a chance to shoot. After all, he was new to sniping, so it was fine for him to kill those targets who were standing still. However, Wang Zhenhu was always moving around, making it impossible for him to aim. "MD, if I can't kill you with a sniper, I can only kill you with a slit," Chen Hao said unhappily. He had already figured out that this guy was the leader of the base. As long as we kill him, half of this base will be destroyed. Afterwards, Chen Hao went downstairs directly and sneaked towards a room where Wang Jinhu entered. In the room, Wang Jinhu hesitated for a while and finally took out a crystal from his arms. This is the 6th level crystal obtained from the 6th level zombie cultivated last night. I was originally going to give it to my eldest brother, but in this situation, I have to use it first, otherwise the base will be ruined. "Take it, don't let me down." Wang Jinhu handed the crystal to a Wang. A Wang took the crystal with great excitement, his face full of excitement that was hard to conceal. Level 6. There isn't a single level 6 player in the entire base. I didn't expect that I would be the first to reach it. "Don't worry, Third Master. As long as I reach the 6th level, all these people will die." "Well, eat quickly." "Thank you, Third Master." A Wang nodded, then quickly picked up the crystal and threw it into his mouth. However, at this moment, there was a sudden pain in my hand. I saw the crystal in my hand, and the entire palm disappeared. "Hey, it would be a waste if I gave this to you to eat." A surprised voice suddenly sounded in the room. Then a figure appeared in the room, holding the crystal in his hand, with a happy look on his face. This is really a pleasant surprise. You. The three people in the room suddenly widened their eyes and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. They never expected that someone would follow them in. Ah, you're looking for death. The promotion opportunity that was right in front of him was suddenly snatched away by someone else, and Wang was immediately filled with anger. Immediately afterwards, with a wave of his hand, a transparent wind blade instantly slashed towards Chen Hao. Fuck, Chen Hao is not Yongbin. He does not know that the person in front of him is actually a person with superpowers, and he is a little slow to react. The wind blade was too fast, and by the time Chen Hao wanted to dodge it, it was too late. Hark! The wind blade hit Chen Hao's chest solidly, instantly leaving a huge wound on his chest. It hurts so damn much. Chen Hao took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect to be injured here. Fortunately, this guy is only at the peak of level 5. If he was at level 6, this blow would not be so painful. It seems that I should not underestimate anyone in the future. Then, Chen Hao instantly entered invisible state. However, the continuous dripping of blood exposed his position. Wang slashed at Chen Hao with a wind blade again. Chen Hao quickly dodged to the side, and the wind blade slashed the wall behind him along his body. In an instant, a crack appeared in the wall and directly penetrated the entire wall. It's quite powerful. No wonder it hurts so much. Chen Hao complained, and then quickly approached Wang. Someone come quickly. Wang Zhenhu shouted loudly, and then he and the steward attacked Chen Hao together. He knew very well that if he didn't take action, he would only wait for death. Both of them are at the peak of level 5, and with the addition of a peak level 5 psychic, they should be able to handle things. After all, the opponent's special ability is just invisibility, and now invisibility is almost useless, so it should be easier to fight. But underestimated brother Hao after all. After all, he is Yongbin's #1 younger brother, and he is already an expert in the art of assassination. Chen Hao was very fast in invisible state, and the attacks of the two men all missed. Then the manager felt a pain in his neck and his head fell off. This time, Chen Hao only brought a dagger, but although the dagger was short, it was also deadly. He is like an assassin in the dark. If he doesn't strike, it's fine, but if he strikes, it will kill. The two men were shocked when they saw the steward's head and body separated in an instant, and then they quickly ran out the door. Just as Chen Hao was about to chase, a wind blade came slashing towards him from the opponent. Chen Hao had to dodge again. This bleeding is really annoying. Chen Hao tore off his clothes and simply bandaged the wound to stop the bleeding for a short period of time. Since Hu Wenliang is not here, this is the only way he can deal with it. Afterwards, Chen Hao chased after the two men again. If you fucking run away, I'll take your last name today. Chen Hao looked unhappy as he was beaten by a 5th level psychic. When he looked back at Brother Bin, he didn't know how to laugh. Chen Hao was very fast in invisible state. He caught up with Wang and Wang Zhenhu not long after they ran away. However, at this time, their support also arrived, and hundreds of people directly surrounded the two of them. He is inside. Let's shoot him with a rifle to force him out. Wang Zhenhu shouted. A group of people quickly took out their rifles and fired at the door. However, after shooting for a long time, no one was seen. No? As he left, Wang Zhenhu frowned. Leave? Where should I go if I haven't killed you yet? A voice suddenly sounded in Wang Zhenhu's ears. You. Wang Zhenhu was shocked and wanted to say something, but suddenly he felt a pain in his neck and then lost consciousness. Third Master. Seeing Wang Zhenhu's body falling to the ground, everyone was shocked. Wang's face changed drastically, and then he quickly got into the crowd. However, before he took 2 steps, he felt a pain on the back of his neck, and then his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. I said, except Brother Bin, I can kill anyone I want. You want to run away after I beat you up? You are dreaming. Chapter 140. The Destruction of the Wang Family Base. After killing Wang Zhenhu and Wang, Chen Hao ran all the way to find Hu Wenliang. The wound on his chest still needed Hu Wenliang's treatment. On the Wang family side, with the death of Wang Zhenhu, the momentum of the evolvers suddenly plummeted. Soon some people gave up the attack and ran out of the base. They had already been frightened by the killings, and as soon as Wang Zhenhu died, these people fled without hesitation. After someone started, more and more people gave up the attack and fled quickly. After a while, almost everyone except the Wang family's direct relatives had run away. The remaining direct descendants of the Wang family also ran away after hesitating for a long time. However, It was too late for them to run away now. Although Yang Bin and his men didn't know which ones were direct descendants, they just had to kill the ones running behind. In the end, out of the more than 10,000 people in the entire base, Yang Bin and his gang killed 3,000 to 4,000 of them. Those who ran away early have all escaped, but none of the Wang family's direct relatives escaped. At this time, the entire base was littered with corpses, and there was no living person to be seen. Looking at the purgatory scene they had created, everyone felt a little depressed. These were not zombies, but humans. They did not expect that they would kill so many people. Yang Bin sighed and said, "This is the end of the world. If we don't kill people, we'll be killed by others. If we want to survive the end of the world, our hands must be stained with blood." Hearing Yang Bin's words, everyone nodded with heavy hearts. "Let's go and search the base." Soon, everyone began to search all over the base. Every room, every basement, every place was checked. After a while, everyone found piles of supplies and thousands of crystals of various levels under the floor of Wang Zhenhu's room. Similarly, they also discovered that a deep pit was deliberately built in the base, surrounded by reinforced concrete, with a net woven from thick steel bars on top and long spikes pointing downwards. There are hundreds of zombies imprisoned below, some at the 4th and 5th levels, all with their limbs broken. It has to be said that the Wang family is quite good at cultivating zombies. This was so rigorous that Yang Bin felt a little embarrassed. "Boss, why don't we just live here? The supplies here are enough for us to eat for a long time. Besides, many things are available here, so we don't have to look for them anymore," said the skinny monkey. "Do you think this place is more comfortable than where we live?" "Well, that's not the case, but this is a ready-made base. If we want to develop our power, can't we just use it directly?" Yang Bin shook his head. "This place is not suitable for building a base. The permanent population of Star City is over 10 million. According to the proportion of zombies we have seen so far, there are almost 10 million zombies in Star City. This number is quite terrifying. The zombies that humans have killed now are just the tip of the iceberg. There are still countless zombies scattered in every corner of Star City. As the zombies' levels get higher, their IQs also get higher. Yaoguang Realm zombies can gather tens of thousands of zombies. It's not hard to imagine that a 7th level zombie can definitely summon tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of zombies, not to mention higher level zombies. Don't be fooled by the fact that the official base is now well built. But if higher level zombies really appear and hundreds of thousands of zombies attack the city, the official base will be finished. Is there any way for humans to survive? Lao He widened his eyes. Of course there are. If humans want to survive, they can only temporarily give up the cities to the zombies and retreat to the countryside to build bases. There are fewer people there, so there are relatively fewer zombies. Moreover, there is land and they can farm, which can solve the food problem. As long as humans reach the Yaoguang realm, the combination of eating crystals and self-cultivation will definitely increase their speed faster than zombies. In addition, humans in the Yaoguang realm will have superpowers. Only then will humans be qualified to fight against zombies. So, don't be greedy for the base in the city. It will be gone sooner or later. If we want to build our power, we also need to go to the countryside. Besides, I still need to think carefully about power. Building power means that I have to consider many things and take many people into consideration. I have endless worries, which will affect my own improvement. Unless there are very capable management talents, I won't think about it for now. Okay, boss. We will follow you no matter what you do. Everyone expressed their opinions. Well, after Ma Zhongguo is killed and everyone has reached the Yaoguang realm, we will leave Xingqing. Come back to our hometown with me and Haozi. There are some things I need to go back and confirm. A cold look flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. Good. Brother Bin, are we going to kill Ma Zhongguo in this way? Hu Liang asked. You dare to think that? It's different there than here. There are probably more than 200,000 people there, and their weapons and equipment are not comparable to those here. If we really go there like this, we won't know how he died. Then how do you kill him? If killing by force doesn't work, then assassinate him, right, Haozi? Yang Bin said with a smile. Hee, I'm good at this. Chen Hao said proudly. TSK, I don't know who just ran to me with a big crack on his head and asked for treatment. Okay, stop bickering, both of you. Let's go find a supply truck that can be driven in the base. Get a bigger supply truck and load these supplies. Then we can go back. Good. After searching the base for a while, they finally found a few troop transport vehicles. They loaded the vehicles with supplies and drove away. It's not that they don't want to load more trucks, but Zhao Kun is the only one who can drive, so they can only load one truck. But there are only 7 of them, and this truckload of supplies is enough to feed them for a long time. The way back was quite fast because it had been cleared. However, the car stopped halfway because hundreds of zombies appeared on the road ahead, chasing a human, blocking their way. Just as Yang Bin was about to deal with the people and the zombies together, the person who was escaping also saw their car. Then, in the surprised eyes of Yang Bin and others, the man turned decisively and ran in another direction. Interesting, Yang Bin said with some surprise. If most people encounter this situation, they will definitely speed up and run over here. If they meet a kind-hearted person, they will be saved. Even if they meet someone who does not help them, they could divert the hatred of the zombies and give themselves more hope of escape. But after seeing them, this person turned around directly without any hesitation, which surprised Yang Bin a little. Then, Yang Bin opened the eye of true vision and looked at the other party. This sight made him even more surprised. He seemed to know this person. Although he couldn't remember the name, he was sure that he had seen it before, but he just couldn't remember it at the moment. Chapter 141, Fong Sijia joins. Let's get started and get rid of these zombies first. Yang Bin said. Good. Everyone got out of the car, and then quickly rushed towards the group of zombies. When the person who was escaping saw Yang Bin and his men taking action, he stopped immediately. When he saw Yang Bin and his men, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he sat down where he was, applying medicine to himself while watching Yang Bin and his men kill the zombies. This scene made Yang Bin feel even more strange. Shouldn't a normal person run faster when seeing someone helping him stop the zombies? Staying here is no different from seeking death. He didn't believe that anyone who could survive to this day didn't understand this truth. Of course, a few hundred zombies were no big deal for Yang Bin and his team, and they were all dealt with in a short while. Afterwards, Yang Bin asked Lao He and the others to dig out the crystals and clear the way, while he took Chen Hao and the others towards the man. Seeing Yang Bin and the others coming, the man stood up on the ground and bowed to Yang Bin. Captain Yang, thank you. Have we met somewhere before? Yang Bin looked at him and said, Well, I'm also a student at Zhongshan College. We've met twice. Oh, I remember now. You are from Qin Wei's team. Hu Wenliang on the side suddenly said, Yes, my name is Fong Sijia. I remember Qin Wei's team had more than 200 people. How come you were the only one left? Yang Bin also remembered it at this time. Fong Sijia was silent for a while and finally said, After leaving school, we went to the official base. Qin Wei joined the official base. I didn't want to join, so I left on my own. Hearing his words, Yang Bin was a little surprised and said, The official is orthodox. Joining the official is the right choice. Why don't you want to join? Fong Sijia shook his head. If it was the official, I wouldn't be so opposed, but now the so-called official has long since deteriorated, with a person with extremely selfish motives and power. If I join, I will only become cannon fodder. Yang Bin raised his eyebrows. This guy is very smart. It's quite impressive that you can run here from the official base. Fong Sijia smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was a narrow escape. I'm a little curious. Why did you choose to turn directly when you saw our car, just now, instead of running towards us? Yang Bin spoke again. In the apocalypse, humans are scarier than zombies. If these zombies chase me, I might still have a chance of escaping, but if I run in the direction of humans, I will definitely die. Then why didn't you run away after we took action? You guys have taken action. If I run again, you will feel uncomfortable and I will still die. The surprise on Yang Bin's face became even more intense. Just a few words made Yang Bin take the person in front of him seriously. This is truly a talent. Does this idiot Qin Wei know what he has lost? Thinking that if he established a base, he would definitely need someone to manage it. He didn't want to be bothered by a lot of troubles. The person in front of him was definitely the most suitable person. Yang Bin smiled and asked again, Where are you going to leave the base alone? Leave Star City, stay away from the city, and develop slowly in the countryside. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. This guy's idea coincided with his own. You are only level 5. It is basically impossible for you to leave Star City alone. How about it? Are you interested in joining the Starfall team? This was the first time Yang Bin extended an olive branch to a non-supernatural person. There's no way. This person is worth it. As for superpowers, isn't that something you can have if you want it? You guys. Fong Sijia looked at Yang Bin. Right. Why do you want to recruit me? My strength is totally incomparable to yours. He just saw the other party's attack, and most of them were level 6, and all of them were psychics, which shocked him deeply, but he didn't like to show his emotions on his face. He knew very well that before he came out, neither the official nor the military had a 6th level evolver. However, this team of students who graduated from Zhongshan College like them, with only 7 people, have reached this point, even surpassing the official level. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by Yang Bin's recruitment, but he would not join blindly just because he was tempted. He needed to understand his own value. I plan to go back to the countryside to set up a base, and I'm in need of a manager. I think you're a good person. If you join the Falling Star team, I'll let you manage the base. Yang Bin said bluntly. You should be able to manage the base yourself. Being able to lead the team to the point of crushing the official team, Fong Sijia doesn't think that Yang Bin will not be able to manage a base. To be honest, what I pursue is strength. I don't want to be entangled in trivial matters. As for these few people, it's okay to let them fight, but it's not okay to let them manage the base. Since you are pursuing strength, why bother to build up a force? Isn't it good enough to just form a small team? I do want to, but these days, if you don't have some power, you'll always be bullied. Look, we were living peacefully at home, but someone fired a rocket launcher at us. We had no choice but to come here for revenge. If we had a strong power, this kind of thing would naturally not happen. Are all the supplies in this car? Yeah, since it's revenge, we should bring back some local specialties. You didn't destroy a base, did you? Almost. Fong Sijia thought for a while, then looked at Yang Bin seriously and said, establishing a base is equivalent to establishing oneself as a king, which is something the authorities cannot allow. If one day the authorities come down and want to take over the base, what will you do? Recruit? They dare to think so. My base cannot be touched by anyone, not to mention the official ones. Even the Lord can't touch it. Yang Bin said in a very domineering manner. But what if the authorities have heavy weapons and we can't compete with them? That's impossible. The Yawang realm is not afraid of heavy weapons. When that day comes, let alone other things, we will definitely be above the 7th level. By then, if anyone dares to attack my base, I will destroy his lair. Fong Sijia looked at Yang Bin seriously, and when he saw his disdainful look, a smile appeared on his face, and then he stretched out his hand. Thank you, Captain Yang, for your trust. I agree to join the Falling Star Squad. If we build a base in the future, I will do my best to develop it into the #1 force in the apocalypse. There seemed to be flames burning in Fong Sijia's eyes. At the end of the world, how could a man like him bear to be lonely? He had long wanted to accomplish something big at the end of the world. He originally wanted to assist Qin Wei and build a career, which was one of the reasons why he repeatedly opposed joining the official team. But he didn't expect that Qin Wei would disappoint him in the end, so he decisively chose to leave. Yang Bin also smiled, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Fong Sijia. Team Starfall welcomes you. Captain Yang, aren't you afraid that I will pretend to obey you, but actually disobey you? Don't be afraid. Anyone who joins the Falling Star team, unless they are fools, will not think of betraying you. You are a smart person, so it is even more impossible. Of course, if you really betray me, with my strength, I can kill you even if you escape to the ends of the earth. Fong Sijia nodded, and then said seriously, as long as what you say is the truth, I, Fong Sijia, will follow you for the rest of my life. Okay, we're all brothers from now on. Chapter 142 ready to take action. After returning home, everyone unloaded the supplies, and then Yang Bin and Zhong Yuansen went to the kitchen to light a fire and cook. We got so many supplies today that we can have a big meal to celebrate. Fong Sijia lost his composure after entering the villa. Even though he was smart, he was still a little overwhelmed. Is this the end of the world? Why can't I feel the atmosphere of the end of the world here? The clean room, the mahjong machine placed in the living room, and the playing cards on the table that have not yet been cleared away all prove how carefree these guys are. Why does it feel like others are experiencing doomsday while they are on vacation? Calm down. Chen Hao patted Fong Sijia on the shoulder and imitated Yang Bin's tone and said, Doomsday, that's someone else's doomsday. It has nothing to do with Team Guan Xingyun. What a great phrase for other people's doomsday. The Falling Star Squad is indeed different. Fong Sijia showed a smile on his face. Perhaps this is the team I am pursuing. Brother Hao, your crystal. Lao He came to Chen Hao, rubbed his hands, and looked at Chen Hao with a flattering look. Brother Hao, come, have a glass of water. You must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders. The skinny monkey directly brought a glass of water with the same flattering look on his face. The boss has already spoken, letting Chen Hao distribute the crystal himself. After all, Chen Hao got this crystal by his own ability. If it weren't for Chen Hao, not only would they not know about the existence of such a crystal, they might even be in danger. From Chen Hao's wounds, We can tell that guy has very strong superpowers. If he were to be promoted to the Yaowang realm, he could potentially pose a huge threat to them with a sneak attack. Therefore, Chen Hao does have the right to distribute this crystal. Well, monkeys are still good at handling things. Chen Hao said with a look of enjoyment. Brother Hao, I'll take care of your underwear this month. Lao Hei said through gritting his teeth. Are you making such a big deal? The skinny monkey widened his eyes. How about it? Do you dare to follow? You are so cruel. Isn't it just a day or too early? Is it necessary to make such a big deal? The skinny monkey admitted defeat decisively. He believed that with their strength, it would only take a day or two to get the Yaowang realm crystal. A month will be too much. Hee, it's your fault that you got the superpowers before me. I'll fight to suppress you. Lao Hei seemed to have given his all. Haha, deal. Then this crystal is yours. Chen Hao said happily, and then handed the crystal directly to Lao Hei. Hey, thank you, Brother Hao. Lao Hei quickly took the crystal, then sat down on the spot and swallowed the crystal into his stomach. Everyone gathered around him tacitly, looking at him expectantly. Fong Ciji on the side watched this scene silently. This kind of team atmosphere made him feel very comfortable. He didn't ask too many questions. He liked to feel many things with his heart and didn't like to ask too many questions. Some things you hear or see may not be true. Only by feeling them with your heart can you understand them clearly. He could understand a lot from these people's unintentional actions and expressions. This team might really be worth following. 5 minutes later, Lao Hei opened his eyes and a look of excitement appeared on his face. How is it? What kind of superpower is it? It should be a dark control ability. Who can help me test the effect? Let me do it. Zhao Kun asked, how do we try? Brother Kun, just rush towards me. Good. Zhao Kun nodded, then quickly rushed towards Lao Hei. At this moment, a pair of dark energy hands suddenly appeared on the ground and grabbed Zhao Kun's feet. Zhao Kun nearly fell to the ground. He tried to pull his feet free, but failed. Surprise appeared in his eyes. There's something. I pulled hard again, and finally broke free with great effort. Brother Kun, if this was a real fight, you would have been dead if I had just thrown a few fireballs at you. Lao Hei said, somewhat complacently. What's the matter? Are you rebelling now? Do you want to have a fight to see which is more powerful, your fireball or my fist? There was a dangerous look in Zhao Kun's eyes. No, Brother Kun, you will always be my brother. Thinking of the spikes on Brother Kun's fist, Lao Hei quickly gave in. By the way, what has your own ability evolved into? With the addition of a fire rain spell, it is equivalent to changing the output from single target to group target. Lao Hei said proudly. Very good, very good. In this way, Lao Hei, you will be the main output of our team from now on. Everyone was also a little surprised. Finally, they have group output. This way, they can kill zombies much faster in the future. Fong Xijie also learned a lot of information from everyone's words, and his eyes were also filled with shock. It turns out that there are such big changes after the 6th level. Everyone chatted for a while, and Yang Bin and Zhong Yuan-sun had already brought the dishes to the table. Okay, stop talking and come over to eat. Okay. Everyone sat around the table, 8 people, just enough for one table. Looking at the table full of dishes, Fong Xijie sighed. This life is so luxurious. Hey, that's fine. Monkey, go get 2 bottles of red wine. Let's celebrate today. Welcome Xijie to join us. Good. After eating and drinking, everyone played mahjong for a while and then went back to rest. Late at night, everyone took Fong Xijie to the rooftop to watch the stars. Fong Xijie has a strong ability to learn new things. He can understand many things immediately. He will understand as long as you explain it to him without asking any questions. This made Yang Bin more and more satisfied with him, and communicating with him could reduce a lot of arguments. After looking at the stars for another night, Yang Bin's strength had indeed improved to the peak of the Yaowang realm. Feeling the power filling his body, Yang Bin showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Next, we need to see how long it takes to reach the 7th level. At the 7th level, you will start lighting up another star, and the improvement is expected to be significant. After taking a look at the zombies in the yard and finding that no new Yaowang realm zombies had appeared, Yang Bin could only shake his head. Everyone went back to their rooms to catch up on some sleep, and everyone got up on time at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Boss, what are your plans for today? At the dinner table, everyone asked while eating breakfast. Today, the rest of you go and look for the Yaowang realm zombies. Chen Hao and I will go to the official base. Are you going to do it? Well, there's no need to delay this matter. It's time to resolve it. But will be dangerous for just the two of you. It's safest for the two of us to go. If anything happens, we can leave together. If you two go together, you really won't be able to leave. Okay then, boss, you must be careful. Don't worry, no one can keep the two of us at this stage. Yangbin said confidently. Chapter 143, this is the official base. Captain, are you going to the official base to take action against that person? Fong Sijia suddenly asked. Well, this guy's been wanted for me for so long. It's time to deal with him. Yangbin said lightly. Okay, since you have made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. But you still have to be careful. During this period, Ma Zhonghua has been expanding his power through various means. He probably has tens of thousands of evolvers under his control. Your portraits have been posted in the base. Many people in the base should be able to recognize you, so try to disguise yourself when you go in. Okay, Yang Bin Nodet, there's a large building in the middle of the base. That's where Ma Zhonghua lives, but I don't know which room he lives in. And the guards there are very strict, and usually people are not allowed to get close, so it may be troublesome for you to attack him. Also, according to gossip, there are 3 people with special abilities around Ma Zhonghua. I don't know what their special abilities are, but I heard that they're very powerful. Although you are all already at the 6th level, you still have to be careful. After all, Fong Sijia had been in the base before, so he had some understanding of the situation there. Haha, it's good to have superpower. Yang Bin Smilet, at least it's good for you. Fong Sijia looked confused. Haha, you'll know when we come back. Yang Bin patted Fong Sijia's shoulder without saying much. Although Fong Sijia was confused, he didn't ask any more questions. After leaving home, everyone went their separate ways. Yang Bin and Chen Hao went to the official base, while the others went to other places to look for the 6th-level zombies. Although without Yang Bin, it would be much more difficult for them to find the 6th-level zombies. But there are actually quite a few level 6 zombies now, and the characteristics of level 6 zombies are quite obvious, so you can recognize them if you really encounter them. With their current strength, it is not difficult to kill them. Here, Yang Bin and Chen Hao got a bicycle and rode toward the official base. It is still quite far from here to the official base. In fact, the best way is to drive. However, Yang Bin wants to drive, and Chen Hao doesn't dare to sit. So, the two of them could only ride bicycles. After riding at full speed for more than 3 hours, we finally saw the official base. The two men threw their bicycles aside and began to observe the situation at the official base. The current official base has changed a lot. At least the area has expanded more than 10 times, and the wall has also been raised from the original 3 meters high to 5 meters high. On the wall, teams of soldiers were patrolling all the time. There was a turret every few meters, and there were at least a dozen heavy machine guns on each side. It's worthy of being an official base. The defense is different. Yang Bin exclaimed. It seems that there's really no way to kill by force. Brother Bin, how about I just go in stealthily and kill him? Chen Hao whispered. Yang Bin thought about it and shook his head. You'd better go in and find out the situation first. It's too dangerous for you to rush in like this. All right. Afterwards, the two of them fiddled with their faces, making them dirty and unrecognizable. Anyway, there are many people like this at the end of the world. I'll teleport to that corner in a while, and you come in stealthily to meet me. Yang Bin pointed to a location which happened to be a blind spot. Okay. Chen Hao nodded. Afterwards, the two of them quickly approached the base, and when they were close to the base wall, Yang Bin teleported directly into the base. Chen Hao simply turned invisible and walked in through the gate with a swagger. Soon, after the two met up, they walked towards a group of low buildings. There are many people like them with unkempt hair and dirty faces, and once they go in, no one will suspect them. When they arrived at the building, both of them frowned. Here, there's a bad smell everywhere. The people inside seem to have not changed their clothes for a long time, and their bodies also stink, as if they haven't taken a shower for a long time. Moreover, they were all skinny and looked like they were not full, and their eyes were dull. The two looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Is this the official base? This was very different from what they had imagined. Although Yang Bin guessed that there were so many people in the official base, food might be limited. But it shouldn't be that serious. The authorities have swept many areas, so it should be no problem to support 100,000 or 200,000 people. The arrival of Yang Bin and his companion did not attract much attention from the people here. However, when they saw the backpacks on the two men's backs, many people showed greed in their eyes. But seeing the weapons in the hands of the two men, he did not dare to approach. Two handsome guys. Do you want to do it? Just one piece of bread each. A woman in her 20s came up to the two men and swallowed her saliva when she looked at their backpacks. No need, Yangbin said awkwardly. How about one piece of bread for two? Both of them were numb. Is this thing so cheap? Although this woman is not very pretty, she is not ugly either. She must have been worth at least 700 or 800 before the end of the world. Has this come to the point where two people have to share one piece of bread? Seeing that the woman wanted to continue pestering him, Yangbin simply drew out his tang sword, which scared her away. After walking for a while, the two encountered several such situations. The people here seem to be willing to do anything for food. It seems that Ma Zhonghua has embezzled a lot of money. Chen Hao said coldly. Well, he probably want to build up his own power. He definitely doesn't care much about ordinary people, as long as they don't starve to death. I can't wait to kill him now. Chen Hao licked his lips. Let's find him first. This area should be where the so-called low-class people live. If we want to find him, we have to get closer to the central area. After talking, the two walked out of the central area. After walking for a long time, we finally arrived at the outskirts of this area. There was a wall here, which seemed to be the dividing line separating this area from another area. At this time, there were several people guarding the gate of the wall, probably to prevent anyone from sneaking out. It will be time to distribute food soon, and I can let those women satisfy me again. A guard said with a lewd look on his face. Aren't you afraid of dying of exhaustion if you play like this? What are you afraid of? We are all evolved beings. 7 times a night is no problem. What's the point of having a woman who is submissive? It's better to let those women who know how to resist have a sense of accomplishment. That's right. By the way, you haven't dealt with that woman in Alley 16 yet? Not yet. That woman is always ready to kill me. But it will be soon. She hasn't been given food for 2 days. Her son will soon starve to death. I'm sure she will obey me today. You know what? At first I disliked the job of distributing supplies, but now I like it more and more. Of course, this is a great job. It's much more comfortable than going out to kill zombies and collect crystals. That is. Yang Bin and the other man listened to the guard's conversation outside, and both of them had cold eyes. This is the so-called official base. Ma Zhonghua, you know how to die. Chapter 144 Action. In order not to alert the enemy, the two did not attack the guards. He opened the eye of true vision, found a deserted location, and teleported there. Chen Hao followed in stealth. This area is completely different from the previous one. The environment here is much cleaner, the distance between houses is much larger, and the rooms are much larger than the area just now. Yangbin opened the eye of true vision and observed the people living here. He found that they were all young people, and many of them were evolvers, but their levels were not high. The people living here should be those who can be useful to the base. Their living conditions are very different. From their appearance, we can tell that at least they are not starving. The two did not stay in this area and continued to move towards the central area. Along the way, Chen Hao was invisible, but Yangbin walked very carefully and had to teleport from time to time to avoid the patrol team. Their current image is fine in low-level areas, but it seems a bit out of place here. If you are discovered, you will inevitably be questioned. Fortunately, with the eye of true vision and teleportation, Yangbin successfully avoided one patrol team after another. Soon, the two came to another area closer to the center. The environment in this area is completely different. Basically, there are independent houses, and the facilities in the houses are also complete. Yangbin opened the eye of true vision and observed carefully, only to find out that all the people living here are evolvers, and their levels are not low. The lowest ones are all 4th-level evolvers. You don't have to guess that these people must have been recruited by Ma Zhonghua. Their living conditions are much more comfortable than those outside. They have food and drink, a combination of meat and vegetables, and even fruits. The most important thing is that there are servants to serve, and they're all of the opposite sex, which means they can not only serve in daily life, but also in physical aspects. Ma Zhonghua knows how to win people's hearts. Yangbin said with emotion. Damn, who can resist the temptation of this kind of life? The two wanted to continue walking inside, but stopped helplessly. Inside, which is the central area, there is actually an independent wall. Moreover, the defense inside was really tight. Yangbin looked around carefully and found that there were basically no blind spots. In other words, as long as he teleported in, he would definitely be discovered immediately. There are 5 large houses inside the wall, which are as luxurious as villas. Yangbin opened the eye of true vision and looked inside the house, searching room by room. Finally, Ma Zhonghua was found in an office. Although Yangbin had never met Ma Zhonghua, The mayor of Xingqing was a celebrity and had often appeared on TV. At this time, Ma Zhonghua was sitting at his desk, looking through documents. If you look at it this way, Ma Zhonghua is indeed a good leader who is serious and responsible. However, Yang Bin's eye of true vision can see many things that he shouldn't see. For example, under the desk, a beautiful woman in black silk uniform was serving him. This old guy really knows how to have fun. Yang Bin complained. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Have you found his location? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. I found it, but it might be a little troublesome. What do you mean? You've seen the situation inside this wall. The defense is extremely strict. Ma Zhonghua is in the building in the middle. There are dozens of level 5 peak evolvers guarding the building. There are also 2 evolvers guarding the door of his office. Moreover, both of them are psychics. Superpower? What's superpower? One is from the light system, and the other is from the water system. Water types also have attack power. I'm not sure if he has any offensive power, but I know he's quite good against you. Why? Why not? If he just wets you, won't you be exposed? Fuck, it seems to be true. Well, there's one more thing. This old fellow Ma Zhonghua has also reached the Yaowang realm. I guess he won't be that easy to kill. This guy has also reached the Yaowang realm? Well, it's normal. He has so many evolvers and powerful weapons at his disposal, so it's not difficult to kill a Yaowang realm person. Brother Bin, do you know what superpower he has awakened? Wood entanglement. Oh, that's okay. It's not some abnormal ability. What a ghost. If you get entangled by him, the people inside will beat you into a sieve in a minute. Yeah, that's right. But it's okay. Even if he is in the Yaowang realm, so what? As long as I get close to him, I am sure I can deal with him before he has a chance to release his supernatural powers. Chen Hao said confidently. I believe this, but it's not easy for you to get close to him. There are many infrared detectors in there. I'm not sure if your invisibility can avoid such detectors. If not, you'll be in trouble. Fuck, is this old bitch so afraid of death? That's all being cautious. So what do we do now? Wait for him to come out. No, who knows if he will come out or not. How long will we have to wait for him to come out? How about this? You hide aside and wait for the right opportunity. I'll go in first to attract firepower and destroy all the detectors by the way. Is this too dangerous? Fortunately, I can teleport, so it's not a big problem. All right. After the two of them discussed it, Yang Bin confirmed the location and teleported directly into the wall. Immediately afterwards, the Tang sword in his hand flew out instantly and directly destroyed several nearby infrared devices. Enemy attack. As Yang Bin took action, he was immediately discovered. Immediately afterwards, the alarm inside rang, and evolvers kept rushing out from various corners and quickly surrounded Yang Bin. Not far away, the muzzles of heavy machine guns were instantly pointed at Yang Bin. In the distance, sniper rifles were also pointed at Yang Bin's head at the first moment. This reaction is much stronger than the Wang family base. Yang Bin said with emotion. Who are you? How did you get in? A middle-aged man stared at Yang Bin. I'm here to find Ma Zhonghua. All irrelevant people, get out of the way. Yang Bin said coldly. How dare you call Mayor Ma's name? Arrest him. The middle-aged man was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, the evolvers surrounding Yang Bin rushed towards Yang Bin immediately. Yang Bin ignored them and teleported to the door of the house where Ma Zhonghua was. However, at this time, all the 5th level peak evolvers around the house were already guarding the door. Get lost. Court death. These evolvers obviously did not realize the seriousness of the problem and rushed directly towards Yang Bin. In that case, then you can't blame me. Yang Bin grabbed the barbell and smashed it over, directly killing the first few evolvers. However, he is still quite powerful as a peak 5th order evolver, and it is impossible for Yang Bin to wipe out a large area with one sweep like other evolvers. There are 40 or 50 of them here. If Yang Bin wants to kill them all, it will take some effort. Bang, bang, bang. The sniper in the distance pulled the trigger at Yang Bin immediately. Faced with dozens of snipers attacking at the same time, Yang Bin did not dare to resist and quickly teleported away. Then, a group of evolvers surrounded him again. At the same time, as the alarm sounded, countless evolvers outside quickly rushed into the wall. For a moment, the entire central area was filled with evolvers. Chapter 145, Whose Home Field? In the office, Ma Zhonghua, who was enjoying service, frowned when he heard the alarm. What's going on? Mayor, someone broke into the central area. Someone outside the door quickly responded. How many people? One person. It's just one person, so why bother to raise the alarm? People say this guy is a level 6 evolver, And he can teleport. Level 6? Teleport? Is it him? Ma Zhongwa stood up, straightened his pants, and walked out of the office. Go and have a look. Mayor, that man seems to be looking for you. You better not go out. I'm afraid it might be dangerous. The guard at the door whispered. Just stay with me. I'm also level 6, and with the two of you, I won't be afraid of him. I want to see what Yang Bin has in mind to make the Wang family suffer so much. By the way, notify Wang Zhenhong and ask him to come over. Good. Outside. Yang Bin was also in a passive position at this time. There were too many evolvers in the base, and as the evolvers outside ran in one after another, it was almost congested. Moreover, there were really too many snipers in the base, so he had to move to another place after a few attempts. Although he killed several people by controlling the Tang Dao, there were still some that were farther away that he couldn't hit. The continuous teleportation consumed a lot of his energy, and even eating crystals could not replenish it. Eating crystals will slowly restore energy, and his teleportation consumes a lot of energy. If he uses it too frequently, the recovery will not keep up. Fortunately, Chen Hao had good eyesight. When he saw the situation, he ran over and dealt with the two snipers immediately. Then he picked up the sniper rifle and shot the snipers in the head one after another. This guy is getting better and better at using a sniper rifle. Without the threat of the sniper rifle, Yang Bin's condition improved instantly. He is not afraid of close combat. Although there are many 5th level evolvers here, as long as they are not of the Yaowang realm, they could basically pose no threat to him. As for the heavy machine guns, to be honest, they didn't dare to use them. Now the people inside were all theirs, and using that thing would only kill their own people. Stop! Just when the two sides were fighting fiercely, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and found that Ma Zhongwa had been standing at the door without them noticing. A group of evolvers quickly stopped and then retreated, but still surrounded Yang Bin. Seeing the situation, Yang Bin sighed again. This guy's prestige is really not small. Yang Bin did not do anything else. He put away the barbell and looked at Ma Zhongwa with a smile on his face. This guy actually dared to come out. I have to say, he is quite courageous. You must be Yang Bin. Ma Zhongwa said. Yeah, that's right. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Ma Zhongwa made no secret of his admiration for Yang Bin. How about it? Are you interested in joining the official team? As long as you join, you can choose any room here. I guarantee that you will live comfortably in the doomsday. Well, I believe this. You guys are indeed living a very comfortable life. Yang Bin nodded seriously. This base truly illustrates what it means that while the rich live in luxury, the poor remain frozen to death in the streets. People in the outer areas have trouble even getting enough food and clothing, but people here can eat and drink delicious food. So what do you mean? After truly seeing Yang Bin's strength, Ma Zhongwa became completely interested in Yang Bin. He is very ambitious and naturally doesn't want to let go of such a powerful subordinate. Shouldn't you ask me why I'm here? Yang Bin still had a smile on his face. Although there are some misunderstandings between us, there is actually no direct conflict. The one that is really in conflict with you is the Wang family. How about this? I will hand over the head of the Wang family to you for disposal. What do you think? Ma Zhongguo. Wang Zhenhong, who had just arrived here, happened to hear this sentence and was immediately furious. Master Wang, you're here at the right time. Captain Yang wants to see you. There was no trace of embarrassment on Ma Zhongguo's face. The Wang family is finished, so Wang Zhenhong is of no use. If I could exchange Wang Zhenhong for such a powerful subordinate, it would be a great deal. Yang Bin also looked at Wang Zhenhong and had forgotten about this guy. It is a big taboo to cut the grass without removing the roots. At this moment, Wang Zhenhong ignored Ma Zhongguo and stared at Yang Bin. It was this person who killed his son, his brother, and destroyed their Wang family base. It could be said that the entire Wang family was ruined by this man. This hatred is irreconcilable. Unfortunately, the power in his hands now seems to be insufficient to kill the opponent. Then, Wang Zhenhong looked at Ma Zhongguo. Mayor Ma, how about a deal? As long as you help me get revenge, you can command my Wang family from now on, and I will give you all the resources I have. This, Ma Zhongguo showed hesitation on his face. It seems that your Wang family doesn't have much power now, right? Although my Wang family's power has been greatly reduced, I still have dozens of 5th level evolvers in my hands. Moreover, I still have a lot of crystals in my hands. I believe they are still very important to you. Wang Zhenhong obviously understood Ma Zhongguo. Sure enough, after hearing Wang Zhenhong's words, Ma Zhongguo's expression did change. For him, As long as the benefits were sufficient, everything else was nothing. Captain Yang, what do you think? Ma Zhonghua looked at Yang Bin. Deep down, he wanted both of them. I think you two are probably still asleep. How can you be so confident in deciding my life or death? Yang Bin smiled. Suddenly, a tang sword cut through the space with lightning speed and stabbed towards Wang Zhenhong. Beside Wang Zhenhong, a man who looked like a bodyguard took action immediately, and the military bayonet in his hand slashed directly at the tang sword. When the two sides touched, the powerful force of the tang sword directly knocked away the bayonet in the opponent's hand, and the tang sword directly pierced into the opponent's chest. Then, the tang sword was automatically drawn out, turned in the air, and stabbed towards Wang Zhenhong again. Protect the master. The bodyguard behind Wang Zhenhong immediately blocked Wang Zhenhong's way. Captain Yang, this is my home court. Are you assuming I don't exist by acting so rashly? Ma Zhonghua said coldly. Your home court? Haha, where do you get your confidence from? Yang Bin smiled. His figure disappeared instantly, and he appeared directly next to Ma Zhonghua and hit Ma Zhonghua with a stick. At the critical moment, a light shield suddenly appeared in front of Ma Zhonghua. Bang! Yang Bin's barbell hit the light shield, directly smashing it into pieces. However, most of the force on the barbell was offset, and the remaining force hit Ma Zhonghua. Although it knocked him back a few steps, it did not cause any harm to Ma Zhonghua, who was at the 6th level. Yang Bin looked at the light-type mutant in white clothes next to Ma Zhonghua with some surprise. This guy's ability is quite something. Ma Zhonghua could no longer keep a smile on his face and looked at Yang Bin with a gloomy face. Since you are so ignorant of current affairs, you can't blame me. Kill him. Chapter 146, What Should I Do? As Ma Zhonghua finished speaking, the evolvers around him rushed towards Yang Bin again. Yang Bin teleported to Ma Zhonghua's side again and hit him with the stick again. But at this time, Ma Zhonghua was already prepared. Several vines instantly appeared under his feet and wrapped him up. Bang! The barbell hit the vine and broke it instantly. Ma Zhonghua took a few steps back again. Oh my god, can it be used like this? Yang Bin was a little surprised. He had to admit that Ma Zhonghua was quite smart. At this moment, the attacks of the 5th-level evolvers around him instantly took effect on him. As a last resort, Yang Bin had to teleport away. As soon as he dodged, he was surrounded by evolvers again. This guy is really not that easy to kill. Yang Bin sighed. It seems like I'll have to get a powerful attack ability next time. Afterwards, Yang Bin teleported directly to Wang Zhenhong's side, leaving a confusing sentence on the spot. I'll leave it to you. Remember to leave the light-type mutant to Sijia. Don't kill him. Ma Zhonghua was feeling strange when suddenly his heart tightened and he rolled to the side in an instant. Puff! An arm flew high up, and although Ma Zhonghua reacted quickly, his arm was still cut off. Mayor! The people around were shocked. There is an invisible supernatural being. Protect the mayor. Everyone immediately surrounded Ma Zhonghua and looked around nervously. The water-type psychic raised his hand and was about to use the water curtain. However, as soon as he took action, a dagger suddenly stabbed into his neck. I've been on guard against you. A voice sounded in his ears, and then his body slowly fell to the ground. Kill! The evolvers around them quickly attacked this side. However, at this time, Chen Hao had already retreated. Brother, I am a mayor of Star City, an official. Do you know how stupid your behavior is? Ma Zhonghua covered his arm and looked around with a vigilant look. However, there was no response from the surroundings. I know you were instructed by Yang Bin. It's not too late for you to stop now. Although it's the end of the world, the authorities will soon be able to regain control of the situation. By then, you will definitely be liquidated. I advise you not to take a detour. As long as you stop now, I will ensure that you are safe, and I can even make you a superior person. Ma Zhonghua continued to brainwash. This trick of yours doesn't work on me. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ma Zhonghua's hair stood on end instantly, and then he quickly rolled to the side. From behind, a dagger stabbed directly into his neck. At the critical moment, another white light shield appeared in front of Ma Zhonghua, trying to block the attack. Chen Hao seemed to have expected this. A black light suddenly appeared on the dagger, and the light shield did not cause any hindrance to it and was directly pierced. Chen Hao's dagger instantly pierced into Ma Zhonghwa's neck. Ma Zhonghua widened his eyes. He never expected that he, who had just been doing so well, would die here. He had countless ambitions in his heart and vowed to become a hegemon in this doomsday, but he didn't expect to die before he could accomplish his goal. At this moment, There was endless unwillingness and regret in his eyes. Why would you offend such a group of people? As Chen Hao pulled out the dagger, Ma Zhonghua's body fell straight to the ground. At this moment, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at the scene in amazement. Mayor Ma is dead. Mayor Ma is dead. How dare he? Mayor Ma is the mayor of Star City. How dare he kill him? All the evolvers had a look of confusion in their eyes. Mayor Ma is dead. So does he still have the things he promised us? When the authorities come, will he be implicated? He killed Mayor Ma. Don't let him get away. Otherwise, when the authorities blame you, you will all be responsible, a woman suddenly shouted. This woman is the secretary in a business suit and stockings who serves Mayor Ma. After hearing her words, many evolvers seemed to become more determined. However, just as they were about to take action, the head of the woman who was speaking suddenly split apart. At this moment, these people hesitated again. Ma Zhonghua is already dead, so what's the point in them taking action again? Don't be afraid. He is just a rat who dares to hide. If we force him out, we can definitely kill him and avenge Mayor Ma. The light-type mutant in white clothes shouted. However, just as he finished speaking, an arm flew up. If Yang Bin had not specifically instructed this person not to kill, he would have followed in the same footsteps as that woman. Chen Hao might not be as strong as others in group battles, but when it comes to killing people, no one can stop him at the moment. Seeing this scene, the top leaders of the base who still wanted to incite others to take action shut up. At this moment, they only wanted the other party not to discover him. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field became extremely weird. On the other side, Yang Bin chased Wang Jinhong all the way and went straight to Wang Jinhong's residence. At this time, all the bodyguards around Wang Jinhong were killed, leaving only Wang Jinhong. Why? How'd our Wang family offend you? Why do you have to kill us all like this? Wang Jinhong's face was full of resentment. In fact, I have nothing to do with your Wang family. You just blame your son for not knowing better. It's not that I have to kill you all. As the head of the Wang family, you should understand that since we have made enemies, we can't leave any trouble behind, right? After Yang Bin finished speaking, he knocked Wang Jinhong down with a stick. At this point, the Wang family of Xingqing, who had persisted for more than a month at the end of the world, perished. After killing Wang Jinhong, Yang Bin returned to the battlefield again. As soon as he returned to the battlefield, he saw Ma Zhonghua lying on the ground. After all, no one dared to get within 3 meters of his body, so it was still easy to see. Awesome. Yang Bin gave a thumbs up to the invisible Chen Hao. When the people around saw Yang Bin, they did not rush up immediately. They were all a little confused at this time. They all witnessed Yang Bin's strength. Going up there would be tantamount to committing suicide. Ma Zhonghua was already dead, so who would go and die? Seeing the expressions of these people, Yang Bin knew what they were thinking, and then spoke loudly. We killed Ma Zhonghua only to avenge Deputy Division Commander Liu. Don't be too nervous. Just do what you need to do. Who said that Deputy Commander Liu was killed by Mayor Ma? Someone questioned. Do you have any objection to what I said? Yang Bin gave him a cold look. Suddenly, the man dared not speak. Mayor Ma is an official. If you kill him, aren't you afraid of being wanted by the government? Someone else said. Haha, you don't need to worry about this. Besides, Ma Zhonghua doesn't represent the government. You might as well trust the military instead of him. At least the military is the one that actually does things. I'll have the military take over the base later. You guys should do whatever you need to do now. The group of people hesitated for a while, and soon some people started to leave. Hey, you, don't leave. Chapter 147, Killing and Calling a Day. The light-type mutant who was missing an arm originally wanted to leave with the other evolvers. Hearing Yang Bin's words, his body froze in place. He secretly glanced at Yang Bin and saw that he was really looking at him, and suddenly felt his heart sink. Is there something that wants me to stay? Of course there is something. Yang Bin smiled. Howsy, you watch him while I search Ma Zhonghua's place. Although they had a lot of supplies as bandits, it was impossible for them to return empty-handed. Okay. Chen Hao responded, but did not show up. Instead, he came to the other person and spoke softly. You better not move. My knife is very fast. You have felt it. The light-type mutant was so frightened that he dared not move. He really felt it. That knife was very fast. Yang Bin walked into where Ma Zhonghua lived and used his true vision to look for something along the way. There were only 2 of them this time, and they couldn't bring too many things, so Yang Bin's target was not supplies, but crystals. Since you're planning to build your own power, this thing will definitely be indispensable in the future. With Yang Bin's true vision, He quickly saw that there was a secret compartment in Ma Zhonghua's bedroom. Yang Bin opened the secret compartment easily and saw a large number of crystals inside. This old guy has a lot of stuff. Yang Bin looked at these crystals with a look of surprise on his face. There are actually more crystals here than what they have collected in such a long time, at least tens of thousands of them, including those of all stages except those above level 6. I have to say, the official is the official. The speed at which they obtain crystals is unmatched by anyone else. This is what is left after Ma Zhonghua trained so many evolvers. I guess if he is given more time, the power in his hands will become even more terrifying. Fortunately, we acted early. Yang Bin sighed. If some time passes, there will definitely be many Yaoguang realm evolvers in the base. By then, it will be a pipe dream for Yang Bin and his men to kill Ma Zhonghua with just 2 people. Below the Yaoguang realm, all they do is just training their bodies, which is nothing more than becoming a little stronger. But when they reach the Yaoguang realm, they have truly practiced, and almost everyone will have superpowers. By then, it will be impossible for them to fight a group alone. These crystals were all packed in a large hemp bag, so Yang Bin didn't need to look for a bag anymore. He could just seal it and pack it up to take away. In addition to crystals, there are also many foods, drinks, and various medicines in Ma Zhonghua's residence. It is not convenient for Yang Bin to take these things now, so he is too lazy to ask for them. Afterwards, Yang Bin tore off the map of Star City hanging on the wall and took it away. When Yang Bin walked out of Ma Zhonghua's house, many people saw the sack on his back. Fortunately, the sack was not transparent, so these people didn't know what was inside. Otherwise, someone might have taken a risk. After all, a sack of crystals is too tempting. Anyone who gets them can quickly organize a strong force. Haozi, take him with you, we're leaving. Yang Bin shouted to Chen Hao, and then walked directly out of the base. The purpose of their coming here is to kill Ma Zhonghua. Now that Ma Zhonghua has been killed, it is time for them to leave. As for the others, Yang Bin had no intention of killing them. Perhaps there are some of Ma Zhonghua's confidants inside, but Yang Bin is too lazy to waste time and will let the military deal with it when the time comes. 2 of them, one carrying a sack and the other carrying a person, left the base in a swagger under the gaze of everyone. No one dared to stop them. Everyone had seen their strength. Stopping them? That would be tantamount to seeking death. At this time, everyone was hoping that the 2 of them would leave quickly. Even some of Ma Zhonghua's confidants have chosen to protect themselves and decisively cut off ties with Ma Zhonghua. Brother Bin, shall we go back directly? Chen Hao asked. It's still early. Let's go to the military base and ask the military to take over the base. If Ma Zhonghua dies and the military doesn't take over, this base will be in chaos, and it will be even harder for the more than 100,000 survivors inside to survive. Brother Bin, everyone says that you are too cruel, but I still think that you are actually quite kind in your heart. Chen Hao said with a smile. That depends on who you're dealing with. Remember, you must be ruthless to your enemies, otherwise it will be difficult to survive in the apocalypse. But don't lose your bottom line as a human being, otherwise you will be no different from zombie. Just one more trip might save more than 100,000 innocent survivors, so why not do it? But if you ask me to rescue them and take them away from Star City, I won't do it because it is likely to drag us down. So, in the end, everything should be based on your own interests first, and then consider whether to help others without harming your own interests. Understand? Chen Hao nodded seriously. You guys, can you please stop talking for now? I need emergency treatment, otherwise I will definitely die from excessive blood loss. The light-type mutant on Chen Hao's shoulder suddenly spoke. Shut up. You are a 5th level peak ability user. How can you die so easily? Haozi, wrap it up. It's not a good idea to let it flow all the way like this. All right. Chen Hao tore the man's clothes into pieces and tightened them around the broken arm to stop the blood from flowing. Then he bandaged the man roughly and carried him up again. Chen Hao took out the map, confirmed the location of the Armed Forces Department, and then the 2 of them ran in that direction. Both of them were carrying things, so they couldn't ride a bicycle, so they could only run. However, after running for more than 10 minutes, the guy on Chen Hao's shoulder couldn't bear it anymore. I say, why don't you kill me? If you keep doing this, I'll probably die before I even get to the destination. No, you're still useful. Chen Hao said. Then can you find a car? Who can stand the bumpy ride like this? You are a 5th level mutant. You are indestructible. Or let's find a car. Yang Bin suddenly said. More than 30 kilometers. Brother Bin, I think running is good and it can also exercise the body. Chen Hao said in a low voice. Obviously, he has psychological trauma. You should listen to your captain. The light-type mutant spoke again. He really couldn't stand being shaken anymore. Don't regret it later. Chen Hao gritted his teeth. In the end, the few of them picked up a car on the side of the road. The key happened to be still in the car, so there was no need to look for it. Yangbin put the sack in the trunk and then sat directly in the driver's seat. Chen Hao threw the light-type mutant to the back seat, and he also sat in the back seat and fastened his seat belt immediately. Soon, the car started. Launch start. Chapter 148, Military Base. On Manhwa Avenue, a car was driving fast in an S-shaped posture. This road has been cleared by the military several times, and there are not many zombies on the road, so it is still relatively smooth. But on such a smooth road, this car felt like it was full of roadblocks. The key point is that even with such swaying from side to side, the car can still stay on top and still run very fast. This is naturally due to the driver's strong ability. In fact, after having the experience once, Yangbin drove quite well at the beginning. But because the speed was a bit fast, the steering wheel was turned sharply when avoiding an obstacle, and the car never got back on track, basically moving in an S shape. But Yangbin relied on his extraordinary eyesight and the strong reaction ability of a Yaoguang realm expert to prevent the car from overturning. Anyway, he would steer the wheel in the direction the car was leaning, but he couldn't control the force every time, causing the car to never get back on track. Despite this, Yangbin drove very hard. He actually liked driving very much, but he was too poor to buy a car before the end of the world. Now he finally got his wish. It's just a pity for the two people in the back row, especially the light-type mutant, because he didn't wear a seatbelt, except for sitting on the seat for a while at the beginning. He basically didn't sit on the seat at all. His whole body was in a semi-floating state, bumping here and there. Brother, I regret it. I really regret it. How about we just walk? At this time, the light-type mutant was numb. Because he was missing his right hand, he tried to stabilize his body, but he was unable to do so and could only drift with the flow of the car. Chen Hao did not answer him. At this moment, he was holding the seat belt with one hand and the door handle with the other, ready to jump out of the car at any time. But surprisingly, under such circumstances, the car managed to drive for more than 10 kilometers, and finally in a sharp turn, the car successfully flipped several times in the air and hit the ground heavily. And at the moment the car flipped over, Yangbin teleported out of the car. Similarly, Chen Hao unbuckled his seat belt immediately, opened the car door, and quickly jumped out of the car. In the end, only the light-type mutant endured it all silently. After a long time, the two men lifted the car and pulled out the light-type mutant at the same time. At this moment, the light-type mutant completely collapsed. Although the physical injuries were nothing to a fifth-level evolver, the psychological damage could not be made up in a short time. Brother, let's walk. I will walk by myself. You don't need to carry me. I will never run away. It's too damn torturous. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Why do you have to take a car instead of just walking on the road? Chen Hao complained. If this guy hadn't suggested it, Brother Bin might not have even thought about driving. He was also terrified all the way. Although he was in the Yaoguang realm and would not be harmed even if he really fell, this thing was an instinctive fear. Yangbin ignored their complaints and instead carefully summarized the mistakes he had made. This is one of his habits. After failing, he will summarize the reasons for failure. The turn was too sharp. Be careful next time. Yangbin said seriously. Brother Bin, you don't still want to drive, do you? Chen Hao said with his eyes wide open. Forget about it today. We have to take the side road. This road is not well cleared and is difficult to drive on. Maybe next time. There's still more than 10 kilometers to go. We could just run over there. Hearing Yangbin's words, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Yangbin took out the sack from the trunk, and several people ran towards the Armed Forces Department again. This time, this light-type psychic was indeed more cooperative. He didn't need Chen Hao to carry him and took the initiative to follow the two of them. The two were naturally happy about this, since there was no way this guy could escape from them anyway. Yangbin avoided almost all the zombies he encountered along the way if he could, and killed them if he couldn't avoid them. In fact, there are very few scattered zombies now. Most of the zombies will be gathered by nearby high-level zombies and then gathered at a certain location. There are not many zombies on the road. This gives many people the illusion that there are fewer zombies now. In fact, the zombies now appear in groups, which is even more terrifying. Yangbin has the eye of true vision, so he can basically avoid large numbers of zombies in advance. The three of them ran for another half an hour and finally saw a large base. This was once the Armed Forces Department, and now it has been transformed into a base. Although this base is not as strong as Mahjong's base, It already has 20,000 to 30,000 people. Obviously, the military is not developing slowly either. The gate of the military base was open, and 4 soldiers were standing upright guarding the door. Yangbin thought about it, then said to Chen Hao, "Take him here for a while. I'll go in and take a look." "Okay." Chen Hao nodded. Afterwards, Yangbin walked directly to the gate of the base. Several soldiers guarding the door soon discovered Yangbin, and one of them walked quickly up to Yangbin. "Are you a survivor seeking refuge here?" "Yes." Yangbin nodded. Now that he was here, he planned to take a look inside the base. He believed that the military base would not be the same as Mahjong was, and he wanted to see if there was anything he could learn from it. He also plans to build a base, so it's always good to take a closer look. "Then please come here and register your information." After the soldier finished speaking, he took Yangbin to a table in front and then took out a form and gave it to him. Yangbin looked at the form, which contained some personal information, as well as where he lived before the end of the world, whether he was an evolver, and if so, what level he was, etc. Yangbin filled out the form casually and handed it to the other party. The other party took the form and walked into the base. After a while, he came out again. "Okay, go in. Someone will greet you inside." "Good." Yangbin nodded, then walked directly into the base. Soon, a soldier walked towards Yangbin with the form that Yangbin had just filled out. "Hello, you must be Yangbin." "Right. Please follow me." Then, the soldier took Yangbin toward a group of houses. Along the way, Yangbin carefully observed the people in the base. Since the base was established not long ago, most people were still engaged in construction, and basically all of them were men. The women and the elderly were all doing needlework in the room. Judging from their condition, they were not living badly, at least they had enough to eat. Many children can be seen playing outside, which shows that the military and Mahjong are completely different. "Okay, you'll live here from now on." The soldier took them to the door of a house and said, "This house has only one room, a kitchen and a bathroom, and is fully equipped. Tomorrow morning you will go to the central management office of the base to make a record, and then you can receive a week's supply of rice and pasta. You are an evolver. You can apply to join the combat team and go out with the main force to kill zombies. You can get a crystal you need every day." "Every day?" "Well, as long as the 4th level evolvers and below join the combat troops. They will have at least 1 crystal of the same level every day. If they perform well, they may even have 2. For a 5th level evolver, it depends on his performance. It's possible that he can get 1 every 2 days or 1 every 3 days. After all, 5th level crystals are relatively rare. Of course, 5th level evolvers can also choose to ask for low level crystals. They can get 1 or 2 of these almost every day. This treatment is not bad. Well, so I suggest you join the combat unit. Although it is dangerous, it is actually much less dangerous if you follow the main force." "Okay, I understand." Chapter 149, Military Action. After the soldiers left, Yangbin walked around the entire base. Although Fong Sijia will be in charge of the base in the future, he can't completely ignore giving some advice. That would make him look low. Although the military base cannot be said to be very good, there are still many things worth learning from. Yangbin took a look around and gained a lot. Afterwards, Yangbin went directly to the management office in the center of the base. He wanted to see the procedure for receiving supplies. The center of the base is also very different from Mahjongwa's side. The center of Mahjongwa's base is a private area, while the center here serves the people inside the base. However, just as I got here, a voice suddenly sounded beside me. "Team leader?" Yangbin looked over with some confusion and immediately saw a beautiful face full of surprise. "Don't call me captain. You're not even a member of my team yet. Didn't you tell me to be a substitute first? Substitute players are also players, right? It's okay to call you captain." Lin Fei said excitedly. "Captain, why are you here suddenly? Have you decided to come here? I will arrange the best accommodation for you right away." "No, I'm not coming here to live. I'm here to tell you something." Yangbin said directly. "We killed Mahjongwa. Now the base over there is a bit chaotic. You guys should go over and take over." "Did you really kill Mahjongwa?" Lin Fei widened her eyes, her face full of shock. "What's so surprising? I told you last time that if he dares to mess with me again, I'll kill him." Unfortunately, this guy ordered the Wang family to carry rocket launchers to attack me the next day. So I had no choice but to kill him. This guy actually made such a serious matter so lightly. That was Mahjongwa, the leader of the largest force in Star City. How could this guy make it sound like killing a chicken was as simple as that? Lin Fei stared at Yangbin closely, as if trying to see something from his eyes. However, She was disappointed. Yang Bin's eyes did not change from beginning to end. He still looked casual, as if killing Ma Zhonghua was just a trivial matter to him. Can you come with me? This is a big matter. I need to discuss it with Captain Zhao and the others. Lin Yifei said sincerely. Just go and discuss it with them. I won't go. I've told you this. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I have to go back. Well, can you wait for me for a moment? I'll bring something over. After hearing what Lin Yifei said, Yang Bin thought that the other party was embarrassed to let him go back empty-handed after he had come all the way here. That's fine. Yang Bin nodded. This woman is really smart. Okay, go sit in the hall over there for a while. I'll be there soon. Okay, by the way, seeing that you were so sensible, I have a suggestion for you. If the military takes over the base, it is best to arrange for personnel to evacuate Star City as soon as possible. There are too many zombies in Star City, and it cannot be defended. Yang Bin suddenly said. Lin Yifei was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. Okay, I'll tell them. After saying that, Lin Yifei walked towards the conference room in the center of the base and asked the soldiers to immediately notify Captain Zhao and others to gather in the conference room. The news that Ma Zhonghua was dead was absolutely sensational. The military must act quickly. When they arrived at the conference room, Zhao Hu and several other military leaders arrived soon. Ms. Lin, is there something important that makes you call us here so urgently? Zhao Hu spoke up immediately. Yes, it's very important. Ma Zhonghua is dead. What? Everyone stared at Lin Yifei with wide eyes. Where did you get the information? Is it reliable? Zhao Hu asked seriously. The news should be reliable. He wouldn't have come all the way here to tease us with something like this. Lin Yifei said seriously. Ms. Lin, who is he you were talking about? Captain of the Falling Star team, Yang Bin. Is it him? Could it be that he was responsible for Ma Zhonghua's death? Right. Ms. Lin, it's not that we don't want to believe you, but you and I both know that there are tens of thousands of evolvers in the official base. How could they possibly kill Ma Zhonghua with just a few of them? If it's someone else, maybe it won't work, but I believe in them. Lin Yifei said very seriously. This, Captain Zhao, what do you think? Of course I believe in Miss Lin's judgment, but this matter involves a huge amount of information. Miss Lin, is he in the base now? I want to meet him and ask him in person. Zhao Hu said seriously. He is at the base, but he didn't come when I asked him to. I guess he doesn't want to have too much contact with you, so you better not go, so as not to make him uncomfortable. I can guarantee this, it's absolutely true. He would not bother to deceive us with such a lie that will be exposed at the slightest provocation. So what does he mean by coming here to tell us? He asked us to go over and take over the official base because Ma Zhonghua's death caused chaos over there. If we don't take over quickly, the more than 100,000 survivors over there are likely to become victims. This, after hearing Lin Yifei's words, the group of people suddenly became restless. Ms. Lin, what do you mean? Take everyone with you and head over there immediately to take over the base. The base over there is more than 10 times larger than this one, and there are also abundant supplies over there. It is definitely much better than this one. Besides, there are more than 100,000 survivors over there. They're the greatest resource. Ma Zhonghua is too selfish. He only wants to cultivate his own power and doesn't care too much about the survivors. As long as we don't follow his old path and distribute crystals to the survivors to achieve universal evolution, it will be an extremely powerful force. That's what they say, but what if this is fake and a trap set by Ma Zhonghua? Wouldn't we be walking into a trap if we take our men there, said an older team leader with a frown. Ma Zhonghua doesn't have the ability to cooperate in acting. I've said before, I can guarantee this. You just need to listen to me. Lin Yifei said firmly. Okay, I believe Miss Lin. Zhao Hu said, Old Sue, go get someone to call back all the teams that are clearing out the zombies outside. Captain Song, go and tell everyone in the base to pack up and get ready to leave. Captain Zhang, take a team of scouts to that base immediately to find out the situation. Also, find out the situation of the zombies along the way. Zhao Hu is a man of swift and decisive actions. Once he has decided to do something, he will execute it immediately. Yes, several people saluted and quickly left the meeting room. Chapter 150, it's time for me to return to the team. After everyone else left, Lin Yifei looked at Zhao Hu and spoke again. After you take control of the base over there, you must arrange for the evacuation of Star City as soon as possible. He just reminded us of the problem we were worried about before. I think he is right. The number of zombies in Star City is too terrifying. If higher-level zombies appear, it is very likely that hundreds of thousands of zombies will be summoned to attack the city. At that time, we will definitely not be able to defend it. Well, I've thought about this too. I'll make arrangements for it. Zhao nodded, and he suddenly looked at Lin Yifei strangely. From what you said, you are not going to go with us. Well, Ma Zhonghua is dead. Uncle Lu's revenge has been achieved, the captain is here, and it's time for me to return to the team. Are you really planning to join them? Zhao was a little puzzled. Could they feel safer than the military? Well, what I pursue is strength. I feel that only by following them can I improve my strength the fastest. There was a look of yearning in Lin Yifei's eyes. Did he agree? I'll find a way. Lin Yifei said somewhat embarrassedly. Well, since it's your choice, I won't persuade you. They are indeed very strong. It would be a good thing if you could join their team. Although Commander Lu asked me to take care of you, it is actually you who has been helping us all along. If one day you don't want to stay there anymore, you can come back to us. This will always be your home. Well, you should be careful too. Don't be like my dad and Uncle Lu. It's the end of the world. You need to be flexible and think more about yourself and your people. Good. On the other side, Yang Bin was sitting in the lounge, enjoying the service of the receptionist. Maybe Lin Yifei told her something before she left. This young lady was so enthusiastic. They served tea, asked about Yang Bin's health, and chatted with him about interesting things in the base, making Yang Bin forget for a moment that there were two people waiting outside. After a long time, Lin Yifei finally came in carrying a big bag. Ms. Lin. The receptionist saw Lin Yifei coming and quickly greeted her. Well, thank you for your hard work. Go ahead and do your work. Okowo. Seeing Lin Yifei coming, Yang Bin also stood up. Did you bring the stuff? Yes, I brought it. Give it to me. No, I can carry these things on my back. What do you mean? Captain, I'm ready to return to the team. Puff. Yang Bin spat out the tea in his mouth. When did I tell you to return to the team? I'm a reserve member of the Starfall Squad, so naturally I have to follow the Starfall Squad. Captain, aren't you going to observe me? How can I observe you if I don't follow you? Why are you still following us? Ma Zhonghua is already dead, and you don't need me to help you with revenge anymore. Once the military takes over the base over there, it will be the largest force in Xingqing. Wouldn't it be better for you to follow the military and enjoy the good life? Yang Bin frowned. It's different. Lin Yifei shook her head. Soldiers are ultimately loyal to their country, and no matter how the world changes, this will not change. If one day someone from Kyoto comes to take over the base, they will definitely cooperate, and I won't be able to stop them. But this is not what I want. What I yearn for is to do whatever I want and pursue strong strength, rather than being restricted by various rules. The life of the Falling Star Squad is the life I long for. I do whatever I want and pursue strength with all my heart. If someone offends me, I kill them. I don't need to consider too many consequences, and I don't need any evidence. Everything is based on strength. Besides, there are only 7 of you, but your strength is enough to crush the official ones. You are definitely superior. Following you, our strength will increase the fastest. Actually, when I first met you, I thought about joining you, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept me, so I didn't dare to ask. So, when you suddenly invited me to join the Falling Star team last time, I agreed without hesitation. Lin Yifei said a little embarrassedly. Yang Bin finally looked at the woman in front of him seriously. At the age of 20, he is 1.68 meters tall, looks better than many first-line stars, and has a great figure. It's a bit too much that a woman like this has such a sharp mind. People say that when God opens a door for you, he will definitely close a window for you. So what happened to this woman? Did God drink too much and open all the doors for her? Are you really planning to follow us? Yang Bin asked seriously. Yeah. Lin Yifei nodded seriously. Are you not afraid that I might do something to you? I check your files. You were college students before the apocalypse, and you didn't have any bad records. Although you acted cruelly after the apocalypse, you didn't bully men or women. No, you bullied men, but not women. Okay, then you follow me first, but you're still just a reserve. Whether you can become a member of the Falling Star team depends on your performance. Yang Bin said. It's not that he rejects Lin Yifei. This woman is beautiful, smart, and has superpowers. Naturally, Yang Bin is willing to let her join. However, their team was composed of only men, and he was not sure whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to suddenly have a woman join them. So he could only let her follow and see for himself. If there is no adverse effect, we will make her a regular employee then. Okay, thank you, Captain. When Lin Yifei heard Yang Bin agree, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Let's go. After saying that, Yang Bin walked directly out of the base. At this time, everyone in the base was busy packing up. Along the way, Many people who saw Lin Fei would take the initiative to greet her. It seems that she is quite popular in the base. On the third floor of a taller building inside the base, Zhao Hu and two other team leaders watched the two men leave. They didn't go to see him off for fear of making too much noise and making Yang Bin uncomfortable. If the other side can kill Ma Zhonghua in a base of more than 100,000 people, they can kill them in this base as well, so it is better not to do these empty things. Old Zhao, are you so confident in letting Miss Lin go with them? If something goes wrong, how are you going to explain to Commander Liu when you get back? A regiment commander asked. What can I do? She doesn't want to stay in the base. Do you want to force her to stay? I'm just confused. The base is so safe. Why did she have to follow those people to take risks? Who knows? Maybe this is what young people think. In fact, this group of people is quite powerful, and following them may not be a bad thing. They are quite powerful, but they're a bit ruthless. I heard that they killed thousands of members of the Wang family, said the older team leader. Doomsday. How can we not be ruthless? If they were not ruthless, would they be in this situation today? Hey, I hope we don't have to face each other in the future. As long as you're not crazy, you won't think of fighting them.